Diaphan was just an ordinary young man with an extremely average appearance, but he had a sweet older sister who sold watermelons at the market. That day, he was the only one who encountered some thugs deliberately criticizing her watermelons for not being sweet to bully the vulnerable girl. Bystanders were furious to see this, but the opponent was the third boss of the market and a member of the Feng Tam family, so they couldn't get involved. So although they were angry, all they could do was watch helplessly as Diaphan's sister was bullied. Luckily, he arrived just in time, carefully brought a weapon, and in a single move pierced through the old third guy's flower. The way he appeared so imposing, as if he were a martial arts genius. At first, Lao Tam's henchmen were afraid of Diaphan, but after they ganged up on him, they realized he was just a loudmouth who could scare others but didn't know how to fight. So a very brutal fight broke out in front of the watermelon stall, but to call it a fight isn't quite right, because only Diaphan was the one getting beaten from start to finish. It wasn't until the police siren blared that the thugs finally ran away, and that bastard third brother even threatened Diaphan, saying he wouldn't let him off so easily next time. Even though your appearance this time has already been enough to risk your life, only the two Diap sisters remain amidst the chaos. His sister hurriedly hugged Diaphan, who was covered in wounds, crying and begging him to wake up. Meanwhile, Diaphan was unconscious but suddenly woke up in a different space. And this space is created by the yin-yang jade pendant you always wear on your chest. Diaphan feels his body suddenly light as if he's floating, while the yin-yang jade pendant hovers in front of him, continuously emitting a strange, yellow glow. Then two streams of green and red energy simultaneously shot out and pierced directly into Diaphan's eyes, causing an unbearable pain as something seemed to invade his eyes, forcing him to clutch his face tightly, curl up, and scream. Then Diaphan woke up, and the first thing he felt was that his face was pressed against something soft and warm, and upon closer inspection, it was the large chest of the nurse bandaging him. "Sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I just woke up like that," Diaphan instinctively explained, and only then did he realize he was in the hospital. The nurse carefully examined the situation and truly believed that Diaphan didn't mean to do it. If it had been intentional, she would have definitely called security to escort him out. But to be fair, Diaphan felt that the reason for what just happened was because this nurse was too sexy, almost making his nosebleed flow like a river. For some reason, Diaphan kept feeling that this nurse's outfit was very revealing, but at first he just thought he was having a hallucination since he had just woken up, until his sister hurriedly rushed into the hospital room. As soon as she saw her, Diaphan clearly saw her black lingerie underneath her outer garment. "Hurry up and put your clothes on, sis. What are you even talking about? Aren't you wearing clothes now?" Your sister hurried over to check by placing her hand on her brother to see. Surely Diaphan isn't having a fever, so he just felt like he was knocked out for a moment. After looking back and forth several times, he was still convinced this wasn't an illusion. Even though my sister said I was dressed properly and even wearing an apron, I could still see through that layer of clothing. This made Diaphan extremely confused. Before he could get used to what was happening, suddenly a strange voice echoed in his mind. The left is yin, the right is yang. Yang yin eye. Yin eye pierces the darkness. Yang eye sees through everything. Diaphan was extremely shocked. Although what he just heard sounded a bit unscientific, if it were true, could it be that his eyes now could see through everything? Thinking this, Diaphan decided to try again. Of course, he wouldn't be so reckless as to target his sister or the nurse. This time, Diaphan decided to see through walls, and indeed, he could clearly see the scene outside the hospital room. Diaphan tried to look further, and even saw the old head of department secretly with a young nurse. This scene really makes you want to go blind. Diaphan shifts to another angle and sees a beautiful nurse preparing to give an injection to a patient, her fiery figure truly eye-catching. This sudden divine ability makes him extremely excited. Diaphan kept glancing this way and that, eager for the nurse to turn around so he could get a better look at her face. But when that person turned around, their face was full of masculinity, suggesting they had recently transitioned genders. This scene really made Diaphan furious. After exerting himself too much, he also felt a bit tired and collapsed onto the bed. Diaphan still doesn't quite understand what the purpose of his eyes is and why they came to him. "Diaphan, come here and settle the hospital bill," a clear voice rang out, pulling him out of his hazy thoughts. Of course, a patient like Diaphan wouldn't walk himself to pay the hospital fee. It was his sister who did that. After she left the room and closed the door, Diaphan immediately used his piercing eyes to see what was happening outside. "Your sister clearly has a tight budget. She was very worried when paying the nurse, afraid there wouldn't be enough money for your hospital stay. Luckily, it was enough. And Diaphan's injuries aren't serious. He just needs to rest a bit longer before being discharged. Seeing how distressed his sister was back then, Diaphan felt very heartbroken and decided that even though he didn't know why he suddenly gained the ability of clairvoyance, he would definitely use it to help his sister live a better life. So after being discharged from the hospital, Diaphan made an excuse to leave for some personal matter. Your sister also didn't suspect anything, only told you to come home early. Wandering alone in the city, Diaphan started to think about how he would use his clairvoyance to make money. And then you suddenly got distracted by the sound of the dice. In a small corner of the street, some men were surrounding a young girl. She is holding a black cup with 3 dice inside. They are playing a simple betting game called 9 Little 2. Many people are gathered around, each betting just a few hundred yen, making the total bet amount very large. And the girl looks very proud, holding the cup with the dice tightly in her hand. She thought to herself, "A bunch of fools keep betting, all of it is mine." At this moment, Diaphan was attracted by the pile of money on the table, as if he had found a way to make money. And so he quickly used his new ability to check inside the cup, which showed a total of 9 points, 2, 3, and 4 on the 3 dice, with the total ranging from 4 to 10 indicating a small or tu result. Looks like the dealer is about to make a big profit. After the girl opened the cup, the dice indeed rolled exactly as Diaphan saw. It's been several times in a row that the dice show small, causing many people to lose a lot of money. Some are so frustrated they want to leave after just an hour and losing 3,000. But others still don't believe the house can keep rolling small and keep urging her to continue. The girl just gathered a pile of money towards herself, then glanced at the crowd and noticed that Diaphan was the only newcomer, so she immediately used her beauty to tempt him into a game. "Hey girl, you're showing too much," Diaphan warned. "This time it's definitely the opponent's doing, not your own skill." But that girl is actually deliberately using this trick to lure him in. Demon, only when you don't reveal yourself do you stay hidden. So what, do you dare to play? When provoking Diaphan, the girl was very confident, thinking that yet another fool was coming to give her money. But Diaphan didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. In this game, no one knows who is the chicken and who is the grain. The new round of betting immediately began. Some bet small, some bet big, all just relying on luck. Only Diaphan was not in a hurry. After the girl finished rolling the dice, he used his clairvoyance to see through the cup and knew that inside were 3 dice showing 4, 5, and 6 points respectively, totaling 15 points, which is considered big. Meanwhile, most of the others had bet on small. Seeing that only Diaphan had not yet placed his bet, the girl couldn't help but remind him. After being reminded by her, Diaphan could only step forward, toss a bill, and say he was betting on the big. The other person, realizing he was just a broke loser, was clearly displeased. She opened the dice cup and sure enough, it was a big, so she happily collected her winnings and even shared a part with Diaphan since he also won. Although this first amount wasn't much, for Diaphan it was easier to earn than any other job. And at this moment, a wicked thought crossed his mind. Today, he had to strip away the girl's feelings completely. From then on, the two of them started to clash, while everyone else was just background to fuel the money flow. An hour has passed and Diaphan kept winning non-stop, leaving everyone stunned. They thought his luck had brought him over 1,000 yuan. Some also believe that you are a gambling expert who can tell how many points the dice show just by hearing the sound. But they don't know the truth that Diaphan can see through that cup. Holding the money in his hands, he felt extremely happy. This amount might not be much to others, but it was even more than Diaphan's total winnings. The important thing is that he earned it in just an hour without any effort at all. Unlike that feeling of satisfaction, the girl was extremely annoyed, feeling that if Diaphan kept winning like this, all her efforts today would be wasted. "I was about to stop, but who would have thought you'd provoke the opponent? What's wrong, beauty? You can't take it anymore?" That girl was so angry she was about to explode and immediately fell into your trap. But this time, the opponent requested a special bet, a big and important game with only the two of them. Seeing her so furious, Diaphan was about to let it go and not take her money anymore. But who would have thought that it was actually her who didn't want to let him go? Anyway, since Diaphan has lost so much of her affection today, she can't really let him go. "All right, how do you want to bet?" In the end, Diaphan had no choice but to compromise, betting everything he had on that final game to determine the winner. The girl replied, "So what if you lose then?" "If I lose, it's up to you to decide." Diaphan didn't expect this beautiful woman to go so far. Her casual remark about leaving the decision to him was truly intense, and to make this final showdown even more dramatic, the opponent also demanded that if he lost, he would not only lose money, but also strip completely. Diaphan, who has the eye of insight, is not afraid to lose, so he immediately agrees. The two glare at each other with hatred as the final showdown officially begins. In this final round, that girl demonstrated many impressive dice skills of hers, aiming to dazzle Diaphan and make him dizzy so he couldn't judge the dice numbers. The crowd around watched this scene in awe, praising the girl's commanding presence. This skill isn't something everyone can learn, and Diaphan is definitely going to lose. So, were you scared stiff by my technique? After showing off for a while, the girl arrogantly asked. Unexpectedly, Diaphan had completely ignored her all along and was busy counting money in his hand. Hey, can you focus a little? The other person said, clearly annoyed that Diaphan didn't give her any face, and straightforwardly insulted her as useless with limited abilities. At this moment, her anger was like a volcano ready to erupt. Finally, she slammed the cup with the dice onto the table. Seeing the way she was acting all showy and pretentious really made Diaphan feel annoyed. The young lady asked. The girl looked very confident because the dice inside the cup were still moving, uncertain. She believed that no matter what Diaphan chose, she could still change the outcome. So this time, she's definitely going to win. Who would have thought Diaphan was even more skilled, suddenly rushing forward, holding the opponent's hand down so she couldn't use tricks. Then he declared, I choose 3 sixes, and when even the dealer was still confused, Diaphan had already opened the cup himself. In front of everyone, those 3 dice really rolled a total of 18 points. It's hard not to be amazed by this scene. Did you guess right on every round? They really haven't met anyone as formidable as him, and some even want to apprentice under Diaphan. Taking advantage of the crowd surrounding Diaphan, the girl wanted to slip away quickly since she had already lost. But did he plan to let her escape so easily? You clearly said earlier that if you lost, I could handle you however I wanted. Now that Diaphan has caught her, she can only shyly turn back and ask, Big brother, so what do you want to do with me? Can we negotiate a little bit? Diaphan replied with a lecherous look, actually not sure how he could deal with the opponent. Suddenly, instead of answering his question, the girl shouted loudly, Look, there's a flying saucer. Reacting instinctively, both Diaphan and the onlookers looked up at the sky, and taking advantage of their distraction, the girl quickly slipped away. Diaphan was also the first to react, running after the opponent as fast as he could. He might not need anything else, but the money she lost to him, he had to get it back. At that moment, Diaphan was determined to chase after her, running somewhere. But when he stopped in an alley, he was stunned to realize she had escaped. Diaphan confidently declared, Do you think you can hide from me? At the same time, Du sighed in relief, finally shaking off that little brat. As soon as he finished speaking, he frowned and looked out the window to find her. She exclaimed in horror. It's over! No hesitation from the ghost, and Diaphan jumped in directly. Alahap, you're angry and criticizing, but in the bright sky and clear sun, her damn head, hurry up and pay me. Didu stubbornly protests, that's the money I worked hard to earn, don't even think about it. Diaphan angrily continued to accuse her. Doing so is a breach of trust. If you voluntarily go to extremes, you must have the courage to accept defeat. If you don't pay me, I will do it now, a gentle voice interrupted. Wait a moment, little brother. Startled, he instinctively turned around as a man in a wheelchair entered, surrounded by an icy aura. Huantian asked Han curiously if Dudu had caused trouble again, and Diaphan, seeing this, panicked and pushed her aside. Damn it, you scared me to death. He cautiously pointed at his father and asked, Who are you? Diaphan carefully assessed many demons were clinging to him. How many people's blood had this person's hands already been stained with? He calmly introduces himself. I am Dudu's brother. Did she cause trouble again? She stubbornly justifies it. No, I didn't start anything. It's that little brat who didn't follow the rules. You have the nerve to say that. If you can't beat me, find a sneaky way. Pay me quickly. Dutin Kwai challenges you. If you won't pay, then come here and fight me. Diaphan gritted his teeth and threatened, You better not think I won't hit you, just because you're a woman. She sneered provocatively. Then come here if you dare. Then the two of them refused to back down and fiercely confronted each other. Huang Thien was helpless and speechless. Seeing the commotion, he angrily slammed his hand down. Enough. She smugly stuck up her middle finger. My brother's furious. Just wait and see. Huan Thien angrily hits Du on the head. Shut up. She protests helplessly. What did you and your brother do to hit me? He scolds in a low voice. I've told you many times, no gambling. Huan Thien painfully questions. Have you forgotten why his legs were cut off? He explained sadly that he only did it so he could save enough money to treat his leg. I don't want him to live like this for the rest of his life. After hearing that, he remained silent without saying a word. Diaphan looked surprised and pondered. Oh, what's going on? The leg is broken. He immediately activates his special ability. Yin and Yang reveal their true form. Looking inside, Diaphan sees something trapped inside. He pondered the situation silently, noticing that his tendons had been cut and there seemed to be something inside his leg. Hearing this, the two siblings were both extremely shocked. Huan eagerly asked Han, "Little brother, can you tell what's wrong with me?" Diaphan said proudly, running his fingers through his hair. "It's nothing. I can see it with just a glance." Du nervously stepped forward and asked, "Do you know my brother's illness? Can you cure it?" Diaphan felt a bit annoyed when he heard that. "Little brat," she gets the hint, smiling flirtatiously. "Bro, don't be so petty, okay?" He thought to himself happily, "It's over. This feels so good." Du, promising to be charming, "If you can cure my brother's leg, I will belong to you from now on." However, deep down she sneered at dealing with a petty person. "Like you, if I personally go after you, I'm not afraid I won't catch you." At that moment, he pushed Du aside outright. Diaphan shook his head to express his stance and apologized. "I'm helpless in this matter." Then he turned around and started to plan secretly, thinking that if someone who neither liked nor trusted him helped him, they might reveal their true intentions, so I won't do it. At this moment, Huan hurriedly stopped him and said, "Wait, if you can cure my leg, let's make a deal." Diaphan hesitated and stopped, asking what kind of deal it was. Then he recalled the past moment and revealed darkly, "The Western South King. I was originally skilled in divine techniques and martial arts of the Western South King." He was stunned and pointed. "You are Huan." He nodded affirmatively. "That's right, I am Huan." Diaphan puzzledly thought to himself, Huan was a major figure who once held the sky in his hands, so why did he fall so far? Du choked up and tried to speak, but my brother suddenly cut him off silently. Du, don't say any more." Big brother Hung Tien sincerely asks, "How do you feel, little brother?" Diaphan hesitated, only able to see the problem, but not how to cure it. Suddenly, a realization flashed in his mind. The Demon Cave scripture and the Qi refining technique. Diaphan excitedly wondered. The Demon Cave medical classic and the Qi cultivation technique. Are these the two secret manuals that exist in the royal treasury? She urges impatiently. Will it really be possible to cure him? Come on, just say it. He's helplessly trying to persuade. Forget it, this dewfoot isn't that easy to cure. Even the famous doctors back then had no solution, and now it's even harder. Before I could finish speaking, he confidently declared, "I can cure it." Huan asked back in surprise. "What?" she exclaimed happily. "Really?" Diaphan cautiously set a necessary condition. "I need time to prepare to be 100% sure." He didn't say much and agreed immediately. "All right. If you can really cure it, I agree to work for you for 3 years." He gratefully hugged him tightly. "Thank you so much." Diaphan happily embraces and says, "No need to thank me." After leaving, he ponders absent-mindedly, agreeing to help others with their illnesses. "This money is really too much to accept. I still have to take it." Deep down, Diaphan sneers sarcastically, "So you pretend to be noble? Serves you right." The scene shifts to an antique street where a passionate vendor is calling out. An antique auction featuring Ming Dynasty Tang Hua ceramics, only 3,000 yuan. Buy quickly before it's gone. He wondered in amazement. Tang Hua ceramics. Diaphan excitedly ran over to take a look. Maybe he could pick up something good. Inside, Old Lam quickly said, "Come take a look. Ming Dynasty Than Hoa ceramics, Song and Yuan landscape paintings, and various Qin and Han bronzes are very cheap here. If you buy them, you're lucky." The boy sneered and looked inside. This owner really has a big mouth. At that moment, Tuandot curiously asked, "How much for this Qin Dynasty bronze?" He enthusiastically stroked his beard and offered 3 at a 20. "Take a look at some other items too. I've checked around and I don't see anything good here." You cleverly expose everything. The jade plaques are made from transparent material, the calligraphy and ink are still wet, and there's more. This brass thing is actually made of plastic. Diaphan angrily questions, "Do they really think we're fools?" Unable to hold back, he irritably turned and left. At that moment, the crowd exclaimed in shock, "Min Sun, Mr. Chu, why are you here?" Mr. Chu is a renowned figure with sharp eyes that have spotted many good items. Could there be something valuable here? "Grandpa, why don't we go to Mindanguit Pavilion? The chance of finding top-quality items here is too low." He expressed his serious opinion. "I don't understand. I only get interested when I go to the flea market to buy good stuff." Min Sun, with experienced ease, extended his hand, asking for a sip of the clear flower. Diaphan, seeing this, glanced over with interest. Old Man Lam carefully presents the item. "Old Man Chu, please take a look." He pondered as he looked around the vase and noticed a crack. She straightforwardly commented. Grandfather looked at it and knew right away it was fake. Even if it were real, the crack on it would have ruined it, so it's not worth much. Min Sun nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Then he, feeling disappointed, returned the item to you, and the crowd, seeing this, left in disappointment. "I thought old Chu had found something good again." If there was really something valuable, it would have been bought already. He was stunned and called out, "Don't go, keep looking at the goods." A few people murmured in disappointment. "Let's go." Old Chu has nodded, so this must be fake. At that moment, Min-sun turned away and signaled, "Let's go." Dawn-ni responded softly, "Yes." At this moment, Diaphan suddenly declared, "I bought that Ming Dynasty porcelain." They both turned around in shock after hearing that. "What? You confidently assert that I bought that Ming-style ceramic?" Old Lam eagerly flattered him. "Young master, you really have good eyes. This is a Ming Dynasty antique and only costs 3,000 wen." Diaphan calmly agrees. "Okay, wait a moment. He is grateful, then quickly runs away." "No need. Thank you for your help, young master. You and Lao Lin secretly despise each other, you fool, you idiot." Meanwhile, everyone chuckled and mocked, and old Chu already said it was fake, but this kid still bought it. Really stupid. Maybe he thinks he's someone with good eyes for quality. It was clearly explained earlier, but if he gets scammed, he can only blame others. The girl sneered with pity and said, "You poor fool, you've lost 3,000 wen for nothing." Diaphan confidently retorted, "I think everyone else is the real fool." Dawn-ni was furious and shouted, "Are you calling me stupid, you brat?" Then Min-sun gently asked, "Do you really think that a broken Than Ho vase is genuine?" Diaphan honestly explained clearly to him that there are 2 points he must clarify, and he was determined to explain first, this Than Hoa vase is not broken. Second, this Than Hoa porcelain is the genuine article. Everyone around burst into mocking laughter. This is the highest level of self-consolation, fooling oneself. Is this kid really crazy? You glare and speak as if you're so impressive. Do you think we're fools? She sneered sarcastically. If he says it's real, then it's real, but he must think he's someone special. Min-sun calmly advises that young people shouldn't act impulsively. Finding treasures isn't that easy and requires years of honing one's eyesight. Diaphan calmly pours water on the jar and opens his eyes wide to examine it closely. In an instant, the mud disappears, and the pattern on the jar is revealed. How is this possible? What is going on? Look carefully now. The broken part is actually the painted pattern. It's just covered by the clay. He admired and praised. "Little brother has very good eyesight. I am truly impressed." The crowd lamented and commented, "If it were real, it would be worth at least 1,000,000. It's over. This blue and white porcelain really isn't broken. We're just not skilled enough." Diaphan smugly thought to himself, "I have the yin-yang eye, so my eyesight must be better than yours." Dawn-ni skeptically retorted, "This doesn't prove it's genuine. You happily suggest let's make a bet. So what if this Manhwa porcelain is real, and I'll buy it at double the price?" "If it is, but if it's fake, what then?" Diaphan cheerfully proposed, "I'll take a small loss and pay my debt with my body." Dawn-ni challenged arrogantly, "If it's fake, you have to work for me for free for a year." Hearing this, the two of them smiled and slapped hands, agreeing on a deal. The decision was made. Mingshan looked on grimly. This young man has great abilities. If Dawn-ni trusts him, it would be a big help. Mr. Han Huan urged, "All right, we're close to Min Nuit Xuan now. They have professional appraisers, so if you're not afraid, let's go over there and take a look." The scene shifts to a renowned antique shop, and the 3 of them calmly step into Min Nguyen Xuan. Bamo warmly comes out to greet them, sorry for the lack of hospitality for such distinguished guests. "Old man kindly invites you in. Dawn-ni, my little sister, hasn't seen you in a long time. Please come inside." Then the 4 of them entered the living room. At this moment, Min-sun gets straight to the point. "Bakmak, this time I came here to ask for your help in appraising an item." She smugly pointed and said, "That's the one. My grandfather said it was fake, but this little brat repaired it and even bet against me. You have the judgment experience. If old Chu says it's fake, there's no need for further appraisal." Diaphan protests angrily. "You haven't even checked yet. The boss is too reckless." Bakma doubts and probes. "Little brother, I don't quite trust you. Maybe this is your first time at the antique shop." Diaphan replied arrogantly, "So what if that's the case?" He sneered mockingly, trying to use a bit of cleverness to climb into the upper class. "I've seen people like this many times before. You look uncomfortable, so just say it straight if you don't want to help me appraise, and I'll find someone else." Mr. Teuton calms him down and says, "Don't rush, just try it first." Bakmak considers changing his mind and says, "Wait, even though it's your first time here, out of respect for Chu Lao, I should give you a chance." Diaphan looked confused and asked cautiously what he really meant as the scene shifted to a room filled with treasures. Bakmak mysteriously challenges, "Among these antiques, 3 are fake. If you can find just one, I will not only help you appraise it for free, but also buy it from you at a high price." Diaphan helplessly comments, "It doesn't sound that simple, huh? It's too simple, like someone handing you toilet paper while you're pooping." He sneered in a mocking tone and said, "So you're not brave enough?" Diaphan confidently challenged, "I don't dare. Today I will help you broaden your horizons." Min-sun kindly asked, "How much time does the young friend need? Is an hour enough?" "You don't need a full hour." Diaphan raised one finger and calmly replied, "1 minute," then turned to see everyone's reaction. Bakmak chuckled mockingly. "You're underestimating my current minget. In a minute you can't even glance at it properly." The elder was stunned and advised cautiously, "The young one should be more careful." Doan-ni was stunned and thought to herself, "This guy really is reckless." In just a moment, Diaphan happily placed the item on the table, saying, "Everything has been found." "We're doomed. They found it so quickly." She was stunned and exclaimed, "Is it fake? Is he really that skilled?" He slowly revealed the truth. Half of this vase is pieced together. The sand inside is just grains, and this sitting Buddha statue on the lotus throne is glued together. Bakmak whispers in doubt, how could he do it in such a short time when even top-tier domestic experts couldn't manage it? Why is he really capable of this? Diaphan continues to deduce, and in fact, there are 4 fake antiques, not just 3. He drops a ball down and he hurriedly stops him, saying this is a dark pearl, a treasure of the Min-Nguyet shop. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Diaphan firmly confirms, "Then look carefully here." "Seeing you about to throw," Bakmak shouted in fear. "Don't." After the sphere shattered, a bead inside was revealed. Min-sun exclaimed in shock. Inside the dark, luminous pearl is copper. "Is this still the trick I rely on?" Diaphan questioned with crossed arms. "Senior, I apologize for my rudeness and ask for the master's forgiveness. I didn't mean to reveal everything, but my talent is like a natural fragrance. Sooner or later, my abilities will shine through. I am truly impressive." The 2 elders sarcastically said, "We haven't even said anything yet." Then Bakmak respectfully said, "Master, please come inside. I will arrange for someone to assist with the appraisal immediately." At this moment, they sat upright, waiting for the arrival. Just then, old Ben slowly carried in the vase and respectfully reported, "Young master, this Tan Hoa vase is genuine, with an estimated market value of about 1 million. He nodded in satisfaction. "All right, you may step down." At this moment, Baimo humbly confirmed that your Tan Hoa porcelain is indeed authentic. Diaphan smiled proudly, thinking to himself, "I guess I've won." Doan-ni was more annoyed and angry. Winning is winning, what's there to show off about? She shyly hands over the card, which contains 2 million, with the password being 8 8s. Diaphan secretly rejoices. "It's too much. 2 million. Just like that in your hands." Min-sun excitedly comments that 3,000 yuan for 200,000, this deal is really too generous. At that moment, he doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach in shock as everyone watched. He couldn't breathe. "Grandpa, are you okay? Please don't scare me." Bakmak anxiously shouted, "Where is everyone? Get the car ready for the hospital." Min-sun weakly calls out Doan-ni's name. As soon as he finishes, he suddenly faints. She sobs and pleads, "Please don't die, Grandpa." And he quietly worries inside, "Oh my, if old Chu dies here, no matter what I say, I won't be able to explain it. Let me check first." Then Diaphan activates his divine eye yin and yang vision. After a brief examination, he confidently diagnosed that old Chu's heart was invaded by a qi intrusion, which had likely been happening for several days. At the same time, old Trin urgently reported, "Sir, the car is ready." Bakmak anxiously lifts Min-sun. "Hurry to the hospital. We must get Lao Chu there immediately and prevent anything from happening to him." Diaphan firmly intervened, saying, "It's too late to go to the hospital now." He anxiously questioned, "Get out of the way, Lao Chu. If something happens, can you take responsibility?" Diaphan, unshaken, revealed a secret. "I used to study medicine. Let me try. Maybe I can save the old boss." Bakmak sarcastically retorted, "It's already that late. Stop telling jokes. Wait, let him try to save him." "Doan-ni, this matter concerns old Chu's life. You need to consider carefully." She resolutely replied, "I trust him." "There's no point in going to the hospital now," Diaphan confidently assures. "Don't worry, leave it to me. You must firmly apply your medical skills, the Ghost Cave medical canon of the 8 methods of acupuncture." Diaphan skillfully uses his ability to penetrate into his body. Spirit Void record, Heavenly Break record, Complete Body record. Seeing this, they both marveled in their hearts. The medical skills are incredible. Please, Diaphan, must save the old man. He raised 2 fingers to prepare to acupoint the Tianshu point. After finishing, Diaphan, exhausted, slumped back into the chair. Exhausted. A few minutes later, Doan-ni nervously asked Han Diaphan, "Will my grandfather wake up?" He cautiously confirmed, "I've done my best, but whether he recovers depends on his own effort." She nervously called out softly, "Grandpa." At that moment, Min-sun suddenly weakly woke up and asked, "Donni, why are you crying?" The three of them were stunned into silence. "He's awake." "That's great, Grandpa, you're finally awake," Min-sun gratefully said. "Brother Deep, thank you very much. My chest no longer hurts, and breathing is much easier now. Diaphan sincerely reminds you, it's nothing. But old Chu needs to pay more attention to health maintenance in the future." Bakmak saw this and secretly plotted. Even the top doctors at home and abroad couldn't cure old Chu's illness, but Diaphan could. If he posed a threat to the Lam family, he must be eliminated. He bowed and begged, "Diep, brother, I have a favor to ask. Please must agree." "Brother Lam, there's no need for that. What's the matter? If I can help, I will definitely not stand by idly. The Chu and Lam families are both very powerful. Forming an alliance with them would be beneficial for me." Bakmak sadly explained, "I hope Brother Deep can help save my father's difficult illness, despite many famous doctors being unable to do so." He frowned in thought, realizing that his Ghost Valley Yijing was not yet complete. What just happened was pure luck, but this was a good opportunity to forge an alliance with the Lam family. Diaphan agreed and promised, "Lam brother, give me a month to prepare. I will do my best to help you." "Thank you, Brother Deep. Whether or not the illness can be cured, you are still my Lam family's friend." Diaphan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Big Brother Lam is too polite. Just call me Han Su." Bakmak enthusiastically suggested, "Today is such a happy day. Let me take charge. Everyone have a drink together." Dawani nodded in agreement. "That's fine." She happily considered, thinking she could take this opportunity to get closer to Diaphan and later persuade him to join her side. The scene shifts to a luxurious hotel in the city at night. Inside, the food was displayed on the table and everyone happily toasted. The boy raised his hand to request a short absence, then Diaphan stepped out into the main hall of the bar. He nervously texts, realizing it's getting late and he needs to tell his sister to avoid worrying her. Just then, Diaphan suddenly recognizes an acquaintance. Could it be Donni? Right now, Lakfi is flirting with her in a corner. "Tonglin, you look really beautiful today." Donni irritably refuses. "Lakfi, do you find it annoying?" "I told you I have a boyfriend." The stubborn man replied, "Donni, don't lie to me. I've already had someone investigate." "I never had a boyfriend to begin with." Lakfi is just calculating and pretending to be infatuated. "Her figure is truly beautiful. I must enjoy her fully before I leave. I genuinely care for Donni. Can you accept me?" At that moment, he rushed in to stop him, shouting angrily, "Who are you? A bodyguard?" Diaphan, surprised, asked again, "What did you say?" He angrily yanks Lakfi's wrist, causing him to cry out in pain. "Let go, it hurts." After hearing that, Diaphan coldly pushed Lakfi against the wall and said, "Fine, let go." The guy shouted angrily, "Damn it." Donni happily came up with an idea, cleverly using this opportunity to get closer to Diaphan. She pretended to be upset and reproached him, "Why are you only coming now?" His girlfriend was being chased away by someone. Seeing this, both of them exclaimed in shock. "What?" Donni whispered coquettishly. "Diaphan handsome, help me out. I enjoy this. It's clearly a gift for you." Diaphan quickly slips into character. "It's been a while since we last met. Have you missed me?" Lakfi stomps angrily. "That damn brat dares to steal my woman." The thug charged forward recklessly. "Damn you, I'll beat you to death." She worries and warns. "Diaphan, be careful." "You clever guy, you turned your face and delivered a powerful kick. Get out of here now." Donni admired and praised. That was impressive. Lakfi was defeated with just one strike. Diaphan smugly memorized the moment. After obtaining the spirit refining technique, "These kind of pampered young masters are no match for me." She hesitated to speak up. "Diaphan, it's you." Then he placed his hand on her waist and decisively took her away. "Donni, let's go. We're leaving. Don't stay with these uneducated people." The man gritted his teeth in hatred and cursed, "Tainted breed. How dare you steal my woman? I will make sure you die a humiliating death." The two of them slowly walked out together. Just then Donni gently tugged on his sleeve and asked with a pout, "Do you want to go on a date with me?" Diaphan laughed sincerely and said, "That's just acting, isn't it? It looks just like real." Donni pouted and left angrily. "You're so annoying." He watched her figure disappear and silently enjoyed it. "This feeling is amazing." Suddenly Donni turns around and calls Diaphan's name. He was startled and asked, "What's wrong?" Tin Ningich licked her lips and suggested, "Tomorrow I'll take you to see something very exciting." The scene shifts to the next day at a shopping district with a variety of goods where they stop in front of the antique market, and he looks around in utter disappointment. "Market antiques. This is the exciting place you mentioned, right?" Duni Niue Ngo replied excitedly. "Old items aren't exciting enough?" There's jadeite and even some sapphires. She eagerly grabbed his hand and said, "Let's go quickly. There's a new batch of raw stones just arrived." Diaphan secretly sighed in regret, wasting so much time practicing the chi cultivation technique last night, thinking he would have a big fight today. After entering inside, they suddenly stopped and he was stunned to see so many stones. Then Hao Wu happily approached to chat. "Miss Chu, you're also here?" Mrs. Bai admired and praised. Last time she obtained the pheasant jade, truly worthy of being the granddaughter of the antique king. He smiled and continued with a hint of meaning. "If you earn money, you should share some with us too, right?" He modestly replied, "Just lucky, everyone is too kind." Diaphan quietly realized there was a problem. It seemed Doan Ni often came here, maybe to test his eyesight. Just then, Master Wang stepped out angrily to explain. "Last time I wasn't here, how could this girl have taken first place?" The crowd was amazed and discussed among themselves. "It's Master Wang, he's actually here too. Master Wang is very perceptive and definitely not inferior to the antique king. I heard that Master Wang's type of jadeite has ranked first. You suspect secretly that this person has a strong smell of gunpowder? Is he trying to pick a fight with you?" Doan Ni cautiously explains that his jewelry company is a competitor of theirs and often steals their supplies. Old proudly challenges, "Since you already represent the Chu family here, let's have a match to see who picks the most valuable one." Denai secretly feels uneasy. "No way. My eyesight really isn't as good as his. If I lose, it'll embarrass the Chu family. Maybe I should call Grandpa?" Master Wang dismissively urged. "If you're not brave enough, then you'd better go home early." Suddenly, Diaphan confidently stepped forward and agreed. "Who says I'm afraid? I will fight you." Everyone listened and became curious, wondering who this person was and daring to compete with Master Wang. Judging by his appearance, it seems like his first time here, young but not lacking courage. Let's see how he loses later. The old man sneers and questions, "What are you to represent the Chu family?" Diaphan awkwardly spoke up. Just then Doan Ni took his hand and sweetly declared, "He is my boyfriend, the son-in-law of the Chu family, so why can't he represent the Chu family?" The young men, upon hearing this, shouted in disappointment, "What's going on? When did Miss Chu get a boyfriend? This young guy looks so poor, yet he might still have a shot at Miss Chu, my goddess." Master Wang sneered and set a condition, if he can represent the Chu family. "But this match must have a wager." She asked straightforwardly, "What are we betting on?" The treacherous old man revealed his goal. "I heard there is a jade shop in the center of Chu family's market. The location is very good. I like it very much." Everyone was stunned and commented, "The Chu family spent a lot of money to get that shop, and now agreeing like this is like giving it away to someone else." Wang Daisu took the opportunity when Chu Laogia was not here to strike a deadly blow. "So if I lose, what happens then?" The audience erupted in contempt. With Lord Chu absent, no one could match Master Wang. Is this kid dreaming in broad daylight, daring to think about defeating Master Wang? Old Qiu challenges me. If I lose, I will bark like a dog in front of the crowd and compensate with a gemstone shop item of equivalent value. My hair is not even long yet, and you still want to beat me. Next life, then. Denai hesitates and asks Diaphan, "How confident are you that you can beat him?" He confidently claims that he is the man capable of clairvoyance. "I will definitely win." She decisively agrees after hearing that. "All right, we accept this match," Master Wang emphasized solemnly. "Then everyone around will be the witnesses," Diaphan eagerly urged. "Let's go. We should also pick a piece of jadeite." Seeing you touching randomly, Nai seriously reminded that the first thing to check on the antique is the external crystallization of the raw stone, and the second is to examine the patterns on the outside. The more small inclusions and fewer surface flaws, the higher the price. Diaphan Ngetho asked again. "Is that so? You keep asking questions that leave her stunned." "That's right, Nai. Which color of Phi Tui is the most valuable?" The crowd snickered and criticized. "This kid doesn't know anything. He's definitely going to lose this time without a doubt. Lao Jia has been illustrious all his life, yet he chose such a useless son-in-law." She angrily criticized, "You don't even know this much and still dare to compete or meow." Diaphan, known for his cleverness, scratched his head and said, "If you tell me, we can win." Doan Ni helplessly explained, "The most valuable one is the transparent type. As clear as crystal. He silently memorizes in his heart. See-through like crystal." She sighed in disappointment and rubbed her head, giving up. "Forget it. You don't look trustworthy, so I'll choose instead." As soon as he finished speaking, Diaphan confidently chose the stone. It was the one. Dunai, surprised, asked, "Have you finished choosing?" "Let me take a look." After seeing the item, she indifferently assessed that there were no crystals, and it was full of scratches on the outside. Looking at the price, Doan-ni exclaimed in shock. It only costs 500 dong. What's wrong? A good item at a cheap price. She angrily hit Diaphan on the head and mocked him. What kind of toy did you pick? With this toy, only a fool would come. That raw stone has been on display here for over a year, but no one wanted to buy it, so the price is so low. This kid really has no skill, yet he chose such a worthless piece of stone. It seems there's no need for the competition anymore. Master Wang is sure to win. He smugly urges, Kid, once you've chosen, start breaking the stone. Wait, we want to change it. He grabbed her arm and softly assured her, Trust me, if we lose, I will pay with my body. Doan-ni blushed and accepted. It's fine if I lose. It's not a problem. The crowd looked on with envy and bitterness. I really admire him. Why does that damn bastard get so much attention from Miss Chu? It's so bitter. It's killing me. Master Vuong looked down on them openly, already convinced they would lose, so Hatat was just wasting time. Diaphan confidently retorted, The one who will lose is not me, but him. Everyone was whispering in suspicion. Where does this kid get his confidence from? The 2 pieces of raw jade, whoever loses or wins, just by looking at them you can tell. I think he's just gone crazy. At that moment, Master Li respectfully reported, Master Vuong, the tools are ready. The old man sternly ordered, Be careful. There could be jade worth hundreds of thousands inside. He nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, Master, we are very well equipped. Then Li Chen took out the tools one by one, a high-pressure water cutter, a plasma metal cutter, and a portable grinder. The 3 of them proceeded calmly. At this moment, Doan-ni gestured for them to cut here as well, and Uncle Lai happily agreed to come over. Seeing their tools, she angrily shouted, What are you cutting with those tools? They responded indifferently. After all, there's nothing inside this piece of stone, just cut it randomly and get it over with. Diaphan calmly stepped forward and said, Leave the tools, we'll do it ourselves. Doan-ni muttered irritably, So annoying. They threw their tools on the ground and looked discouraged, still not at the Yellow River and not willing to give up wasting time. Seeing Yu struggle, she worried silently, Is it over? Should I call my grandfather to save us? Just then, everyone gasped and cheered as the jade ice crystal was revealed, ranking second on the list of this year's big winners. Master Vuong roars and orders fiercely, continuing to strike. This match is in the bag. Li Tran suddenly announces, It's over. Seeing the item inside revealed, the spectators rushed to shout their bids. This piece of jade is probably enough to make 4 bracelets. Master Wang, I am willing to pay 2 million to buy it. I will pay 3 million, I will pay 3.5 million. The old man smugly intervenes. Not yet. Master Vuong calmly suggests, Wait until they finish chopping, then you can continue choosing. Everyone looked down on and mocked, only able to use an iron hammer, using an axe to split the raw stone, their strength making us laugh, saying, This really embarrasses us. At this moment, Doan-ni grew anxious and urged impatiently, Diaphan, they've finished cutting over there. What are you doing? You calmly raise the axe high, searching for a suitable spot to avoid damaging the jade inside. Master Wang chuckled teasingly and said, It's as if you can see inside. Diaphan secretly smiled and thought, Sorry, I really can see inside. At that moment, he decisively shattered the stone. As he finished speaking, the old man snorted sarcastically. Does it help to do it quickly? It's no use. It can't be cut anymore. After recognizing the item, Master Vuong was stunned. The audience covered their eyes in shock. What is that light? It's dazzling. What is it exactly? She gasped, pointing. It's a blue glow. Diaphan holds the dazzling object in his hand and smiles brightly, declaring, I think I've won. The crowd is stunned and praises, Wow, that's impressive. This jade is so big, and it's the best quality glass compared to Vuong Daisu's stone. It's a whole different level. Old Bat Bin accused him. No way this worthless stone could be cut to reveal such a thing. He must have cheated. Diaphan shook his head defiantly and said, How could I cheat? You saw me wielding the sword fiercely in front of the 2 large stones. Diaphan excitedly shouted, Come out for me! He kept smashing the stone without stopping. Seeing the different shade of green appear, the audience nervously shouted, It's green now! Diaphan kept smashing the stones, releasing more for Tao. Seeing the items all one color, they were stunned and shouted again, It's blue again. Finally, he excitedly smashed all the remaining stones, giving everything to Tao. Seeing everything turn the same color, everyone was stunned with their mouths open, all in blue. Master Wang couldn't believe it and trembled uncontrollably. How could this be? Doan-ni cheered happily, Diaphan, you're so cool. They knelt down respectfully and bowed. Master. Master Deep, I beg you to take me as a disciple. You are the true master. Compared to you, Master Vuong is not even worth a fart. All the spirit stones turn green. I've never seen anything like it. Diaphan modestly replied with a mischievous smile. Just praise me too much, but wait until Vuong Dai Su and I decide the winner before we continue. Old man bitterly curses this brat. Did you pretend to wonder earlier how much the one from Master Vuong was worth? She cheerfully mocked, saying it was probably 3.5 million. At that moment, Master Wu confidently declared, I'll pay 5 million to buy Master Deep's jadeite. Boss Chu arrogantly doubles the price. You really don't know shame, I'll pay 10 million for this water gem. Boss Ha won't give up and takes everything. Stop arguing, I'll pay 20 million for all the jadeite that Master Deep just cut. He insists on bidding 25 million and pretends to be friendly to ask for help. Boss Chu, help me set the price and I'll only take half of what you want, just to show some face. He angrily punched him in the face. Get out of here. Boss Chu points and mocks him for his foolishness. Still daring to bet against Master Deep? Let's see how loud your dog barks later. He warned him seriously that now Master Deep has very strong influence. If he offends him, he can no longer stay in this industry. Master Wang angrily lowered his head and cursed. Damn it. The old man saw the danger and hurriedly told himself to run. This is bad. Better escape first. Master Vuong grits his teeth and declares that next time he will find a chance to kill you. Seeing that sneaky look, Diaphan frowns and glances back, wanting to escape. Without saying a word, he directly threw the spear through the old man's groin. Diaphan smugly demanded, Where's the barking dog now that you're playing and surrendering? Master Vuong sobs and whines, I'll bark right now. Old Demon, four-legged and flattering, said, I can bark too, Master Deep. You clever warning me, if I catch you bullying my Doni again, I won't forgive you. Get out. Master Wang shyly backed away and ran off. Yes, everyone laughed sarcastically, saying, You really do bark like a dog. Master Vuong is a dog ear, no wonder. At that moment, Diaphan suddenly remembered something important. Oh no, I forgot to tell him to come. Don't worry, no one dares to owe the Chu family. He tentatively asked again, and Chu Han excitedly pressed for an answer. I've become part of the Chu family. Do we need to try getting married first? When are you going to meet her parents and plan to get married this year? Denis blushed and strongly objected. What nonsense are you talking about? At that moment, a few eager customers gathered around to ask questions. Master Diep, are you still selling the cut jade? I am willing to pay 25 million. Master Deep, my place just has a lot of beautiful Western girls. Do you want to come visit someday? However, you feel a chill and shiver as if there's a murderous aura behind you. Diaphan perceptively concluded that he could sell all the raw jade to everyone, but not that piece of crystal. Doan Ni had already reserved it, and she was stunned as she exclaimed, What? They reluctantly gave up and left. If that's the case, then we won't insist anymore. Yes, Miss Doan Ni is the most deserving of that jade. Duan He smiled brightly with emotion. Thank you, Diaphan. Without hesitation, she gently kisses his cheek, making Diaphan proud, while everyone outside covers their eyes and comments. I can't handle this cheesy romance. If only there was a rich girl who liked me. Even if I become a live-in son-in-law, I am fine with it. Who says they don't have real strength? If you have the ability, then cut out that kind of glass jewelry. After calculating the assets, Han Hoa commented, I received a total of 30 million. I'm finally rich. Sister, I can finally give you a better life. Dooney hurriedly gestured, Don't just stand there smiling, let's go quickly. She warned carefully, if we don't leave now, someone else might rob us on the way. Diaphan suspiciously asked again, Robbery? Hearing this, he grabbed Dooney's hand and quickly ran away. Let's get out of here before it's too late. She panicked and begged, Slow down a bit. The scene shifts to a deserted road where a red car speeds by rapidly. Inside, Diaphan cautiously inquires, You don't need to call your grandfather to pick you up? Dooney replied indifferently, No, this small road is very safe. As soon as he finished speaking, a black car sped towards them, directly confronting the two of them. He was startled and shouted, Watch out! Luckily, with her skilled driving, she managed to avoid them. At this moment, Diaphan stepped out of the car to complain. Hey, do you guys know how to drive or what? Doan Ni frowned and warned, Something feels off. Be careful. As she finished speaking, a proud young man slowly stepped down. Tuan Lang menacingly threatens, This road is blocked, get down here for Tao. He quietly thanks himself that the situation isn't too bad. Luckily, there aren't too many people. She nervously warned him, This is the legendary SGMW vehicle. Suddenly, a large group of people emerged from the car. Diaphan wondered open-mouthed, How many people are inside this? Just then, a leisurely step came out, and Ku Lao Tam proudly greeted him, Long time no see, kid. You recognize the person in front of you and glare with envy. Nine Old Third is surprised and asks, Do you know him? Diaphan sneered, bragging about his mysterious connections, not just knowing him but having a deep relationship. He teased without provoking his opponent, "Kulautam, is your cook still doing well?" He angrily points and says, "Bastard, you're just talking nonsense." The younger brother wonders silently, "Cook, I didn't expect third brother to like that place." Old Man 9 sternly points a knife threateningly and says, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to get on the car obediently or get your leg broken and then get on?" The younger brother dismissively judged that this guy with such skinny limbs could probably only hold one of my legs. The girl next to him also looks pretty good. "Come with me. Boss here is very powerful. Do you want to come with me, beauty?" She looked at you worriedly. "Diaphan, stay confident and reassured. Don't worry. I am here." Then Diaphan stepped forward, flicked away his cigarette, and quickly gave the order, "Smash him, guys." They arrogantly charged forward. "Dare to offend third master? You're finished. Take my bricks now. Obediently kneel and beg for mercy. I'll go easy on you." He heard that and sneered coldly. Diaphan smiled with amusement, taking the opportunity to use you guys to practice his key technique. He prepares to activate his move. Watch this. Seeing the ultimate skill, the subordinate screams in pain. "Son Goku, Mom, there's a monster here. Save me." After the battle, Diaphan calmly rubbed his wrist and returned to his position. Duan Ni admired and praised. "That's impressive." The boy modestly replied, "It's nothing." Diaphan trembled with silent sobs inside, pushing himself too hard. At this moment, Kulautam sneaked away, disappearing from sight, and he fearfully lay face down on the ground. At that moment, you pushed the car aside and smiled playfully. "Kulautam, where do you think you're going?" Seeing that mysterious expression, he was so scared his face turned pale. Old Third Ku knelt down, crying and begging, "Please, Mr. Deep, Mr. Deep." "I was wrong. Don't kill me. I won't dare anymore." Diaphan grabbed his collar and sternly asked, "Who are you really working for?" Old Tam, trembling, stammered and confessed it was the Vung family. He panicked and explained that they came to arrest you and Miss Chu and he knew nothing else. Dunai listened carefully and warned, "Have you ever heard of the Fung family? He is a top-level gangster in Songhai City, involved with both the underworld and the authorities, not someone to mess with." Kulautam anxiously pleads, "Everything I should say, I've already said. Can I go now?" He coldly glared and walked away. Then Diaphan kicked him into the air and said, "I'll help you." Meanwhile, she curiously asked Han Diaphan, "What do you plan to do next?" He coldly declared his intention, "People are already at the door, so I have to respond." The scene shifts to Huan Tian's house entrance, and Diaphan silently reflects that he can only beat up a few punks for now. He concludes that he's still not ready to deal with reckless opponents like the Fung family. Without hesitation, Diaphan opened the door and stepped in, politely greeting him as he entered. At that moment, Diaphan suddenly sensed a strange aura. "You are surprised by Huan Tian's surrounding energy, is that so? Are you here now?" Diaphan sincerely explained that he came to learn martial arts, and also to examine his leg a bit. Suddenly, he exclaimed in shock, "Wait a minute. You have internal energy again, and it's only been a few days." Diaphan awkwardly explained, half joking, half serious. "Actually, yesterday I met an old beggar who said my tendons and bones are exceptional and that I am a martial arts prodigy. He told me to maintain world peace and even gave me a pill." Heng Tian looked on in silence, seeing through everything. "What are you bragging about?" He's seriously expressing his opinion. "I won't ask about your secret, but you have internal energy without knowing how to move, so you can't unleash your true power. Diaphan sweet talks, so there's no need for the Zhao family, right? No need for many words, Huan Tian gestures to guide you. Look here, he starts the lesson professionally. Now, I will teach you the 5 elements fist." Diaphan focused intently, just as Huan Tian closed his eyes and waved his hand, smashing a piece of wood with a punch. Seeing this, he cheered in disbelief. "Impressive. Huan Tian is getting arrogant." He cleared his throat and replied, "That's nothing. This level is only about a third of what I could do when I was in my prime." Just then, Du angrily came out of the kitchen. "What are you two doing to the tree I just planted?" He simply finished quickly and said, "Basically, try training yourself." Diaphan, full of confidence, was ready to give it a try. "All right." Watching his hand movements, Huan Tianhe pondered that it took him 3 years of hardship to master this skill. Now he had to let him suffer a bit, but in an instant, Diaphan had already broken down the wall, leaving him stunned. "You're satisfied and cheer, I did it." Huan Tian stupidly curses. "What the hell, are you kidding me?" Diaphan asked excitedly. "How is it? Is it okay if I train like this?" He frowned and accepted, grudgingly tolerable. Then Huan Tian handed over an item and introduced his martial arts manual, saying, "This is my secret martial arts book. If there's anything you don't understand, just come and ask." Diaphan happily accepted and thanked him. He studied the book carefully, realizing this was the way to train. At that moment, Du erupted in fury and shouted, "My wall!" Diaphan, immersed in the secret manual, suddenly sensed the threat and murderous intent. Before he could get a grip, she beat him to a pulp. Du sternly warned him and then drove him out of the house. You can only come in after the wall is fixed. About 6 days have passed at the drunken bar. Inside, MC cheerfully announces, Disam greets everyone. Young Master Zhao will cover all the costs tonight. Everyone around is dancing joyfully. There are no obstacles on my stage. Right now, Diaphan is sitting at the bar, lost in thought. According to Doani, this is the main base of the Feng family. You put the glass down and quietly remain cautious of how cunning this Feng family is. Then Diaphan grabbed a bottle of wine and fidgeted in frustration. Chujia couldn't find him either, so he decisively threw the bottle forward just to lure him out. At that moment, a loud crash erupted inside. Everyone panicked and shouted, "Save me." "What's going on? There's a fight. Run quickly." The next moment, a group of thugs surrounded them aggressively. "Are you trying to cause trouble on the Feng family's turf? You must be tired of living, right? Come quietly with us. If you dare to resist, break his legs." Diaphan crossed his arms, coldly challenging. "These punks think they can lead me away. Tell Feng Gia to come out here." They are furious and cursing. "Do you even deserve to meet the Feng family? Get out of my sight, let's go, and beat him to death." "I see you're just a frog at the bottom of a well, tired of living. Meanwhile, you secretly indulge in your own pride over your achievements. After a few days of study, I've begun to grasp the essence of the 5 elements fist." Diaphan eagerly dodges attacks with fierce determination, using this opportunity to see everyone as sharpening stones for his sword. He smoothly combined attack techniques such as the wall punch, full punch, sweeping punch, cannon punch, and sweeping punch, and within minutes everyone was defeated. Diaphan nonchalantly brushes off his hands. No one can fight back. Everyone witnessing this scene is stunned and exclaims, "One move in the blink of an eye, this guy must be a master." "A master of what?" "Wait until the Feng family appears and you're done for." At this moment, Feng Dao arrogantly comments from upstairs, "That young man is quite skilled. He sternly threatens but dares to cause trouble on my turf." Feng Dao coldly makes a request. "If you don't give an explanation, don't mess up today." Diaphan straightforwardly asked, I ask you, 3 days ago you had someone stop me. Who was the mastermind behind it?" He was stunned to realize it was you all along. "Get up there for me." He is the person Bai Tu needs, and his subordinates all obeyed the order. "Yes," everyone gasped in horror after hearing that. "What? This guy dares to offend Xiaobai without saying a word," and they jump down aggressively. "Go to hell," you arrogantly retort, not knowing what life and death truly mean. Then Diaphan used all his strength to jump and knock each person down, bravely breaking through the wooden barrier to climb to the second floor. Seeing that ability, Feng Dao was stunned and said, "A master of internal energy." Diaphan faces him confidently. "If you don't want to feel a bit of pain, just answer my question obediently." He took a deep breath, put down his cane, and said, "It's been a long time since I last used my full strength." In the very next second, Feng Dao transformed his body into a muscular giant. He excitedly challenged, "I am also a master of internal energy. Let's compete today." "You run out of curses, damn it." Diaphan smirks provocatively, wanting to kill me. He puffs out his chest and urges him to try it, then they both summon their fierce aura simultaneously. A few spectators in the stands looked on in horror and whispered, "Both of their auras are terrifying. Who exactly is he?" I didn't expect them to have strength comparable to the Feng family. Who will win? Meanwhile, Feng Dao decisively unleashes the Hawk Strike. Diaphan also doesn't hold back, bravely launching a powerful punch. Neither hesitated, and they charged at each other to kill. At this moment, a fierce storm erupted between the two of them. The crowd is panicking and screaming in despair. The force of the attack was too strong. "Save me. I'm about to be blown away." "Mom, I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go home." After attacking, both of them stepped back voluntarily. Both of them, covered in wounds, stare at each other intently. The audience seeing this guesses that the one with the deepest internal strength in the Feng family will definitely win, but it's not certain. At that moment, Diaphan suddenly knelt on the ground, smiling slightly with satisfaction. The old man looked down on him with disdain, saying, "You're still too young." Suddenly, Feng Dao unexpectedly sensed something unusual and fainted to the ground. Diaphan smiles with satisfaction, while Feng Dao struggles to believe it. "How is this possible? I can't believe I lost to you." You coldly reveal that your move was already seen through by me. I used the yin-yang eye to see through the flow of spiritual energy in his body, and struck a heavy blow. After hearing this, everyone retreated in fear. "We've lost." Feng was defeated despite his efforts. This kid is really terrifying. Take the chance while he's not paying attention, and retreat quickly. He's unwilling, and his voice is filled with resentment. Damn it, how could I lose to a kid whose hair hasn't even grown out yet? Then Feng Dao quickly reached for the gun on his back. Diaphan slowly stepped forward to question him. Bai Xiao was what you said earlier about Fai? He frowns and bargains, then he says, Can you spare me? You are sentenced to death, but since you harmed others, I will strip you of your martial arts. As soon as I finish speaking, Feng Dao raises his gun, startling Diaphan. It's over. He has a gun. In a critical moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Lang Qiu sternly ordered, Put down your weapons, everyone raise your hands. He cried out in pain, My hand. You wonder why the police are here. Without a word, a group of officers burst in and announced themselves. Police are here. Everyone stay still and raise your hands. The fight organizer is here. Everyone follow me for investigation. A crying kid begged the police officer, saying, Officer, we were wrong. At this moment, she nonchalantly walks over to Diaphan. Ling Qiu, with a serious demeanor, crosses her legs on the chair, causing him to instinctively look over. She coldly questioned, Do you want to cuff yourself or should I help you with the cuffs? The scene shifts to the interrogation room, where the atmosphere is tense and suffocating. At that moment, Diaphan sat lazily in the chair, yawning repeatedly while Lang Qiu carefully reviewed the personal file. Diaphan, male, 18 years old, 1.8 meters tall, both parents deceased, currently living with his sister, Diaphan. Am I correct? The arrogant boy replied, The police are not wrong. Just looking at this file, you can tell I am an innocent person, so let me go quickly. She angrily dismisses the argument. Stop talking nonsense. You're an honest man, so why did you fight with Kulao Tam a few days ago? Looking at the photos Lang Qiu presented on the table, Diaphan calmly continued. That's something you should ask Kulao Tam about. He approached me first. I was just defending myself. She skeptically added, Over 30 people unconscious. Kulao Tam seriously injured, and you tell me it was self-defense? You have no choice but to defend yourself. I can't believe you didn't fight back when you were beaten up. Lang Qiu, suspicious and demanding, grabbed your collar. Who is behind you, transforming from a weakling into a fierce man in such a short time? Is it a foreign power or an underground organization? Speak quickly. Diaphan stared blankly at her two large white breasts, while Lang Qiu was furious and enraged. You bastard, she's angry and about to attack. What are you looking at? You quickly sensed the intention to strike, and Diaphan caught the hand, then skillfully dodged. Next, he ducked under Lang Qiu's graceful leg. At this point, she lost all patience and raised her leg high. Die already. Diaphan barely managed to catch her. Too dangerous, he sneered sarcastically. Officer, if you want to test my strength, don't do it here. Lang Qiu, embarrassed and furious, begged him to let go, closing her eyes and not looking. As she swung her fist, Diaphan suddenly caught something, the divine light beneath Lang Qiu's dress, causing him to spray blood and fall backward. Diaphan Lo hesitated with a hint of meaning, as if I have seen the end of all things. She yelled in fury with the utmost rage. Damn it, I have to kill him. Hey, beauty, don't get so worked up. Actually, I haven't seen your pink compression shorts before. Lang Qiao, furious, suddenly charged at me. At this moment, a colleague hurriedly ran in to report that Deputy Director Chu has arrived. He is releasing the Feng criminals. She turned around in surprise and asked, What? Ling Qiu decisively acts, I'll go see how it is. Diaphan breathes a sigh of relief happily. They're saved now. Once she finished speaking, she decisively ordered to have this one follow me. Officer Han nodded and obeyed. Yes, Captain, you've carried her up. Now hurry up, let's go. Cut to outside the lobby, Feng Dao shakes hands warmly. Deputy Director Chu, I owe you a big thank you this time. I'll send some local specialties to your home later. Cheng Dong chuckled heartily and replied politely, We're all friends, so there's no need to treat each other like strangers. At this moment, Ling Qiao, feeling dissatisfied, reminded him the investigation chief found a bar with guns and suspected they were conducting illegal activities, so we can't let them go. He interrupted irritably. Xiaoyan, you can't talk nonsense without evidence. Mr. Veng is a legitimate businessman. The guns belong to the security team, and they have proper permits to use them. Then, Thandong pointed fingers and accused, but this guy here is actually our main target, do you understand? He flattered and praised him highly. Director Chu truly has sharp eyes like a star. With your guidance, I believe our public order will improve more and more. He humbly replied. Not at all. She responded firmly, refusing to accept defeat. Then we have to wait until the investigation is complete before releasing them? If we let them go now, wouldn't that be too negligent? Raging with anger, I use my authority to suppress. I am the deputy director. You are deputy directors too. Do as I say, and lock Diaphan up in the jail right now. Then a group of police immediately surrounded them. You better think carefully, Deputy Director Chu. I advise you. Then Diaphan took out his phone and sent a message. I'm at the police station. Come quickly. You, a lowlife like you, what right do you have to tell me to think? Catch him and hold him. I will personally interrogate him later. The police officers obediently follow the order. Yes. At that moment, Ling Xiao stepped in firmly to stop. She confidently announced, I received a notice from the government. This case is now under my full responsibility. Step back, everyone. Chengdong angrily shouted, Who are you talking to? Do you still consider me the deputy director? Lang Qiu declared firmly. This is an order sent from the government. From now on, all police follow my orders. Beifeng turns around. The subordinate officers are confused and debating who should they listen to now. Captain Yen has an order from the government. I believe what she said is true. Captain Yen probably wouldn't impersonate a government order casually. That would be illegal, so the notice must be genuine. He shouted angrily, What kind of police work do you usually do? An unclear email and you still act so recklessly. Chengdong arrogantly threatens. Ling Xiao, I want to revoke your captaincy. At that moment, Haibin scoffed and opened the door to question him. Who do you think you are to remove Captain Yen from her position? Upon hearing the familiar voice, everyone instinctively turned around. The heroic voice just now belonged to Haibin. Seeing his two familiar friends, Diaphan happily called out Doan Ni and Big Brother Lam. They cheerfully responded, Han Tu and Diaphan. Everyone around was terrified and whispered, Oh my God, why are all these important characters suddenly here? The young master of the Mayor Haiban, the young master of the Lam family, and the Chu family's most talented girl, none of them can be touched. What are they doing here? Feng Dao and he both wonder in surprise. This is bad. Don't tell me these people came because of Diaphan. Damn it, why did Lak Fai say that guy has no power at all? He swaggered up arrogantly and asked, I heard someone bullied my brother, so I came to see which turtle dares so boldly. They seethed with anger, cursing secretly. Damn it, how dare they call us turtles? Chengdong reluctantly mediated and said, Tong Songzu said with a smile, We are handling this according to the law. We won't let good people be wronged. Bak Ma sharply criticized, If Feng Dao has underworld connections, why not arrest him? But instead arrest my innocent brother. So this is called handling things according to the law? He frowned and retorted, Young Master Lam, you need to have evidence for what you say. Intentional defamation will be held accountable by law. Officer Haibin sneered, Warning, Director Chu, everyone is watching. Some things are best not to think no one knows. Chengdong stammered and declared, I stand firm and unafraid of death. He decisively agreed. Fine. If you want proof, I'll give it to you. Haiban gestured to old Zhao to go ahead and eagerly responded. All right, I'm outside the door and getting anxious. As soon as I walk in, old Zhao shouts angrily, You bastard! You want evidence, huh? I have everything here, he exclaimed in panic. Director Zhao, why are you here? The government just issued an order. Chengdong colluded with the underworld, stripping all his positions pending investigation. He collapsed in shock, muttering, Investigation means dismissal. At that moment, Feng Dao whispered, Chu Bureau, look carefully. Don't get confused. Chengdong shouted angrily, Shut up. It's all your fault, and stormed forward to hit and punch. Feng Dao, you ruined me, damn you. I'll risk everything to fight you. Stop fighting or I won't hold back anymore. Old Zhao helplessly orders, leading them down for me. The police immediately take action. Yes. Diaphan laughed joyfully. Serves you right. Who said you guys could oppress our humble people? The three of them were speechless, sarcastic. You're just a small-time person, and many big characters have appeared to help, so who are you fooling? You're so shameless. The scene shifts to the evening at a luxurious restaurant where the four of them happily toast each other. Diaphan sincerely thanks you all. Big Brother Duong, Big Brother Lam, and Doan Ni, too. Thanks everyone this time. Haiban Tianchi added, It's nothing I heard Bakmak talk about your situation before the senior wanted to establish a connection with you long ago. He enthusiastically explained, You should thank Doan Ni's sister. She used all her connections in the family for your matter, which is why the government's order came so quickly. Diaphan responded affectionately with a hint. Do I still need to thank you for my relationship with Doan Ni? She blushed and pushed him away. Mom, who has a relationship with him? Then all four of them burst out laughing happily. At this moment, he enthusiastically urged them to keep drinking. Then everyone continued chatting and drinking, as dozens of bottles tilted on the table. Diaphan excitedly cheered. Come on, Mr. Lam and Mr. Duong, keep drinking. Seeing everyone passed out, you looked confused and asked Han, Why is everyone lying down? How much have you drunk? Bai Moxu whispered with an admiring face. Han, your drinking capacity is impressive. Diaphan happily comments on himself. It seems that after practicing the qi cultivation technique, their alcohol tolerance has improved a lot. The two of them understood each other and each took care of one person. You mumbled that it was time to go, and he nodded in agreement. That's right. Then, Baimo winked mysteriously and handed over the task. Hanzi, Haibin, and I will go ahead and deliver Nai to you. Diaphan is stunned and confused. Hey, what do you mean by handing me over? Wait a minute, you're clever, cheering me on. Hansu, stay strong. You're complaining and criticizing. What the hell are you thinking? At this moment, Doan-ni suddenly moved, catching Diaphan's attention. She pressed close to him and panted. This is so uncomfortable. Diaphan panicked, quickly stopping her. No, we're still outside on the street. My young lady, be careful not to fall into a pit. I was shocked and exclaimed. Hey, don't vomit. Scene changed to Friendship Hotel Room 30. At that moment, Diaphan quietly stepped out of the bathroom, finally finished washing up. He walked slowly and silently toward the bed. Meanwhile, she is still lost in a deep sleep. Diaphan leans against the wall, mocking himself. Who said being drunk makes work easier? That's just nonsense. Suddenly, Doan-ni lifts the blanket. It's too hot. She tiredly kicked the blanket around. He watched intently, then suddenly had a bold idea. So beautiful, could tonight finally be the end of my Sunam identity? Dan-ni suddenly moved and turned over. Just then, her foot kicked right into Diaphan's middle foot. And then, there was a cracking sound as the eggshell broke. He froze in shock for a long time. Diaphan regretfully hugged Kwai and said, I was wrong. I shouldn't have had those thoughts. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang, making him suspicious as he asked, It's so late. Whose phone is this? The screen shows the words, Grandpa. Diaphan looked confused and realized, so it was Chu Lao Tzu? Maybe because they couldn't find Doan-ni, he's worried about how to explain himself to them, so he politely picks up the phone. Hello, old Master Chu. This is Diaphan, Min-sun quickly added. Diaphan, I have something to discuss with you in the next few days. You ask curiously, what does he want to talk to me about? Min-sun softly suggested, Let's wait until we meet in person. Just as he was about to speak again, he hurriedly questioned. That's not right. It's so late. Why do you have Doan-ni's phone? What are you saying? What? Is she already asleep? He nervously denied it, vehemently. No, you misunderstood. Doan-ni and I didn't do anything, really. All right, we don't oppose your relationship, but you have to get through your parents' door on your own. He didn't say much and ended the conversation. Time was running out, so let's go ahead first. Diaphan was puzzled and wondered, what's going on? What door do I have to pass through? Time passed, and it was the next day. The morning light seeped through the window. The two of them are still lost in their dreams, when suddenly he dreamily calls Dear Doan-ni. She thought she was about to faint and screamed loudly. Diaphan was startled awake. What's going on, an earthquake, a house fire, or a flood? Without saying much, Doan-ni slapped him in anger. Diaphan, you bastard! He looked confused and innocent. What did I do to you? She bitterly cursed and insulted. You scoundrel, you beast, how could you take advantage of my hardship like this? I don't want to live anymore. Diaphan sighed bitterly and explained, Chu the beautiful lady, I haven't done anything, I just helped you change your dirty clothes. Dunai sobs in doubt, even if you didn't do anything to me, I'm sure I saw everything. You also touched me. I swear seriously that when I changed your clothes, I turned off all the lights and I definitely didn't touch anything inappropriate. Are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me, right? Diaphan firmly confirms, yes, more certain than gold. You think I'm that kind of person? Just a little touch. Nihiem Trongzaknan Lankoi, you sure you're not touching around randomly? Are you not going to look at me or act like a beast with me? He hesitated before answering. I'm sure. You judge mercilessly with disappointment. Such a good opportunity and you let it slip away. Diaphan, you're even worse than an animal. Diaphan was pushed again and slammed into the wall. He helplessly cried inside with a heart as deep as the ocean. At this moment, Doan-ni nervously makes a phone call. Hello, I am in room 303 on the 3rd floor of Friendship Hotel. Bring a set of clothes here. Diaphan nervously takes cautious steps, trembling as he clings to the door handle. Suddenly, a knife was thrown directly at Diaphan's face. He was so scared he let out a sigh of relief inside, almost dying. She coldly threatened, Do you want to back down? Diaphan asked nervously. So, what do you want? Denai sat up on the bed and cunningly made her request, but she hadn't thought of it yet. Wait until I finish thinking and then continue, but from now on when I call you must come immediately and not delay. You quickly agree and run away in the blink of an eye. All right, I have to go now. Call me if anything comes up. She looked at him possessively. Diaphan, you can't escape from me this time. After breaking free, Diaphan panted to himself. This time I've fallen into Doan-ni's hands. I wonder what she's going to ask for. At that moment, you happen to see someone familiar. Haibin waves warmly and calls out, Hanzi. Diaphan exclaimed in surprise, Brother Duong, why are you here? He teased with a mischievous and suggestive tone. Did you feel any stimulation last night? I even specially brought you 6 herb Romania pills to help nourish you, tonifying the kidneys and boosting yang. The boy sighed in boredom, unable to say everything he wanted to. Then Diaphan asked with concern, "By the way, where is Big Brother Lamb?" Hyban calmly explained that he had something to do at home and was just passing by to see you. Where shall we go? Diaphan cheerfully suggested, "Let's go find the sisters. I want to tell her to quit her job." He generously agreed. "Okay, this parking lot is fine for me. Let's move to the 30th textile factory." At this moment, you and Hyban have arrived at the location by car. Huaycan nervously reminds you to stand straight because a leader is coming to supervise. Then the two of them greeted each other in unison. "Hello, leader." Diaphan smiled and waved, saying, "Comrades, you've worked hard." He looked puzzled and asked, "Wait, is that little guy in the car, Diaphan?" "Uncle Vien dismisses your opinion dismissively. How could that be? This guy has been skipping work for days. If his sister hadn't begged for him, he would have been fired long ago." Huan just announced his arrival at the gate. As soon as he entered, Shu Wu enthusiastically asked Hanzi, "How many days has it been since you arrived?" He and his colleague anxiously reported, "Director Wang won't let you take leave and said he would definitely fire you. But you're in the office asking for help, so go check it out." Diaphan calmly replied, "It's okay. This time I'm coming back to quit." Then you sincerely tell your story, that you and your sister have relied on each other since childhood working in the factory. Surely Mr. Duong won't look down on you, right? Hyban cheerfully reassures himself, "Am I really that kind of person?" As I stopped at the director's office door, a desperate cry rang out. "Director Wang, please don't come in or I'll scream." Hearing the familiar voice, Diaphan immediately recognized her. Inside, Diepkin trembled as she hugged herself, sitting in the corner. She was terrified and kept begging, "Please don't." Director Wang, the lecherous man, threatens, "Try shouting and see what happens. I will immediately fire you and your sister. When that happens, let's see if you two starve to death." Deep Queen Kam still keeps criticizing, truly shameless. "I will go find the workshop manager to report him." The smug man declared that the workshop manager is my brother-in-law, so no matter who you look for, it's useless. Just obediently come with me. She desperately begged for help in despair. "Please don't." At that moment, he angrily kicked the door open and stormed in, telling him to stop. Daring to bully my sister, I would kill him. Deepa quickly smiled and then stepped in to protect and ask with concern, "Are you okay, sister?" Deepkin sniffled and replied, "I'm fine." She panicked and exclaimed, "Tuhan, how could you hit Director Wang? He will fire you." Deepan confidently explains, "Sister, I came here this time to help you quit your job. I've earned a lot of money so you won't have to suffer anymore in the future." At this moment, Director Wang shouted angrily, "How dare you hit me? I will beat you to death. Someone, take this kid to my office immediately." The man jeered confidently, "Kid, wait to die." Diepkin hurriedly urged in fear, "Han, go quickly. I'll stop them. Don't worry, I'll fight them off no matter how many they are." At that moment, Hyban thoughtfully added, "Even Feng has a renowned reputation, but it's nothing compared to Hanzi, and these petty thugs coming here are just asking for death." She skeptically asked, "Is Xiaohan really as formidable as they say?" As soon as he finished speaking, a group of thugs stormed in. "Boss, we're here. Who is the bastard causing trouble with you? I'll make sure he sees my face." Manager Wang Hahi pointed and said, "That's him. Arrest him now." After hearing this, he quickly ordered, "Take him away and give him a lesson he'll never forget. You little brat, kneel down and beg for mercy now. I'll go easy on you when I step in later." Why is it so chaotic inside? They quickly reported that it seems Diaphan has fought with Director Vuong. Director Vuong called someone to handle it. He fought well. That lecherous guy teases the girls in the workshop every day. I've wanted to beat Han too for a long time. Deep Han was too agitated. How could he fight off so many people alone? As he finished speaking, he kicked the thugs out the door. "Get out!" Deep Han smugly insults, "You bunch of losers." Is my vision blurry? That little Deep Han isn't very skinny and weak, is he? How did he become so cool like a superhero? Deep Queen was stunned and asked, "Why are you so powerful now, Xiao Han?" He modestly replied, "I have taken a master and learned a few moves from him." Heng Tian proudly said, "I have nothing left to teach you." At this moment, Director Vuong Luan Leo tries to escape. Let's seize this chance to get out quickly and not let him escape. Deep Han immediately blocked the way. Director Vuong, seeing him punch through the wall, turned pale and begged for help. "Help me? Where do you think you're going? Aren't you supposed to say you want to ruin me?" Looking at his fierce face, he trembled with tears in his eyes. Director Vuong hurriedly knelt and begged, "Deepan boss, I was wrong. Please have mercy and spare this dog's life." The crowd was stunned and started to discuss. Director Wang is always arrogant, kneeling at Deepan's feet, begging for mercy. It's hard to believe. Deepan is quite capable. Make that bastard kowtow a few more times. She is kind and gentle, trying to stop him. Little Han, just walk away. A person must have compassion. He reluctantly nodded. All right. Then Diaphan coldly warned him to get lost, or he wouldn't forgive him next time. The guy kept flattering and whining. Yes, thank you, Mr. Diaphan. At that moment, Director Lam suddenly entered. He shouted rudely, "What's all the noise about?" Everyone whispers nervously. The director has arrived. This time, Diaphan is doomed. The workshop manager is Director Vuong's brother-in-law. No matter how good Diaphan is at fighting, he wouldn't have the right or strength to fight against him. He runs crying to seek help, saying his brother-in-law must take over as the boss because he's been terribly bullied. Manager Lam, upon hearing this, angrily asked, "Who did this? Someone from my team dares to bully?" Director Vuong angrily pointed and said it was this little brat who did it. The man sniffled and pleaded, "Rely on me, brother-in-law. Aren't you familiar with the police chief? Help me find him and catch that kid." Suddenly, Diaphan bravely stepped in front. "It has nothing to do with my brother. If you have a problem, come after me." Director Vuong Nam threatens ominously, "Neither of you will escape. Once we catch that kid, we'll settle the score then." Haiban sneers with a cold challenge. "Did you really think you could cover the sky with one hand?" At that moment, a shoe suddenly flew into his head. Director Vuong looked back in confusion. What's going on? The man curiously brought it to his nose, and Director Vuong sniffed the scent before grimacing and shouting, "Just throw it somewhere thick." He frowned slightly when he turned around and saw the group of workers glaring at him. Something seems off. They are furious and throwing things wildly. Those kinds of people always beat up that bastard. Every day he acts all high and mighty over us. Does that bastard really think he's all-powerful? Director Vuong panicked and ran away in fear. "Brother-in-law, save me." Director Lam, seeing this, was so angry he shouted loudly, "You don't want to do this anymore, do you?" Diaphan questions with dissatisfaction. Director Vuong Zugfam angered many people. Is he still covering for him? He hesitated and answered with difficulty. "This is Factory Director Vuong, lost in thought. This bastard causes trouble every day, but if I don't protect him, my wife will definitely yell at me at home for being useless and letting my brother get bullied. Director Vuong Dung Dung pleads, brother-in-law, please help me deal with this." He loudly shouted that these people dared to cause chaos, and immediately, Secretary Lee hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a moment." Manager Lam asked confusedly, "Secretary Lee, what's going on? What kind of mess is this with your frantic look?" He turned pale as he announced important news. "I just heard the security guard say that Diaphan arrived in the leader's car, and the chubby guy next to him seems to be the mayor's son." He exclaimed in shock. "What?" Manager Lam instinctively turned around in fear, imagining in his mind that this person was indeed your cousin. "Could they be here to investigate our internal affairs? When will the disciplinary investigation team arrive?" "It's soon, and at that point they'll isolate and interrogate him." "So, where should we go for dinner later?" he casually suggested. "There's a really good lemspin restaurant nearby. Let's go there." After much careful consideration, workshop manager Lam reluctantly decided there was no other way and that he could only save himself. He strode forward fiercely. At this moment, Director Vuong is feeling proud and confident. "Diaphan, you guys are doomed." Suddenly, he was mercilessly beaten by Factory Director Vuong Tak. This bastard Vuong Wanuk has no idea what's going on. What did my brother-in-law do to deserve being beaten? He glared at him with utter contempt. "I'm beating up a useless guy like you who keeps ruining my reputation and almost got me killed. Today, I need to make everything clear to everyone." Seeing this, the crowd curiously asked, did the factory director hit his sister-in-law's brother again? "Have you changed your attitude? Are you afraid of Yahan?" After Tan beat him badly, Director Lam, exhausted, panted heavily and announced with a smile, "I hereby declare the immediate dismissal of Director Vuong. A worm like him who ruins everything cannot stay." Manager Vuong respectfully asked, "Are you satisfied with me doing this?" Haiban secretly reminded, "It still depends on whether my brother Diaphan is satisfied or not." He muttered to himself, then wondered if he should go beg that brat Diaphan. He knew he wouldn't be happy and would threaten. "What's wrong? Are you not convinced deep down? I just happened to record everything on my phone earlier. You see, if we hand it over to the investigators..." Manager Vuong hurriedly pleads, "Please, don't." He knelt sincerely begging, "I really don't know what that bastard Diaphan did. At least I gave you two sisters a job, so please go easy." The crowd was stunned, eyes wide, as the workshop director knelt and begged Diaphan, "Am I seeing things? Since when has Diaphan been so impressive? The guy next to him seems to be the mayor's son." Deepkin gently intervened. "Stop it, little Han. I'm no longer angry." He simply nodded. "All right." Manager Lin burst into tears, thanking her gratefully. "Thank you so much." Diaphan decisively announced that from today on, he and his sister would quit their jobs and wouldn't come back. Then the three of them quickly moved to the car while he reluctantly waved goodbye. Workshop Director Lam sighed with relief and joy. Everyone admired and commented that finally this bad luck was gone, and not seeing Diaphan for 3 days was like a windfall. I never expected that the poor little kid from before would be able to surprise everyone just by calling out his name. Now in the car, she anxiously asked Han, "Little Han, what are we going to do after quitting our jobs?" "You can rest assured I recently sold a top-quality jade piece and made quite a bit of money. Don't just take my word for it, ask him not to leave." Haiban is sure to confirm. "Yes, I know about this. The money Hantu has won't be a problem to support you for a lifetime." "Xiaohan, how much did you sell that piece of jade for?" She was startled and turned around after hearing that. Diaphan grabbed his collar roughly. "Millions of yuan," Diaphan shouted in panic. "Let go, I can't breathe anymore." The scene shifts to a bustling urban area. The three of them are walking down the street. As they enter the shopping district, he hesitantly invites, "You always buy me cheap new clothes, but I haven't bought anything new for myself in years." Diaphan takes pride in caring for her. This time she bought something for her in return. Looking at the huge amounts of money displayed, she shyly advised, "Xiaohan, the clothes here are too expensive. Let's go to another shop." Haiban Hao reassured her, "Don't worry. These few dollars for clothes are just pocket change for Hanzi." "You're right, sis. Just go ahead and buy it." Then Diaphan pushed her inside. After trying it on for a while, Diaphan shyly asked, "Little Han, does this look good?" She hesitated and asked again, "Is this too revealing?" Diaphan excitedly admired herself in the mirror. "This dress is really beautiful. You look beautiful no matter what you wear." At that moment, he was captivated, praising her. I said, "Hansu, your sister is really beautiful. Maybe I should become your brother-in-law." Diaphan Tinquai replied skillfully, "It all depends on what the sisters decide. I will always support her choice." Haiban, after hearing that, couldn't help but glance at his beer belly and awkwardly muttered, "Here," Haiban regretfully comments before walking away. "You are only born like that. If you fell into my hands, I'd feel like a jasmine flower stuck in a pile of manure too." Diaphan chuckled encouragingly. "Brother Duong, you have to be confident in yourself." At that moment, Lakfi arrogantly stepped forward. What a coincidence. Even a poor loser like Diaphan dares to come to a place like this. He proudly holds the woman and looks up to the sky. "And you frown in displeasure." "Lakfi," Diaphan said through gritted teeth. "Lakfi, you still dare to appear in front of me." He fearfully pushes the woman forward to shield himself. "This shopping district has police patrolling. You try to make a move and see." You seem to have an understanding of the situation. If there were police here, they wouldn't be easily provoked. At this moment, he asked if I need to find someone to control them. Diaphan smiled and declined. "It's not necessary, Mr. Duong. Let me see what he's really trying to do." Lakfi boldly declared, "Get out of the way. I came to buy clothes. Why are you blocking the way for someone's brother?" "I'm here to buy clothes too, so you should go in from the side." The guy sneered and mocked, "You, a broke loser, can even buy clothes here." "Stop making me laugh again," Thanna sneered dismissively. "Bok Thieu is right. With how you look, I'm afraid you won't even be able to buy underwear." The two brothers helplessly commented, "Idiots, their spirits waning." At that moment, Diaphan gently stepped forward. "Little Han, I've finished choosing the items." She gracefully smiled brightly. "Do you think I look beautiful?" Seeing that, all three men were stunned and replied, "Very beautiful." She jealously put her arm around him and said, "Bok Thieu, what does that woman have that's so beautiful? I'm even more beautiful than her." Lakfi scratched his head and flattered himself. "You're beautiful. This poor devil's luck isn't bad either, huh? Just wait and see. Soon, you'll be my plaything." At that moment, Diaphan pulled out a black card and announced confidently, "Paying voluntarily." Diaphan cheerfully replied, "Yes, your total is 200 and... Hinarori, C1 dong. Lazy poor guy, you're just pretending. Let's see how you end up later." Thanna dismissively said, "If you have no money, don't pretend." Immediately, he happily reported the successful payment. Both of them were stunned into speech upon hearing it. Payment was successful after all. Isn't that guy supposed to be a broke loser? Where did she get so much money? Diaphan gently drapes her arm over him. "Xiao Han, let's go now." At this moment, Diaphan suddenly remembered something important. "Oh, right, I haven't bought the necklace yet." She's being capricious and begging. "Young Master Bai, I want that necklace. Buy it for me." He readily agrees generously. "All right, I'll buy it." Thanna happily jumped up and praised him. "Bok Thieu, you're so talented, people would love you to death." Lafi tousles his hair proudly. "What does buying a few outfits mean?" "Like you, the diamond necklace was given randomly. You quietly praised it, as if the necklace was very beautiful." Diaphan politely shows the price. "Hello, sir, this necklace cost 150,000 dong." "Thank you for visiting." He unconsciously despises the price. It's only 1.5 million. After calming down, Lakfi shouted in panic, "What did you say?" "That necklace cost 1.5 million. She's whining and demanding." Dolan, hurry up and pay, the guy muttered angrily. We've only played one night and he already wants me to spend so much. You think I'm stupid? Lakfai clumsily tries to soothe by pointing at the kid. He cleared his throat and comforted her, saying, My love, actually I think that suits you very well. Then he turned his head and saw the toy magic wand. Xiaoling angrily waved her staff and cast a spell to turn herself into a pig. Everyone in the shop froze in silence. Thun Na angrily stomps her foot and says, Are you treating me like a 3-year-old? I don't care, I want the diamond necklace. He hesitated and urged him on. Sir, you just said you really want to buy it earlier. Lakfai Hong Hach scolded harshly. Someone like her is also worthy of asking me for a 1.5 million necklace? Just a dream. Diaphan irritably kicked the two of them aside and said, Get out of here. You pay honestly, I bought this necklace, he exclaimed, so handsome. He was stunned and confused. Why did this little guy become so rich? She was annoyed and jealous. This guy is so generous that he's much better than the cowardly one beside her. Diaphan generously advised, Put it on quickly. Kin worriedly advises you to be careful. Little Han, you're spending too much. You are satisfied with her. This necklace suits her very well. Lakfai grits his teeth and swears, Damn it! I'll give you the most reckless brother first. Let's see what happens. He decisively ordered, Let's go. Thun Na angrily kicked Lakfai's shin, pretending to be rich with her mother. Let's go eat. At that moment, the egg instantly cracked in half. She quickly placed her hand on his shoulder, elegantly and seductively inviting, Handsome, just give me a diamond necklace. Tonight you can have whatever you want. She didn't hesitate and attacked directly. You wicked woman seducing my brother? Diaphan clenched her fists in frustration. Everyone die. Diaphan and Haiban muttered in confusion. Hup. As expected from Hantu's sister, she's really strong in combat and truly impressive. She smiled and suggested, All right, the clothes are bought, let's go home. The scene shifts to the sister's house inside the room. He ponders and concludes that he has learned martial arts from Hong Tian, and it's time to start helping him treat his leg. Diaphan concentrates and recites the Kwai Kok medical canon, studying carefully. The upper level of the 9 needles can cure all difficult illnesses from the Dantian area upward. Hamon Tam Cham, curing the difficult illness from the Dantian downward until the disease is gone. After mastering everything, Diaphan nodded with satisfaction. All right, learning these 2 medical techniques will be enough to treat Hong Tian's leg injury. Diaphan closes his eyes to meditate, enduring the test of time and silently hopes to gain a little more insight. At this moment, Diaphan nervously stood outside the door. Her father had told her to wait until her elder brother grew up to marry him and become his wife. She recalled her father's final moments. Tio Keen actually is not Tiu Han's biological sister, but her father hoped she would agree and definitely take good care of Tiu Han. At that moment, Diaphan sincerely promised, Rest assured, I will definitely do it. She looked thoughtfully at his focused demeanor, and now Tio Han has truly become a real man who can stand tall in the world. It seems it's time for me to keep my promise. As morning comes, Diaphan, yawning and stretching, excitedly remarks that after a night of final enlightenment, he has fully mastered the use of Thuangmangku Cham and Hamon Tam Cham in the Kwikok Wai Kin. Meanwhile, Diaphan, unable to sleep all night, stepped out to sigh and wonder how to keep her promise. Diaphan cheerfully greeted, Good morning, sister. She was so startled when she saw him that she jumped up. Then Diaphan firmly slammed the door shut, leaving Diaphan stunned. He wondered, confused, what is going on? Am I really that scared? Diaphan reluctantly turns away and leaves. Forget it. I'll just help Huan Thien treat his leg first. She hesitantly glances secretly at Xiao Han. Don't blame your sister. The scene shifts to Huang Tian's house, where the tense atmosphere is thickening around them. Are you ready? He confidently replied, Yes, I am ready. Diaphan pulls out the needle and reminds her, I won't hold back then. Looking at Kim Cham, Huan Thien seriously invites you to come. Just go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, he asked Kim Cham for a chicken thigh. He eagerly exclaimed, Smells so good. Diaphan enthusiastically replied, adding a little more. Hadudu silently muttered in her heart, saying she couldn't fix her leg and was just here eating grilled chicken feet. Without hesitation, she swung and punched each person. He helplessly explained, It's not that he's nervous about you, just trying to lighten the mood. He sighed and clarified, I just want to eat some skewers. Are you ready? Diaphan confidently affirmed, No, Elder Trio, I have found a way to cure your leg condition. He asked in amazement, Diep Laude, are you serious? Du exclaimed joyfully, Finally my brother's leg can be cured. Diaphan confidently replied, I will perform acupuncture. Theoretically, there should be no problem. He observed for a few seconds before cautiously warning, but Lord Trio's leg problem has been long-standing. The blood vessels are congested, and if not careful, it could be dangerous. Diaphan nervously emphasized lifelong disability. She was stunned and replied this way. Du is worried and suggests maybe we should try a different approach. Yesterday I heard that an international expert has arrived in the city. Maybe. Huan Tian firmly refused. No need for that. If there was another way, I wouldn't have had to wait until now. He firmly recounts the painful past. 3 years ago, my enemies secretly crippled my legs. Many of my comrades who followed me died tragically. Now we can only hide here and survive for the time being, she pleads in heartbreak. Can we stop fighting? He sadly notes that the Southwest King back then had many supporters, and now this disabled man is different. Huan Tian is determined to refuse to fight. He has waited 3 years for this opportunity. His resolve is firm. He doesn't want to prove he's great, but to show them that what he has lost, he will definitely regain. Diaphan nodded passionately and promised, "Yes, Big Brother Trio, rest assured, I will do my best to cure you." She bowed her head to ask Diaphan for help, saying, "Please." Huan Tian gently reassured him, "Don't pressure yourself. If it really doesn't work, it's my fate. I can't blame others." Du happily cheered him on, saying, "I believe you can get up again." He took a deep breath and declared firmly, "Then, let's begin. I bought this acupuncture set at the pharmacy. It's not the best, but it can still be used for acupuncture." He calmly cooperates and asks, "What do I need to do? Just tell me, Brother Deep." "Brother Zhao, later I will use acupuncture to draw out the stagnation in your leg. Then I will repair your tendons. It might hurt a little, so please bear with it." Hung Tian Changchuan responds. Brother Deep, start now. Then he focused all his energy on his wrist. Diaphan opened his eyes and activated his yin-yang eye technique. He steadily executed the technique with absolute precision, targeting the Heart Sutra's central poison point, the Liao bone point, and the Earth convergence point. At that moment, he winced in pain and clenched his teeth. Diaphan anxiously shouted, "Focus on the pooled blood. Quickly bring the knife and cloth here." She hurriedly brought the items here. He decisively took the items and signaled the blood was flowing out. Diaphan cuts into the pooled blood with a knife. Du grimaces in discomfort. "It smells terrible." You calmly explained that the blood had been stagnating for years, so of course it wouldn't smell nice. Diaphan confirmed it was effective, but after the blood was released, Trio's leg condition could improve by half. She happily exclaimed, "Really? That's great." Du asked Han, "How do you think it went?" Han Tian happily announced, "It seems his leg is a bit numb, but he can feel it now." Diaphan seriously reminded him, "This is only the first step. Now I will help Brother Dao repair his tendon." She enthusiastically encourages him. "Diaphan, keep going." He nods in response. "I believe Elder Brother Deep can definitely do it." Then you grab his ankle. Diaphan concentrates on activating his leg tendons. Heng Tian is amazed and comments, "Is this really Diaphan's internal energy? Although very weak, at our level I am definitely no match for him." He quietly assesses that he will recover soon. Diaphan quickly struck his knee. "Get up." Huan Tian and Du were so excited to see that. He's up, he's moving. "I'm exhausted after sitting down on the ground. All right, it's finally over. I'm so tired I could die." Diaphan gently guides him. "Big Brother Trio, try standing up and see if you can." He nodded and slowly stood up. Okay, she was so moved she burst into tears. "You can stand now. That's great." Huang Tianqiu shouted proudly. "Huang Tian, I'm back again." Diaphan makes a firm promise that at most 3 days, Big Brother Zhao will be able to walk like a normal person. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Junior Brother Dia, I don't know how to thank you enough. From now on, this life of mine is yours." Diaphan sincerely objects. "Big Brother Trio, you're being too harsh. Although we had a deal before, I consider you a friend, so there's no need to speak so harshly." Huan Tian happily accepted. "Glad to hear it from you." Then he gave an appropriate gift. "This is a rare book on celestial techniques I compiled. I hope it will be helpful to you." Diaphan smiled happily and accepted the gift, so then he said thank you to Brother Zhao. "Look at this, sister. This is the mansion I just bought. Pretty impressive, isn't it?" She shyly continued, "I'll take care of her from now on, so how can I say such embarrassing words?" She confidently assured, "Don't worry, just leave it to me." "I'm very capable." Chu carefully reports, "Later, old Chu and Brother Tang will also come. I'll go to the gate to welcome them for a while." Deep Keen nods in confirmation. As soon as he stepped out the door, Diaphan accidentally bumped into Lang Qiu. Both of them collided, scattering belongings everywhere. He painfully knelt on the ground, a purple bra on his head, while she also fell to the side and cried out, "Oh my God, I have a terrible headache. Which bastard has no eyes?" In that moment of confrontation, both of them exclaimed in surprise, "It's you! It's you. And it's him again. Officer Yen, hello. I didn't expect you to live here too. You cluelessly pull the bra over your head. What is this? Lang Qiu blushed and thought to herself that it was hers. She angrily slapped him. This perverted thug just die. Diaphan angrily objects. Clearly she touched me, and now she's hitting me too. Lang Qiu rudely scolds. I hit that bastard of yours. How dare you do this in broad daylight, damn it. She was furious and took the opportunity to attack. A pervert like you deserves to die. Take a kick from me and see if you can dodge it. Why are you so aggressive? Diaphan warned irritably. If you keep acting like that, I'll fight back. I won't be easy to mess with. Lang Qiu's eyes blazed with defiance. Who's afraid of whom here? Today I'll fight until I'm exhausted. Then they fought and cursed each other. Damn it, pervert, die! At the same time, 2 luxury cars stopped in front of the house gate. Haiban asked cautiously, Is that Hantu's new house? Bakmak nodded and looked around. Probably, the address is here. He asked Han in confusion, Why is no one here? And narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Who could be on the ground? She irritably reminded him to let go. Someone is coming. Diaphan reluctantly cooperated. Let her go first. Lang Qiu insists firmly. No, you go first. The 4 of them whisper in confusion. What are these 2 doing? She huffed and reluctantly gave in, thinking he was lucky to have so many people around. Today, she would let him go. At that moment, Haiban was surprised to recognize the person in front of him. Isn't she the hot-tempered younger sister of the Yen family? She has quite a fierce background too, even I wouldn't dare offend her. Why did you provoke her? Diaphan tiredly explains, Let's go inside first. It's hard to explain everything now. The scene shifts to his house. Diaphan smiled warmly and greeted everyone, saying, Are you all friends of Xiao Han? Diaphan politely invites the guests. Please sit down, no need to be formal. Min-sun hints playfully. Diaphan, it's only been a short while and my granddaughter has already fallen for you, so what should we do? Grandma Doan blushed and stopped her. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Chu, you've misunderstood. Nothing is going on between me and Aunt Chu. If you don't believe it, ask Brother Lin. Don't leave. That's right, look at this wall, this floor, this light. They look really upscale. Bakmak agreed in support. Hantu, your interior decoration is quite good, Diaphan secretly muttered in dissatisfaction. These 2 guys are really untrustworthy. All right, you young ones handle your own affairs. I don't care anymore. He spoke seriously about his purpose. Today I came for 2 matters. First, congratulations to your friend Diep on moving to a better place. Consider this jade as my gift. Diaphan happily accepts the gift. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Then I won't be polite about it, he asked curiously. Mr. Chu, what about the rest of the matter? Min-sun suddenly made a proposal. Diaphan, I want to take you as my disciple. I wonder if you are willing. What? Doan-ni asked in shock. Dad, you want to take Diaphan as your disciple? That's right, he can unlock the Jade Bitch Crystal, proving he has talent, and coincidentally, you're also lacking a successor. I also know a little about this young man. Min-sun smiled and added, And with your relationship, isn't it already close and becoming even closer? She blushed, and her face turned red. Grandpa, you see this, and ponder carefully. Mr. Chu's experience and knowledge are things that the yin-yang eye cannot provide me. This time it's 100 benefits and no harm. Without saying much, Diaphan knelt directly, respectfully bowing his head, asking his master above for acceptance. Master Haiyan Tu advised, Wait, I haven't finished yet. If you want to become my disciple, you must pass my test first. Diaphan asked in confusion, What kind of test is it? Min-sun carefully explained that on the 15th of next month there will be a stone-breaking festival, and he will go with Don-ni to start making a name for himself. Then he pondered silently and advised himself, You little one, I've paved the way for you now. Whether you can rise higher depends on you. Diaphan replied seriously with determination. Yes, Mr. Chu, just wait and see. At that moment, Huan Tianhan entered cheerfully and called out, Little brother, I'm here. Du Tramtro commented in admiration. Diaphan, are you finally making it big? You changed to such a big house. You seem happy and excited. Mr. Zhao, you have finally recovered. He is deeply grateful and giving a gift. Thanks to your good fortune, isn't it because you moved to a new house? This is a small gift I brought for you. Seeing the gift inside the box, Diaphan exclaimed in surprise, Long Lan Chui. Min-sun suddenly stood up in shock. This sword can cut through iron as if it were mud. It's said to be forged by Uyazi and is regarded as a national treasure. Huan Thian smiled and exclaimed, Chu is truly knowledgeable. Master Zhao is impressed, frowning in thought, and says, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Wait a moment. The very next second, Min-sun immediately realized that the southwestern king Huang Thian had been missing for 3 years. Everyone in the room was stunned into silence. What? He's Huan Thian. Doani respectfully acknowledged that in the past, people like her father greatly admired this Southwest king. Haiban quietly praised, I heard that in the past he only needed one arm and one leg to conquer an entire region. Bekmak admired and said, everyone knows the reputation of the Southern king, who doesn't know about it. He modestly replied, it's just an empty name, not worth mentioning. She curiously asked, but I heard that you were betrayed and disabled. Is that right? Huang Thien sincerely explained, I was able to stand up again thanks to Diep's efforts, and in the future his matters will also be my matters. Why so serious? Come on, let's have some fun. Come on, sit down and tell me. Hearing this, everyone secretly thought, is Diaphan really so impressive that he can earn the respect of the king of the Southwest? This kid Diaphan is really mysterious. He can be so in sync with Huang Thien. I can rest assured that without my help, Diaphan can still make a name for himself. Then they sat down and chatted warmly. At this moment, Baimo calmly answered the phone. Hello. He nodded in confirmation. Tomorrow, then? All right, I understand. I will personally go to pick him up then. Don't worry and ask about him. What's wrong with Mr. Lam? Baimo awkwardly shares his feelings. Han Su, didn't I say before that I wanted to ask you to treat my father? I didn't expect my family to secretly invite a disciple of the Western North's divine doctor, and he's coming tomorrow. I'm really sorry for the trouble. Diaphan kindly reassures. It's okay, Mr. Lam. Tomorrow you can consider it a visit to your house and also take the opportunity to observe the skills of the talented doctor from the Northwest. Haibian excitedly interjected. I want to go too. I can't miss the lively atmosphere. He smiled and agreed. It's my honor to go. The scene shifts to the next evening in the grand hall of the Lam family villa, where everyone is admiring and discussing excitedly. I heard that today the talented doctor from the Western medicine god, Tian Nao, is coming. Yes, it's a special invitation from the Lam family. Because the head of the family is ill and his condition is very strange, they've searched all the doctors in Dajing, north and south, but to no avail. But this time, the renowned healer from the Northwest will step in, so it should be fine. At this moment, he wondered and asked, isn't it Lam's father who is the doctor? Why are so many people here? Haiban explained that the richer people are, the more they fear death, all wanting to establish connections here so that if they get sick later, they'll have a way out. Diaphan sighed, confirming this common scene in the district. Just then, he noticed a prominent group of people ahead. The man at the front is Jianye, Lakfi's father. Diaphan frowned and whispered, Lakfi is also here, huh? He's pouting? Doesn't he just rely on his father, Jianye? Stop mentioning that name, it's making me feel sick. Just then, little Kai Hat Hai ran in to report that the disciple of the Western North Divine Healer, Tian Yao, has arrived. Everyone eagerly rushes outside. It's here, go see. Tian Ngao arrogantly walks in with his head held high, followed by Bak Mak carrying some items. A few officials quickly approach to introduce themselves. Mr. Tam, I am Sun Ha from Long Room Real Estate. Welcome to our city of Sun Hai. Mr. Tam, I am Tong Chuang, chairman of Thien Duyet Group. Your visit is an honor to our city of Sun Hai. Mr. Tom, I am the architect from Bak Thi Company. I, on behalf of Bai Corporation, welcome you. Haibin gritted his teeth in annoyance, surprised that it's not just some medical skills. What kind of attitude is that? And on top of that, making old Lam carry his stuff like a servant? Diaphan softly advised, don't stay calm, we need to see if this Northwestern Divine Doctor's disciple has any tricks up his sleeve. He arrogantly responded, thank you for the greeting and your kindness. I understand your intentions for coming here, but I must say up front, the door is wide open, but no money, no entry. The boy frowned in disapproval. Healing and saving lives should be rewarded, but openly talking about money like that is a bit much. They hurriedly flattered and praised. Tam, you are very right. Next time we meet, we will be truly prepared. You have a radiant aura, and in the future you will surpass even the divine doctors and become a golden hand in the medical world. That is the honor of our country. Truly well said. I believe it is the entire traditional medicine community of the nation. No one has yet matched the skill and youth of someone like you, Tian Nao replied arrogantly. Too kind. Meanwhile, Lakfi smirked from behind, provoking. You ran away, and you're still coming here? Watch me crush you completely. Diaphan cautiously turned around to look at Lakfi. What does he want to do next? Mumo pointed and accused, of course we trust your medical skills, but I heard that the young master of the Lam family previously invited an unknown person to replace you for the examination. Everyone questioned each other suspiciously, saying, is this really true? What? He angrily snarled. Lakfi Kenengiep mocked and insulted. This person, who only learned some superficial medical skills, goes around pretending to deceive. How can he compare to Mr. Shen? I didn't expect that young Master Lin almost got fooled too. Everyone looked down on him with contempt. This guy is a disgrace to the medical community and obviously cannot compare to Master Shen. Tam is a person of integrity, but what is he really? Just a joke? Better not to mention him. Diaphan was so angry he trembled, but he held back and told himself to be patient. I can't ruin Mr. Lamb's important matter. However, Haiban couldn't stand the anger and shouted, "My brothers know that medical skill, you bastards better watch your mouths, or do you believe I won't force you?" The crowd stared in mockery. Isn't this the son of that clueless Cayenne Kwok? What bad luck, why is this guy here too? Young Master Tang, even if he is your father, he wouldn't dare talk to us like that. You have to apologize to us. It seems the person next to him is the one we mentioned earlier. He angrily repeats. Sorry, Diaphan nervously intervened. Brother Duong, don't act rashly. Haiban sternly questions. I'm lucky I didn't kick you out myself, he said irritably. Lam, you're the owner here, so say a few words. I believe these two shouldn't be here. Bok Mak was stunned and speechless. Dong Tin pressed on and said, That's right, throw them out. These two guys just dirty your reputation, Tam. That's right, a worthless and deceitful person like him doesn't deserve to meet you, Tam. Go away. Seeing this, Lokfai secretly felt pleased. Diaphan, let's see how you handle this. At this moment, he stepped forward seriously in front of them. Bok Ma, with a dark expression, reminded them, If you don't want to stay here, you can leave. Our Lam family never invited you before. Then the crowd fell silent. No one dared to speak, and they left angrily in the cold wind. Fine, I won't swallow this insult. Let's go. In a few days, we'll be back to visit you, Tam. Forget it. Don't bother with these two guys. After all, this is the Lam family. It's best not to offend them. Diaphan Dam Chiu secretly thought these people are wealthy bosses. I still need to profit from them. I can't let them leave now. At this moment, Tian Nao spoke up and called out, Everyone listen to me. Why fight over a minor character? The path of traditional medicine values virtue. Those without virtue or talent are not worth mentioning. The crowd sneered in agreement. Mr. Tam is right. Don't bother with these people. Just get angry for them and it'll only embarrass yourself, like a fly buzzing around. Ignore them. Haiban angrily throws a shoe, daring to say that Diaphan has no talent and virtue, then erupts and throws it at Tian Nao. Who do you think you are to insult my brother? Everyone gasped in horror. He dared to throw that stinky shoe at Mr. Tam, and Mr. Tam's face got hit. Someone asked anxiously, Tam, are you okay? He got angry and cursed, damn it. Haiban laughed loudly, teasing, with a smug face that suited the shoes perfectly. This look suits you very well. Tian now grits his teeth and demands, apologize, kneel down and apologize to me right now. He scoffs at the challenge. I look down on you. Only a ghost would apologize to someone like you. He angrily declared that if this issue isn't settled today, he will leave immediately. Only the landlord's son can fix this. Bok Mak bows his head in apology. Mr. Tom, I apologize on behalf of my brothers. At that moment, Diaphan frowned unhappily. He patted his shoulder to cut in. Wait a moment. Lam, you don't need to apologize. At most, I can treat your boss's illness. The crowd was stunned and mocked. Did I hear that right? This kid is claiming he can treat Mr. Lam's illness, even though he's just a little knowledgeable in medicine and dares to boast like that. Does he think he's Xiaozhen? Where does he get the courage? I think he's just trying to seize this opportunity to gain fame. Truly shameless. Tian Nao looked at him with suspicion and disdain. You treat him. He laughed confidently and said, If you can treat Mr. Lam, I will stop practicing medicine and withdraw from the traditional medicine circle. Diaphan smirked provocatively and asked, Do you dare to try? The man confidently replied, What's there to not dare? You sarcastically accept the challenge, saying, Fine, let's just say I eliminate one horse that harms the whole group in traditional medicine. They snort in anger. Who do they think they are? Even someone like you is worthy of you. Stupid and arrogant Shen. I really don't understand how your brother Lin knows someone like this. A hollow-headed guy shouted loudly, I don't need to fight. I already know he's definitely going to lose. This brat's not even that old, but his tone is so fierce. Lakfai mockingly sneered. You, Mr. Tam, is a top student of the Western North Healer. What are you? You might as well scare yourself to death by talking. Haiban coldly threatens Lakfai. I still haven't settled the debt from before with you. Keep talking and see if I won't beat your parents so badly they won't recognize you. The guy nervously hides behind his father. If you have the skill, beat Mr. Tam first and then talk, don't target me. Chen Nao confidently agrees. All right, I agree to this bet, but if you lose, he can make any demand he wants, including humiliating me in front of everyone here. At this moment, Bok Mak nervously whispers, Han Tu, are you confident? If you really lose, I'm afraid of what might happen then. Mr. Lam, rest assured, if it's a real illness, I am 80% confident I can cure it. All right, Hansu, I trust you, he said with a hint of frustration. That bastard not only makes me act like a servant, but also wants a 10% stake in the Lamb family. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Haiban patted his shoulder to comfort him, saying, Don't worry. Hantu will vent his anger for you. He confidently challenges, making him choke with anger. You thick-faced bastard, you say we agreed. Get ready to show everyone our true strength. At this moment, Bachmak graciously invites everyone in, so everyone can witness. The curious crowd eagerly went to see how it turned out, learning from Mr. Tam's medical skills. I just want to see that kid squeeze through Mr. Tam after losing. That scene must be very interesting. I have to go back and post it online. The title will be the name of that stupid brat now facing a real healer, only able to crawl through her legs to atone. Now I'll call the reporters over. Haiban grits his teeth in frustration. These bastards! Diaphan restrainedly reminded him not to get angry and to see how embarrassed they would be later. Then they entered the private room where 2 doctors were standing by, looking at the frail and thin figure, and they exclaimed with sorrow, "Oh my God, why has Boss Lamb become like this? Oh, Boss Lamb is suffering so much from this illness. Every night at midnight he screams like a ghost crying and a wolf howling." Lamb previously was very healthy, but now he's suffering like this. This disease must be serious. I believe in you, Tam. No matter how terrible the illness is, you have it under control. You focus on deducing, since nothing appears to be wrong externally, you still need to use the yin-yang eye. No need for words, Diaphan softly recites and opens it. You startled when you notice something unusual. What's going on? Lamb's body is fine. Noticing the strange aura, Diaphan frowned. He frowned and tried to see clearly if something was appearing, then was stunned by the overwhelming aura. This is you turning pale and stammering in shock. This is Diaphan staggering back in fright. It's a demon! The crowd burst out laughing at that. This guy was so scared he was stunned by the patient. They looked down on him, holding back their laughter. What kind of medical checkup is this? It's hilarious. Seeing the doctor threaten like that for the first time, he said, "Go home and don't stay here to add more shame." Lakfai sneered mockingly. "You're like that and still not ashamed to compare yourself to Tam. Just admit defeat and be done with it." Tian now looked proud and evaluative. Young people now think they know everything after just a little learning, not realizing there are higher mountains. Haiban anxiously helps him up. "Hantu, what's wrong? Why are you so scared?" Diaphan weakly calmed himself down. "I'm fine." Bachmak questioned Han with suspicion. "Even though my father is ill, it's hard to believe he would scare you like that." Diaphan looked around cautiously, but saw nothing more. He was amazed to realize the mystery. Wait a minute, could this be the yin-yang eye? The left is yin and the right is yang. The yang eye sees all things, the yin eye penetrates the T. Diaphan nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is, I get it now. Just now, you recognized that the soul before your eyes was the yin-ma-yin tai." The fierce man angrily drove him away. "Kid, if you can't figure it out, then get lost. Don't stand here blocking the way." Lakfai politely invites, "Young Master Shen, please come in." He gritted his teeth in frustration. That bastard. Diaphan softly reassures him. "Brother Duong, don't worry. Only I can cure Mr. Lam's illness." He happily asked again, "Hansu, you mean you can cure my father's illness? Don't worry, Mr. Lam." Diaphan confidently assured him, "I will prepare a bit and then heal Mr. Lam." Then he closed his eyes and focused his mind. Diaphan concentrates his yin-yang eye techniques, banishing evil spirits and even able to control and eliminate ghosts. Lakfai nervously looks around, pretending to be a deity or a demon. "Tam, have you figured out the cause of the illness yet?" Chanao outwardly claims he has, but secretly he's thinking, "Of course I've figured out that damn thing's problem. What kind of weird disease is this? Why are there no symptoms at all?" You calmly point out, "You've diagnosed it, so can you tell us the cause of Boss Lin's illness?" He stammered to explain, very simply, that Mr. Lamb's body was too weak and combined with his troubled, frustrated mood, which over time caused this. Bakma firmly disbelieved and opposed. "No way. If it were really that simple, we would have figured it out long ago." Diaphan dismisses the argument. Of course it's not that simple. He angrily criticizes, "You're just talking nonsense. Basically, Mr. Lamb's condition isn't caused by an illness." The crowd, after hearing this, looked at each other in confusion, wondering what it could be if not caused by an illness. "I also think Mr. Lamb's condition isn't as simple as Tianao claims," the arrogant guy retorted. "So tell me, what caused his body to change like that?" Bakma anxiously turned to Hanzi. "What's really going on here?" Diaphan calmly reassures him. "Don't worry, Mr. Lam. I'll treat your boss first and talk to you later." Thien Hao sarcastically mocks, "Even I couldn't find the cause. But you still think you can cure him? That's just wishful thinking." You smugly mock him, finally admitting that you couldn't figure it out. He hesitates, speechless. I, Diaphan, arrogantly command, "Better learn your place." Then he infused his energy into the man's body. Next, the dark aura suddenly surged up. Diaphan angrily recites a spell. How can it still harm the world after death? He decisively strikes at it. Today I will deal with you. The dark soul screams in pain, but with a single move it instantly vanishes into the smoke. At that moment, Diaphan combed his hair and announced, "It's done. It's fixed." Bachmak asked in confusion, "Hantu, is it really over?" Hyban suspiciously held the camera. "I haven't even started yet and you're already finished? Do you think everyone is a fool? Clearly Mr. Lamb hasn't changed at all, yet you say he's cured." "That's right. I think this guy sees us as fools to mock." Hearing that, everyone immediately agreed. That kind of trash deserves to get lost from Kosan High, don't you think? That's right, do you really think we're blind? Clearly Lao Lam hasn't changed at all, this guy is really annoying. At that moment, Kwok Dong cleared his throat to warn them. "You're making too much noise." They murmured in confusion. "I think I just heard Lao Lam's voice. I think I heard it too." Could it be that this kid really healed him? He burst into tears of emotion. "How is he?" He spoke softly. "Dad is fine." Kwok Dong looked around curiously, but the thing was gone. "Is it gone now?" Bachmak asked in confusion. "What is that thing? You smile and promise." "Master Lamb, rest assured, I have already driven that thing away. It won't bother you anymore. Young man, you truly are a divine doctor. I owe you my life." Everyone was stunned and open-mouthed. That brat really healed Mr. Lamb. What's so impressive about the Northwest's divine doctor? You're truly useless. The divine doctor. Now this is a real divine doctor. They excitedly massaged their finger joints. "This bastard told us to chase the divine doctor out of Sun High if we really do. Who will treat the illnesses in the future? He's really annoying. I need to teach him a lesson. He cowers against the wall. Don't let him get sick." The angry crowd charged at Tan, giving Lokfai a beating, killing the wicked man with a cruel heart and dragging away his third leg. Amid the life and death fight, the bastard desperately begged for mercy. "Dad, save me." Kinniheep cowardly sneaks away. "Son, hold on a little longer." The old man slipped away first. Lokfai immediately accused them, "Don't just hit me. My father is over there." They stopped their actions upon hearing this and glared in that direction. He forced a weak smile as the vengeful crowd shouted curses at the unfilial one, chasing and killing him. "Stop. Don't run. These two guys aren't good people. Just fight them." The man, feeling hurt, clutches his wound. "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Diaphan arrogantly declares that facing me will surely lead to a bad ending. Tian Gao indignantly retorts, "No, I don't believe it. I don't even know the cause of my illness. So how could you have cured it?" Diaphan taunting mysteriously, "Do you want to know why not?" You grab him and happily say, "Then I will show you," Tianao Banghuang shouts. "What?" Seeing the strange dark energy, he panicked and shouted, then ran away. "Monster, oh my God, save me." Bachmak watched in dazed amazement. What's wrong with that heavenly arrogant? Did he pee himself? Who knows? Maybe he got so worked up he went crazy? Hyban sneered disdainfully, still acting tough in front of our brothers. Later, he curiously asked, "Dad, what's really going on? Do you and Diaphan have something you're hiding from everyone?" Godong sternly ordered, "Everyone else get out." Everyone nodded and stepped out. "Yes," he awkwardly explained. "Bachmak, our ancestors' wealth actually comes from fighting artifacts. You know that, right?" He nodded in confusion. "Yes, I know, so what?" "Isn't that grave robbing?" "Oh, my parents, old Lin, is your family ancestor amazing?" Bachmak casually decoded, "It's not really a secret." "Actually, everyone in the coastal city of Sunhai knows about it, and we haven't been involved for a long time either," Kwok Dong sadly recounted. "That's right, but a few months ago, while organizing the ancestral belongings, my father accidentally broke a vase, and since then he's been plagued by a strange illness. If it weren't for Diaphan stepping in, I fear my father. I deeply respect and thank Han Su. Words can't fully express my gratitude. I will remember this." Diaphan modestly replied with a smile, "It's what I should do. Brother Lamb doesn't need to be like that." At that moment, Tranchi Hot High rushed in to report that many people had arrived outside, saying they wanted to meet Diep Than Y. He was surprised and wondered, could they be looking for me? Immediately, everyone outside started vying to invite me. "Deep Than Y, I am the CEO of Diaphan Group. May I ask if you have time? Let's have a meal together. Deep Than Y, I own a private distillery. Would you like to come and try it? I can't take it anymore. Deep Than Y, I have hemorrhoids. Can you treat me?" They are arguing loudly. I arrived first, so I should go first. "Fuck, I'm still here and not going anywhere. I see you want to fight." Diaphan calmly advised everyone not to fight, just one person at a time. Suddenly, Secretary Lamb politely interjected, "Secretary Lamb, please give way a little." Everyone froze and turned around, asking, "Who is it?" Hyben was stunned and pointed, "Secretary Lamb? Why are you here?" They were terrified. wondering if this was really Secretary Lin from the Provincial Party Committee and why he was here. Could it be that the secretary also wants Diaphan Y to examine him? He greets him formally. Hello, Diaphan Y. The secretary wants to invite you to examine him. Do you have time? Yehan had no hesitation in agreeing. Of course he did. Secretary Lin Lichiep invites him warmly. The crowd admires and comments. I didn't expect even the provincial secretary to invite Diaphan for a checkup. Who said he has extraordinary medical skills? It looks like Diaphan is about to become famous in Songhai. The scene shifts to a luxurious villa, where a news broadcast reports that a legendary doctor named Diaphan has recently appeared in Songhai City. His medical skills are very advanced. Just a touch and the patient is cured. Even the provincial secretary has sought him out for treatment. Lakfai Cam still throws the remote into the TV. The father and son must kill Diaphan. I must kill that bastard. Jianyin trembled as he expressed his intention to seek revenge. He dared to harm our family so terribly, surely father won't forgive this brat. He is preoccupied with expressing his feelings, but now he has a very good relationship with the major powers in Songhai. What should we do? He schemed and replied, Don't worry, I have a way. Then Jianya coldly made the assassination call. Hello, you are from the Golden Triangle, right? I want to kill someone. Any amount of money is fine. The scene shifts to a cozy house. Secretary Van gratefully expressed his deep gratitude. Thanks to you, Diaphan Y, for treating me these past few days. My old back is finally feeling better. Moreover, my wife no longer makes a fuss about divorcing me. You humbly reply, No need to thank me, I just did what I should. Vu Vai gently stepped out the door. I love you so much I cooked a nutritious soup for you, and come and drink it quickly. He happily turned his head. Honey, I'm here. Diaphan sighed thoughtfully. Indeed, age may be fake, but the strength is still impressive. At that moment, an antique car stopped right in front of him. Haibin cheerfully urged, Hantu, get in the car quickly. Lao Lam is waiting for us. Diaphan decisively gets into the car and sits down. At the same time, Lahao, hidden inside the vehicle, reports the target has started moving, preparing for the assassination. At that moment, he asked kindly, Hantu, you go to the doctor every day like that, it must be tiring. Maybe you should open a clinic someday? Diaphan excitedly shared, I'm also preparing for that. Can you help me find a good location? Haiban confidently said, I will handle it. Then he noticed the red dot on his chest and wondered, is this from a laser sight sniper rifle? Diaphan panicfully grabbed the steering wheel, careful. Immediately after, the car sharply turned to the right, causing the bullet to pass through the seat. Haiban panically shouted, Who's shooting? You urgently signaled, get out of the car. Seconds later, Diaphan shouted in terror, Help! Someone is shooting. Call the police now. Run away. Don't stay here anymore. You calmly assert that this is not random shooting. Someone is aiming at me. He suggests helping out and asks the old man to call someone over. Diaphan silently breathes a sigh of relief, glad that the yin-yang eye warned him beforehand, or he would have been doomed this time. Cutting to the rooftop, Luda is hiding and observing. Noticing the target has taken cover, he angrily reports, The target has stopped, hiding in a blind spot so I can't get a clear shot. It's your turn now. The person on the other end sneers and confirms, Just leave it to me. Luda confidently declared, You little kid, you're definitely dead this time. At the same time, Haiban anxiously asked Hantu, What should we do now? He calmly said, Don't worry, this is a blind spot. The sniper can't see you. Just wait for the police to arrive. At that moment, a car sped toward them. Lahao triumphantly points his gun and says, I found you. Diaphan and he shout in panic, It's over. We're doomed. He snarled and prepared to shoot. Die. But you didn't back down and declared, If you want me dead, it's not that easy. Diaphan summoned the indestructible flame. Stand in the way and stop it. Lahao sneered contemptuously. Dream on if you think you can block my bullets with that dagger. However, the fiery blade split the bullet in two. Seeing this, he screamed in horror. What? Haibin exclaimed excitedly. Amazing, Hanzi. Diaphan calmly returns to his original state. Lahao is stunned, confused about what just happened. What are you joking about? The nearby pedestrians are amazed and whispering comments. Oh my God, he's using a knife to block bullets. Am I watching a movie? It's unbelievable. He got angry and jumped out. You think you're a superhero or something, die. Then Lahao kept firing non-stop. You focus and recite the spell, the yin-yang eye technique. Diaphan concentrates on grasping the secret. As long as you can see the direction of the bullet clearly, you can skillfully cut all the bullets' heads and block them. Diaphan's skills are extraordinary as he skillfully handles the situation, trembling with fear as he questions, How can this be? Who are you, really? He charged forward with a fierce and powerful momentum. Stop talking nonsense, die. Lahao angrily draws his sword. You little brat, damn it, do you think I'm easy to mess with? Diaphan quickly clashes with him. Lahao gritted his teeth, sensing that this kid's strength was too great, and he confidently assessed his own abilities. I have cultivated the chi refining technique. This guy's strength can't surpass mine. At this moment, Luda from afar had already aimed precisely at you. He excitedly exclaimed, "I got you." Without hesitation, Luya directly pulled the trigger. Diaphan sensed the sneak attack and frowned, glancing again. He sneered and shouted, "Die!" You smirked defiantly. "It's not you who will die." Seeing him lean back, Lahao was stunned and wondered why he was avoiding on his own accord. He suddenly realized the danger. "It's no good." Before I could react, the bullet went through Lahao's body. He fell down and muttered a few words. "Damn it." Diaphan smiles and points. "I did it." Luda is furious and crazy. "Damn it, I have to kill you." You must be feeling proud now. Diaphan smugly claims his victory, having killed the wrong person. That guy must be furious right now. Haibin praised in admiration. "Hanzi, you're amazing. The other side must be furious now." After a while, the police car quickly arrived. Lang Q cautiously steps out of the car and sternly orders to block off the street and search the surrounding buildings, not sparing any suspicious person. "Understood," Lang Q pondered silently. The two professional assassins are probably not to be trusted, so Lu Ya decided to give up. "The police arrived so quickly, we have to go now." He gritted his teeth, silently vowing revenge. "Diaphan, right? I won't let you go." Lang Q Duong then warned with his gun, "Step out from behind the car. Put your hands up." He calmly stepped out to explain. "Captain Yen, I am an innocent civilian. Put down your gun." He breathes a sigh of relief happily. At last, they have arrived. "Hanzu has taken down a killer already," she exclaimed in amazement. "What?" Haibin proudly points his finger. "That guy was taken care of by my brothers." Diaphan modestly added, "It's just luck." The police team exclaimed in shock. "This guy is an A-level wanted criminal. Many countries wanted to capture the Golden Triangle, but they let them escape, yet he died here. Amazing." It's hard to imagine. Lankyo Bankoan stared at him intently. "Diaphan, what secret do you really have? I'm getting more and more curious." He shyly refused. "No way, it was just luck." At that moment, she noticed the wound on his arm. Lang Q kindly offers, "Your hand is injured. Let me help you bandage it." Diaphan sincerely thanks her. "So thank you, Captain Yen," Chu Meng teased. "Beautiful, my butt is also injured. Can you help me bandage it too?" Without a word, she punched Haibin in the head. He quietly comments, still as violent as ever. At this moment, his colleagues are surprised and whispering excitedly. Good heavens, the captain took the initiative to help him bandage his wound. I've never seen her so gentle before. There is definitely an affair, and then a car suddenly speeds toward them, slamming on the brakes right in front of everyone. Doani hurriedly runs down from the car and asks Han Diaphan, "Diaphan, I heard you were ambushed by a killer. How are you?" Immediately afterward, she witnessed him standing close to Lang Q in a tender moment as Lang Q gently asked Diaphan if he was hurt. He gently replied, "No, thank you." Seeing that, she immediately cursed in her mind, "You bastard." At this moment, Diaphan realized and forced a smile as he asked, "Doan Ni, why are you here?" A second later, she responded with a sarcastic tone, "Why can't I come?" "Am I disturbing you two?" Diaphan quickly chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No, no." But inside he was tense and thinking, something's not right. It seems there's an issue. From then on, Doan Ni stared fixedly at the bow knot, even glaring and frowning as she remembered it was the bow knot. Overcome with jealousy, Doan Ni screamed inwardly, "Diaphan, you're really too much." Then, Doan Ni changed to a sweet smile and made a suggestion. "Captain Yen's bandaging skills are not good. Maybe I should do it." Then she stepped forward, pushed Lang Q away, removed the bandage, and rewrapped it for Diaphan. Immediately, the button was replaced with a flower. I was very surprised by Doan Ni's skill, and she smugly asked, "Captain Yen, what do you think?" At this moment, she also got angry and thought, "Are you challenging me? I won't admit defeat." Then the tape suddenly soared into the sky, and upon seeing that, Diaphan shouted in panic, "Stop!" The two women raised their hands simultaneously, and Doan Ni responded with full confidence, no one backing down. After finishing, both of them charged at Diaphan, shouting attack names, "Watch my 18 dragon twists. 9 yin white bone is nothing compared to it." In the end, you were wrapped up like a cocoon, tears falling as you silently called for help, while Doan Ni remained calm with her arms crossed. Then Lang Q also casually shrugged and finished the task. "Hai ngoi nai kwadang su. Hai ban tai tatka. Ran rai nup sao se," she said arrogantly, then angrily turned her back and walked away. This time she's lucky. At the same moment, a mysterious department in Yenching is reviewing Diaphan's fight video when suddenly the boss decisively pauses the video and stands upright to ask for opinions. This is a video sent from Sunhai City. What does everyone think? The members quickly shared their opinions, using knives to cut through the bullets. Only masters at the nascent soul stage can achieve this level. But he's also too young. This talent is truly terrifying. Isn't this video fake? In the midst of the noisy gossip, the boss tapped the table to cut in and clarify that the video was real. Then he spoke in a steady, decisive voice, saying, "Someone with such talent is truly the person our security bureau needs. Let's send someone to Sunhai to bring him into the organization." Hear that? The members all made excuses. "Boss, my previous mission isn't finished yet. I can't take on this one. I'm too busy." "What? You say you haven't seen our missile surveillance drone anymore? Then go find it quickly. My old back can't go far." The boss, furious, crushed the antique, muttering curses at these bastards who always look down on missions without difficulty, when suddenly the front door was kicked open and a pair of long legs stepped in. Everyone looked on in surprise as the boss asked sternly, "Who? Boss, do we have a new mission again?" "Hua Huang, weren't you supposed to be on leave? Why are you back already?" she muttered to herself. When did this crazy woman come back? She put her hand down to extinguish her cigarette. Then Hua Huang yawned and threw out a shocking remark, accidentally causing the explosion of the low president's mansion, leading to a nationwide manhunt, so she has no choice but to return early. After hearing that, everyone was at a loss for words. If she takes a leave, it will be a disaster for others. Truly the craziest woman in the security bureau. I wonder what the boss was thinking at first to recruit her. At this moment, Hua Huang walks over and points at the screen. This guy looks so handsome. Is he the target of this mission? Since then, the boss became even more tense, stammering, "Yes, but the mission has already been assigned and someone has accepted it." He thought to himself, "I must not let Hua Huang take this mission, or surely something will happen." Then he hurriedly pointed randomly at the people sitting below. "Who just accepted the mission? Everyone. Quickly step forward." I secretly urged myself to stand up quickly. Tianhuo asked nervously, "Isn't that person already accepted?" Hu Meng nodded confidently. "Yes, it's that person." "Who is that person?" Suddenly can't remember. Hua Huang's eyes turn cold as she smirks, suddenly standing up, kicking the table, clenching her fists, and shouting, "You think I'm a fool?" Hearing that, the members couldn't help but panic. Then they begged for forgiveness, apologized, admitted their mistake, and asked her to spare them. Some even blamed the director for forcing them. At this moment, Fire Phoenix glanced sharply and asked again, "So who is this mission now assigned to?" Everyone immediately tensed up and asked in unison, "Yours? Yours?" In that instant, she turned back with a sweet look and winked, saying, "That's more like it." As soon as it's over, Fire Phoenix turns around happily and leaves. "I'm going to Mount C for some fun." "No, I'm going on a mission now." Liu Ha sighed and said, "We're doomed. Those targeted by Fire Phoenix usually meet a tragic end." Van Tin also said with sympathy, "I hope he can hold on for a few more days. The poor guy at this point, the boss can only helplessly accept his fate." "Well then, let's forget about him. If Hua Huang leaves, it would be strange if he managed to get in." A few days later, Diaphan bid farewell to Hoan Thien. "Thank you, Mr. Trio. I'll come again another day." He waved back and said, "Hantu, go carefully." Diaphan walked away, lost in thought, realizing from the previous ambush that his strength was not enough, and he needed to learn more techniques from Mr. Trio. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Sister, I'm coming home soon." But on the other end of the line was a strange man's voice. "Hello, Diaphan, why?" Diaphan shouted in panic, demanding an explanation. "Who are you? Where is my sister?" The man chuckled evenly. "Last time you escaped an assassination attempt, and this time." Then the man gave him an ultimatum. 1 hour to go to the abandoned building in the south outskirts, or your beautiful sister will surely die. Diaphan angrily and anxiously swears, "Damn it." The atmosphere is extremely grim. He grits his teeth and vows, "If anything happens to my sister, I will definitely tear you apart and feed you to the dogs." At this moment, in an abandoned factory, Deepkin is tightly bound to a chair with bombs attached to her body. She nervously asks, "Who are you?" "Let me go." Luda snapped his fingers maliciously and said, "Don't worry, her sister will be here soon, and then the two of you will be reunited." Not long after, Diaphan Hot High rushed to the scene, shouting for his sister. He gritted his teeth and sweat as he called out, "Sister, where are you?" Hearing the familiar call, Diepkin also shouted back, "Little Han, I'm here." Luda sneeringly looked at Diaphan and said, "You're just in time." Diaphan angrily pointed at him and shouted, "Don't involve my sister in this. Let her go." But Luda remained unfazed, raising the remote control and speaking firmly to stop him. "If you take one more step, I'll blow your sister to pieces." Diaphan glanced at the bomb attached to Diaphan and exclaimed in disbelief. What? He took a deep breath and asked, what exactly do you want me to do for you to let my sister go? Lu Danu only waited for this moment and quickly drew her gun, saying, let her go and I'll consider it, but I want to play a game with you. She frowned slightly, her voice cold and suspicious. What do you want? He decisively points his gun at Diaphan and asks with interest, which one of you will live if only one can survive? You don't need to think, just grit your teeth and decisively say, let my sister live, I leave her to you. Diaphan immediately closed her eyes tightly and shouted to stop her. No, Xiaohan, go quickly. Don't worry about me. I just want you to keep living well. Lu Da watched everything with amusement and laughed. That's true sisterly bond. But Diaphan, who was also prepared, clenched the knife behind her back and silently thought, I'm not just going to sit and wait to die. Your sharp gaze fixed intently on him suddenly echoes with a burst of amused laughter from above. Are you all putting on a show? Who is it? It turns out to be Fire Phoenix. Should I also prepare some sunflower seeds and soda just in case? The woman immediately pointed her gun at Hua Huang and coldly ordered, this is not a place for you to come. Get out now or I'll kill you. She smiled faintly and muttered, you want to kill me again. As soon as those words finished, Hua Huang decisively leapt down and declared, I guess I'll have to kill you first. Lu Da was shocked and thought to herself, she actually jumped down herself. Diaphan was also stunned and wondered, is this girl crazy? Lu Da also didn't hold back and immediately opened fire at Hua Huang. I don't care who you are, die. Shots kept firing, but she remained calm and gracefully dodged them all. In the end, Hua Huang forcefully landed on the ground, unharmed and unbothered. Their shooting skills are terrible. Lu Da and Diaphan are both stunned, wondering what just happened. How is that possible? I can't believe it, he muttered in amazement. This girl is really formidable. Lu Da on the other side also looked amazed and clicked his tongue, yet she managed to dodge all the bullets. He quickly throws away his loaded gun, grips the control button tightly, and growls threateningly. Don't come any closer or I'll blow up the bomb. Ultimate destruction. As soon as these words were spoken, Diaphan swiftly threw a grenade, hitting Lu Da's hand holding the control button. The control button fell to the ground with a thud, and he clutched his bleeding hand in pain, crying out, my turn now. Young man, you play with short blades quite well. Then she stomped her heel and quickly left. Hua Huang rushed forward, kicking Lu Da square in the face. It's my turn now. This kick shattered his jawbone. Lu Da was knocked flying, opening his mouth to spew blood everywhere. After finishing, Hua Huang clapped her hands casually and announced she was done. Meanwhile, Diaphan quickly ran over to Diaphan to check on her. Are you okay, sis? Tears welled up in her eyes as she gently shook her head and comforted me. I'm fine, little Han. Luckily, I was saved this time because of her. At this point, Diaphan finally turned around slowly and gratefully said, thank you. But she was only busy inspecting Lu Da's clothes, still angry and scolding. A poor guy with nothing to play with. This time was a big loss. Diaphan watched this scene in stunned silence, muttering to himself that this girl really is quite free-spirited. Hua Huang, after searching for a while with nothing to find, stood up and coldly said to Diaphan, hey, guy over there, I still have nowhere to settle down. At this point, she decisively points and says, stay at your place tonight. Diaphan is stunned and asks in confusion, why at my house? Hua Huang didn't bother to reply, just playfully patted his shoulder and ran off. Let's go with that decision. Hey, why has the decision already been made? I haven't agreed yet. Hua Huang, walking ahead, arrogantly waved her hand and ordered, hey, where do you two live? Hurry up and show me the way. Diaphan was even more annoyed, muttering to himself, what is she yelling about? As time passed quickly and night fell, the three of them also returned home. At this moment, Diaphan quickly opened the window, climbed out of the room, and thought to himself how mysterious and skilled Hua Huang was. Cao Uyen Chuyen supported himself and jumped down to the balcony below. Longtham emphasized that he must uncover her background. Diaphan stood by the glass door, carefully peeking inside the room, then let out a breath of relief, not having been discovered. Where is everyone? She stood under the shower inside, also guessing that he had arrived, and gently smirked with a smile. You're here quickly. Her sharp eyes glanced outside, Long muttered with amusement, so eager to play with her sister like that. At the same time, Diaphan outside the room carefully observed inside, guessing that she wasn't here. Maybe she's in the shower. As soon as those words finished, a pair of slender white legs suddenly appeared, startling him. Huang, wrapped in a towel, stretched and cheerfully exclaimed, feeling truly refreshed after her bath. Seeing this, Diaphan felt embarrassed enough to nosebleed and thought to himself better to leave since she was bathing. Inside, Huang casually glanced at him and sighed softly. This mission is really simple. Diaphan, catching the key point, stood still and repeated the mission. He carefully peered into the room, coldly confirming that she indeed had a scheme, and he had to uncover it. Inside, Huang also softly continued. This time's mission is for Diaphan to press closely against the door, staring inside with curiosity. What exactly is the mission? Taking advantage of your distraction, Huang quickly rushed over and grabbed you. We found you, and Diaphan was so frightened he screamed. Tran Kin slipped and fell straight off the balcony. With a thud, Diaphan quickly fell to the ground, crying out in pain, and Diap Kin rushed out immediately to check on her. Little Han, what's wrong? He gritted his teeth to endure the pain and made up an excuse. It's nothing. I was practicing my martial arts. Diaphan gently rubbed the bump on his head, feeling annoyed and cursing silently. Damn it. In the room, Fire Phoenix Hami gently tucks her hair behind her ear while he still clenches his teeth tightly. Ha is determined in her heart. I must uncover her true identity. Thinking of this, Diaphan jumped onto the balcony again, pointing at her and demanding, Who are you really? Huang crossed her arms and calmly repeated, Who am I? She smirked playfully, secretly plotting her next move. This kid is too naive. I'd better crush him first. Thinking that, Fire Phoenix rushed forward, kicked with her leg, and happily asked, You killed him? Nice move. Diaphan quickly dodged aside, gritting his teeth as he sighed. That was too fast. I quickly raised both hands to defend myself, squatting on the ground and growling as I asked again, Why you want to kill me? Huang, after hearing that, also froze in place, raised her hand and softly repeated, Why kill you? After a moment of thought, she snapped her fingers and laughed as she explained, Because I've set my sights on your beautiful sister. After killing you, I can take her for myself. Diaphan was furious, pointing angrily as he demanded answers. You're clearly a woman, so why do you want to possess my sister? Huang glared and shouted, Stop talking nonsense, I just like that girl, is that a problem? Diaphan gracefully dodged her punch, sneering in disdain. Old Hu didn't attack, does she really think I'm a sick cat? At this point, he also channels his energy, his eyes shining as he murmurs the yin-yang technique. That move allows Diaphan to easily see Huang's actions. He chuckles mockingly, having seen through her movements, revealing all her openings. So when she kicked forward, he easily dodged by leaning aside. Huang was stunned, seen through. Over there, Diaphan just dodged the attack and clenched his fists to unleash a powerful punch. Huang quickly raised both hands to defend, secretly admiring, Too strong, I can't fight him head-on. Diaphan effortlessly unleashes a series of punches, while Huang bravely fights back. After a while, she can't help but purse her lips in confusion, wondering why he suddenly became so formidable. It seems there are quite a few secrets on her. Over there, Diaphan still keeps her guard up, seriously challenging, Go ahead, I will absolutely not let you take my sister anywhere. Hearing this, Fire Phoenix sighed helplessly, thinking she had just spoken carelessly. Surely he wouldn't take it seriously. At this moment, Diap Kin below suddenly asked curiously, What are you doing up there, little Han? Diaphan froze upon hearing the sound and looked down to respond. Sister, what are you doing up there in the middle of the night? It's dangerous. Come down quickly. Diaphan hurriedly raised both hands to explain urgently, No, I found that girl. But when he turned around, Huang was nowhere to be seen. He immediately widened his eyes and muttered, Where is she? As soon as she finished speaking, she poked her head out, looking surprised as she asked, What are you doing here at night instead of sleeping? Diaphan was so angry he almost burst blood vessels as he questioned her sharply. When did you come in? But Huang blushed and quickly covered herself, softly scolding, Are you spying on me? I just finished bathing a moment ago. Diaphan was speechless in disbelief. No way. What are you talking about? I didn't peek at her. My inner voice was silently cursing and scolding. She's really good at acting, but Diap Kin below completely misunderstood and angrily scolded him. Xiaohan, what you're doing is really too much. Diaphan frantically waved his hands to explain. No, sister, it's not what you think. Listen to me and I'll explain clearly. She's not like that. Without waiting for you to finish speaking, Diap Kin forcefully threw a brick directly at your face and ordered you to get down here immediately. Diaphan truot nga suongdat, dao donwa nuokmat, nang hen ngao lambam, tat sukhong fain hu chingi dao. Nong Diap Kin van chang themnghe, chimante tum ko auloi kao vaona. Stop arguing and go to sleep now, sister. Diaphan weakly was dragged away, scared and crying. Women are too terrifying. Fire Phoenix stood above, watching everything with a playful smile, wondering what secrets he was hiding. As the noisy night passed and the next morning, Diaphan yawned as he walked downstairs. Last night I was scolded all night and couldn't sleep well. It's all her fault. As soon as I stepped downstairs, I froze as if I saw something. Diaphan looked at the two people sitting in the living room and asked curiously, Doan Ni, An Duong, why did you come here? Duong Haiban quickly walked over and patted his shoulder. Not bad, Hansu. Only a short while, and you've brought a beauty home again. Diaphan forced a smile and replied, words caught in his throat. He pulled his shoulder back and whispered, why are you both here? And why does Doan Ni look so angry? Now Hoa Phuong, pretending to be sweet, asks you, Delin, why you're just waking up now? Did I tire you out too much last night? Diaphan immediately froze and shouted, what is going on? Hoa Phuong happily laughs as she watches Chuduan Ni stomp back to where he was scolding. Damn it. She angrily slaps something into Diaphan's face with a bang and loudly announces, you go to Dien Nam yourself. He stares blankly at the ticket in his hand, wondering about the plane ticket. Duong Haiban also pats Diaphan on the shoulder to clarify everything. Duan Ni comes to give him the plane ticket and casually reminds him not to forget to go to Dien Nam. Who would have thought that a woman would suddenly appear in your house? It's no wonder you're so furious. Diaphan finally understood everything, his eyes wide with worry. This is not good. Duan Ni has misunderstood. So he hurriedly ran after Chu Duan Ni, shouting, Duan Ni, wait a moment. And Duong Haiban also hurriedly waved his hand behind him, calling out to this guy, I also want to go to Dien Nam. Can you take me along? Diaphan quickly ran after Chu Duan Ni to stop her. Duan Ni, wait for me. I forced a smile and went around her to explain. Duan Ni, I have no relation to that woman at all. She saved my sister, so I let her stay here temporarily. Duan Ni, you have to believe me. Finally, Chu Duan Ni hesitated before asking again, are you telling the truth? Diaphan hurriedly raised 3 fingers to swear. I swear everything I say is the truth. Absolutely no lies, or I will throw myself into the rocks and die. At this point, she also nodded slightly and smiled. All right, then I'll trust you this once. Diaphan felt relieved and said, Great Duan Ni, I knew you would believe me. But just then, a coquettish voice rang out, and baby Diaphan immediately broke out in a sweat. This sound, behind her, a girl with red lips pouting rushes out. That person is Hoa Phuong. She rushes to the window to watch him acting spoiled. Diaphan baby said he would help with the massage. Why hasn't he come up yet? Diaphan's face turned pale with fear as he shook his head and muttered, Oh no, oh no. Are you talking nonsense? When did I say I wanted to help you with a massage? Hoa Phuong still comfortably propping his chin and joking around, but last night he was desperately begging at your window for a long time, wasn't he? Diaphan opened his mouth in anger and shouted back, I never begged anyone for you. Last night I was clinging to her window because I was talking about this, and that's when you suddenly froze, realizing the danger. Chu Duan Ni behind her was furious and growled, Diaphan, your perverted ass was sneaking around a girl's window in the middle of the night. Diaphan quickly turned back, forcing a smile, and told Duan Ni to listen to his explanation. Before he could finish, Chu Duan Ni slapped him hard across the face, dismissing his explanation. This time she was so angry she stormed off, muttering about the pervert. Fire Phoenix watched from upstairs, happily laughing at others' misfortune. Diaphan slowly stood up below, angrily muttering, Damn it, and couldn't help shouting, What grudge do we have against each other? Why do you always try to hurt me like that? Ho Feng Huang still mischievously sticks out her tongue and responds, Nah, I like that, and if you're brave, come and hit me. Diaphan stomps his foot, threateningly. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to hit you? Ho Feng Huang still leisurely twirling her ear, shrugging in challenge. Well, then come up here. Cowardly, you clenched your fist in anger to emphasize it. Don't force me, I can hit very hard. One punch could kill you. Fire Phoenix just flicked his thumb down dismissively and said, I'm waiting here for you. I'm just afraid you won't dare to come. Clueless. At this point, both of them were so angry that they started arguing loudly. In the end, Diaphan completely lost control and shouted at the top of his lungs, I can't hold back anymore. He stomps his foot to gain momentum and leans into an attack stance. Seconds later, Diaphan quickly lunges forward and leaps toward Hoa Phuong. She looked at him in confusion, silently comparing, and this speed was much faster than yesterday. In just a moment, Diaphan had shot forward and closed the distance to Hoa Phuong. You stare wide-eyed, punch clenched, and whisper fiercely, Die for me. Hoa Phuong saw this and quickly raised her hand to block. Worried inside as she realized it's not good, Diaphan's fist is heading straight for her. Hua Huang tries her best to hold on with all her strength, biting her lip tightly and panicking inside as she realizes that his speed and strength are much greater than hers. Who exactly is he? Seeing his grim expression, Hua Huang silently made up her mind that today she would force him to reveal his true face. Finally, with a swoosh, Diaphan threw Hua Huang into the room, causing her to collapse on the floor. He clenched her tightly and asked coldly, "You wanted me to hit you? Are you satisfied now? Who are you, really? What is your plan for coming here?" She still smiled calmly and sighed. "Diaphan, you truly escaped my expectations." Hua Huang squinted in amusement and whispered, "I was planning to play with you for a few more days." Diaphan was angered even more by these words, clenched his fists and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. I haven't seen you cry over a coffin yet." As soon as he finished, Hua Huang threw something directly at his face. "Huh, what is this?" Hua Huang leisurely flicked her red hair, calmly stood up, turned around to sit on the chair, then crossed her arms and coldly reminded him, "Open your eyes wide and look clearly." Diaphan stared at the 3 words Security Bureau printed on the notebook, stammered in disbelief, repeating them. "This is the Security Bureau. Are you scared now?" She slowly drinks water, licks her lips, and reminds you to kneel down and shout for mercy. "Maybe. I will forgive you." Diaphan sat on the ground, still in shock, repeating the words Security Bureau. The next shocking words from him were enough to make Hua Huang choke on her water. "What is the Security Bureau? Is it a security company?" Diaphan narrowed his eyes again and said very seriously, "Could it be a transportation company?" Hua Huang angrily pointed at his face and questioned loudly, "Have you never watched movies? You don't know what those 007 types of spies are?" Diaphan pursed his lips, stroked his chin, and shook his head, saying, "I mainly think you don't look like it no matter how I see it." Hua Huang heard this and burst out laughing, announcing, "Then I'll let you broaden your horizons a bit." As she finished speaking, she suddenly waved her hand and shot out a beam of light, shouting loudly, a cloud-piercing arrow, a heavenly army of 10,000 horses coming to the rescue. The glowing arrow shot out of the room and soared straight into the sky. Diaphan hurriedly ran out to look and saw the arrow explode like fireworks, revealing Hua Huang's face. "So you were mocking and pointing at that face in the sky, teasing, so this fireworks are not your communication tool, right? What era are we in that they still use this?" Before he could finish speaking, a series of strange loud noises made Diaphan freeze in surprise. "Then you have to open your eyes wide in shock and look at what just appeared." "What is that?" A man wearing sunglasses urges into the radio, hurry up, the missile systems quickly get into position." The man announced to hold the formation again. "Position 3. The long-range missile is ready to take its place." Diaphan stared wide-eyed at the approaching helicopters and tanks, shouting in panic, "Is this war?" In the room, Hua Huang calmly sat on the chair and asked, "Do you believe now?" At that moment, there was a loud bang, and Diaphan quickly knelt down, clasping his hands before her, crying and begging, "Please take back your powers. I have lost." Hua Huang also raised her phone to give the order to eliminate the threat and retreat. Diaphan quickly looked outside again. "Huh, you happily watch the group of vehicles retreat and then scream out loud, no longer visible." At this point, Diaphan also looked stunned, his mind completely blank, not knowing who he is, where he came from, or where he should go. At this moment, Hua Huang suddenly stood up, softly saying, "She's stretching and yawning slowly, saying she's a bit tired." A moment later, with a swish, Diaphan hurriedly rushed over to Hua Huang. You carefully kneel by her bed to massage her feet, respectfully asking the boss if she has any orders. Hua Huang relaxes and softly praises, "Diaphan, your technique is quite good." Diaphan lowered his eyes, blushing as he humbly replied, "Just practicing for fun. Thank you for the compliment." After hearing that, Hua Huang raised her head proudly and muttered, "Our family background has been thoroughly investigated, and we are completely clean." You didn't object at all and just chuckled softly in response. "Of course, my ancestors for 8 generations have never committed any crimes. We are all good citizens." Seeing that, she glanced over happily and praised, "Very good. Come to the Security Bureau with me tomorrow." Diaphan's eyes lit up instantly as he quickly agreed. "Yes. Okay, tomorrow then. What's going on? Are you coming to work at the Security Bureau?" Huofeng slightly smirked with arrogance, pointing at Diaphan and confirming, "Yes, our Security Bureau is in need of talents like you." Then in front of her astonished eyes, Diaphan quickly stepped back, accompanied by a refusal. "Sorry, I'm bothering you, I decline." Then you quickly tried to leave, but she shouted loudly to stop you, "Stay here." "What are you doing?" "The Security Bureau wouldn't force people to join, right? She forced a smile despite her grim face, trying to explain. No way. The Security Bureau offers 6 types of insurance. 16 types of salary a year, with paid leave each year, under management leadership with such good benefits. There's basically nothing like this outside now. Hearing that, he slightly raised his eyebrows and pondered. 6 types of insurance, under leadership management, paid leave, 16 types of salary a year, it doesn't sound too bad. Seeing that indifferent look, Hua Huang was so angry, she trembled, and couldn't help but curse inside. Damn it, I've always been the one others begged for, never the one begging others. Don, wait until you join and see how I discipline you. After a while, Diaphan firmly refused. Maybe I should just give up. That kid only makes her anger flare up more. Huh? You little brat? You just jumped down and calmly explained that I prefer a peaceful life. Diaphan lands smoothly and steadily with perfect accuracy, watching that graceful back fade away. Hua Puang gently stopped her, and for a moment everything was silent. Then she blushed and looked her over. His skills are not bad, and his potential is high. I must bring him into the bureau so that later, when facing those cheerleaders, I won't have to worry. Feeling the sharp gaze fixed on him, Diaphan muttered irritably, "They think I'm stupid, huh? Dangerous jobs in the Security Bureau. Just a few words and they want to sway me to risk my life. I won't bother." As she reached the door, the sound of Lelok's suitcase rolling echoed loudly. "Xiaohan, I heard you're going to Thailand soon, so I helped organize your luggage." Hearing this, he felt a bit flustered, scratched his head, and shyly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sis. I'll be back soon. Xiaohan, you must be careful when you go there. Absolutely no accidents." He quickly held Diapkin's hand and gently reassured her. "Don't worry, I'm just going to the stone-breaking festival. There's nothing dangerous about it." As soon as the words finished, Hua Huang's cold laughter suddenly rang out. "Well, maybe not." She calmly stepped down the stairs, slowly assessing the situation. "From what I know, this year's Jade Carving Festival in Indiana is different from previous years." Diaphan cast a cold look toward the stairs and asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Ho Fengying smiled cruelly, but her eyes were full of scheming. "You'll find out soon enough." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately threw out an object to catch it. The white and red ball sped through the air, tearing the wind and producing a sharp, heavy sound. He hesitated for a moment before raising his hand to catch the ball, looking at the white and red sphere in his hand, a hint of doubt flashing through his mind. Diaphan hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, "Wait, what is this?" Hua Puang paid no attention and waved her hand to walk away, holding a small toy that could help your assassin pass the security check. After hearing that, he gently stroked his chin, thinking to himself, and still wanted to bring Long Lan along. It seems this path won't be easy. Seeing that eager expression, she couldn't help but smirk with pride, thinking to herself, "Kid, you have to make it back alive." The next morning, under the blazing sun, a giant plane suddenly soared past. At the entrance of Diannam Airport, 3 people stood tall and imposing. Dan Ni excitedly spread her arms wide and cheered happily, finally arriving in Diannam. Haiban suddenly patted her shoulder and whispered, "Han Tu, I heard the service industry here is really unique. Maybe we should go check it out." Diaphan didn't refuse but smiled with a hint of meaning, pretending to be embarrassed. "It wouldn't be good. Don Ni is still here." Hearing that, she angrily turned her head back and cursed these 2 bastards silently. In an instant, Don Ni angrily delivered a sharp, furious heel to each of them. Seeing her standing there angrily, he hurriedly approached, begging for forgiveness. "Don Ni, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Seeing that, he hurriedly ran after them, angrily questioning, "I told you both not to flirt with each other anymore. When will the person picking us up arrive?" At this moment, a suddenly piercing voice rang out. "Isn't that Doan Ni's sister?" Ningfang approached with an arrogant look, waving his hand to greet. "I didn't expect such a coincidence." "You're here too?" He gently lowered his glasses, smirking as he spoke. "The 2 of us really are destined to meet." So it turns out that young Master Nin from the Nin group is also interested in this mineral deposit? Nevertheless, Ningfang happily stepped forward to push away the angry Diaphan and replied, "Of course." Under their contemptuous gazes, he held her hand tightly and gently suggested, "Don Ni, our meeting is just fate, or you might as well ride with me." Everyone's eyes were fixed on the dazzlingly bizarre pink supercar, its sleek and fiery bikini decal making everyone's face turn grim. Doan Ni forced a polite smile for a moment and then quickly withdrew her hand to decline politely. "No need. My ride is almost here." However, Ningfang paid no attention, his lustful gaze urging her on. "No need to be so formal, Doan Ni. We can have dinner together and then go to my 800 square meter villa to discuss our life goals." Seeing the situation was unstable, Diaphan quickly grabbed his hand and immediately stepped out coldly to question him. Where do you think you're going to touch with this pig's leg of yours? His commanding presence made Ninfong panic and step back, growling in warning. Who are you, kid? What does this have to do with you? Let me go now, or I'll ruin you. Diaphan immediately swung his hand to send him flying away, along with a contemptuous command to get out. Ninfong didn't have time to react and fell hard, hitting his face on the supercar. He stepped forward, holding her shoulders tightly, and arrogantly declared, I am Doan Ni's boyfriend, of course I am involved. Doan Ni blushed with embarrassment and curiosity, but hesitated, unable to speak. Diaphan, since when? So, do you have any comments on what I just said? As soon as he finished speaking, Diaphan immediately turned to kiss Doan Ni, a gentle yet passionate kiss as if to pull her closer. Doan Ni quickly regained her composure, pushed Diaphan away and shouted angrily, You're so naughty. Haiban, standing behind, couldn't hold back and gave a thumbs up. Impressive, Hanzi. I've learned this domineering CEO's move of forced kissing. At this moment, Ninfong angrily pointed his finger at their faces and shouted, Damn it, you two dare to send the message of love in front of me? Do you think I'm invisible? Hearing the noise, he immediately turned around with a mocking and sarcastic look. They are a perfect match, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl born for each other. Now it's your turn to oppose, being mocked. He clenched his teeth, unable to hold back two angry words. Then Ninfong roared an order to the two bodyguards. Tell Abawahu to come here. I want those two to kneel and call me Dad. They didn't hesitate and answered in unison, yes. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Haiban quickly jumped back and shouted, Hantu, lean on him! At this moment, the two members of Abao suddenly charged forward, launching deadly strikes accompanied by threatening growls. Die, and obediently kneel down and beg for mercy. Facing the two fists tearing through the air, Diaphan slightly smirked, mockingly saying that it should be them begging for mercy. After two sharp slaps, Abao's group knelt down together, shouting loudly, Dad, we're sorry! Ninfong stared in shock and exclaimed, What is going on? At that moment, Diaphan suddenly pulled out a shiny folding knife in front of the two stunned and pale-faced men, his face cold, as he said in a deep voice, It's your turn now. He panicked and stepped back, his voice trembling but still trying to shout loudly, What do you want to do? Diaphan suddenly sneered and said, What do I want to do? Of course, in the very next second, the blade in his hand swept across, tearing Ninfong's clothes apart, followed by a loud declaration that he would change him into another outfit. After finishing, Diaphan dusts off his hands and mutters, It's done. On the other side, he stands blankly in the cold wind, unconsciously wondering why it feels so cold. Seeing that scene, Haiban was so shocked he spat water, while Doan Ni covered his eyes and shouted, Save me from the thug! Realizing his miserable situation, he trembled as he shielded himself and yelled loudly, turning pale and speechless. Help! There's a hooligan. Immediately, Ninfong ran off into the distance, leaving behind a desperate scream. Mom, I want to go home. All these days, people seem to like everything, huh? A man wearing women's underwear is just disgusting. Really disgusting. I can't take it. I'm about to vomit. Then they all lowered their heads in response. As the three of them were vomiting, a person suddenly appeared behind them and softly asked, Are you Ms. Chu? They all turned around simultaneously with suspicion. Who are they? Are you the one here to pick us up? Chi-min smiled professionally and bowed slightly to introduce himself. I am Lu Chi-min. Lao Zhu asked me to pick everyone up and invite them onto the car. Hearing that, Diaphan happily took Doan Ni's hand and stepped forward. Let's go. While Haiban was carrying his suitcase and feeling annoyed, he reminded them, Can you help me carry the luggage? After a while, inside a busy restaurant filled with laughter and the aroma of delicious food, he chewed on a chicken drumstick and praised it. So delicious. I also excitedly reply from the side. It's really delicious. Eat more. Doan Ni suddenly turned around and asked, causing Diaphan to hesitate. That's right, Duong Haiban is the first. You hesitantly smile and recall, Duong. I think he has already tried the local specialties here. Just now, Haibin was clinging to him, smiling strangely and asking questions. Mr. Lu, where is there such a special service? At this moment, a piercing roar suddenly echoed through the restaurant, startling everyone. What kind of food is this, you idiot? Too hard to eat. Doan Ni frowned and said, Someone is causing trouble. Diaphan, ang hebay liyan nangingo nuitiep, goin hat benki adang nguyen liyan tuk chuirua, duan kuwahodat konot, kemsaam tuk kuwachungta. Aujundung kan kungtantan. That's right, this is pig food. Only pigs would eat this. You demon, do you want to die? This is China. If you don't want to eat, then get out. An, furious at once, swung his sword in a wide arc and roared, "Stupid fool, get lost!" The three of them stared in shock, fearfully pulling back to avoid the sharp blade. They quickly retreated to the crowd, then angrily pointed and cursed. "This demon dares to wield a sword again. Hurry and call the police. Do you really think no one can handle him? Dang." Nguyen laughed mockingly, then loudly mocked, his voice echoing throughout the room, "Another bunch of cowards." Doan Ni immediately frowned and revealed everything. The man in the suit is the director of Fujiwara Corporation in Japan, and next to him is definitely a bodyguard. I didn't expect Japan to also have someone involved in this betting ring. Diaphan, furious, stood up sharply, clenched his fists, and let out a cold snort, wanting to die. As he finished speaking, a sudden figure dashed past him, leaving him stunned. Kontang rushed forward quickly, swinging her fist fiercely to attack, her roar full of rage. "You're the devil! I see you all want to die." With a single powerful punch, Dong Yuan was sent flying away, and his 2 teeth also flew out. Seeing this, Diaphan was stunned and stammered before finally speaking. "Who is this?" "He was even faster than me." The man screamed in pain, shouting loudly with a hoarse voice full of rage. "In Ao, quickly kill these Chinese pigs." He clenched his sword hilt tightly with fierce aura and responded swiftly. "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, Ino gathered all his strength into his heels and leapt up to the middle of the gap. He swung his sword powerfully, the sound booming like thunder. "Hasaki, meet my Stormbreaker slash." Kontang's face paled as he saw this, silently worried that it was not good. He had no weapon to stop him. In the distance, Dang Nguyen, clutching his skull, muttered cruelly, "Go and die." In that critical moment, Diaphan rushed forward and stood in front of him at a speed so fast no one could blink. A fiery dragon suddenly appears, shattering Ino Run's sword aura with a mighty roar. Under the overwhelming pressure, he was knocked straight into the wall, his sword shattering in the process. Ino Run, lying amidst the wreckage, weakly said, "The sword is too fast." Seeing this, all the guests present shouted in excitement. "That was a great fight. Kill that bastard now." "Who gave these demons the audacity? Get out of China now." Doan Ni stood to the side, clutching her cheeks in admiration and praising him with her mouth. "Diaphan is so handsome." On the contrary, his whole body trembled violently, his voice trembling as he uttered in despair, "How could this be?" Inao is a great martial artist, but was defeated by a single knife. As he finished speaking, Kongtang cracked his knuckles and spoke with a cold smile. "This bastard dares to act arrogant on Ta land in China. I think he's craving a fight, so join me and let's teach this bastard a lesson." Feeling the fierce aura behind him, Dong Yuan's face paled as he secretly thought something was off. Immediately, 2 powerful punches rang out, so brutal and fierce that the entire room seemed to shake. After dealing with everything, the 2 of them patted each other's shoulders and walked away laughing, leaving him unconscious in a corner nobody cared to look at. "My name is Kontang. What is your younger brother's name? Thanks for saving me earlier." Yehan chuckled dismissively. "No need to thank me, just a casual favor." "I'm Diaphan. I haven't been here long. You compliment me happily. That little brother was really angry after hitting him. These demons are really too hateful." Diaphan also chuckled and replied, "The only way for these demons to listen is to give them a good beating." Returning to the table, Kongtang sat down and quickly warned him anxiously, "Your brother arrived at the wrong time. Things here might soon become chaotic." "Are you asking because of the Betting Stone Club?" Hearing that, his face suddenly turned serious and he immediately confirmed. "That's right. The prize of the mineral ore block at this year's excavation festival is too tempting. The 4 major accelerators are here: Quach's family from Huangjiang, Nin's family from the north, Lu's family from the south, and even a Japanese corporation has joined in." He frowned slightly in confusion, wondering if so many powerful forces were involved, and secretly thought to himself, "Is this really Lord Chu's challenge?" Kontang suddenly raised his glass to chat, startling Diaphan and bringing his wandering mind back. He stopped talking about those things. "My younger brother is really my type. Tonight we drink until we're drunk or not go home." The 3 of them immediately set aside their doubts and happily raised their glasses together in response. "Agreed. Drink up and enjoy it." The next morning, a temple bell suddenly rings out, breaking the peaceful morning. Amid the rising incense smoke, the 3 of them slowly stood before the reclining Buddha statues, enveloped in a sacred atmosphere. He looked around for a moment before slowly speaking, finally having arrived. "This is the reclining Buddha." Duani also exclaimed excitedly, "It's so big." Seeing their astonished expressions, he smiled and pointed to the large sign behind them, saying, "This is our most famous sightseeing spot, where a true Buddhist master is said to reside." At this moment, Haiban hurriedly ran after, his voice full of reproach and exhaustion. "Wait for me, you guys. I'm crazy with excitement." Just then, the wooden door of the Buddha hall slowly opened, and a creaking sound echoed through the silent space. The master took Xuinthan's hand, pressing the bead steadily, softly muttering "Adi da fat" before stepping forward to push the girl in front of Diaphan, his voice solemn and firm. "Seeker, I've finally waited for you to arrive. You should take the child and go." "Huh?" Xuinthan's next words made Diaphan spit blood. "Is he really your father?" He couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. "Well done, Hanzi. When did you have a daughter?" "Where is your daughter's mother? Did you get divorced?" Kontang pats his head and sighs helplessly. "Your younger brother is not that old and he already has a child? Is there some secret method or something?" Hearing that, she frowned, clenched her fists, and cursed under her breath. "Damn it." Seeing that, he clutched his head and shouted in frustration, protesting loudly. "Nonsense. I've been fighting solo for over 20 years since I was in my mother's womb. Where does this girl come from?" After saying that, Doni grabbed Diaphan's collar and shouted loudly in interrogation. "Diaphan, what exactly is going on here?" she said angrily, her voice low and threatening. "If you don't clarify everything today, I will make sure you become the last eunuch in all of China." The boy sweat profusely, trying to explain. "Duanni, this is a misunderstanding." Seeing this scene, the monk couldn't help but speak up to stop it. "Abuda, the lady has misunderstood. This benefactor is not Xuinthan's father." At this moment, Diaphan was beaten so badly by Duanni that he turned pale and cried, begging for mercy. Duanni let go and said, "You're about to die. Isn't he Xuinthan's father? But why does Xuinthan feel that he is very close?" He cried and shouted in helplessness. "Did you hear that? She's not his daughter." Duanni brushed her hands off and turned away, but she couldn't help muttering in frustration, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Yahan, hiding nearby, weakly explained, "I clearly told you, but you didn't listen." Halfway through, he suddenly paused and questioned suspiciously, "Master, what exactly is going on?" The elder stroked his long beard and explained slowly, "You, only you, can save Xuinthan." Hearing that, Diaphan slightly furrowed his brow and wondered to himself, "Is this child sick? Let me use the yin-yang eye to see what kind of illness it is." Thinking quickly, he activated the yin-yang eye, a blue light immediately enveloping him. Seeing Xuinthan looking so dejected over there, Diaphan was startled and silently cried out in fear. This is the sight of a massive blazing red dragon behind the girl. The boy is stunned and steps back, shouting loudly, "What is that?" At this moment, the calm voice of the great master suddenly sounded. "Abuda, indeed, you possess a miraculous power and can see it. That thing can only be suppressed by the spiritual energy you cultivate. Once it breaks free from the encirclement, not only Xuinthan will die, but the world will also face a great calamity." But I didn't wait for Dihan to finish speaking. He gently pushed Xuinthan to remind her to go. "Let's go, Xuinthan. I have spent years suppressing it, and soon the great calamity will arrive. I hope the benefactor can agree." The little girl regretfully turned back and said softly, "Master." She gently pinched Xuinthan's cheek, praising and urging with a gentle smile. "Diaphan, this little one is very adorable." He agreed to go. Haiban, standing beside him, patted his shoulder and advised, "That's right, Hanzi. Finding a girl like this, you won't lose out." The girl ran up, hugging Diaphan's leg affectionately, expressing her fondness, which made Doni gasp in surprise. "Uncle, I really like the smell on you." With that clear voice, you shyly scratched your head and agreed reluctantly. Okay. Seeing that, the venerable master clasped his hands and softly spoke, a brilliant golden light spreading behind him. "Thank you, benefactor. I also have a gift I want to give you." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck a powerful palm attack that sent Diaphan flying and shouted, "Haiban, look at you being surrounded by radiant spiritual energy. I can't help but call your name and worry." Han too. Diaphan Kontang stepped forward to stand in front of them, frowning seriously and advising, "There's no need to worry. It seems the Grandmaster is transmitting energy to Diaphan, which is beneficial rather than harmful to him, and they must not be disturbed, or it could lead to a dangerous spiritual crisis, but out of curiosity he couldn't help but wonder. What exactly is Diaphan's background that makes the abbot of the reclining Buddha so wary?" As the master concentrates on channeling energy to Diaphan, 4 shadowy figures suddenly appear, silently behind them. Feeling the surrounding murderous intent, Kontang turned back cautiously and demanded, "Who are you?" Daija calmly smiled with a cruel expression and declared, "Diaphan, you have caused us to lose 2 assassins in a row. Today is your day to die." Hearing the sound, Haiban quickly turned around and looked. It was the group that had previously ambushed Diaphan. Doan Ni also anxiously added, "But now Diaphan couldn't move. What should we do?" So he didn't hesitate to draw his dagger, seriously challenging them. If you want to kill Brother Deep, you have to ask if I agree first. He also grit his teeth and grabbed a brick, fiercely affirming that Diaphan is my brother, and I absolutely won't allow you to hurt him. She was not inferior and threatened fiercely. If you want to kill Diaphan, you must go through my body first. After speaking, all three of them simultaneously stared sharply at the group. The man suddenly laughed with contempt and disdain. Then Dai-Tru revealed a mocking expression, sharply commanding his underlings. If you want to die, then I'll make it happen for you. Come on and kill them. Everyone shouted together and rushed towards Diaphan, while Kontang charged into battle without hesitation, amidst the rain of bullets. Damn it, I'll risk it with you guys. At that moment, the sound of a sharp sword unsheathing echoed. He rushed forward to stand in front of him with a serious expression. After assessing the situation, Diaphan coldly looked around and ordered in a deep voice, "Get out of here, Tao." Not giving them a chance to retreat, he unleashed his full pressure, knocking everyone back and shattering the ground beneath their feet. Seeing this, the three Haiban brothers all cheered joyfully, shouting, "Hanzi, Diaphan, Han elder brother." Over there, Diaphan sheaths his sword coldly, golden spiritual energy swirling around him, each word booming like thunder. "If you dare to attack my friend, you're all doomed." Seeing the situation, the Grand Master sighed in relief as everyone looked at him with suspicion. Luckily, he arrived just in time, but the Great Pillar paid no mind and sneered as he spoke. "You're awake. So what? Today you still have to die." As he just opened his mouth, he suddenly froze in shock as he saw blood spurt from his neck. In the moment, the boy rushed past. Focusing on Diaphan, the golden dragon wrapped around the group of Dai-Tru with fresh red cuts visible on their necks. "You raise your dagger to your face, your voice cold and decisive. Die." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group suddenly collapsed, unable to dodge in time. He lay on the ground, unwilling to give up, and managed to gasp out, "I just stepped onto the field." Hearing that sound, Diaphan sneered with contempt and said, "You are nothing but ants in my eyes now." After regaining his composure, everyone in the group eagerly praised him. "Commander Han Tzu is amazing. I knew you could do it. You're so talented. Deep Han, you're amazing. Elder Deep's skills have improved so much." Flustered by the praise, Diaphan shyly scratches his head and responds humbly, "Luckily, the Master's transmission of energy saved the day, and secretly I am determined that now I have reached the peak of Ka sensing. Soon I will break through to the Bilyuyuan stage." At that moment, the Master's exhausted cough broke the joyful atmosphere. Quinthan quickly ran over to him, her eyes full of concern as she asked about his condition. "Master, what's wrong with you?" You didn't ignore this side, quickly approaching to ask, "Master, are you all right? I will channel spiritual energy to heal you." As soon as the words finished, Diaphan immediately raised his hand, golden spiritual energy blazing, but in just a moment, the Master gently stopped his hand to refuse. "No need. My great calamity has arrived." Seeing that Quinthan has found a place to rely on, I feel at ease. If one day you, the challenger, are fortunate enough to see an old acquaintance, please say to them on my behalf that I have not betrayed the trust placed in me. Under his chanting, the pure white soul gradually escapes from the body, shocking the two onlookers. The one sword, the sky, the heroes, and the defeated. Fragments of the Master's figure vanished into the air, leaving only the gentle chanting and the sobs of Quinthan, Tiungao Hongtran, and Dui Van Thien. The girl couldn't hold back her tears as she called out, "Master!" Diaphan, holding Quinthan's shoulders, solemnly vowed, "Master, rest assured, I will take good care of Quinthan." The next day, in the crowded square, whispers of scandals spread everywhere. I heard that many big companies are coming to this stone-breaking event. Of course, this time there's also a mineral vein block as the final prize. I just hope to be lucky enough to pick a good stone block. He brushed off the cold and glanced around, then exclaimed in surprise, "There are so many people. This is only the first round of the gemstone betting event. There are many more people behind." Hai Bian, now captivated, was following Thai Han and happily suggested something. The beautiful girl beats W in chat and asks you to take her to bet on stones. She immediately frowns in disgust and curses under her breath. Crazy. Watching all those strange actions, Diaphan both shook their heads and said, "This guy knew from the start we shouldn't have brought him here." Unable to hold back any longer, he quickly ran up and pulled Manhwa away. "Let's go quickly. Don't stay here to make a fool of yourself. Go, go, go." Quickly drag this fat guy away, and he shamelessly keeps shouting and cheering. "You should visit the city of Songhai sometime. I will serve you wholeheartedly." Alongside the solid stones, some show faint wet marks that make people curious about what lies inside. There are also cheaper stones available for everyone to afford. Diaphan just entered, and his eyes lit up as he exclaimed in admiration, "This jade block is amazing. I need to fill my barrel and bucket this time." Doan Ni, standing nearby, also curiously spoke up. "Diaphan, which stone did you pick?" He confidently pointed at the black one and declared loudly, "This one is good quality. It will definitely turn green." He exclaimed with joy in his heart, "This large ice jade boulder is extremely valuable, at least 200 million. However, Haiban immediately looked skeptical and asked, "Is it real or fake?" Diaphan also didn't get angry and simply confirmed, "Of course I have to trust your eye for this." Then he happily stepped forward and decisively finalized the deal. "I'll take this piece of jade." "Yes, sir." Suddenly an arm stretched out across at the right moment, causing Diaphan to stop in confusion. "Wait a minute." Ningfang, with a face full of arrogance, issued a challenge. "I've also set my sights on this one." She just saw and angrily clenched her fists to question him. What does Ninfeng want to do? He couldn't help but roll up his sleeves in anger and threaten fiercely at that half-smile. Has he already forgotten the lesson from the last scolding? "I see you're looking for a fight again." He didn't show any fear, just pointed at Baoan and smiled, warning him. "If you dare to make a move here, you'll be dragged out immediately," Ninfeng said, shrugging arrogantly. "Besides, I'm competing fairly and not breaking any rules. What can you do to me?" Haibin was so angry he couldn't speak. Yehan immediately stepped forward to block him, his voice full of decisive agreement. "All right, I welcome the competition." Seeing this, he eagerly and quickly raised his bid. "I want this stone block, I'll pay 3 million. You're not hesitant to raise the price. I'll pay 3 million and 1 tael." Hearing the price increase by just 1 yuan, Ninfeng exploded with rage and roared fiercely. "Diaphan, are you deliberately causing trouble?" "You just pretend to be mischievous and tease him clearly, just a fair competition. I want to pay whatever I want, so what? If you're not satisfied, bite me. I can't hold back." Haiban and the others shout excitedly, "Hansu looks great, truly making you angry." "Keep going, Diaphan." Ninfeng's pupils are bloodshot with a fierce glare, his voice full of contempt and anger. "Fine, if you want to play, I'll play with you. I don't have much but money. I bid 400, my friend. During the intense auction, you calmly raise the price by 1 yuan. Every time he shouts out a crazy bid, 400 million, 1D, 500 million, 5 million, 1D, 600 million, 6 million, 1D, 700 million, 700 million, 1D. On the other side, Min Vien looked at this scene with some suspicion and asked, "Isn't that the young master of Zhou Baonin's family? What are they doing?" Tula quickly stepped forward and whispered that it seems they are competing to buy the stone block. Hanchan couldn't help but sneer and comment, daring to compete with Ninfeng's bid? Maybe he's just overwhelmed by his own wealth? Ninfeng shouted desperately to secure the price of 10 million. And at this point, Don Ni anxiously grabbed Diaphan's hand to ask, "Diaphan, your current price is too high. Buying now would be a loss." He quickly added, "Yes, Hansu, hold on a bit. It's not worth it." He slightly raised his eyebrows confidently and reassured him, "Don't worry. Trust my judgment. There's definitely no loss in this deal." Hearing that, he burst out laughing happily. "You're out of money, huh? Daring to compete with me, I think you're tired of living and want to die." Diaphan calmly raised one finger and said in a steady voice, "I bid 10 million yuan." Faced with that calm attitude, Ninfeng sneered angrily and was about to rush forward to argue. "I offer 10 million and 1 yuan. Young master, wait a moment. This stone's price has already exceeded its value. Now that you withdraw your hand, that fool will have to swallow the consequences himself. Just wait and see you laugh in his face." He happily slapped his thigh in agreement and said, "That's right." Tran Viet sighed in relief, finally able to advise him. Or else it would be hard to explain to the old master about this foolish scoundrel. A moment later, Ninfeng raised his chin and declared seriously, "I'm not buying anymore. You idiot bought a broken stone for 10 million? Go home and cry." "What did you say?" At this moment, the crowd around couldn't help but start gossiping excitedly. "This fool got played by Ninfeng. The 20 million stone was raised to 100 million. He's definitely going to be furious." He put on a mocking face, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Hurry up and regret it, you idiot, or you'll die of anger." He secretly calculated in his mind that after embarrassing him like this, Chudoan might kick him out and fall into his own arms. On the other hand, Diaphan calmly turned around and said just one word, making Ninfeng grind his teeth in fury. "Idiot!" As if remembering something, he suddenly turned around confidently, challenging, "Ninfeng, do you dare to go all out with me one more time?" Let's bet on whether this piece of jade is worth 10 million. If I lose, I'll give you all my assets. If you lose, you give me 100 million. Tran Viet quickly stepped forward and mockingly reported, "The young master. This stone is only worth at most 5 million. We will definitely win." He nodded firmly with a clenched fist and a proud look. "All right, I'll take the bet." The crowd gossiping behind also started to get noisy because of this. He wanted to regain his dignity. He's really gone crazy. This stone is only worth 10 million. I go pee while planting a banana tree and live stream eating pickles. Ninfong confidently steps forward, holding out a check to challenge. "I've prepared the 100 million check already. Aren't you planning to go after the White Wolf empty-handed?" At this moment, Doni couldn't hold back and slammed the book onto the table to declare, "Just 100 million? My boyfriend isn't short of money." Diaphan was moved and called her name. "Duani." He quickly stepped forward, caressing her cheek and softly praising her. "You truly are a good wife to me." She blushed shyly and looked away, weakly protesting. "What are you talking about? You haven't gotten past my grandfather yet." Seeing that scene, he clenched his teeth in anger, his fists tightening as he silently cursed. "How dare you flaunt your happiness in front of me? Just wait and see how you'll die later." Uncle Lee stood to the side, watching and smiling as he asked, "Hello, sir. How would you like to cut this stone?" Diaphan immediately lifts the stone block and responds calmly, "I'll be right there." A blue flame erupts around the pupil, reflecting the psychic power he just envisioned. Yin-yang eye. After careful consideration, Diaphan indicated the cut line and guided smoothly. 5 cm on the left, 10 cm on the right, cutting straight to the bottom. He immediately knelt down beside the stone, calmly but confidently replying, "Okay, please wait a moment." Just then, Ninfong sarcastically interrupted the atmosphere with a mocking remark, as if you could see through it, pretending to act all high and mighty. He didn't reply, only sneered at him with a look full of sarcasm, thinking to himself, "Sorry, I really can see through." While Uncle Lee was carefully cutting the stone, Haiban kept urging from behind, "How about it? How is it? Is your face turning pale?" Duani quickly reminded him that he shouldn't be in such a hurry. This blade just fell. How could it be seen so quickly? Watching Diaphan's straight and confident back, everyone around whispered among themselves. Even during the stone-cutting process, he didn't dare to look, probably knowing he had lost. Pretending to be calm, it's a pity for this beautiful girl to follow a useless guy. At that moment, under the faint blue light, Duani happily turned around and announced, "Diaphan has already seen the blue? That's great. Hantu is indeed impressive. His eyes are truly sharp." Still, Ninfong sneered coldly, pointing out that even a tiny piece of jade like a sesame seed could make you all so happy. Tran Viet, standing nearby, also chimed in, reminding everyone that the stone they were so excited about was worth 10 million. "You are not afraid at all and smile calmly," flicking your finger in response. "Of course I remember, but the jade in this stone is worth more than just 10 million. A moment later, her surprised exclamation rang out instantly. "It's out! It's out! The large sapphire is too incredible." He happily pointed at the continuously glowing green sapphire, praising it. "Hansu is really rich now. This must be at least adding a zero after 10 million. He just heard and suddenly turned pale, shouting, "What?" He couldn't believe it inside, secretly denying it. Could he really have unlocked a top-quality jade? The green light flashes over there, accompanied by whispers spreading throughout the hall. Is it real or fake? Looking at the grain pattern of this stone, its value is only average. I don't believe it, let me check. He raised his head, wiped his sweat comfortably, and happily declared that he was fortunate not to have been humiliated, as the green jade block appeared before everyone, leaving them all in stunned amazement. This is truly a top-quality ice jade. A piece this large is worth at least 100 million, and this gaze is even more formidable. They're a real expert. Compared to them, we're just trash. The more Ninfong listened, the paler he became, stammering as he finally managed to speak. How could that be? Then he turned around, grabbed Tran Viet by the collar, and gritted his teeth to question him. "You bastard. Wasn't it you who said the highest value was only 5 million just now?" He closed his eyes in fear and hurriedly explained, "Well, logically that's true, but sometimes unexpected things happen." At this moment, Diaphan stepped forward, holding up the check, and with a triumphant smile he said, "Nin, young master, thank you for your generous 100 million assistance." Facing eyes that seemed ready to devour him, Haiban showed no fear and played along. "Good people should share a little with me sometimes." Duani also said, "Nin, the young master really likes doing good deeds." His anger made him lose all reason and lash out. "Damn it, Diaphan, you deliberately played me, and you just showed a mocking smile on your face. So now you realize I was playing you?" The people around him chuckled and continued to mock. So the young master of Nin's treasure is a fool. I've never met anyone as stupid as him. From now on, don't come to his shop anymore to avoid getting infected. Under the rain of criticism from the crowd, Nin Fong widened his eyes and growled in a threat. Diaphan, don't get too cocky. Our Nin group owns half of Longguo's territory, and I can end you with just one word. You can only touch this piece of jade, not sell it for even a single dollar. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's attitude immediately changed. Everyone lamented with regret, knowing the Nin family's treasure was powerful and offending them was unwise. The young man could only accept his misfortune. Nin Fong truly is useless. Anger rising, she couldn't hold back and scolded him. Nin Fong, don't go too far. Isn't this the place you said was okay? As if hearing a joke, he slightly raised his eyebrows and challenged. Today I stand here and refuse to leave. Let's see who dares to buy this piece of jadeite. The next second, a deep and commanding voice rang out, followed by the sound of a cane striking the wooden floor with a loud bang. I'll take this jadeite. Upon hearing the sound, everyone in the hall turned around with suspicion. Who is this? And yet they dared to directly confront Nin Fong. Even if Nin Fong is truly detestable, the Nin family's treasure is behind him. The Nin family's treasures in Longguo are truly too powerful. Nin Fong also frowned in anger and turned around to question. Who are you? Not even respecting my dignity and you still want to do jewelry business in Long Country? King Kwang slowly approached, coldly mocking. Young Master Nin, you're quite the imposing figure, even wanting to control others' dealings in raw gemstone trading. He smirked slightly and sneered sarcastically when he saw the person coming. I thought I was someone important. So it turns out he's the Chairman Liu of the Liu Jewelry. His health is still good enough to come to the stone-breaking festival. Seeing the two of them face off, the crowd immediately started whispering and gossiping. The chairman of Liu's newspaper is here again? I heard that their families have been secretly fighting over resources lately, so this should be interesting. They don't seem to fear the Nin family's treasures. Duan Ni widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, Liu Quantong manages Liu Thi's treasures just as well as Nin Thi's, and I didn't expect him to be here either. Diaphan chuckled excitedly and remarked that it seemed like the old man and Nin Fong didn't get along very well. He didn't bother to reply, but walked past Nin Fong with a pale face and stepped in front of you, offering, Little friend, I will buy this piece of jadeite, just name your price. Seeing Kwang Tong make the decision without hesitation, the crowd erupted into whispers. A large piece of ice-type jade like this, a top-quality crystal, is extremely valuable. I think the starting bid should be at least 200 million. It's definitely not just that. With resources being scarce right now, pushing it up to 300 million is also possible. He stood behind, grinding his teeth in frustration and muttering, Damn it! Zhou Baolu's family isn't inferior to the Nin family, so today you're lucky. Meanwhile, Diaphan was frowning thoughtfully, knowing that enemies of enemies are friends, and with the old man defending justice for him, he couldn't bid too high. At that moment, his voice full of anticipation suddenly rang out, causing Nin Fong to panic and turn to look. What do you think? Have you decided yet? She smiled calmly, confidently, and slowly continued the negotiation. Liu, old master, if you really like this jadeite, I can sell it for 200 million. Diaphan, this jadeite could be sold for an even higher price. It's okay. We've made quite a profit today anyway. Kwang Tong chuckled loudly and praised. Good. Then he clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully in thanks. Then refusing would be disrespectful. But Nin Fong suddenly reached out to stop him, saying, Wait. He arrogantly stood in front of Kwang Tong's darkened face and declared, I also want to buy this jadeite stone. Both of you, upon hearing this, stared in disbelief at Nin Fong, watching his smug expression. Everyone couldn't help but whisper and criticize. What are you doing? You wouldn't let them sell it earlier and now you want to buy it yourself. This person must be sick. Their brain isn't just damaged, it's beyond cure. Suggest we cremate them. But Nin Fong still smiled coldly, secretly sneering. You guys don't understand anything. The Liu family is currently short of top-quality sapphires, so there's no way they can get their hands on such a large, exquisite piece. Only now does he get angry and start questioning. Nin Fong, you're going too far. Do you think I don't know how to get angry? He sneered sarcastically, turning around and saying, Nin family's treasure. I also need a piece of top-quality jade. Do you think I won't let us bid? Without waiting for a reply, Nin Fong turned around, pointed at Diaphan, proudly declaring, I bid 250 million, I want this stone. You've already earned 50 million more. What do you say? Instead, he confidently walked away, refusing to sell. He pushed so hard that he collapsed to the ground, shouting. Nin Fong quickly regained his composure, full of anger, and began questioning loudly. Why didn't you count when I already added 50 million? Leave me alone. Diaphan unapologetically glared at him with disgust and asserted, I prefer to talk about loyalty with people rather than do business with dogs. This remark immediately drove Ninfeng in his dog form into a furious rage. After hearing it, the three Kwangtong men burst out laughing, praising him non-stop. You talk too well. Han Tzu has a sharp tongue. Diaphan, you're comparing your image too much. At this moment, everyone's sarcastic remarks also reached his ears, and Ninfeng's expression changed too quickly to follow. You're right, you're a dog. Maybe I'm not human, but you are definitely a dog. People and dogs obviously can't discuss business together. Ninfeng, overwhelmed with anger, clutches his chest tightly, his face pale and trembling. Deep Han frowns. You smirked mockingly, raised your hand to scratch your ear, and challenged back, so what? I have no bones to throw at you. Just one sentence was enough to make him so angry he spat blood, his eyes wide with rage. Seeing Ninfeng collapse to the floor, Tran Viet couldn't help but panic and shout, Young master, are you okay? At this moment, Ninfeng's subordinate kept expressing concern. Young master, you must not get into trouble. I already said I wanted to take her to romantic Turkey, and also Tokyo and Paris. Seeing this scene, the three of them, Diaphan and the two men, were helpless and nauseous. Meanwhile, Haiban covered his eyes, unable to face it. So this was his preference. Duanni felt even more disgusted than anyone else. Where is the restroom? And then Kwangtong straightforwardly handed over a banknote. This is a check for 200 million. Young Master Deep, please keep it. He happily recounted that this piece of jadeite helped me with a big matter. Diaphan replied politely. Sir, you're too polite. It's just mutual help. I've disliked that Ninfeng for a long time. And that's not all. Emperor Kwang continued to express his sincerity. Here is my business card. Young Master Deep, if you wish to develop at Luz, I welcome you any time. Hearing this, you suddenly froze, speechless. Suddenly, Duanni rushed out and decided on her own, while Diaphan stayed put. Yet he chuckled happily. So, that's the case. Old Chu has a good granddaughter after all. Sensing the implication, Diaphan scratched his head and chuckled happily while she remained confused. In the end, he decided to leave and left behind a promise, relying solely on young Master Deep's insight. One day he would surely become a Grand Master. Suddenly, a jealous and unwilling voice softly echoed, Master? He's worthy too. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked around curiously. Who is it? Which bastard dares to speak of my brothers and me? Kwangtong, feeling a sense of familiarity, wondered if this voice belonged to him. Then Quach Van Tu and Master Huang entered together, and upon their appearance, everyone began to whisper and discuss. Young Master Quach Van Tu of Huangjiang Group has also arrived. The old man beside him must be the renowned Master Huang of Southeast Asia. I heard that Master Huang has examined countless stones and even helped find mineral veins. He's truly a master. Facing the two, Diaphan asked in surprise, Who are you? I don't remember offending you. Immediately, he pointed his finger at me and asked directly, I didn't offend you, but you harmed my junior brother to the point of Wang Daisu's tragedy. After hearing this, he stroked his chin and thought. Duanni exclaimed in panic, Is that the person who learned to bark? Hearing the insulting words, Master Huang angrily smashed everything. She angrily pointed out that you caused my junior brother to be mocked for months, fell ill from anger and paralysis, and now can't even go to the bathroom on his own, and said it's all his own fault. He didn't mean well to give us a chance to fight back, and he wouldn't even let us respond. Yet he still kept arguing and interrupting, grinding his teeth and talking endlessly in vain. A second later, Master Huang made a bold move, proposing a challenge. Diaphan, do you dare to fight me to the death? If you win, I will bark 3 times like a dog in front of everyone and then leave the martial world. Seeing that, Haiban also asked, what if Han Tu loses? And then the old man, gritting his teeth with a scheming smile, replied, if he lost, he would break his meridians and limbs, becoming a cripple like his junior brother. I just announced the rules, and Duanni immediately objected. It's not fair, Diaphan. Let's go. Only a fool would fight him. But things are not that simple. Van Tu's men barged forward to block the way. Wait a moment. Then he smirked and asked, have I let you go yet? Haiban, holding his arm, said sternly, what are you doing? If you want to fight, I'm not afraid of you. However, Kwangtong didn't want to make a big deal out of it and tried to calm things down. Quach Van Tu, this is Dien Nam, not Huangjiang. You need to think about the consequences when you do your work. He stubbornly acts as if he's above the sky and smugly asks back, the consequences? I think everyone in the Stonebreaking Guild would happily give my Quach family face and not interfere in their disputes. If Master Huang hadn't agreed to serve the Quach family for free for a year, I wouldn't have gotten involved. The more I listen to him, the angrier I get, and I can't even speak. But Diaphan proactively raised his hand to reassure, "Don't worry, sir, he's very confident. It's just a fierce competition." I accept. Hearing Diaphan say that, a few onlookers from afar whispered in amazement, "What? Is he crazy?" That's Master Huang betting that Southeast Asia has no rivals. This is just inviting death. Duoni is also next to him, trying to persuade him. "Diaphan, you shouldn't agree with him. He's clearly setting a trap for you." Haibin also quickly refused. "Hanzi, since this step is unfair, we won't accept it." Even Kwang Tong also said it was not right and told him, "Diep Tu Hu, don't act impulsively." Diaphan confidently told them, "Everyone can rest assured, I might lose in other things, but I am confident I will win the stone artifact." He thought to himself that after all, he was a man with a strong backbone. Master Huang just smirked and chuckled. "All right, that's what you said yourself. Don't regret it in front of everyone." Diaphan immediately responded to him, "Of course I won't regret it, but I have one condition. You point at Van Du and raise your voice, saying, 'If you lose, I want him to kneel and bark like a dog 3 times in front of me.'" Hearing this, they all look at you in shock. How does Diaphan have the courage to do that? Kwak Van Tu is the young master of the Quach family, which deals in both black and white, and even the Neen and Leo families wouldn't dare to offend easily. I think he's finally going to accept it. Van Tu looked at him seriously and said irritably, "Kid, you're tired of breathing, aren't you?" Diaphan clenched his fists and smirked in defiance. "I dare to provoke me. I won't spare anyone." His words made the surrounding atmosphere even more tense. At this moment, Master Huang leaned close to his ear. "Quach Thu, he's just scared. That's why he's deliberately making conditions. Just agree and trust me. I've already arranged everything. He definitely can't win." Van Tu frowned at the old man, fearing the worst. If he really hesitates, Master Huang grits his teeth and says, "I am willing to serve and compensate the Quach family for a year. Just look." Van Tu, after hearing this, smugly points at Diaphan. "Fine. I agree to this condition. Let's see how your son can win." Seeing Van Tu turn hostile, Master Huang frowned with displeasure. I spit on being so materialistic, in the warehouse. Master Huang led Diaphan's group inside. Duan Ni hurriedly covered her nose and whispered, "What is this foul smell and where are we?" He glanced at her and explained, "This is the remaining waste stone after the stone-throwing gatherings, basically worthless." Hearing that, you immediately asked suspiciously, "What did you bring us here for?" Master Huang stepped forward, tilting his head to Diaphan and saying, "This is the challenge. To find the highest quality raw jade from this pile of scrap stones." With 1 hour on the clock, he frowned, surprised by the competition's goal, and the onlookers immediately started discussing. "That's too difficult. Thousands of worthless stones going through each one would take days. I don't think there's a single complete jadeite among them." Even Diaphan fell into contemplation. If I didn't have the yin-yang eye, I wouldn't be able to find the jadeite in this pile of scrap stones. But Master Huang seemed to have a plan in mind, clearly suspecting there was a conspiracy among them. Master Huang urged, "Are you ready yet?" Han Shuyan leaned in and whispered to him, "The items are ready. This is the place you looked at earlier." Master Huang smirked with satisfaction. "Very good," he muttered to himself with satisfaction. "Diaphan, today you're definitely going to lose." Doani then approached Diaphan and whispered, "These piles are all just scrap. They have no value at all, so how could we find the jadeite block? Maybe we should try a different way to compete." He turned to look at her and confidently said, "I don't think it's necessary. There are still many good items inside." The guys outside immediately shouted, "That's ridiculous. If there were really good items, would he still be here?" Others checked long ago. I think he's definitely going to lose today. Diaphan's experience is still too limited. He's been outsmarted. Master Huang pats a nearby stone, saying, "This one is no good." He then shifted his gaze to another stone that looked more even. This one was also not good. Master Huang kept playing his tricks, pointing to yet another stone. "This one is too ordinary." Diaphan sneered and curled his lips, pretending to be indifferent, waiting to see what he was really after. In that moment, he cast lamb fire magic on his right eye, with energy swirling in a complex pattern, and used his yin-yang eyes to see through everything, revealing all the hidden jade stones of various sizes within the rocks, watching what he was up to. He secretly smirked maliciously. "This is the one. I've had the jade gem ready for a long time." Master Huang steps closer to the hidden stone. "It's as certain as the sun rises. You're also waiting for the right moment to strike." As I suspected, everything was prepared in advance. He hides his greed behind his hunched back. "I think this stone will do. Master Huang just needs to get it, and I'm sure I'll win." Hei Duong is smug inside. "Diaphan, you're doomed." Before Master Huang could reach the stone, Diaphan quickly threw a stone from behind, causing it to unexpectedly fly far away. It flew straight into the wall, making him panic and shout out my stone. I casually juggled the small stone I just used. Sorry about that, I was careless and slipped. Master Huang shouted and pointed. Damn it, you clearly deliberately wanted to bother me into choosing the stone. Diaphan crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. I also took the stone you chose. It's right there. Maybe if you switch places, you won't be able to pick it up anymore. Isn't it the top master's stone you just picked up? The crowd, just here to gossip, started pressuring him. That's right, if the stone chose itself, how could he not find it? Even if I change it, I can still find it. Master Huang is so capable, he should be fine. Master Huang broke out in a cold sweat. How is that possible? The stones I chose I couldn't find. He's guilty. Could it be that Diaphan has already seen through my plan? Diaphan responds with an provocative attitude. Then you should go look for it, because there's less than an hour left. Master Huang kneels among the scattered rocks. Go ahead and look. Just wait there, turn around, and head in the opposite direction for good news from him. Diaphan paused in front of a towering stone, quietly marveling that such a treasure could be hidden among the debris. Touching the rough surface, he felt an unexpected joy. He found the treasure and was overwhelmed with tears of joy, finally discovering you. My lifelong reputation nearly got ruined. He looked over with confusion. What's wrong with this person? Doan clearly sees Master Huang acting exaggeratedly. Didn't he just find that piece of stone? Is it really that serious? Haiban leans against the pillar and sighs. You're celebrating a bit too early. He's as happy as if he's found gold. Diaphan, I've finished choosing the stone. This time you're definitely going to lose. Diaphan sighed in disappointment. Weren't you just looking for the raw jadeite? So you've beaten me. Don't keep dreaming. A smug look suddenly turned into a hint of fear on Master Huang's face. What is it? How do you know? Raw jade is the highest grade. I don't believe you can find anything in this pile of scrap that can beat me. Just a bunch of gossip mongers going with the flow. Master Huang can find the raw jade in a pile of scrap. Truly impressive. Now watch Diaphan boast again. Lacking real skill, just good at bragging. You decided to choose the big stone earlier. This is the one. It must be able to beat him. As soon as you finished, the mocking laughter of the crowd erupted. Is this kid crazy? That stone is about to crack open. How could there be any jade inside? I think Diaphan is desperate now, just picking randomly, Doan asked with doubt. Diaphan, is there really raw jade inside this stone? Haiban is convinced that Diaphan is just guessing. Hantu, don't get too excited. Maybe we should switch to a different block. Master Huang chuckled happily. Diaphan, I think you should admit defeat now. Maybe I'll show a little mercy. Slowly channel your energy into that stone and make it form narrow grooves that shine with a jade-green light. You should admit defeat. The dazzling jade light made him squint temporarily. Haiban, hiding behind Doan, asked loudly, What? Diaphan is truly young, but possesses incredible destructive power. His uncle took out a statue of a toad carved entirely from jadeite. The guys who were joking around earlier are now in awe. Natural jade is very rare to find. Every piece of natural jade is extremely valuable. They are mostly overwhelmed by its immense worth. This frog holding this jade is worth at least a few billion. There's no comparison. Diaphan is definitely going to win. This natural jade piece is an invaluable treasure. Master Huang was stunned, speechless. Are you kidding? That kid Diaphan can actually pull out that natural jade from this pile of scrap? Vantu clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it! This guy's luck is just too good. Doan was thrilled to see our side win completely. It's awesome. Diaphan, we won. Haibin chuckled happily. Han Suzhou is so cool. From now on, he is my idol. Diaphan hesitated for a moment before silently handing over the toad figurine for him to hold. Look straight at him. The outcome has been decided, so you should keep your promise from before. Master Huang made a clumsy excuse to retort. I don't believe it. You must be lying. How could you possibly pull out the jade bish this easily from this pile of scrap? The crowd obviously no longer respects him. You can't do it, so how do you know others can't? If you lose, just admit it. I look down on you, but you still shamelessly call yourself a master. Go ahead and bark. I've already turned on the camera. Diaphan laughed at Huang Daisu's words and suddenly grabbed his wrist, saying, I think you're the one causing trouble. Master Huang immediately felt hit where it hurts. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. Diaphan gently rotated the old man's wrist and the stone in his hand fell out. Everyone, take a close look. Master Huang glares and eyes the treasured stone as it lands. Something's wrong. The stone rolled gently and then split in two. The exquisite jade was actually placed neatly inside from the beginning. You accuse the old man in front of everyone who has been deceived. This stone was clearly glued on afterwards. The glue is still visible on top and the jade inside was placed in. The anger of the Donglan group was quick to flare up. Damn it, Master Huang said it was a challenge to break the seal, but he was cheating. Is he just mocking all of us? Damn it, he's ruined the reputation of our stone-breaking guild. Kill this bastard now. Master Huang is sweating bullets. What do you want to do? All young men cracking their knuckles. What are you doing? Of course, I'm going to beat him up. Everyone together, go and beat this con artist so badly that he won't be able to get out of bed for the rest of his life. Even hygiene can't stand it. They stormed in and beat him mercilessly. Stop, I was wrong. Please spare me. Van Tu, trying to sneak away to avoid trouble. This fool, even treacherousness can't beat others. I should just leave first. He was immediately blocked by the Diaphan group. Trui asked, "Where are you going?" Denis added, "Master Huang has lost the stone-breaking match. You'd better fix your barking too." Haiban said, "Huang Master is crippled now. Next it's your turn." Van Tu tried to steady his trembling shoulders. "What do you guys want to do?" "I am the heir of the Huangjiang group. Even the stone-breaking festival organizer has to show me respect." Diaphan rushed forward and struck him a few times to threaten him. "Are you pretending to be cool in front of me? Let's see if I can make you look like an idiot today. Do you care what kind of person he is? Offend my brothers and I'll beat you up, so bark now, or I'll turn you into a eunuch today." After being beaten into submission, Van Tu suddenly becomes obedient like a dog, barking 3 times to settle the score. The camera pans to him and the man laughing mockingly. "Barking really suits you. I'm back now. If you post it online, it will definitely go viral. This guy used to bully others by relying on his power. Diaphan Su is really handsome. He's amazing." King Kwang politely asked if this natural jadeite was for sale. "You happily reply, Uncle Liu, you're here already?" He softly utters those money-laden words. "My Liu family treasure is willing to pay 30 billion. Diaphan was stunned by that price. 30 billion when? One person in the crowd shouted loudly. "Master Diaphan, our group is willing to pay 31 billion for a gem like this." Their loud shouts overlap each other. "Western Asia Jewelry Company, we are willing to pay 35 billion. Please sell it to us. This natural emerald is definitely ours, from the Golden Triangle Jewelry Company. No one should think they can steal it." "The price is up to you," one person said. "With your broken group, that's enough money to buy this gemstone. Your company is about to go bankrupt. Are you still saving that for me, you bastard, my brother? Let us have this natural emerald. Next time, please take care of your health 100 times. As soon as he finished speaking, they rushed into a fight. Haiban looked at their fight until they were battered and exhausted, then sighed and said, "Is it really worth it for the natural jade? This jade is not only a priceless treasure, but also can bring great fame to the company." Shaking his head and sighing, Diaphan called out softly as everyone watched. Chudoan Ninai from afar reached out and touched him, clinging to Diaphan's arm in a coquettish manner. "Diaphan, I want to too." Seeing Chudoan Ni, he blushed and smiled, saying, "All right, it's fine." One hand holding the beauty, the other raised high, shouting, "Everyone stop arguing. I won't sell this natural jade anymore." The crowd immediately became noisy, some looking stunned. "Are you kidding? Not selling anymore. Why are you so upset about the enemy?" We all offered high prices, but Diaphan replied with a faint smile, "Because we want to keep this natural jade for ourselves." Kwang Tong sighed as he watched them leave. The young people are still so impulsive. You don't know how much trouble this jade will cause. At the Nin Jewelry Group, the young and arrogant heir gives an order. "Everyone gather your forces immediately. No matter if Diaphan lives or dies, I must see that natural emerald tonight." Understood. The guards nodded obediently. Xiao Yun immediately plotted revenge after being beaten by him. Huangjiang Group. "Tonight, under the cover of darkness, we will attack Diaphan's villa. As long as we get that natural emerald, I can give you any amount of money you want. Just say the word." "Don't worry, Quach Tu, that kid is definitely dead. We will definitely complete the mission." He smirked maliciously, secretly pleased with himself. "Diaphan, you dare to offend me. Tonight is your time to die." At the same time, at the Dangyuan Financial Group, the leader declared loudly that natural emerald belongs only to our empire and must be reclaimed. The crowd cheered for the glory of our empire at Diaphan's villa. Lu Chi-min sternly said, "According to our intelligence, the Nin Group, Huangjiang Group, Dong Nguyen Financial Group, and various local clans will attack you tonight to seize this natural jade." He looked at Diaphan with a serious expression and sharp eyes. Chudunai touched his hand, softly apologizing to Diaphan, saying it was all her fault for being too impulsive and that they should sell the natural jade instead. "I don't want you to get into trouble. Brother Diap, I'm here to help you." Chuduan then curiously looked back and asked, "Who is that?" Haiban hesitated. Could it be that Kontang and the other brothers stepped forward and he said, "I know you need help right now. I've brought all my helpers here. Tonight we will wipe them all out without a single piece of armor left." When Diaphan saw Kontang, he suddenly ran over, shook hands, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Thanks, my brother." Hansu didn't need to say anything. We are brothers sharing the burden together. Haiban at this moment embraced both of them and said, "That's right, we are brothers sharing the burden together." He smirked and smiled confidently, shouting loudly, "Tonight, no matter how many enemies there are, we will kill them all." Inside Diaphan's villa, bright lights still shine through the dark night. The Ninthi group, a group of people armed with heavy weapons, calmly exchange sinister smiles as they talk to each other. Young Master Nin is really overestimating this kid. This mansion has so many vulnerabilities, I could break in alone. Big Brother is right, that brat might still be sleeping, so we can kill him before he even wakes up. The Quash group has already hidden outside, waiting in ambush, and said with a smile, "The defenses are too obvious. Sneaking in directly is no challenge at all. Don't worry, boss, we can definitely bring back the jade and the head of that brat. Just go straight in and finish him off." It's too easy. Fujiwara Group, you lead with full confidence. Even though this mission is simple, you must not let your guard down. The group immediately obeyed. "Yes, my lord will not let you down for the glory." Moments later, all three groups resolutely shouted to kill. The Quach group rushes forward with swords in hand, confidently declaring, "My great sword has been hungry and impatient for a long time." The Nin group also charges ahead with guns, saying, "Charge, we can't let others take the lead." A member of the Fujiwara group happily ran forward, claiming I was the one who made the first move. Suddenly, a bullet was fired, and in an instant it killed 3 people, leaving everyone who saw it bewildered and stunned. What? As soon as they saw this, they screamed in fear. This can't be. It was immediately clear that there was an expert inside. The barrel just fired is still smoking. Do you dare to step into the villa one step? In this situation, everyone in front of us is extremely frightened and cautious, sweating profusely as they whisper, "Their shooting skills are top-notch, and those 3 are the best among us." Yet they were directly slaughtered, and no one expected this kid to be so fierce, with even better shooting skills. Diaphan sneered provocatively. "You bunch of useless fools still trying to kill me and steal the treasure. Dream on." Then he couldn't help but think to himself that he had long since foreseen their arrival through the yin-yang eye. Their trap was set with a surrounding circle, just waiting for them to fall into it. As he finished speaking, Diaphan raised his middle finger and said, "If you've got the guts, come here. Everyone, don't be afraid. He only has a gun. How many people can he kill? That's right, with so many of us we can crush him easily. For the glory of the Empire, kill them all." Immediately after, everyone eagerly charged forward, shouting loudly, "Brothers, take them down. Brothers, kill." The Nin group members are lying scattered, crying and begging for help. "We can't do this anymore. Let us have a horse. There are other enemies coming to steal the jade treasure." Diaphan suspiciously asked himself, "Where are the 3 leaders from earlier?" Suddenly, a moment later, he heard Do-Ni's desperate scream, "Diaphan, save me!" Diaphan snapped back to his senses, fearfully muttering to himself, "This is bad. Those 3 are going to find Do-Ni again." The thugs climbed over the wall and rushed in, frantically shouting to kill. The value of the jade bow lies right here. Others in the supporting crowd rushed to seize the opportunity to kill Diaphan and steal the gem of treasure. Both sides clash, one wielding a sword, the other firing continuous gunfire, smoke and bullets flying everywhere, the scene chaotic as if engulfed in a sea of flames. Damn it, just when I thought everything was under control, new enemies show up. "You go and save Do-Ni, I will hold them off here," Diaphan replied firmly. "Okay." He quickly turned around and jumped to the 2nd floor to save her. Diaphan shouted into the room, "Do-Ni, how are you?" At this moment, he saw the 5,000, the muscle motor preparing to steal the treasure placed in the glass case. They stood still and motionless when discovered, while Do-Ni was unconscious on the floor. All 3 had wicked expressions, and the motor muscle clenched its joints, ready to fight. "This little brat arrived just in time. Why don't we kill him first and then steal this gem? What do you think?" Well, Manhwa nodded in agreement, saying, "I think it's fine. Our boss has ordered it. We must get this kid's head." Wai Moto added, "For the Empire, he must die." "Damn it, what have you guys done?" Do-Ni Vmko stands in front and replies, "She is only unconscious." He smirks and continues, "But you. De sao lao vao dingdam cowboy vugideo o ngonte va het len will die." With a sharp gaze, Diaphan glared fiercely, daring to hurt Do-Ni. "You just charge forward swinging your knife. I will kill you first." The clash of 2 metal sounds echoed as they fought on equal footing. Vimko chuckled happily, praising him. "Not bad strength. Come on, kid." Diaphan feels a bit worried. His strength is so powerful, yet he's not falling behind me at all. Taking advantage of your distraction, Wu Wan quickly tries to ambush from behind, expertly pressing a knife against your neck. Wu Van is pleased. Sorry, I'll take your head. Diaphan spun around, using his opponent's leg as a stepping stone to strike down from above, causing Wu Van to panic as he barely blocked the attack. Wai Motu shouted his proposal. For the glory of the Empire, whoever kills him first will claim the jade treasure. The remaining two eagerly responded, and then all three charged forward, with Yamo leading the attack using his powerful slicing technique. Diaphan stands firm with two knives pointed forward, ready to fight. Damn it, go and die. Both sides continue their attacks against each other, fighting fiercely as the sound of weapons echoes. You land on the ground. Long Day feels disappointed. I am no match for these three. I plan to change tactics. It seems I can only rely on the strength my master passed down to me. Suddenly Hoa Fuang appears behind and asks, Hey, do you need help? Diaphan suddenly jumped and shouted loudly, A fire, Phoenix, why are you here? Are you here to carry out a mission? She didn't care and replied, Just hearing about your situation, she came over to check it out. So what? Do you need my help to deal with these three guys? Just agree to one condition of mine, and that's all I need. I straightforwardly refused. No need, they are just a few useless guys. I can handle them, Hua Fuang said, reminding. Hey, kid, don't speak so loudly. These three are S-class wanted criminals. She continued to advise, even if I handle them alone, it will still take some effort. Diaphan closed his eyes and thought, just a few more minutes is enough. VM Ko stood with arms crossed, proud and defiant. Hey, little sister. He doesn't need your help. I've gone days without touching a woman. Wu Wan also chimed in. That's right. My brother has been very lonely lately. The other guy chuckled happily and added, This woman is just like Ngoch Bao, becoming a fine prize of war. Huo Feng, furious, was about to attack, saying, How dare you tease me? Today I will wipe you all out. But she was blocked by him. Diaphan firmly asserted, These guys are mine. What? The three of them are surprised by your attitude and marveling. This kid has actually broken through. At this point, Diaphan completely lost patience and challenged, Just go all out now. Stop wasting time. Hearing that, Wu Van challenged and said, Kong, even if you broke through, you're no match for the three of us. VM Ko snapped his fingers, ready to attack. Let's go all out, no holding back. I want to see how many moves this guy can withstand. And Yamato said with determination, The enemies of the Empire must be eradicated at all costs. As soon as he finished speaking, all three charged at him simultaneously. VM Ko roared down to hell in regret. 5,000 spears strike shouts, Go to hell! Yamato yells, Kill! Facing this attack, Diaphan closed his eyes with a sneer, then erupted with energy and coldly said, Is that all? Then Diaphan swung his sword and took down the three assassins before they could counter. He sneered dismissively, Too weak. Hearing this, everyone around was filled with incredulous shouts. No way, are you kidding me? The shattered jewel of the Empire. Hua Fuang couldn't believe her eyes, secretly thinking that with one slash she had defeated three top experts, and in that moment she trembled before your power. Even a genius trained from childhood like the old master of the martial arts circle can't compare to him. But you didn't take what just happened seriously, it was just a joke. I haven't even used my full strength. Suddenly, Hua Fuang excitedly jumps on him, urging Diaphan to join the security bureau. I've made up my mind. Diaphan waved his hand dismissively, saying I don't want to. Hua Fuang presses down on Diaphan. I want you. You struggle to pinch her cheek and push her away to save her, just as the female troublemaker, Doan Ni, wakes up and complains. It's fine. Seeing Hua Fuang cling to Diaphan, she kept saying, I want it, while you angrily grabbed her hair and refused. No way. She grimaced and asked what kind of game they were playing. A little while later, in the villa's living room, Diaphan explained everything to everyone. That's how it is. Hua Fuang confidently made her request. I can use the security bureau's force to help everyone leave here, but Diaphan must stay and help us. Hearing that, Doan Ni stood up and slammed the table. I don't agree. I can't leave Diaphan behind. I also can't let him stay with this woman. At this moment, Haiban also agreed with her, saying Doan Ni was right. If she wanted to go, then go together, especially now that the enemies had been repelled and there was probably no more danger. Kontang nodded in agreement and added, As long as Vai Tui is still here, the danger will never be eliminated. Diaphan suddenly interrupted, saying, Stop arguing, you decide the plan. Doan Ni and I will take Vai Tui back first. I will stay behind. Hearing that, Doan Ni and Haiban shouted together, Diaphan Han Tu. As soon as she finished the call, Hoa Fuang quickly relayed the message to Diaphan. They are already at the gate. Have you made your decision? He nodded and told them to come in, but as soon as he finished speaking, Doan Ni threw herself into Diaphan's arms. No, she looked up at you and asked nervously, Diaphan, I'm very scared. What should I do if something unexpected happens to you? Diaphan gently stroked Do-An-Ni's head to comfort her. Don't worry, I will definitely be fine. Just as Sun Kei's group entered, someone said, Hey, are you filming Qin Jiao right now? He pointed at Diaphan and mockingly asked Hua Puong, So you said you found a helper for us. Does that mean this gigolo kid who only knows how to cling to girls? She crossed her arms and calmly warned him. Sun Kei, don't blame me for not warning you. This guy is not simple. But he ignored it and kept provoking. This kid I can knock out 5 guys with 1 punch. Big brother Hoa, don't wait for me anymore. In an instant, a flash of light swept across Sun Kei's head. He just stood there blankly. Diaphan, holding a knife, impatiently said, I'll have the boss teach you a lesson. Sun Kei looked confused, not understanding what you meant, not about to discipline anyone. Hua Puong just pointed at his head, clutching his stomach and laughing uncontrollably. Only then did Sun Kei realize his hair had been shaved into a mess. My hair. Seeing this scene, Black Dog and Darkhound both stared in shock and exclaimed in amazement. It was so fast I didn't even see when he drew the dagger. An expert, even more formidable than Fire Boss. Sun Kei lifts his precious hair and casually says, My hair, while Diaphan happily spins his sword in his hand, teasing him. What's wrong? How do you like the hairstyle I designed for you? Do you want to change it? Now Sun Kei no longer dares to be arrogant and can only awkwardly wave his hand, saying, I like it a lot. I am very satisfied with your design. Things are tense now, so no need to change the style. All right, enough already. Sun Kei, Da Hao, Fong Kao, Black Horse, including me and you, everyone assigned to this mission has gathered. Diaphan asked, Who is the target this time? She crossed her arms and introduced the target, while also reminding everyone, this time we have to catch a guy nicknamed the Crazy Grenade Rat. He is an expert in explosives and bombs, extremely dangerous, everyone must be very careful. Diaphan firmly agrees. All right. Then you two go ahead first so I can focus on completing the mission with her. Hearing that, Do-An-Ni immediately objected, No, you're risking your life for us, I don't agree. And then she immediately turned hostile, flicked her wrist and said, If I leave for just a moment, there's no way I can stop this wicked woman's seduction. Diaphan immediately shouted in denial, saying, That's not true. But Hua Puong was not willing to stay still and moved to put her arm around Diaphan's shoulder. Then she held him tightly, ignoring Do-An-Ni's surprised and angry expression, blushing as she said, If a good man like him is so irresistible, I won't hold back if you can't keep him away. Without hesitation, Diaphan immediately pushed her away and stammered angrily, Damn it, Hua Puong, what are you doing? Feeling the danger at its peak, Do-An-Ni frowned and put her arm around Diaphan, warning Hua Puong, You wicked woman, stay away from my Diaphan. But she ignored her and grabbed his other arm. Why is that? What relationship do you have with Diaphan? Who does she think she is to control me? She immediately bristled with anger, shouting, I am his girlfriend. Fire Phoenix refuses to give up. Full of fighting spirit, I am his comrade. Besides, you two aren't married yet, so who knows? Maybe you'll break up tomorrow? Then came the endless argument between the two of them. I once shared a room with Diaphan. Diaphan also secretly watched me bathe. Diaphan once kissed me. Diaphan used to touch my chest. When he returns to Sunhai, I will sleep with him. Tomorrow, I will sleep with him as well. Seeing this scene, the people from Sun Kei's group couldn't believe their eyes. Fire Lord is fighting over a man with a woman again? Is this still Fire Phoenix, the one who terrifies international special forces? This guy is amazing. He managed to win over Lord Hoa's talented person. Haiban clenched his handkerchief in envy, tears welling up. Is Hansu really that popular? I want to be treated like that too. The whip gave him a cold splash of water. No more rain. You might as well earn more money to go to Korea for plastic surgery. Maybe there's still some hope. Just then, a high-pitched voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. There's no need to compete anymore. No one is going anywhere tonight. Diaphan immediately tensed up, coldly glancing back. Do-An-Ni was panicked, stammering. Could it be him? Crazy Chut stands at the door laughing wildly, with 2 grenades strapped to his body. Hello, everyone. I hear you're looking for me. I'm here myself, bringing a few small gifts along. Seeing his appearance clearly, Fire Phoenix immediately shouted that it was not good. There are grenades. Get down now. Diaphan asked in surprise. What? At this moment, the crazy mouse throws a bomb at everyone's feet. He immediately cursed, damn it, then quickly grabbed Do-An-Ni's hand, pulled her close, and hugged her while turning around and shouting, Watch out! But at this moment, Crazy Mouse chuckled happily and said, It's too late. He pressed the button. The grenade exploded instantly, and Diaphan, holding Do-An-Ni and Haiban, was thrown back by the blast. At this moment, the scene is chaotic, with furniture scattered and broken, smoke filling the air. Diaphan quickly hides behind a table to avoid danger. Your head is bleeding from the explosion, and you're coughing in the smoke. Diaphan anxiously asks as he sees the two people fall to the ground. Duan Ni and Duanka, are you both okay? Haiban and Duan Ni sit up, still feeling bewildered. Brother Duang, coughing and sighing, said, Luckily Han Tzu helped block the impact of the bomb. We're fine. Suddenly, Duan Ni saw Diaphan's face and asked anxiously, Diaphan, you're injured. Diaphan held Duan Ni's hand to reassure her, It's okay. We need to find a hiding spot. This time it's a big mess. But right now, he was thinking about something else and wondering if Hua Huang and the others were hurt. At this moment, Hua Huang and her group were hiding behind the wall near him. She spoke up, Diaphan. Fire Phoenix, holding her injured arm, said worriedly to him, I'm sorry, I caused trouble for you this time. In a moment, I will draw the crazy rat's attention. You and your friends should leave here first. The crazy rat walks boldly, holding a gun in one hand and a detonator in the other, threatening with a sinister smile. Don't even think about escaping. Everything around this villa has been rigged with my bombs. Just one step outside, and I will detonate them immediately. Feng Kao warns that the bombs created by the Mad Rat are not only extremely powerful, but also carefully concealed, making them very hard to detect. If it were a normal situation, we could try to find a way to disarm it, but right now everyone is injured, Dahao said angrily. Damn it, if only we knew where he planted the bombs, maybe we could escape. Hua Huang suggested a solution. There's no other way now. We can only hold off the crazy rats until Chi Viet arrives. Through Diaphan's clairvoyance, all the scenes like the staircase bombs at the door seemed to confirm Dahao's previous intentions, with the placement of the bombs, then listing them on the stone slab by the poolside, and even lying on the floor. Diaphan confidently said, I know it, and then smiled triumphantly before asking Hua Huang for help. You guys first help me attract his attention, I will go deal with those bombs, Hua Huang asked with surprise and doubt. What? Diaphan, how do you know where the bombs are? Dahao continued to advise him, telling the young man on his first mission not to rush and to stay calm first. Feng Xiao was just as surprised but still worried and warned him. The best course of action right now is to wait for reinforcements. Acting rashly will only make things worse. Everyone stop talking. I trust Diaphan. Let him handle this. Haiban, you must be careful. I haven't been able to help you before, but this time I will support you fully. Duan Ni also spoke up to encourage him. Diaphan, you must stay safe and don't push yourself too hard. Contrary to everyone's attitude, he confidently replied. All right, before leaving here, he didn't forget to remind everyone to be careful. While Diaphan was trying to sneak away, Haiban seemed to have a plan and urged him to hurry. Donni, quickly give me all the jewelry you're wearing. Big guy, I have to break out today no matter the cost, she asked suspiciously. What do you want to do? The crazy rat holding a detonator confidently taunts. So you guys aren't trying to catch me? Come out quickly. Suddenly he glanced behind. A rough, hairy leg, wearing a high-heeled black shoe, emerges from behind the wall in a seductive pose. The crazy mouse frowns suspiciously. What is this? Haiban appears as a dazzling beauty with a voluptuous figure, wearing a tight, strapless dress, her hairy legs gracefully running over while flirting. Boss, come have some fun. Seeing that scene, the crazy mouse kept being shocked and vomiting non-stop. Haiban still maintains that flirtatious look and blows him a kiss, while the mad mouse keeps vomiting. Where did such a deeply lovesick guy come from to keep throwing up? The others aren't much better, all of them terrified by the scene. Hua Huang lamented, This is a disaster. This method of attracting attention is too extreme. Dahao also didn't expect it, completely unaware that Duan Ni was the same. She couldn't hold it in anymore. No way, this fat guy is even more disgusting than Nin Fong. I can't take it anymore. Haiban is still playing both sides, trying hard to attack Lak Huang. Do you not remember him? That night he still called her little sweetheart. On the surface it seemed that way, but inside he was screaming. Deep, Han, hurry up a bit. Your little life is in your hands. The furious rat is struggling wildly. What kind of demon is this? Damn it, he lost patience and pressed the detonation button. No one dared to witness what happened. Some covered their mouths, others covered their eyes, and everyone was filled with confusion inside. The fat guy quickly hides, it's over. Dao Haiban closes his eyes, grits his teeth, and frowns in regret. I should have disguised as a girl and sneaked out instead, rather than being afraid and doing nothing. Hua Huang hesitated. What's going on? It didn't explode. Feng Kao couldn't believe it. Could it be that Crazy Mouse's bomb failed? Dianzhou was a bit skeptical, wondering if Diaphan had actually succeeded. What's going on? Hurry up and explode for me. At this moment, Diaphan suddenly appeared from behind. He said, "Don't waste your effort anymore. You threw the bombs you just disarmed on the floor, and then with a contemptuous attitude, all your bombs have been disarmed by me." Doani happily exclaimed, "Diaphan, that's great, you succeeded." At that moment, Haibin was both crying tears of joy and lamenting painfully. "Oh mother, Hanzi, you finally arrived. If you didn't come, this hundreds of pounds of meat would have been eaten by my fat self." Everyone on this side looked at Diaphan in surprise. Dahao couldn't help but stammer in amazement. He's really able to do it. "The crazy drone bomb has been disarmed and taken down again." Fong Kao, with a look of disbelief, exclaimed, "How did he find this place so quickly? I can't believe it." He continued, "With this speed and eyesight, he would definitely be a top player if he joined the security bureau." At this moment, Fire Phoenix shows a sinister and satisfied expression. "Diaphan, indeed, you did not disappoint me. I must have him no matter what." As soon as I finished speaking, the crazy mouse was stunned and terrified, unable to believe this was real. "No, it's impossible. My drugs and explosives are hidden in very secret places. How could you find them?" Diaphan cracked his knuckles and stepped forward, speaking seriously. "Stop wasting words. You chose to raise your hands to be punished, or should my fist help you?" Hearing that, Haibin looked pleased and said, "We can't let this guy go easily. He has to taste what it's like to be caught in a net and jump around." After saying that, everyone fell silent. Immediately after, Crazy Mouse couldn't hold back his rage and shouted loudly to give an order. Without hesitation, he decisively pulled the pin, while Crazy Mouse issued a threat. "If you want to catch me, forget it. At worst, everyone will die together." At this moment, everyone was panicking. Hanzi and Diaphan were in trouble. Then, Diaphan calmly drew a knife. He threw a sharp blade towards his hand holding the bomb. At this moment, Crazy Mouse clutched his bleeding hand in pain and shouted, "My hand isn't finished yet." Diaphan smoothly glides behind him and smugly asks, "Do you like playing with self-destruction?" "What?" At the same time, Yehan uses his strength to deliver a kick to the Crazy Mouse's groin, causing him to bleed profusely as if eggs were shattered into pieces. He snapped sharply, "Get lost," then delivered another kick that sent him flying 1,000 meters away as the mad rat clutched his groin and howled in tears. "Diaphan, just wait, I'm not done with you yet. There's still one more. Then, you kick the bomb straight toward the target. Let your belongings take the hit and don't let it fall again." As soon as it saw it, the black mouse froze in panic with wide eyes. Soon after, a deafening explosion echoed through the sky. Everyone was happily looking in the same direction. Doan-ni exclaimed with delight, "These fireworks are really beautiful." The scene shifts to the excavation hall where everyone is gathered, whispering excitedly. Tonight, a fierce battle has erupted in the city, involving several major forces over the fuchsia natural jade that was recently discovered, as the young ones fear losing more than they gain by refusing to heed the elders' advice. At the same time, the door slowly opened, and Diaphan and Kontang entered while chatting in front of everyone's eyes, early in the morning, bringing Doan-ni and her brother home. Luckily, I managed to get back in time. Today is the last day of the stone-breaking festival, and it will decide who owns the mineral vein. Seeing you, everyone was stunned in surprise. "What? That kid is still safe and sound? He's fine. So does that mean all the forces of the three great powers have failed? This young man is not simple." Even Nin Fong's eyes flashed with hatred as he secretly thought, "Damn you, Diaphan, just wait and see." Van Tu Kao clenched his teeth, thinking, "I will definitely kill that bastard." Dang Yun was no exception, scowling as he stared at Diaphan and secretly cursed that anyone who obstructed the Empire's great cause would surely die. At this moment, Diaphan calmly stepped closer to the display table adorned with the gems. At that moment, you frowned and thought to yourself, while everyone behind you started whispering excitedly, trying to find the most valuable piece among these 9 raw stones. This level of challenge is a test for master artisans, precisely to examine their eyesight and courage. This time, the leader can win $100 million and a mineral vein, so he must risk everything. Seeing Diaphan staring intently at the stone, Kontang asked casually, "Brother Diep, which piece of raw stone do you think has the highest chance of increasing in value?" After Tramgam thought for a moment, he finally spoke up. "What about this one?" Indeed, among the raw stones there are good things, like the ice seed La Lan, a valuable item. At that moment, Ninfeng and his companions quietly watched him from behind, secretly feeling proud. Diaphan bets on the stones so skillfully that as long as he buys the ones he likes, there's no need to waste effort inspecting himself. He's just too clever, but everything is part of Diaphan's plan. He thought to himself happily, trying to use me. It seems this fool hasn't realized he's been tricked yet. Hearing this, Kong Tang cheered up and urged eagerly. So, what are you waiting for? Brother Deep, just choose the raw stone you like and place your bid. Then, he happily pointed at the stone and deliberately spoke loudly for Ninfong to hear, describing the surface of this 8 raw gemstone as black as paint with a faint white hue, blurry patterns, a rough surface, mist inside, dry and clear, indicating there is definitely a top-quality gem inside. Then, Diaphan began writing on the bid sheet at the auction table, suggesting an opening bid of 80 million. But things didn't go smoothly. Ninfong confidently stepped from behind and shoved his bid into the box. 100 million, I will take this raw stone. Seeing that, he immediately pretended to be angry and shouted, Ninfong is my brother. Ninfong now thinks he's clever and arrogantly challenges Diaphan. How can you not be convinced? You country bumpkin, let me tell you how much I throw in. This young master will always put in more than double. Do you dare to try me? Knowing he was caught in a trap, he deliberately raised the bid high. Winning this crystal block was like getting $100 million in a continuous vein of mineral crystals. I'll go higher. I bid 200 million. Without hesitation, Ninfong arrogantly held up 4 fingers. 400 million. Tranviet obeyed, quickly dropping his vote into the box. He now looked arrogantly down on Diaphan. Compared to my wealth, even 10 of you are not worthy. Seeing his smug expression, Diaphan was extremely furious. I only brought 300 million. Ninfong, you win. I'll give you this gem. Knowing he had been deceived, he shifted his focus and said, let's go. Nearby, Kong Tang was surprised to see him give up and hurriedly tried to stop him. Come on, Brother Deep, you don't have enough money. I can lend you some first. But Diaphan coldly and seriously refused. No, this time it's a challenge from Mr. Chu to me. I can't ask for help from others. Now Ninfong smugly leans on his hip, grinning from ear to ear. Diaphan, I finally beat you once. As soon as they noticed something strange, Tranviet immediately spoke up. Young master, I think something's not right. He looked to the other side as Ninfong suddenly froze in concern and asked, What's wrong? At the stone table, Diaphan happily repeats his earlier words, confusing Kong Tang. The surface of this raw stone block is black like paint, with faint white patterns emerging, featuring blurry floral motifs, a rough surface with mist underneath, dry and distinct, and inside it definitely contains a top-quality gem, and soon another person falls into the trap. Nguyen excitedly shouted the price, 400 million deep tang, compared to my wealth. Even 10 of you are not qualified. This time, I'm definitely taking the mineral vein prize. Once again, you frown and pretend to be angry as you give up. Unfortunately, I only brought 300 million this time. Dang Yen, you're quite something. I'll give this raw stone to you. After saying that, he sulkily left with Kong Tang. Let's go. From afar, after witnessing this, Ninfong realized he was on fire. Did he not stop at the next table? Once again, he pointed at the stone with the same expression, leaving Kong Tang confused and staring blankly. Van Tu arrogantly raised his eyebrows in pride. 400 million. Diaphan, compared to my wealth, even 10 of you are not qualified. This prize is definitely mine. Unfortunately, I only brought 300 million this time. Just like the previous 2 times, this time Diaphan also frowns and gives up. Kwok Van Tu An, you win. I'll let you have this raw stone. Seeing everything unfold, Kong Tang looked on with confusion, wondering what on earth was going on. At this moment, Dawan was stunned and suspicious, feeling like he had heard this somewhere before. Next to him, Tranviet Nu realized Diaphan's tricks and hurriedly warned Ninfong, Sir, we've been fooled again, haven't we? Realizing he had been fooled by Diaphan, he snapped in fury, I didn't need you to tell me. I already saw through it. Only Van Tu was unaware, tilting his head back and laughing smugly. Diaphan, today is your turn. Diaphan turned around, covering his mouth as he chuckled slyly. These fools are too easy to deceive. Only now does Kong Tang realize. So Brother Deep was actually fooling them? That move was pretty ruthless. As the 2 of them were laughing happily, a man stepped forward to interrupt. Wasn't that Kong Tang? That is the young master of the Nguyen family from the 4 great clans. He asked Kong Tang, Are you still free to wander around here looking for crystals? Kong Tang angrily questioned him. Nguyen Hong, you can come. Why can't I? Nguyen Hong arrogantly laughed and patted his shoulder. Do you really have to forget about the ordeal our 2 families went through? If you lose, that vein of the Khan family will belong to our Nguyen family. And with that, Pham Thang flattered him just in time. Young Master Nguyen, rest assured, with Vin Pham Thang, the king of bets in Southeast Asia, I am here. That Khan family's mineral vein will soon belong to the Nguyen family. Hearing that, Kong Tang clenched his teeth in anger, but couldn't say a word. Nguyen Hong and Pham Thang laughed triumphantly. Right now, Diaphan whispered to Kontang. Who is that turtle in white? Why is he so aggressive? I'll explain it to you. The mineral vein business here is controlled by the 3 Khan and Nguyen DM, 4 major clans, and he is the heir of the Nguyen family. At this point, Kontang's anger flared up again. Our 2 families have always been at odds. Not long ago, we used the clan's mineral veins to bet, but unexpectedly they caused trouble from within, preventing us from inviting a top celestial master. Hearing that, Diaphan confidently patted his chest and said, "It's just a bet, Kontang, don't worry, I will help you win." He secretly thought that Kontang had helped him many times before, and this time, he had to help him win. Hearing what he said, Nguyen Hong burst into tears of laughter. "Who are you to bet against us?" Fanjing also chuckled loudly, pointing at you. "You're too young and arrogant. You haven't experienced loss and gain yet, have you?" Diaphan's eyes full of challenge and anger made the proposal. "If you guys are so confident, why don't we bet 300 million now to see if I can win the final prize or not? What do you think?" Nguyen Hong sneered contemptuously. "Fine, let's bet. You think I'm afraid of you?" he said, lifting his chin and tossing his hair arrogantly. "I'm not some 4-limbed idiot or a useless fool. I know about extreme stones, and I will definitely win." Nguyen Hong's mind was full of scheming and calculations, hearing that this time the bid could be made secretly, so others wouldn't know the amount he offered. As long as he kept an eye on Diaphan, no matter what price he set, he just needed to pressure him. Relying solely on his capital, he would definitely not be his match. After sealing the deal, the 2 looked at each other with fiery eyes. Diaphan spoke first. "Fine," then it settled with one word. He cursed inwardly. "You white turtle. Just watch and see if I'll ruin you." Everyone around started to discuss loudly. If it's a normal gem, Diaphan has a high chance of winning, but if the bidding is done secretly, the rules actually favor Nguyen Hong. As long as Nguyen Hong always bids higher than Diaphan by 1 level, no matter what, he will ultimately be the winner. That's right, Diaphan's value compared to the young master of the Nguyen family is simply incomparable. Now Nguyen Hong pointed at Diaphan and shouted loudly, "Kid, there's only 10 minutes left to choose the raw stone. Have you finished yet?" He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "You didn't say anything. I was about to forget." He then turned around, excitedly pointed at a piece of raw stone, and shouted, "The surface of this raw stone is as black as ink, with faint white patterns emerging, hazy plum blossoms, a bumpy surface. Fog inside, dry and clear, absolutely containing a top-quality gem." Seeing how quickly Diaphan made his choice, everyone was stunned. Nguyen Hong angrily shouted, "You've used this trick 3 times now. Do you really think I'm an idiot? I definitely won't fall for your tricks. Ninfeng, Dang Nguyen, and Van Tu are fools according to him." They all narrowed their eyes and pointed at themselves, asking, "Who did he call an idiot?" "Maybe it's us. I am one of the brightest minds of the Empire." Diaphan crossed his arms, looking confident. "Hey, don't disbelieve this. It's really genuine jade." The crowd all showed expressions of disbelief again. Some stick out their tongues. "Do you think we're fools?" Others roll their eyes and blow smoke. "Only a madman would believe you." Whoever sets the price must not be as stupid as those fools like Ninfeng, right? And then he flips the bird. "That's right. We won't bid on this piece of raw stone even if we die." Diaphan turned around and shrugged, looking disappointed. "But you didn't fall for it after all. How unfortunate. Kong Tang, let's check out other gemstones." But inside we were secretly laughing in triumph. Those jadeite inside the gemstones are the most valuable here, and we've got them. Nguyen Hong coldly looked at the 2, determined to compete to the end. "Let's see this kid die trying. No matter what bid he makes on the jadeite, we have to outbid him." Pham Thang clenched his fist, his voice full of confidence mixed with arrogance. "Young Master Nguyen is skilled. This kid is definitely going to lose." A moment later, in the auction room, Liang Bang raised the microphone to start the event. The distinguished guest, after a brief selection and evaluation, the highest valued crystal head of the night, is here. He raised his voice to stir up the atmosphere and asked, "Do you all feel excited?" Everyone below responded loudly. "The one in charge must be me. Si Yi, I am the one who will be the final leader. My quote is the highest. This time I will definitely win." Nguyen Hong asked Pham Thang, "What's wrong? Are you trying to kill Diaphan or not?" He casually replied, "Don't worry, young Master Nguyen." Nguyen Thach. Diaphan looked at us, we all followed. Our prices are absolutely higher than his. We are already unbeatable. Hearing that, Nguyen Hong turned to look at Diaphan and smiled evenly. "If you want to fight me, let's see how you die this time. You don't matter to me. As you pick your nose, I ask you, white turtle dressed in white, what are you looking at? Have you prepared the 300 million check yet?" Nguyen Hong immediately grinned and shouted, "Get ready for that shit." He confidently declared, "I will definitely be the one to lose this time, so why should I prepare anything?" Diaphan secretly smirked, eager to see Nguyen Hong's expression after the results are announced, but outwardly he remained calm and said, "Fine, then just watch and see." Everyone watching the scene looked down on him with disdain, mocking and sneering. It's about time. Diaphan is still pretending to struggle and hold on. I think that 300 million is definitely lost for him. He's just a kid with no backing behind him. How can he compete with the young master of the Nguyen family? At this moment, Langbang lifted his scarf and announced to everyone that the most valuable gem this time was this ice seed Lalan. Under the red cloth, there is a cut gemstone with the ice seed Lalan jade inside, shining brightly. The crowd below gasped in amazement, their eyes shining. Oh my God, the ice seed Lalan is a top-quality treasure. I'm so jealous. Who could be this lucky? A piece of ice seed Lalan can sell for tens of millions, and the one on the stage is worth at least hundreds of millions. Luongbang walks up to the bidding box, pulls out the paper inside, and says, "Let's see who the lucky one is to be the top bidder this time." After reading the content on the paper, he exclaims in surprise, "Strange, why is there only one bidder in this box?" Everyone gasped in shock and exclaimed, "There's only one bidder." Are you kidding me? Could it be? Luongbang raised the paper in his hand and announced, "No, this lucky person is Mr. Diaphan." On the paper, the bidder's name is listed as Diaphan with a bid of 10,000. Nguyen Hong, stunned, holds his head and can't help but curse. Pham Thang also couldn't believe it and shouted, "How is this possible?" On the other hand, Kong Tong smiled happily. It really was Brother Diep who chose the gem. At this moment, Diaphan stepped onto the stage, waved his hand to thank everyone, and said, "I am truly lucky." The crowd below shouted angrily, continuously throwing things onto the stage. "Diaphan, you bastard, you tricked all of us. Are you even still human, Diaphan?" While everyone was still shouting and shamelessly climbing onto the stage, Nguyen Hong pulled Pham Thang to sneak away. "Damn it, let's go." At this moment, Kong Tang and Dicey's group suddenly appeared, blocking their way. Kong Tang asked, "Nguyen, the young master, where are you going?" Daiko tensed all his muscles, sternly reminding, "You still haven't paid my brother Diaphan's 3 million. Nguyen Hong's face turned pale with fear, but he still bravely threatened. "What do you guys want to do? I am the young master of the Nguyen family. How dare you threaten me? Do you want to die?" The Dacho gang paid no attention, growling, caring nothing about who he was or what he did, daring to cheat and beat him, then ordered his men to step forward and deal with the two of them. The Daiko battalion is deploying. Kontang is furious and pushing forward, still pretending to be confident. About his third leg. Nguyen Hong kept begging not to be hit anymore, saying he could pay back, while Pham Thang also cried and begged. "This has nothing to do with me. Why did you fight me too?" In an instant, both of them had already fallen to his hands. Then, Kontang approached Diaphan and reported, "Here is your 300 million winning check. I've helped you collect the debt. Take it firmly as a sign of gratitude." "Thank you, Big Brother Kontang." Seeing this scene, Nguyen Hong's anger grew even more, and he secretly vowed in his heart, "Diaphan, Kontang, I will make sure you both meet a tragic end in tomorrow night's bet." The scene shifts to a private room in the casino, where two powerful factions sit silently facing each other. Master of the Nguyen family, Sun Ha, smirked proudly. "Kan Hien, the one your Kan family sent to gamble, hasn't arrived yet? Is it that you can't find him?" Kan Hien, the head of the Kan family, replied firmly, "Don't think that secretly scheming and playing tricks will get you anywhere. My family's legacy will never be defeated by you guys," Sun Ha said coldly, his eyes darkening as if he had planned this long ago. "You talk big. I've already bought the remaining Master of Divine Arts in Southeast Asia, and the Kan family has no one left to use. I actually want to see who you think can beat him," Vin Thang said with a calm smile. "Mr. Nguyen, rest assured, I will definitely win this fight. I can beat him." Diaphan Duong Huang stepped into the spotlight, followed by his subordinates throwing flowers and playing grand music as if celebrating a victory. His aura was exploding. "The divine god is here." Sun Ha grits his teeth in anger. "Damn it, where did the godly spirit come from?" Kan Hien was also stunned. "Is this the expert from Thien Thuat Kontang you invited?" Nguyen Hong frowned in confusion. "Isn't this Diaphan? What the hell is he doing?" And Pham Thang is wide-eyed with amazement. "Let's go." Diaphan confidently points and declares that today you will definitely lose. Sun Ha finally snapped out of it and immediately went crazy. "Do you think we're fools?" Changing clothes, then playing some music and inviting people to throw flowers. "Do you think you're a god or something?" At that moment, the speaker on Van Triet's shoulder suddenly switched to a voice selling high-priced scrap, Old refrigerators, old TVs, old washing machines, old shoes, and old clothes in exchange for eggs. He was confused. Why did the background music change? Is it broken? Van Track calmly extends his hand. Boss, there aren't enough flower petals. You need to pay extra. Why? Tin crossed his arms and sneered. Con Tang, this is the master of divine tricks you've been looking for. Is he here to mess with he? Con Bang also chimed in with sarcasm. Con Tang, gambling involving the fate of the family shouldn't be disturbed. Get rid of this guy quickly. Con Hien's face was now as dark as a pot's bottom, and he asked through gritted teeth, Con Tang, what exactly is going on? Sun Ha laughed contemptuously, then slowly stood up, exhaling a puff of cigarette smoke with sarcasm. The Khan family, you're truly at the end of your rope. Resorting to someone like this, I think there's no need to continue this game. Why not continue? The whole room suddenly fell silent as if struck by lightning, and Thon Dat, sitting in the observing seat, couldn't help but be surprised. He managed to find 4 aces from the only deck that fell. Beside him, Xiaolong spoke up, and he didn't even bother to look at those cards. Even Haobak had to admire, this young man truly has some skill. Con Tang then stepped forward, bowing solemnly, Father, please trust me. Diaphan can definitely represent us to win this gambling match. Con Hien hesitated for a moment, then decided to trust him, and clasped his hands in a respectful bow. Little Bang Hu Diep, from Khan's enterprise, I sincerely ask for your help. Diaphan placed his hand on Con Hien's to comfort him. You're being too polite. Con Tang and my nephew are good brothers. His matters are also your matters. I'm sure you'll do your best to win this bet. Hearing that, Pham Thang snorted coldly, mocking loudly without any shame. He sneered, thinking he's so clever with his card tricks, but right now I'm about to punish everyone at the table while that kid is still messing around. You should speak less. True skill is shown at the betting table. Pham Thang shrugged nonchalantly and challenged, What do you want to bet? I'm familiar with all my tricks. You choose. Diaphan said nothing more, calmly placing the black card on the table as a challenge. Then let's bet on big or small dice. But this kind of extreme isn't very exciting. I have 1 billion in my bank card, and I'll bet it all on one round to decide the winner. Are you brave enough to follow? Pham Thang hesitated for a moment, quickly calculating the total sum of the 3 dice. Even if both roll a 6, at best it's a tie. I can't lose, especially with that trick up my sleeve. Thinking this, he decisively threw the card onto the table. All right, Pham Thang Not Moinu is already certain to win. Let's fight. If you want to give me your money, of course I won't refuse. Immediately after, the referee's voice rang out, announcing the start of the first round of the dice game, with one side the legendary gambler from South Asia and the other the Black Horse Assassin from Redagore Nursing Home. As soon as the words finished, Pham Thang instantly raised his hand, gripping the cup of dice and shaking it with fierce energy. Watch my 18 deadly hand styles as the dice in his hand burst out like a demon king appearing, erupting with a fierce aura that excites everyone from Sun Ha. Mr. Vin has used his ultimate move. Surely Diaphan can't counter this. We're definitely going to win this round. Facing that powerful aura, Diaphan simply calmly lifts his cup, gathers his strength for a moment, then softly says, Just 18 styles of the demon hand. You're outdated now. Watch my move. As he finished speaking, he shook the dice cup like a dance, each movement light yet swift, like Guan Yin appearing with her hand, leaving everyone stunned in awe. Too many hands, I can't see clearly anymore. Such an amazing move. Oh my god, it's like paying homage to Guan Yin. Both of them placed their cups in front of each other, their eyes locking like sparks flying. Pham Thang confidently declares, Diaphan, there are only 3 dice here, so you can only roll up to 18 points, but I... He deliberately pauses before revealing his cup, then laughs triumphantly. You can roll a 19, I'm definitely winning now. Sun Ha's group immediately cheered and flattered, Can you break a die with a roll? No one else has this kind of skill. Lord Vin truly lives up to his reputation as the king of gambling. Impressive. The older he gets, the sharper he becomes. Diaphan is definitely going to lose. While the Con Hien side was almost hopeless, it's over. There are only 3 dice in total. How did Diaphan beat him? Their family's reputation is gone. I told you this kid wasn't good enough, so why did you let him get involved? But Diaphan only slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his tone calm yet extremely provocative, daring to act arrogant in front of me with only 19 points. Then he suddenly snapped open the lid of the cup, a gleam like gold flashed out, and he stared intently at the old man's eyes. How many points does he have? Nguyen Hong immediately choked. This is Pham Thang. He looks like he's struck by lightning in broad daylight. How is that possible? Oh my god, it's a miracle. Now only scattered pieces of dice are left on the table. I have a total of 33 points. You only have 19. How can you compare to me? Pham Thang opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. A few seconds later, his whole body seemed to drain of strength as he slumped into his chair. He trembles and whispers like a lost soul, "I've lost." Diaphan stands there laughing happily as the referee's voice rings out. The winner is Diaphan, the assassin from the nursing home. Diaphan gently pulls the card on the table towards him, deliberately blowing a kiss as if to provoke the opponent. "Thanks for the $1 billion. Pham Thang is unconscious and confused on the chair, while those people over there are still grinding their teeth in anger. No way. Lord Vin lost to this kid again? We're doomed. The Nguyen family's Mach Kawang is gone. This kid is so formidable, we've been completely fooled by him. Meanwhile, the people of the Khan family are almost crying with joy. Am I dreaming? We won, thank heaven. Diaphan truly is a blessing from heaven sent to save the Khan family. That's great, our Khan family's legacy is preserved." Just then, Nguyen Hong suddenly charged forward like a mad beast. "No, I don't believe it. You must have cheated, right?" This round doesn't count, but before he could get close, he was slapped with a thunderous slap. Diaphan disdainfully slapped him hard. "That old man of yours," so powerful that Nguyen Hong was knocked back and fell to the ground. Seeing that, Nguyen's group took advantage of the situation to switch sides and attack the young master, meaning they hit our Nguyen family's face and then had to kill him. The young master is right, it's definitely cheating. We're not accepting this round. But Diaphan still stood his ground, a dark aura spreading like a weight over the room. "If you want to attack me, I'm afraid you won't be enough." Just then, as the tension reached its breaking point, Sun Ha shouted loudly enough, "Enough!" He gritted his teeth and declared firmly, "The Nguyen family does not admit defeat easily. Losing is losing. We will transfer the mineral vein to the Khan family." Khan Hien immediately clasped his hands and bowed his head upon hearing that, then said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Nguyen." Then Sun Ha led the others away, but each step was filled with anger. "Let's go." They quietly made their way out of the VIP room. Nguyen Hong, holding his swollen cheek, asked while stitching, "Dad, are we really going to let this go? The mineral vein is our family's legacy." Sun Ha just sneered, his voice filled with long-planned calculation. The mineral vein was almost exhausted anyway. Giving it to the Khan family was no problem. But that kid Diaphan dared to oppose us, so he must die. Inside the VIP room, Khan Hien clasped his hands in deep respect. "Young Master Depp, it's thanks to your help that we managed to keep our family's legacy. We will never forget this kindness." Everyone behind also bowed their heads and said, "I won't forget this kindness." Diaphan scratched his head awkwardly. "You're too polite. It's something I should do, but then I remembered something." So he reached into his shirt pocket. That's right. Khan Hien handed the old map to him. Deep is the final winner of the Tiger Stone Gathering. This mineral vein map has been kept by our 4 major clans in turns, and now it's time to pass it to you. Diaphan unfolded the map to take a look. The mineral vein map shows winding paths leading into the cursed forest. Khan Hien pointed at the map and explained further. "Honestly, Diep, we've sent people to scout this mineral vein many times, but this cursed forest is very unusual, and there are beasts we've never seen before, which caused us many losses, so in the end we had to use it as a reward. But that only makes you more interested. I want to go in and see for myself." He secretly thought that if I found this mineral vein, Doanese people would no longer interfere with us. At this moment, Kontang clenched his fist and sincerely said, "Don't worry, I will go with you." Diaphan also clenched his fist, and the two of them shouted together with heroic spirit, "Together, brothers. Even the East Sea can be drained." The scene shifts to a luxurious living room where Ninfong, Vantio, and Dang Nguyen are seated around a table. Vantio lifts his glass, speaking evenly but with a hint of meaning. "I heard that Diaphan has already obtained the mineral map." Ninfong pinned the cigarette between his fingers, leaning back in his chair with a nonchalant attitude. "I had someone secretly make a duplicate of that map long ago. It doesn't matter if Dihan has the original." Dang Yuan slammed his hand on the table, a cunning glint in his eyes. "I heard the mineral vein in the dense forest is extremely dangerous. The 4 great clans in this land are so scared they've lost their secrets. Why don't the 3 of us join forces and go there together? What do you think?" Taking the opportunity to eliminate Diaphan and seize the mineral vein. Vantiu takes another sip of wine, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "I agree." Ningfeng lazily takes a puff of his cigarette. "I also agree." Moments later, the 3 of them clenched their fists, their eyes flashing with madness, to kill Diaphan and seize the mineral vein. The path through this forest is really difficult. Stay strong, follow the route on the map. Once we get through this forest, we can reach the canyon with the mineral vein. Kontang still felt uneasy inside and whispered close, "Do you think our plan works? If nothing happens, isn't it just a waste of effort?" "It's okay if nothing happens. Isn't that for the best? If there is something, Then you pause for a moment, a confident smile flickering at the corner of your mouth, because with a pair of yin-yang eyes, no movement can escape. At that moment, a sudden strong gust of wind swept through, shattering the silence of the forest. The people behind immediately panicked. What is that? Rumor has it there are ghosts in this demon forest. Is it just a coincidence that we ran into them? Mom, I shouldn't have come here for a little money. Diaphan immediately stepped forward and raised his hand to block. His eyes serious but calm, there was no demon there at all. But as soon as he finished speaking, a foot stepped out from the source of the sound, accompanied by a voice full of challenge saying, Of course we're not. Ningfeng and his companions appear with guns drawn and a proud smile, sneering with murderous intent. But we came to see you off, Kontang shouted angrily with wide eyes. Ningfeng, why are you here? How did you get the mineral vein map? Ningfeng proudly replied, We got the mineral vein map elsewhere a long time ago, and you're not the only one here. As soon as he finished, Van Tu and Dang Guyen stepped forward together. We're here too. Diaphan looked at all of them and asked directly, The three families are colluding. Van Tu gritted his teeth and pointed at him, shouting, Diaphan, you dare to mess with me at the Duthash Festival. Today will be your doom. Dang Yuan raised his sword to threaten Diaphan. If you hand over the frog-shaped gem with the pearl, I can let you die peacefully, Ningfeng sneered. Diaphan, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, maybe I will show mercy and forgive you. But despite those threats, Diaphan still calmly laughs mockingly. Now I see you all kneeling and begging for mercy. You pause for half a second and then reply, T as sharp as a blade, I can let you die peacefully. Van Tiun hu, nghethetro dua nay machen hao, rorang ten Diaphan nay da bi doa dien roy. Dabat do noi bai roy nin fong kung koi kai, rorang labi vai kwan, vai malai bao tui min kui suong sintha. Dang Yuan smiled cruelly, planning to give him a proper lesson later to teach him a lesson for his arrogance. Then Ningfeng raised his gun and pointed it straight at him. Diaphan, is your head broken? With so many of us, what right do you have to make us kneel and beg for mercy? But Diaphan simply snapped his fingers casually, a sly smile playing on his lips. Relying on them Hua Huang, everyone will be overwhelmed. Suddenly, a series of bodies slid down from the tall trees with ropes. After waiting all afternoon, it was finally my turn to go on stage. Diaphan, we're here. Sun Ke and Hoa Huang jumped to the ground, their eyes full of fighting spirit, finally able to move their limbs after following along the trees. They looked at their opponent as if waiting to slaughter a prey. When Ningfeng saw the approaching person, he immediately panicked and was filled with fear. What? Even Van Tu's face changed. He's from the security bureau. At the same time, Dang Wen broke out in cold sweat, his face dripping with sweat like a flowing stream. Damn it, our plan has failed. At this moment, Diaphan slowly stepped forward, his voice calm yet powerful. From the moment I learned that the mineral map was kept by the Luan Fien clan, I had already suspected that this map might have been duplicated by you and hidden in the dense forest. Now you pause for a moment, then point at them and declare, You should kneel and beg for mercy. Yuntu shouts angrily, spitting saliva everywhere. If you want me to kneel and beg for mercy, dream on. Finished speaking, he pointed aggressively and ordered, Get him. Whoever kills Diaphan will be rewarded with 10 million yuan. Whoever kills Dai Han will be rewarded with 30 million. Go all out, finish this, and you can retire. I also offer 10 million. Hearing that, the henchmen, like pouring gasoline on a fire, immediately opened fire. If I can kill Diaphan, I'll take 30 million, charge in, and after this job I can retire. Diaphan, go and die. On the opposite side, Diaphan holds a dagger and lunges forward. If you want to kill me, you're not worthy. Kontang runs behind with a gun in hand. If you want to kill my younger brother Diep, you'll have to go through my body first. Hua Puang also drew her twin swords and charged fiercely. Diaphan is an alternate member of our security bureau. He cannot die here. As soon as he finished speaking, both sides charged at each other as if to tear the forest apart. Kill them. Facing the enemy in an alley, the stronger one wins. Diaphan swiftly cuts through, sending the opponents flying backward without even a cry. Die. Fire Phoenix somersaults gracefully, her two swords slicing through the air like wind, accepting the punishment from the beauty. I'm leaving. Kontang fires repeatedly at them, killing them all. The fierce battle only lasts a moment, and soon they can't hold on and panic and run away. This is bad. We can't fight them. These guys are too strong. Let's run now. If we die, what's the point of money? Seeing that, Ningfeng and Van Tu shouted angrily, You bastards, stop running and all stand still for Tao. Dang Nguyen outside pulled out the strange flute, gritting his teeth as he watched the chaotic scene before him and silently calculated. Damn it, since things are like this and Ningfeng is still trying to hold back the fleeing soldiers, don't run. He raises the flute and mutters, This is the only move he can make. Then, Dang Yuan took a deep breath and blew a piercing sound. Yehan, who was grabbing one of the men by the collar, had to stop. This sound, you turn your head to look behind and are immediately stunned. There, Diaphan sees the appearance of huge, ferocious beasts with glowing red eyes and wonders what these things are. Dang Yuan laughed heartily. I've known for a long time that this forest is full of mutated beasts. This is a call for beasts that I specifically had the ancient insect master from Nanyang create. Diaphan, just wait to die at the hands of these beasts, Vantu exclaimed with wide eyes full of joy. Dang Nguyen, I didn't expect you to hide such a good thing. Kontang's face changed color as he watched this horrifying scene. This time it's not looking good. The person you, Diap, who was sent by the 4 great clans earlier, mostly died at the hands of these savage beasts. Even the Fire Phoenix is cautious, unsure what triggered their mutations, making them hard to deal with, but Diaphan still calmly observes each one and mutters, strange. These savage beasts actually have spiritual energy inside them. As a test of the hypothesis, he gradually gathered spiritual energy into his fingertip, wondering what would happen if he released his spiritual energy to disrupt the flow within them. Immediately, the beast roared wildly as if strangled. Seeing that, Diaphan suddenly felt a glimmer of hope and became excited. It worked. Amazing. Meanwhile, Dang Yuan still didn't realize anything was wrong and boldly ordered, "Go bite them to death." But immediately, he panicked when he saw the monsters not charging at him as he expected, but rushing straight toward himself. What do you want to do? In panic, his eyes were bloodshot. Dang Nguyen still shouted, I told you to go and bite Diaphan. Despite his frantic screams, the monsters kept rushing forward, wrapping around the prey. Dang Nguyen struggled in vain. It's not me. In just a moment, Dang Nguyen was torn apart, his screams echoing through the air. Don't save him. Meanwhile, Vantu and Ninfeng could only stand frozen, watching this brutal scene. What? The wild beast suddenly turned and attacked their master as if controlled. Quash Vantu spun around and ran, shouting, Vlong is okay, stop standing there, run now, save yourself, don't eat me. I haven't showered in 3 days, there are too many of these beasts, I can't hold them back, run now. Diaphan, while enjoying the show, smugly said, if you want to kill the young master, you're still far from capable. Suddenly, the Cudgel and Fire Phoenix shouted together. Diaphan, behind you, stop pretending and look behind you. Vochi asked in confusion, what's behind me? A second later, Diaphan's eyes widened in horror. She's carrying you. Stop standing there dazed. Run now. Fire Phoenix urges Diaphan to think quickly, saying we can't outrun this pack of beasts. He then adds, Diap, I can't hold on much longer. Kontang screamed in pain after being bitten by a rat. My butt hurts so much. Diaphan pointed ahead, following this path forward. The end of the forest is coming up very soon ahead. According to the map, this pack of beasts won't leave the forest. He shouted, and everyone followed, hurry up and jump. After a while, they were exhausted, but finally made it out. Thank goodness, oh my God, we finally got through this ordeal. This group of mutated beasts is too terrifying, Kontang assured. I definitely won't go into the jungle anymore. Diaphan also let out a soft sigh and said, if only the map notes are correct, this beast group won't leave the woods. Diaphan shouted, Kontang, be careful, you're scared of being dragged away. Brother Deep, save me. Then he leapt up and started stabbing the beast with a knife, seeking death. And then, Diaphan gently stepped onto the ground. The monsters with red eyes started growling. Diaphan said, no matter what kind of beast it is, everyone charge and fight it. Ma Duke, Diaphan is right. At worst, we risk it all, afraid that the boss and the 18-year-old craftsman will come back and slaughter this beast. Just then, a gentle paw stepped out. It was a young white tiger. Hua Fuang is excited, so adorable, you're confused. What's going on? This is the top of the food chain and the mineral vein marked on the map. Kontang is excited. I never expected that in the end it was this little white tiger leading us to find the mineral vein. She objects. On what basis does this little white tiger get so close to a Diaphan? It's obvious that she's so beautiful and adorable. Maybe this is fate. From now on, I'll call you Little White. This white tiger probably emerged from the spiritual energy within itself. Let's go. We've found the mineral vein. Let's go in and take a look. Hua Puang calls Diaphan. The aura emanating from this cave makes me feel very uncomfortable. Otherwise, you should go in by yourself while we stay outside to protect you. The others agree. Yes, as soon as we got close to the cave, we felt uncomfortable all over. We're about to lose control. Me too. Just being close makes my whole body feel uncomfortable beyond words. Diaphan, even if this mineral vein belongs to you, you should go in by yourself. Why is it that Xiaobai and I don't feel anything? Could it be that spiritual energy is also inside this mineral vein? He spoke up saying, Then I'll go in. If anything happens, just shout loudly and call us," he advised. "Diaphan, everything must be careful," she continued. "If anything happens, you must leave quickly. Protect my adorable little white pond well." Later inside, Diaphan felt the spiritual energy was too dense. "What exactly is in this place?" Diaphan called back. "Xiaobai, wait for me. I'll run after Xiaobai immediately." Diaphan sighed. "This place is a mineral vein, clearly a spiritual crystal vein." "Great. Now that the world is lacking spiritual energy and my cultivation is very slow, with this spiritual mineral deposit's help, I can definitely break through again." Diaphan was intrigued. "What is that on the stone platform?" And then it was a sword with a notebook. Kontang complained, "How could that bastard Nguyen possibly take advantage when we were chased by mutated beasts in the forest and exhausted ourselves?" Hua Puang added, "Now talking about those things is useless. We can only rely on Diaphan." At that moment, someone brought a chair. Nguyen Son Ha sat down and said, "The guy Diaphan isn't here. He's probably gone into the mineral vein. It's okay, we can wait for him to come out." Nguyen Hong excitedly picked up all the weapons. "Hang's guards, the name Diaphan is very famous. Don't let him escape." The subordinates draw their weapons and respond in unison. At this moment, Diaphan was cultivating in the cave, then suddenly opened his eyes as his energy was fully replenished. Diaphan was satisfied. "Good. I have broken through to the middle of the rejuvenation boundary. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in this mineral vein has already been mostly absorbed by me, and I don't know how many years it will take to recover. Once I go outside, the people from the UN family outside will probably be very anxious. Master, can we put down our weapons now? It's almost noon, we really can't hold on any longer," he angrily scolds. "Ma Duke, why hasn't Diaphan come out yet?" "It's been almost a day. Has it died inside the cave?" She replied, "I don't know." "Or, do you want to go inside and check for yourselves?" Nguyen Son Ha said, "Do you think we're stupid? From now on, every 10 minutes kill one person. Let's see if that Diaphan shows up, starting with this girl," he replied. Obeying the order, he said, "Beauty, pray that Diaphan appears soon, or your little life won't be safe." Diaphan appears and shouts, "If you try to make a move, Nguyen Hong, it will be you who dies." Nguyen Hong is full of confidence. "Diaphan, don't make me laugh like that. All your people have been captured by us. What right do you have to try to kill me? Could it be that you rely on that broken sword in your hand?" The boy quickly responded, "That's right, it's based on this sword." Then a slash cut across his neck. Nguyen Hong fell down in shock. "No, this can't be happening." Diaphan calmly said, "I forgot to tell you my sword is not a broken sword, but the divine dragon spring sword." Nguyen Son Ha shouted in horror, "No, my son killed them for me." The subordinate replied, obeying the order. Immediately, Xiaobai entered a berserk state, leaving them bewildered. "What is that? Where did this tiger come from?" "Save them," Diaphan praised. "Little White, well done. Huifeng, Kontang, go rescue the others." Hufeng wondered, "And what about you?" Diaphan moved and said, "I am going to kill Nguyen Son Ha," he ordered. "Someone stop that Diaphan. Who can kill him? I'll give 1 billion as a reward." The subordinates rushed forward to kill him. "For our 1 billion, he is alone, and cannot be our opponent. Stop him. You criticize and throw fewer throwing knives. It's basically useless against me." After a while, when Diaphan approached, Nguyen Than Son was terrified. "What's that? Just draw your sword and die." He shouted anxiously, "No." Nguyen Than Son, after being cut, exclaimed, "I am not willing to accept this." Immediately after, he fell to the ground, blood pouring out. Diaphan spoke. "Nguyen Son Ha and Nguyen Hong are both dead. Why don't you quickly put down your weapons and surrender? The subordinates are terrified. Everything is lost. Both the family head and the young master are gone. Your hope is gone." "Diaphan is too terrifying. We are no match for him." "I surrender. Please don't kill me. The moonlight is shining down from the night sky." Kontang said, "Brother Deep, why do I feel like you're even more formidable now? This time almost the entire Nguyen family was taken down by you alone." You scratch your head in response, and in the mineral vein cavern where luck has broken through, Fire Phoenix calls out, "Diaphan, we helped you once in the deep forest before, and now you help us again. Let's consider it even. It's time for us to go now. Don't forget the Security Bureau's door has always been open to welcome you." Diaphan responds, "Okay, thank you, I will think about it." "I'm curious, little brother Diep. What do you plan to do with this mineral vein?" You pondered. "Xiaobai is here. The beasts in the forest won't dare come near." Diaphan said, "Why not let Kanjia mine this mineral vein and split the profits?" 55. 45. What do you think? The spiritual energy in the spirit stone has been completely absorbed by me, but the remaining parts are still of the highest quality jade. I can't stay here too long. Partnering with the Khan family is the best choice. Kontang excitedly said, "Then thank you. Kanjia's mineral vein is about to be exhausted. My father would be very happy to hear this. You agree, then leave the rest to me. I have to return to Sunhai City quickly, or Don Ni will be very worried." Diaphan sat happily on the plane. This trip to Dian Nam brought him quite a few gains, not only completing Elder Chu's test, but also earning extra money and making a breakthrough in his strength. Will Don Ni come back and be with me? Is this person not mentally ill? At that moment, the flight attendant pushed the cart over and asked, "Would you like something to drink?" At that moment, Duongdian gestured to this side. Diaphan quietly assessed that there was something unusual about this man. Tuyet Ni approached and asked, "What kind of drink would you like, sir? We have coca mineral water and coffee." Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. "He's pulling out a knife and threatening me. I want her life. Is that okay?" At that moment, Da Luang suddenly stood up and intervened. "Everyone stay seated and do not move. Anyone who moves, I will kill them." Everyone started to panic and beg for their lives. "Mom, I'm scared. Please don't kill me. I'll do whatever you say." Yang Dian chokes Tuyet Ni threateningly and says anyone making noise will be killed immediately. Diaphan's spot remains completely calm. Little did he expect to encounter a robber on his way home, out of anger. What bad luck is this? So unlucky. Duongdian pushes Tuyet Ni away. Very good. Diaphan wondered if they came for him. Could it be the assassin organization that once hunted me? Suddenly he spoke. "Miss Nam Kung, we went through a lot of effort to find you. Are you going to leave on your own, or should I help you?" Nam Jung Tu-han removes her glasses and declines. "No need." Then she gently takes off her hat, stands up uncomfortably, and says, "I can handle myself." Everyone was buzzing. She is Nam Kung Tu Huan, my dream goddess, the #1 star in the Asian entertainment industry. Why is the pure goddess Nam Kung Tu Huan the target of this kidnapping attempt? A beautiful star falling into the hands of these thugs? This is going to be a disaster. I realize it's not because of me, but who is Nam Kung Tu Huan? Nam Kung Tu Han angry. "I can pay you double the amount you asked for to let you investigate me," Duong Dian retorted softly. Although her offer sounds tempting, the most important thing in our industry is reputation, so you'll have to accept the loss and come with us. Zhiliang stepped forward and said, "Big boss, since this girl is already in our hands, maybe the brothers can have some fun with her as long as she doesn't die, right?" Diaphan looked at them angrily and cursed. "These trash, damn it," he shouted. "Get the hell out of here. With all these beautiful women up here, if you can't hold it in, just pick one and deal with it yourself. If anyone dares to touch this woman, I'll kill you." He hurriedly replied, "Yes, elder brother." Then Da Luang grabbed Tuyet Ni's shoulder and said, "You are my younger sister." She begged and cried. "Please don't." He threatened to choke her in the bathroom with him. Tuyet Ni was terrified. "Please, I beg you, let me go. I will give you as much money as you want." At that moment, she shouted, "Stop, the person you want to arrest is me. Why hurt others?" Yang Dian teased. "So what? Could it be that Miss Nam Kung wants to replace her?" Nam Chung Tu Han angrily pointed and scolded, "You're a bastard. Everyone whispers that the waitress is truly pitiful. Better not to be next. If you're going to arrest someone, just take her alone. It's her bad luck. Who told you to dress so beautifully, attracting their attention right away?" At that moment, Tuyet Ni cried out loud, "Save me!" And then Diaphan stood up and said, "Hey guys, bullying a girl in front of so many people is not okay." He was just warning them. "Who do you think you are to interfere? Do you want to be a hero saving the beauty? Do you believe your father sent you to meet the Grim Reaper first? Are the others worried that this guy wants to be a hero saving a beauty? Are you crazy? Why are you standing up all of a sudden? I guess he just wants to show off in front of Nam Kung Tu Huan. If he wants to die, let him, as long as it doesn't drag us into it." Da Luang replied, "Big brother, what's the point in wasting words on him? Just beat him to death." His eyes blazing red, he said, "I bet you'll regret it." What? He must have given up on life. Diaphan immediately drew his knife. "No one is dead yet. Immediately after, each of them was cut by your knife." They exclaimed, "Dead? How is that possible? Too fast. Is he even human?" Nam Sung Tu covers his mouth in admiration. So powerful and impressive. While Duong Dian was threatening Tu Huan, Diaphan stepped in. "Their tactics are quite good, huh? I didn't expect they could bring weapons onto the plane." Hearing that, he dropped the knife and knelt on the ground, fearfully begging him. "Big brother, I beg you not to kill me. Punch that useless guy." Even though he begged for mercy, they kept hitting him, leaving Diaphan speechless. "Hey, big brothers, I surrender. Please stop hitting me. If you dare to hijack this plane, you must control him. Kill that bastard. Daring to bully the goddess Nam Kung Tu Huan, do you want to die?" He turned and walked away. And only now that I had gained the upper hand did those people finally step in. Then he sat down next to Diaphan and let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Tu Han shyly approached and started a conversation. Hello, sir. Thank you for what you did earlier. He turned his face away and replied, It's still a matter of importance? She suddenly thought, Ordinary men can't take their eyes off me no matter what. This man is too extraordinary. Diaphan couldn't hold back and started bleeding from his nose. No, I already promised Doan Ni I wouldn't talk to other women. Suddenly, footsteps approached them, and he looked at them with confusion. Others approached to persuade her, saying, Miss Nam Kung, the thief has been subdued by me. Miss Nam Kung, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Don't worry, Miss Nam Kung, we will handle this. Seeing this scene, Diaphan Chow has... Damn it, these shameless people are clearly the bandits I defeated. Tu Huan nervously waved his hand and said, Please step back, everyone. I need some quiet. They are getting more excited. But Nam Kung, a voice called out, and everyone returned to their seats. The one who came is Tu Yetni. Those guys glared at her with cold eyes and cursed her out, saying, That little waitress, what right does she have to lay a hand on us? Step aside and mind your own business. That's right. If we hadn't subdued the robbers, you might have been assaulted already, she shouted angrily, making everyone tremble. Stop talking nonsense to me. I've been a flight attendant for years, but I've never met anyone as shameless as you. The robbers earlier were clearly subdued by Mr. Diaphan. Who do you think you are to take credit here? She pointed decisively and asked, Why didn't you step in when the thugs hijacked the plane? As soon as those guys were defeated, they ran out pretending to be heroes. You're not much better than the thugs. Then the two sides started arguing endlessly. Diaphan quietly thought, This girl is interesting. The scene shifts to the airport. Zihuan runs after him, grabbing his arm. I still don't know your name. He walks away, lost in thought, about to see Doan Ni and can't let anyone else know she's interested in him right now. Tu Yet Ni quietly smiles with gratitude, thanking him. Diaphan went outside and saw Doan Ni waiting for him. He called out to her, and she responded with a bright smile. Then Doan Ni ran over and jumped into his arms. Diaphan looked at her and smiled. I miss you so much. I also miss you. Diaphan wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her deeply. The two of them continued to share passionate feelings, and Doan Ni announced that her grandfather wouldn't be home tonight. While he was still stunned, she hurriedly ran away, feeling shy. As soon as he understood her meaning, Diaphan's face turned cunning. So Doan Ni, does she want me to visit her tonight? At this moment, the car was parked in front of a house. Seeing that she didn't get out, Diaphan asked curiously, Doan Ni, are you not going in? Doan Ni, blushing behind her red glasses, nervously says, Don't forget about tonight. After saying that, she quickly drove away. Diaphan's face showed a wicked expression. Tonight, he would definitely keep himself in top shape for the night. Then he opened the door, and Diaphan cheerfully greeted you. You're back. But the response was an eerily quiet space. He wondered why it was so quiet, and at that moment, a pair of red high heels clattered over. Huo Feng gently steps out to announce that your sister has been taken to the riverside by Queen Than to train in martial arts. Diaphan can't help but be stunned and asks again, Queen Than is teaching my sister martial arts. With that tone, she pointed directly at him and warned, Do not underestimate the girl you have taken in. Although she doesn't know cultivation, under her guidance, your first disciple has already reached the early stage of qi refining. What? Then, Fire Phoenix turned and left, waving her hand and saying, Don't just stand there dazed. Go inside. Diaphan clenched his teeth in frustration at her attitude. This is my house, yet you act like you're the lady of the house. Time keeps passing, and Diaphan waits anxiously. It's only 3 p.m., and there's still a long way to go until evening. A moment later, an announcement sounded. Tintong, it's only 6 p.m. now, the bird inside you quickly awakens. Evening is coming, and I can finally go to find Doan Ni. Without hesitation, Diaphan quickly rushed out the door. At that moment, Huafuang came out with food to call Diaphan, but he had already rushed past her. Seeing that, she couldn't help but feel confused. Where was he rushing off to so urgently? Didn't he say he would wait in the room for his sister to return? After a while, the car sped through the city streets and sharply turned right in front of Doan Ni's house gate. Diaphan forcefully broke the car door and rushed out. Doan Ni, I've arrived here. Then you quickly landed safely and spectacularly. Now Diaphan is already standing at Doan Ni's door, and you slowly get up and breathe out. Diaphan hinbantay mintutran anbanthan. Nhatsan hobantan feg yubintin kikap Doan Ni. Kuedamo kua chowdon. Andaden ro. As soon as he saw her, Diaphan couldn't hold back and started bleeding from his nose. Doan Ni is already in her pajamas waiting. What are you still standing outside there for? Hurry up and go inside. As soon as she finished, she shyly ran in. Diaphan, now with a bloody nose, blushing, responded, Come in. I'll come right in. Moments later, his arm slammed down hard on the bed next to Doan Ni's Heir, and she softly called his name. Diaphan. Doan Ni reminds him, You have to treat me well. Diaphan gently lifts her chin. Doan Ni, as you two kiss and the car sinks with your promises that he will always treat you well, a moment later the room falls silent when suddenly the door opens with a noise. Diaphan quickly sat up and asked, "What was that noise?" Denise, still sleepy, rubbed her eyes and guessed that her father might be home. He softly repeated, "Your dad's back?" Then suddenly jolted in surprise when he realized. "My dad is back," Denise lazily confirms. "That's right." Diaphan immediately started frantically searching the room for clothes. "Where are your underwear? Why can't I find them anymore? Where are all the clothes? Your shoes are still outside." As he panicked, Denise gently reassured him, "Don't worry. Dad usually rarely goes upstairs. Just take your time to look." At this moment, Diaphan, who was frantically searching for clothes, was suddenly approached from behind by a figure. That person gently called Diaphan's name, startling him as he turned around to look. When had Min-sun been standing there? Diaphan was confused, thinking, wasn't it said that Grandpa usually wouldn't go upstairs? He scratched his head, trying to find an excuse. "This time, Chuja accidentally stained the clothes earlier. I actually wanted to take them off to take a quick shower." But Min-sun pointed directly at him and shouted, "Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Seeing his behavior, Diaphan's face darkened as he thought to himself. "It's over," Min-sun scolded, clearly implying that you wore clothes that were still wet from washing. After hearing that, Diaphan froze, clueless about what was happening. "What is this? The old master doesn't suspect me." Min-sun walks over and puts his arm around you, reminding you, "Kid, you really are quite inconsiderate. You go back to the country and don't even bother to call me. Come to my house early, wearing clothes that aren't even dry yet, rushing here just to surprise me. Master, I hope I didn't startle you too much." Denai blushed shyly, thinking to herself, "Judging by your expression, you've definitely figured it out. You just don't want to make me feel awkward." Then, the door to the room opened and closed again, shortly after. Outside, Min-sun put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Diaphan, your performance this time was good. I have decided to officially take you as my disciple, and you might find it strange, but I want you to accept me as your master." Suddenly, Diaphan's eyes lit up. "The old master is the best in the country at evaluating antique jade and relics. I may have my special sight, but in appraisal skills I am just a novice." "Old master. If you can truly take me as your disciple, then wouldn't that mean I would?" But before I could finish my thought, Do-an-ni pushed my shoulder, urging me forward. "Diaphan, what are you just standing there for?" Startled, Diaphan quickly reacted and knelt down to pay his respects. "Apprentice Diaphan, I bow to my master." Min-sun waved his hand to refuse, saying it's not urgent for now. "I plan to hold a grand initiation ceremony in a few days to officially announce it to the industry. He is my successor." Hearing that, Diaphan blushed shyly. "Regarding that, Chujija saw you hesitating, and Min-sun straightforwardly added, 'Just tell me if there's anything.'" Diaphan hesitated and replied, "All right." Then he took out the jade and laid it out. "Grandpa has agreed with me. As long as I perform outstandingly in Yunnan, he won't oppose my relationship with Do-an-ni. I hold it up high and declare, this jade piece is a betrothal gift, hoping Chujia will accept it." Do-an-ni covers her mouth with her hand, unable to believe this is happening. Is Diaphan officially proposing marriage to her grandfather? Min-sun stroked his beard, thinking that Diaphan couldn't just casually take out a piece of jade to propose, but suddenly his eyes lit up as if he had seen a treasure. Min-sun took it in with a look of amazement. This piece of raw jade seems to be much more valuable than the one he told Do-ni to bring back a few days ago, and its quality is better too. Diaphan confirms this. "Of course, the item is truly valuable. I only keep it for Do-ni. No one else can have it." Do-an-ni was moved and called Diaphan. She shyly praised him, saying, "You are really kind, and when she was praised like that, you couldn't help but nosebleed. It's just a small matter." Min-sun turned away and left. "All right, Diaphan, I won't bother young people like you. I will go ahead to prepare for the disciple acceptance ceremony in the next few days." "Wait a moment, Chu family G, I have a suggestion. You, Mingma, haven't considered whether we can use the raw jadiate that Do-an-ni brought back a few days ago to cut during the apprentice ceremony. The best quality jade should be kept as a symbol of Chu's prestige before selling it outside. In that way, Chu family's reputation in the gem industry can be boosted, and we can also make a significant amount of money." Min-sun praised, "This idea is not bad." Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a sharp glint, reminding Diaphan that these two raw stones are considered to be of the same level, and at least their value should be over 15 billion within the industry. "Are you sure you want everyone to know that such a precious item is in my Chu family?" he said smugly. "You should know that the Chu family is also the strongest group in the industry." Diaphan shook his head to deny it. First, I don't want to place these 2 raw jade pieces in the Chu family. I want to give them to the Chu family. Second, although the Chu family isn't the strongest force right now, with me here, I believe they will become the most powerful in the gemstone world. Hearing this from you, Min-sun burst out laughing in satisfaction. Well done, kid. Very ambitious. Seeing her grandfather and Diaphan talking so happily, Doan-ni couldn't believe her eyes. She closed her eyes and silently gave thanks. Having Diaphan by his side is truly a blessing. By now, it was late at night. The moon hung high, and the house, shrouded in mist, was now brightly lit. Doan-ni happily waved goodbye and made a promise, saying, "Come here tomorrow." After she drained him dry, Diaphan sadly withdrew. "You need to rest for a few more days." He left that house and was walking while thinking. Grandpa Chu said he was preparing the invitation cards, but I don't know why it took a whole day. Doan-ni is just too proactive. "Are the stars out now?" Diaphan just crossed the street, and the robotic voice in the car announced that there is a curve ahead. "Please slow down." Lang-Q was startled and turned to look at Diaphan, screaming in horror to warn him, then quickly stepped on the brake. The tires screeched loudly on the road before coming to a stop. "Luckily, you didn't hit Lang-Q. She looks a bit panicked, closing her eyes tightly and not daring to look directly." Diaphan sat in the car, quietly relieved. That was too close. Almost a car accident. "Luckily, my spiritual power has improved quite a bit recently, and my reaction speed has become faster." But Lang Chao slumped down, complaining that it hurt so much and you are very responsible. So I stepped out of the car and asked Han, "Miss, are you okay? Do you need any help?" As soon as they got out of the car, they recognized each other. "It's him, it's her." Diaphan gestures to help her up. "Officer, why are you out on the streets so late at night?" "That's very dangerous," but she sat back and refused. "I don't need you to worry." The aura she emits around her is full of deathly energy, which confuses him. Diaphan quickly inquires, feeling that her body is not feeling well. Lang-Q didn't want to get involved anymore and gritted her teeth to leave in pain. "It's none of your business. I have something to take care of first." Diaphan looked at her with concern and said, "Why does Yen Lang-Q's body feel so heavy with evil energy? Let me check." Then he used the yin-yang divine eyes to examine and was startled to see 2 evil spirits emanating from Lang-Q. "What?" Diaphan was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Lang-Q immediately took out a mirror and asked, "What's wrong with you? You're a manly man. Why are you shouting like that? Could it be that you're afraid to go home?" He pointed and analyzed. "Right now you probably feel a lot of pain in your waist, like menstrual cramps, but the pain is even worse." Lang-Q couldn't help but be surprised and asked seriously, "Did you go somewhere with very heavy evil energy today?" "For example, cemeteries or places like that," she confirmed it. "I was on patrol today checking corpses. This is also very normal." "What's wrong? Is something not right?" "Hey, Diaphan, what are you talking about? Did something unclean attach to me?" He waved his hand to deny it. "No, nothing heavy. Spiritual attacks are not unusual and your body is cold, so your stomach hurts. Let me help you deal with it." Even though Ling-Q was a bit suspicious and not entirely convinced, she still followed his advice and moved closer. "Do you understand women's health too?" He smiled evenly, then reached out to pat her shoulder before quickly pushing her toward the car. "Stay safe on the street like this. Get in my car first." I immediately helped her relieve the pain and then took her home. After getting in the car, Diaphan unbuttoned Lang-Q's jacket, focusing only on her waist. Diaphan reached for a needle to do acupuncture. Lang-Q anxiously warned, "Diaphan, be serious with your hands or I'll get burned." He reassured her, "Don't worry, a doctor is like a mother. In the eyes of doctors like us, there is no distinction between men and women. Everyone is a patient." Then he skillfully inserted another needle into her waist and neck. The 2 evil spirits already felt the disturbance. Diaphan broke out in a sweat as he focused intensely, inserting the final needle. As soon as he thrust it in, an instant surge of energy vanished. Lang Chao, unaccustomed to it, couldn't help but cry out, "It's too hot." Diaphan explains, "I just used yang energy to dispel the yin energy around your waist, so feeling hot is normal. You can also take off some clothes to cool down." Then she slapped him across the face and slammed her face into the glass. "This scoundrel, I knew right away that you were craving my body." Diaphan covers his face, crying bitterly and feeling wronged. "I was just trying to help her cool down, really nothing else. Now we're at Yen Lang-Q's villa. Diaphan has taken her home and told her to drink warm water with honey, and she'll be fine." Lang-Q couldn't help but feel grateful. "Thank you for today." Suddenly, Diaphan remembered something. That's right. He warned seriously that if she kept going to such dangerous places, it wouldn't be just Niem Fong Han after her. She must be very careful. Lang Qiyu happily left. I understand now she's secretly making plans. Is Diaphan reminding someone who wants to harm him? Is he worried about me? The next morning at Diaphan's house, he was yawning and rubbing his eyes. Diaphan looked at his phone in shock. It's already 7 o'clock. I haven't visited Big Brother Trio Hoan Thien since I got back. I need to see him first now. Thinking that, I quickly changed clothes, my mind still preoccupied. I also don't know how he's been recovering lately. At this point, Diaphan has arrived at Hoan Thien's house. You knock on the door and call out, "Master Zhao!" Du looks downcast as he sees something. The house is in disarray with broken belongings, overturned furniture, and bloodstains still fresh on the edge of the table. Diaphan also noticed the bloodstains and quickly used his yin-yang eyes to assess the situation. Yesterday's scene replayed Hoan Thien being beaten, him crashing into the table and blood spitting from his mouth. Diaphan quietly thought, it seems that Daika Trio and Du are in trouble. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and called Hua Puang. On the other side, a plate of fruit sat on the table with a teasing tone. Who could it be? Oh, Hua Puang is lying on the chair, teasing. Someone as busy as you who doesn't even spend time with your girlfriend still has time to call me? Diaphan's tone was very serious. Get straight to the point. I need your help to investigate someone. Fire Phoenix is calling. She wants my help. It's simple. Join the security bureau. You just left while making a request. An hour later, I want to know the whereabouts of Zhao Hengtian. If I find out, I will join the security bureau. If my father doesn't come out, it just proves your security bureau is only capable of that, and I won't bother you anymore in the future. Hearing this, Hoa Fuang was stunned and repeated that he wanted to find Trio Hoan Thien. She cleared her throat to stop him. Diaphan, Trio Hoan Thien's past with you is no longer something you can get involved in with your current strength. I advise you, but Diaphan didn't listen and hung up immediately. Go to work. Seeing that persuasion was useless, she sighed helplessly. Diaphan, I hope you won't regret it later. After a while, Hua Fuang came out of the house, holding a stack of documents. She reported the situation. The whereabouts of Trio Hoan Thien have not been investigated yet, but information about his daughter, Trio Du, has been uncovered. Diaphan took it and praised him, saying, You're quick too, thank you. She bowed slightly, worried, and reminded him, Diaphan, I still have to warn you. The person Trio Hoan Thien offended back then, even our security bureau would find it hard to intervene in this matter. His strength is still too weak right now, but once again, Diaphan didn't listen. I don't need to say much because my rule is not to stand by and watch my friends struggle without helping, so I just have to accept it. I know I can't persuade you, so Diaphan drove off without forgetting to remind me to take good care of the house. The scene shifts to Lam Ha village into Jiang province, and as he drives, he worries, you absolutely must not have any accidents. Then, a group of people gathered around the car, whispering, The car is so big it's really beautiful. What is today, finally? A small, obscure village like ours already has 2 luxury cars arriving here. Did someone come here yesterday as well? She confirms. Yes, I was just here a moment ago. 4 people arrived at the old man's house at the head of the village in a big car like this. You said little and took the sword from the car seat. Diaphan left without forgetting to thank. All right, thank you. Seeing you like that, she was stunned and amazed. Sword. Right now, over by Dudu, Tao Sheng loudly dismisses Tan Bat Diet, saying you've already retreated from the martial world, so why risk your life being dragged down by Trio Hoan Thien, and you'd better obediently hand over Trio Du to us. Bat Diet stood in front of Dudu and said, Trio Hoan Thien once saved my life, so his affairs must be my concern. Tao Sheng, no matter what you say, you are ranked 29th among the top warriors, yet you still have to rely on the Heavenly Templar Society. Hearing that, he sneered mockingly. Then Tao Sheng pointed directly at the 2 of them dismissively. The real hero now is Hox Thien Ton, who has already dominated the southwest. Destroying Trio Hoan Thien is just a matter of time. Bat Diet. If you still want to live a few more years, I advise you not to get involved in this. Holding his weapon tightly, his voice lowered in warning, he said, If you want to take people away, settle it with your strength. When Tao Sheng saw him display his martial arts, he sneered, Back then, when you withdrew from the martial world, you were also ranked 29th. He also unleashed his own strength to challenge. I really want to see if you have fallen behind compared to before over these years. He struggled to hold on as his followers, relying on their numbers to bully the weak, all charged forward to kill this old man. Soon after, a clash erupted, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere, and Immortal couldn't withstand it, and spat blood. Du quickly ran over to help him and asked, Mr. Tun, are you okay? As the dust settled, Tao Shung's footsteps drew closer to them. He raised his sword high and shouted, "You don't know your limits. Go to hell." Bat Diet looked at Thong Kim, worriedly thinking, "We're doomed." Just then, Doo jumped in front of him. The Tun family, this action surprised him. "No, Doo, run away now." As soon as the sword was swung down, another sword from someone else suddenly flew over to block it. Tao Shung was startled and turned around to question. "Who? Diaphan has arrived." He asked angrily, "Who are you, and how do you have the long Quan Bao sword?" He simply replied calmly, "I want your life." Tao Shung quickly charged into battle, dismissive. He couldn't believe someone with such little cultivation dared to use it. Isn't that shameful? A second later, Diaphan was indeed pushed back. Tao Sung looked at Du and Bat Diet and ordered his men, "Take care of this guy and seize the long Tuyen Bao sword. I will go kill that old man first." Bat Diet struggles to stand up and says, "If it weren't for you guys relying on your numbers, how could I have been hurt?" Tao Sung, "If you want to kill me, you're not worthy of it." He quickly charged forward arrogantly. "Just try and you'll see." Diaphan watched the two fight and blamed himself. "It seems my strength is still too weak. I couldn't even withstand his single move." Just as he was distracted, those guys suddenly lunged at him. "Kid, now is not the time to be distracted. Go die." In the next moment, Diaphan's eyes lit up as he used the yin-yang eye technique, calculating the dangerous situation in advance. "This technique can upgrade my sensing ability to match your speed. You quickly and smoothly dart past the three of them. Right now, in my eyes, your speed is as slow as a turtle." In the next moment, the three of them were defeated by him. They kept wondering, how could this be? Just now, he finally drew his sword. I didn't expect his swordsmanship to be even faster than Tao Dung. Then Diaphan Oi Fong stepped over the crowd and moved forward, secretly worried about how things were on that side. At this moment, Bat Diet is still fighting Tao Shung, and he's extremely excited about the battle. "Go log out." Bat Diet and Tao Shung are still engaged in a fierce battle. He reminds Diaphan, "Kid, quickly take Du away from here. I will stay behind to hold him back." Tao Shung jumps up and strikes sarcastically. "You damn old man, you should first take care of yourself. Immortality is already ready to strike back." At this moment, Yehan rushed forward to block him. "Don't worry, Senior. I have a way to deal with him." He jumped over you and struck Bat Diet, even showing contempt for the unworthy. Tao Shung enjoyed attacking him, saying, "I'll kill you first and then deal with the rest." Even in a critical state, the immortal tried to warn Diaphan to run fast. You can't dodge his sword. At that moment, Tao Shung's power surged wildly, and he charged at you, feeling extremely proud. Diaphan's eyes shone brightly, and he ordered, "Yin-yang eye technique." Immediately after, a blazing red energy enveloped Diaphan's body. "You were able to dodge my sword." Seeing that, Immortal Rebirth regained his composure and praised, "You're quite something. Let's take him down together." Tao Shung's effort to fight back, killing me, won't be that easy. In the next moment, Diaphan was pushed back. Tao Shung jumped over the wall and warned boldly that offending the Heavenly Lord Society would lead to their eventual death. Seeing the enemy has left, Immortal One breathes a sigh of relief. "Little brother, thank you. What's your name? Why are you here?" I softly introduce myself. "I am Diaphan." Du happily calls out now. Deep Bat Diet is surprised. They know each other. Before he could say anything, she rushed into Diaphan's arms, crying bitterly. "Big brother Deep, I'm so scared." He reassured her, everything is fine now. After a while, the house returned to silence. In the sky, the clouds drift peacefully, and tall buildings rise close together. Over here, Du is bandaging Immortal's wound. He happily said, "I see you are friends with Zhao Hongtian," she explained. "Big brother Diep, my brother has gone silent now. What should we do next?" Diaphan held her hand to comfort her and said, "Nothing is better than bad news. We can't find. Hongtian, the members of the Heavenly Templar Society won't find him either. He's definitely safe right now. The important thing is that we, Immortal Realm, also need to get involved and confirm. That's right. My location has been exposed, and we must leave here quickly. If the members of the Heavenly Sovereign Society come rushing here, we won't be able to escape even if we want to." Diaphan gently pats her cheek and advises, "Du, go pack your things and then follow me to Sun High City. After all, I have some connections there, and it will be safer." She blushed shyly and nodded. At that moment, Diaphan also turned to ask Bat Diet, "Senior, I don't know if you want to come with us." He confidently boasted, "I have agreed with Zhao Hongtian to protect Du well and will not go back on my word." You understand what he means and immediately reply, "All right, let's set off now." After a while, the three of them began to move. "Big brother Diaphan, once we arrive at Sun High City, where will we stay?" You casually reply that of course it's my house, and now it's very dangerous outside, so we must stay together. Bat Diet grins and asks around. Little friend Diaphan, I wonder if your family has any wine. He used the excuse that the old stubborn man decided to return to the martial world and hasn't touched a drop of alcohol in 30 years. But it's time for a change. Diaphan turned around and smiled politely. Of course, I have good wine to offer the senior. Hearing that, immortal Bat Diet felt a bit embarrassed. He originally planned to retreat for cultivation, but now that he's decided to return to the martial world, his obsession with wine is uncontrollable, indicating his mental state is still too fragile. Finally, they happily left this place and moved to Diaphan's temporary residence. After a while, Diaphan's car was parked at his gate. Diaphan led the two inside and introduced them, saying, "Welcome to my house." Just then, Hupuang stood at the door teasing, "Your flirtatious and charming guy just went out for a moment and brought back a beautiful girl." Du quickly greeted, "Hello, my name is Zhao Du." Immortal is cautious, this girl is not simple. Huofeng Huang didn't say much and simply invited them in. "All right, come inside." Huofuang then placed her hand on his chin and warned, "Don't say I didn't remind you, Doan Ni is inside that house." Diaphan flinched and asked, "Is Doan Ni already here?" Then he quickly left, not forgetting to remind Huopuang to arrange a room for Senior Ton and Du. Seeing this, Huopuang warned him, "Haven't you seen it yet? Men in this world are not good for anything. Du, remember to be careful in the future, okay?" She replied softly, "Yes." Bat Diet also felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat twice. Huopuang noticed and corrected him. "I didn't call you, sir." That's why he nodded in satisfaction. Cut to another scene. Doni stands with her hands on her hips, scolding. "Diaphan," she pointed her finger at you and scolded, "You shameless man. I've been longing for you day and night. Hofong said you went to find another girl, so hurry up and explain everything clearly to me." Diaphan shrank back, cursing silently in his heart. "Damn Huopuang, I will find a chance to teach her a lesson." Then he took her hand gently and softly said, "Don't get upset, Doan Ni. Let's talk about this slowly. Listen to me first." Doan Ni turned away in anger and said, "I don't want to hear it." He tried to coax her softly. He has his own difficulties. He just went to rescue a friend's sister and got injured. His chest still hurts a bit now. Diaphan pretends to be a wife, clutching his chest and complaining, "I need to go back to my room first and change out of these blood-stained clothes." Doan Ni hearing that, she immediately worried, "Really? He's injured, and she went to help him and care for him. Where are you hurt?" "Let me see." Diaphan reminded him, "Don't move. Go back to the room and we'll deal with it later." Seeing this, Diaphan wondered, is Xiaohan injured? Huopuang sneered, watching him walk confidently. How could he be injured? She still felt a bit worried. But Huopuang stepped forward to reassure her that her brother was now at his strongest, and with Don Ni tending the fire, there was no need to worry. Diaphan nodded in relief and asked, "So that's how it is." At that moment, Huinthan approached and asked, "Sister Huopuang, what does it mean to be full of vitality?" Even Little White doesn't seem so hard to get along with. Huopuang froze for a few seconds, trying to explain, "I'm still young. I don't understand." At this moment, the space above outside had become quiet. Diaphan and Doan Ni are lying on the bed talking. She asks, "Is it really like you said?" He confirms, "Of course. Now that Big Brother Hoan Thien's life is uncertain, you must take good care of Dudu." Doan Ni is very understanding and says, "Diaphan, you can tell me anything anytime." Her face flushes. "I can too." Suddenly, she jumped up and shouted, "Why did you suddenly start taking your clothes off?" Diaphan made a gesture to spray, then continued, grabbing Doan Ni's wrist and pressing her down on the bed. Diaphan whispered softly, reminding her that there were people outside, and she slightly resisted. "Diaphan, don't cause trouble. It's daytime now." But he didn't care and just smiled foolishly. "It's okay." A few hours later, the two of them also went downstairs. Doan Ni told him that, "Diaphan, I came here today to tell you some news. The party where you will become my disciple is tomorrow. You need to prepare well, but I'm curious, what do you need to prepare?" "Isn't there also a natural jadeite auction tomorrow?" she warned seriously. "But you have to go and host the party so that you can become the heir to your grandfather. Tomorrow's event, of course, you'll be the main character." Diaphan immediately agreed. "Don't worry, just wait and see how my husband will shine then." Huopuang looked at them and sighed. "Young people, it's been a few hours already." Diaphan calmly added, "I was seriously injured, only Duni feels shy and blushing. There's something else in my family. I'm heading back now." The two continued talking, and after they finished, she ran off quickly, leaving Diaphan stunned. The scene shifts to the next morning. Fireworks light up the sky, and Diaphan has also arrived. You praised quietly, this unveiling ceremony is really grand. Just then, someone approached and she happily asked, "Is this Mr. Diaphan?" You confirmed that I am the one, and she immediately introduced me. "My name is Matt Shuo. I am the secretary of colleague Chuni Ni. She is currently busy inside and asked me to come here to pick up the gentleman." Diaphan just kept walking. Mathutam thought to herself, judging by his demeanor, he seems indifferent, so why does Doan Ni value him so much? Right now in the hall, the lights are blinding, and Doan Ni is directing everyone. "Wangu, try the microphone. 2, try it. Quickly adjust the stage lighting. It's a bit too dark now." "That's right. Nunu went backstage to check the bridge. Don't let any accidents happen." Diaphan saw her happily waving and calling out, "Doan Ni, when you saw him, you immediately scolded him. Why was I dressed like this?" "Shu's face. Hurry up and bring a suit to Diaphan, quickly." She quickly obeys the order. "Yes, I understand." Denai took Diaphan's hand and warned him. "Later on stage, you have to perform well. Please don't embarrass me." He touched her nose to reassure her and said, "Don't worry. Don't you know how good I am at this?" Doan Ni shyly reminded him, "Don't touch me randomly. There are so many people around." In just a moment, Mathu returned. "Doan Ni, I've brought the clothes." She quickly took her leave and handed Diaphan over. "Hurry up and change your clothes. You're about to go on stage to give a speech." A little while later, as the lights began to shine, everyone had gathered. Diaphan confidently stood up to give his speech. "Hello everyone, thank you for taking the time to attend the Chu Jewelry Group auction today. I am here to express my gratitude, but I was cut off before I could finish." "Stop talking, the crowd below is getting restless. We're here to buy Jadiite, so quickly bring out the frog-shaped jade with the pearl for us to see." "That's right, what are you dawdling here for? Hurry up, no more talking." Doan Ni stood backstage, unable to help but worry if Diaphan could control the situation. He didn't get angry but responded softly, "All right, since everyone is so impatient, I might as well save you more time. But before we begin, let's take a look at a small item, an ordinary piece of jade for the auction." Those people, hearing that, were not convinced and angrily shouted, "Stop wasting our time with unnecessary words. I just want to see the frog-shaped jade holding a pearl." Yes, what valuable sacred jade can a small gemstone company like Chu's possibly produce? Diaphan continues to present, saying that although it is just an ordinary piece of jade, its minimum price is already 15 million. If anyone here doesn't want to see, they can leave. Our Chu Jewelry Group will not concern ourselves with this matter. Diaphan's words left everyone below speechless. They remained silent without uttering a word. Even Mo Shu was surprised by this situation. Her ability to control the situation is truly impressive. Although her words carry a hint of sarcasm, she still maintains basic courtesy, making it clear that others should not provoke her without causing discomfort. At this moment, Doni's eyes lit up as she praised him. She originally didn't understand Diaphan's charm, and Makthu was speechless. Girls in love can really be a bit blind. She quietly wondered how the male employees of the Chu Corporation usually felt when they saw Doan Ni's cold face, and now saw her current expression. At this moment, the first item was also brought out as introduced. These 2 bracelets were found on Guhu Mountain and can enhance yang energy. They asked curiously, "What does it mean to upgrade yang energy? Can you explain it more clearly? We don't understand." Diaphan also happily explained, asking in a playful way. "The so-called yang energy means that if a man wears these bracelets, women won't be able to resist, and if a woman wears them, men won't be able to resist." Everyone laughed and said, "So both men and women have to wear it?" Diaphan winked playfully, meaning the bed couldn't handle it. Everyone backstage burst into laughter when they heard what he said, and a girl shouted, "Such a good thing. It should be found more on the Guhuo Mountain." Diaphan thought that if there were too many of these things, even Huo Mountain wouldn't be able to handle it. Everyone immediately became interested and went so far that even the bed couldn't handle it. "I also want to buy this bracelet. I bid 16 million. I also want to buy this bracelet. 17 million, 17.5 million. At this moment, Contram raised the auction paddle and announced, "I bid 100 million. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "This jade pair is mine now, and when I go home, my wife has to try it on." Diaphan quickly hits the gavel to confirm. Chung Jiao Makthu, standing nearby, is surprised. If I remember correctly, these jade bangles were probably bought by the old master from a street stall 10 years ago. At that time, the purchase price was only about 50,000 wen, I think. Yet Diaphan managed to resell it for 100 million. Doan Ni kept praising him nonstop. Next, she will see how impressive my Diaphan really is. Mathu this time agreed. She must be very formidable. But her way of speaking on stage was a bit... After the first auction, Diaphan began to stabilize the situation. "All right, the warm-up is complete, and the item everyone has been waiting for has been brought up. You clap your hands to signal, and next is the green jade toad holding the gem. Please enjoy, the 2 beautiful girls will quickly come out." Diaphan lifted the red cloth to reveal a green jade toad. and everyone's eyes lit up with admiration. "It's so beautiful." Diaphan quietly assessed it and said, "The craftsmanship is perfect. Lord Chu's skill is truly extraordinary. I might even be reluctant to sell it myself." Then he cleared his throat twice. "Ladies and gentlemen, the jade-embedded frog is in front of you. How much do you think it's worth?" I believe everyone has their own estimate, so there is no starting price for this item. This statement surprised the crowd and caused a buzz. "What do you mean there's no starting price?" "I've never heard of an auction like this before, but this item is truly a priceless treasure, and there's no way to set a starting price for it. The first to raise the bid is the signboard seller. Since there's no starting price, I bid 1,000 dong first." Everyone else burst out laughing at that bid. Next, they start shouting and insulting him. "Kid, what are you causing a fuss for here? Get out quickly, this is ridiculous, and you dare to offer 1,000 dong." At that moment, Lao Guo held up the sign and made a bid. "Please stop arguing. I bid 2 billion first. Can anyone outbid me?" The crowd was stunned and widened their eyes. "What? 2 billion? But he also faced criticism. "I only brought about 200 million this time. You bid 2 billion, you're ruining others' chances to buy." "What kind of joke is this, you damn bastard? He already bid that high at the start. Where's the kid who just bid 1,000? I think that kid is more trustworthy." There are two people watching from upstairs now. Ninfong is nervously biting his nails. "Diaphan, damn it. If I hadn't fallen for your scheme in Dian province, I would have already taken that piece of jade." The Iron Guard stands behind to comfort him, saying there's no need to rush. That item will belong to us sooner or later. Ninfong sneers and orders, "Start the bidding high and announce the price openly." 5 billion, he quickly followed suit. "Fine. Our Bloodhand Path needs this jade. If we can buy it, it will be a great achievement for us." Ninfong reassured them softly. "Don't worry if we can't buy it. There are other ways." In another room, someone gently sways a glass of red wine. "Men," Jack sat satisfied and said, "Beautiful Miss Alice, our Dania group must buy this piece of jade." Alice, sitting beside him, assured, "Don't worry, we have prepared enough cash. This piece of jade will definitely belong to us." Down here, Diaphan is watching Ninfong upstairs, when suddenly he smirks. He taps the gavel and announces that earlier the Nin Jewelry Group bid 5 billion. I wonder if anyone here has offered more than 5 billion. He read the command 5 billion times, then slammed the gavel down 5 billion times. Diaphan raised the hammer high again, 5 billion times. At that moment, the curtain in Alice's room was pulled aside by someone. She bid 100 billion. Danya Jewelry Group offered 100 billion. The people below are stunned fans. 100 billion. Is this Black Den Corporation crazy? Buying this item would cost half their fortune. How can they shout a price of 100 billion? You don't understand. This is about brand showcasing. What they want is the brand value after buying this item. Danya Group has saved a lot on advertising, at least a few hundred billion. That makes a lot of sense. Yahan stands on the stage, maintaining a calm expression as he presides. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Please quickly read the next command. 100 billion going once, 100 billion going twice, 100 billion sold? At that moment, Diaphan announced the deal was closed. Diaphan excitedly congratulates the Denya Group on purchasing this jade piece for 100 billion, which is probably the most expensive jade in the gem industry, perhaps even unprecedented and unlikely to happen again. Everyone was abuzz. After today's auction, the Chu Jewelry Group can be said to have made a big splash on the international stage. The auctioneer today has a keen sense of the crowd's psychology. I wonder what his background is. Alice smiles and steps forward. This frog-shaped jade piece with the embedded gem is undoubtedly a treasure, but I heard there's another artifact used as a protective charm. I wonder if we could see it. Diaphan, pretending to be professional, clapped to signal. Of course. He looked at the two girls in the corner. Bring it out. They were ordered to bring out a large tray, carefully covered with a red cloth and placed on the table. Diaphan loudly drew attention. Everyone, please see this as our family heirloom. With that, he sharply yanked off the red cloth in front of him. An image of a fiery red phoenix with intricately carved wings appears. Everyone gazes in awe, admiring its beauty. Truly a magnificent treasure, even more stunning than the jade piece earlier, flawless in every way. If this item were truly put up for auction, the price would surely only go higher, not lower. Since it's called a treasure that protects the shop, it definitely wouldn't be auctioned off. Ningfeng exclaimed in surprise from upstairs. A good item. He sneered. I was determined to have these two pieces of jade. Steelguard, you know what to do. He nodded and said, Young master, rest assured, I will take care of it. Ninfeng snorted coldly. Diaphan, this time I want to recover everything that was lost at the Southern Temple. Everything. Dunai excitedly rushed to hug him and said, Diaphan, you're so amazing. Thanks to you, today's auction was a complete success. Diaphan softly said, So how do you plan to reward me? She blushed and said, Whatever you want to do, I will follow your lead. Manager Ma cleared his throat shyly and said, Mr. Men from Dia Corporation has arrived and requested a public transaction. Miss Doan, panic and wave her hands. When did everyone arrive? Alice smiled. It's okay, miss. This kind of thing is very common over here in the West, where passionate love is openly expressed. Diaphan calmly said, I will have Notch bring the Jadiat over for both of you. Once you've checked it and there are no issues, we can proceed with the transaction. Tratmisen shyly took your hand. Mr. Deep, wait a moment, he blushed. I still have something private to ask for your help with. Diaphan was stunned. Surely this white guy has some unusual preferences. He quickly took 2 steps back and said, Sorry, Mr. Michael, I don't mean to discriminate against you, but I am straight and quite traditional. The man pursed his lips and said, Diaphan, where do you think you're going? He stepped closer and whispered, It's just that. I didn't mean it to sound so bad. Diaphan seemed to understand happily. So this is the case. He confidently patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Mr. Maikon. Leave it to me. After saying that, he grabbed Misen and said, Wait for me 3 minutes. He was startled and asked, Mr. Deep, is this too fast? I haven't mentally prepared myself yet. As soon as I entered the room, Diaphan closed the door tightly and drew the curtains. Don't worry, there's nothing to prepare for this. Trust me, I'll do it quickly, just the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. Nen stammered, Please be gentle, I'm afraid it will hurt. Everyone outside was confused and blushing. Don't worry, I've been poking for many years. You just told me to be at ease. Men, even with blood loss, it still hurts that much. A second later, someone quickly opened the door. Yehan calmly stepped out. I haven't finished speaking. I said I've been practicing acupuncture for many years, so how could I not read it? Everyone suddenly looked annoyed. Is it over already? That was too quick. My pants are already off, and you want me to show you this. Diaphan nodded and gestured, Mr. Men, come out. Everyone suddenly fell silent, watching intently as the figure appeared at the door. A strong hand grabs the doorframe, and another version of Men appears. Hello, everyone. I'm back and more powerful than ever. Alice excitedly circles around him, her eyes shining brightly. In such a short time, why do I feel like you've become a different person? Men then embraced Diaphan tightly. This is all thanks to Brother Deep. I've regained my confidence as a man, and now I feel like I can fight 10 people at once. You force a smile. Well, if there's nothing else, let's start the transaction. He is happy. No problem. Nibro, to repay your kindness, I have decided to deepen our cooperation with Chu Jewelry Company. Diaphan smiles professionally. We feel very honored. Let's discuss the details of the cooperation later. Doan-hee proudly runs over. Diaphan, you're so impressive. Suddenly, Matthew hurriedly announced that something was wrong, causing Director Diaphan and Doan-hee to turn back anxiously and look at her. Matthew quickly recounted that the phoenix spread its wings and the frog with the gem had been stolen. She suddenly shouted, What? Men and Alice were just as stunned and surprised. She asked clearly what exactly had happened. Didn't you already put the items into the safe? Matthew cautiously said. The security guard on duty was drugged. The security camera was damaged. I sincerely apologize, team leader. Men said, I am very sorry, Brother Deep. If that is the case, we cannot continue this transaction anymore. Furthermore, the cooperation between our two companies cannot continue. After all, if you can't even keep such a precious piece of jade, then there's no need to talk about anything else. What should Doan-hee do now to calm Diaphan down? Mr. Menon, please give me an hour. In just 1 hour, the toad with the jewel that you all successfully auctioned will surely be found, and then we will make the exchange. He's serious, so let's just wait for an hour, and after that hour, we will leave. Diaphan coldly turned around and said, I will find out who is sabotaging me behind my back, no matter who they are. The police are still investigating the scene. Everything around is in ruins. Ling Qiu suddenly noticed Diaphan running in and angrily shouted, Stop, Diaphan, don't destroy the clues at the scene. I can immediately identify the thief. Give me a pen and a piece of paper, and don't disturb me. What are you guys joking about? We've been searching for so long and only found a few footprints, hairs, and fingerprints. It's still under testing. How can you possibly know who it is? We know you're anxious, but Beixing Fam won't be so easy. Duan-hee obediently brings paper and pen, and you coldly say, Captain Yen, tell them to leave here first and not disturb our work. Lang Qiu pondered. Since the last time Diaphan examined her, she felt there was some secret hidden within him, so she decided to let him try. So she waved her hand and gave the order to disperse. Everyone was stunned. Is this not enough for the captain? She shouted. Stop talking and disperse now. Everyone was panicked. Yes. Diaphan frowned seriously, twirling the pen in his hand, silently reciting a spell with the yin-yang eye. Time rewinds, and with the yin-yang eye, I can briefly return to the scene at the crime, and based on that, I will definitely find out who did it. The image that flashes is of a man with a smug expression. Got it. Quickly memorize this, and the pen in your hand begins to sketch the face of the guy. After a moment, Diaphan confidently asks Lang Q while holding the paper, "Who is he?" She looked surprised and said, "This is an internationally wanted A-level criminal, a sharpshooter. This can't be true. Didn't he already escape to Huangjiang?" At this moment, Matt Thu hurried in and said, "Captain, the test results are in. The suspect is confirmed as an international level A wanted criminal." The police were stunned. What? Is this really what that kid guessed? How could this kid do that? He's so impressive. Does he have some kind of superpower? Diaphan nodded and looked at Lang Q. "Thank you." She hurriedly asked, "Wait, Diaphan, with such a big city like Sunhai, how can you find Thiet Thu? It's better for us to handle it." He coldly refused. "Thank you for your kindness. I have my own sources of information, and my time is limited." Ling Q secretly observes Diaphan, and more secrets are hidden on him. I can no longer see through him. Just outside the headquarters, Diaphan quickly made a call. "Fire Phoenix, tell me the location of the Level A wanted criminal Thiet Thu within 3 minutes. Conditions at your discretion." The person on the other end took a deep breath. 3 minutes? You really underestimate me too much. 1 minute is enough." He smiled, satisfied. "Very good, thief. Enjoy your last few minutes." At the same time, on the highway, he excitedly said, "Nin, I think that kid Diaphan is now like a headless fly, running around frantically." Thiet Thu drove the car at a wind-slicing speed. "Thank you, Nin." Suddenly, another car sped out from somewhere and crashed into their vehicle. Thiet Thu frowned, worried. Ningfang was panicked. "What do you mean?" He quickly turned the steering wheel and narrowly escaped. He nodded and said, "This time you did very well." Ningfang is extremely satisfied. This time, not only did he make Diaphan suffer, but he also struck a blow against the Chowthi Jewelry Company. As for the Nin Jewelry brand, he can get whatever he wants. Their joy was short-lived as the previous car sped up again, leaving no chance for escape like before, and it aggressively closed in. A loud crash echoed as it rammed Ninfang's car into the cliff, leaving no escape. Tire tracks are clearly visible on the main road. The two cars crashed through the safety barrier, and Ninfang struggled to crawl out. "Damn it, who dares to hit him like that? Are you tired of living?" The strategist grits his teeth and says, "I don't care who you are, you must die today." The car door slowly opens and a figure steps out casually. Diaphan appears arrogantly. "I will keep this line exactly as it is for you." He was panicked. "Diaphan, why are you here?" He coldly drew out a small knife. "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Ningfang, you're out of options now." He shouted the order and then turned to run away. "Thiet Thu, stop him. Ningfang is furious. Why does this Diaphan guy seem like a demon? He's so fast. He already figured out it was me." "Tievu, don't worry, kid. I only need one punch to knock him to the ground." Without waiting for him to react, Diaphan swiftly struck the bodyguard with a sword. The man stared in shock as blood poured from his neck. His swordsmanship is so fast that his body involuntarily loses balance and collapses to the ground. Diaphan, with murderous intent and a cold voice, announces, "Iron Guard, die." Ningfang ran headlong. Damn it, one move was enough to kill the Iron Guard. Is Diaphan even human? No, I have to hold on now. Suddenly I realize that something is coming this way. Just as I escaped, Diaphan appeared in front of me. "Ninfang, I told you, you can't run away." He jerked in surprise and shouted out, "If you hate it, just kick him right in the groin. Get out of here." Ninfang painfully jumped up. "I need to increase my population." Diaphan sneered, "Miss Nin, goodbye." She secretly thought that Ninfang was the beloved heir of the Nin family, and still couldn't kill him. Returning to Chudawanni's headquarters, she looked down at Men and Alice, both silent and not saying a word. She suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Mai, it's almost been an hour now. I don't think Diaphan can bring back 2 jade blocks. We should leave here now. There are still many things waiting for us to handle." Hearing that, he also stood up. "President Chu, sorry to bother you. I also feel that we have no reason to wait any longer." In just 1 hour, he recovered 2 missing jade blocks, making the mission essentially impossible to complete. Dawn Ni looked sincere, asking everyone to wait a little longer, that Diaphan would definitely keep his promise, and everyone should trust him this once. Mosha caught her. "President, forget it. We're truly out of options this time." Dawn Ni shook her head. "No, Diaphan will definitely succeed." Men went straight to the door and said, "Let's go." Alice bowed her head and apologized. Suddenly, the door was kicked open by someone with long legs. Men and Alice both jumped in shock as they looked at the person who just entered. Doan Ni was overjoyed, Diaphan. He quickly stepped forward and placed the suitcase down. The elders open the way, the phoenix spreads its wings and pecks at the gem-studded frog. Luckily, I didn't let you down. I've brought the items back. She runs over happily. Diaphan, it's so good to see you. The men are excited. Amazing. Brother, you really are China's James Bond, Diaphan said. Can we proceed with the transaction now? Alice smiled. Of course it can continue. Mr. Deep, our cooperation can now proceed smoothly. His strength truly puts others at ease. Soon after, the signing ceremony proceeded smoothly. Diaphan followed Do-Ni to see them off as they left in the car. He stretched, finally finished with the cooperation deal, and was 100 times more exhausted than fighting enemies. She reminded him, oh right, tomorrow is your master induction ceremony. The hotel is booked. You absolutely must not forget. Diaphan gently patted her cheek. Don't worry. I won't forget something as important as this. He blushed and said, it's getting dark. Maybe we should go. While Nai shyly avoided eye contact. There is a small resting room in my office. Hearing that, he immediately picked her up and rushed forward. Time was tight. The next day at Duetta Hotel, Diaphan with dark circles under his eyes like a panda appeared, holding Do-Ni's hand. He looked exhausted. Wasn't it because you kept him overnight last night? She snapped irritably. Diaphan, hurry up, the initiation ceremony is about to start. Orderly, no one is allowed to speak. Inside the banquet hall, it was already packed with people chatting animatedly. As soon as he saw the person arrive, Bai Mo approached. Diaphan, why are you only here now? Come quickly, the initiation ceremony is about to start. Haiban teases him. I'm telling you, Hantu, you need to learn to control yourself in the future. From ancient times until now, romantic affairs between men and women happen constantly. Only the man's strength gets drained quickly. Do-Ni, hearing that, got furious. What the hell are you talking nonsense about, you damn fatso? Are you itching for a fight? Suddenly, Min-sun approached. Diaphan. Do-Ni, you two are here already? She said. Grandpa, he's embarrassed. Master, I'm sorry for being late. He nodded. Come on in. Indeed, my eldest daughter is hard to keep. The host's voice echoes through the hall. Lin Guodong, director of the Lin Group in Sanhai City, has arrived, presenting a 100-year-old ginseng. Duong Qian Kwok from the Tang Corporation in Sanhai City also arrived, presenting a calligraphy book written by himself. Mr. Men from the International Finance Group offers a pair of top-quality jade stones, all gathered around Min-sun. Master Chu, congratulations on accepting an outstanding disciple. He happily burst into laughter. Thank you, thank you. Suddenly, someone stepped in and slowly approached. The old man taunted, Mingshan, you're really showing off too much. Seeing the person who just spoke, he put away his serious expression, and everyone around started to discuss. Isn't this North's #1 gem appraiser, Nin Hao Thien? Why is he here? The other replied, I heard that Nin Hao Tian and Chu Min-sun have always been at odds, and there have been too many conflicts between them. It seems that today he came here to ruin Master Chu's good fortune. One is the king of northern gemstones, the other the king of southern gemstones. Rivals. Next, we have a good show to watch. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Mingshan coldly faces the old man while Hao Tian eagerly meets his gaze with a sneer. A second later, he smiled and clapped his hands. Brother Min-sun, such an important matter as accepting disciples, how could you not inform your senior brother? Luckily, I keep up with the news regularly, or I might have missed the chance to celebrate this happy event. Hao Tian looked at the old man with contempt. Damn, old man. Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble today? Do you dare to chase me out? Min-sun outwardly polite. This is not so. Nin Senior, who is old and has difficulty walking. If something happens on the way here in a rush, how can I bear this responsibility? But inside he was full of anger. You bastard. I wish you a quick death and rebirth. The atmosphere is filled with false friendship and fake love. My junior really knows how to joke. Hao Tian suddenly looked to the side with a murderous glare. This is the disciple that younger brother Min-sun just accepted. Is his name Diaphan? You look confused as you lean close to her. Do-Ni. What is this old man staring at you like that? It's like he has a grudge to kill his father against him. Do-Ni burst out laughing, saying, He's Ninfang's father, you tell me. Diaphan felt helpless, so that's how it was. No wonder he was so angry with me for ruining his son. Min-sun stepped forward and blocked the way. What is it? Old Nin, do you want to give some advice? The old man raised an eyebrow and said, I can't keep up with the younger generation now, but since Hao Tian expressed interest, I recently took on a disciple too, so why not let them compete in sculpture and see who is better rather than Lan Fam? Everyone started discussing again. Tam Din's expertise is in sculpture, but Hao Tian and Chu Min-sun are both talented in this field. The competition between their two disciples will surely be very exciting. But I hear that Diaphan is a newcomer, and Chumin's son hasn't taught him any sculpting techniques yet. So if they really have to compete, I'm afraid Diaphan will definitely lose. So it turns out, Nin Haotian came here today for this purpose. He wants to use his disciple's victory to embarrass Chumin's son. Min's son looked helpless and stammered, then stepped forward to make the request. Master, if the other side is so eager, let's accept their challenge. My disciple also wants to broaden his horizons and see how skilled the Northern Gem King's carving techniques really are. He was anxious and said, "Don't cause trouble, you haven't even learned carving skills yet, how can you compete with them? Just keep persuading." Master, they deliberately came to provoke us. We can't ignore it. Master, please trust in my abilities. What if I lose then? Does my master not want to accept me as his disciple anymore? Min's son sighed and said, "Fine, let's have the competition. Even if I lose, I won't be afraid." With that, he waved his hand and ordered, "Where is everyone? Bring the props and the jade stone here. The equipment for both sides to compete has been prepared." Haotian coldly said, "Lan Fam, show everyone your skills." He nodded. "Yes, remember my name. My name is Lan Fam. From today on, I will become your nightmare. Your carving skills will never surpass mine in your lifetime." Haibun, hearing that, was annoyed. He hadn't even competed yet. What is that guy so proud of? Bakmak frowned and said, "I've heard of Lan Fam's name. The jade carvings he creates are highly sought after, so Han too might be in trouble this time. Doan Ni is a bit worried for you." Deep Han, keep going. He calmly watched Lan Fam focused on his work, a cold smile on his face. What does it matter if I don't know how to carve? With the yin-yang eye technique here, once I've seen it, I won't forget it, I'll learn it right on the spot. He quickly opened his eyes to the divine eye technique, capturing every movement of him. Lan Fam slowly stopped. "Please, take a look." Everyone was amazed. The apricot blossom jade pendant had already reached a top-tier level of swordsmanship. This piece of jade had its flaws, but unexpectedly, Lan Fam was able to conceal its imperfections with his sword technique. That's right, he does have some skill of a grand master. Haotian smugly listened as his disciple casually showed off, inviting ridicule from everyone. For a moment, they looked at Lan Fam with admiration, and Mr. Nin modestly nodded. Yes, it's no wonder he can train an apprentice like Lan Fam. Ning doesn't disappoint as the king of the Northern Stone. This little Diaphan is doomed this time. Denis panicked seeing this. What should we do? He took her hand to comfort her, reassuring her. A confident smile played on Diaphan's lips. I will win. Lan Fam is arrogant. It's your turn now, Diaphan. Denis looked nervous. But Diaphan, you lack experience in sculpture. You calmly step forward. Are you so eager to lose? Diaphan touched the jade block and wondered what to carve now. He casually glanced back at the sculpture of a beautiful woman. She looked dazed, the beautiful woman. Doan Ni anxiously shouted, "Diaphan, why can't you be more serious? Carving someone different is the hardest. Even with Nin Haotian and your grandfather, I can only be about 60% sure." Diaphan calmly sat down and said, "Don't worry, I know what I should do now." He picked up his small knife, looked seriously at the block of stone, and with a sharp swipe of the blade, shards of rock flew everywhere. Everyone looked a bit down on him. Is this kid really capable of sculpting human figures? That's just too unbelievable, as it's very hard to master the human form. Even if he masters the technique of sculpting the human form, capturing a person's aura is still very difficult. Right now, this Diaphan has no foundation at all and dares to challenge in sculpting the human body. It looks like losing is certain. Min's son, watching closely from behind, was amazed to discover this technique. He analyzed that this is the strength that Lan Fam just used. Isn't this technique the secret that Nin Haotian keeps from being shared outside? Why did Diaphan wait? Min's son was stunned. Could it be that Diaphan just learned this while Lan Fam was carving? This talent, he advised Diaphan to use 10 parts of strength, 3 parts of effort, 7 parts of broken strokes, delicate but unbreakable, feeling the knife in his hand with his heart, while the boy was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, I understand now. Everyone was stunned again. How did this little kid suddenly become so skilled? That's right, just now, it seemed unfamiliar with carving. What did Old Man Chu mean by what he said earlier? It seems Diaphan has understood something. Old Chu truly lives up to the name of the Southern Stone King. Just one sentence has made my student improve by leaps and bounds. Haotian pondered silently, knowing that his secret to talent was something he never shared. In this world, I only teach Lan Fam. Diaphan must have learned by watching Lan Fam carve. This talent cannot be allowed to stay in this world. Lan Fam gritted his teeth in fury. Diaphan's technique is definitely better than mine, but he wants to carve something different, which won't be easy. As long as the figure has a slight flaw, I will have the upper hand. There's only one final step left to finish. Why is everyone confused about why Diaphan suddenly stopped? He must carve the expression of the statue now. This is the hardest part. Let's see what he's planning to do. Diaphan suddenly turns around and smiles at her. "Doan ni?" she whispered. Diaphan, a second later, smirked and said, "I already know." The small knife swiftly glides, revealing every tiny detail with grace. Diaphan takes a deep breath and blows away the dust on the jade block. A sculpture of a little fairy girl, smiling happily and shining brightly, appears. Thanks to Diaphan's skillful hands and intricate techniques, the jade figurine of the little fairy girl has been completed. Everyone was momentarily stunned. This is the work of a master. Yes, even though young, Master Deep can carve exquisite human figures, and his craftsmanship is no less than that of a grandmaster like Tu Duong. Lao Chu really is Lao Chu, able to teach such a talented disciple. Haiban carefully examined it. This figure seems a bit familiar, doesn't it? He stepped forward and said, "Doni, this is specially made for you." The whole group was excited, and this jade statue was carved based on the image of Miss Doni. "I truly admire Lady Nyan. Just look at this expression. It's a perfect match for Lady Nyan." Nyan's eyes sparkle with excitement. "Diaphan, thank you." She runs over and hugs him tightly. "Diaphan, why are you so kind to me? I'm so touched." Mingshan smugly pretends to be confident. "So what? What do you think of my disciple?" Hao Tian blurted out. Genius Lan Fam hesitates. "Master," his father looks stern. "Don't talk so much. You've lost. Just accept it." Then Hao Tian clasped his hands and took his leave, saying, "This disciple of mine is not skilled enough. I will come back another day to learn." Suddenly a voice rang out, igniting Hao Tian's fury. "Another day I saw that this disciple of yours, even after 10 more years of study, wouldn't be as good as Elder Chu's current disciple." The old man curiously looked at the man slowly walking into the hall. Lan Fam angrily jumps out. "You bastard, who are you?" "Who are you to judge me?" Vo-Fi glanced and asked, "Do you call me a bastard?" After finishing, he drew his sword and leapt up. A second later, Vo-Fi's sharp blade was pressed against his neck. Lan Fam was momentarily panicked, trembling all over as he stammered, "Aye, Master Vo-Fi." Hearing that, he put his sword back into its sheath. "Elder Nin respects him, so today I'll spare that kid's life. But if there's a next time..." Wu-Fi coldly turned around, gritting his teeth as he uttered one word: "Kill." The entire hall suddenly erupted. "What is going on? This person's aura is so strong, my legs are trembling and I can barely stand." Hao Tian quickly apologized, saying it was due to my lax discipline and hoped that Master Wu-Fi would not hold the young ones accountable. Now, I take responsibility on his behalf. Then, the two quietly left, ignoring the mocking voices behind them. This time, Nin Hao Tian really embarrassed himself. That's right. Not only did his disciple lose to Chu Lao's disciple, but he also nearly got killed by the man in black. Who is that person, in black? They even made the renowned sculptor of the northern sculpture world bow his head. He calmly said, "Chu, old master. Vo-Fi is late. I apologize." Min Sun smiled. Vo-Fi being able to come here is already a sign of respect to Chu, and what just happened was indeed a disappointment. Vo-Fi glanced politely at Elder Chu and said, "This disciple of yours is not an ordinary person. He's young but already impressive. He will surely make a name for himself in the future." Diaphan stepped forward and saluted. "Sir Vo-Fi, you flatter Bakbo not Kiem. May I ask if you are the 11th ranked expert on the list?" Lan Vo-Fi. He nodded and said, "It seems you've already been involved in this world, but you're still not capable enough to thrive in it yet. Geniuses are always destined for greatness. I hope you're not one of them." He bowed his head in gratitude for Vo-Fi's advice. Mingshan cheerfully laughed. All right, you've come enough. Let's start the master initiation feast." Vo-Fi replied affirmatively. Suddenly Diaphan spoke up again. "Wait, he's curious about you." Diaphan appears cautious. "Sir Vo-Fi, I apologize for the intrusion, but it seems there is an issue with your body." "What is Vo-Fi doing to him?" Duanni was shocked and startled. "Diaphan." He looked at the person in front of him with a contemplative expression. "How does he know? Does Diaphan want to go outside to talk for a moment?" Min Sun quickly spoke up. Mr. Vo-Fi signaled to Diaphan that he had something to discuss with him. "Elder Chu, please wait a moment." Duo and I watched anxiously as the two left. "Sir, what did Diaphan say to Vo-Fi earlier?" "It seems that Master Wu-Fi is angry." He smiles smugly, thinking that Diaphan will have another ally in the future. A moment later, the door opens. Vo-Fi remains silent. The young man asks, "How could you possibly see through it?" He gently drew his sword and said if someone knew about my injury, the enemy would definitely come knocking, so better to kill him. Diaphan smiled and said, "Don't worry. If I had intended to reveal your injury, I would have shouted it out in the hall long ago." He asked indifferently, Why can you tell I am injured? I analyzed that when my senior passed by me. I noticed that his sword-holding posture was a bit strange. Vo-Fi snorted coldly, judging that I was injured based on my sword stance. Does he think I'm an idiot? I wondered silently. Could it be that someone knows I'm hurt and then told this kid? No way. This can't be known by anyone. You shrugged. It wasn't easy to figure out in the first place. I calmly explained that I am also somewhat skilled in swordsmanship, having observed the senior's attack on Lan Fam just now, and combined that with my knowledge of medicine. Seeing that the way the senior held the sword was unusual, I dared to make this judgment, which made him suddenly surprised and inquire, "You know medicine?" Diaphan said slowly. "I've been practicing as a doctor for about 10 years now." Vo-Fi smirked and said, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect that even at such a young age you have such keen insight." He implied, "If you can see that I am injured, you must already have a way to treat it, right?" Diaphan implied that the solution was simple. Just stop practicing the 100-body sword, and the right arm would naturally recover. He quickly said, "That's not right. You should consider giving up your lifelong pursuit with your heart and soul, which is even harder to accept than losing an arm, isn't it?" Vo-Fi honestly admits he dare not hide that this illness is truly a residual effect from his sword training. He looks on, still hoping young Diaphan can offer guidance. Diaphan waved his hand and asked, "Is there any way to cure it?" "Senior, you are being too harsh. I will do my best to treat you." Hearing that, Vo-Fi clasped his hands, talented beyond his years, unmatched in the martial world. Diaphan's friends could tell at a glance how serious my condition was, and speaking as equals with you is only proper. "Please have a seat, Mr. Vo-Fi." Diaphan hesitated. Okay. Sit down first. I'll use acupuncture to help regulate your meridians." He quickly took a deep breath and sat down, extending his arm onto the table. Diaphan holds the needle in his hand, opens his eyes, and activates his eye technique, silently reciting a spell, using the yin-yang eye to examine Vo-Fi's meridians. Diaphan gently moves his spiritual energy to regulate the meridians. Wu-Pi is stunned. His acupuncture technique is so powerful and advanced, yet just one needle can manipulate my internal strength, using it to attack the blocked areas. Seeing that his blood vessels are almost fully connected, Diaphan breathes heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. He slowly says, "The meridians are now clear, and in a short time I can help Senior advance his strength." Vo-Fi marvels at the power. He was excited. My right arm has been numb for a long time, but now the tingling sensation has completely disappeared. Diaphan cautiously said, "Unfortunately, my current mental strength is still not enough to completely clear the blockages in the meridians at once. You mentioned it, but rest assured, Senior, you come to my place once a year, and soon or late, the blockages will be fully cleared." Vo-Fi cheerfully laughed out loud. "All right, Diaphan, you have quite a bit on your plate, so if you ever face something you can't handle, just come to Chao Province to find me. Let's go outside now. The people waiting outside have been waiting for a long time." You and Vo-Fi tidied up and quickly stepped outside. "Okay, Doan-Ni is waiting outside, Grandpa. Vo-Fi will not bully Diaphan, right? Will Diaphan face any danger? Why haven't they come out yet?" A moment later, the door burst open as Vo-Fi and Diaphan walked out, chatting and laughing. He smiled with satisfaction. "Old Chu, I have made an agreement with Diaphan, and from now on I will speak to him as an equal." Both of them stared in shock. What? Everyone was just as surprised. What exactly is going on here? Just now Mr. Wu-Fi was glaring at Diaphan as if he wanted to eat him alive. Why does he treat Diaphan so well after meeting him privately? This Mr. Wu-Fi may not have a clear background, but even Nin Hao Tian has to show him respect, and it seems he's quite afraid of him. Yet Diaphan is able to speak to him as an equal. Young Master Diaphan is likely to dominate the entire Sanhan city in the future. Min-sun is being praised and surrounded by everyone. Congratulations to Old Chu for acquiring a valuable item. I hope Old Chu will pay more attention and take care in the future. Diaphan truly is a young hero. Old Master Chu has found a treasure. Nai asked softly to Diaphan, "What is really going on with this? Why is Mr. Wu-Fi involved?" Diaphan smiled mysteriously, raised an eyebrow at her, then looked smug again. Of course he was conquered by his husband's aura and intelligence. Doan-Ni swung her hand and punched him. "Be serious with me," she thought to herself. It seems there are some things Diaphan can't say. The party is finally over, and Diaphan politely sees everyone off to their cars. He lets out a sigh of relief, finally finished, feeling exhausted. Min-sun reminds Diaphan that he needs to keep in regular contact with the people he just met. He now has too many enemies and must expand his network. If anyone tries to attack you, they will have to think carefully about the consequences. You lower your head in remembrance. "Master, Dunai understands your worries." He nods. "All right, it's getting late. Minsun turns to look at his granddaughter. I drank alcohol today, so you can't go with Diaphan. You have to take me home. Doan-ni was embarrassed. Grandpa, your father burst out laughing. Let's go, she nervously whispered. I'll go back first. Diaphan looked regretfully after Doan-ni, realizing that everything was beyond change and that she had completely misunderstood. A few seconds later, he ruffled his hair in frustration, wondering if the old master had seen through his plan for a night of passion on such a joyful day. Diaphan felt dejected, and it was getting late, so he decided to head back. You suddenly felt like someone was secretly watching you. Diaphan immediately used his yin-yang eyes to scan around, frowning. No one was there. Could it have been just an illusion earlier? Immediately, a figure swiftly rushed past him. Diaphan, furious, summoned his strength and threw a punch. Who? The two rushed forward at the same time, their strength colliding directly. The other person's strength is slightly higher. Diaphan was pushed back a step. He thought to himself that with just one punch he was repelled, so their strength must be higher. But this person's aura seemed unstable. Diaphan, with a wary expression, shouted loudly, "Who are you?" The other person slowly stepped forward. It's been only a few months since we last met, but your strength has improved quite a bit. Upon hearing the familiar voice and seeing the figure before him, Diaphan became excited. Big Brother Trio, you rushed over so quickly. Big Brother Zhao, how are you? Why are you so badly injured? He smiled and said, I'm fine. Let's get in the car first and talk. Diaphan frowned and said, Big Brother Trio, your injuries are serious. I need to treat you quickly, or it will affect your cultivation. A few hours later, at Bayet Diet's villa, he was practicing his martial arts in the yard, when suddenly he sensed someone approaching, his eyes flashing with suspicion. A few seconds later, the gate opened to reveal Diaphan, battered and bruised, bringing Hoang Thien with him. He looked panicked and asked, Who hurt you, Trio Hoang Thien? He whispered, Tun, don't worry, I still can't kill him. You're too impatient. Senior Tun, Brother Zhao is badly injured and I need to treat him immediately. Please, watch over things outside. Bat Diet nodded. Go ahead inside, I'll be here outside and nothing will happen. Leave him outside the door. Diapha quickly helped Hoang Thien into the room. Bat Diet quietly considered that Zhao Huan Tian suddenly turned back, unsure if he had dealt with the tale completely. If enemies found us now, it would definitely be a bad situation. Diapha quickly channels his energy into each acupuncture needle, precisely inserting them into the correct spots on Hoang Thien's back. Diaphan said, Big Brother Zhao, just acupuncture can only prevent your wound from worsening. To fully heal it, I need to use spiritual energy to aid your recovery, so it will take a little longer. Huan Thien gritted his teeth in pain. Diaphan, in times of danger, we don't need to hold back. I'm counting on you. You frown and focus your strength into the remaining needle. All right. Bat Diet stood silently outside the room, suddenly sensing a surge of killing intent approaching. It's here. A girl steps forward, the crisp sound of high heels echoing. Ningiem Phi sneers. I thought Trio Huan Thien had strong backup. But it turns out it's you. Tan Bat Diet, you seem a bit cautious. Hiem Phi, ranked 7th on the Tiger list, slowly draws her weapon and says, Tan Bat Diet, you used to be a renowned expert. Disappeared for over 10 years. Hiem Phi sneers. Do you still have the same strength as before now? Bat Diet raised an eyebrow. And today, I also want to see if I can defeat the 7th-ranked expert on the Tiger list. Without saying a word, she darted forward and shouted, Go to hell! He clenched the wooden staff in his hand just in time, as the two of them threw punches at each other, the force exploding fiercely. Diaphan seemed to sense the commotion outside. Hoan Thien reminds him, Diaphan, don't get distracted. You nod and think secretly. The opponent already knows about Brother Zhao's whereabouts. They won't send just one person. I must seize the time to help Brother Zhao recover quickly. The final needles have also been hurriedly administered by Diaphan. Outside, the sharp spear tip rushes forward, light flashes tearing through space. But Phi grips his weapon tightly. Dingba forcefully presses straight ahead. The two seem evenly matched, easily blocking each other's attacks. Hiem Phi leaps into the air, spinning his leg to kick Bat Diet. He sneered, Hiem Phi, you only have a reputation for strength. It seems your 7th-ranked bone title is just that, really far from the rumors. Ah, grinding his teeth, you've made some progress over the years. However, Hiem Phi smirked slyly and said, Come out now. As he finished, 3 more accomplices jumped out from behind Bat Diet. They land forcefully, the sound of their toes hitting the ground, echoing faintly. The tall figure stands firm in the night, his cold eyes sweeping around, Bat Diet's face turning pale. Their aura shows they are all strong, but why have I never seen them before? Seeing this, she became smug. Tun Bat Diet, it's been too long since you left the martial world. You probably don't know how much it's changed outside, do you? The Heavenly Lord has long since stopped caring about the world. Hiemfai gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and hand over Chuhongtian. I will make sure you die without a complete body." Bat Diet clenched his teeth and replied, "If you want me to betray my brothers, that's impossible. If you want Zhao Hengtian, you have to go through me first." She didn't say much either, immediately raising her voice to give the order and disable him. He lunged forward, swinging his wooden staff down fiercely. Taking the opportunity, the three accomplices immediately rushed in. Go to hell. The immortal old man has no way to defend himself. "It's over, Zhao Hongtian. This old man has to go first. I hope you can avenge me." Suddenly, he sensed a force attacking them, and in just a second, all four of them collapsed to the ground. Huantin loosened his grip, exhausted, then looked coldly at them and said, "You're not done yet, are you?" Diaphan just managed to catch his breath behind. Bat Diet stood up. "Are you okay?" Huan Tien sneered. "Lao Tan, leave the rest to me." He struggled to breathe, his face twisted in response. "Fine." Diaphan worriedly asked, "Is Elder Tan okay?" Bat Diet shook his head. "Have you fully recovered in such a short time thanks to Trio Huan Tien?" He scratched his head and smiled. "It's just luck. Just luck." He observed thoughtfully, sensing that this kid was hiding many secrets, then quietly patted Diaphan on the shoulder. "The younger generation is promising. The younger generation is promising. You seem a bit hopeful. This is the first time I've seen Elder Brother Zhao take action, so let's just watch the show from the sidelines." Indestructible nodded in agreement, saying, "I think there's a lot you can learn from watching him fight," but Fai Ha was stunned and couldn't believe it. Zhao Hongtian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are your wounds healed already?" Hongtian sneered arrogantly and said, "Just try and you'll see." "So confident, huh? How badly are you injured?" "I know it all." Ngiem Fai signaled everyone to attack, just standing there mocking and showing off, saying, "You can't scare me." Huang Thien laughed heartily and said in a stern voice, "I never intended for you to leave today." Hiem Vai quickly rushes forward and says, "Go to hell." Huan Thien raises his hand to block. He sneers mockingly, relying only on his bare hands. When Trio Huan Thien was at his peak, he might have been able to stop my attack, but now Tranjia's powerful spiritual energy prevents Din Ba from advancing. He clenched his fist and suddenly unleashed a fierce surge of spiritual energy. Seconds later, Ninghiem Fai's Din Ba shattered into pieces, and she was left in a panic. Seeing her weapon tearing through the air back at her, she stared in shock as it forcefully pierced into her chest, while her three subordinates were also severely wounded at the same time. Huan Thien calmly watched them scream in panic, then gently landed beside the unconscious bodies. Nghiem Phai struggled to speak, saying, "So you have recovered your strength to your peak again?" "I can't believe it," I shouted in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Huan Thien glanced and said, "Because I have a good brother." With that, he gritted his teeth and gently pulled out the trident from her chest. "And you, Huan Thien Lan, be a good person in your next life, and don't be a running dog." A stream of hot blood immediately gushed out, and the sudden pain made her grimace and scream in shock. Huan Thien Quang gently taps the nail next to her corpse. Immortal unknowingly asks, "Diaphan, do you know what makes the technique that Trio Huan Thien just used so powerful?" "You think about it. The force is very strong. A single punch was enough to send all four people flying." He waves his hand and orders. That punch just now triggered the fourfold attack simultaneously. Bat Diet explains that the first clone relies on its immense strength to counter Nahiem Phai's attack, while the second clone uses its pure force to break the three-pronged nail in Nahiem Phai's hand perfectly. He calmly added, "The third clone relies on the power of the wind to attack the four fragments of the tripod at the remaining four opponents. The fourth clone depends on the strength of the wind power to knock back those four people." Diaphan listened in shock, realizing that this punch was truly powerful indeed. Immortal let out a light cough and said, "The four clones I mentioned earlier, except for the first one, all require extremely domineering control. Any mistake, even a tiny error, would prevent achieving this result. Old Tun, you should go inside and rest quickly. You were injured earlier and damaged your meridians." The Immortal laughed softly, saying, "It's been a long time since you two brothers met. I'm sure you have many things to talk about, so I'll go inside first." He turned his head regretfully. I'm out. I probably won't be able to compare to Zhao Huantian in my whole life." He gently spoke. "Han too. I don't plan to stay here long." Diaphan was surprised. "Do you have any plans for the future?" "Big brother trio." Huang Tian frowned and said, "I came back this time either because you healed me or because I wanted to visit Du. Now the members of the Heavenly Sect are hunting me. Nian Fei, if he has arrived in Sunhai City, then surely others will come here afterward. I can't stay here and cause trouble for everyone." Diaphan clenched his fists in anger. "Big brother Zhao, why are you saying that? We're brothers." Diaphan, if you were afraid of causing trouble for him, you wouldn't have risked going to save Dudu, he interrupted, and said, Hantu, there's something you still don't know. Huang Tian recounts that this time the person who injured me was not Hok Thien Ton, but his top subordinate, Heavenly King. That person is stronger than me, so Hok Thien Ton's strength is even harder to estimate. If I stay here, everyone will have to die. You have great talent and work hard in cultivation. You can definitely become the leader, an invincible powerhouse in the world. It's me, Diaphan exclaimed, his eyes wide in surprise. You are wrong, Senior Trio. A strong person must be tempered through hardships and danger, and my situation isn't much better than yours. I killed people from the Heavenly Lord to find you. They will eventually come to me for revenge, especially since I already destroyed the members of the Blood Guard a few days ago. Huang Thien was momentarily stunned and lost in thought. Stay calm about this, Brother Trio. Stay here. No matter the reason, we shouldn't choose to run away. You try to persuade me. If it's difficult, then find a way to solve it. Heavenly Lord is fine. Blood Demon Sect is fine too. If they come, we will face them together and fight to the death. Huang Tian suddenly burst out laughing happily. All right, if that's the case, I'll listen to you and we'll face it together. At this moment, Diaphan finally feels happy again and pats his shoulder. That's more like it. Let's go have a drink and celebrate our brotherhood. The two of them quickly arrived at the tavern and shared their first toast. The table is full of food and the two silently look at each other, then drink their glasses. Han Thaian said, if we are to join forces against the Heavenly Templar Society, we must prepare quickly and ideally train a group of experts. Otherwise, just the two of us won't be able to face either the Blood Guard or the Heavenly Templar Society. Diaphan thought for a moment and asked, I have no experience with this. Does Big Brother Zhao have any ideas? Huang Tian looked at him with a mysterious expression and then smirked mischievously, just having money is enough. Brother Zhao, you've found the right person. I lack everything now except money. Huang Tian calculated that we could establish a security company to start providing bodyguard services for businessmen or celebrities, while also honing our skills. Diaphan nodded in agreement, saying, yes, training experts quickly is not an easy task. He then took out a stack of papers and pushed them over, saying, here, take a look at this, and he hurriedly flipped through them. This is the alchemy method. Huang Tian nodded and said, that's right, I was expelled from the Form and Intent sect years ago because everyone wanted to get this alchemy method. They haven't given up all these years and are still chasing after me. Diaphan, you're skilled in medicine. Do you think this method of alchemy could be useful to you? Diaphan's eyes light up with excitement. So that's how it is. You smirked and said, that's really great. With this, I think we can quickly cultivate experts at the Boy Nguyen stage. Then with my acupuncture techniques helping out, we can definitely train a new generation of masters within a year. By then, we won't have to fear anyone. Suddenly thinking of something, he stood up. That's right, Diaphan whispered. I suddenly remembered that if Ng Phi and the others have been chasing all the way here, then my whereabouts must have been exposed, so we need to find a safe place to hide for now. Hung Tian remained calm, saying it's not necessary for the moment. Ng Phi wants to kill me to make a name for herself, so based on her character, she definitely wouldn't reveal my location to others. So I am temporarily safe. Diaphan raised an eyebrow and said, all right, if that's the case, let's start the plan. The first light of dawn shines directly on the magnificent castle, making it sparkle even more. Elder Van stands in the main hall of the Blood Guard, solemnly speaking. The Iron Guard has died in Sun Hai City. Who among you will investigate this matter? Kwang Tu snorted coldly. This guy is usually very arrogant. Except for the sect leader, he doesn't regard anyone else highly. This time he finally met a master. Dying is just deserved. Tran Din also spoke up, saying, those who kill members of our Blood Guard cannot be let off easily. He then suggested, Commander, I can go to Sun Hai City. The henchman cheered excitedly, saying, I've been free of work lately, so I might as well take a trip to Sun Hai City for a walk. Maybe I should go too. I just recently mastered a new martial art and want to find someone to practice with. Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly interrupted. All right, stop fighting each other. Everyone was momentarily stunned, turning their heads, and the second young master's face flashed with a sinister look. You dare oppose our Blood Guard, you must die. A week of peace has passed at Daihan's house. You're focused on studying the documents Huan Thien left behind, thinking that some of the herbs for this pill recipe are hard to find, so it looks like I'll have to bother Master Chu or the Lambok Mac family to help. A call interrupts your train of thought. Why is Duong Haiban calling instead of coming to see me directly? Without thinking much, he quickly furrowed his brows. Hello, fat bro. On the other side, Haiban urgently shouted for help to Hantu, saying I was attacked and to come save me at our usual coffee shop. Diaphan immediately stood up. Brother Duong, try to hold on a little longer. I'll be there immediately. You frown. Why is Haiban being ambushed by someone? Could it be that the Blood Hand sect is secretly involved? An hour later, Diaphan quickly arrived in the city center. In a coffee shop, Thien Gao viciously kicks Hai Ban. Damn fatso, if you've got the guts, throw your shoe at me too. Today I will definitely ruin you. He clenched his teeth and shouted, Shen Tian Yao, Diaphan is coming soon, and when that time comes, even if you cry, he will just turn his head and mock you. When Diaphan arrives, I will also take him down. Thien Gao pointed and said, Do you see? Here is the young master of the Modong family from the south. Modongku Diaphan, in the eyes of the young master, is just like an ant that can be crushed at any moment. He calmly spoke. Tham Thien Ngao, out of respect for your master, the Northwest Y King, I helped you with this. But that enemy of yours, Diaphan, still hasn't shown up, and I am very unhappy, you know. He immediately became eager. Yes, young Master Nine, I understand. Seeing this, Thien Ngao was a bit angry at Haibun. You damn fatso, if you want to blame someone, blame Diaphan for coming too late and making Qthiu unhappy. He panicked. What do you want? The man shouted loudly. Say goodbye to your legs. The crowded door of the shop was pushed open as a familiar figure appeared, stopping the fight. Haibun saw the person and cheered excitedly. Hansu Thien Ngao also froze, his face turning pale as he looked back at Diaphan. Before he could react, he rushed forward, daring to attack my brother. Are you tired of living? Diaphan clenched his fist and punched Thien Ngao directly in the face, with such force that he was knocked several meters away, crashing heavily into the wall and causing a crack around him. He quickly went to help Haibun. Brother Duong, are you okay? He grimaced, but is fine. Haibun warned Hanzu that the man in front of him was the young master of the Modong family from the south, a very powerful force, and it seemed he had come specifically to avenge Tham Thien Ngao. Be careful. Diaphan looked at the man calmly drinking tea, a cold smile on his lips, and said, Rest assured, your loud challenge. This city of Songhai is my territory. No matter who comes, whether they are dragons or tigers, they must bow to me or be tamed by me. Ngho face was battered, and he was crying. Ninth young master, you must avenge me. Diaphan, if you're going to hit a dog, you should at least look at its owner. He gritted his teeth and said, You dare to hit Tham Thien Ngao right in front of me, showing no respect at all. Diaphan glared and said, What are you? Why should I show you respect? Hearing Dengku's condescending tone, I was instantly furious. My subordinates were equally outraged. Veitam was shocked. This young brat has gone crazy to dare challenge our third young master Ku. Vanat nodded in agreement. You're so ungrateful, famous in the small city of Songhai, but still think you can dominate. Does Second V not know how influential the Modong family really is? That is the leader of the martial world ruling in the south, existing for countless generations. Old general, kill that young man for me. He nodded deeply, and the young warrior with the war sword stepped out. Young man, you are too arrogant. He sneered. Today, I will show you that there are people you cannot offend. Diaphan's eyes caught sight of this dagger. Could he be the one? You ask, are you the 17th ranked assassin on the Tiger list from years ago? The old battle axe chuckles proudly. That's correct. It's me. The battle axe maker implied, if you know my identity, then stop struggling and I will let you die peacefully. The three subordinates became excited. With the old warrior taking action, this young guy is definitely doomed. Old warrior is a top expert on the Tiger ranking, and I doubt this kid can withstand a single move from him. Those who look down on the Modong family must die. Diaphan twirled his sword and said, You are no longer the infamous assassin of the past, but a mere dog servant who only knows to flatter others. You remain calm. Having lost your martial spirit, I can cut through your sword with a single slash. The battle axe swiftly charges forward. Do you seek your own death? He swung his sharp blade like a black panther hunting, as Diaphan gritted his teeth and struck down with his sword, the fierce energy surging wildly, two forces colliding and producing deep, rumbling winds. In an instant, the space suddenly trembled, followed by a fierce explosion of flames. The henchman panicked. This young man is too strong, matching even the old warrior. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's sword shattered, his entire body tense as he helplessly faced Diaphan's overwhelming pressure. The old man stared with wide eyes, blood continuously spurting from his mouth. How is this possible? The Yangtze River's waves keep crashing, and you're even more talented than others. The martial world is no longer a place for you to flaunt your strength and intimidate others. The henchman saw this and retreated a few steps. Am I dreaming right now? I can't believe this little guy knocked Elder Chien out with a single move. Old Chien isn't even his match, so we definitely aren't anything. When did a powerhouse like this appear? In Songhai City. Modongku also froze. Old warrior is a master on Bang Lake. How could he be defeated by an unknown young man? Ngao Tianhuang was panicking. Mo Dongku has no way to deal with Diaphan. I better keep pretending to be unconscious. But who would let him go? A chubby foot stomped hard on the person, and Tam Ngao Thien laughed loudly. Haiban excitedly said so. Tam Ngao Thien, Mo Dongsu, aren't you both claiming to be very powerful? Why do you all turn into fools as soon as Han Tu arrives? Is he crying out in fear? Diaphan glances over. Wasn't it you just now who wanted to say I should be killed? Ku stammers. What do you want to do? I am the young master of the Mudong family. If he panicked and you dared to attack me, there will be no good outcome. You immediately slapped Dongku across the face. You must be the young master of the Modong family, right? Then he delivered another punch to the stomach, acting tough in front of me, and finally used his spiritual power to send him flying into the wall. This is because of your arrogance. Yahan scratched his head. Having finished the matter, he then walked over to pat Haiban on the shoulder. Brother Duong, let's go. He smiled. Han Tzu, thank you this time. I happen to have a few tickets to the concert. Tomorrow you take Yaoni and we go together. The two of them calmly turned and walked away. The Namkung Music Festival, that name sounds a bit familiar. Haiban explained that he is the most famous superstar right now. You must know that, right? Dongku lay on the floor, furious and trembling with anger. Diaphan, he gritted his teeth and hissed through clenched jaws. I will definitely not forgive you. A few days later, at a brightly lit music stage, the crowd cheered loudly. Namkung Tu, Wan I love you. Namkung Tu, Wan I want to have children with you. Namkung Tu, Han I love you for 1,000 years. Diaphan was pushed and shoved until he was dizzy, yet there were so many people. Doan Ni, next to him, chuckled and said, Thua Namkung Tu Huan is the hottest star right now. Her concert tickets sold out in an instant. I really like her. Someone else spoke up. Plus, Namkung Tu Huan is so beautiful that she truly looks like a goddess. I even dream of pursuing her. You fall silent and think, if I said I once saved her, would you all worship me to death? Suddenly, the ringing of a phone in his pocket interrupted him, and Diaphan took it out, surprised to see who was calling. Hua Huang, are you having trouble? I am now at Namkung Tu Huan's Grand Music Festival. Her urgent voice rang out. It's urgent. I won't waste more words with you. Hua Huang reported that the Security Bureau received news of someone causing trouble at Namkung Tu Huan's concert. But right now, we don't have enough personnel in Sunhai City. Could you please help ensure her safety? What exactly do you need me to do? Thinking to herself, Hua Huang has helped me many times. This time I must help her. She nodded and said, Our people are on their way there. Before they arrive, you must ensure her safety, not a step away. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, she will definitely be safe. He looked around and asked, How can I approach Namkung Tu Huan in such a crowded hall? She on stage started the next song. Tu Huan smiled brightly. I will sing and interact with everyone in the audience. She playfully heats up the atmosphere. Is everyone okay with that? Suddenly, everyone below erupts into wild cheers. That's great. Now I have a chance to be close to Namkung Tu Huan. Choose me. I've liked you ever since I was born. Namkung Tu Huan. I know all of Namkung Tu Huan's songs. Pick me. Hearing that, Diaphan suddenly had an idea. A good opportunity. Duan Ni urges him. Diaphan, what are you doing? Hurry up and raise your hand. Maybe you'll get chosen. He casually shrugged. I don't want to bother. She will definitely pick you. She frowned. Diaphan, you look so handsome even in your dreams. Haiban chuckled and said, Han Tu hasn't known each other for long, but your bragging skills have become 100 times better than before. Seeing that, Diaphan raised his arm high in disbelief. Then just watch this. Zhu Huan from the Southern Palace. I am here. The spotlight suddenly shines brightly on Diaphan, and Tu Huan winks, inviting this lucky audience member to come up to the stage and duet with me. Haibin stared in shock. How is this possible? Han Tu actually got chosen. Doan Ni beside her is also stunned. Is it real or fake? Could Diaphan really know Namkung Tu Huan? You look proud. How does it seem? Am I wrong to say that? Diaphan calmly walks back to the stage. The first step to approaching Namkung Tu Huan was done. A wave of insults erupted below the stands. Why did Namkung Tu Hai choose that name? Standing with him really lowers his status. The audience shows their disapproval. Just by looking at him, you can tell he can't sing. Why does he even have the nerve to go up there? Diaphan waves and greets. It's been a while. Miss Namkung, my name is Diaphan. She blushed. It's not easy for Mr. Deep to find out your real name. You take the microphone and say, sorry, I really had urgent matters that day. Tu Han smiled knowingly and said, no worries, I've picked a song that suits you perfectly. You have to sing along enthusiastically with me. Diaphan squinted suspiciously, especially choosing it for me. She spoke loudly, and the beloved audience. The next song is dedicated to everyone by Du Huan, who was excited. What kind of man are you? For a moment, everything fell silent. You look confused, huh? What kind of man are you? Are you talking about me? Everyone suddenly burst out laughing. What kind of man are you? Are you talking about the guy on stage? It's hilarious. What kind of grudge or resentment is this? No, based on Nam Kung Tu Hwan's personality, he usually wouldn't make things difficult for others. Could it be that they knew each other before? Haiban chuckled awkwardly. Hansu was not easily chosen, but Nam Kung Tu Hwan picked this song. He suddenly paused. Do you think Hansu is just too unlucky? Doani looks like a detective. No, from Chu Doani's perspective, I smell something suspicious here. Diaphan must be hiding something from me. Haiban shivered slightly. How capable is this girl at uncovering it? That's so scary. By now Ziwan has started singing on stage. What kind of man is he? What kind of man is he? He just looked at her walk away without a word. Her sweet voice captivated the fans' hearts as they cheered below. That's amazing. Nam Jung Tu Hwan is the best, truly a gift from heaven. Nam Jung Tu Hwan. I love you and I want to marry you. Your eyes suddenly flash with a memory. This voice, this tone, these lyrics. Diaphan sneered with a cold smile. So that's how it is. Tu Hwan waved his hand. It's Diaphan's turn now. Don't tell me you don't know how to sing. She suddenly looked at him without moving. Everyone angrily shouted, do you really know how to sing or not? If you can't sing, get lost and don't waste my time. I want to hear Nam Kung Tu Hwan sing. What are you pretending to do standing there? Do you really know how to sing or not? Su Hwan spoke softly. Everyone, please be patient. Let's give Mr. Deep some time to get used to the situation. She pretended to ask, are you really not good at singing? Then let's change to another song. Diaphan remains calm, no need. I really didn't know earlier, but now I've learned. What kind of man are you? How can he be a man if he loves her but doesn't dare to tell her to wait? His gentle yet deep voice echoes through the hall. Everyone in the audience was amazed and cheered. This voice was so pleasant to listen to, not just easy on the ears, but on par with Nam Kung Tu Hwan's singing. Oh my God, he really is hiding an incredible skill. Haiban rubbed his eyes several times. Is this Hantu's singing voice? Why is it so good? I've never heard that he can sing, let alone sing so well. Doan Ni felt annoyed. Diaphan singing so well, but this was the first time he sang a duet with another girl. It really made her furious. Tu Hwan watched him absent-mindedly, amazed at how similar his breathing and tone adjustments were to her own. I've been practicing for over 10 years, but he only needed to hear half the song to learn it. He's a real monster. Diaphan smiled and gestured invitingly. Let's sing together. She blushed and awkwardly replied, yeah, okay, fine. The two gently hold hands. The scene is very harmonious. He softly kisses her hand and leans his head on hers, letting her rest against his chest. The audience excitedly shouts, that person is no longer you. That's amazing. I think this is the best duet performance ever. Then everyone shouted together wildly, love each other, love each other. Hearing that, Doan-ni angrily broke the lamp in her hand, her fury burning as she gritted her teeth. Diaphan, after this duet ends, I will make you understand what true treachery really is. Haiban silently sighs. Hantu, pray for yourself. I really can't help you this time. The final song has just finished. Behind the backstage area, Tu Hwan asked politely, Mr. Deep, there's half an hour left until the end of the show. Can you wait here for a little while? She looked embarrassed. I really haven't properly thanked you for what happened last time. You smiled and said, all right, I'll wait for you. I was just thinking it's a good chance to check if there's any danger around. Suddenly a figure approached and interrupted the conversation, softly calling out. Tu Hwan, Chimai reminded her. You're about to go on stage. Quickly change your outfit. She turned around but didn't forget to speak. I'll be there right away. Ms. Mai, this is my friend Diaphan. Please keep an eye on him a bit for me. She pushed up her glasses and looked coldly at Diaphan. Don't worry, I will make sure to look after him. He awkwardly smiled and extended his hand, saying, Hello, my name is Diaphan. Miss Mai puffed out her chest and walked past. I am the manager of Nam Kung Tu Hwan. Follow me. Diaphan frowned. It seemed like Chimai was deliberately looking down on him. The two of them walked straight down the corridor to an office, where a cleaner nearby was watching intently. He saw the person approaching and sneered, thinking to himself, a good opportunity. Miss Mai pushes the door open and enters. Mr. Deep, I'll be straightforward. She coldly said, Nam Kung Tu Hwan is not the kind of ambitious person you can reach. I advise you to stay away from her and don't dream foolishly. What are you pretending for? I've seen people like you many times. All you want is money, right? She walked to the desk, took out a thick stack of money from her bag, then threw it forcefully at your face, grabbed the money, and immediately left. Han is now suppressing his anger. She really misunderstood. I learned that someone intends to harm Nam Kung Tu Hwan, so I came here to protect her safety. Mai is angry and shouts, Do you think I'm a fool? This excuse could fool anyone. She quickly walks out the door. the sharp sound of high heels echoing. Miss Mai irritably opens the door. Are you about to say that you are actually from the Security Bureau? A Special Forces agent too. Just as Diep 2 was holding a knife to her neck, if you don't want to die, shut your mouth immediately. She closed her eyes tightly and trembled uncontrollably. Diaphan quickly realized and shouted coldly, "Assassin!" Diep 2 sneered, "Don't be reckless, kid, or my sword won't be able to tell who's who." Diaphan frowns and says, "If we act now, we might hurt Mai, so we need to stay calm and wait for the right moment." The man kicks Mai down. "Get inside quickly, then turn around and close the door, locking the safety latch." Diep 2 orders, "I know you are Nam Kung Tsu Hwan's manager. After she leaves the stage, call her immediately and tell her to come here alone." Mai loudly asks, "What do you want to do to Tsu Hwan?" "I will never betray her," I was just thinking. What Diaphan said earlier turned out to be true. Why didn't I believe him? "Then go and die." She was stunned, terrified, and closed her eyes, not daring to look. "No." Suddenly a gust of wind force tore through and knocked away the small knife in his hand, and he was not very surprised when it turned out to be Diaphan's sword. Diep 2 grimaced in pain as he grasped his bleeding hand. "My hand," Aunt Mai stared in shock. "What is really going on here?" Diaphan said seriously, "I want to kill the person in front of me. There's no way out." Diaphan. Sister Mai looked dazed and a little embarrassed, but she still saved me. He picked up the knife again and clenched it tightly. "Damn it, how dare you ruin my plans?" Then he swung his hand fiercely and attacked again. "You're tired of living." You look indifferent and dismissive and ask, "Are you the one dying?" A precise kick aimed at Diep 2's chin. "I'll give you a taste of my foot," the man shouted in pain, tears streaming down his face. Diep 2 was thrown violently to the ground, landing heavily on the floor. He lay sprawled out with teeth scattered nearby, mumbling and crying out for help. "Too stinky." Hearing that, Diaphan angrily stomps a few more times. "Who do you call stinky? I wash my feet carefully every day." Miss Mai was surprised and said, "That's impressive." She quickly asked, "Mr. Deep, what should we do now?" "What are you looking at? Do you believe me now?" Ms. Mai bowed her head and apologized, saying, "Sorry, Mr. Deep. It was my fault just now. Please forgive me." Diaphan calmly replied, "Forget it. There might still be his accomplices in the hall. You should report to the police first." He also instructed, "After the show ends, I will immediately take Nam Sung Tu Hwan out through the back door. You take the others out through the front door." Ms. Mai nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Deep, she is urgent. Please make sure to protect Tu Hwan safely." Diaphan reassured her, "Don't worry. I swear on my honor I will definitely ensure nothing happens to Nam Kung Tu Hwan." A few hours later, after the performance ended and most people had left, Diaphan and a few bodyguards were escorting Tu Hwan to the parking lot downstairs. She quickly asked, "Diaphan, wait a moment. Why do we have to leave through the back door? Is something wrong?" He turned back to pat her head and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. You will be fine." Suddenly, Tu Hwan saw Than Jiao rushing towards her from behind, her face turning pale in panic as she screamed. "Diaphan, watch out." His gaze flickered slightly as he turned around with suspicion. "Huh?" Diaphan swung his sword to block the approaching spear. The bodyguard was ambushed, this time not by one, but two spears striking from different directions at the same time. He quickly turned around and shouted a warning, "Be careful." But in the end, it was not enough. The two subordinates fell at the same time. "No, save me." Old Man Mean slowly approached with a smug look, surprised that he could block the old stubborn man's flying dagger, showing some strength. "Too bad. You can care for yourself, but not for others." Thin Lin throws another rope, wrapping it tightly around the guard's neck. He is pulled back forcefully, shouting in panic, help me." Diaphan gritted his teeth. "Is there someone else?" "She is his accomplice," Lady Sat sneers with excitement. "Where do you think you're running?" Heifei appeared out of nowhere. "This kid belongs to me. No one is allowed to interfere." Suddenly, Diaphan's situation was surrounded on all three sides. Tu Hwan was terrified and stammered. "Diaphan, what should I do now?" "Stay calm, I am here. Nothing will happen to you." Thinking to herself, "The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for me. I must win quickly." The Rakshasa lady looked bored and said, "You want to take down that muscle monster alone, don't you? Hurry up and finish them so I can go home early and get some rest." Hearing that, Heitian quickly rushed forward, swinging his hand. "Kid, come here and let's have a good fight." Diaphan suddenly flashed a smile of satisfaction. "A good opportunity. You two rush at each other directly, releasing powerful force around you." Lady Lasat smugly said, "The guy is big, but his brain is the size of a grape. I can save a lot of effort here." Old Mian nodded. "This kid is definitely doomed. The remaining guards are no threat." Overall, this mission is quite easy. As he finished speaking, Haitian was suddenly knocked back, his body smashing into a metal pillar. He grimaced in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. The two of them, who had just been confident, now looked on in shock. What? Diaphan clenched his fist and declared coldly, "From now on, it's your turn." Ah, I frowned. This might be a bit tricky. Let's charge together and take down this kid. In an instant, Lysak's rope was cut into pieces by your sword, revealing her petty tricks. How dare she show off in front of me? Ah, I was so startled I jumped and shouted, "This is bad." Lady Lysat grits her teeth. Damn old man, what are you doing? Why haven't you acted yet? When I turned back, I saw him running away headlong. Lady Lysat, you hold him back while I go find Bin Hospital. Elder Mean's face turned pale. One punch could cripple that big guy. This kid is at least a mid-stage chi refinement master. Even the three of us together might not be his match. She looked pale. A damn old man, you. Diaphan coldly said, "Now it's your turn." A cold aura spread out as Lady Lysat slowly turned her head. Wait. Before she could react, your fist struck her face directly, knocking her unconscious and flinging her several meters away. Old Man Mian's face turned pale. The Balasat is also dead. I must run away, or I will definitely die. Diaphan flew over and coldly warned, "You can't escape." Another powerful palm strike surged forward. Old Man Mean stared in shock, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? He quietly watched him collapse to the ground and then pass away. Diaphan took a deep breath, relieved that there was no longer any danger. Tu-Huan ran over in fear and hugged him tightly. "Diaphan," she was sobbing, "scared me to death." "Luckily, you're okay?" Diaphan smiled and ruffled Tu-Huan's hair. "All right, stop crying. Now everything is fine." The subordinates help each other to stand up. The three great masters were defeated by Diaphan in an instant. So powerful with him here. We didn't really need to be involved, and I wonder where Miss Nam Kung found such a master. You hold her hand, let's go now. Sister Mai and the others are probably waiting for you outside. Tu-Huan nodded, wiped her tears, and happily regained her composure. Hak Tien is using the last of his strength to take out Luke Tim from his pocket. He pulls the pin from the bomb in his hand and shouts triumphantly, "Let's all go to hell together." Diaphan held her tightly and ran away. Tu-Huan carefully looked back 30 minutes earlier outside, where the police had already set up an ambush. Sister Mai nervously says, "Officer, you're finally here." She's panicking. "Our young lady is inside the parking lot. Please hurry and rescue her." Lang Q glanced and said, "Don't worry. We've sent the police to disarm the bomb inside and rescue her. It should be soon." A loud explosion echoed inside the parking lot and fierce flames burst out in succession. Everyone needs to step back to hold the line. Ling Q was stunned. Where is the explosion coming from? Sister Mai beside her was crying silently. Zutsu Huan's subordinate approached to report to the team leader. A loud explosion occurred in the parking lot for no apparent reason, and so far no signs have been found. She waved her hand and said, "I know, step back." Ling Qiao helped Mai. "Sorry, we did our best." Miss Nam Kung probably stood up and vetoed. No, he promised he would definitely get Tu-Huan out safely. A second later, Mai immediately started to sob. "I believe in him." Lang Q comforted her and said, "Miss Mai, I can understand your feelings, but in such a big explosion, it's unlikely anyone survived. Please try to be less sorrowful." A police officer interrupted in surprise. "Wait a minute. Am I seeing things? It looks like someone is coming out from inside." He stares in shock. "Are you kidding? How could anyone survive such a huge explosion? Is he still human?" Someone managed to react in time. "Where is the doctor? Hurry and come here. There is a wounded person here." When she saw the person, Mai happily ran over quickly. Diaphan looked at her, not betraying the trust placed in him. "I have safely gotten Nam Kung Tui Han out." Lang Q raised an eyebrow. Diaphan didn't expect it was him. Sister Mai nodded and wiped away her tears. "That's perfect. I knew you could do it." The scene shifts to Diaphan's luxurious villa, where he stands at the door, sighing as if releasing a heavy burden, finally having safely brought Tu-Huan to the police. So she is probably safe now. "It's so late, Doan-ni. You're still here waiting for me." Diaphan ignored his gloomy expression and pretended to cry, truly moved to tears. She gently pushed him away and asked, "How did it go?" Doan-ni said through gritted teeth to Diaphan. She snapped at her angrily, reminding him that tomorrow was the day he was opening his clinic, and she was busy helping him handle things inside and outside. He stayed with that Tu-Huan girl until late, and only just got back now. His whole body trembling, his legs instinctively stepping back. "Wait, Doan-hee, listen to my explanation." Diaphan's collar was being tightly gripped by her. "Someone wants to kill Tu-Huan. I'm just doing my duty to protect her." Suddenly, Doan Ni transformed into Lady La Sat and roared. If I wanted to believe you, you would be beaten with a stick, just like how you hit the kid and caused bruises. Take a hit from this young lady. Everything I said is true. The next day, fireworks rang out in front of the clinic to celebrate the grand opening, as people came one after another to offer their congratulations. Meng Jiao greets everyone with a bright smile, calling each person by name. The director of the Lamb Corporation comes to offer congratulations. The secretary of the city mayor came to congratulate Dr. Deep on opening the clinic. The North Business Alliance congratulates Dr. Deep on her successful business. What kind of person is the owner of this clinic that a group of people is discussing behind the scenes? Why are so many important figures coming to congratulate him? With the current situation, it's hard for other top companies in the city to compete. We must establish a good relationship with the owner of this clinic. I need to go back and prepare the gifts now. The sky outside is clear and blue, with sunlight shining on the clinic building. In the clinic, Doni chuckled half-heartedly and said, "Thanks. Just coming here is enough? Why did you bring a fruit basket? That's too formal. Come by more often from now on." Hyben grinned mischievously. "So, Hantu, what's wrong with you? Is there a family disagreement? Do you want me to help smooth things over for you?" Bak Mak stepped forward and placed his hand on Diaphan's shoulder. "The hardest part is accepting the kindness of a beautiful woman. Hantsu, there's still a long way to go next month. Take your time. You get angry and flip the bird to challenge. Those two bastards are just adding fuel to the fire. You will end up like me sooner or later." Tingna peeks in from outside, congratulating the Diap family clinic on its prosperous business as if flowing like water. She stepped in, waving her hand warmly. "Diaphan, based on our relationship, you opened the clinic without telling me. Luckily, Mai informed me." When he saw the person coming, he widened his eyes in shock. "Why is Tu Huan here?" Diaphan quickly covered his face, only revealing half an eye. "It's over. Doan Ni will definitely misunderstand." She looked at him with a deadly glare, relying on your relationship. "Diaphan, what is your relationship with Tu Huan?" He quickly let go and shook his head repeatedly to deny. "It's nothing. We're not close at all. We just met last night. Doni still isn't angry or annoyed. She'll settle the score with you later." She turned to look at her, her expression changing completely to a happy 180 degrees. "You must be Tu Huan, right?" Doan Ni approached warmly and shook hands friendly. "I really like you. I am Diaphan's girlfriend, Doan Ni. Thank you for taking care of my Diaphan yesterday." She understood the implication behind the words, her face hardening. "What? Is this a declaration of ownership over me?" Seeing Tu Huan's expression, she smirked and said, "Yes. Diaphan belongs to me. You'd better clarify your relationship with him." She withdrew her gaze, smiled, and said, "Miss Doan Ni, you're joking. I didn't do anything for Diaphan last night. He was the one taking care of me." Tu Huan clenched her fist. Doan Ni gritted her teeth as she listened and said, "Diaphan is truly a trustworthy man. You are truly blessed, Sister Doan Ni." She shook her head, choosing not to speak of it anymore. "Tu Huan's family has a bit of a dry sense of humor. I know a very good skincare product. Maybe I should introduce it to you." Then the two of them started a fiery argument. "No need. The wrinkles at the corners of your eyes are already showing. You should rest more. You shouldn't stay up late. Don't worry, I go to bed early every day." Minting and the others have been running back and forth. They must be tired. Your thighs are almost bigger than your head now, and Miss Doni should also take care of herself. "You can see how tired you look, like you've been working all night moving things," Haiban whispered as he watched the two people about to fight. Hansu placed his hand on Diaphan's shoulder and patted him, saying, "I now suddenly understand your situation. Pray for yourself." Diaphan knelt down, raised his head, and screamed, "I'm suffering so much." Suddenly a voice announced that Tian Nao, the disciple of the Northwest Divine Dr. Wang, had arrived to deliver a gift. They suddenly stopped, their eyes full of surprise. When they saw that person, Diaphan's face darkened. The Divine Doctor from the Northwest, he really has come too. He grits his teeth. Gongmin suppresses his emotions. "Tian Rao, this guy actually dares to show up here?" Bakmo frowned, judging by his appearance. It doesn't seem to be anything good. The person here is none other than the legendary healer of the Northwest, 9 Needles, and as soon as he appears, the atmosphere becomes lively again. Tian Yao once competed in medical skills with Daihan, and he lost. Is Ku Cham here to avenge his disciple? The legendary healer of the Northwest, everyone in Ho country knows of him. Today, I think Diaphan will suffer a loss. Seeing the two groups standing still, one person spoke up. "I don't think so. I have personally witnessed Diaphan's medical skills, but who wins or loses is still unknown." He frowned slightly, looking dissatisfied. "Lord Wang, I wonder what advice you have for us today." He chuckled, calmly stroking his beard. "I dare not ask for guidance. Zhou hesitated for a moment before speaking. Just hearing that my disciple was defeated by you, I want to broaden my horizons and see how skilled your medical arts are. He burst out laughing loudly behind him. Diaphan, with my master here today, you're the fish caught in the net, and your time on the chopping block is not far off. In anger, Haiban tried to snatch the shoe and throw it. Tianao, I see you're just itching for a fight, aren't you? Just wait until I take off my shoes and see if I throw your master to his death. He frowned, his face darkening. Diaphan, is this how you welcome your guests? You laugh mockingly again. Does it matter how I treat my guests without you telling me? If you're a friend visiting my house, I'll host a banquet. If you're a wolf in disguise, I won't hesitate to use my hunting rifle. Diaphan's patience is running out. Kucham, whatever trick you have, just use it. I'm not involved. He withdrew his expression and nodded. Fine. Nine Needle turns around and looks at the crowd. Juliet, come out here. He walks out with a foul smell on his body. Got it. What is that smell that makes everyone cover their noses? It smells so bad that I almost vomed the dinner I ate last night, the group said as they watched Juliet's figure walk away. This person seems to be ill. Why did Kucha call him here? He looked exhausted and emitted a very foul smell. He chuckled softly and began to introduce that this person's body contained a fragment of soul dispersal, one of the most notorious poisons in the world. Within 7 days, if not cured, it will be life-threatening. Can you save him? Diaphan's face darkened as he stared intently at the other person. The three of them, upon hearing this, quickly covered their mouths with pale faces. The soul fragment has dispersed, and the crowd begins to murmur. His scent suggests he has truly been poisoned with a soul fragment. If not treated within 7 days, will he die? This kind of poison seems to have no antidote, and those poisoned basically only have death left. Could it be that Nine Needles wants Diaphan to treat him? This was never supposed to happen. Haiban calmed down and scolded him straightforwardly. Old man, I see clearly that you are deliberately making things difficult for Diaphan. The soul-disrupting powder is a poison with no antidote. If you have the ability, why don't you try to cure it yourself? He held up 3 fingers and said this poison can obviously be cured. Just 3 days are enough. But Zhou grew more and more proud, saying that although he basically couldn't retain his cultivation after detoxification, he still managed to save his life in the end. Juliette was terrified, and without hesitation, he collapsed to the ground, desperately begging him for mercy. Master Wang, please ensure you help me preserve my cultivation, or my enemies will come knocking, and I will have no choice but to die. Tian Hao sneered and pointed at Juliette. You can continue living, that's already good enough. This poison, besides my master, no one else can cure it. Only then did he smile faintly with a cold look. But even then, it's not certain. Diaphan confidently held up 3 fingers in front of him. 9 needles. You can't keep his cultivation, but I can. You need 3 days to heal him. I only need 3 minutes. He couldn't believe it and turned around in shock. What? Immediately after those words, the crowd buzzed with gossip and exchange. Diaphan claimed he could cure this person, and the results would be even better than 9 needles. Are you joking? That's a deadly poison. It's not just an ordinary flu. Even though Diaphan's medical skills are superb, this claim is a bit too exaggerated. After hearing that, a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. Truly, this is the funniest thing I have ever heard in my life. If you can do it, I will immediately kneel and bow to you 3 times, right here in your clinic. What do you think? Diaphan crossed his arms, eyes full of challenge. All right, 9 needles. You said it yourself, so don't regret it then. He chuckled softly, his eyes revealing a sinister look. But if you can't cure Juliet, Kucham's voice grew more intense. I will personally destroy your reputation so that you can never lift your head again in your life. Diaphan nodded without showing any fear. With his fragile body, he tried to stand up. Mr. Deep, can you really cure me and help me keep my cultivation level? Diaphan confidently replied, Mr. Chu, rest assured, I am not helping you for my reputation. Juliet, upon hearing this, knelt down and cupped his fists. If I can recover, Dr. Deep, you want me to jump into boiling oil and fire. Master Chu absolutely will not deny it. Behind Tian Nao, he sneered and said, I really think you're truly foolish to believe a scoundrel boy. Next to Doan Ni and Tu Huan, they cheered together. Diaphan, keep going. I believe you can do it. Diaphan, I also believe you can definitely do it. Shoot the heart. After speaking, their eyes met with sparks flying. They both snorted coldly and turned away. You step forward, bend down and say, Brother Chu, please take off your shirt first so I can give you acupuncture. He nods. Understood, Dr. Deep. As soon as he took off his shirt, Juliet's body was covered in numerous purple marks. Seeing this, the crowd gasped. What is this? It's terrifying how quickly it has spread into the bloodstream. This soul-dissolving poison fragment is truly frightening. He is thin. His body looks like a skeleton. With this condition, detoxifying in 3 minutes is impossible. Inside Jujin's heart, he quietly smiled, not expecting the poison to be so severe. Diaphan, this time you're definitely going to lose. Holding the silver needle in his hand, he carefully observed that, as he expected, just a little effort was needed to concentrate the blood vessels in one place. Diaphan's body was enveloped in flames as he frowned, his hands skillfully performing acupuncture with precision. The 13th sun technique first inserts 3 needles in front, then 2 into the upper arm and 2 into the wrist. Diaphan takes a deep breath and says, "It's done," as a burst of blood shoots out from Juliet's mouth, and a green mist rises from the puddle of blood on the ground. You lean on your hip and ask, "How do you feel?" "The poison is gone, so there shouldn't be any problem." He replied, "I feel much better now. Juliet's skin is no longer pale and sunken, and the spiritual energy in my body, which was always suppressed by the toxin, has now recovered." Tianao and he both stared in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. This can't be real. Diaphan's medical skills are even better than those of my master. He smiled, his eyes shining with excitement. "I'm healed. I'm cured." Then I quickly ran over to Kucham, sticking out my tongue to tease him. "You can't keep my cultivation level, but Dr. Deep can. You need 3 days for her to recover, but Dr. Deep only needs 3 minutes. 9 needles. What kind of medicine king are you in the Northwest Monkey?" Dr. Deep is the true medicine king, and his anger made him spit out a mouthful of blood, releasing the old talisman. He hurriedly approached and caught him just in time. "Master, what's wrong with you? Master cannot die? If Master is gone, who will support the disciples?" The onlookers kept shouting in amazement, saying that Diaphan really managed to cure Juliet's poison and soul fragmentation in just 3 minutes. So impressive that Chucham was so angry he vomited blood, and he clearly doesn't deserve to be on the same level as Diaphan. Diaphan is like Huatuo Reborn. From now on, if I get sick, I will go straight to the Diep clinic. Tien Gao helps Kucham to stand up, his face full of anger. "Diaphan, our business isn't finished today. Wait a moment. If I have already cured Juliet, shouldn't you keep your promise? Kneel and bow 3 times to me, right here in this clinic. Isn't that right?" Tien Gao trembled with cold sweat, stammering. "But my master has fainted, so I can't kowtow. Sam won't compromise. He's fainted just like you're still conscious. Aren't you his disciple? So you go and kneel in place of the 9th to kowtow." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else joined in, saying if they lost they would kneel, so why haven't you knelt yet? "You dare to refuse to admit defeat? If you won't kowtow, I'll kill him. Who told you to come here and cause trouble? He deserves to be afraid of this." Then he immediately knelt down, begging earnestly. Tiannu looked sincere and apologized. "I was wrong. Lord Diaphan, please forgive me this time. Your medical skills are more impressive. We admit defeat wholeheartedly. You can go now, just leave." He hurriedly helped him up and ran away, stammering, "Thank you." Tianyao ran straight ahead and left the place. Zhen peeked around before decisively slapping the man. "You are a hopeless fool. You have ruined my reputation completely." Sitting on the ground, Tianyao looked very confused. "Isn't the master supposed to be fainted?" he shouted without holding back. "You fool. If I hadn't pretended to faint, wouldn't I have had to kowtow to that brat? Why would I have such a stupid disciple like you?" He was crying, and the master was just playing a trick on his disciple. Tianyao stood straight and asked anxiously, "Master, we lost so badly today. Are we just going to let him go like that?" Kucham's sinister expression darkened as he said, "Of course not. I was prepared long ago." Then he changed his tone and ordered, "Inform the Bloodhand sect immediately. Tell them the assassin was killed by Diaphan." He thumbs up using a knife to kill. "Dayuk, with the Bloodhand gang involved, Diaphan is definitely dead this time." Xiucham snorted coldly and clenched her hand. "Diaphan, even if your medical skills improve further, so what? Well, even after you die, I will still be the renowned medicine king of the Northwest." Returning to your clinic, the afternoon sunlight shines on the roof. Diaphan walks slowly, stretching tiredly after a busy day finally coming to an end. "Let's go home quickly. Sister and Do and Ni are probably still waiting for me to have dinner." A figure with a sword rushes forward from behind, swinging fiercely and shouting loudly, "Kid, die." He glanced and immediately looked serious. Something's wrong. Diaphan quickly dodged to the side and then swiftly stepped back. His face was serious and his eyes cold. "Where are you from?" The old man stroked his beard and said gravely, "Queen Phi, the Bloodhand gang." "The Bloodhand gang. It seems you already know that Steel Hand was killed by me." Diaphan's eye flicked to the back and saw 2 figures approaching. Tu Feng and Truong Vu nodded and said, "You and your gang are surrounded from all sides, daring to attack members of the Blood Fist. Diaphan, today is your day of reckoning." He snorted coldly and said coldly, "Blood debts must be paid with blood. You just smirked and drew your sword? You want to kill me?" Diaphan was not afraid, but challenged. "You three are not enough to scare me." Diaphan clenched his teeth in anger and arrogance after hearing this, and he quickly threw a punch to attack. "A shrimp like you alone is enough to deal with you." With his eyes bloodshot, Diaphan brandished his sword and charged forward. "So come on and try to stop me." The two rush forward, swords and fists clashing, unleashing a fierce burst of power. Quan Fai frowns and then says, "The young master is truly a rare genius. Having refined the white jade fist to such a level over the years, even if I use my full strength with weapons, it would be hard to hurt him." Jiang Wu chuckled. "Looks like we don't need to intervene in this battle. The other guy will soon be killed by the young master's iron fist." Before he could finish speaking, Diaphan was knocked back, crashing into the wall. No, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and their eyes widened in shock, mouths agape. "Young master, what is it?" Both of them stepped forward with worried looks. "Are you okay, young master?" "Young master, what's wrong?" Diaphan stammered, "My hand." Seeing the blood pouring from his hand, both of them were terrified. The young master's white jade hand was broken. Impossible that kid was unexpectedly so powerful. He rushed down with a cold smile on his face, thinking that with just a bit of skill, you still want to kill me. Diaphan's sharp voice rang out word by word. "Trash." Diaphan held his head high and shouted fiercely, "You dare call me trash again, I will definitely kill you." You suddenly shook your head and moved forward. "No, you shouldn't misunderstand my meaning like that. I didn't mean to call you trash." Diaphan smirked and raised his hand to signal the defeated. "I mean to say all three of you are trash." Anger flared up. Quan Fai and Truong Vu gritted their teeth in frustration. "You bastard, you're asking for death yourself." He took 3 pills out of his shirt pocket. "Diaphan, this is what you brought upon yourself." Diaphan directly handed each person a pill. "Master Zhu and Master Zhang take the Baoqi Huan, then we join forces to kill him. Don't give him a chance to survive." The two accept each pill, nod slightly, and then put it into their mouths. "All right, seeing it, you can't help but frown." "Baoqi Huan, what is this?" They could feel the increasing surge of power. Their fists clenched, and he smirked. Diaphan furrows his brow slightly, his aura intensifying several times. It seems today he won't leave without a fight. Diaphan sneers coldly, his eyes sharp. "Diaphan, if I have to use the Baoqi Huan, you should feel honored." He pulled out 3 gold needles from his body. "Don't think only you know how to unleash your power. I do too." Diaphan quickly unleashes his move, the Chimak Fongthan needle, his eyes turning red. He lunges forward immediately, desperately struggling even as death approaches. The two quickly assist each other in killing. Behind Diaphan, a blue dragon gradually appears, ready for battle, and a deafening explosion erupts, shaking everything around. From the middle of the explosion, he leapt back. "Diaphan, today I will teach you a lesson." Diaphan grinned mischievously. "Little master is leaving now. No need to see you off, just wait and see. There's a gift waiting for you behind." Without hesitation, he jumped into the river, the broken sword in his hand, his eyes bloodshot, his body sliced open. Jiang Wu turned back quickly and reported, "Young master, the consort has died." Standing on the bridge, he carefully gazed down at the flowing water below. Xiaofeng clenched his teeth, rage boiling inside him. Diaphan must have been seriously injured, so he immediately sent people to search everywhere, alive to see him, dead to see his body. Returning to Diaphan's villa, the atmosphere became heavy. Doan Ni paces back and forth in the room, her anxious eyes showing that we barely managed to gather everyone together to prepare a surprise for Diaphan, congratulating him on opening his clinic. Yet he still hasn't returned. The food is almost cold, but her heart is burning with impatience. It's driving me crazy. "All right, Doan Ni, maybe Diaphan is still busy handling something, that's why he's late. I'll go reheat the rice and soup." Haiban walked over to Bakmak, joking, "Do you think Diaphan went to find Tui Huan?" Bakmak immediately covered his mouth to stop him from speaking. "Do you want to die? Can't you see Doan Ni is angry?" Her anger flared up and she stomped her foot, smoke rising. "No, I can't wait any longer. I have to go out and find Diaphan. If I find out he's with any woman, he's definitely dead." As soon as I finished speaking, the door suddenly swung open and a gust of wind rushed in. Lang Q slowly stepped in, her eyes full of mystery. "Who is related to Diaphan?" Her face clearly shows worry. "Huh? I am Diaphan's sister. How is he doing?" Lang Q looked down to avoid others' gaze. "According to my investigation, Diaphan was ambushed by a group of people in front of the Diep Corporation clinic tonight, and now their whereabouts are unknown. Everyone looks pale, unable to believe what happened." "What?" The expressions of the other three people are also quite serious. Diaphan lost her balance and knelt down in shock, her hand covering her face in sadness. How could something like this happen? After the announcement, she turned and left. We have sent all our forces to search, so we should have results soon. The room fell silent, the atmosphere heavy. Haiban and Mak regained their composure and ran off. I went to find my father and told him to mobilize all his contacts to find Diaphan. I also went to find my father and asked him to send all the people from the Lamb group to look for Diaphan. She burst into tears, unable to hold back her tears. I went to find my grandfather. Donni muttered as she walked, "Diaphan, please don't let anything happen to you." Huan Thien clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in tension. "Diaphan, if something really happens, I will avenge you, even if I have to die." Quinthan stepped forward, gently comforting her, saying, Don't worry, brother, Diaphan definitely won't have any problems." Tears streamed down her face as Diaphan nodded softly. "Little Han will definitely return safely. Little Han, if anything unexpected happens to you, I won't care about sorrow anymore." On the other side, he lies on the bed with bandaged wounds, his brow slightly furrowed and a look of pain on his face. You hear a voice calling loudly in your mind saying, Diaphan, wake up." So it turns out the two little beauties are Doani and Tu Huan. "Diaphan, you've finally woken up, breakfast is ready." "Are you wanting breakfast, or to eat us?" Your face is full of desire as you raise your hand. "Do you even need to ask? Of course I want to eat both." Reality sets in. Diaphan slams his face against the six-pack wall, gently rubs his head, then slowly sits up. Turns out he was dreaming. He puzzledly ruffled Diaphan's hair. "Why did he hug me?" Uncle Hak walks in with a cane. "Tuanbon, he's awake?" He looked back with eyes full of joy. "Uncle Hak, he just woke up." He looked up at you intently and nodded. Diaphan sleeps peacefully with his eyes closed, unaware of everything. The Divine Emperor is mighty, surviving calamity unscathed, and will surely find good fortune in the future. It seems Tuanbon's target has been found. Diaphan blinked sleepily and scratched his head. "Excuse me, where is this? Did you save me?" Master Hak gently stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "It's not that I saved you, but that fate brought you before me. Everything is predestined." Diaphan was puzzled. "What the hell? Why is this old man so mysterious? Could it be that I've fallen into some strange place?" He didn't answer my question, only opened his mouth. Diaphan looked confused and didn't know what to do. "What did he say?" "Uncle Hak immediately struck your stomach with a stick when he saw you not obeying, and then held out a red pill in front of you. Take this." Uncle Hak didn't wait for Diaphan's approval and immediately flicked the pill into his mouth. Diaphan, clutching his stomach, bent over coughing and choking, feeling a burning sensation all over his body, clutching his neck in pain. "Old man, what did you give me to eat?" Black Uncle stroked his beard proudly. "Back then, when I was wandering the martial world, this was a treasure that could cure foot swelling, hemorrhoids, bad breath, and colds. From an 80-year-old woman with irregular menstruation to a 3-year-old baby farting, it could all be treated." Tuanbon stands beside. 1 pill clears the mind, 2 pills brightens the eyes, 3 pills grant eternal youth with immense power and a lasting aroma. Pretty good, huh? One hand holding his wrist, the other pointing at the two people. "Why do you all keep acting like a bunch of quack doctors selling fake medicine?" The man ignored Diaphan's sarcastic remarks and smiled. "How could we possibly sell fake medicine? This is a medicinal pill that guarantees to cure any illness." The person next to him is holding a banner, promising that the medicine will eliminate the disease. Blood is pouring from your mouth in fear, trembling. Is this some kind of insect venom? Diaphan was surprised that the pain was gone and raised both hands to feel the strength within his body. "What is happening? It seems like the power within my body." Diaphan's expression made Uncle Hak can't help but laugh. "It seems the medicine is starting to work. You stay here to heal. Let's go, silly us." Tuanbon nodded and left, while Diaphan's expression now showed clear respect. "Thank you, Senior, for the elixir. I was rude earlier." He nodded with his cane and waved goodbye. "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve." The door opens, then slowly closes. The power within Diaphan bursts out, covering everything around him. His wounds have healed significantly, and he's even broken through a small realm. Truly, there is fortune in misfortune. He quickly dressed and thought about returning home. Since he had been missing for so long, Donni and his sister must be very worried. Diaphan slowly walked out of the room. Someone entered while Uncle Hak was sitting in the sun, sitting cross-legged and fanning himself. Juliet took the photo of you and approached Uncle Hay, holding up the picture. "Have you ever seen the person in this photo before?" "His name is Diaphan." Old Hak squints and teases. "What is his name?" "Diaphan." "What?" "Han." "Diaphan. What is deep?" Juliet, annoyed, didn't bother asking anymore and put away the photo before leaving. "It's nothing. Just sit there and enjoy yourself." He muttered to himself as he walked away, not noticing what was behind him. So this is how I survive and come this far. Deep Thanwai should be nearby. As soon as you stepped out, you saw Chuliet, so why are you here? Hearing the familiar voice, he turned around. Deep Thanwai, it's so good to see you. I knew you wouldn't be hurt. Seeing Diaphan's face, Chuliet got angry. You've been missing for so long. Miss Chu has been worried sick and is now searching all over the world for you. You reply that we can't delay any longer, so let's go back now. Just as he was about to leave, Uncle Hakch called back and pointed at Tuan Bon. Diaphan, wait a moment. Let the fool go out with you. His fighting ability isn't bad. Not lower than yours. He can help you. Diaphan nodded respectfully and agreed. All right, Senior has helped me. I will definitely take good care of the fool. He widened his eyes and gestured with his hand. Wait a minute. Were you pretending to be deaf earlier? Chuhak replied with a friendly smile, clearly. Old man, I have sharp eyes and keen ears. How could I be said to be deaf? Back then I didn't know if you were a friend or an enemy, so I deliberately fooled you a little. Shulet Hawk cursed loudly. Damn it. The scene shifts to another building with 2 guards standing in front of the door. Tio Fong and his men stood there. Diaphan's actions have cost us 2 great generals. Unless we kill him, we can't ease the hatred in our hearts. The scene shifts to Diaphan's villa, Diapkin anxiously reaching out and holding her hand. Kansak Yen, have you heard any news about Tiu Han yet? Lang Q looked down and shook her head in frustration. Sorry, we did our best, Diapkun said with tears in her eyes, and the police begged them to find little Han at all costs. Don Ni's eyes remained moist, her gaze full of determination. I will never give up. I must find Diaphan, no matter what he is like. He gently pats her shoulder and softly comforts her. Doan Ni, don't worry too much. My brother has already asked people in the underworld to find him. I believe we will hear news soon. Tu Fong's laughter echoed from behind. He leaned on his hip and burst out laughing. I never expected Diaphan to have so many women worried about him. I can't help but feel a bit envious. With a look of horror, she asked, Did you kill Diaphan? Tu Fong's smile was cold. That's right. I see you longing for him day and night, so this young master will send you to the underworld early to reunite with him. He finished speaking and immediately ordered his subordinates to attack, charging together like a pack of wolves, with both Huang Thien and the maskless rushing forward. I've waited for you for a long time. Now go find your own death. In just a few moves, the 2 of you will finish the fight. Tu Fong's subordinates rush out from the side. No. He angrily raised his hand and shouted, Huang Thien, you are being hunted by the Heavenly Lord like a stray dog and still dare to offend our Black Hand Gang. He immediately defended himself and replied, I am not afraid of the Heavenly Lord, so why should I fear your Black Hand Gang? If you're already here, don't expect to leave. He added from behind, Today, I must kill you to avenge Diaphan. Aren't you afraid of the Heavenly Lord Association? He said with a cold smile. Huan Tiangan, you're quite something, huh? His eyes cold and clenched. The #1 Heavenly King and a top expert under the Loi Thien Ton of the Heavenly Lord Society, I didn't expect you to come here too. Huan Thien, last time I let you escape, but today, you won't be so lucky again. Ignored, Tu Fong couldn't hold back and said, Huan Thien belongs to you. But the others are ours. What do you think? The Heavenly King nodded. No problem. Then both of them immediately shouted, Kill! The henchmen's spirits soared as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Kill them all, eradicate the weeds from their roots, wipe them out completely. He launched his attack and then warned, Ududu, run now. I will hold them back. Bat Diet used his spear to take down 3 of them. As long as I am alive, you won't touch them. Doani quickly grabbed her wrist and said, Let's run. But after a few steps, Xiaofeng appeared, wanting to stop them. She stood in fear, blocking Dudu and Diapkin, and asked, What do you want to do? He lunged forward with his claws, saying, Of course I will kill you. Over here, Huang Thien was battered and bruised, and when he saw them in danger, he shouted, No, you also got blocked by those people and can't move. Beast, stop! Doani tears up, closes her eyes and prays, Diaphan, I came to find you. At that moment, he hits Tu Fong on the head from behind. You're tired of living. Everyone was stunned with their mouths open. When Diaphan, him and Bat Diet saw the approaching person, their eyes lit up. He cracked his knuckles and smiled. I'm back. Get ready to die. Tao Feng, lying on the ground after being beaten, gets up and says, Diaphan, you really haven't died yet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. It's not a big deal. Today, I will set a trap and catch you all in one go. Everyone charge at him now. Kill that Diaphan immediately. The leader has made himself clear. The tree next to them suddenly burst up, startling everyone, and Tuan Bon swung the trunk to sweep away the whole crowd. Why don't you all just play with me for a bit? The crowd was stunned. Where did that tree come from? Zhang Wu's eyes widened and his teeth clenched. Who are you? He still hasn't let go of the tree and keeps talking and laughing. I thought I had already knocked you all away with one punch earlier, but apparently some are still left. He was furious, thrusting his spear straight ahead. Drop dead, you arrogant fool, Tuan smirked sarcastically. I won't die, but I want to fight you once. Without hesitation, they charged at each other and fought fiercely. Tufeng frowned and shouted curses. Since when did Diaphan have such a powerful helper by his side? He leans forward and charges straight at him. Tufeng, instead of worrying about others, better focus on yourself. Their fists collide, unleashing a fierce burst of power. He was furious, his lips trembling. Juliet, you're just a useless piece of trash, yet you dare to call out my name directly. His leg swung up, delivering a kick towards Tufeng. No more words, follow up with your move. He clenched his fists, his whole body tensing up. Die already for me. The two of them exchanged kicks and punches, fighting fiercely. Taosung appears, sword in hand, rushing forward. Diaphan, it was you who helped Bat Diet escape last time and caused me to get injured. Today you must die. He looked at him with a cold gaze and said the one who must die is you, then charged forward and swung his sword straight at Diaphan. With just a few strikes, he cut Taosung's body, blood spraying everywhere. Taosung lay on the ground, unwilling to accept defeat. No. How can you have such strong strength? He lay curled up in the pool of blood, his body weak, and last time you were no more than an opponent to me. Taodong took her last breath. Diaphan raised his sword and shouted. Anyone else? He shouted. Come all of you. The king pushed Heng Tian back, and Diaphan surprisingly killed Tao Zheng. He responded with a cold, challenging smile. That's right, it's your grandfather here. If you want revenge, come at me. He, angered, charged at you. While blocking the attack from his subordinates, he warned, Diaphan, you're no match for the first heavenly king. Get out of the way. Over there, Immortal also fought and spoke at the same time. Diaphan, don't get excited. The first heavenly king is a top expert in the Heavenly Lord Association's rankings. You're no match for him. Juliet is being held back by Tufeng. Diaphan, don't engage the first heavenly king for now. Wait until later so we can all surround and attack him together. A foolish joy flickered in his eyes. Daring to challenge the #1 heavenly king alone, it seems I won't need to intervene. You're doomed to die. The three girls standing nearby looked on in panic and worry. Diaphan, don't do anything stupid. Diaphan, you must be careful. Diaphan, the opponent is very powerful. Don't get agitated. Diaphan reassures everyone with a calm look. Don't worry, he can't do anything to me. The Heavenly King throws a powerful punch, but you easily dodge aside. Seeing Diaphan evade, he roars in anger. You've succeeded in making me furious. If you really want to die like that, let me help you fulfill your wish. The power of fire and water collide, unleashing immense strength. Die, go to hell. The Heavenly King threw fierce punches, but still couldn't land a hit on him. A flash of light appeared in Diaphan's eyes as he spotted an opening. He widened his eyes and gaped, but couldn't dodge in time. It's over. He spun around and swung his sword, striking precisely. Go to hell. Huang Tianchuli and the old man looked on, their eyes wide with shock. What? The #1 Heavenly King was actually wounded by Diaphan's sword. Is this the true strength of Diaphan? Has his power become this terrifying? Over there, Don Ni, Diepkin, and Dudu's eyes lit up. Diaphan, you're really amazing. Diaphan, I knew you could do it. Diaphan, you truly are a man of your word. He slightly bends down to the ground, face lowered, groaning as he tightly clutches his wound, unable to bear it. How is this possible? This kid actually managed to see through his weakness. Diaphan stepped forward, pointing his sword directly at the Heavenly King. The day next year will be your Memorial Day. Tufeng was stunned and couldn't believe what he was seeing. This can't be true. The #1 Heavenly King is lost. In just a few days apart, Diaphan's strength has increased so much. Seeing him in a daze, Juliet immediately rushed forward and took the opportunity to kick straight into Tufeng's leg. His leg immediately throbbed with pain as the bone cracked. Tufeng fell to the ground, clutching his leg and crying out non-stop. My leg is broken. Young Master Tuan Buong and the Immortal stood in their way, blocking their path. If they wanted to save someone, that was impossible. They had to get past me first. At this moment, the Heavenly King quickly escaped and retreated. Huan Thien watched his men flee and couldn't help but speak out. Diaphan and the Heavenly King have escaped. You show no concern at all, shaking your head. For now, I'll spare his little life. Diaphan's gaze suddenly turns cold as he looks behind, and regarding the members of the Black Hand sect, he says nothing, beginning to wipe them out. Everyone must die. Immortal, he and Juliet both point at a few remaining survivors. If you're here now, don't expect to go back. Kill them all, they must die. After saying that, the three of them quickly finished off the remaining people. He lay on the ground, dragging his broken leg, in disbelief. Why did everything turn out like this? Diaphan walks forward with a knife and says, Tiufeng, now it's your turn. Tiufeng trembled and collapsed to the ground, still shouting non-stop. No, you can't kill me. I am the young master of the Bloodclaw clan. If you kill me, the Bloodhand Society will definitely send people to hunt you down in a frenzy. Your family and friends will all be dragged into this. Huan Tian now sternly reminds him, his voice slightly hesitant. Diaphan, now is not the right time to kill Tiufeng. Hearing that, he put away his weapon and coldly spat out a mocking remark. Forget it. For now I'll spare his dog's life. Hearing that, he tilted his face and let out a sigh of relief, keeping his life. Inside, he chuckled to himself, Diaphan, no matter how powerful you are, so what? Aren't you still afraid to touch me? Suddenly you turn around, startling Tiufeng, but death can be forgiven, while survival is hard to escape. Wait, what are you trying to do? Tiufeng was kicked hard in the thigh, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head and grimacing. He kept shouting wildly while I calmly ordered to find a place to lock him up. Back in the main hall, Doni saw Diaphan and immediately spread her arms and rushed forward. Great, Diaphan. She happily hugged him, knowing he would be fine. Diepkin beside her tearfully said that returning was good enough. Little Han, you scared me to death. He chuckled softly and replied, It's okay. Isn't it because you're back now? Then Diaphan pointed to him and said, I want to introduce everyone to Tuanbon. Thanks to him, I was able to return safely and even improve my strength. He scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. Hello, everyone, I am Tuanbon. He happily responded from behind. You saved Diaphan, and from now on everyone is like family. Bat Diet also sincerely praises you. Tuanbon, your strength is truly remarkable. She also warmly welcomes you, so you can rest assured and stay here. Listen to me, everyone. This time we killed members of the Heavenly Sovereign Society and made enemies with the Bloodhand Hall and captured Tiufeng. They are very likely to come back for revenge. So I plan to quickly increase everyone's strength. As soon as I finish speaking, both he and Chu Liet suddenly panic and level up, and Bat Diet becomes serious. Diaphan is right. Our strength isn't enough right now. He added, if it weren't for Diaphan returning just in time, I fear we would have been in danger. We all know that the current situation is extremely urgent, but leveling up your strength is not something you can do just by wishing for it, he said with a distressed look, cautiously advising. That's right, Diaphan. Don't rush and end up ruining everything. Even if those two keep criticizing, you still stay calm but firm. Senior Tun, Big Brother Chu, you're not wrong. But if I use acupuncture combined with spiritual energy support, I can help both of you directly advance to the realm of Rendu. The process may be a bit painful, but the results will be very quick. In surprise, Bat Diet asked again, Really? Is Chu Liet beside him now speechless? Ah! If it really allows us to reach the realm of Rendu, it means 10 years of arduous cultivation have been taken off our journey. Don't worry, with me here, nothing is impossible. Follow me, both of you, and the Elder and he will immediately be excited to follow. All right, in the room, you are now channeling your energy for the immortal. Senior Tune, the second meridian of Rendu, has already broken through the meridian. I will perform acupuncture to help the senior breakthrough to the Rendu meridian. The senior will sense it carefully. Inner strength flows with each needle I insert, spreading from the central points to every part of his body. Nothing can go wrong. Even though Bat Diet is already sweating all over, he still confidently says, Don't worry, little Han. Just do as you see fit. The power flowing into his body is reacting violently. I am pouring all my strength into acupuncture for the immortal. He clenched his teeth in pain, determined to persevere and not waste Diaphan's effort, as he announced and moved his hand. Senior Tun, now we will start channeling the internal energy within your body to the Dokmek. This process will be very painful, but only by doing so can you become a powerhouse at the Dokmek level. Immortal Unyielding nodded firmly and said, All right, break it for me. All his inner strength was poured into forming a circle around him. Then he absorbed the energy himself. Diaphan saw this and looked very excited. Senior Tun, congratulations, you are now a powerhouse at the Dantian stage. Brother Deep, this is all thanks to your efforts. Shuliet immediately appeared and said, I'm ready. Then he and you sat down in the correct positions to start channeling energy. Xiao Han is coming. You can hear some strange sounds from outside the door. Hurry up and go. Everyone stood outside the door, curious. Doani turned pale and grimaced as she envisioned the scene unfolding. Is Diaphan really helping them break through? Why does it feel like he's doing something strange? Diepkin, hearing that, covered her mouth and hesitated, saying, Xiao Han probably won't do those things. Hung Tian then sighed softly and muttered to himself, Luckily, I broke through to the Rendu realm a while ago. Only Tuanbon still has questions. What are they talking about? Queen Than, next to him, lowered his head to remind them softly that they were talking about adults and children shouldn't ask questions randomly. Suddenly, a strange burst of energy appeared, startling everyone, and he immediately sensed it, his eyes blanking out. He succeeded, and surprisingly, it was so quick. He was also very surprised, his face turning pale as he said, Tan brother has broken through to the realm of the martial master. The increasing power spreading makes everyone cautious. Tuanbon's eyes turned white with shock as he asked, Big brother, is Diaphan really that powerful? Heng Tianha's eyes were deep as he evaluated, in such a short time, creating 2 master-level experts. Diaphan was becoming more profound and unpredictable. Suddenly, the door burst open in a brief moment, and Bat Diet and Chulit appeared with extremely muscular bodies. We are finally at the level of high-level nascent soul cultivators. He looked serious, quickly raised his hand in greeting. Congratulations, Brother Tun. When Brother Chu saw you come out, he immediately praised you. Big Brother Diaphan is really impressive, boldly declaring in front of everyone. Next, if the Bloodhand Hall and the Celestial Lord Society dare to come here, they will definitely be terrified. This morning at Diaphan's grand villa, she was already here calling for him in a sharp tone. Diaphan, come out here for me. Hufeng Huang, why are you here? Are you still in the mood to sleep after all that? What are you afraid of? Tufeng is still in my hands. I don't believe they dare to come here and kill me. As for that 9-needle guy, do I have to be afraid of him? Before she could finish speaking, Fire Phoenix immediately interrupted and said, I have already used the authority of the Security Bureau to request reinforcements to support you. Hurry up and pack your things and get ready to leave here. The calm way you responded made her facial expression relax a little. I never thought about running away. I have everything planned out. Seeing Diaphan turn his back, Fire Phoenix also stepped away. What can he be preparing? Are you here only at the level of Rendu, like Hoan Thien? Do you still want to fight Hak Tudong directly? As soon as he stepped inside, he clapped his hands and said, Everyone come out. In an instant, Tuan Bonbiet Diet, Huang Thien, and Chuliet all descended simultaneously. They all radiated a powerful and abundant energy. She was stunned, mouth agape, stammering about the 4 masters in the realm of entering the divine. At this moment, Diaphan slowly recounted the whole story. Last night, with my help, Senior Tan and Brother Chu successfully became high-level martial artists. Hua Buang was completely stunned. How could this be? You actually managed to make the master of the Namdok realm a grandmaster. He clenched his fist and patted his chest confidently, saying, Nothing is impossible. If I want to, I can definitely do it. Her heart is now both surprised and worried as Diaphan grows more profound and unpredictable. In the river park, where the weather is clear, a chess match is about to begin, and Ngo Tin and his companions are waiting when suddenly a voice rings out. I'm here. Scholar in white, he smirked slightly with a hint of disdain. I didn't expect you, Diaphan, to have such spirit, daring to come here alone with just a sword to face the challenge. He quickly sat down. Spirit is character. A backbone? Of course I have spirit. Wuxing pointed at the chessboard and proposed, How about a game with me to finish this match? Diaphan agreed immediately. All right, let him look straight ahead and give his assessment. You are a rare talent, and Hoodong is territory of our Black Hand Gang. If you agree to release young Master Tue, I can help you become the second most important figure in the Black Hand Gang, on par with me. What do you think? The enemies moved just now, so what do you think are the chances of this happening? Then it's really a pity. If that's the case, just release the young Master, and our Blood Hand sect will agree not to trouble you anymore. Otherwise, you should know what consequences you'll face. Diaphan responded firmly, with concise words. Let Tu Feng go. Do you think I still have a way out? Are your Bloodhand sect the kind of people who keep their promises? His eyebrows furrowed immediately. If that's the case, then surrender. On the contrary, Diaphan's expression was quite excited as he stood up. At the same time, a fierce fight of punches and kicks erupted. He is currently facing Sun Hai head-on. In the first battle, you are the #1 expert of the Black Hand Gang, right? I've heard that he's a master at the Rendu realm. How about a match with me today to see? He didn't hold back at all. Northwest King, I have long wanted to test your skills. Now show me what you've got. The 2 of us will continue our duel elsewhere. Ngo Tin, after assessing the situation, scoffs and says, So the Northwest King Heng Tian is the ace you mentioned? Unfortunately, it's still not enough. In the second match, Dai Koch appears with a long sword aimed directly at you, ready to counter this move of mine. A steel spear quickly blocks the blade, causing her to stiffen. Diaphan calmly orders the soldiers to attack. He leaps up with his weapon flashing like lightning, terrifying Dai Koch, who is surely the second-ranked general. I am immortal. Please advise. He and Yu glance at the two people fighting fiercely. Suddenly, Ngotin realized something. The second person is the deputy commander. Diaphan didn't bother to reply and continued with his move. It seems the secret strategy is over, so I'll take my turn. Checkmate. Then a strange step appeared, and he approached politely to greet. I am Juliet. Please advise. He shouted in panic. Third-ranked master? How can you have 3 grand masters in your team? Diaphan stood up vigorously, confidently placing a powerful chess piece down. Don't worry, Tuanbon will appear right behind you soon, and he'll also uproot that big tree. I'm coming too. A devastating explosion occurs, causing many to perish. Ngotin's men rush forward to fight, destroying those who threaten the honor of the Black Hand Gang. Here, the immortal group is also highly motivated, determined to kill without mercy. Today, all of you must perish here, and the two sides will pair up to fight for victory. At this moment, his face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, Diaphan, is this your attitude? Do you really want to oppose our Blood Hand Gang? So, what if I do? What can you do to me? The beast within Ngotin awakens strongly. I will send you to hell. His hand quickly reached toward Diaphan's face. The boy reflexively dodged to the side. Then Diaphan raised his sword, engulfed in blazing flames. You're the one dying. Both of them are ready to unleash their great power. After the collision, another massive explosion occurred, and you were thrown out by the force of the blast. Diaphan slightly leans forward and says to the figure in front, Looks like you're really strong. Ngotin still holds energy in his palm, confidently asserting, Diaphan, you're no match for me. After hearing that, he chuckled softly and casually wiped the wound at the corner of his mouth. I may not be your match, but today you won't be able to kill me. He immediately jumped up and unleashed a devastating attack. So what? I really want to try. Suddenly, a counteracting force seized Ngotin. Stop right there. He hurriedly dodged the staff in confusion. What? Old man with his hands on his hips looks at Ngotin, while Diaphan is being supported by Fire Phoenix. This is my final move, General. He reluctantly admitted defeat and asked patiently, Who are you, and why are you opposing our Bloodhand sect? You don't need to know about this person, but today, I am here to protect Diaphan. What if I don't agree? He suddenly furrowed his brow, looking helpless, and said, I may be old, but if the friends of the Black Hand sect come, I won't even agree to my small requests, so I have no choice but to fight with all my strength. After finishing, Elder Kong immediately focused his energy to summon his power. In an instant, his strength spread everywhere. His body was as stiff as a statue, and he thought to himself that only the sect leader could match this strength. Then he regained his energy and stepped forward. Scholar in white, if you dare to step into Sunhai City again, it won't just be Tufong's life at stake, but yours as well. Ngutin's face grew paler the more he heard. Long despairingly thought, damn it, is today the day I have to retreat empty-handed. After the sect leader finishes secluding himself, I will settle the score with you, gradually. Suddenly, a few more people appeared behind him. 9 Needles stepped forward indifferently, reproaching him. Scholar in white robes, I have told you all the information I know, but you repeatedly fail to kill Diaphan, which disappoints me, Ngotin said with a strained voice. Northwest Medicine King, you managed to force a satisfied smile. 9 pierces, you have indeed revealed yourself. Dongsu points at you and loudly says, Diaphan, last time you hit me, today we have many experts with us, you're definitely going to die. Tianengao also looks proud. Diaphan, wait to die. My master is the renowned Northwest Medicine King. He smirked, his face unchanged, and replied, Do you guys seem very confident that you can definitely kill me today? He became even more excited after hearing that. That's right, with 4 top experts by your side, Diaphan truly surprised me. But they are all busy right now, so of course I will take this good opportunity to kill you. Before acting, Ngotin still asked, 9 Needles, do you want to kill Diaphan? And he unhesitatingly admitted. That's right, Scholar Baidi, we will take care of Diaphan for you now. Just keep that old man busy for a while. I think that won't be a problem for you, right? Hearing this, his smile grew even wider. If it's just about holding them back, then of course it's no problem. Ngotin was so happy he almost jumped for joy, letting them go to kill Diaphan. It's best if they can kill Diaphan, if not I'll run immediately. That way we won't suffer any loss. Let's go now. You lower your eyes slightly and confidently reply, but judging by their expressions, they probably won't let us go easily. Diaphan then raised his sword, unleashing his spiritual power, but they were just insignificant little shrimps, not threatening me. Seeing the opportunity, Juten waved his hand and ordered, Attack now. Immediately, the people around him disappeared, one after another, rushing to kill you. You brat, today I will definitely kill you. Come and die. Diaphan shows no fear. The 6 mutts, you deserve to die. He only saw him bend down and create countless spiritual swords. Diaphan waved his hand, and the swords shot out instantly. They charged straight at the group, followed by a series of explosions, and the three nine-needle experts couldn't help but feel delighted. Diaphan, today, you must die. Diaphan, I don't believe you can defeat all 6 of them. Go and die, Diaphan. Even he watching from the side secretly sneers. 1 against 6, Diaphan, maybe you don't have that kind of skill. Hua Fuang started to worry as the explosion grew bigger. Diaphan, please don't let anything happen to you. Lao Lao gently closed his eyes and sensed. I want to see just how capable this kid really is. Sure enough, the 6 who rushed in were already badly injured by his attack. They scream in pain. This can't be happening. Clearly you're just a master of the human vein technique. You can only shout for a while before everyone can't hold on and loses their lives. I can't accept this. Seeing that you're still safe, she happily rushed forward. Diaphan, you're really impressive. Even he has to nod in approval while watching. This Diaphan truly has the skill. Meanwhile, Ngotin's face was gradually turning pale. A bunch of useless people, 6 of them, couldn't defeat a single Diaphan. The nine-needle group couldn't help but exclaim, how is that possible? How can Diaphan be so strong? How can he fight 6 at once? I don't believe it. 6 people were defeated by Diaphan alone. Even if they were 6 pigs, they wouldn't die that quickly. Now it's time to settle the score with them, and then it'll be your turn. Tian now immediately turned around in fear and asked Du, what should we do now? But he had already vanished without a trace. Kucham abandoned his dignity and hurriedly ran away. Disciple, you hold him off for me first. I will go call for help. Seeing this, he stomped his foot in anger. It's over. That Wongbat Dan dares to mess with me again. Dengku also begins to fear and retreat. Stop talking and run now. But before he could escape, Diaphan gently approached and patted his shoulder. Where do you think you're going to run? Dengku immediately stammered in fear. What do you want to do? I am a member of the Modong family, you can't touch me. He calmly replied, I don't care. And Fire Phoenix suddenly stepped forward to block. Wait. Diaphan, Ku is ultimately a member of the Modong family. If you kill him, I can't guarantee your safety. He coldly insisted that Dengku would cause me trouble if I didn't kill him. At this moment, he was so scared he knelt down and begged for mercy, crying, Diaphan yentam, chikan goi kong gietta, ta saune tuya doi kong dam ben mang toitan fo son he. Get out of here. After settling everything, Dengku turned to Diaphan, then only you are left. You stand in front of him and coldly call out, Tian Yao, make him give this back. Tian Yao throws aside everything and kneels down to beg. Deep, young master. Deep, all of this was done by my master. It has nothing to do with that damn 9 pierces. Please forgive me. Diaphan smirked and calmly requested, if I forgive you, help me kill 9 pierces. Then I might consider sparing you. That statement made his face turn pale. Kill Kucham, but no matter what, he is my master. He raised an eyebrow and let out a so you're refusing. If that's the case, die in his place. Then, Diaphan bent down and unleashed his spiritual power. Before you could act, Tian Ngao decisively agreed. Wait, I will help you kill Kucham. Hearing that, Diaphan's hand quickly stopped just a few inches from his face. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good. I see you are a timely person. After what happened earlier, Tian Ngao was so scared he was trembling all over. Thank you, Diep Thieu, for sparing his life. He even wet himself out of fear. Tian Ngao suddenly collapsed to the ground, holding his chest. Diaphan quickly explained, this is called a deadly test. It occurs once every half-month. As soon as he vomited a mouthful of blood, you kindly explained that activating the Feng command point with a needle would temporarily stop the pain. Diaphan sternly ordered, as for the treatment, wait until you kill Kucham. Then I will tell you myself. Now go away. Tian Ngao immediately obeyed obediently. Yes, young Master Deep, rest assured, I will definitely kill 9 Tram soon. As he left, he clenched his teeth and trembled. Why did I offend Diaphan back then? Now even my life and death are under his control. He calmly watched the figure of Tian Ngao running away with its tail between its legs. Diaphan had long since made his own plans. The day he kills Kucham will also be the day you follow him into hell. And if you want to kill me, you will have to die. Huan Tian then came forward to report that Diaphan and the members of the Bloodclaw sect had finally been driven away by us. Bat Diet couldn't help but laugh out loud at the great victory. I never expected the Bloodhand sect, a renowned faction in the Flower Nation, to be beaten like a stray dog today. Chulich and Tuan Bon also quickly arrived. This battle has truly been fought. Take this opportunity to prepare, but now is not the time to rejoice. The people of the Bloodguard sect will definitely not let today go. Now is the time for us to build our own strength. Only then can we stand a chance against the members of the Bloodguard Society. Diaphan's words made everyone find it hard to believe. How to establish your own power? That's right, little hand, this is not an easy matter, but you are still very confident. I already told Elder Chu to investigate, and I heard that Hang Cheng is preparing to establish a powerful security company filled with elites. And as long as I can acquire this company and combine it with my medical skills, I can quickly train a large number of experts. Huang Tian immediately agreed with this idea. This method is excellent. With Hanzi's medical skills, there's even a chance that experts in the field could appear within the security company. The others all agreed and supported. Brother Diaphan really has a way. Why didn't I think of that? It turns out Brother Deep had already planned this, so let's get to work. We'll stay here and keep watch and protect. Hearing that, he blushed shyly. The affairs of Bao and Company were all ideas from the boss Huang Tian in the past. The scene quickly shifts to the warehouse district where many people are passing by on the street. Diaphan asked Tuanbon, "Do you think about finding a wife here since there are so many beautiful girls in this city?" He shyly scratched his head and replied, "I'm afraid they will look down on me." "Don't worry, with your looks you'll be loved by many girls." And with that, Diaphan patted Tuanbon on the shoulder. "Wait until we finish recruiting talent, then I will introduce someone to you." Suddenly, the sound of an engine roared, drawing their attention. A sports car is speeding by like a jet, driving recklessly enough to make everyone around curse. "Oh my God, driving so fast in the city center, are you rushing to meet your ancestors?" The pedestrian signal was on, and this bastard dared to run the red light. He really is a maniac. Suddenly, a girl was standing right in the lane where that car was about to pass. The girl immediately screamed in fear, "Mom!" And Diaphan was startled and panicked. Something's wrong, that child. Without thinking, you rushed over to her. Diaphan quickly ran to embrace the girl, jumping to the side of the road just in time to save her from death. The car behind also crashed into the wall due to reckless driving. Diaphan gently comforted her when he saw the girl crying. "Be good, don't cry, everything is fine now." Everyone around saw what happened and cheered with joy. Luckily, this guy is here. Without him, I really don't know what would have happened to her now. Yes, he's truly a kind-hearted guy. The girl should quickly thank her older brother. She kissed his cheek to show her gratitude. "Thank you." Suddenly, a swear word rang out from behind. Damn it. Truong Hook steps out with a scowl on his face. "Are you suddenly rushing out into the street to die?" Yahan let the girl run away and calmly responded. "You're not just drunk, you're also driving. In a crowded area, you were speeding and running red lights, almost killing someone. Do you know?" Hearing that, he sneered and laughed loudly. "Did I hit someone? Did everyone see me almost kill someone?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hu was bombarded with curses from those around him. I saw that he almost hit the child to death. I also believe that if this guy hadn't saved that girl, she would have lost her life. That bastard was drunk and driving. Hurry up and report him to the police. His anger got the better of him as he shouted harshly, "Shut your mouth already." Truong Hook raised his voice, arguing stubbornly. "I am the eldest son of the Truong Thi group. Calling the police is useless. The police still follow my orders. Who among you dares to cause trouble? The bodyguards will teach you a lesson." The people around, hearing that, didn't want to get involved anymore. Our Truong Thi group shouldn't be messed with. Better to mind your own business. After all, the girl is fine. What did you say? He is the young master of the Truong Thi group. Damn it, is there really no one who can punish this trash? He then turned to look at Diaphan with a challenging expression. "If you don't give me a satisfactory answer about this matter, I will end your life in this lifetime today. Don't doubt what I say. There's nothing in this city that I, Truong Hook, can't do." You look angry and shout, "Do you think you won't get struck by lightning someday for talking like that?" Seeing Diaphan's firm attitude, he quickly stepped back to gather strength and said, "I guess you haven't seen a coffin yet, have you?" Then a loud slap rang out, and he easily blocked Zhang Hu's attack with one hand. "How dare you hit me? I think you're the one who hasn't seen a coffin yet," and cried. Diaphan's hand clenched tighter and tighter, causing him to scream in pain. It hurts. My hand is about to break. Let go, please let go." "You should be ashamed. If you had killed that girl just now, do you know how much pain she would have suffered? Do you know how much her family would be heartbroken?" Truong Hook was crying and begging for mercy in pain. I know, I understand. Let go of my hand now." Diaphan suddenly kicked him hard, easily knocking Truong Hook into the red car. "Get out of my way." He seemed to have forgotten what happened earlier, gritting his teeth and shouting, "You little brat! How dare you hit me in this jewelry store? Just wait and see. I will call someone to come. Today, I will definitely kill you." But as I took out my phone, a figure suddenly rushed towards Truong Hook, leaving him stunned. "Who do you say you want to kill?" He was immediately frightened by his muscular build and the aura of killing intent. Wait. What are you going to do?" "I am the eldest son of the Truong Thi group." Tuanbon ignored Truong Hook, trembling, and approached to pat his shoulder in a gesture of suggestion. Tuanbon wants to take you to play a game called Sitting in a Plane. Then he easily lifts you up with one hand, making Truong-hook scream and beg for help. You've already killed someone. Go report to the police now. Diaphan points directly at Truong-hook, who shows no remorse. Tuanbon used him to smash his car. He obeyed the order and lifted him up easily. All right then, Truong-hook shouted hurriedly. No way. Without a second thought, Tuanbon forced him to go straight ahead. Truong-hook is lying face down on the hood of the car, with some teeth scattered nearby. He casually puts his hands in his pockets. Tuanbon, let's go to the Black Dragon Security Company. The people behind are whispering and exchanging secretively. This young brother is really ruthless. I don't even know where he came from, and he dares to hit the eldest son of the Truong group. The scene shifts to the majestic building of the Black Dragon Security Company, where Van Dien stands ready to welcome. Mr. Deep, inside are all the staff of our Black Dragon Security Company. From today on, they will be your employees. After a while, the two of them shook hands and agreed. Thank you. Looking forward to a pleasant cooperation. He said that while putting his hands in his pockets and turning away. Sir Deep, don't blame me for not warning you. My company's bodyguards are not easy to deal with. Van Dien stopped, her eyes cold, and said, if you don't have the ability to earn their respect, they might look down on you. Diaphan replied with a confident, gentle smile. This won't trouble you to worry about. Winning them over is just a matter of ease for me. He led Tuanbon to open the door and step inside, where the gym was packed with muscular guys diligently working out. The whole group watched calmly as Diaphan entered. These people have decent potential. It seems this time they can train quite a few talents, but first they must win them over. Is this our new leader? Just a young kid who hasn't even finished growing up. If he's like that, I could punch him 10 times in a row without getting tired. Tan Bin sneered. If he can't show his true strength, I'll be the first to knock him out. You stand in the training room and a voice echoes. Listen carefully to me. From now on, you are all my employees. I will provide everyone with a prosperous life. Money, beauty, even power. But I need to see your loyalty and absolute obedience to my commands. The whole group fell silent, looking at Diaphan with a dark, scrutinizing gaze. Batla broke the silence loudly. Who are you? You've just arrived and already expect us to obey you. Tuhao next to him chimed in, looking at him and saying, who do you think you are to order us around? Van Hoa snorted coldly. Are you already bragging loudly after just arriving? Get lost. Your voice sounded so cold it sent shivers down my spine. So what? Do you have any opinions on what I just said? Old King stepped forward with a calm expression, showing no fear. Who do you think you are? How dare you loudly demand that we obey you? Diaphan slowly stepped down from the podium. If you said that, it seems your strength is quite formidable. Then let's fight each other and see who wins. He raised an eyebrow with a provocative look, thinking to himself, you little brat, still daring to say you want us to follow you? Today I'll see how I make you fall to the ground. The crowd exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, it's over. This young master has chosen his own death, and even the old king, who is the strongest fighter among us, might be better. Through that we can see whether this young master truly has strength or not. If he's a useless brat, then we might as well give up training here altogether. Tuanbon stands far away, laughing excitedly. Stop fooling around and challenge Brother Diaphan. You'll get what you deserve. Old Lord stood there with his arms crossed and raised his chin arrogantly, saying, Kid, don't say I bully you. I will give you 3 moves. The young man just shook his head as if hearing a joke, replying, no need. You'd better act quickly. I'm afraid there won't even be a chance for you to strike later. He roared angrily and arrogantly, I will show you my power. Diaphan raised his finger and muttered, too weak. With just one finger, Diaphan stopped the attack of the old king. Old King was extremely surprised. What? Diaphan coldly snaps his fingers, sending a beam of light toward him. Get out. Old Master Wang was immediately pushed back, spitting out a large amount of blood, unable to withstand and falling hard to the ground. Then he got up again, looking at you with disbelief. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Seeing this, the people around started to discuss among themselves. No way. This young master only needed one move to knock the opponent away. One move. It's just a finger. Are we really underestimating him? Diaphan turned to look at them, his voice sharp. A person like you is clearly very weak, but overestimates himself and doesn't deserve to stay here. Now leave here immediately. I've had a plan from the start. To win them over, you must first eliminate those who thrive on conflict. Old Wang stood up angrily and said, if you want to go, go. If you want me to stay, I won't bother staying either. Then he turned to his followers behind and shouted, do any of you want to come with me? Someone like him is not worthy to be our leader. I sincerely advise you, the big brothers, that following me will definitely be better than staying with him. One by one, hands keep rising. I'll go with you, I'll go too. And so will I. When Diaphan saw those raising their hands to leave, he simply said, if anyone wants to go, they can leave right now. I will definitely not stop you. Old man Vuong sneered with contempt. Guys, let's go. As he stepped outside, he couldn't help but mock those who stayed behind. Going off with a kid who's still wet behind the ears will definitely lead to no future. He calmly watches the group leave. Diaphan turned to those remaining and said, I'm glad you chose to stay, but earlier it was you who chose me, now I choose you all. What do you mean by that? I slowly explained. I don't pick up trash now. Everyone rushes forward at the same time as long as someone can stand until the end. Well then, congratulations, you are now an employee of my company. Hearing that, everyone immediately lost their composure. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to say you want to die? You think you can fight off hundreds of us alone? I think you're just bragging without shame. Did I just talk big for nothing or not? Just try and you'll see. The boy suddenly jumps forward straight at them. Those people also refused to back down and charge forward, so we came here. Do you think you're Ip Man? Kill this bragging fool already. A series of muffled sounds echoed through the room, and then more than half of them were pushed back by Diaphan. Without hesitation, he easily defeated them using his secret technique, the one-pill official, Van Fu Mo Kai. After that scene, the floor was littered with fallen bodies. Diaphan suddenly noticed a shadow trembling behind him. Seeing the three people, battered but still trying to stand firm, he couldn't help but praise them. You three are not bad. Diaphan also appreciated them. These three are quite capable, with strong potential to become mid-level leaders. As others struggled to stand up, he quietly offered his own benefits, knowing that underestimating the enemy is a path to death. Now those who can stand up within 30 seconds will earn a monthly salary of 1 million. Those who can stand up within 30 seconds will receive 500,000. Those who can stand up within a minute will get 10,000 Niur, and anyone who cannot stand up within a minute is asked to leave. They were all stunned when they heard about these Dai-Yu. What? Such great benefits? I have to get up quickly, I can't stop here. I must earn 1.4 million in salary. Gradually more and more people try to stand up. Diaphan extended his hand and said warmly, Congratulations to everyone for passing the interview at my company. What I said earlier still stands, but now I require everyone's loyalty and obedience. Does everyone agree? They all answered in unison. Loyalty and obedience. His expression returned to seriousness. Very well, everyone. Please prepare to go to Sunhai City. Once there, someone will pick you up and organize the training. The group stood still and responded in unison that they understood. Then Diaphan pointed at the three people earlier, and the three of you step out of the line to register. All three step forward loudly and clearly, then take turns saying their names. Xiao Ho, Tan Bin, Du Leng. I will take you to a more intense training session, which means you will become stronger, and of course, your treatment will also be better. Diaphan switched to a warning tone and said, But I warn you three. Once you agree to join this training, you'll enter a different world with no way out. Is there anyone among you who wants to back out? They firmly replied, We will not back down. I cross my arms in praise. Very good. Tomorrow you will take a first-class flight to Sunhai City. I will give each of you 5 million as a consolation fee for having to live away from home. As soon as they heard about the money, the three of them became eager and swore to follow every order no matter what. The scene shifts to Hongcheng City, where Diaphan takes Tuan Bon to a roadside eatery. Sitting there, he kindly says, Tuan Bon, this dish is very delicious. Try it. Eat a lot. Diaphan also took a lobster to peel and eat. The bodyguards have already headed to Sunhai, so we can consider this some private time for ourselves. He happily replied, Big brother Diaphan is right. Suddenly, a convoy of luxury cars stopped right next to him and Tuan Bon. Seeing the people get out of the car, the others started whispering, Who is this young master visiting the city today? These murderous thugs only bring trouble wherever they appear. It's better to leave quickly. If we get involved with this gang of troublemakers, nothing good will come of it. He looked over and said, Big brother Deep, someone is coming. It's that guy we used to wash the car with last time. Diaphan casually put the shrimp in his mouth and said, Forget about them. If we want to eat, just eat. If we want to drink, just drink. Everything can wait until we're full before talking again. The group of people swaggered over to the nearby tables, shouting and telling them to clear the area, and get out of here. What are you looking at? Hurry up and go, or else I'll teach you a lesson later. Tuthan stepped forward, accompanied by Dai Quan and Truong Huk. You are the one who beat up Truong Huk, right? He didn't answer, just let out a sigh. He got angry right away. Tutyu asked you, what the hell, are you deaf or blind? Tutyu, dung truk matma kon jiavon hu kong dai sao. He raises an eyebrow with a look full of sarcasm. You are very arrogant. You don't even respond to my words. Diaphan glances at Tuthan with a sharp gaze. Who do you think you are? Why should I talk to you? Jiang Hu's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth. You dare to be arrogant with me here. I will beat you so badly later that you won't be able to stand up and will have to crawl between my legs. Diaphan slightly leaned back, chuckling with disdain. Do you rely on the trash you brought here? He flicked his hand in a sarcastic gesture as if mocking and said, I can beat them to the ground with just one hand. Diaphan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. I've seen many arrogant and proud people, but this is the first time I've met someone like you. I hope you can still maintain your arrogance later. After speaking, he straightened his back and signaled to his subordinates. Brothers, today we have to teach him a lesson he won't forget. I will bear all the consequences myself. The henchman cheerfully exclaimed, Today you're definitely dead. You can pick any target to cause trouble with, but why did you have to offend young Master too? But before he could touch Diaphan, he was quickly dealt with and died instantly. The others stared with their mouths wide open. How is this person so formidable? No wonder he has to face so many people alone, but his expression remains unchanged. His strength is truly overwhelming. He shrank back, his face showing clear fear. Too strong. Tuanban sits in the corner, chewing loudly. These people are so weak, how can they be a match for Big Brother Diaphan? Diaphan was not afraid at all, even clapping in praise. He stepped forward, smiling and saying, Not bad. You really do have some skill. Unfortunately, you have offended the wrong person, and your fate today will surely be disastrous. Diaphan waved his hand, ordering him to step forward. General, it's your turn to fight now. A confident smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, young Master too. Diaphan cracked his knuckles and moved closer. Although I don't want to fight you, ultimately this is Tu Thu's order, so I must be rude today, says Trung Huk with a pleased expression. Quan, you must teach that guy an unforgettable lesson. The subordinates, having just fought, couldn't help but cheer and encourage. With Quan stepping in, this guy is doomed. Quan must teach him a lesson, kill him now. He stands behind, full of confidence. The army is very powerful. A challenge from 100 famous fighters across the city. Defeating this kid is as easy as flipping a hand. He looked at them with contempt. A bunch of useless people. Why do some keep challenging Brother Deep beyond their limits? He roared and threw a powerful punch. Go die. Diaphan adopts a defensive stance, ready to counter. You frown, showing clear contempt. You're too weak. With just one hand, Diaphan blocked the attack from the army. He gapes in disbelief. How could this be possible? The henchman looked panicked and pale. Could this little guy really be that strong? Is Quan not fighting back? Is he deliberately letting that kid win? He roared in anger. Commander, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill him. Diaphan still doesn't realize he's about to fail. Commander, today you don't need to hold back. Unleash all your skills and teach him a lesson. He loses patience and punches him in the stomach, causing blood to spurt out. Get out! As a martial artist yourself, you went so far as to betray your own people. If you had attacked an ordinary citizen today, do you understand what that would mean? Diaphan collapsed to the ground, blood spraying across the floor. His subordinates stared in disbelief. This can't be real, can it? How is this possible? Diaphan actually got defeated. Jiang Hu and the others were shocked, just standing there cursing, Diaphan, you're a useless piece of trash, Diaphan, you couldn't even handle him. He bent down and struggled to stand up. Tu Thu, I will answer your question later. Holding his wound, the general looked at Diaphan and asked, Who are you? You have defeated me completely. This person is very strong. With just one move, I broke your bones. I answer coldly, I am Diaphan. Today I will teach you a lesson you will never forget. The army widened their eyes in shock upon hearing your name. What? Diaphan? Could it be that you are the person from Sun High City? The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he nodded. Looks like you know quite a bit, too. He quickly clasped his hands in a respectful salute and looked at him with admiration. Today, because the army's eyes were blind and did not see Tai Shan offending Mr. Deep, I ask Mr. Deep for your forgiveness. Diaphan coldly turned his head and reminded him, If you know your mistake, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Go ahead, but remember, you must never attack ordinary people again. If I let you go today, someone else will come to deal with you another day. The general quickly nodded, thanking Diep for his guidance, then knelt down and bowed his head to the ground. Young Master Diep, if you don't mind, the army wants to follow you. Diaphan slightly raised his eyebrows, looking amused. Follow me. If you already know me, then perhaps you've heard of my enemies as well. Don't you fear death? He raised his head with a resolute voice. I'm not afraid of young Master Deep. All my family members were killed by the Bloodhand gang. I know young Master Deep also has a grudge against them, and I want revenge too. A flicker of joy appeared in Diaphan's eyes. Once you follow me, there's no turning back. I'll give you some time to think it over. The great army confidently pounded their chests and declared clearly, I don't need to think if I don't die. It's the Bloodhand gang, Diaphan. I have decided to follow you. Tuthange, standing nearby, immediately roared in anger. What does Diaphan hear that makes him despise Daikwan? I called you here to help me teach him a lesson, so why are you now relying on that damn bastard? Tutu, I understand what you're saying, but young Master Deep is not someone we can offend. Please watch your words and actions. His bloodshot eyes stared fiercely. Watch your words, big brother. You better clarify who Tuthan is, and what the hell Diaphan is that I have to teach him a lesson today. He stepped forward, fists ready to strike. If that's the case, Tutu, I won't hold back anymore. The guy backed away in fear. Army, how dare you hit me? Before he could finish speaking, he was punched directly in the face, causing Tuthan's teeth to fly out. The blow sent him flying backward, blood streaming from his mouth. The rage of the army flared up fiercely. Tuthan, considering our past relationship, I will let you go this time. If there is a next time, you won't have another chance like today. The man with several teeth fallen out and a bruised face turned to shout at his subordinates. Are you all blind or what? Charge at them now. Teach this army a lesson. The subordinates regain their spirits and charge forward together. Understood? Anquan, I'm sorry. Have you forgotten the influence of young Master Tu in this city? He is like a blazing fire, reminding everyone that no matter how strong you are, offending Diaphan is not allowed. He is the only one who can help me take revenge. After saying that, the army immediately charged in and swept away the entire group. He stepped closer to him, Tuthan trembling in fear, unable to speak. The army. You can't do this. I paid to bring you here. He calmly throws the punch without a care. Tutu, your mistake was provoking Diaphan. He was knocked back as a car sped toward him, and Zhuohu trembled uncontrollably, muttering repeatedly. How could even the army be on his side? Who exactly is this young man? After finishing, he approached and bowed to you. Diaphan, I've taken care of this. Diaphan nodded. The army, you did well. Your words left him stunned. I like smart people, but I don't like being used by others. Do you understand what I mean? He asked sharply. I understand. From now on, I vow to obey all orders from young Master Diap. I will face any danger without hesitation. Diaphan stepped forward and placed his hand on his shoulder. Remember everything you said today. Suddenly, the ringtone of the phone rang out, and this tune made the army gape in shock. Diaphan is so capable, but the ringtone doesn't match his style at all. As soon as he answered, she hurriedly, Diaphan, come back quickly. Something has happened. Lang Q is injured. You just heard that and your face turned pale. What? Don't worry, I will come back right away. Diaphan shouted loudly into the phone, calling out to the two people. Tuanban, tell the army to prepare quickly. We are heading back to Sunhai City now. Everyone quickly rushes to Sunhai People's Hospital. Ho Feng, what exactly is going on? He asked her to go. Tu Huan burst into tears, tears pouring down like rain. It's all my fault. That person originally wanted to kill me. Miss Yen rushed forward to protect me, but ended up getting stabbed. That's my mistake. Fire Phoenix gently patted her shoulder to comfort her and said, Don't blame yourself too much. It's all the fault of those bastards from the Londao sect. Rest assured, with Dr. Deep here, Lang Q will definitely be fine. He furrowed his brow and repeated what he just said, Londao sect. She nodded and began to recount. Yes, Luandao Mon, they sent assassins among the top 3 to hunt down Lady Nam Kung, and when Lang Q protected her, he was seriously injured. Diaphan looked suspicious and asked, Do you know why they sent assassins? Hua Huang shook her head. Luandao Mon always keeps things secret. They've never been investigated before. After hearing that, he punched the wall in anger. Damn it! Sooner or later I will destroy all of them. She hurriedly comforted him, saying, Diaphan, don't lose hope just yet. She lay on the bed, frowning as she endured the pain. The police officer Yen may not make it through today. Determination appears in his eyes. Don't worry, if I have returned, I will definitely save Ling Q. Take me there. Who dares to come in here and show off like that? Dr. Lam led the other doctors, his tone cold as he scolded. Even experts like us can't guarantee to fully cure the patient, and you still boast you can do it? Diaphan gritted his teeth in protest. If you can't treat it, do you think others can't either? He pushed through the group of useless doctors, angry. You're just a little punk daring to cause chaos inside the hospital. Dr. Lam looked at her. Why aren't you managing your people properly, Captain Hua Huang? What is the condition of the patient inside? We are not responsible. She replied with a cold expression. Now it's not your responsibility. We have already invited the divine doctor ourselves. The healer, Captain Fire Phoenix, warned sternly through clenched teeth, the patient inside has only a 10% chance of survival. We are researching a surgical method. If you insist on causing chaos and endangering the patient's life, we will not be responsible. Ignoring Dr. Lamb's warnings, Diaphan still pushes the door open and steps inside. His feet stop. He glances over and shouts, "Fool!" Inside, Diaphan pointed 2 fingers directly at Lang Q and said, "Hon Kochi Kin." He stood still, watching everything unfold. Does this reckless kid think he's some kind of miracle doctor just because he has acupuncture needles in his hand? Idiot. He withdrew his hand, gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. All right, Tu Huan quickly rushed over to ask about his condition. Miss Yen really will be fine, right? I nodded. Don't worry, with me here, Lang Q will definitely be safe. Dr. Lam continued to shout stubbornly, "Do you think we are fools just because you wave your arms around the patient's bed? Can the patient escape danger?" Sorry, I can't assist with that request. What did you just say? Hey kid, if you have the guts, say it again. It's obvious you caused the injury, yet you still dare to act tough here. Lang Q looked around in confusion and asked, "Well, what are you all doing here?" Her face had turned rosy again, and the group hurried over to ask about her condition non-stop. Lang Q is awake. Lang Q has finally regained consciousness. Miss Yen, it's good to hear you're okay. Dr. Lam stared in shock, his hair standing on end. You're awake. You're awake. You step closer and gently place your hands on her shoulders. Are you all right, Lang Q? She smiled. I am fine. Thank you, Diaphan. He confidently patted his chest and said, Your wound has just healed, so you should rest more. Leave the affairs of the Sword of Lone Dao to me. Ling Qiu sat dazed, watching the figure of the boy walk away. Diaphan, unfortunately, you already have a girlfriend, if only it were possible. Dr. Lam smiled, his expression becoming friendly. Young man, may I ask who your master is? Where did you learn this acupuncture technique? What is it, if possible, could it be? He is secretly calculating in his mind that this young man's acupuncture technique is not bad. If I could learn it, wouldn't my status and position in the medical world rise even higher in the future? He frowned and shouted angrily, No, I can't, I won't. Get out of here. Diaphan shouted loudly, his words pouring like rain into his face. A surgeon like him, even if he knew, would never learn. Get out of the way quickly. The doctors behind are whispering, surprised at how skilled this young man's medical technique is. I should have treated him better earlier. It's a pity I missed the chance to learn advanced acupuncture techniques. Looking at the computer screen on the desk, I asked Hoa Huang, Where are the people who injured Lang Q? Have you found out who they are yet? Hearing Diaphan ask, she nervously shouted a warning. Abandoned construction site outside the city. Diaphan, don't act rashly. They are all highly skilled assassins. Wait for me to call the Security Bureau for reinforcements, then we'll sweep and eliminate them. You grit your teeth, each word sharp and precise. I never delay in taking revenge. No matter how powerful they are, they must die today. That night, at the abandoned construction site outside the city, flames erupted around Diaphan as he drew his sword and advanced. Members of the Lone Dagger sect, come out here and die. The #1 assassin of the Lone Dagger sect appears, telling me to surrender. Aren't you a bit too confident? Diaphan's face darkened as he lowered his voice. You caused chaos in Sun High City, and even hurt my people. Today, you all must die. He signaled his subordinates to attack. Whoever dies doesn't even know who killed them. Charge and take him down. Eliminate him. The henchmen formed a formation, their giant spears attacking. Die and send him to the Western Paradise. The assassins smiled sinisterly, exuding terrifying confidence. Their ultimate attack techniques are the most unique moves in our Lone Dao sect. Even with my superior skills, I might not be able to dodge in time. This young man won't die, but he'll be seriously injured. You raise your sword, and suddenly a golden dragon appears. Do you really dare to show off your petty skills in front of me? Behold the majesty of my heavenly dragon as it opens its mouth to shatter the attack and push back my subordinates. They lay scattered on the ground, unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? Our ultimate combined attack technique has been broken. Fear is clearly visible on his face. What? That kid killed my top 2 subordinates with a single strike. Is this kid really that strong? Diaphan glided past their corpses and headed straight ahead without hesitation. Now it's your turn. The assassin takes a deep breath, regains his composure, and draws 2 swords to attack. If you want to kill me, I will make you pay a heavy price. As soon as I finished speaking, a sharp blade sliced past his neck. The assassin, clutching his bleeding throat, stammered out each word. How can this be? I am the top assassin of the Lone Blade sect. You walk away without looking back, wanting to make me pay a heavy price. You are not worthy? Diaphan calmly walks through the night breeze while making a phone call. Dawn Ni, what's wrong? I'm just out doing a bit of work. She hurriedly begged for help in panic. Diaphan, the people from Bloodhand Road are coming. You need to go back quickly. He's worried, but has lost signal. Duan Ni, how are things on your side? Diaphan muttered to himself and immediately left. Damn it, Bloodhand Society, if anything happens to my girlfriend and family. He clenched his teeth in tension. I will definitely kill every single one of you. Not a single one will escape. The scene shifts to the main gate of the villa, Sun Hai leading the crowd, shouting loudly. Killing Diaphan, who went to find Loan Daomon, we must seize this opportunity to trap him. Loan Daomon won't hold out for long. We need to seize the moment. Exactly 1 year from now will be your funeral day. The Huan Thien group is blocking right in front. Stop them. We must try our best. Wait for Diaphan to return, and I will risk everything with you. His smile reveals a sinister look. This time the strategist's plan is truly clever. With Yehan absent and only a bunch of useless people here, if you are wise, hand over our young master now, or you'll all die here today. Bat Diet grimaced, grinding his teeth with contempt in his eyes. Release Tu Fong. Dream on. Even if I die here today, I will not hand him over. Sun Hai smirked coldly and waved his hand, saying, You refuse to drink the new wine, and now want to punish with wine. Kill everyone here, don't leave a single one. The henchmen cheered excitedly and obeyed the order. Tuan's group looked fierce and determined. If you think you can take us on, go ahead. We're not afraid of you, and even if we die, we will never submit. The 3 girls here are crying and shouting, Please, come back, Xiaohan. Diaphan, where are you now? Diaphan, we really need you right now. He stands aside, watching the battle, sneering, A bunch of noise. It seems I still have to step in myself. Soon after, Sun Hai grins and charges forward with his sword. Die for me. It's not good, she shouted when she saw him about to be attacked, and suddenly a furious voice rang out behind. You are the one who must die. From behind, Huan Thien swung a strike, knocking him away. Sun Hai was struck in the face by a sword. Diaphan didn't expect you to be alive in return. Seeing that you are safe and uninjured, he grits his teeth. A bunch of useless Lone Dao sect members can only hold on for so long. He looks from behind with worried eyes and says, Han Tu, you're finally back. We can hardly hold on anymore. Duan Ni's group also spoke up together. Xiaohan, you're finally back. Diaphan, it's good that you returned. You pat your chest and look at them, saying, Sorry for being late. The rest is up to me. Fire Phoenix steps forward, and as long as there's still a chance to return, it's not too late. She replied, It's okay, as long as you come back. Diaphan turned around and pointed his sword at Sun Hai. In the first battle, you dared to ambush my family and friends while I was away. Today, you must die. Diaphan, are you bragging too much? Last time, we couldn't kill you because you were protected by a master. Today, I bring 5 generals. You're definitely going to die, the boy said coldly without a hint of fear or challenge. So go ahead and try. Everyone united and fought together, each taking a side to rush forward and kill them. The Fire God Eagle leader, the Black Tiger Heart, the Thief leader, the Demon Soul Claw, and the Fire Leaf Axe. On this side, Diaphan also begins to use his power, gripping his sword that radiates yin and yang energy of the infinite Zero sword as a circle envelops him. What kind of sword technique is this? No, save me. How is that possible? He is too powerful. The people beside him couldn't help but be stunned in amazement. The number 1 general, the boss. Oh my god, Diaphan can actually defeat 5 renowned generals alone. Seeing this, Sun Hai's anger flared even more fiercely. Hung Tian's men also advanced, ready to fight aggressively and threaten them. You better focus on saving yourselves first, and kill them. The moment to counterattack has arrived, and he calmly made the decision with no expression on his face. Today, everyone charged forward with determination, leaving no one from Bloodclaw Hall alive. After a while, the ground was littered with the bodies of Sun Hai and his subordinates. Huang Tian exclaimed with surprise and joy, Xiaohan, all the officers sent by Bloodhand Hall this time have been wiped out by us. I bet the expression of the white-faced scholar Bach Dien Thu Sin is going to be very interesting. Diaphan happily responded, This still isn't enough. If they want to kidnap Xiaofeng, then let's give them a part of what they want, Huang Tian Ni, or some of his intentions. You excitedly suggested to Chuliet, Chu Big Brother, please cut off a part of Tu Feng's body and bring it here so we can show that white-faced scholar that Diaphan is not someone to be bullied. He was very excited about your idea and thought it was only fair to reciprocate. The next day, with gentle morning sunlight and fresh air, everyone agreed to go out and have fun. Diaphan smiled softly, lost in thought, recalling how a few days ago he had been fighting and causing worry for Doan Ni, and today he took them out to relax. Suddenly, a voice called out ahead, "Let's do a fortune-telling." Under the celestial literature and moral teachings, the old Taoist nearby suddenly called them over. "Young man, draw a fortune. If it's not accurate, I won't charge you." His expression was grim, and his sharp eyes suddenly appeared behind him to warn. "No need. My fate will be in my own hands. I don't need anyone else to read my fortune." Unlike Diaphan, Doan Ni seems very excited. "I find this very interesting. Diaphan, you don't want to look, so let me check." This statement left him utterly stunned. The old Taoist happily moved closer to her and said, "Let me see. She has the Huan Lone fate, living a life of plenty and comfort. Although she was sick as a child, she still lives happily." At this point, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, "No, this." His voice also started to tremble. This. How is that possible? The rest of your life will be like a phoenix, full of wealth and prosperity, and you will surely be very well off in the future." These words made Doan Ni unable to help but tremble. Doan Ni held the money in her hand and replied with a happy smile. "The old Taoist priest speaks so pleasantly. Here, this is your money." He was extremely astonished, staring in disbelief at the money. This act of defying heaven to change fate truly appeared before my eyes. Whose masterwork is this? The other two people, seeing this, eagerly approached and started asking questions, leaving Diaphan speechless from behind. "Please help me see my fate too, Elder. I'm also very curious about what my fate will be." He enthusiastically predicts the destiny for the two of them. "You were originally a noble person, but due to conflicts with others, you will fall into disfavor and be hated. In the second half of your life, you will fall into poverty and die, but now your fate can be changed to that of a prince or marquis. Later, you will rise to become a general. Your fate was originally to wander the world and die young, but now it has turned into one blessed by heaven, ending your life in peace and prosperity." "How is that possible?" Hung Tian chuckled and then pondered. "This Taoist priest's calculations are so accurate," Juliet smiled with a hint of amusement. "It's truly interesting. If it weren't for Diaphan, maybe your grave would already be overgrown with grass. You should speak up quickly and tell him. All right, after the fortune-telling, let's go. It's getting late, so we should head back now." At this moment, the old Taoist suddenly changed his expression and looked toward Diaphan with extreme shock, his body stiffening. It was impossible. Someone who defies heaven and changes fate for thousands of years was rarely seen. Yet he had encountered three at once. Was he trying to prove his suspicion correct? He began to seriously raise his hand and chant a spell, a small flame slowly appearing in his palm. The old Taoist priest's eyes gradually lit up, his hands clasped together, emitting beams of light that spread outward. Beneath his feet, a formation was slowly glowing, opening the heavenly eye. Suddenly, that burst of power erupted, with a faint, shimmering figure like a king. "What is that?" The old Taoist priest, terrified and horrified, knelt down on the ground. "Tutu V. Saint, the Emperor's destiny. Oh heavens, I can't believe I met someone with such a fate." The commotion echoes so loudly that I have to look back and see what's going on. Diaphan's face is full of surprise, not understanding what is happening. What is going on with that old Taoist priest? Why did he suddenly kneel down? He tried to hide his trembling with a forced smile as he responded, his legs feeling a bit weak. "Could you help support the old man a little?" But in my heart I secretly think, this is the saint of destiny, rare to see once in hundreds of thousands of years. If I stay close to this person, maybe my fate will change. I must find a way to stay near him. You look confused and ask, "Are the old Taoist priest's condition okay? Do you need me to take him to the hospital?" Hearing this, he hurriedly approached Diaphan, his eyes unable to hide his excitement. "There's no need to go to the hospital. He just arrived in Sunhai City not long ago and still hasn't found his footing. With no family or support, I wonder if you could help." No, it can't be done." Doan Ni, unable to bear it any longer, angrily pointed at the old Taoist and said, "Why did you want more money after already paying for the fortune-telling earlier?" He proudly introduces himself. "This old man can go from the living room to the kitchen and even write a script to beat up thugs. A single punch to crush this place won't cause me to sleep with someone else. Besides, looking at this old man's sturdy, fat body and healthy physique, isn't he a suitable helper? Taking me home definitely won't be a loss." Diaphan slowly observes every move of the old Taoist, a faint glint in his eyes. He grinned and asked, "Do you want to reconsider, little guy? Instead of rushing to answer, you calmly ponder. This old man isn't normal, and he means no harm. If used well, he could become a helpful ally." After some contemplation, Diaphan quickly decided that it was just adding another pair of chopsticks to the household, and since there was an empty room, the old priest could stay as long as he wanted. The old priest was extremely excited. "That's great, old master. I thank you." She hesitated and asked him, "Isn't Diaphan worried that he's a bad person?" "Don't worry, Doan Ni, I won't mistake people." At the Blood Eye Hall main hall, Noch Duong angrily shouted, "Ngo Tin, you really are a good strategist." He knelt trembling on the ground as he was scolded. "I just came out of seclusion and already saw my son's severed arm. The arm was carefully placed in the box." He grew even angrier and said, "I think you've been alive too long if you can't even handle a famous disciple. If it weren't for the fact that you followed me for many years, I would have already killed you." Wu Xing hurriedly admitted his mistake. "Master, I am guilty. I vow to go to Sunhai City once more, and this time I will definitely bring back Diaphan's head." Yu Duong turned back angrily and asked, "Do you still want to go get his head? Do you think our Bloodblade Hall's experts haven't died enough?" Ngotin quickly admits, "Fault I dare not." Ning Yuan respectfully asks from behind, "Do you want me to arrange people to surround and eliminate Diaphan?" He coldly replied, "I don't need to. It's been many years since I last appeared, so perhaps many people have already forgotten who I am." Ngoch Duong. As he thought about what he was about to do, his face grew colder. "This time, I've come out to kill Ye Dihan to scare everyone in East China into not opposing our Bloodhand Society anymore." He was the first to speak. "Brother Deep, have you heard anything?" Juliet explained anxiously that Ngoch Duong, the leader of the Bloodhand gang, has come out of seclusion, and since we cut off his son's arm, he will definitely come here to seek revenge. Hearing this, Huan Thien also added that Ngoch Duong's strength should not be underestimated, and he was inherently ruthless. Back then, he swept across East China relying solely on his own power, and even if we all joined forces, we might not be his match. "Sir, I think we should temporarily lay low since Ngoch Duong is operating in the shadows while we are in the open." "You think Ngoch Duong is strong, but we're not weak either. I believe we can handle him." "Your tone is also quite arrogant, isn't it?" Looking back, it's him. Ngo Tin and Ninh Vien are coming. Ngoch Duong, you arrived quickly. It looks like a fierce battle is unavoidable. The four of them immediately stood up, ready to fight. He sneered, his tone full of rage. "Kill my general and cut off my son's hand. Today is your day of mourning." The other three don't dare to rush, only I calmly reply, "The ones who want to kill me are countless, but isn't it true that I am still alive and well now?" Staring directly into Ngoch Duong's fiery eyes, Diaphan continued, "And their graves are probably overgrown with grass now." His face immediately darkened. "Say less. Release my son quickly, and I can let you die without a whole body." He smiled and began to provoke. "No problem. The sect leader traveled all this way to find me, waiting for me after I haven't given your son a proper farewell, then splitting him into pieces to send back to you. What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, murderous intent erupted around the Jade Hall. "Diaphan, this is what you brought upon yourself. Today I will tear you into 100 pieces to ease my anger. You draw your sword, confident. Try to kill me and see who will end up dead." Juliet, Hoang Thien, and Bat Diet quickly advised, and Diamhan, Ngoch Duong is not an ordinary person. You must be careful. Hantu, don't push yourself. This is impossible. We better run first. "That's right. The Green Forest is still here, so there's no shortage of firewood." Diaphan confidently replied, "It's okay. I've long wanted the title of the #1 master of East China from Ngoch Duong." He was furious and immediately summoned a group of skeletal warriors. "Stop being arrogant and follow my Blood Sea Overlord technique. Diaphan, in this move of mine, I gather countless souls that have died at my hands, and you are about to become one of them." A Bagua circle suddenly appears beneath Diaphan's feet. "Sorry, then I might have to disappoint you." Then, 2 large dragons emerged from the octagonal circle, yin and yang swords, quickly defeating the skeleton soldiers that Ngoch Duong had summoned back. He was stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. "What? You can actually easily break through my Blood Sea sky-devouring banner?" Ngo Tin was just as surprised. "How is this possible?" The boss's trump card was easily countered by him, and the 3 others took the opportunity to praise Diaphan. "Hansu, well done, little Han. I knew you could do it. Diaphan's strength has also increased. You walk forward slowly. Ngoch Duong, your strength is nothing more than this. Truly all talk and no action. It seems your son won't be able to return with you today." Seeing the boy getting closer, he hurriedly stepped back, feeling anxious. "Damn it, Diaphan's strength is a bit beyond what I expected. If I continue fighting him, I probably won't be sure to win today." Suddenly another voice rang out, making the Jade Girl tremble. "Lord Zhang, you are a renowned expert. So how come you can't even handle a little kid who hasn't even wiped his nose? The one coming is the #1 Heavenly Templar of the Heavenly Templar Society." He immediately looked down on him. "I thought I was someone important. Turns out you're the #1 Celestial Lord. Even Lord Lei wouldn't speak to me like that. First Heavenly Templar, you dare to provoke me again. I am not afraid to kill you and Diaphan, he replied calmly. Master Jiang, there's no need to get so angry. My purpose here today is the same as yours, to kill Diaphan. Noshduang's face darkened as he asked, What do you mean? You're secretly calculating in your heart. Diaphan is quite powerful. If someone from the Heavenly Sovereign helps, this will definitely be a good thing. He sneered and explained, We join forces, and even if this young guy is strong, he will still die at our hands. As soon as he heard that, Ngotin led his men to charge forward. Very well. Even though we were enemies before, as long as you want to kill Diaphan, from this moment on, we are friends. Shuliet's 3 men quickly stepped forward, blocking in front of him. Hantu, you go ahead. We are here now. Hansu, take Doan-ni and Du away from here. Today, unless I die, they won't take a step forward. Brother Deep, if you hadn't saved me, I would have died long ago. I've lived long enough. Today, I will perish together with them. Diaphan calmly said, 3 brothers? Don't worry. Even if the Heavenly Sect joins forces with the Bloodhand Hall, they won't be able to kill us today. The Heavenly Sect sneered and asked, Diaphan, do you still think someone will come to save you? Let me tell you, no matter who shows up today, it will be useless. You are definitely going to die. You keep calling out, Old priest, how long do you plan to just stand there and watch? As a bodyguard, you'd better leave if you're not going to help. A shadow rushed out from behind, saying, Don't worry, don't worry. Isn't the old Taoist already here? Seeing someone they knew, the 3 immediately regained their confidence. Isn't this the old Taoist priest under Diaphan's wing? Why does his aura seem so powerful? I told you Diaphan usually doesn't like to make friends, so why did he accept this Taoist priest? Turns out he had already seen through the old Taoist's strength. Hantu had already prepared in advance, and our strength has increased again. The Heavenly Tuner gathers power in his arm to attack, and a small old Taoist wants to change the situation. Dream on. Then he launched that attack directly at him. Iron Kite Balance Claw, go and die. The old Taoist priest just sneered mockingly, showing some skill but still a child trying to take on Master Ye. He reached out and easily caught the Heavenly Lord. Then the old Taoist began to counterattack. Give it here. And he is still staring in confusion. What? Before Tianton could react, he was punched straight in the chest. Get out of here. That force sent the Heavenly Sovereign flying backward, and the others looked on in confusion as he continued to retreat. How is that possible? The Heavenly King didn't expect to be knocked back with just one move. How is this possible? Can an unknown nobody summoned at will by Diaphan really change the situation? Ngox-Duong stepped aside, secretly calculating as he looked at the miserable state of Tianton. This old Taoist priest is too strong. If this continues, it will be hard for me to keep my life safe. No, I have to find a way to escape. He stands there with his hands clasped, smiling kindly. The Heavenly Lord is boundless. The old cultivator hasn't acted in a long time, so it's really a bit unkind to strike now. The old master waved his hand and turned away, saying, Disciple Diep, the blood energy on these people is strong, their sins countless. Perhaps we should just take them directly to meet the Tao Lord. All 4 of them were speechless, sharing the same thought. How can you be so ruthless? He stood up angrily. Yu Tang, if you don't act now, we'll all perish here. Only by working together now can we have a chance to win. I have a deadly move that requires some time to prepare. Help me buy some time. Once I succeed in channeling my energy, I can definitely kill that old man. That's what I say. But inside I'm worried I can't handle my own body, let alone think about others. Sorry, First Heavenly King. Tenzun gathered his strength, tearing his shirt apart. All right, damn old man. I will show you my true strength. The real experts of the Heavenly Lord sect are not useless. But then he was punched in the face again, causing Tianzun to bleed and fly backward. Ngox-Duong's face turned black with frustration, unable to stop even an old man, yet still claiming to be the #1 Heavenly King. Then he decisively ordered the Bloodhand Path to retreat. The crowd immediately responded, and Diaphan below did not let them go, shooting a golden beam towards them. Ngoc-Duong, where do you think you're going? Kill with the Qin Longsword energy. His face quickly turned pale. Damn it, I absolutely will not die. Ngox-Duong hurriedly pulled Ngotin away to support him. Scholar Bai Mian, now is the time for you to show your loyalty, but he's still stunned. What? Oh no. Then a thick cloud of smoke enveloped everything. He and his men hurriedly fled. Diaphan, just wait and see. I will definitely come back, and next time will be your funeral day. He stood below and sneered, There won't be a next time, old master. He escaped and teleported in front of Ngox-Duong. From here, little rascal, offending Master Deep still hopes to retreat safely. He was stunned. What? Then the old Taoist master struck a palm at Ngoc Duong's chest and shouted, "Get back here!" "Ngoc Duong, do you have anything else to say?" "Deep, deep Han. Don't kill me. Huyet Tu Duong is yours. Huadong also belongs to you. I won't take anything. Just let me go this once, and everything I have will be yours." "Ngoc Duong, maybe others see the Bloodhand Hall and Huadong as valuable, but today I have to tell you that in Diaphan's eyes those things are nothing more than dog shit." "Deep Han, you." Blood splattered in streaks as you gently waved your sword, your icy gaze fixed on the corpse. "Death cannot absolve all sins." The old Taoist priest stroked his beard, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth, acting decisively without a hint of hesitation, embodying the qualities of a true man of great ambition. Immortal Unyielding let out a relieved sigh and said, "The Bloodhand sect is no longer a threat, and the #1 Heavenly Templar has been killed, so we can finally rest for a bit." Huang Tian crossed his arms and calmly replied, "The Bloodhand sect is gone, but the Heavenly Templar Society still exists, and more experts will come here in the future, but we can't stay here guarding the villa forever." "Hansu, how did your trip to Hangzhou go in finding someone?" Diaphan explained. "They are on their way here, but their strength is still very weak and they can't instantly master combat skills. Moreover, the method of alchemy you gave me before still hasn't found the right way to refine pills for experts." Hearing this, he immediately rushed over happily. "I know the old alchemist has over 10 years of experience in alchemy. As long as I have the method, I can craft any pill." The crowd sneered, showing clear disdain. "Don't joke around. The alchemy method isn't something you can just give to anyone and expect them to succeed. You better stay here and enjoy your wine." "You're so old, be careful not to let the alchemy furnace run out and kill someone." The old Taoist snorted coldly. "Do you dare to look down on me? Today, I have to give him the paper for you to try. This is the alchemy method." As soon as he received it, the old Taoist quickly darted away like the wind. It's true that young Master Deep has good judgment. If he uses someone, he trusts them. If he doubts, he doesn't use them. Truly a person with great ambition. Seeing that, his eyes flashed with displeasure. "Hanzi, can this crazy old man be trusted? It's too dangerous." The other two also agree. "Hanzi, this alchemy method is very precious and cannot be easily shared with others. Is this person worthy?" Diaphan gently stroked his chin with a mysterious look in his eyes, waiting for the result. There might be a surprise. Soon after, your people gathered around him non-stop praising him. I didn't expect the old sage to truly have talent, claiming he could produce it instantly. This must be the elixir that can accelerate the growth of strength, right? Impressive, impressive. Only a moment later, Diaphan quickly spoke up. "This pill isn't right. He doesn't care at all and immediately puts it in his mouth. What's wrong with that? Looking at how much aura this pill has, there's definitely no problem. If you don't believe me, I'll eat it in front of you and you'll see the result." Diaphan tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Wait, no, the old Taoist was chewing and praising non-stop. No wonder he was trained by me. It tastes really good. He suddenly hurriedly raised his hand to cover his face, tense as a stretched string. Wait, something doesn't seem right. The three of them are confused. What's going on? You've realized it. Shout out loud. Put down your weapons quickly. Let's get out of here. A loud snort echoed through the room. Some people hurriedly pinched their noses and recoiled. Others immediately vomited on the spot. "Oh no. Get out of my way. I'm about to faint. It's so disgusting." The old Taoist shouted angrily with fiery eyes. "Heng Tian, stay back. Your alchemy method has side effects. Why didn't you say so? Luckily I was prepared, or I would have ruined you." He stepped forward and grabbed his collar. "This is the alchemy method I have to risk my life for. How could it be wrong? I think you're the one who doesn't know how to refine properly." The old Taoist hurriedly scolded, claiming his alchemy skills are among the top 3 in China, clearly indicating your method has issues. Diaphan frowned and shouted, "Don't argue anymore. It's not the alchemy method that's the problem, nor the old Taoist. But this pill was inherently contaminated, which caused the side effects." Both of them turned back together, their eyes full of confusion. "What? Is it real or fake?" Diaphan holds the pill in his hand. "Watch this." The whole group gathers around you exclaiming in amazement. There really are impurities. Hantu is really impressive. He quickly figured out whether the old Taoist has a way to solve this problem or not. The old Taoist adjusts his collar calmly. "This is the 3-poison pill, an unavoidable matter. You wrote this alchemy formula yourself, so if you can't find a way, how could I possibly come up with one?" Huang Tian sighed, his eyes showing clear frustration. "There's nothing more we can do, so this is the only way, the immortal Sui Tuo. Although there are some side effects, it's only a little." Juliet thought for a moment before speaking. When giving them the pill, we stay a little apart. Diaphan pulls out another prescription from his pocket. No need. I will give you another medicine that can solve this problem. I secretly thought that the Demon Valley Yijing said that all things have opposing properties, and relying on this makes it easy to find a solution. He took the eyes that gleamed with excitement and said, "Let me see if this medicine is real or fake." Just after reading, the old Taoist priest was so shocked he opened his mouth in surprise. "Horse manure, you nod. That's right, this is what people call fighting fire with fire." He immediately went to get horse manure, making it cry uncontrollably, "I feel so dirty." The old Taoist master has finished brewing another pill. I finally succeeded in making one myself. I'll try to see how effective this medicine is. Diaphan's group immediately pinched their noses and shook their heads in refusal. "I just don't want to take that medicine. Maybe don't tell the others what's inside." "I agree." Suddenly, your phone rings. "What does Fire Phoenix want with me?" Diaphan asked immediately as he picked up the phone. "Hello, do you need something? Is the Safety Bureau giving us another task?" Without hesitation, she reported immediately. "I received news that members of the Heavenly Lord Society have attacked the underground forces in East China. If we let them succeed, all of Hoadong will surely fall into chaos. The Security Bureau can't intervene in this matter. You must stop them." He frowned, his expression tense. "All right, send me the address. I'll be there immediately." "Why are the 5 of you just standing there like idiots?" Looking at the people from Truongtho, their faces are covered with bruises. "If you fight, you can't beat me. If you surrender, you won't admit defeat. Are you all willing to die together?" North God and his subordinates behind him all sneered. "That's right. If you old men really want to die peacefully, you'd better not waste our time. If you refuse to surrender, our Heavenly Sovereign Society will make all of East China bleed. Can your old bones compare to ours?" Kneeling on the ground, he shouted in despair. Why would the Heavenly Sect act so recklessly in the Flower Realm, not fearing the blood debt and revenge? "You are threatening me?" The dagger in the Heavenly King's hand flashed and stabbed straight into Changsho's leg. My leg smiled seductively, eyes sparkling. "To be honest with you, the Jade Hall of the Blood Hand Sect is fighting desperately against Diaphan, and the outcome is still uncertain. From today onward, the Blood Hand Sect no longer exists. Our Heavenly Sovereign Society will dominate East China." Upon hearing this, his men couldn't believe it. "What? The Bloodblade Society has been destroyed? Relying on Bloodhand Alley, we can only stop the attacks from other forces. But if Jade Path is gone, then no one in East China can stand up against the Heavenly Lord Society. Are we really going to submit to them?" The Heavenly Lord steps forward with commanding power. "Everlasting, I give you one last chance. Surrender and live, resist and die." T chooses to surrender. As soon as he finishes speaking, a loud noise from outside the door makes everyone turn to look. Your hand is holding the bag and opening the door, then stepping in. I won't allow it. Everyone was stunned. Yahanya frowned and shouted in anger. "That's not right. Why are you here? Where is the first Heavenly King?" You throw the bag directly in front of them. He has already been killed by me. As soon as they see what's inside, they immediately disperse. "Are both the head of the first Heavenly King and Yu Tuong really killed by Diaphan? I didn't expect him to be this powerful. What exactly is going on?" Truongtho's people cheered loudly. "This is great news. The #1 Heavenly King is dead. The Heavenly Lord Society is probably about to disband. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Luckily, it was Diaphan. The Heavenly Lord retreated step by step, unable to stand firm. "This can't be real. You are still a whole realm below the first Heavenly King. There's no way you could have killed him. This must be fake." The young man drew his sword coldly. "Whether it's real or fake, you'll find out for yourself." She huffs coldly and quickly pulls out 2 daggers. "You are only at the late foundation stage. What can you do to me? I will kill you and naturally expose your lies." Diaphan's sword emits a blinding golden light, the yin-yang balance sword, as the Heavenly Tun calmly throws a spear and charges at the same time, a tiny sword trying to confront me. "Go and die." Handiem Song Vu, he held out his sword in front of him, and a series of other swords appeared simultaneously. "Who says I only have a broken sword?" The Taiji gives rise to Liang Yi gives rise to 4 symbols, the 4 symbols give rise to 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams generate all things. Why be afraid? 6 spears simultaneously pierced through the Heavenly King's body, causing her to collapse covered in wounds. "That's too powerful." The people in the room were stunned and panicked. The master of acupuncture was killed with just 1 move, and he looked to be under 20 years old. Even in Hoadong, we have such a talented hero, but we didn't know. All of the Heavenly Sovereign's subordinates immediately fled in chaos. "Run quickly. The 3rd Heavenly King has also fallen at his hands. He's too terrifying for us to be his match. If you don't run, staying here will only lead to death." Diaphan snorted coldly, his eyes sharp as a blade. Running away isn't that simple. Your sword swept straight through them. Beaten and lying before you, Beitan stood frozen, staring in disbelief as they collapsed. He fell to his knees, begging desperately. Don't kill me. I still have an elderly mother above and a child below. I just joined the Heavenly Lord Society yesterday. I haven't done anything bad. Diaphan pressed his sword against Bakthan's neck with a cold look and said, Rest assured, I won't kill you. I want you to immediately return to the Heavenly Lord Society and tell them that with Diaphan here, the Heavenly Lord Society shouldn't even think about causing chaos in the Flower Grove. He nodded repeatedly. All right, I understand. I will return to Hangzhou and definitely convey young Master Diep's message to the Heavenly Lord Society. He directly kicked him out the door. Get out. Truong Tho stepped forward, clasped his hands in gratitude and said, Thank you, young Master Diep, for your help. We are willing to contribute all our resources to the blood prison path to you. Diaphan's face remained cold as he replied, I saved you not out of your feelings. I just want to ask you something. Do you want to be forever controlled by others? Or do you want to join forces with me to drive those beasts out of East China? He knelt down to show respect. Young Master Diep can still defeat Ngoch Duong and the First Heavenly King. I am willing to follow young Master Diep. I am willing to fight alongside Diep Tieu to defeat Tien Ton Hoi. You step forward to begin treating Truong Tho's wounds. You have made a very wise choice. I see that you are injured. Let me help you treat it. Diaphan thought to himself. As long as the wound isn't too serious, the spiritual energy within my body can fully heal it. A stream of blue aura spread from your hand. The people standing around couldn't hide their amazement. My goodness, is this a fairy? But being able to heal wounds instantly is so powerful. Following someone like this means we won't have to suffer shame. After healing, Diaphan casually put his hands in his pockets. Uncle Lam has shown his attitude. But what about the others? They immediately knelt down, cupped their fists, and spoke in unison. I agree to follow young Master Diet in the pursuit of the Heavenly Lord Society. He turns around and offers a gentle smile. Very well, in 10 days we will go to Hangzhou to attack the Heavenly Lord Society. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Lord Society, where he reports nervously, Great Elder, that's how it is. She maintains a solemn stance, her icy gaze fixed on the northern god. Diaphan only used one move to kill the third Heavenly King, and also said that in 10 days they would arrive in Hangzhou to fight the Heavenly Sect. The no-fat Kim Kwang, standing solemnly beside, listens to the report. He is truly very powerful. Many of his brothers have been killed by him. Only I, the little one, can return. No-fat stands before him, raising his hand with authority. If everyone with you has already died, then why don't you die with them? He shouted in fear, begging for mercy. Bei Shen was thrown far away, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, the Black Widow finally spoke in a cold tone. No-fat must stay calm. The immediate priority is to reclaim the remaining territory of the Bloodhand sect. Don't focus too much on Diaphan, or it could jeopardize the great cause of the Heavenly Lord Society. Does he have to grit his teeth and frown in anger just to watch Diaphan be so smug? Since when did the Heavenly Templar Society have to endure humiliation like this? She chuckled softly, a cunning and scheming smile. Of course not. If Diaphan comes himself in 10 days, then we should take this opportunity to prepare the grand formation and capture them all. No. Fat stepped closer, his body pressed against hers. Could the strategist already have a plan? The dark beauty tilted her head and whispered into his ear. Like this. Like this. Mu Dongjia heard that and burst out laughing. Then Diaphan and the 5 leaders must all die. She covered her mouth as a faint smile appeared, ready to celebrate. Huadong will soon become our territory of the Heavenly Lord Society. No Fat lifted her chin with his hand. Let's celebrate first. Cut to 3 days later, you take Doan Ni out to play. Diaphan, there are still many unresolved matters at home. Why do you want to go to Hangzhou? And really, what's so urgent there? Seeing her pouting, he smiled and said, All right, don't be angry anymore. They were once our partners after all. Show some respect for them. Mian Senjak stepped out with a domineering gait. Diaphan, you're finally here. He walks over with a friendly smile and shakes hands. You haven't arrived yet, so I was already planning to go to Sunhai City to pick you up. Come in. You smiled and replied, So calling me here in such a hurry must mean there's something important, right? Menj explained everything as he walked away. My friend's friend who held the financial power suddenly fell from grace a few days ago. His identity is very special, so this cannot be revealed. He is my boss. I can only ask for your help. Diaphan and Shi follow behind. He's my friend, so if he's your boss, I'll go over there and check it out. Inside the room, he lies weakly on the bed. Has the doctor not found a treatment method yet? I can't move my whole body right now, and I feel myself getting weaker as I speak. Dr. Duong smiles reassuringly and says, Mr. Ko, don't worry. We have a way. We can cure your illness very soon. But inside, he was still worried, thinking what illness it could be that they couldn't diagnose, let alone find a cure. He could only comfort him first and then figure out a way. Misen suddenly burst into the room from outside. Mr. Keo, I have already called Diaphan. He is the best traditional Chinese medicine doctor I have ever met in China. Hearing that, Dr. Duong shook his head and refused. No, no, no. Traditional medicine is all scams, just shamans. He can't cure your disease, Mr. Keo. Jack approached the bed and explained thoroughly. No, Diaphan is not a scammer. He only used a few needles to cure my illness. Mr. Keo, you must try. He firmly and honestly argued, your condition is extremely complicated and cannot be cured by acupuncture alone. I am the most renowned Western doctor, having written countless research papers. No one understands Mr. Keo's condition better than I do. And as he heard this, he stepped in, embraced Doni's waist, and left. It seems that no one here welcomes us. If that's the case, then we will take our leave. Senj Jack immediately reacted, trying to stop him. Wait. He turned to the man and said seriously, Mr. Ko, this is very urgent now. If you cannot recover in time, a major incident will happen across Europe. No matter what, I have to try once. The old man weakly nodded. All right, out of respect for Jiao, I agree to let him try. Dr. Duong was about to shake his head in refusal when he was suddenly slapped hard across the face. Get out. Haven't you heard that he has already agreed? Diaphan carefully pulled back the blanket. So that's how it is. His eyes narrowed as he stroked his chin in thought. The evil energy had invaded the body, causing the meridians to become blocked. This is a severe case of rigidity. And if it persists for another day or two, it could threaten the person's life. Dr. Duong holds the ice pack to his cheek, his tone full of mockery. Are you writing a novel to deceive people? I have read countless medical reports and have never heard of a disease called corpse possession. Diaphan turned around and smirked. Besides proving how ignorant you are, what else could your words possibly prove? He angrily pointed his finger in his face and said, You're quite something. I want to see how you're going to treat this illness. Diaphan nonchalantly pulls out the needles directly. The 3 needles of Tam Duong Queen Nguyen Kim are inserted straight into the body, causing pain that makes him scream loudly throughout the room. I'm so uncomfortable. Why does my body feel like it's burning with flames? MJ Jack approaches with a worried look. Diaphan, what exactly is going on? Dr. Duong behind sneers. Do you still need to ask why? This kid's acupuncture method must be flawed. I told you those quack doctors are all con artists. He replied, Don't worry, he's about to recover. With that, Ko sat up, his face already looking rosy again. Wait a moment, I think I can move again. Here, this feeling is so familiar. That's great. He carefully stepped forward to help him stand up. That's right, Ko, you can move again. That's great, you're finally recovering. All of this is thanks to Ye Han. He bowed his head in gratitude. Master Diaphan, Tramq is truly a miracle of traditional Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine is number 1. He raised his eyebrows and looked at him. The private doctor just now had said that Chinese medicine is all quacks. Dr. Duong couldn't believe his eyes and knelt down, holding his head. This can't be happening. My team and I examined for a long time but still couldn't find the illness or a cure. How could he recover so easily? I don't believe it. Keo, furious, slapped him hard across the face. Damn it, you just said you found the illness? Turns out you were lying all along. Dr. Duong will be dismissed from today. Mr. Quay turned back with a smile and looked at Diaphan. Your rescue truly leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. From now on, just come find me. If anything happens, I will definitely do my best to help. Diaphan smiled and took Keo's hand, saying, I truly hope we can support each other in the future, not just because I saved you today. He smiled and replied, The people of Huaxia are very honorable and generous. We agreed to support each other and help one another in the future. Nench respectfully bowed and told Mr. Keo that the banquet had been prepared for 2 days, and today was the last day. If he still did not appear, there might be some bad rumors. Now that he is recovered, we should go there immediately. He nodded and ordered the arrangements for Diaphan. All right, Jiak, you take Diep there first. I'll go take a bath and change clothes before coming later. Then she turned to look at the 2 relaxed people and said, Tonight, I want to introduce this very important guest to the Southern business community. The scene shifts to the evening at the banquet hall, where a group of young ladies surrounds and praises one person. Miss Ngo is truly stunning and captivating, and also intelligent and bright. Today in this hall, everyone is just common and vulgar. No one is worthy to compare with Miss Ngo. No wonder young Master Mo Dongthien regards Miss Ngo as a gem and keeps her close. Even a woman like me can't help but be moved by Miss Ngo. Kuyaingia raised her glass and lightly tilted her face, saying, "No, you're overestimating me. I hurried here today and didn't have time to do my makeup, so my appearance is only about 3 points." The noble young men beside her all looked over, saying, "Look at Jiangia's demeanor. It seems this banquet was organized for her. There's nothing I can do, after all, the host is late. Of course, with the real owner of the party absent, someone else will naturally see themselves as the main character. I heard that Lord Kyo fell ill, so he's been delaying and refusing to appear for so long. Today's the last day of the party, so I doubt he'll show up." Truongan excitedly pushes the door open from outside to announce that Lord Kyo has arrived. Everyone in the banquet hall looked over in surprise. "What? Lord Kyo has arrived. That's great news. Finally, I can see your presence in person. Mr. Kyo has arrived. Let's go welcome him." As soon as he finished speaking, a luxury white car pulled up in front of the door. Ngenjikak opened the door and stepped out. As soon as he stepped out, he immediately caused a stir among the crowd. "Oh my God, I never thought I would actually see Mr. Kyo in person. The richest man in Europe is truly excited. I never expected Mr. Kyo to show up on the last day of the party. If we can seize this opportunity to establish a connection with him, our business in Europe will surely reach a new level." Menje opened the side door and said, "Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Mr. Kyo will arrive soon. These two are Mr. Diaphan and Miss Don Ni, your honored guests." "What is going on here? Why are there 2 Chinese people in Mr. Kyo's car? Where did these 2 come from? How could they become esteemed guests of Mr. Kyo?" All eyes were fixed on the 2, scrutinizing every gesture. "Why think so much about it? What we don't care about is whether he's Kyo or his friend. What we want is to build a relationship. Mr. Deep, Miss Chu, here is my business card. In the future, if you have the chance, please visit my shop for a look around. Mr. Deep, if you're interested in suits, feel free to try on some at my store. I am a feng shui expert. If you have any issues, you can come see me any time." Diaphan awkwardly smiled and raised his hand in a reluctant greeting. All right. Thank you, everyone," Duani thought to herself. This is the first time she's been surrounded by thousands of people trying to pull her into the relationship. In anger, Jia Ingia clenched the glass in her hand. Damn it, she dared to steal her spotlight again. She shouted into the crowd, "Everyone, get out of the way, I want to speak to Miss Chu." The crowd frowns and points in that direction. "What kind of trouble is Fanny up to? She seems very unhappy with your friend." That Fanny is just jealous of that girl, which is why she's deliberately causing trouble. "I think your friend Kyo's girl has taken the spotlight from her, so she's upset." Jia Nungia raises her glass and holds it in front of her. "Since you could come here in Ngai Kyo's car, I assume this is his new toy, right? I just want to warn you that being around wealthy men always attracts women, and soon enough you might be kicked out." Hearing these insulting words, Doan-ni frowned in anger. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you have eyes? Can't you see my boyfriend standing right next to me?" She sneered, her eyes flashing with sarcasm and disdain. "Your boyfriend is probably just a cuckolded fool." Before he could finish speaking, he was struck with a sharp slap, and the one who hit him was none other than Diaphan. She covered her face with her bony hand and pointed at him, scolding, "Are you daring to challenge me? How dare you hit me?" Diaphan stood there with a cold gaze, emotionless and indifferent, ignoring the chaos around him as the 2 people moved into the center of the crowd. Who is that young man? Deng Tian's woman dares to hit him too. Deng Tian is no ordinary person. Kyo can't do business in China without consulting Deng Kan, so things are getting more and more interesting. Kyo's distinguished guest ended up having a conflict with his biggest partner, and I wonder which side Kyo will choose. She gritted her teeth and slowly forced herself to stand up. "Diaphan, you dare to hit me in front of everyone. No one has ever dared to insult me like this before." Seeing the 2 of you surrounded by people, Jiangia was filled with rage in his heart. "I must make you pay." Menjak slightly worriedly reminded Diaphan, "You were a bit too agitated earlier. That woman is Mo Deng Tian's sweetheart, and the Mo Deng family is the head of the Southern Trading Guild. Deng Tian is powerful and influential, and hitting his woman is like slapping him in the face. This might be hard to resolve." He turned his face away, showing a dismissive attitude. "I don't care who that damn Deng Tian is. Anyone who dares insult my girlfriend won't get away with it." As soon as he stepped through the door, he started laughing loudly and talking big. A voice rang out coldly. "I need to see who dares to disrespect me." Deng Tian walked in confidently, smoking next to Jiangia, while the gossipers nearby whispered again. Deng Tian is someone who values face highly. Even if his girlfriend was beaten in front of so many people, even if she is a guest of Kyo, he cannot swallow this insult. "I heard that Mr. Kyo just closed a big deal with the Mo Deng family. I wonder if this will have a big impact. Are you joking? In front of profit, no matter how honorable a guest is, money comes first." She stepped behind Diaphan and pointed, "Brother Tian, it's this guy." Gia, furious and fuming, accused, "If you only said a few words, who knew he would dare slap you? You must teach him a lesson, or no one will respect you in the future." Denai couldn't hold back and tried to step forward, but he stopped her. "Are you too shameless, woman? You clearly insulted us first." Diaphan just made his move. Everyone can testify. He pinched her cheek with the cigarette in his mouth and said with a smile, "I don't need to know the reason, I only know that you hit Dung Tien's woman. You have to understand that even a dog raised by Dung Tien isn't someone everyone can mess with, and besides, you dared to lay a hand on a girl, my Dung Tien's girlfriend." She grits her teeth in anger, ready to confront him. "What more do you want?" He raised his hand to stop her. "Duan Ni, stay calm. Don't let them say more." He snorted coldly, amputated his own arm, and bowed his head to apologize to me. "I consider this matter settled." "What if I don't do it then?" Dung Tien snapped the cigarette in his hand, his face turning cold. "If I had stepped in myself, you wouldn't have just lost an arm." The two of them looked at each other with lightning in their eyes. Even Goch Duong of the Blood Guard once threatened me like that. But now, his grave is overgrown by 3-foot-high grass. It seems you want to follow in his footsteps. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. Ngoch Duong was actually defeated by this kid. It seems he does have some strength, just a little power is useless without influence. Behind Dung Tien is the Mo family, the #1 family in the south, and the blood prison of Ngoch Duong is not even a fraction of the Modong family. The strength and status of these two people are not to be underestimated. One is the young master of the #1 great family in the south. Dung Tien, the other one, has already defeated Ngoch Duong and is a guest of the Ko family. Diaphan, there's a good show coming up next. He sneered, put his hands in his pockets, and said, "Diaphan, I think you should understand the situation. A trash like Ngoch Duong doesn't even deserve to stand before someone from the Miodong family. As for Mr. I think a businessman like him standing between us and you shouldn't find it too difficult to choose." Just mentioning his name, he hurriedly stepped forward. Keo walks in, bows slightly, and places his hand on his chest in a formal gesture. "The gentlemen and ladies hope you forgive my absence from the 2 days of the banquet." Today, we observe the situation around him with a puzzled look. Diaphan and Modong, these two are him. Turning with a meaningful tone to make a proposal, "Mr. Ko, you arrived just in time. I agree to give up 1% of our profits in the business, but in return, you can't protect Diaphan in any way." Those gossipers were stunned again. 1% profit over tens of millions. Is Dung Tien really so rich that he's stupid? Why would he give up tens of millions in profit just for someone like Diaphan whose background is unclear? You have money to speak up, and you don't hold back from anything. Gia stood there speechless, biting his lip, knowing that in Dung Tien's eyes he was worth less than the dog he kept, clearly just putting on a show for outsiders. But her face showed a wicked smile. Today Dung Tien actually agreed to help me vent my anger, directly giving the partner 1% profit. From now on I have nothing to fear in advancing deeper into the high society of Hangzhou. "Mr. Ko, I don't know what you think about my proposal." Mr. Bin Tien smiled and shook his head in response. "Dung Tien, I think you misunderstood. I have never protected Diaphan before." Hearing this, he laughed out loud happily. "Then it's easy to settle. Diaphan, today, I have to make you understand that there are some people you shouldn't offend." As I was speaking, he interrupted me. "Dung Tien, let me finish what I was saying. Although I have never protected Diaphan, I have long been grateful to him." He stared wide-eyed and stunned after hearing that. "What?" The gossipers were all surprised once again. "What kind of joke is this?" They stare at you curiously, talking among themselves. "I must be hearing things, right? Mr. Keo actually said it himself. Diaphan is the one who truly protects him. Who exactly is this?" Diaphan. "Could it be that we all misjudged?" Dung Tien stammered, pointing at him. "Mr. Keo, are you sure you're not mistaken?" His face turned cold as he shook his head firmly. "There's no mistake here. I have already made myself clear. Moreover, I think the next cooperation between our two companies probably doesn't need to happen anymore." "What you just said," he shouted in shock. "Mr. Ko, are you really willing to give up the chance to expand into the Chinese market just because of Diaphan?" But hearing this, he smirked. Mudong does not represent the entire Chinese market. "What you said is a bit too arrogant," Ko Jiang declared loudly, spreading his arms wide. "I now declare that any assets with shares invested by my company will not be allowed to cooperate with the Mudong family in any form in the future. If not, I will withdraw my capital." They sighed in amazement. "Oh my God, Mr. Ko dares to oppose the Modong family right here? Is it just because Dung Tien offended Diaphan? Who exactly is this Diaphan? My company relies on Mr. Ko's investment to keep operating. It seems I have no choice but to end my business with the Mudong family." He smiled politely and bowed slightly. Mr. Kyo thanked him for his generosity, but he couldn't help but start calculating in his mind. Even though Tui Dungtien is just a worthless frog, since Kyo has stepped in to help me, I should still preserve his dignity. I will thank him a little. He brushed past him and patted Ye Huan on the shoulder. We're all brothers. No need to be polite. Your matter is also my matter. After all, not long ago we agreed to support each other and help one another. His eyes fixed on him, secretly thinking that this young guy Diaphan, although hiding his true strength, definitely surpasses all the doctors out there. If I can take this opportunity to build a close relationship with him, my business in Huazhu will surely thrive more and more in the future. Jiangia at that time was still clinging on, not understanding the situation. Tian, what should we do now? They actually want to end the partnership with the Mudong family, and he, angry beyond control, slapped her. Get out. Looking at Jiangia lying on the ground, Dungtien stomps and scolds. If it weren't for you, would everything have turned out this way? Diaphan, in the upper circles I have powerful backing. I really can't do anything for you, but what about in the martial world? I know you're also a martial artist. Dare to face me in a fight, a life and death match to settle who is better. Diaphan, holding Doan Ni, glanced back and said, What are you that you dare to challenge me? He smiled and said, That's right, today we have to drink to our heart's content. M. Senjak laughed loudly. Diaphan, don't let a few stray dogs ruin the mood. He looked like a clown being mocked by everyone. This is the first time I've seen Dungtien humiliated like this. He used to just bully others arrogantly. Today, Dungtien also got a lesson. They didn't care about him at all and didn't give him any face. Just now they looked down on Diaphan, but unexpectedly even Mr. Kyo had to show respect to Diaphan. Dungtien is having a really bad day today. He couldn't swallow this insult and immediately attacked. Diaphan, I will kill you. She turned around, covering her mouth as she shouted in warning. What? Be careful. Diaphan just kicked Dungtien to the ground with a simple kick. Get out of my sight. He watched him roll away like a little dog, and next time you'll definitely die. Dungtien trembled with blood all over his mouth. You dare to ruin my danding. The scene shifts to evening in a riverside area where two people are talking, and suddenly an explosion erupts. Damn it! Vu Tin bowed seriously and reported, Everything is as it is. Young Master Tiandu has now become a cripple. He clenched his fist and nodded. I understand now. You can step back. As he was leaving, Tian Xuan suddenly spoke. If you're already here, why hide and retreat? As soon as she finished speaking, two figures swiftly flashed behind her, disappearing and reappearing in an instant. The Black Fruit Lady smiled enchantingly. Truly the strongest in the Mudong family. Modong young master's perception is truly sharp. He glances coldly and cuts in, saying, Forget it. Don't waste my time any longer. Seeing her disrespectful attitude, the angry Buddha was about to charge forward, but her pupil quickly raised her hand to stop her. Young Master Modong truly is a straightforward person, so I'll be direct. The Black Widow places the box on the table and says, I really can't hide it. Our Heavenly Lord Society has a grudge against Diaphan. Your Modong family also has a grudge against Diaphan. Our Heavenly Sovereign Society is willing to support you. The contents of this box are the 10 layers of night flowers and the blood demon pill. The 10,000-fold dark poison and 10,000-flower night poison are deadly, and the blood flame pill can boost combat power temporarily. Tiankung snorted coldly without turning his head back. Dealing with trash like Diaphan, do you think I need those things? She smiled. Young Master Modong obviously has the ability to defeat Diaphan. We're just providing some support for him. After saying that, both of them quickly left. Well then, see you again. Young Master Modong placed his hand on the box, enunciating each word clearly. Diaphan, I must kill you. Night falls, and the scene shifts to the dark branch of the Heavenly Lord Society. The Black Widow lies on the bed, her red dress tightly hugging her thighs. This still isn't good enough. Keep going. No Fat quickly jumps off the bed, sweat beading on his forehead. No, it's almost dawn. You really don't have a single drop left. She frowned discontentedly and got off the bed, truly useless. He asked, Do you really think that Tiangung can kill Diaphan? If Tianxun can kill Diaphan, that's best. If not, it doesn't matter, as long as he can hold Diaphan back, because ultimately our only goal is to seize all of East China. With that, she turned back, her eyes revealing a deadly intent. Truong Tho is about to arrive in Hangzhou. As long as we establish a relationship with them, no matter how strong Diaphan is, he won't have a chance to catch us. No Fat thumbs up praised. This move is truly clever. I can't wait to see Diaphan in a miserable state. The Black Widow stepped forward, skillfully lifting his chin with a teasing look in her eyes, saying, I see you've recovered your strength. Shall we continue? While No Fat hurriedly ran away, too scared to look back. No, no, the matter of the association is more important. I will send someone to pick up the Truongtho delegation. She's useless, huffing coldly. The scene shifts inside Ko's villa where they are happily chatting. Diaphan, you really showed that Dung Thien guy a lesson today. It was so cool. Let's not mention that rotten name anymore. Come on, drink. Tonight, no matter what, I won't go home. Drunk. Dahan hurriedly runs in holding the letter. Mr. Diep. He knelt respectfully with both hands extended. Just now, someone from the Modung family delivered an envelope, and Thian Quang said he wants to have a life-and-death duel with you tomorrow afternoon, in front of everyone. What? A death match? He set down his glass with a smile and said, Are all the people of the Modung family just dogs? Just by sniffing, I quickly found them and fought. This time I will completely subdue them. Diaphan stood up, looking pleased as he spoke. He wrote a letter to Tian Chong saying that I accept his challenge. Daha received the order and immediately left quickly. All right, Doani looked at him worriedly. Diaphan, I heard that crazy guy is very strong. The strongest among the young cultivators in the southern martial arts world. You can't underestimate him. Ko also nodded beside him. That's right, Diaphan, and the Modung family is a very powerful force in the city. Even if you win this battle, you must be careful of their coordinated encirclement and attack. Some things can't be avoided no matter how you hide, so it's better to face them directly while secretly calculating in your mind. Turns out, Hung Tian and Chang Shou are also about to arrive. The sky gradually brightened as the scene shifted to peaceful Dong Ho, where a group gathered and lively voices echoed everywhere. Unexpectedly, the most talented among the young martial artists of the South, Tian Kung wanted to challenge Diaphan, who had already destroyed the Bloodguard sect, and in terms of strength, Tian Kung still held a slight edge. I heard he has already reached the peak of the Rendu realm, while Diaphan is only at the Boi Nguyen stage. Tian Quang is undefeated among the younger generation of martial artists in the South. You could say Diaphan is walking straight into his own death. The passionate fans are waving banners. Young Master Modung has arrived. He's so handsome. Mom, I want to marry him. Young Master Modung, I love you. He ignores everything and turns to look at Son Gan. Everything is ready. I report that all the major forces in the city have been invited here. Tian Sung clenched his fists with a satisfied expression and said, Very well. Today I will make everyone know that anyone who dares to offend the Modung family will only have one way to die. You put your arm around Don Nai and walk over with Ko Men and Jack. Tian Quang gathered many people here. Is he planning to hold a celebration himself? He turned back and shouted loudly, Diaphan, I don't want to waste words on a scoundrel like you, just fight me directly. Then, Tian Quang soared into the air, standing on a lotus leaf amidst the noisy chatter, able to stand steadily on the water surface with just a thin lotus leaf. Tian Quang has the ability to control his aura. He's truly formidable. This technique is probably unique in this city. Hurry and capture it. This will be the main headline for tomorrow's paper. With just one hand, young Master Mudung can already crush Diaphan. You sneered and charged forward like lightning. Tian Quang, today I will show you that you are nothing but a paper tiger. Seeing your actions, all the criticism faded away, leaving only surprise. Here, Diaphan can walk calmly across the surface of the lake without relying on anything. Oh my God, her control power is even stronger than Tian Quang. Suddenly, I feel this fight might be hard to call a winner. The scene shifts to Hox Quafu's place. Sitting on the chair, she couldn't hide her excitement. The decisive battle between Diaphan and Tian Quang is about to begin, and we can also start our actions. As soon as he stepped out, the black fruit woman spoke, No Fat. Those guys from Truongtho are entrusted to you. Don't mess things up. He nodded, reassuring her. Those useless old men. No Fat and his subordinates went outside, and if they encounter them, he will bring their heads to see you. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, she walks to the window, gazing outside. Diaphan, I now hope you can win. Wait until you win and learn that the Long Life group has been captured. Your expression must be very ugly. Returning to the fight, he said, Tian Kung, the scenery here is not bad. Very suitable for burying you. He snorted coldly and immediately made his move, his hand flicking and water splashing everywhere. Diaphan, I want to see if your skills match the words coming out of your mouth. Tian Quang unleashes the Ho Tiu Long Ngam fist, power exploding, with water transforming into beast shapes behind him. The fanatics cheer wildly, and as soon as Tian Quang strikes, he uses his ultimate move. Diaphan, this is basically doomed. Ho Tiu Long Ngam Quan, the ultimate move that Tian Quang is most proud of. Rumor has it that a punch weighs over 10,000 jin. Diaphan definitely can't withstand this move unless he shatters the camera in his hand. He sneered coldly and flew up mocking, "What kind of monkey-crying dragon roar is that? Today I will show you what truly defines Dragon Fist and Tiger Fist." Diaphan unleashes a move similar to the dragon and tiger twin forms, forming a powerful parallel dragon and tiger image. The two techniques clash, causing a mighty explosion. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly lowered them, but that was all. He collapsed, blood flowing from his mouth. Damn it, the onlookers are sweating with worry. Is this Tien Kung? How come he's weaker? Could it be that we misjudged Diaphan? Where is the guy who said he would smash the camera? Hurry up and do it. Xiaohuang, holding the camera, said, "Just break it." This time, Diaphan was just lucky. Tien Kwang's swordsmanship is the strongest, and his next move will definitely win. He stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Diaphan, I didn't expect you to have some real strength. I admit I underestimated you earlier." Tien Kung took out a red pill from his shirt and swallowed it directly. "Damn it, I underestimated Diaphan. It looks like I have to use the elixir given by the Heavenly Lord's sect. But next, you're definitely going to die." The power within him erupts violently. "Explode for me." The crowd outside was stunned and whispering in amazement. Tien Kung's aura unexpectedly surged that quickly. What exactly is going on? It seems he has taken some kind of drug that boosts his strength temporarily, and I didn't expect him to resort to this trick. Diaphan has pushed Tien Kwang to this point again. This time, Tien Kwang will definitely win. If he loses again, I will eat shit. You frown suspiciously at that. Demon Fire Pill, this is a secret medicine only the Celestial Lord Society possesses. I didn't expect you to collude with them. He raised his hand and shouted loudly, causing the air to shake. "If I can kill you, that's enough. Where is your sword?" Standing in a corner, Sunung quickly draws his sword. "Young master," the heaven-crazed sword raises its blade towards Diaphan, eyes full of madness. "At first, the heavenly sect prepared poison for me, but now with the 3 flowers gathering at the peak, I can kill you without poison. You think being at the peak of the 3 flowers is that impressive? I have even more powerful moves up my sleeve." He was furious, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Diaphan, don't show off here. The triple flower gathering peak is a realm that requires focused spirit and concentration to attain. No matter what technique you use, you won't succeed." Zhang spreads his legs, closes his eyes, and begins to cast his spell. The Demon Cave's secret technique, 9 Origin Supreme. A giant green tree stretches tall, piercing the sky. "What is this? How can this be?" Mobok approached and patted Mo Tran, who was completely stunned. "Look over there." A lotus flower suddenly appeared above Diaphan's head, and it seemed to be continuously attacking Tien Kwang. He was stunned and said, "I initially thought that 9 Origin Seal was just a legendary move, but today, I saw Diaphan use it." Little Huang's eyes were bloodshot and clenched tightly. "Tien Kung, keep going. You can't lose or I'll have to eat his share." You stand there with your mind full of thoughts, realizing that the spiritual energy you cultivate is different from that of ordinary martial artists. This is your chance to use a technique that consumes a huge amount of power from the Demon Valley secret scripture. Although he could only hold on for a minute, it was enough to defeat Tien Kwang. He ignored everything and charged forward to attack. "No, I don't believe it. I have been training my body since I was 3, practicing martial arts at 4, and by 6 I was leading others to kill enemies. How can you be stronger than me?" "Diaphan, don't think that relying on these toys can make me confused. Today, you will definitely be the one to die." He closed his eyes and let out a cold snort. "Sorry for the trouble, but I can't assist with that request." "Then let me dispel that foolish idea of yours. The 2 opposing energies are about to collide. Die. The Great One's Divine Sky Sword, Yin-Yang Staff of Righteousness, 10,000 Sword Sect. Diaphan's sword pierces through his technique, charging straight at him. "What?" Tien Kwang directly collapsed into the water. Tien Kwang sank into the water, his eyes wide open. I can't accept this." Diaphan raised an eyebrow, showing disdain. "Tien Kwang is dead." Immediately, shouts echoed throughout the arena. Tien Kwang's schemes were numerous, but in the end, he still died at Diaphan's hands. After this battle, Diaphan would be the strongest among the young fighters of the southern martial world. I never expected to witness such a legendary miracle firsthand. It's truly a stroke of luck. Tien Kwang prepared such a grand battle formation, but in the end, he ended up costing himself his life. Indeed, Xiao Huang over here is crying and kneeling before the pile of dung saying, "I was wrong, I really can't eat anymore." But these people won't let him go just because of that. Hurry up and eat, you must finish everything today. After finishing this pile, you'll move on to the next. Do you like being a wild king? Today, I will make you taste enough. Little Huang could only tremble now, both despicable and vile. Duan Ni quickly ran over to ask if you were okay. Diaphan, are you all right? You helplessly waved your hand to reassure her it's nothing, just a little exhaustion. Keo Philip also approached with a heavy heart. Diaphan, you have killed Tian Kuang. The Modong family will definitely not let this go. He confidently assured her, don't worry, I am prepared. Suddenly, someone approached, causing everyone to turn their heads. Diaphan, I didn't expect you to actually be able to kill Tian Kuang. You're truly a young hero. You frown, showing little enthusiasm. Members of the Heavenly Sovereign Society. Diaphan steps forward to shield her. So you finally decided to reveal yourselves? I smirked, lightly licking my lips. Diaphan, you first eliminated the Bloodblade path, and even killing Tian Kuang. I have to admit, you're very strong. As long as you join my Heavenly Lord Society, our past grudges will be forgiven, and I will personally serve you. That move made Nyan Ni furious. Does even he have to be on guard? Diaphan straightforwardly pushed her away, with no nonsense. He looked at the widow with contempt, without any hesitation. Look at yourself, too. You're already this old and still trying to chase after younger men. It's disgusting. Doni quickly stepped forward to scold. Diaphan doesn't like women like you, but Doani's words didn't make her angry. In fact, she felt quite pleased. The widow smugly took out her phone and said, don't jump to conclusions. Watch this message. And I believe you'll change your mind. It says that the Truong Tho group has been dealt with. You didn't back down either, directly pulling out your phone. I also have some news here and hope you read it carefully. There is a message on Diaphan's phone indicating that no fat has been captured. Truong Tho's people are all safe and sound. Seeing this, her face immediately darkened. What? This can't be true. You smirk in satisfaction at the widow's reaction. You capturing Truong Tho wasn't just to dominate the entire East China power, was it? Don't think I haven't considered this. Since I refuse to accept the truth, I'll just call. Nuo. Fat. Nuo. Fat. What is really going on? Quickly, answer my phone. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw No Fat being dragged over by Huan Tian's men, battered and exhausted. No need to call anymore. He's here. He stammered an apology. Kwafu, they had been prepared all along. You just led people there and were ambushed. They're too many and all very strong. You're no match for us. She immediately darkened her face. How could this be? Diaphan then slowly approached. The demoness Tian Kuang has been killed by me, and the furious Buddha has also been captured by me. You have no more cards left to save yourself. He pointed at the widow with a proud look. She lost. After the group of women was dealt with, Don Ni ran over and hugged Diaphan's arm. If that's the case, everything on this side of Hang City has been settled, and it's time to return to the Sea of Mountains. She may be tied up, but she's still stubborn. No, I will absolutely not lose. As long as I can kill you, I can still survive. The widow somehow broke free and attacked you. Go to hell. 9 yin poison claw. But that attack had no effect on Diaphan. He clenched his fists tighter, struggling even as he was about to die. Diaphan repeatedly threw punches that shattered her defenses, unleashing a brutal assault, the 18 continuous strikes. The widow was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. What? She was then pushed back a long distance. He looked at the fallen woman on the ground and sneered. Aren't you the one who likes fighting? So how is it? Does this martial art suit you? Diaphan sneered. What's wrong? Is this just a little force and you're already unable to handle it? Ah, I was so angry I wanted to go crazy, but I could only tremble and curse. Damn you, Diaphan. You point your sword at the concubine and threaten to immediately order your people to leave Hoadong, or I will take your life. Those words make her grind her teeth in fury. You furious beast who has been chained all this time finally speaks. The virtuous wife must take revenge before it's too late. But first she must keep her life. Although unwilling, she still had to concede. I ordered her to do so. The concubine turned back and shouted for our people to immediately withdraw from East China. The others were stunned after hearing this. Oh my God. They immediately each took out a phone to make a report. Hello, immediately tell our people to withdraw from East China. No need to ask why. This is the leader's order. Execute immediately. Calmly turning back, he said, Zhao, first lock up the Nuo Buddha and this widow in prison and wait until the heavenly sex people withdraw from East China before proceeding. Heng Tian will respond immediately. Then he pointed at her and gave the order. Everyone, seize her and throw the concubine into prison. Others quickly responded, and Kantu suddenly appeared out of nowhere, shouting, Well done. In a short time, you killed Tian Chong and forced the heavenly sect to retreat from East China. Next is ruling the country. Isn't that too peaceful already? Previously, Diet Thian and Tian Kuang were called North Nap Lan Mo Dung. Now they are called North Nap Lan Diaphan. Van Heen immediately turned to retort, causing him to be stunned. I think the day Lan comes to challenge Diaphan is not far off, and Diet Huyet Thu Duong can still chase away the heavenly sect. Who else could do such a big thing? The scene shifts to a villa in a luxury estate, and he asks as he walks, Brother Zhao, how are the people I brought back from Hang City for training? Hooray Tian happily pointed and said, they have taken the elixir from the old Taoist, now Tuan Bon is leading them to train behind the mountain. Diaphan listened, then tightened his jaw and said, that's good. The strength is further reinforced. We can immediately establish our own organization. Suddenly a shout rang out. Let me go! You startled me. In front of them was Lang Q surrounded by a group of people. I absolutely will not return to Yenkin with you. Diaphan called out, Ling Q. Yenfei coldly demanded, Lady, this is the family's decision. Today I must take you back to the Yen family no matter what. She immediately wanted to resist. I absolutely will not go back. To be married off to that twisted Diet Thien. You are dreaming, he firmly stated without any regard. Lady, there are some things you cannot decide. Then Yenfei rushed to Lang Q's side, and the old servant, feeling guilty, quickly covered her face in fear. No, at this moment you just happened to step forward to stop him. Stop. Yenfei held the person back. This young man's strength is truly terrifying, and Lang Q was overjoyed when she saw you. Diaphan, you stand coldly in front of her and then push the man's hand away. Who are you? Yenfei, embarrassed and furious, grits her teeth and warns, don't meddle in others' affairs or you'll regret it later. Lang Q quickly reports the situation to him. Diaphan, they are forcing me to go back, trying to use me as a tool for the family. I don't want to marry someone I don't love. Can you help me? I gently placed my hand on her to comfort her. Don't worry, no matter what happens, we're friends. If you don't want to go, no one can force you. Seeing that words were useless, Yenfei took action, refusing the wine and then forcing him to drink. If he was so stubborn to get involved, don't blame me for being rude. Van Tu and Van Tao stood excitedly cheering. Old Yen hadn't fought in years, but now had to step in. Kid, you're doomed. All the martial arts we know were founded by Old Yen. I heard that he mastered it 10 years ago, so he must be at the cultivation stage now. Old Yen, teach that young brat a lesson he won't forget. Diaphan saw this, and not only was he not afraid, he even looked down on it. What use is beating the drum there? Seeing everyone's gaze, he quickly moved over. Get out of my way and give him a hard slap. What, this speed? Yenfei was immediately thrown onto the car behind, and Van Tu and the other person were only then shocked and covered their mouths. Old Master Yen was slapped away. This can't be happening. This kid is unexpectedly strong. Although he's quite injured, he still manages to get up. Damn it, you dare to stop me from taking the young lady home. You're doomed. Offending the Yen family, you won't live in peace. Diaphan challenged without a hint of fear. I really want to see just how powerful the Yen family is. Yenfei quickly stood up, still muttering to himself. The Yen family has over 200 experts at the nascent Soul Peak, more than 10 of whom are among the strongest in the Boinguyan realm, and even in the capital they hold a certain status. Kid, I advise you to be sensible, and kneel to apologize to me quickly, or before I finish speaking, your people will arrive. What if not? Be careful with your words. Danger often comes from the mouth. Do you want to fight? Tuan Bon could no longer wait, and Yenfei immediately became terrified. Four master-level experts. What kind of joke is this? Diaphan continued to wave his hand and signaled, not just that, there's also the Boinguyan realm. Come out here. Right after that, a group of people immediately rushed out. Boss, what's the situation? Who's looking for trouble? My hands are itching. Let me go first. He immediately froze in place because of that. All 100 people are at the Boinguyan stage. This can't be happening. You crack your knuckles and glare threateningly. Aren't you leaving quickly? Do you want me to personally see you off? As soon as she said that, Yenfei immediately lowered her tail and ran away. No need. I'll leave right away. The guys with him are all running away too. Get in the car. Let's go quickly. Understood. Old Yen waited for us, and I didn't expect the young lady to find such a powerful group of allies. Before Yenfei could leave, Lang Q ran over to question her. Wait a moment. You just said the family gathering decided I should return. So my father didn't say anything? Does he agree too? She wondered silently in her heart. My father is the one who loves me the most. He would never agree to do that. Could it be? He just got into the car and frankly admitted that the head of the family fell ill not long ago and still hasn't woken up. From now on, everything in the family is managed by the second master. Miss, that's enough for now. Returning to Yenqing is not up to you. Lang Q could only stare blankly as the car drove away into the distance. This can't be happening. Lang Qiu suspiciously watched the car's shadow. My father has always been healthy. How could he suddenly fall ill out of nowhere? Besides, I didn't hear any news either. In the end, Diaphan quickly calmed her down. Lang Qiu, stay calm first. I'll ask some friends to find out about your father's condition. Then he took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Fire Phoenix. Yes, this is Lang Qiu's father. Please find out how he is doing now. I understand. She immediately looked over with concern. Diaphan, what's really going on with my father? You seriously recounted that the situation is a bit complicated, and there may be some hidden issues with your father's illness. It looks like I have to go with you to Yenqing. Lang Qiu suddenly threw herself into your arms. Diaphan, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do anymore. He gently reassured her. No need to be polite, aren't we, friends? We should do this. The scene shifts to Yenqing Airport, where she follows him in confusion. Diaphan, where do we go next? Aren't we going directly back to the Yen family? He replied calmly. No need to rush to the Yen family. Yenqing is a bit unfamiliar to me. I need to find a few assistants to help gather information first and prepare everything properly. She frowned in confusion and asked again. Suddenly she didn't know where a sports car came from. Diaphan, Lang Qiu, you happily sat in front, saying the helper is here. Let's get in the car. She looked at him suspiciously and asked, what is the assistant Hoa Fuang's real identity? Could she have another identity? Lang Qiu, I've already arranged a hotel for her to rest first. The following events shouldn't be known to her. This is the headquarters of the security bureau. Let's go. I'll take you inside for a tour. Hearing that, Diaphan's face immediately turned pale with shock. What? She said this is the headquarters of the security bureau. Are you joking? Even though it looks so run down, Fire Phoenix still calmly presses the doorbell. What are you rushing for? The headquarters really is inside. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling him. Inside was surprisingly luxurious despite the rundown exterior. Are there really so many people? She enthusiastically introduced as she led you inside. These are all clerks of the bureau responsible for handling information, collecting intelligence, analyzing data, and so on. They are deep inside, in our training room where our colleagues are all waiting. Then, Hoa Fuang happily pointed at Diaphan and said, they can't wait to meet you and want to greet you properly. She led you into a training room, and as soon as you entered, Hoa Fuang clapped her hands to get everyone's attention, saying, everyone, quiet. She then turned to you and said, this is our new colleague. Diaphan quickly regained his composure and introduced himself, saying, I am Diaphan. Nice to meet you all. The people in the room immediately surrounded him, whispering and making him break out in sweat. This kid is Diaphan, the one the director personally invited? I think he's just an inexperienced kid. Looking at his small arms and legs, even my punch wouldn't be able to handle him then. The little one whispered, Huo Feng, what did I do to offend them? Why does everyone look like they want to fight me? She quickly reassured him. Don't worry, it's nothing, just a small test. Our entire security bureau welcomes newcomers. Diaphan could only helplessly accept. All right. Fire Phoenix watched him walk away, already making plans in her mind. Diaphan, everyone in the safety bureau is proud. Only by defeating them can you earn their trust and gain their confidence. Standing before the Earth Dragon, he asked, what do you want to compete in? I agree with everything they say. Everyone immediately started to cause a commotion. This kid is too arrogant, daring to talk to us like that. Let's see if he cries and begs to go home to his mother later. Brothers, who wants to teach this kid a lesson first? I've decided to be the first to step into the ring. Let me introduce myself. I am Dilong. Then Dilong pointed at the machine in front and said, Kid, come here and see who is stronger. With Dilong stepping in, this time victory is guaranteed. Our average strength score is 500 points. I think this kid's highest is only about 200 points. Dilong was the first to try for me. He just took one hit and scored 950 points. Dilong turned around with a smug face. Kid, I also don't want to make things difficult for you. If you can score up to 900 points, I'll reluctantly accept you as a member of the security bureau, Diaphan asked back happily. So, what if I win? That statement made everyone around burst into laughter. Did I hear that right? This kid wants to beat the Earth Dragon, but only 3 people in the entire safety bureau can score over 900 points. This kid really is someone who doesn't know his place. Just wait and see. Soon he'll be crying and begging to go home. I'll fold my arms and confidently say, if you can beat me, I'll take you as my brother. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. But if you lose, you have to leave the safety bureau yourself. We don't need useless people here. Diaphan immediately agreed upon hearing this. All right, today you're officially my little brother. He delivered a powerful punch straight into the machine, and the number displayed immediately jumped to 951. This scene left them all stunned. Diaphan happily turned around and said, You could say I've already won. Are you kidding me? And yet, he's 1 point ahead of Dilong. Could this just be a coincidence? Is this machine broken, or what? But Dilong was very perceptive in recognizing your true strength. Diaphan, I know that with your abilities you definitely won't stay at 951 points. I suspect you held back to save face for me, only controlling your strength precisely. This humble servant is truly grateful. Hearing that, he forced a smile and waved his hand, saying, That Dilong, I don't need it. He quickly bowed his head to Diaphan and said, No. I am not your older brother. From now on, you will be my brother, and I will be your sister. What are you joking about? Is it possible that Dilong just admitted defeat? Haven't you figured it out yet? This kid Diaphan is not simple. His punch earlier was just right, no more, no less, just a bit stronger than the Earth Dragon. This kid can control his strength precisely. He's on a whole different level. You really can't judge a book by its cover. You immediately turned around without hesitation and asked, Who else wants to fight me? Suddenly, a high heel stepped forward. Your strength is really impressive. Manhwa is the next to challenge, but what about your speed? If your strength is not enough and your speed is slow, to me, you're just a punching bag for others to hit. Diaphan accepted the challenge without hesitation. If you want to see how fast I am, just try and you'll find out right away. Try it, and I guarantee you'll be very satisfied. Those guys kept shouting just because she was there, and this kid dares to challenge Manhwa. Next, we have a good show to watch, right? Manhwa's long legs aren't just for show. Her family's secret martial art is skillfully demonstrated through her legs, except for the Fire Phoenix family. No one can match her speed. Sister Hoa, keep going and teach that kid a lesson with your long legs. Manhwa leans over to remind him. I really like confident men, but too much confidence can turn into arrogance. Little brother, with your sister's long legs, I doubt you can handle it. Diaphan smugly urges, whether he can lift it or not is only known after trying. So tell me, how do you want to compete? She pointed straight at the dumbbells not far away and said frankly, We're not the type to beat around the bush. Have you seen those dumbbells yet? We start at the same time. Whoever picks up this dumbbell first wins. You didn't forget to ask further. Straightforward, I like that. But what if you lose to me then? Manhwa held out the key and replied, This is my room key. If I lose, it will be yours. You can come to my room anytime, but if you lose, you have to serve this sister for a month. She smirked confidently, watching this kid walk away, knowing exactly how strong he was. This match was definitely hers to win. Diaphan hadn't even spoken yet when the crowd around him started to get noisy. This bet is too favorable for that kid. Whether I lose or win, I will benefit. Sister Hoa, I can give you all my winnings for 5 years. Just give me a chance to compete with you. You guys really don't know how to behave, thinking that beautiful women won't get their feet dirty. But you straightforwardly refuse, saying the room key isn't needed and that you're a married man. If she loses, just invite me to a meal. After saying that, Diaphan turned around to warm up and started walking. After all, she is my daughter, so I let her run ahead for a minute. Manhwa raised her eyebrows confidently and said, Whether you yield or not, I will still be the winner. She smirked proudly and said, These are my socks, you've probably already washed them. Dilong silently observed, and from what just happened, it seemed that Diaphan was not just talk. Could he really beat Manhwa? Tafong looked at the watch in his hand and announced loudly, The match begins. Manhwa Lao brushed it off, quickly released her power, and prepared to strike. She secretly felt pleased. This kid hadn't even started running yet. Did he really give her a minute? Seeing Tate right in front of her, Manhwa looked proud and arrogant, thinking she was sure to win, but in an instant a powerful force tore through the air and shot towards her, making her panic. What is this? I just turned around and Manhwa looked confused at the empty floor below. Where is my Tate? Where did my Tate go? Diaphan sneered. I don't need to look. Tate is with me, so it seems I have already won this match. She was stunned. What is this? How is this possible? The others exclaimed. What is going on here? How did both dumbbells end up in Diaphan's hands? Diaphan clearly took a step back and then advanced 1,000 steps, grabbing the 2 dumbbells right in front of Manhwa. His speed was so fast that we could hardly see his movements. Dilong curiously stepped forward and asked, How long did Diaphan take in total to finish? Tafong checked the watch. Diaphan's speed was too fast for me to see clearly. He thought for a moment and could only roughly estimate it to be over a minute, during which Diaphan had given the opponent a 1-minute head start, which means... Hearing that, he suddenly realized and was momentarily stunned, everyone watching him warily. Diaphan only took less than a minute to run there and back, this speed truly terrifying. Manhwa frowned. How could his speed be so fast? What kind of martial arts training has he practiced? Fast? It's okay. If they knew I was only using half my normal speed just now, they would be even more amazed. She suddenly stepped closer and said, I am truly impressed by this match, but your speed is fast both ways, though how long can you maintain it? My previous promise still holds. He shyly waved her off. Oh, about that. Everyone suddenly got excited. Come on, if you don't go up, you're not a real man. This younger brother Diaphan is really impressive. He just arrived and has already gained Wang Bahoa's favor. I'm so jealous of him. Like being released, he quickly turned and slipped away. Fine, let's go with that. I'll pick up Yen Lang Q first. Send me the address when the time comes. Wang Hoa was furious. Diaphan, are you even a man? A while later, Diaphan arrived at Hui Hoang Kim Bich Hotel. You're so confusing. Are all the women at the safety bureau so domineering? Just like Hoa Phuong. As expected, the team leader has the kind of staff they do. I remember Yen Ling Q's room is 506. When he arrived at the door, Diaphan frowned. That's strange. Yen Lang Q said she was feeling tired and wanted to sleep before leaving. So why is the door now open? His eyes flashed with a yin-yang eye technique, perceiving everything clearly. Inside the room, Lang Q still shouted angrily, "Are you all crazy? This is Yenching. I didn't expect you to dare come here during the clear sky and bright sun to arrest me." Liu Tian smirked and said, "We are here under the guise of the Yen family to pick you up. So what if others find out? Miss Yen, you'd better obediently come back with us. Being the wife of our young master isn't a bad thing. The Nalan family is one of the biggest families in this city of Yenching." The old man waved his hand and ordered, "Stop talking. Catch her now." They eagerly charged forward upon receiving the order. Got it. Lang Q screamed in fear. "Don't. If you dare to take another step, I will shout for help." He chuckled and said, "Shout out. Scream as loud as you can." Wu Van added, "Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to save you." As he finished speaking, a powerful force struck, shattering the door open, and Diaphan followed right behind. The two of them froze. "Who are you?" He gathers his strength and swings his hand, power surging fiercely. "Go to hell." Diaphan threw a punch, sending Wu Fu flying several meters away. Xiaotian was stunned, suspicion and vigilance flashing in his eyes. Lang Qiu saw the approaching person and shouted in concern. "Diaphan, you just pointed at the old man. You're a subordinate of Naplan Thien. I didn't expect you to dare to openly kidnap someone right in the middle of the city. Who gave you that much guts?" Chu Tian sneered with pride. "Of course, it's the #1 noble family here, the Naplan family. Even if they kill a woman or commit murder right here, as long as we handle it, there will be no trace left. If others see it, they'll just turn a blind eye." Diaphan, Noivai, Nhechmoy Kwai Lanva Hoegang Gyong, Danchet Dodi, Go Venmat, Haukikwa Giatok Naplankasingo Kungloni. The old man sneered. "I really want to see how capable the one who dares to challenge our young master, claiming to be North Naplan and South Diaphan, truly is." Lang Qiu panicked. "Diaphan, be careful. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the 3 great generals under the Nalan clan. Han Tiutien is a notorious assassin, and it is said that 3 years ago, he successfully broke through to the realm of the Nham match. You can rest assured, Ling Qiu, even the master of the entering the realm, Modung Kong Chuang Thien, has fallen by my hand, so a petty Han Tiutien like you is not worthy to be my opponent. Seeing that, he also used his spiritual power to attack. You're not worthy." The old man roared. 8-link thrust, then suddenly collapsed in pain. Diaphan calmly unleashes his spiritual power, a single strike breaking through the heavens. The energy he released is halted midair. Qiu Tian freezes, eyes wide open. "What? No way." Diaphan's power surges as he delivers a straight punch down at Qiu Tian. Lang Qiu looks on in shock as the old man is knocked flying and crashes heavily to the ground. She was stunned, having defeated her opponent in a single move. I didn't expect Diaphan to be so powerful. Qiu Tian struggled to sit up. "Your punch was really fierce. Who did you learn it from?" Diaphan proudly patted his chest and said, "My brother is Zhao Hongtian." The old man stood up and said, "Zhao Hongtian, the Northwest King, is your brother. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful helper." He calmly spoke. "Admit defeat. You have no more chances." Xiaotian's face darkened, his aura sinister as he gritted his teeth. "Surrender." The old man suddenly charged fiercely at Lang Qiu. "No, the Nalan family's people don't know what losing is. Get over here and help me. She's panicking." "No." Diaphan's face turned serious as he lowered his hand, a surge of power rising. Just as the old man was a breath away from Lang Qiu, a strong force from behind struck him, causing Diu Tian to be knocked back and spew blood. "Young master, I am incompetent." Lang Qiu quickly ran over. "Diaphan, did you really kill Han Tiotien? What should we do now?" You reassure him, it's okay. Han Tiotien intended to kidnap her, I found out, but resisting me and killing him was a reasonable action. I went to call someone to clean up his body. Diaphan then made a call. Hua Huang, Naplan Thien's people wanted to capture Yen Lang Qiu, but I caught them and killed them. The line was silent for a moment before shouting, "How long have you been in Yenqing, and you still dare to kill people? What the hell? Do I have to wipe your ass now?" He forced a smile and said, "This is your decision. We still have a banquet to attend, so let's go with that." Lang Qiu secretly assessed that this is Yen Qin, but Diaphan can entrust Hoa Fuang to handle the matter of killing Han Tiothian as if it were a minor issue, so do they have some special identity? At the same time, at the Nalan residence, a girl asked Kim Li about the progress with Yen Lang Qiu. Jia Katban reminded him, "The young master of Nalan has just emerged from seclusion and needs Yen Lang Qiu to serve as Lu Din to break through his cultivation level. Don't make a big fuss about this, or neither of us will be able to handle the consequences." Qian Li respectfully reported to the strategist that Yen Lang Qiu has returned to Yen Qin for now. "I just received news that Han Tiu Tian has been sent there to pick her up. I guess we will be able to meet Yen Lang Qiu soon." I nodded and gave the order. Han Tiu Tian is a martial artist at the true transformation stage. Yen Lang Qiu is just a delicate girl, so I don't think it will take much effort to catch her. Wait until Yen Lang Qiu arrives, then send someone to guard Yen Jia. Even though Yen Jia has surrendered, you must root out the problem completely. The matriarch of the Yen family, Yen Donglai, is also a person of real strength, so give him some face. He bows, clearly saying he will handle this matter well. "Master strategist, something's wrong outside. Have you forgotten the family rules I taught you? No matter what happens, you must handle it calmly." He hurriedly explained, "I know I was wrong. It's just that just now someone outside sent a message saying Han Tiu Tian was killed by Diaphan." Then he immediately slammed the table. "What? This can't be true." Kim Lai also panicked. "Are you saying that Diaphan killed Mo Dong Thien Kuang?" Little Guo stammered. "No, that's not right. Moreover, Lord Han Xiao Tian has not been dead for long, and the Safety Bureau's people already took his body away." He stammered, even claiming that Han Xiao Tian committed the crime of intentionally attacking others. Deep Han was only acting in self-defense, so Kim Lai angrily slammed his hand on the table. "Damn it, how dare those Security Bureau guys?" Banna speaks sternly. Kim Lai remains calm, his face darkening. "Please forgive me, esteemed strategist." Kim Lai was too angry. He then bowed and asked you to suggest a plan of action. "No matter how much blood I shed or how many dangers I face, I will not deny it. Everyone must prioritize the major affairs of young Master Naplan above all else. Although your secret actions have been exposed, then go for a direct attack. Now the young master and Yen Lang Qiu are bound by an agreement. Use this as an excuse to act, Kim Li. You directly send people to Yen Jia to pressure them with force. I don't believe Yen Lang Qiu would ignore the safety of the Yen family, and what Diaphan mentioned is just a stranger after all." Kim Li nodded. "Fine, I'll go right away. But what about the Security Bureau and the resolution?" Banna smirked and said, "Of course it can't be let go so easily. You ruined the major plans of young Master Naplan, and no matter who you are, you will pay a heavy price. The Martial Arts Association and the Security Bureau have had a feud that still hasn't been resolved. It seems it's time to turn the tables." At the main gate of the Yen family, Yen Lang Qiu asked, "Diaphan, do you really want to go inside with me? After all, this is my family's private matter. I really did bother you. You step forward to pat her head and start rambling about something. Aren't we friends? Besides, I came here to help you solve this problem, didn't I?" Lang Qiu blushed shyly. "All right, let's do that. Thank you, Diaphan." He is satisfied. "All right, let's go quickly. She hasn't been home for a long time. Her father probably misses her very much." She smiled and said, "Yes, my father loves me very much, but I don't know how he's been doing lately." Suddenly, Vanya hurried over and said, "The owner's heartbeat has stopped. Everyone quickly call a doctor." Hearing the shocking news at the door, the two were stunned and wide-eyed. "What?" Lang Qiu immediately grabbed Vanda. "What did you say?" "My father's heartbeat has stopped." "What exactly is going on?" He's confused. "Miss, I don't know the exact situation either. The head of the family has been in a coma, but his body has always been in good condition. It's just that he suddenly lost consciousness after taking medicine earlier." Diaphan stepped forward to soothe her. "Lang Qiu, calm down for a moment. Let the doctor go first, then we'll go in and see what's wrong with your father." She quickly grabbed his arm. "Yes, Diaphan, your medical skills are very good. You must have a way to save my father. I pray silently that my father will not have any accidents." Inside the room, everyone was crying bitterly. "Lord, how could you just leave like this? Master, you absolutely cannot have anything happen to you. Master, if something happens to you, what am I supposed to do?" Yen Min Ha whispered softly, trying not to let anyone detect any signs. Yen Tu Thong smirked and said, "Dad, don't worry. It's all just a heart attack relapse. There's definitely no one to blame." He was very pleased, praising himself with satisfaction. Well done. Then he put on a fake smile and told everyone not to be too grief-stricken. My eldest brother has passed away, and tomorrow morning we will handle the funeral and take him to his final resting place. Manhwa arranges Chu Tuan Tu Thong. Contact the funeral home to handle the arrangements for your eldest uncle's funeral, and also inform Lang Qiu about this so she can return quickly. As the daughter of Liu Yao Dao Tuo, she's been wandering outside all day without knowing what kind of tricks she's planning, secretly pleased, waiting for Lang Qiu to return so she can directly bring her to the Naplan family. Once I cling to this big Naplan tree, I'm not afraid of heavy rain or strong winds. He immediately replied, Dad, don't worry, and confidently assured her that he would quickly inform Sister Lang Qiu about Uncle's passing and tell her to come home quickly. The door suddenly opened, and Lang Qiu anxiously shouted, Dad, what's wrong with you? She held his cold body and begged him to wake up. Manhwa comforted her insincerely. Lang Qiu, you're late. Your eldest brother has already passed away. She pushed his hand away. No, I don't believe it. Dad has always been healthy. How could he suddenly fall ill? It must be some evil trick you all devised. You've always wanted to listen to the head of the family, not just recently. Now Min Hang, hearing this, angrily waved his hand and silenced him. I am your uncle. Who gave you permission to talk to me like that? Diaphan, with a serious face, quickly grabs and tightens his grip on his arm. He coldly says, Lang Qiu's father suddenly fell ill. She was a bit agitated, so I apologize for troubling you and causing you concern. Minsta shouted, What are you, Dan Khan? This is Yen family's matter. It's not your turn to interfere. Diaphan puffed out his chest and said, I am a friend of Lang Qiu, and I came here this time to help her check her father's health, hearing that he just pointed to the door and shouted, Now you can leave here. Big brother, I have peacefully departed. No need for any treatment. I frown, and a sudden flash of insight appears as I quickly open my spiritual eyes. Diaphan sneered, You never know. I think he can still be saved. He gaped. What? Lang Qiu looked at him nervously. Diaphan, are you serious? My father still has a chance to be saved. Of course it's true. Lang Qiu, do you still not believe in my medical skills? Manhwa stepped forward to intervene. Nonsense. My eldest brother's heart has stopped. How could he possibly be saved? Tu Thong sneered. Lang Qiu, where did you find this crazy person, claiming he can bring the dead back to life? Does he think he's a god? Yen Mai beside her was stunned. This kid actually dared to say he could bring someone back from the dead. Is he crazy? Yen Lang stared in disbelief. If what he said was true, then the owner of the house wasn't dead yet. Could he really be saved? Yen Dot firmly said, It's impossible. I checked just now. The owner's heartbeat has truly stopped. Even Hua Tuo's revival cannot bring someone back from the dead. Lang Qiu confidently clenched his fist. Diaphan, I trust your medical skills. You must save my father no matter what. I take out the acupuncture needles. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. Diaphan silently checks the pulse. Yen Min Sun's heart has truly stopped beating, but there is still a faint heartbeat. This proves there is still a chance to save him. Manhwa clenched his teeth in worry, and judging by this kid's appearance, he seems to be a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, but he probably can't really save Yen Min Sun, right? Yinzu Tong immediately objected. This is impossible, Yen Min. Sun is dead. How could he come back to life? Does my father really think he's a god who can bring the dead back to life? Diaphan adjusts his pulse and breathes a secret mantra. 3 origins revive the fallen. A golden needle shoots out, enveloping Yen Min Sun in spiritual energy. Lang Qiu hurriedly approached and asked, Diaphan, my father. Tu Thong looked on with disdain. Do I still need to ask? This kid's medical skills are useless. I knew he was just talking nonsense. How could you be brought back to life after dying? Manhwa nodded. Lang Qiao, focus on the bigger picture and let your father go in peace. There's no reason for Ha to let a crazy quack torment his father any longer. Yen Mai angrily scolded, Indeed, this person is just a lunatic who tricks people. Yendat looked disgusted, not understanding how Lady Yen could have become acquainted with someone like this. That really embarrasses the Yen family. Yen Lang wiped his tears and said, I had some hope just now, but now I can only laugh it off. How can someone who is dead be brought back to life? He sneered and said, Lang Qiu, this kid, you've tried already. Have you accepted the fact and given up now? It's time to prepare for your father's funeral. Also, the engagement between you and Naplan Diaphan is almost here. Diaphan burst out laughing. Yen Min Ha, your older brother is still lying in the hospital bed. Did he really not have time to wait and sell Yen Lang Qiu? He truly is a good uncle to Lang Qiu. He remains calm. Elder brother is dead. Now I am in charge of the Yen family. The Nalan family is a major clan in Lokthan. How could they marry into Nalan Diaphan? Surely they wouldn't marry a thug like you. Manhwa excitedly tilts her head back. By doing this, I believe the soul of the eldest brother in heaven will also find some comfort. Diaphan gently waved his hand. Whether to comfort him or not isn't up to what you say. A stream of spiritual energy entered Min-sun's body, but it's better for Baek Yen to speak for himself. After finishing, he coughed twice. His eyes, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened. Manhwa and his father stared in shock. What are you joking about? You're alive again. What is this? How can this be happening? Lang Q happily hugs Min-sun. Dad, you're back. This is wonderful. Everyone also became excited. Oh my God, the master has truly come back to life. Could this kid be the reincarnation of Hua Tuo? No, even Hua Tuo can't compare to him. He is truly a divine being descended to the mortal realm. Manhwa was trembling all over, stammering and unable to speak. Brother, eldest brother. Min-sun whispered, Manhwa, you truly are my good younger brother. Ling Q anxiously helps Min-sun lie down. Dad, how is your body now? He smiled and said, Lang Q, don't worry. My health is still very good. Min-sun glanced and said, as long as I am alive, I am still the head of the Yen family, and I will never let anyone bully my daughter. Damn it, Tuthong. What is really going on? Didn't you say Yen Min-sun was definitely going to die? What now? He reassured him. Nothing will happen. Dad, even if Yen Min-sun comes back to life, he can't know that we've been scheming behind his back. Diaphan casually asked, if I'm not mistaken, that is the death lily flower, right? The pollen of this flower is harmless, but when combined with the sedative that Uncle Yen took, it can cause symptoms of heart disease that can lead to sudden death. Your implication is that if your father finds out who brought this flower here, he can identify who is behind the plot to harm Lang Q's father. Young master, this probably won't be hard to investigate, right? Lang Q said nervously. What? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone also started to make a fuss. What? Everyone immediately started to make a fuss. I remember this vase was brought here by Yen Manhwa. Could it really be? Is it necessary to go this far? No matter what, the host is still Yen He's biological brother Longda and his father. These two are too treacherous and sinister. Just now, it was these two father and son who jumped up in joy, wanting to seize control of the Yen family. Luckily, the divine doctor Miss Deep Dew was able to see through their scheme. She shouted, Yen Manhwa Yen Tu Tong. Since it has come to this, what more is there to say? He hesitated. It's me. He intervened. Dad, don't be tense. I still have one last trick. Manhwa looked confused. What do you mean? Is there any other trick? Lang Q's eyes turned cold. Yen Manhwa, Yen Tuthong. You don't deserve to stand here. Get out now. Tuthong sneered and said, I think the ones who should leave the Yen family today are you two father and son. Yen Fai, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, a man forcefully kicked open the door. A group of fierce people armed with weapons stormed in. The second young master and the rest of the Yen family were ready to follow the young master's orders, and everything would be settled. Lang Q couldn't believe it, stammering, What? Butler Mr. Min-sun is furious. Yenfei, back then I took you off the streets and brought you into the Yen family, gave you food and clothing, and I even taught you martial arts, yet you dare to betray me. He sneered coldly. Yen Min-sun, as a person you must seize every opportunity and go after what's better. You should understand this principle too. He frowned angrily and couldn't hold back a coughing fit. You? She exclaimed in panic, catching him. Dad, how do you feel now? Tuthong Fa laughed loudly. You should make your choice now. Follow my family to enjoy wealth and honor, or be expelled from the Yen family with Yen Min-sun. Everyone looked helpless. Clearly Yen Tuthong is trying to force us to choose his side. What should we do about this? If we leave the Yen family, we'll have nothing left. It seems we have no choice. Does the old master not know about this? Why doesn't he step forward to stop Yen Min's father and son? Tuthong announced loudly, Very well, since no one objects, I hereby declare the new head of the Yen family is... I oppose it, and seeing the person who just spoke, he grits his teeth in anger. You. Diaphan frowns and says seriously, Yes, it's me, Yen Fi. You weren't afraid after I taught you a lesson last time? I didn't expect you to still dare to make a fool of yourself in front of me. Yen Fi shouted provocatively, Diaphan, this is Yen family and Yen Cheng, not your son Hai, so you are not allowed to speak arrogantly. Tuthong, with a smug look, said, If you are talented in medicine and help serve the Yen family, I might spare your life. If you stubbornly refuse to submit, next year on this day will be your funeral. Young man, only those who know when to act are true heroes. Don't risk your life for a woman. Take it slow and steady. My life doesn't need you to worry about it. You'd better focus on how to keep yourself alive. He suddenly turned around respectfully. All right, Diaphan, this is what you get for your own actions. Don't regret it. Master, Yen Fi is useless. I still ask you to personally take care of this little brat. Shu Truong Ha burst into laughter, saying, I didn't expect the Yen family to have another top expert besides Yendong. I hope this won't disappoint the old-fashioned old man. Yanfei proudly said, Diaphan, although I am not your match, with Master Chu Truong Ha here, today you will surely die. Everyone was stunned. Chu Truong Ha. Could he be the top swordsman known as the Truong Ha Sword Sovereign? This person's sword embryo is rare in 100 years. A master of the martial arts world. I never expected Yen Min Ha's father and son could invite him here. Tu Thong chuckled, originally inviting the swordmaster Truong Ha to deal with the old man. But unexpectedly he had to send him out in this situation. Lang Qiu worriedly said, Diaphan, maybe you should go first. We're strangers and don't get along. You don't need to risk your life for my father and me. Min Sun nodded in agreement. Thanks for your kindness, but today's situation is very dangerous. You better leave quickly before something tragic happens. Diaphan confidently waved his hand and said, Lang Qiu, don't worry. What kind of swordmaster is he? I can defeat him in one move. Truong Hong, hearing this, frowned and looked serious, his arrogance gone. I was originally going to forgive your youth and inexperience, just breaking one of your arms and one leg as punishment, but now I've changed my mind. He swung his sword, and the golden guest could not be humiliated. You will pay for your arrogant words. Diaphan summoned his spiritual power and said, Let's have a sparring match today. Today I will show you what it means to win without a sword when facing a sword. Zhang Ha quickly swept through the energy with the exploding sword, forming the Zhang Ha sword formation, focusing his power on his arm with a decisive and deadly intent. Two forces collide, sparks fly and the air trembles. His face turns pale, eyes wide with shock. What is that? Suddenly, a devastating punch pierced through his body, causing him to stagger. Truong Ha collapsed directly, thick dust billowing up. Who ultimately wins? What kind of sword technique was that move by Diaphan? That was impressive. Yanfei anxiously called out, Master, are you okay? Can you win or not? Has that kid Diaphan died yet? The fog gradually cleared and Diaphan calmly stepped out. Sorry to disappoint you. I am still alive. But your master is dead. He froze, eyes wide open, his whole body stiff. What? Everyone around gasped in amazement. Are you joking? Diaphan only used one move to kill Chu Truong Ha. Oh my, with such advanced medical skills and incredible strength, who exactly is this divine being? With Diaphan here, Yen Lang Qiu's side is already assured of victory. Min Sun smirked meaningfully and said, Lang Qiu, with Diaphan helping us like this, I bet the two of you aren't just ordinary friends, right? She blushed shyly. Dad, what are you talking nonsense about? She already has a boyfriend. We're not the kind of relationship you think we are. He burst out laughing and said, Just having a girlfriend is not the same as being married. With your daughter's looks and talent, aren't you afraid she can't be stolen away? I support you. Lang Qiu watched Diaphan's figure and thought, It would be great if it could really happen. You coldly step forward. Yanfei, now it's your turn. He desperately begged, Please don't kill me. Big Brother Deep, Grandpa Dipe, Ancestor Dipe, please forgive me. I will serve you as a beast or a horse. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Diaphan used his spiritual power, and with a single punch he knocked the traitor away, unworthy to be my dog. Min Ha was terrified. It's over. Chu Truong Ha and Yanfei are dead. This comet is truly terrifying. Tu Thong grabbed him and said, Dad, let's go quickly to the Naplan family's house. Only they can save us now. Suddenly, he appeared in front of them again, trying to run. Diaphan tha dai noi kaching joy voa moi noi muon toin ha na palasao dat kong hola conchao tot qua nha ho yengata she chancho minha. Diaphan, we lost today, but this was all arranged by me alone. If you want to kill or cut, go ahead, but don't hurt my father. He looked embarrassed. Diaphan, no matter what, we are still relatives of Yen Lang Qiu. Can you forgive us this once? He sighed and nodded. Rest assured, for Lang Qiu's sake, I won't kill you. Diaphan slowly spoke. But I have to break your limbs so that you spend the rest of your life bedridden. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the room and stopped him. Tu Thong happily said, Grandpa is here. That's great. We're saved. Min Ha immediately reported. Dad, someone wants to cripple my son and grandson. Come quickly and save us. Yen Donglai stepped forward to explain. The young men Min Ha and Tu Thong may have made mistakes, but they are still part of the Yen family. This is a matter for our family to handle. Could you let us settle it among ourselves? The boy frowned. Grandfather of Yen Lang Qiu. Diaphan said coldly, I don't want to interfere in your family affairs, but I am Lang Qiu's friend. Anyone who tries to harm my friend must die. I've already shown mercy to them. That's enough kindness from me. He sighed deeply and said with genuine regret, I never expected the Yen family's descendants to have to rely on outsiders to seek justice. but both the hands and the palms are flesh. I've run out of options. Min-sun sat up, Dad. Lang Q also softly called. Grandpa, Minyaha nervously said, Dad, I did everything for the Yen family. Only by relying on the Nalan family can we rise again. Tuthong also looked pale. If Lang Q's grandfather doesn't marry Naplan Diet Thien, once the Naplan family gets angry, none of the Yen family will have a peaceful life. Donglai frowned, nodded in agreement, and said, That's right. He said again, The interests of the family come above all. If Ling Q is already a member of the Yen family, she must agree to marry Nalan Diet Thien for the sake of the family. She was stunned, tears streaming down her face. It turns out she was just a pawn who could sacrifice herself at any moment for the benefit of the family. Everyone started to discuss among themselves. I thought Diaphan had the ability to resolve this, but it turns out it was just a chaotic distraction. Old Yen is not the kind of person with low cultivation like Chu Trong-ha. Diaphan is afraid he can't handle it, only feeling sorry for Yen Lang Q. Now we feel sorry for Yen Lang Q, but who will feel sorry for us in the future? Lang Q cried silently. Diaphan, you'd better leave now. She holds you tightly. This is my fate. You can't help me. Diaphan clenched his hand and handed it to Lang Q, hoping that fate is decided by himself, not by heaven, because everything in life is determined by oneself. She hesitated. Diaphan, you just reassure her and leave this to me. Diaphan stepped forward. Uncle Yen, I don't care about your family matters, but Yen Lang Q is my friend, and she doesn't want to marry someone she doesn't love. You implied that if I could defeat Nalan Diet Thien, then Lang Q wouldn't have to marry him anymore. Donglai was a bit surprised to hear that. What makes you think you can defeat Nalan Diet Thien? Minha sneered. Diaphan, if you still want to defeat Naplan Diet Thien, don't dream about it. The two of you are not on the same level. Tuthong also chimed in mockingly, calling Naplan Diet Thien the #1 young talent in the north. Some veteran experts have even lost to him. You dreaming of defeating him is just wishful thinking. Diaphan swiftly moved past, his arm slightly tilted to one side, signaling to be quiet. He struck down with a powerful punch like a hammer. The sound echoes throughout the room. Father and son Minha are thrown backward, stunned and unable to react. He glared and said, My father is still here, how dare you? He pouted. Grandfather, please save me. Diaphan wants to kill me. I want to kill you all, no one dares to stop me. Donglai panicked. Hurry, the speed is too fast. Even if I had prepared fully just now, I'm afraid I couldn't stop him. The old man cleared his throat. Diaphan is truly a deep and unpredictable person. I hope Diep Bang, considering the old stubborn man's relationship, is his grandfather Lang Q and shows mercy. Everyone is stunned. What do you mean by that? Are you saying you're not a match for Diaphan either? Oh my God, how powerful is Diaphan really? Suddenly a mocking laugh echoes from outside. Defeating young Master Naplan, I must see who dares to speak so arrogantly. With that, a group of people strode inside boldly. Everyone was stunned. It's Xiaojianli, Nalan Diet Thien's close associate. Oh my God, why is he here? Tiokiem Li, the top expert under Naplan Diet Thien, is said to be so powerful that no one would survive if he fights. His appearance now, I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. Donglai steps forward and blocks the way. Tiokiem Li, what brings you to our Yen family today? He smirked menacingly. Is Mr. Yen also here? Coincidentally, today I came to clarify everything. Jianli instructed that Yen Lang Q be taken to the Naplan house within a day, if the deadline passes and they haven't arrived. He emphasized strongly that no one in the Yen family would be spared. Min-sun and Lang Q were both stunned. What? He shouted angrily. Tiokiem Li, do you think of our Yen family as anyone special? If you want to destroy the entire Yen family, just try it now. I'm not dead yet. He sneered. Before coming here, the grand strategist told me to show you some respect. But now it seems your vitality is no longer what it used to be. Sword glints with murderous intent. If that's the case, today I will crush your family's last hope. He slightly curled his lips as a blazing red aura shot out like a lightning bolt from the blood shadow sword. Donglai threw both hands, unleashing rapid waves of palm strikes. The heavenly Buddha staff. His face suddenly paled as he realized his martial arts mastery was being crushed. Donglai's eyes widened in terror. This is bad! He raised an eyebrow, a smug smile curling on his lips. Go die. At that moment, a sharp explosion erupted, causing a shockwave around them. Min-sun stood frozen, watching. No, Dad. Ling Q froze in place. Grandpa, my goodness. As the smoke cleared, a tall figure stood there, showing quite a bit of strength. Diaphan waved his hand. In his friend's house, it's not your turn to show off. Sword Laya took a step back, stiff with disbelief. Lang Q let out a relieved breath and looked up at him with gratitude. Diaphan, thank you for saving my grandfather. Dong Lai also quickly showed remorse. Brother Deep, earlier this old stubborn man was somewhat in the wrong with you. He approached with a respectful bow, but you didn't hold past grudges and still helped me. This stubborn old man truly feels ashamed. Diaphan just slightly furrowed his brow and replied, Yen is not necessary to do this. I only acted out of respect for you as Lang Q's grandfather. Then he turned to leave, leaving Dong Lai stunned. Besides, all of this is your Yen family's business. I won't get involved. Suddenly, Kiem Lai appeared out of nowhere and shouted, Are you Diaphan? The man and his 4 followers pointed at your father and asked Xiaotian, Did Lao Han get killed by you? Diaphan then calmly admitted, That's correct. I am Diaphan, and I did kill Xiaotian. You still calmly challenge him. He took people to kidnap Ling Qiu. Death is deserved. That statement made Kiem Lai furious. I am a homeless orphan wandering the streets. Old Han took me to the Nalan family to serve the young Master Nalan. He has shown me kindness. If I don't kill you today, I'm no better than a beast. Saying that, Kiem Lai leans into a fighting stance. Diaphan also didn't hesitate to fight him. If you want to avenge Xiaotian, then give it a try. The only price to pay is your life. Hearing that, Kiem Lai's smug face lifted up to the sky. Since I was 18, I have reached the level of Rendu realm, and no one has ever dared to talk to me like that. The guy was confident and assertive. If I don't make you die today, my name will be written backwards. Manhwa chuckled to herself, not expecting Diaphan to dare challenge Kiem Li. He's definitely doomed this time. Father, after Diaphan dies, we will immediately offer Lang Qiu to the Naplan family. With Kiem Lai's help, the Yen family will be ours. Kiem Lai is 1 level higher than Diaphan, so Diaphan definitely isn't his match. The old man frowned, having already seen through it. No, Dong Lai is definitely mistaken. My grandfather may not be as vigorous as before, but his eye for people is still sharp. Although Kiem Lai is of a higher realm, I can still see his true strength clearly. Although Diaphan's cultivation level is lower, I can't see his limits clearly, and he might surprise us. On this side, Binthan simply points and says, This is my friend's house. You can seek revenge if you want, but choose another place. But he didn't want to hear much talk. Today, if you dare to go, everyone in the Yen family except Lang Qiu will have to die. Sword. Lai grits his teeth and orders his men to block the main door, not even allowing a fly to get through. The henchman immediately rushed out to block the door, clearly worried. Diaphan, just speak softly to reassure them. Don't worry, I'm here. Then, Diaphan calmly walks over to him. Kiem Lai, if you're so tired of living, I'll help you fulfill that wish. The one who should die is you. He said little, but clenched his fist. Diaphan delivered a powerful punch, the dragon and tiger duel images rushing toward Kiem Li, who managed to react quickly with a blood image Jiaothian attack. The 2 rapid assaults triggered a massive explosion with great destructive power. Kiem Lai was stunned, his mouth wide open in horror. What? This can't be happening? Before he could react, Diaphan clenched his fist and struck my spot. Nothing is impossible. He punched Kiem Lai in the stomach, causing him to spurt blood. Go to hell. The guy who took a fatal blow can only fall straight back. Lang Qiu watched from the side, finally able to rejoice. That's great, Diaphan has won. Dong Lai nodded in satisfaction as he watched this scene. This kid truly hasn't let me down. Maybe letting Lang Qiu follow him isn't such a bad idea after all. Meanwhile, Kiem Lai's followers started to panic. Master Tu has been killed. We're no match for Diaphan. Let's run quickly. Diaphan's strength is even greater than we expected. We must report this to the strategist immediately. Save me. I don't want to die yet. You decisively make sure no one escapes. The crowd bullying the weak because of Dong will all die with him. Saying that, Diaphan quickly moved past and took down each one. After tasting your punch, they all collapsed to the ground, groaning. No mercy. Diaphan sneered coldly. These useless trash only know how to rely on their master. Only then did he hesitantly step forward. Brother Diep, you even dare to kill Xiaotian and Jianli. Dong Lai shows fear. The Nalan family definitely won't let this go easily once they find out. You and Lang Qiu need to prepare early. Diaphan calmly reassures him. Mr. Yen, rest assured, I plan to take Lang Qiu to the Security Bureau next. No matter how powerful the Naplan family is, they wouldn't dare to storm the Safety Bureau to kidnap someone. Hearing this, Dong Lai was so shocked his mouth dropped open. The Safety Bureau. Diaphan didn't expect you to even know someone inside the Safety Bureau. You frown and introduce yourself, saying I am actually from the Security Bureau. What do you mean? So, you're actually an employee of the Security Bureau. Dong Lai silently calculated in his mind that with Jili dead in his house, the Nala family would definitely take their anger out on the Yen family. Diaphan has backing from the Security Bureau, so it seems I can only rely on him. Then he rubbed his hands and suggested, I really appreciate you, Deep, for helping us by bringing Lang Q to the security bureau this time. Diaphan calmly interrupted the request, saying, No rush. Lang Q is my friend, and my friend has been wronged by you, so this needs a proper explanation. Dong Lai became even more flustered after hearing this. That matter, Mr. Deep, please don't be angry. I will handle it immediately. Then he turned to Tu Thong and Manhwa. Second brother Tu Thong, hand over all the assets of the Yen family you managed to the eldest. Dong Lai angrily ordered, From now on, don't cause trouble anymore and stay in the villa for the rest of your lives. He were sentenced like that, so they turned pale with fear. What? So this is our life forever, isn't it, like imprisonment? If it weren't for Diaphan, how could I end up like this? What did you just say? Master Kiem Lai was killed by Diaphan. Hy-Vee immediately curled up in fear and tried to explain. Master Tu sent someone to the Yen family. No one survived to return. After that, the villains saw the security bureau come to pick up Lang Q, and not long after, news spread that Lord Yen had been killed. Hearing this, she couldn't help but grind her teeth in hatred. This Diaphan. Banya's heart was racing with calculations. Jim Lai was dead, and Lang Q couldn't be captured either. If the young master's family learns about this, the consequences will be unimaginable. I must find a way to snatch Lang Q back from the safety bureau. Hearing this, she looked back at the phone. Ban Na quickly reached out and grabbed it, then dialed a number. Hai Duong, if you still want to avenge your brother, make a deal with me. The scene shifts to the safety bureau area, and Diaphan stands in front of her asking, Is it really safe to leave Lang Q here, Hua Fuang? She leaned back in her chair and nonchalantly replied, It's nothing. Then Hua Puang suggested, If something really happens to her, I will compensate him with myself. What do you think? Those words made him shiver with a pale face and a cough. This is unnecessary. Suddenly, Tran Lap rushed in from outside. Captain, I just heard that members of the Martial Arts Association are fighting with the Dilong gang at the Danglong Dojo. Hearing this, Fire Phoenix immediately shouted loudly, These guys love to cause trouble again. She quickly got up and went outside to check. Diaphan, we need to head to the martial arts hall immediately and see who this audacious person really is. You look confused and a bit suspicious. Why does the Martial Arts Association have to show up right now? All three quickly arrived at the Long Dragon Martial Arts Hall where Hai Duong was inside, one hand knocking the Earth Dragon aside. Get out of my way. He was knocked back by the force of the blow. The henchmen following him immediately cheered excitedly. Good fight. Ah, so you are the strongest young person in our association, daring to challenge our martial arts guild. Today, I will make you all see who is truly strong, destroy these chickens, and leave them crippled while the Security Bureau is just sighing and wondering why the Martial Arts Association is causing trouble for no reason. 5 or 6 years ago, someone from our Security Bureau killed a genius from the Martial Arts Association. And that's how the enmity between us started. To put it plainly, we're justified. Therefore, the higher-ups could only turn a blind eye to this matter. Hai Duong looked at Dilong lying flat on the ground and snorted coldly in disdain. He sneered defiantly. The people from the Security Bureau are truly no match for those of the past. Even though he's badly injured, he still tries to fight back. Hai Duong, don't get ahead of yourself. Once Diaphan arrives, he'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. He happily lifted one leg and said, If you want to fight, kneel and beg for mercy. Then let me disable you first. Before he could act, Hai Duong was startled by your voice. Stop. In front of his confused eyes, Diaphan rushed forward and forcefully pushed Hai Duong. Immediately after, he unleashed a powerful shockwave. He dodged in time but couldn't help but marvel at how strong this young guy was, unexpectedly able to block one of his kicks. Diaphan quickly caught him and asked, Dilong, how are you? He, though face covered in bruises, still responded. As long as you can hold on, luckily you stopped that punch, or I'm afraid I would have been bedridden for months. Hua Puang then cleared his throat and pointed at him. Hai Duong, it's just a normal match. Do you really think no one from our safety bureau can stop you if you act so violently? I act with cruelty, and your safety bureau is the truly inhumane one. Hai Duong grits his teeth in anger. I still remember how your safety bureau's Huang Tho killed my brother on the arena. She immediately restrained him. Huang Tho. Hua Puang frowned and sighed, saying that the incident had been thoroughly investigated as an accident, and that Huang Tho had already received appropriate punishment, so why not let it go? He immediately raised his voice and insisted that there was no way he would let it go. Only the death of Huang Tho can comfort my brother's spirit. Hai Duong, what do you really mean by bringing this up after so long? Just tell me what you want. Diaphan suddenly understood the meaning behind Hai Duong's words, asking the Security Bureau to stop protecting Lang Q. Are you sent by the Naplan family? He confidently declared that the Naplan family had no right to order him around. but they had agreed to one thing, that he knew where Huangsho was. Not wanting to beat around the bush, he stepped forward and demanded, "This is probably a misunderstanding on your part. You want to fight, right? Then I will fight you." Your determined attitude surprised Hoa Puang. Diaphan, don't get agitated. Haiduang is not only a master of the Hamdok Khan, but also born with divine power, with combat ability reaching the peak of Namdok. Even Dia Long had to speak on her behalf to persuade you. Diaphan, don't pay attention to him. Haiduang is just a crazy person. We at the Safety Bureau aren't afraid of his threats. But he still insists on fighting. This is my fault. If I can't handle it, I won't have the face to stay at the Safety Bureau anymore. Besides, I've never looked down on this guy. The gang members following him couldn't stop laughing after hearing Diaphan's words. Who gave this kid the confidence to say he could beat the boss? He looks like a spoiled rich kid who's all talk. Big brother, we think one punch is enough to take him down. Kid, I advise you to be sensible and not step onto the arena to seek death. Do you think you can beat me just because you easily blocked my previous move? He confidently pointed at you and said, I haven't even used my full strength yet. I only need one punch to take you down. Diaphan also didn't hesitate to unleash his spiritual power to counter. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. What? He swung his fist at him to kill. Haiduang quickly regained his composure and raised his hand. Foolish, I don't believe you're that strong. Stop me. Their fists collided with incredible force. But in the end, he couldn't hold on. His entire arm shattered and Haiduang was slammed into the wall behind him. Are my eyes playing tricks on me right now? Big brother, so got knocked out with a punch? Am I seeing a superhero here? This isn't just some exaggerated comic story anymore. The people from the Security Bureau cheered on, as if empowered. I know that Diaphan can definitely win when he fights. He is truly the face of our Security Bureau. A single punch knocked out Haiduang. Diaphan An is truly too powerful. Is Haiduang really a genius of the Martial Arts Association? He's just a useless piece of trash. His younger followers saw Haiduang's pale face and hurriedly rushed over. Big brother, so are you okay? Quickly call a doctor here, big brother, so please wake up. Vika, standing behind, secretly sneered. As expected, Haiduang is no match for Diaphan. Once my poison takes effect, Haiduang will die unexpectedly, just like his brother. Once Haiduang is dead, Diaphan will find it hard to escape responsibility, and then it will be up to the strategist to decide how to handle it. The scene shifts to Banna's place, where she is still relaxed, waiting for news. The battle at the Martial Arts Association is probably about to start, so we need to bring Lang Q back now. Suddenly, Tranka respectfully approached and asked, Strategist, we've investigated the room where Lang Q is staying, and there are Security Bureau patrols around. Should we attack directly? Banna confidently said, I don't need such trouble, just a girl. I can handle it. Don't think that Lang Q is tough because she refuses to marry the young master. Just hit her weakness and she will surrender and come to me willingly. He asked, a little confused, Is the weakness you mentioned related to Lang Q's family? I happily picked up the phone and replied, No, Lang Q's real weakness is Diaphan. Inside the phone, Banna sent her a long message. Lang Q, if Diaphan offends the Naplan family, it won't end well. You could say that Diaphan is the one being dragged into trouble because of her. If she doesn't want him to come to harm, she should stay away from him. There is a kind of love called letting go, and she is starting to waver on this side too. For Diaphan, am I just a burden? That's right. Without me, how could Diaphan offend the Naplan family? He wouldn't need to go to the trouble of protecting me. With that, Lang Q decided to stand up and leave. Chuka said very correctly, maybe letting go is the best choice for me. Her phone on the table shows a message to you. Diaphan, sorry. I was startled too when my phone buzzed. Who could be sending me a message? Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. Things are not looking good. So's heartbeat has stopped. His underlings immediately started to panic. If this continues, So will definitely lose his life. Hurry and think of a way. Diaphan? It must be that Diaphan intentionally caused So's death. We can't let him get away. The Safety Bureau people are just as stunned. What? Haiduang is about to die? Years ago, Huangtho also killed Haiduang's brother. Could history be repeating itself? Haiduang is about to die, and this time our Safety Bureau will probably find it hard to avoid responsibility. Diaphan was too reckless. Seeing this, he hurriedly ran over. That's not right. I only applied part of the force just now. I absolutely couldn't have killed Haiduang. Could someone be deliberately framing me? Diaphan collapsed and begged, Get out of the way. I'm a doctor. Let me see what's wrong with Haiduang. Maybe I can still save him. The others looked at him with resentful eyes. Diaphan, if Brother Su really dies, the Martial Arts Association won't forgive you. I see he's just acting pitiful like a scared cat, but you can't let Diaphan go there or let him act secretly. Don't waste your breath. Kick them all away and get out of my way. Diaphan shouted angrily. If I wanted to kill him, would I need some sneaky plan afterwards? Can you stop these useless guys from stopping me? As soon as I felt Hai Duang's heartbeat, I paused and frowned, confirming that the poison was likely caused by someone sabotaging the safety bureau back then. As expected, not far from there, Wei Xia was secretly pleased, saying this poison is a family secret. Only the Naplan family possesses. Odorless and tasteless. I don't believe Diaphan can detect it. Hua Puang hurried over to ask about the situation. Did Diaphan discover anything new? He immediately concluded, this kid was poisoned by someone. The crowd immediately started to panic. Diaphan asked, is Big Brother so really poisoned? Diaphan, don't talk nonsense. You said our second master. So was poisoned, so show the evidence? Yes, show the evidence. Who knows if you're deliberately avoiding responsibility? You immediately shot 3 needles to prove your point. Wait a moment, open your dog eyes and look clearly. The 3 needles quickly pierced into 3 spots on his chest. She watched from the side and couldn't help but marvel at how increasingly skillful Diaphan's techniques had become. After a moment, Hai Duang coughed up a mouthful of black blood in pain, and he clenched his teeth tightly. What exactly is going on here? This poison is the family heirloom of the Nalan family. How could it be so easily discovered by Diaphan? His subordinates were stunned. It turns out that Big Brother Diep was truly poisoned. Hai Duang just finished his match with Diaphan and was poisoned. Could someone be deliberately trying to provoke and divide the Safety Bureau and the Vo Association? Diaphan, if you've discovered that So Daika is poisoned, you need to save him quickly. If you can't save him, no matter what you say, others won't believe you. Diaphan then slowly stood up, crossing his arms, and confidently replied, so you accused me of fabricating the poisoning earlier, and now you're telling me to save him. Do you really think I'm that easy to manipulate? Could Diaphan really say something like that? No, Big Brother Su is in a life-and-death situation right now. He must find a way to get Diaphan to save the person. I quickly raise my hand and suggest, I have proven that Hai Duang was poisoned. The rest has nothing to do with me. Whether he lives or dies now, your guild should figure out a way themselves. Fire Phoenix stepped forward to remind him, Diaphan, don't let emotions override reason. If Hai Duang really dies here, our safety bureau definitely won't be at ease. Moreover, Hai Duang just finished a match with you and was poisoned. There is definitely a conspiracy here. If he really dies here, wouldn't the person behind all this have achieved their goal? You just slightly curl your lips with meaning. Don't rush. If we take the initiative, others won't appreciate it. She listened and became even more suspicious. What does she mean by that? Suddenly, his underlings knelt down with their hands clasped, begging. Young Master Deep? It was us who didn't distinguish right from wrong earlier. Offending you, please save boss. So, Dieptieu, it's all our fault, as long as you can save boss. So, we will do anything you ask. Dieptieu, as long as you save boss. So, our martial arts association will forever be grateful for your help. Hua Puang was immediately stunned by this scene, realizing that Diaphan had anticipated that these people would definitely beg for help. He casually put his hands in his pockets and slowly agreed, seeing your attitude change and admit your mistakes. I consider it a favor to help you this time. Brother Vi, standing nearby, was already furious, but he could tell that the poison was detected. So what if he could see it? Without the Nalan family's antidote, no one can save you. Diaphan, let's see how you escape later. Before saving her, you even said, Hai Duang, next I will help you suppress the poison. It might be a little painful. You must endure and not make a sound. Diaphan had already made plans in his mind. The poison Hai Duang was affected by was quite complicated, but with my yin-yang eye, detoxification is not difficult. I just need to find a way to force the person behind this to show himself. He, despite his face turning pale and trembling all over, still desperately begged. As a man, what's so hard about enduring a little pain? Diaphan, just do it. I will never forget this great kindness. Diaphan heard this and immediately agreed. All right, Tan Nguyen Chi. After that strike, Hai Duang spat out a large amount of blood, leaving you speechless. He grimaced in pain, rolling around and clutching his head. I'm hurting, I'm going to die. Diaphan looked at this scene and didn't know whether to laugh or... What? You call yourself a man? The people around also couldn't help but be speechless, turning their backs so quickly. So, this is the person who claims to be more capable than others? As long as you can heal, that's enough. Vika, standing nearby, was stunned with wide eyes when he saw you heal him. Diaphan really can cure Hai Duang. This can't be true. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hai Duang suddenly collapsed to the ground. His followers were panic-stricken at the sight. Brother, so, how are you doing? It's not good. His pulse has stopped. Diaphan, what exactly is going on? He finally sighed helplessly. I did my best, but the poison was too strong, so Diaphan had already made careful calculations in his mind. Just now, I seized the moment to block Hai Duong's vital points, making him appear dead for a few minutes, hoping to lure the mastermind behind this to show themselves. The crowd immediately started to discuss excitedly. Diaphan's rescue attempt failed. What should we do now? In the end, it's not like he poisoned her. Hai Duong's death probably just has to be considered bad luck on his part. No way. If it was Diaphan who treated her and caused Hai Duong's death, what then? Dilong also quickly approached to discuss with Hoa Fuang. Captain, this matter has become so big that it can no longer be hidden. Maybe we should report to our superiors first, but she immediately stopped without hesitation, not rushing to see how things develop. Hoa Fuang pursed her lips as she watched your back. Diaphan's medical skills are superb, and he's never done anything without being sure of winning. How could he fail this time? Could he have other plans? On this side, Vixa has indeed fallen into a trap. I thought Diaphan was quite capable, but he still couldn't save Hai Duong. Next, let's see how I will act now. Thinking of this, he pointed at you and added fuel to the fire. I know this guy has no good intentions. He's with the Security Bureau, so how could he genuinely be dedicated to saving the genius of our martial arts association? Maybe Hai Duong can still be saved, but in the end, he was deliberately killed by him. Diaphan stood up to question, without any fear. Who are you? How do you know I intentionally killed Hai Duong? You secretly admire how quickly you jumped in to add your own spin to the story? I guess you just couldn't wait to act. Meanwhile, Vika still remained unaware and confidently replied, I am Hai Duong's nutritionist and know a bit of medicine. The treatment you just used I have never seen before, and I even suspect that the poison in Hai Duong was also caused by you using that needle earlier to stab him. Diaphan chuckled coldly, clapping his hands repeatedly, and said, So I guess, not only are you Hai Duong's nutritionist, but you're also his brother Hai Duong's nutritionist, right? That made him startle in surprise. How do you know about this? He stepped closer and tightly grasped Vika's wrist. If that weren't the case, how could both brothers from Hai Duong be poisoned with the same toxin? His underlings immediately stepped forward to defend him. Diaphan said, the poison on Hai Duong was administered by An Vai. Nonsense. An Vai has been the family nutritionist at the So estate for over 20 years. Diaphan, how can you confidently say that? An Vai is a nutritionist, and he truly has the means to carry out the poisoning. He also took this opportunity to break free. Diaphan, you're talking nonsense. How could I have poisoned the two So brothers? I have served the So family for over 20 years, with no merit but much hardship. I believe that after you killed Hai Duong, fearing revenge, you wanted to frame me. You calmly remind him that Hai Duong is not dead yet, and, judging by the time, he should be waking up soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat up dazed, asking what was wrong with him. Wait a moment, I feel much better now. My chest no longer hurts, I think I'm better now. Iveka was stunned and exclaimed, What? This can't be true. There is no special medicine from the Naplan family, how could you save him? Only after speaking did he realize he had said too much. It's over. Diaphan smirked and shook his head in mockery. Did everyone hear that? He's the one who confessed under pressure. He immediately rushed forward, pointing and shouting, Brother Bai, I trust you so much, and yet you dared to poison me and my brother. The man was so scared, he knelt down and revealed everything. This is a conspiracy by the Naplan family. I was forced into it. The Naplan family fears that an alliance between the Wu Association and the Security Bureau would threaten their position, so they deliberately drove a wedge between us. They poisoned me, I didn't agree to do it, so I would have died. Hai Duong, I beg you to remember the years I've been by your side helping you, and please forgive me this time. But he mercilessly struck Vika, forget it, and die. After that blow, the guy collapsed to the ground and died instantly. At that moment, everyone's attitude changed again. Vika, who had been loyal to the So family for so many years, turned out to be the one who poisoned them. It really shows that you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Hai Duong's brother was also poisoned and killed by Vika. So our martial arts association has been blaming the Security Bureau all these years? Luckily, there is Diaphan, or we would have been blind all along. Damn the Nalan family. He also knows right from wrong, so he stepped forward and bowed. Big Brother Deep, this time you not only saved my life, but also helped me find the real culprit who killed my brother back then. To repay you, from now on, anything you entrust to me or the association, I will do without hesitation, even if it means facing death or danger. I softly lowered my eyes and replied, There's no need for that. I saved you simply out of respect for Fire Phoenix. If you truly want to thank me, then you should apologize to everyone in the Safety Bureau. For years, they have been falsely accused. Hai Duong, hearing this, immediately clasped her hands in apology to them. Big Brother Deep is right. Over the past few years, I have caused trouble for everyone, and it is my fault, Hai Duong. I apologize to everyone here. The others quickly followed the safety officer's example. The Martial Arts Association will apologize to you, all right here. The Safety Bureau people also stopped bothering them. It's not your fault, it's all the wicked tricks of those damn scumbags. It's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. From now on, everyone will still be brothers, and when you have free time, let's train together. Diaphan patted him on the shoulder and praised him. Hai Duong, that punch you threw just now was really quite strong. Hua Huang quickly ran over, wrapping his arm around you happily. Diaphan, I didn't expect you to fight. Resolving the long-standing feud between us and the Promotion Association was the best decision I ever made when I brought you back to the Security Bureau. Don't worry. This time I will definitely thank you sincerely. I don't pay attention to those things. I wonder if the Safety Bureau still ensures her safety since someone outside the Bureau like Lang Qiu. Hua Huang pouted and said he's really good to Lang Qiu, even making me jealous. Diaphan gently explained, if you were in a situation like Lang Qiu, I would help you too. After all, everyone is friends. She then happily confirmed, I will help you with Lang Qiu. Suddenly, Chanlu hurriedly pushed the door and rushed in. Captain Hua Puang, Diaphan, something's wrong. Lang Qiu has disappeared. This news stunned both you and her. What? Diaphan asked urgently. Isn't she still at the Safety Bureau? Why did she suddenly disappear? She wasn't kidnapped by the Naplan family, was she? He quickly reported. No, we've investigated. Lang Qiu's room shows no signs of a struggle. It seems Lang Qiu left voluntarily. Hearing this, you hesitated and left on your own. Diaphan suddenly remembered what happened earlier. Wait a minute. Could that message actually be from her? He quickly took out his phone and saw her message. Sorry, Diaphan. Huofeng quickly reassured you. Diaphan, don't worry. I will immediately send all the Security Bureau personnel to find Lang Qiu. Hai Duong also wants to help. Brother Diep, the Vo Association, and we will also assist everyone. Calm down and put your phone away. No need to search. I know where Lang Qiu went. Diaphan had to scold her several times inside. Lang Qiu, why are you so stupid? The scene shifts to Jiat Ban Na's Four Harmony Courtyard, where a lewd voice echoes upon seeing her. Lang Qiu, you really still chose to come here. If I've already come here, will you spare Diaphan? Ban Na confidently crossed her arms and affirmed. Of course. She looked at Lang Qiu with a satisfied expression. If you obediently follow my instructions, I guarantee I won't lay a finger on Yehan. Hearing that, she finally felt at ease and turned to leave. All right, I hope you can say and do what you promise, or I won't marry Diet Thien. Ban Na lowered her eyes. Nana ordered, the wedding is ready, right? If everything is ready, remember to send a gift to the Security Bureau. The more people involved in the wedding, the more joyful it will be. Tronka immediately obeyed. Yes, I will go do it right away. The invitation is for the wedding between Diet Thien and Lang Qiu. The time is 3 days later. Huofeng crossed her arms and asked, this phone belongs to Lang Qiu. According to the message content stored inside, Lang Qiu is being threatened by Chukat. Do you want to take a look? Dipa quickly waved his hand to refuse. No need. Lang Qiu went to Naplan's house on her own because she didn't want to involve me. I was right. The more I think about it, the more it gives me a headache, and I sigh. This silly girl. She had to remind her after hearing that. Diaphan, it's not surprising that Ling Qiu has this thought. Hua Huang's expression grew serious. Diet Thien is too powerful. I heard he's already at the peak of the nascent soul stage, but because of practicing a certain cultivation technique, he's been suppressing himself for 5 years without breaking through. 3 years ago, he fought a master at the 3-flower stage for over 100 moves, ending in a draw, earning him the title of the #1 in the nascent soul realm. His cousin slowly interrupted. All right, I understand. Diaphan turned and left, preparing a cultivation room for me. I need to retreat for a breakthrough. Call me in 3 days. She became excited when she saw that. Diaphan, I know you won't abandon Mak Lang Qiu without a fight. Fine. Since you're not part of the Security Bureau, I might as well risk it with you. Hua Puang was so excited she almost jumped. It's been a long time since she did something thrilling, so now this little thing makes her life less boring. Thinking that, she picked up the phone to call. Hello, is this Huan Thien? Diaphan in the capital city has encountered some trouble, and you might need to come here. The scene shifts again to the Nalan residence, where Diet Thien hurriedly steps out from inside, looking satisfied and walking with confidence. It's almost ready. The golden aura surrounding him is about to reach perfection. Diet Thien just stepped out and was already greeted by several clan heads. Congratulations to the young master for the breakthrough in divine skill. He didn't waste words and asked directly, has Ling Qiu returned yet? Understood, I will translate only the target line. Hearing that, he immediately smiled to flatter him, and before leaving, the young master still didn't forget to threaten. In addition, the secret guards informed me about Diaphan's situation. I will handle him myself. Tio Thien and Kaim Li only died because of Yuan Nian's mistake. Go and accept your punishment and do it legally, and next time you jump into the cold, hot abyss yourself. Ban Na was immediately frightened by Diet Thien's imposing aura. Thank you, young master, for your kindness. He smirked with anticipation, hoping Diaphan could kill Tien Quang, showing some skill, but wondering if he could withstand a few of my moves. 3 days quickly passed, and during the wedding, the cheers of congratulations kept ringing out. Huang Bak Yenthu from the northwest, the leader of the Northern Swordsmanship Association, Bei Yuan, the leader of the Ancient Promotion Association, and Haidong, nervously asked her quietly, "Captain Fire Phoenix, when will Big Brother Deep arrive today?" She leaned against the pillar and replied, "I already informed him before leaving, but he is still in seclusion. I also don't know if he'll make it in time." DeLong suddenly laughed uncontrollably. The whole city now knows about Diaphan and Langqiu, and even says Diaphan caused Diet Thien Mok to rise from the forest. Hua Puang leans in and reminds him, "Stop talking nonsense. This time, the Naplan family invited major powers from the north, so they must be up to something." Soon after, the MC announced loudly that the bride and groom were invited to enter, and the guests all laughed and chatted happily. "Thank you all for honoring us with your presence at the wedding today. Nalan bows to thank you here. Being able to attend young Master Naplan's wedding is my honor. I wish young Master Naplan and Miss Langqiu a harmonious marriage that lasts 100 years. May they have a precious son soon. The bride is truly beautiful, and young Master Naplan is truly blessed." She pursed her lips and looked around with hopeful eyes. "Is Diaphan not here yet? It's fine if he doesn't come. Isn't this what I wanted all along?" Bana silently thought, with a scar on his face. Diaphan actually didn't come. That kid was lucky to escape a disaster. Tran Vai, with the microphone in hand, began the ceremony, and now the auspicious moment to hold the wedding had arrived when suddenly a voice rang out, shocking everyone. "Wait a moment," everyone turned towards the main door. "You brought your brothers here to demand someone." "Young Master Naplan, I've cast a fortune for Miss Yen and you. Your destinies are incompatible and clash with each other. I came to this wedding today also to do a good deed. The guests are excited because of your presence. Where did this guy come from? You dare to cause trouble at young Master Naplan's wedding? You probably don't know. That kid is Diaphan, the one rumored to have a shady relationship with Diet Thien's fiancée. Diet Thien must be about to lose his temper soon. A good show is coming." Langqiu saw him and hurriedly called out to Diaphan, who immediately stepped forward to shield her. "You are Diaphan. You came just in time, so I won't have to trouble someone else to find you later." Diet Thien waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to seal off the hall. The grand hall door slammed shut instantly, and a group of shadow guards quickly surrounded them with swords drawn. This is an elite force trained by the Nippon family over many years. The secret guards say they are all at the peak of their cultivation and have mastered various martial arts. I didn't expect Diet Thien to mobilize the secret guards just to deal with Diaphan. This Diaphan is really someone who doesn't know his place, risking everything for a woman who deliberately throws herself into danger. Huang Tian whispered to you softly, "Diaphan, this secret guard will be taken care of by us soon, so you can go do your own thing." Diaphan smirked confidently, not in a hurry. With such a grand setup, I doubt Diet Thien's true intention is just to deal with us. Yenthu was the first to come forward and plead. "Young Master Nippon, how you want to deal with Diaphan has nothing to do with us. Can you have some bodyguards step aside so we can leave here and do whatever we want?" Only then did he reveal his true face. Dealing with Diaphan was just a trivial matter for him. "Today, the ones I truly want to deal with are you all." The people in the waiting hall were shocked to hear that. "What? Young Master Naplan, what do you mean by that?" Diet Thien said little and entered a fighting state, meaning today I must unify the entire martial arts world of North China. Anyone who disobeys will only have one way to die. Everyone around started cursing non-stop. "I told you, why did Diet Thien invite so many people to his wedding today?" It turns out he had a plan all along. Rest assured, Yenthu, Bak Nguyen, and Truong Ha are experienced, and Diet Thien won't succeed. He's too arrogant. But he still calmly stands with his hands on his hips, urging them to go all out. "Yenthu, Bai Yuan, and Truong Ha, this is your only chance to strike." He immediately grabbed his spear and charged forward, daring to be so arrogant among my most cherished disciples. Over here, he also leaned in to lend his strength. Tio Fong, 13 swords. Truong Ha also decides to charge with the North Pole fist. Hejiang uses both hands to perform the divine diagram golden body to fight against all three. The three of them also vomited blood one after another as the situation around them grew increasingly chaotic. The Kim body technique. Diaphan never expected to reach the realm of an indestructible golden body. Even the leader of the three great associations united is no match for Diaphan. What should be done now? Do I really have to submit to Diaphan today? I can't accept this. He pointed at himself again and threatened, "From now on, the martial arts world of North China is under my control, anyone who agrees or opposes." The surrounding atmosphere fell silent after the previous events until suddenly you stepped out from the crowd. "I oppose." Diaphan looked annoyed. "Diaphan, I originally wanted to settle your despicable ass last, but now you dare to step out. You're truly a damn fool." Lang Q saw the situation was getting out of hand and begged him. "Diaphan, I already agreed to marry you. Please have mercy and spare Diaphan." He sneered coldly and mocked, "Lang Q, you really overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you're just a tool for training, and besides that, you have no other value." Hearing this, she was furious and charged forward. "Diaphan, you bastard. I'll risk everything to fight you." "You're the one who should get out," he sighed, raising an eyebrow in challenge. "I didn't expect you to have some skills after all, but are you trying to be a hero saving a beauty with just this? You're a bit too confident in yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Diaphan was hit right in the face by him. "Stop talking nonsense. Diaphan only needed a light punch to make him fall backward. You talk too much for someone who always loses. Don't you know that?" Lang Q was moved to tears. The people in the hall immediately started to stir. Am I seeing things? Diaphan never expected to knock Diaphan away with a single punch. Although his strike was a surprise attack, being able to send Diaphan flying proved that Diaphan had the strength to fight him head-on. "Keep going, Diaphan. We don't want to be defeated by Diaphan." Banna suddenly appeared out of nowhere, pointing at them and giving the order. Diaphan didn't expect him to dare to ambush the young master. "Ambush guards, what are you waiting for? Kill Diaphan immediately without hesitation. I will bear the consequences later. I have my own plans already. As long as I can kill Diaphan and help the young master's plan succeed, I can once again earn the young master's trust." Following Banna's orders, the assassins immediately swung their blades to attack. Your brothers also fought back fiercely, blocking them. "Diaphan, let us handle these scoundrels. You focus on dealing with Diaphan. Diaphan, the key to victory or defeat depends on you. Don't worry about us." The two sides fought fiercely, and the assassins were quickly pushed back. No, this can't be happening. Watching the people fall and unable to help but feel heartbroken. How could Diaphan's side be so powerful? You're only now slowly approaching Banna to settle the score. Is it Chukat? You have not only schemed against me multiple times, but also used sweet words to deceive Lang Q. Today, I cannot let you leave here alive. They immediately shouted desperately. "No, young master, save me." But Banna didn't finish her sentence before Diaphan grabbed her by the neck. "No one can save you, even if you can't breathe. Keep begging the young master for help." But he only coldly uttered a sentence. "Chukat, you're useless enough, but you dare to mobilize the secret guards without my permission. And for this crime, you deserve to die." Then Diaphan kicked the shard of the dagger under his foot, and the blade immediately pierced Banna's head. She quickly collapsed onto the cold ground. "No, I can't accept this." You sneer coldly. "Diaphan, you are truly ruthless, even able to easily kill your own subordinates." He leisurely wiped his mouth and replied, "Diaphan, your moment of pride won't last long. The next one to die will be you." Then he gathered his spiritual power and activated the gold body talisman, causing the surrounding area to immediately buzz with whispers. Once again, the gold body talisman. Just now, Diaphan used this move to defeat 3 great sect masters. Can Diaphan withstand it? It's uncertain. I see that Diaphan can only try to stall Diaphan, waiting for his strength to weaken before having a chance to defeat him. You suddenly pull out a needle, not having perfected the divine gold body talisman, yet daring to use it in front of me. "Diaphan, do you believe I can destroy your Kim Thun Tuong with just a single needle?" Deep down, Diaphan secretly calculated that his yin-yang eye had already seen through the flaws of this Kim Thun Tuong. Breaking it is just a simple matter. The onlookers immediately froze in shock. Can a single needle break Diaphan's gold body talisman? Is Diaphan telling the truth or lying? I think Diaphan is just pretending to be strong, deliberately stalling to weaken Diaphan. That's right, Diaphan has been practicing the Kim body talisman for 10 years. There's no way a single needle can pierce through. He really burst out laughing because of your words. "Diaphan, are you joking with me? Don't say it's just a needle. Even 100,000 needles couldn't hurt me in the slightest." Diaphan, furious, clenched his fists and charged forward like a lightning bolt. "Diaphan, Stop wasting time and just die. You stand there frozen with your hand raised, sneering coldly. You're truly a hopeless case. Go! The two forces clash fiercely. The crowd watched behind the smoke, unable to help but marvel. What's going on? Diaphan, he didn't dodge. He must have been killed by that punch, right? Diaphan, you must hold on. As the smoke clears, Diaphan's trembling arm stops right in front of you. Before he could react, he clutched his chest and blood spurted from his mouth. The people around him stared in shock with their mouths agape. What exactly is going on? Why did Diaphan suddenly vomit blood? Could it be that Diaphan's acupuncture needle really works? A single needle breaking through the golden body is too powerful. I wonder if Diaphan still takes disciples. Following him has more prospects than following Diaphan. He couldn't believe it, shouting in anger. This can't be true. My gold body talisman is the strongest. Nothing can pierce it. How could it be destroyed by just your tiny needle? You pull back your hand, a faint smile on your face, because in this world there is no such thing as the strongest cultivation method. Even the weakest cultivator can become invincible, while the weak cannot avoid failure even with the highest techniques. After hearing this, his face grew darker, and he clenched his teeth tightly. Diaphan, you are too obsessed with the so-called ultimate cultivation method, and in doing so you have lost the basic mind of a true expert. Your failure was doomed from the start. After hearing that, the crowd fell silent and then started to discuss. Diaphan's words made a lot of sense. I understand now. So that was the demeanor a true powerhouse should have. Hearing Diaphan say that, it was all worth it. I've struggled for 10 years in my cultivation. Enduring the pain, he struggled to stand on his trembling legs. Diaphan, don't even think about shaking my belief in cultivation. I have trained the gold body talisman for over 10 years, and it is the strongest. As long as I perfect the gold body talisman, no one can defeat me. With a sinister smile, Diaphan placed his hand on her neck from behind, originally intending to cultivate the Fudokimdan to the highest level. Then use you as Lu Din to absorb and break through, but now it's too late. And if you want to blame someone, blame Diaphan. He opened his mouth to swallow Lang Q's vital energy using the blood origin spirit technique, causing her to cry out in pain. Diaphan, your anger and aura swirl around your hand as you rush forward. Diaphan, are you tired of living? Diaphan's punch lands directly in the middle of his stomach, while his other hand holds on to Lang Qiu tightly, causing Diaphan's entire body to crash into the wall behind him as he looks at her with concern. Lang Qiu, are you okay? She said with tears in her eyes. Diaphan, I'm sorry I shouldn't have gone alone to the Naplan family. I should have trusted you. Lang Qiu's voice faltered and grew weaker as she closed her eyes and collapsed. The old Taoist priest approached with a contemplative look, her vital energy exhausted. This female disciple probably won't live much longer. Huofeng clapped to comfort her. Diaphan, this is beyond your control. It's not your fault. Diaphan clenched his teeth in frustration and pulled out 3 needles. No, as long as I don't want Lang Qiu to die, even if the King of Hell comes here, don't even think about taking her away. Your hand skillfully moves the needle down Lang Qiu's body, 9 origin talisman emitting its power. Her face suddenly furrows, and a blue aura surrounds her. He gapes in amazement, stunned that Lang Qiu's aura has unexpectedly stabilized. Is this forcing Lang Qiu into a coma? She's surprised. Diaphan's medical skills are becoming more and more advanced. After the treatment is complete, you can leave her to Huofeng. For now, Lang Qiu has no further concerns. Huofeng, take her to rest first. As he spoke, Diaphan glanced at him and said, I'll find a way to treat her after I deal with Diaphan. He seemed to hear a joke, his whole body emanating a cold golden aura. Kill me, Diaphan. Do you think I am still as weak as before? After absorbing Lang Qiu's blood essence, my golden body talisman may not have reached perfection yet, but it's already considered at the peak. Diaphan's power is growing stronger and stronger. He pointed at you and said, Diaphan, I definitely won't be pierced by your needle anymore. He was not afraid at all, drew out his dagger and snorted coldly. Of course, I no longer want to just use a needle to break through your defenses, because now I want to kill you. A Buddha with clasped hands appeared behind Diaphan, attacking Diaphan with arrogant and domineering gestures. Go to hell. You jump forward, a fierce dragon roaring behind you. You must die. It is you. 2 sources of power clash fiercely. Once again, he, clutching his chest in disbelief, spits out a mouthful of blood. What? This can't be happening? Before Diaphan could react, Diaphan Thuako rushed forward and said, Die! Your dagger directly pierced his neck. Diaphan clutched his neck and collapsed to the ground, stammering. No, I can't die. I still have so many things to do. Diaphan sneered as he walked over and kicked him. The only thing you need to do now is to go and die. Everyone is stunned by this scene. Diaphan has truly died at the hands of Diaphan. He was considered a rising star, but unfortunately he died before reaching the peak realm. Nam has Modong, North has Na Lan. Their reputation spread across China, but both fell at the hands of Diaphan. Could it be that Diaphan is the new rising star? The people of Truongha, injured and supporting each other, each said a word as they walked. Deep little friend, today your help was fortunate. Otherwise, the martial arts world of East China would have been destroyed in a single day. In the future, if Diep Banghu has any requests, just let me know, and I will do my best to cooperate. Yes, although the three of us are not as strong as you, we are still considered to have spiritual veins and are well informed, so maybe we can help Diep Tu Hu in some way. Hearing this, Diaphan no longer hesitated and said straightforwardly, 3 seniors, since you've mentioned it, I happen to have a request. Have you ever heard of the blood origin spirit plant? In his heart, he secretly calculated that Lang Q's blood essence was now depleted, and according to the records in the Demon Valley Medical Classic, only the blood origin spirit plant could save her. Tianthu frowned, looking at the two of them, and said, I think I've read about the blood origin spirit herb in some medical book before. I heard that this herb usually grows in the highest places in the southwest, and it must be in a place with abundant spiritual energy. Beiyuan continued, southwest, towering, filled with spiritual energy. Lao Bai, you're not talking about Mount Ame, are you? He nodded and said, Yes, I remember. Now Mount Nagami has a legend of using blood origin spirit to save people. Having received the information I wanted, I gratefully thank you. Mount Amy is in the southwest. Thank you 3 elders for providing the information. Diaphan was very grateful, and then turned his gaze to Huan Thian. Mr. Zhao, since Tuan is going with me to the southwest, everyone should return first. The current forces at home are too thin. We need everyone to stay and protect. Wapuang, thank you for your help on this trip to Yanqin, but I do have one request regarding the Naplan family. Just go ahead and do what you want to do. The Safety Bureau is still your strongest support. He then went over and carried her away. Tuan, let's go. He nodded. All right, I will get the blood origin spirit pond, no matter the cost to heal you. After many days, they finally arrived at Mount Ngami in the southwest and set her down at a rest hut. Lang Q's condition was worsening, her blood essence depleted, and the joints in her body were beginning to wither. Diaphan clenched his teeth, channeling more energy into her. I must get to Mount Nagami and obtain the blood origin spirit pond quickly. From afar, an angry voice rang out. Vo Fi, you didn't expect to have the nerve to come to my Mount Nagami. You're truly tired of living. He patted his chest with deep affection and looked straight ahead, saying, I just want to meet Wu Yu once. Then you noticed the people behind the rock. Vo Fi, last time during the clinic opening, I helped him treat his wounds. But why is he here? And it seems he's being chased by members of the Ngami sect. Thinking for a moment, Diaphan turned to instruct him. Tuan, take care of Lang Q. I'll go over and see what's really going on. Tuan Bon nodded. All right. Vo Tin frowned coldly. Vo Fi, Vo Yu's senior sister, was one of the most talented disciples of the Ming sect, but after falling in love with you, she became a cripple, and now you still have the face to meet my junior sister. She clenched her fists in anger and shouted, immediately leaving Mount Ngami. If not, don't blame me for being rude. He raised his hand to oppose, saying, What happened that year was my fault, I admit it. But now I must go up the mountain. I need to find a rare medicinal herb, maybe it can save Wu Yu. The more I hear, the angrier I get, grinding my teeth and snorting coldly. I've already tried all the medicines you gave me back then. None of them worked. Standing beside Vo Dung, I couldn't help but shout loudly, Sumuoi, don't waste words on him, just drive him out of here. Seeing the other side start to attack, Wu Pi drew his sword. If you are so determined to stop me, then forgive me for being rude. But as soon as the sword was drawn, it was caught by the threads of the feather duster. This is bad. She held on tightly, then glanced at Vo Tin. Junior sister, you make your move. She understood the message and immediately appeared behind him. Through Fengjiang Nuet, suddenly Diaphan shot out from somewhere, shouting, Stop right there! A cloud of dust rises and spreads everywhere. No figures in sight, and Vo Tin is knocked back with a cry. Vo Dung rushes over to catch her and asks worriedly, Junior sister, are you all right? She shakes her head. I'm fine. The move just now from this young man isn't simple. Sister must be careful. Vo Dung clenched her fan tightly and frowned. Vo Fuang, this is our Ngami sect's territory. No matter how strong they are, they can't leave here. Seeing Vo Fi, he immediately smiled and said, Diep, little friend, why are you here? Diaphan replied, One of my friends is injured and needs the blood origin spirit leaf from the Ngami sect to heal, so I came here. He raised an eyebrow with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. But why are you here too? And why are you fighting with the Ngami sect members? He remained silent, his eyes filled with a hint of sorrow. The person I love is gravely ill and currently on Mount Ngami. I am searching for some herbs in hopes of curing her. Vo-Fi glared angrily at the two, but they didn't understand and kept blocking my way up the mountain. She crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Do you think our Ngami mountain is a tourist spot? You say you can go up if you want. Vodung pointed at the two and shouted, You two are not allowed to go up the mountain, or don't blame me for being rude. Diaphan ignored them and stepped forward. Two elders, your words are a bit too overbearing. As far as I know, Mount Nami is originally ownerless and anyone can go up it. To be precise, this mountain belongs to the country. Your sect of the Ming sect is just using this place to establish your school. What right do you have to stop us from going up the mountain? She sneered as if she heard a joke. Our Ngami sect was one of the 10 great sects with hundreds of years of tradition. With our disciples and symbols everywhere, this Ngami mountain has long been recognized by Monhian as our territory in the Chinese martial world. So what right does a kid like you have to judge? You lean on your hip and half smile. So, if you stay long enough, you can call yourself the boss? Then according to your logic, since I've been in Yenching for so long, isn't the whole of Yenching mine? You guys are really shameless. Hearing this, Vodung couldn't help but scold, How dare you insult our Ngami sect? Kid, are you tired of living? Diaphan didn't bother to pay attention and just walked past her. Today, I must reach Mount Ngami no matter what. I want to see who can stop me. Vodung suddenly turned around, and the threads like daggers pierced toward her. The arrogant and unruly young master is so ungrateful. You turn around, raise your dagger, and sneer as you counterattack, daring to use petty tricks in front of me. Break them apart. Diaphan's attacks directly struck the silk threads, knocking her back and causing her to spit blood in disbelief. How can this be? Seeing it happen, I immediately rushed forward to help. Senior sister, I came to help you but was blocked by him with his sword. I am your opponent. She angrily raises her fan to attack. Vo-Fi, get out of here. He snorted coldly and leaned forward. You're not my match alone. Vo-Fi's sword pierced through the strands of the finest silk, and Vo-Tin was struck heavily, falling back and spitting blood. Vodung quickly rushed from behind to hold her. Junior sister, are you all right? Wu-Ting frowned and replied with difficulty. I'm fine. Senior sister, what should we do now? We are no match for them. Knowing they can't win, both of them quickly run away. Let's return to the clan first. Invite the elder to step forward. Seeing the two leave, Wu-Fei looked dejected as he approached. Sorry, Brother Diaphan. Because of me, I caused you to offend the Nami sect. This trip to get the medicine seems more difficult now. Diaphan smiled and shook his head, saying ambiguously, It's okay. Seeing the arrogant attitude of the Ming sect earlier, even without him, I think this trip will still be difficult. What does young Master Deep mean? Seeing Vo-Fi's expression, he firmly said, I must obtain the Blood Origin Spirit Leaf. Anyone who tries to stop me must die, no matter who they are. Diaphan quickly went to help Vo-Fi prevent him from kneeling. Big Brother Lan, just say what you need. There's no need for us to be so formal. His eyebrows furrowed in a pleading look. Little Brother Deep, I really dare not hide this from you. The person I love has her entire meridian system severed. This time I came to the mountain just to see her. He is willing to pay any price to treat her, but in the end, the chances of a full recovery are slim. But coincidentally, I met you here. I trust your medical skills very much so. Diaphan stroked his chin and interrupted Wu-Fei in thought. The entire meridian system is severed. It's really very difficult to cure. I can only try my best once. I can't guarantee I can cure your friend. Watching you turn and leave, he bows respectfully. Your words are enough. Whether I can be cured or not, I will remember this in my heart for the rest of my life. The scene shifts to the top of the Ngami sect's mountain. Wu Yu sat in a wheelchair looking out the window. Vo-Fi, it's been 20 years since we parted. Wu Wu enters from outside. She approaches, her gaze resting on her. My disciple, so many years have passed, but you still can't let go. Don't forget, it was Vo-Fi who caused you to end up in such a tragic state. Vo Yu, clutching her chest, lowering her gaze and sighing, said that what happened that year wasn't Vo-Fi's fault. Seeing Tian Ni enter, she was slightly surprised and tilted her head to ask, Senior sister, are men really that good? It's been over 20 years, but you still haven't forgotten him. The master said that men are the root of all evil, but judging by how you look now, it seems men aren't all that bad. Hearing that, Wu Wu's face sank even lower, and she said, You're still young, you wouldn't understand. Seeing this, Wu Wa stepped forward and hit her on the head. Fairy girl, you're not studying scriptures in the temple, what are you doing here? I warn you, if you dare to go look for a man on your own, I will break your bones," she cried loudly, running away with her head in her hands. "Master, I was wrong." "Master." Vo Fi suddenly charged up the mountain. She was helped in by Vo Dung, who recounted that he even brought along a very powerful assistant, and the disciples couldn't stop them, which surprised her. "What?" Vo Nga, upon hearing his name, gritted his teeth and ordered, "You dare to storm my Mount Nga on your own. Vo Tin Vo Dung, I command you both to immediately train the disciples and set up the Jade Maiden sword formation." Both of them bow respectfully and accept the order. Just as she is about to leave, a voice calls out from behind. Master Wu Yu, sitting in a wheelchair, looks on with concern. "Could you please not take Vo Fi's life, I beg you?" "My foolish disciple, I understand now. Don't worry, she didn't say anything, just watched her back." "Sister Ni, is that Vo Fi you haven't seen in over 20 years? Do you want to go meet him?" Vo U shyly looked down at her feet. "I can't touch it again, and the master won't allow me to meet Vo Fi." Don't wait for her to finish. She quickly pushed the person into the carriage. "Don't worry, with me here, I can definitely help you meet him." Vo Yu shouted, "Fairy girl, you're too slow." Inside, she couldn't help but feel excited. It's not easy to see the sex so lively. How could she miss this opportunity? "So it's the Jade Maiden sword formation, meant to stop me." Sect Ngami didn't expect them to set up this sword formation. He crossed his arms, frowned, and asked, "Is the Jade Maiden sword formation really that powerful?" His face darkened as he explained, "The Jade Maiden sword formation is the main protective formation of the Ngami sect, which combines the strength of 49 people. Unless a single strike can defeat all 49, otherwise they will be trapped and killed within this sword formation." As he finished speaking, Vonga's group stepped forward. "Vo Fi, you don't want to meet Vo Yu, do you? As long as you can break through the Jade Maiden sword array, I will agree to let you meet my disciple." The man exuded a purple aura as he grasped the sword's hilt. "Very well. Thank you, Senior, for this opportunity. Even if I have to die in this sword formation, I, Wu Fi, will not regret it." From the distant corner of the tree, Xian Ni pushed her to observe and said, "Senior sister, is that old man Vo Fi? Looks like he's not much. Still, the young, handsome man beside him is more attractive." Wu Wu clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on him. 20 years have passed, and Vo Fi has also changed a lot. She waved her staff to command her disciples to attack. The disciples obeyed and charged forward, a group quickly drawing their swords and rushing in. "Understood." He fearlessly swung his sword and shouted, "Kill!" Wu Wo furrowed his brow, waved his hand to change the technique. The disciples obeyed, using the desperate dragon technique. The two disciples gather their spiritual energy and shout loudly, "Damn it." Countless swords are created and shot straight at Wu Fi. He leapt up, sweeping through the air, grabbing the wind feather martial sword, then continued to cut at Vo Fi, shattering his swords into pieces. After finishing, he lowered himself and loudly said, "Vo U, wait for me. I'm coming to you." She stood behind the disciple and coldly warned, "If it was just out of respect for Wu Yu earlier that you were spared, then if you keep pushing your luck, don't blame me for being ruthless." Having said that, Wu Na immediately ordered an attack. The disciples obeyed, unleashing their full power. The 10,000 swords technique, the 10,000 swords returning to origin, countless swords gathering into a single stream rushing forward. Vo Fi did not hesitate and pointed his sword straight ahead, executing the 10-step ultimate attack, but it seemed he alone could not resist, and he collapsed backward, groaning. She saw this and anxiously shouted out, "Vo Fi." The immortal girl standing behind whistles and speaks up, "It's over." She thought there would be more excitement, but it ended so quickly. She walks over and looks at him wounded and kneeling on the ground. Mofi, with a cold and indifferent expression, speaks calmly. "You have lost. Out of respect for Wu Wu, I will spare your life. Go back. You cannot defeat the Jade Maiden sword formation first." He couldn't bear to look her in the eye and shook his head. "No, today only Vo Fi will fight to the end. There is no retreat for Vo Fi." "Senior, please continue." Hearing this, she frowned in displeasure. "Are you really that tired of living?" He stood up, pounding his chest with determination. "For worry-free, what is death worth? I've waited over 20 years and no longer want to wait. Even if I die here, at least my soul can still stay by her side. Today, unless I die, I will never give up." Wu Wu orders, "Get rid of him now." He gives up resisting, closes his eyes, and surrenders. "Wu Yu, I have no regrets in this life." Seeing this, she shouted in panic, "No Voi Fi, run away now." Suddenly, Diaphan appeared, repelling the enemy. "Get out of here, all of you." The two land, and Vo Dung speaks again. "It's that kid." Vo Fi, looking exhausted, sighs and looks ahead. "Sorry, Brother Lan. I can't just stand by and watch you be harmed. I'll go ahead and break this formation for you. He secretly thought that just now he used the yin-yang eye to see the principle behind this sword formation, and breaking it was very simple. Wu Wu used the Fantron Chi in front. Who are you? Dare to interfere in the affairs of the Ngami sect? We have the great mountain guardian formation of Ngami. Do you think you can break it? Being young and reckless will surely lead to a heavy price to pay. The energy surrounding the young man Diaphan then enveloped his feet as he stood facing Vonga, willing to break the Jade Maiden sword formation for him, still hoping for guidance from his senior. The old woman warned, Diep Chu, I see you have only just entered the nascent soul stage. Lan Vo Phi is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and if even he can't do it, do you really think you can? I advise you better to give up this idea. After all, swords and blades have no eyes. I just want to know if I succeed in breaking this sword formation for Brother Lan, will I get her love? If something happens to you because of me, I will regret it for the rest of my life. But the young man replied with full confidence on his face, Don't worry, Brother Lan. I can break this Jade Maiden sword formation with just one move. Vonga angrily shouted, If you want to die that badly, let me help you fulfill your wish. The disciples then set up the formation. Hearing that, the people around raised their swords and shouted together. From afar, Tian Ni spoke, Sister, don't worry. Someone has already broken Lan Vo Phi's sword formation. Vo U wondered to himself, Who is this person? Vo Phi, who has been proud and cold all his life. How could he be friends with someone so young? Then she said, I just hope this young man will come through safely. Xian Ni sighed. But this elder brother is only at the initial stage of the nascent soul, yet he already wants to challenge the Jade Maiden's sword array, which looks like he's just asking for trouble. It's a pity he's such a handsome young man. You still want to see how terrifying men can be, Vodung said. This kid saw Lan Vo Phi being beaten to the point of spitting blood, but still dared to challenge the Jade Maiden sword array. Truly a fool who doesn't know when to give up. Votin also said that there are some people in this world who think they are the center of the universe, believing they can turn danger into safety no matter what, but they'll only regret it when they get beaten. Diaphan radiates energy, saying, Senior, please make your move quick and decisive. I have something more important to discuss with you. Vonga raises his fan, waiting for you to break the sword formation before speaking. The disciples obeyed the command and unleashed the Thousand Swords technique. The weapons around them soared into the sky, converging into a single sword formation, and he charged forward, thinking to himself, this was the moment he found the eye of the formation. Seeing that, Wu Wei quickly ordered, This is bad. Stop him at once. The disciples rushed forward to block him, trying to break the eye formation, but they absolutely couldn't stop him or let him achieve his goal. Diaphan suddenly stopped and said, Sorry, you can't stop me. Then he jumped up and said, My real target is this. A loud explosion sounded, and countless weapons rained down from the sky, leaving the disciples coughing up blood in disbelief. How is this possible? The sword formation has been broken. The immortal disciples shout in unison, fearless and unwavering. What? Vo Phi said with a cheerful face. Diaphan didn't expect to succeed. He jumps back and clasps his hands in front of him. Senior, please accept this coldness from me. An unintentional anger. You are truly a schemer, distracting the disciples on one hand and attacking while the sword formation is half consolidated on the other. Vodung also spoke. If the wand sword technique has indeed been successfully condensed, you are definitely no match for us. Diaphan turned around and said, I just don't want to hurt innocent people. If we really fight, someone will definitely die, and it will create a grudge. But the opponent still mocked, speaking as if it were true, since the formation was broken. Say whatever you want. Hearing this, his face darkened. So what? Are you still not convinced? At this moment, Wu Nie stepped in. All right, no more indifference or desire. Then she spoke. The sword battle has been broken by others. Let's admit defeat. Hearing this, Wu Pi's face lit up with joy. Senior Vo Wu, Vonga turns around. Vo Yu is in the back hall. Go meet him yourself, and after that, leave immediately. A look of disappointment appears on his face. Is it only possible to meet once? Vo Tian shouted loudly. Just letting you meet once is already good enough for you. And this time you didn't break the formation. Vodung also warned, remember not to go wandering around, or you'll be expelled from the mountain immediately. Senior, please stop. I have a friend who is badly injured and needs the blood silver spirit plant for treatment. I can offer an item of equivalent value. Perhaps that would be acceptable. I secretly thought, this kid just happened to break the Jade Maiden sword array and got the old ancestor to show up. Now he's shamelessly asking for our sect's blood origin spirit herb. I won't give it to him. Let's see what he can do. You continue speaking, Senior. Life is urgent. I hope you can spare a moment today. The woman sneered and said, In my place is the Ming sect, not a place for beggars. Do you think you can just trade the blood origin spirit herbs so easily? Diaphan was furious and said, when it comes to lives, the Ming sect is renowned for righteousness. Do you really think you can ignore what I say? Wu Wu speaks, saying, unintentional, unselfish, I will see you off, secretly thinking, I must force you to kneel and kowtow to me. Hearing the order, the two reply, the blood origin spirit herb is a treasure of our Ngami sect. You think you can just trade for what you want? Nothing is that easy. Master doesn't want to entertain guests anymore. Diaphan, please leave the mountain quickly. That item has been kept very carefully by my master. I haven't even seen it myself. Then she said, Sister, let's go back and wait for Lan Vo Phi. That guy's about to be driven down the mountain, the show is over. Wait a moment, Vo U exclaimed in surprise. I feel something is wrong. Fairy Niu, look over there. Diaphan's aura radiates around him. I didn't want to cause trouble, I was only willing to sell the blood origin spirit fruit at any price. But you keep pressuring me with this attitude. Then he raised 2 fingers, so I had no choice but to find another way to get the blood origin spirit. Countless weapons covered in energy soared off the ground, and everyone shouted in panic, Swords! Sword talismans! It's Diaphan! Stop him quickly! What is really going on here? This is Diaphan himself flying up. I have a sword that can move mountains and seas, break cities, and open up the land. Today, even if I feed you the blood origin spirit fruit, I won't let you join forces to kill him. The green giant and countless swords clashed fiercely, but soon cracks appeared on it. The disciples exclaimed, Can we really stop Diaphan when he's this strong? No, I can't hold on much longer. But in the end, it was all useless as they were beaten back, spitting blood. Wu Wa's eyes widened in anger, gritting his teeth as he said each word fiercely. Diaphan, you, a sword stops in front of the opponent as his voice rings out. You wouldn't listen when I spoke calmly, so I had to force myself to act. Where is that blood origin spirit herb? The old woman trembled, sweat running down her face, stammering, Please, young man, spare him if you can. The young man was surprised and snorted, and Wu Wu quickly shouted, Elder! The surrounding disciples cheered. This is great. I didn't expect the elder to finally break through. This time Diaphan is definitely going to die. With the old master here, we are safe now. Diaphan then said, Ngami, old master, do you also want to stop me? But Tuo smiled and said, Young people are indeed quick to anger. I am not here to fight. Meanwhile, Wu Nao shouted, Old ancestor, this young man wants to steal the blood origin spirit leaf. You cannot let him succeed, and he falsely accused, Old ancestor. Diaphan injured our disciples. Please step in and punish him. Vodung also spoke up, saying, Our Naga sect has a history of thousands of years, and we've never endured such humiliation before. We truly can't swallow this anger. Tuyet Tom laughed at this. Can't hold it in, can't hold it in. You still want to fight him, so why should this old stubborn woman have to step in? Are you all making noise? Their disciples will handle it themselves. They already fought earlier. This is not something we can win. Oops, don't say anything. It seems the elder is angry. She continued, Now the elder only has a little breath left and can help you 1 or 2 more times. If I am no longer in this world, then who will stand up and help you? Everyone fell silent then, muttering, This is the disciples' doing. Jatan struck his drum loudly on the ground and shouted, How dare they do something like this even when they weren't allowed to come up the mountain? Our Ngami is not yet the #1 sect in the world, so doing such reckless and unreasonable things must be to ruin the good history of Ngami that has been built for generations, right? Vo Nga Vo Tin Vo Dung hurriedly knelt down. The disciple admits his mistake and asks the elder to calm down. Seeing this scene, Jianni asks, What exactly is going on here? Why is the elder standing on the young man's side? Vo U asked. The elder must have her reasons for doing so. He wondered to himself if Diaphan was so powerful that even the elder had to show him some respect. And at this moment he was pondering why this old lady's aura felt so familiar to him. Let me use the yin-yang eye to check it out. A flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes. The yin-yang eye. Then he saw energy on the other person's body. This is spiritual energy. Suddenly Zhu Xin spoke. You have yin and yang energy on your body, which not everyone can do. Diaphan said, Senior, I don't know what the yin-yang dual energy you mentioned is. Secretly wondering if this old woman can see his yin-yang eye. Could she be? Hearing this, the other person smiled. Young man, there's no need to be so wary of me after all. We are considered to be of the same path, and in this world you can call me a friend. At this moment he let out a relieved sigh and spoke, just as he expected. Then he clasped his hands and bowed. Diaphan visited his senior, thinking to himself that he never expected this old woman to also be a spirit cultivator who cultivates spiritual energy like him. It seems that the major sects capable of passing down their heritage for thousands of years are not without reason. Tuyet Tom calmly said, No need to be like that. I am just a few years older than you. so we can call each other friends in the future. Secretly thinking, even at such a young age, she already bears the aura of an ancient spirit cultivator. This kid has an extraordinary background, a true genius. We must maintain a good relationship with him. The surrounding disciples were noisy. I can't believe the old ancestor didn't expect to make friends with Diaphan. What is it about Diaphan that makes the elder regard him so highly? It seems we've truly offended a major figure this time. She is starting to move. Fellow Taoist Deep, please wait a few minutes while I handle internal affairs first. Then he spoke out casually and arrogantly, was punished with a 3-year banishment, and as the unselfish head of the sect, he could not avoid responsibility, temporarily stepping down from the position of sect master, with minor affairs in the sect temporarily entrusted to Wu Wu to handle, and I will support him. Hearing this, they responded respectfully with cold sweat on their faces. Understood, Elder Gentom turns around. Taoist Diep, are you satisfied with how this has been handled? You fold your hands in front of you, showing fairness and justice. I am truly impressed. But that blood origin spirit leaf. Rest assured, Diep Dao Huing, although it is precious if you want it, our Nami sect will not hesitate to give it to you. Then calmly said, I will send someone to get it now. In his mind, he thought to himself, the tiny blood origin spirit can easily win the goodwill of an alchemist. This exchange is too favorable, and he was pleased. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Seeing this scene, Wu Fei is deep in thought, and the head of the Ngami sect now values Elder Deep so highly. If Huyet Nyan Lin Chi says it can be taken, then maybe my matter with Vo U can be as well. Then he stepped closer and whispered, Diep Laude, can you help me talk to the elder of the Ngami sect about my matter with Vo U? In the end, meeting once is already too much. Out of respect for Taoist Diep, as long as Vo U agrees, the petitioner can go to Nyami Mountain to visit her any time. Vo Fai beamed with joy, thanking the senior, secretly thinking that just one word from Diaphan could resolve his and Vo U's issues, and he vowed to repay him in the future. At this moment, a figure in a wheelchair pushed forward, crying out for Vo Fai. He was startled, hurriedly turned around and ran over to call Vo U, then touched her cheek, and in a blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Are you well? Everything that happened back then was my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have suffered. She interrupted gently. Don't say that, Vo Fai. With tears in her eyes, she said softly, I have never blamed you before. He is determined to make Vo Yu rest assured. No matter the cost, he will only heal her. Then Vo Fai clasped his hands and bowed his head, saying, Brother Deep, please help save Vo U. No matter what happens, I will repay you in the future. Deep Han stepped forward to support her, saying, Lan, you don't need to do this. I will do my best to treat your sister-in-law. After a while, a group of disciples gathered in front of the room. Inside, Deep Han was checking Vo U's pulse while she lay on the bed. Feeling the energy flowing into her, she winced in pain, and outside the disciples whispered and speculated. This Diaphan looks to be only over 20 years old, yet his cultivation is so high and his medical skills are so impressive. Isn't he a once-in-a-millennium genius? Over the years, other senior uncles have tried to invite many top doctors to treat senior sister Wu Yu, but none have succeeded. I don't think Diaphan is any better. Vo Fai approached to ask, So, Brother Diep, how is Vo Yu doing? Is there any hope she will recover? He replied, The meridians in her body are severed, and there is only one way for her to recover. Keep speaking. If it breaks again, it means I have to destroy to create anew. The sooner I break, the sooner I can rebuild. Only then can I continue healing my sister-in-law. Wuya was terrified. What? Cutting the meridians again. Are you joking? Wu Yu has already had her meridians cut once. If they cut again, she could be in life-threatening danger. At this moment, the disciples outside are also discussing whether to cut the meridians again to accept the treatment. I've never heard of this method before. Is he not just talking nonsense? Calm down and speak. I've already explained the method, but whether it works or not depends on you. He insists I trust Diaphan's medical abilities, but then looks at the bed and says, It's just Wu Wu M, she said firmly. Vo Fai, I believe in your decision, and then continued. Even if there is only a sliver of hope, I agree to try. I don't want to spend my whole life lying in bed. I want you to explore the world out there. All right. He turned around and said, Deep, please help Vo Yu. All subsequent risks will be borne by Vo Yu and me. Next to Vonga, someone called out, Lauto, isn't the elder going to say something to stop these crazy people? They are clearly just messing around. Hearing this, Tuyet Tom calmly intervened and continued speaking. But I can understand part of how he handles things. If it weren't in Fanthang's hands, he would never dare to say such a thing. If he said he could cure Wu Yu, then we should just stay calm and watch. The young man on the other side took out a needle and said, Elder Wu, I'm about to start the treatment. Reconnecting the meridians will be a bit painful. You must endure it. Wu Yu gritted her teeth and replied, As long as I can stand again. I can endure even more pain. Diaphan, start now. Behind him, the old man with white hair appears, using the 12 Heavenly Origins needles to break the meridians. She screamed loudly, her body surrounded by energy. The crowd was stunned. The power surging was terrifying, a strength I had only seen on the old ancestor. Could Diaphan really heal Vo-U's illness? He wiped the sweat from his face and said, Elder Vo-U, I will now begin to help reconnect your meridians. Her finger was covered in blue energy as the 12 Heavenly Origins needles connected her meridians. She suddenly sat up, clutched her chest, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Vo-Fi immediately stepped forward to support her. Vo-U, how are you? Vo-Nga and the others are furious. What the hell is Diaphan doing? Vo-U, why are you coughing up blood? Damn it, I told you this Diaphan is completely untrustworthy. Now something has indeed happened, Diaphan. If Vo-U gets into trouble, we won't forgive you. The disciples outside are noisy, as expected. Diaphan has also failed. Although he says he's fine, Diaphan is actually still too inexperienced. After this, Vo-U's master might get even more seriously injured. At this moment, a stick struck the ground loudly, and a commanding voice rang out. Order! Master, I am fine. She raised her hands in front of her, and the disciple could still feel the energy of true ki within her body. Then, Wu Yu quickly got off the bed without hesitation. She exclaimed, The disciple can stand again. The meridians have healed. Vo-Fi stepped forward, and both of them shed tears of happiness. That's great, Vo-Yu is really well, she's finally recovered. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed, What? Vo-Yu is healthy again? Vo-Tin asked. So we just misunderstood Diaphan earlier, didn't we? Vo-Dung sighed. How embarrassing. He crossed his arms and explained, If Senior Vo-Yu vomited blood earlier, it was to expel the accumulated blood over the years from his body. And as long as his internal injuries are fully treated, Senior Vo-Yu's body will no longer have any serious issues. He bowed to Diaphan and said, I will never forget this kindness from Lan Vo-Fi in my lifetime. If you need anything in the future, just call out, and I will definitely be there. Vo-Yu speaks. My master was just a bit impatient earlier. I apologize to you on their behalf. Seeing that, he said, There's no need for that, Brother Lan. Just trust me. I don't care about the others. A voice rang out. Look at the trouble you three have caused here. People came with good intentions to heal Vo-Yu, but you didn't show gratitude and instead blamed them. Jutem shouted loudly, Immediately apologize to young Master Deep for me. The three hurriedly bowed and said, Sorry, Diaphan. It was our mistake earlier. We shouldn't have blamed you. Both your martial skills and medical techniques are impressive. We are convinced and respectful. This time you saved Vo-U, you are a benefactor to the Ngami sect. We will never forget this. The disciples outside cheered, and Diaphan finally made the master's surrender with respect. Did I see wrong, or is this the first time I've seen my senior aunts bow their heads to apologize to someone else? Diaphan is not only handsome, but also very powerful. I am completely captivated by him. Tianni's eyes lit up as she thought, Is this the charm of men that my master Wu-Yu spoke of? Diaphan sighed. Fine, let's not talk about other things. Just take me to get the blood origin spirit fruit now. Young Master Deep, please follow me this way. This old lady will personally take you to get it. I secretly calculated that I didn't expect Diaphan to easily make the ruthless crowd surrender and be convinced, which is even more beneficial for my future plans. After a while, the other side of the medicine garden of Ngami introduced, Young Master Diep, this is the medicinal garden built since the founding of our Ngami sect. She pointed ahead and said, The blood origin spirit is inside. Diaphan sat down and examined the herbs. Not bad, these are all rare medicinal ingredients. Fairy Nai rushed forward and said, The spiritual energy here is really abundant. I didn't expect our Ngami sect to have such a good place. Why didn't the sect master mention this earlier? Tuyet Tom explained, Our Ngami sect has struggled for thousands of years to cultivate this medicinal garden. If we told the younger generation about it, I'm afraid it would have been destroyed long ago. Then she continued, Tianni, keep practicing well. What do you want with our sect's medicinal garden? She smiled brightly. Our master doesn't go out easily, she just wants to stay close to her master more, and also chat more with Brother Diaphan. The other side asked, What does this old woman want to stay close for? Do you want to stay close to someone else? The shy girl blushed and said, Master is talking nonsense again, disciple. Then Tiet Tom said, All right. Today we'll go as you wish, let's go inside. Thinking to himself, if he could bring Diaphan and Tianni together, it might strengthen Diaphan's relationship with the Ngami sect, which wouldn't be a bad thing. After walking for a while, the three of them arrived in front of a waterfall. The elder spoke. Young Master Deep, this is the blood origin spirit fungus. When you picked it, you left the easy part. A few years later, it might grow back. Please sit down and ask. Senior, may I ask how old this blood origin spirit fungus is? Jade Spirit explains, I once picked it to help Wu Yu stabilize his vital energy, and since then it has regrown, so it's probably over 20 years old now. She asks, what's wrong, Deep? Do you want the spirit mushroom to be older? Diaphan replied, it's just a few years short, but the medicinal power is still not enough. She thought to herself that to completely cure Lang Qiu, she would need at least 50 years of Huyet Nguyen Linqi. Tian Ni hurriedly asked, what should we do now? Master, please think of a way to help Diaphan quickly. Hearing that, Juhart said, the blood origin spirit plant is born from heaven. I also have no other way. Diaphan pointed his hand at the water. Elder, if I'm not mistaken, there is a small spiritual vein beneath this lake, and this is a very good place to grow rare medicinal herbs, as well as the source of spiritual energy here. She replied, that's right. You truly have good insight. Thinking to herself, just one look and I could tell there was a spiritual vein. It seems this young man possesses the yin-yang eye. If there is a spiritual vein, then it's easy. I can lead the spiritual energy to stimulate the growth of the blood origin spirit plant. But if I do that, in a few years, the spiritual energy in this medicinal garden might decrease significantly. Hearing that, Tuyet Tom said, if it's just a few years, there should be no problem, but I've never heard of using spiritual energy to stimulate the growth of medicinal herbs. Are you sure about this? In his mind, he thought that as long as he could sway Diaphan to his side, it wouldn't matter if he gave him the entire medicinal institute. Hearing that, he confidently drew out his knife and said, Senior, then let's see what you've got. Diaphan repeatedly swung his weapon to carve a long trench in the ground, water rushing swiftly toward the spiritual spring. He looked serious as he raised his hand to control the energy, calling for a pause, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy that radiated a dazzling glow, and his body rapidly transformed. Tuyet Tom technique, Huyet Nguyen's spirit mushroom is growing so quickly. What kind of miraculous method is this? She was determined in her heart that no matter what, she had to make Diaphan a member of the Ngami sect. Tian Ni's eyes shone with admiration. Diaphan is really impressive. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, needing just a little more for the blood spirit plant to reach 50 years. Suddenly, from a nearby bush, a sound is heard, and Diaphan, holding a sword with a serious expression, shouts, What is that? A group of fierce monsters with red eyes rushes toward the three of them, and Tuyen Tom speaks out. This is bad. The sudden surge of spiritual energy from the blood origin spirit grass has attracted many monsters. Tian Ni screams in fear, I'm most afraid of snakes and bugs. Diaphan, Master, what should we do now? She has run out of options. These monsters are all here for the blood origin spirit plant, so we have no choice but to face them head on. At this moment, Diaphan raised his hand to stop him and said, Elder, wait a moment. There are too many monsters here. If we really have to fight, the blood origin spirit plant might get damaged. Let me try to talk to these monsters first and see if I can persuade them. Tuyet Tom shouted, You want to persuade these monsters to retreat? How can that be? The blood origin spirit plant over 50 years old is a divine medicine for monsters. They won't be easily convinced to withdraw. Tian Ni also spoke up and said, That's right, Diaphan. These monsters don't speak human language. You'd better not take risks. Just stay here and send a signal to call our masters for help. He explained, Don't worry. These monsters have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for many years. Already have some spiritual herbs. Then sit down and secretly take some of the spiritual energy from within the herbs for cultivation. As long as I have something better like this, I might be able to persuade them to retreat. Yesin advises, Diaphan, what you're doing is really dangerous. Diaphan, Tian Ni is worried. You'd better not get into any trouble. He takes out a yellow pill. So, do you want to try this? Although this item doesn't contain as much spiritual energy as the blood origin spirit leaf, it's extremely effective for your cultivation. Then he threw the item from his hand towards Tuyet Li, and it couldn't resist, so it stepped forward and licked the pill to eat it. Diaphan smiled and asked, Do you want to eat more? Here, take a few more of these pills, but you must lead the beast behind you to leave immediately. In the end, they all retreated back into the deep forest, and Zhu Xin exclaimed that the beasts had all fled, secretly wondering what kind of pill Diaphan had produced that could make the moon wolf obey him so completely. Xianni clapped her hands, blushing and shining with excitement. Diaphan is really impressive. He smiled and said to Tuyet Lai, You did very well. These pills are yours. It looks happy on one side, its front legs holding the gift tightly. Diaphan glanced around, still observing the surroundings, and there were two more. You threw the item towards the mangza. As you can see, the elixir is very effective for your cultivation. And then he turned to the poison, saying that if you are willing to retreat, you can receive a similar elixir. But Diaphan threw the pill, only for the giant snake to knock it away with its tail, while the giant spider beside it charged towards Tuyet Tom and the others. Tian Ni shouted in fear, Suda, why aren't these two beasts eating the pills? Tuyet Tom calmly said, "These two monsters are different from that Snowly. They have a strong, bloody smell on them, probably feed on humans or other beasts often, and it seems their goal isn't to steal the blood origin spirit, but us as well." As soon as she finished speaking, they led the attack with loud roars directed at the three of us. Diaphan angrily said, "If we can't negotiate, don't blame me for being rude." Tuyet Tom said, "Diep, although I am old, I am not useless. You can let this old serpent be dealt with by this ancient old woman." "Wait a moment, Senior, these strange beasts probably all came down from Mount Nagami." She was surprised and said, "That's true. The spiritual energy on Mount Ngami is abundant, and these monsters will absorb the heaven and earth's essence over time, causing mutations." He muttered, "So even if we repel them today, if the medicinal garden's herbs mature, they will come back. With this situation, the medicinal herbs will eventually be eaten by them." She just sighed and said, "This is also an unavoidable matter. All over Mount Ami, spiritual energy is abundant, and when medicinal herbs grow large, monsters often come looking for them, yet they can't be moved to other areas." Diaphan spoke, and I suddenly thought of a few methods. "Senior, if we bring these monsters here, along with the Snowlie from earlier, we can protect our medicinal herb garden. If we know how to preserve them, these spiritual herbs will be protected forever." Hearing that, she exclaimed, "What is this? This might work." Fairy Nai also spoke up. "That's right, Diaphan, if Tuyet Lai can use pills to tame it, but the python and the venomous spider are not the same, how can they be tamed? Could it be that you have a way to tame magical beasts? You hold a dagger and walk forward. Yes, I really do have a way to tame magical beasts, and that is it. Could it be through preaching to them?" Tuyet Tom asked, "How do you talk to them about the way of the Tao?" Diaphan turned to the monsters and asked, "Do you two want to serve me from now on?" Diaphan smiled without replying. "So it seems I can only rely on persuasion, then fight if necessary. If you don't want to serve me, I'll give you one last chance. If you refuse, I'll carve out your liver to brew wine, and your poison could make good medicine." Watching this scene, Tuyet Tom was stunned. "So this is the way to tame others through words?" Seni looked confused. This method of subjugation is really unusual, but luckily I was quick-witted while holding the medicinal pill and scaring the fox to death. After all, what I mean by subjugation is to use force to tame the beasts. Then he pointed his finger down and asked, "Are you now subdued?" "They are covered in wounds and trembling uncontrollably." He said, "All right. From now on, you and Tuyet Lai will protect the medicinal garden together, chase away other monsters, and every month the Ngami sect will give you pills for cultivation. Understood?" Diaphan turned around and smiled at the two behind him. "Senior, it's done." Tianni's face flushed. Dianhan is truly impressive, secretly thinking this is the kind of man she truly admires. Tuyet Tom smiled softly, sighing inwardly. No matter what, Diaphan has helped our Naga sect solve a big problem. He truly is a blessing for our sect of the Nagami. Countless spiritual energies flow in, blazing and exploding, casting a fierce red light that spreads wildly. Diaphan excitedly said, "The blood origin spirit is grown up now. Sit down and pick it with your hand. It's exactly 50 years old this time. Lang Q has been saved." Judam smiled beside him. "It seems your hard work has paid off." Then she appeared with an object in her hand. "This is a box specially made from ice jade. Brother Deep, you can leave the blood origin spirit seed here for preservation. It can maintain its spiritual power at maximum." Diaphan nodded and said, "Thank you, Senior. I have one more thing I need your help with. I have a friend caring for Lang Q at the foot of the mountain and hope the Senior can send someone to bring them up here." After harvesting, the blood origin spirit Chi immediately went to rescue Yen Lang Q. Tianni shouted, "Master, let your disciple go. Help Brother Deep pick up his friend," secretly wondering what kind of girl could make Diaphan risk everything to rush into the Ngami sect. Since she was able to speak, leave the task of bringing Diep's friend to Ngami to Tianni. She happily took the order. A while later, back in the room, Tuanbon approached and asked, "Did Diaphan get the blood origin spirit leaf?" Diaphan stood in front of the bed and replied, "Yes, I got it. Now I can treat Yen Lang Q." Tuanbon happily said, "I know that with Diep's help, everything can be solved." Tianni felt jealous inside. Could this be the girl Diep has always been paying attention to? It really makes me hate her, but I'm not any worse than she is. Tuyet Tam asked Diep about it. "This blood origin spirit herb has great power and can't be taken directly. Are you planning to use it for alchemy or what?" Diaphan took the item out of the box. "No need for all that fuss, just crush it into pieces." Hearing that, Tuyet Tam asked confused. Diaphan handed the box to Tuanbon, who looked puzzled. He took the spiritual medicine, used his power, the Ghost Cave secret technique, transforming the spiritual energy into a different form. A blue light appeared, and a dazzling glow blinded those around him. After a while, the object in Diaphan's hand suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Tianni shouted, "What is going on? Why can't I see the blood origin spirit fruit anymore?" Tuyet Tam explains, "No, the blood origin spirit leaf isn't gone. It's been refined into a different form." "Mr. Diep, am I right?" Diaphan opened his hand and said, "You truly have sharp eyes, Senior. I used a secret technique to remove impurities from the blood origin spirit. Now it has been transformed into this form." She spoke. "I've truly never heard of this secret technique before. You really are a master who keeps a low profile." Tianni's happy. Brother Deep is really impressive. Diaphan lifts her onto the bed and gently kisses her into unconsciousness. "All right, everything is ready now. All that's left is to make Yanlang Q drink the essence of the blood origin spirit." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly fell silent, no longer moving, then turned his head with difficulty and asked, "Senior, how do I make the unconscious person take the medicine?" Lang Q seems unwilling to speak. Tuan Bon shouted, "I know, I've seen this situation many times in movies where the male lead feeds the female lead medicine with his mouth." He continued speaking. Then the female lead woke up, and soon after they embraced on the bed, at which point Diaphan hurriedly covered the other's mouth. "Enough, Xiao Tuan. Stop talking." Hearing this, Tianni blushed, covering her mouth and holding on to the bed, raising her hands in protest. "No way, I absolutely won't allow it." Tuan Bon was confused, wondering why she was objecting. "This has nothing to do with me." Tianni's face was blushing with embarrassment. I calmly spoke, truly youthful recklessness, then looked towards the person in front of the bed. "Young Master Deep, perhaps this old lady should let Diaphan speak and say, 'Then I'll bother you, Senior.'" Opening his mouth, he stepped forward to feed the spiritual elixir. "Senior is indeed formidable. Lang Q, you'll recover quickly. Luckily, I didn't have to use my mouth to apply the medicine to her." Lang Q's face blushed as energy radiated from her body to heal. After a while, the other person slowly opened their eyes and weakly said, "I am the one with a smile on my face. Lang Q, you finally woke up." The other person rushed to hug Diaphan and asked, "What's wrong with me?" "Nothing's wrong. Everything is over now." The young man pats her back and says, "You are safe now." Seeing that, Tianni is furious all over. I'm angry at my own chest. Ju Xin sighed inwardly, thinking that whether the outcome is good or bad, Tianni's feelings for Diaphan must be decisive. And there's also something I want to ask him about that I need to find an opportunity to explain. Then he spoke. "Diep Tio Hu, could you come with me to this place for a moment? I have a few things I want to discuss with you privately." Diaphan agreed. "All right." Then he said to the person in his arms, "Lang Q, rest first. I have some things to take care of outside." The other side said, "I will wait for you to come back." Meanwhile, Tianni angrily pushed away the evil woman and innocently hugged Deep, even though she had never been hugged by him herself. Suddenly looking into the distance, the master and Diaphan pondered, where are they going? The girl behind the wall, half her body outside, thinking to herself, I'll follow and see. Diaphan first spoke up, "What is the reason you called me out here?" She glanced behind. "Young Master Diep, how do you feel about our girl Tianni?" Diaphan is sweating. "Tianni is very kind, an honest person, and has no ill intentions. I secretly thought that the Absolute Heart Seal had already discovered Tianni hiding behind the tree, but still asked me about this. Surely the elder does not intend otherwise." The other party spoke. "I want to facilitate your union with Tianni. After you two marry, I will pass on the position of head of the Ngami sect to you. What do you think?" "What? Taking Xianni as the head of the sect? I wonder if I still have to become a prince or something." Hearing this, her face flushed as she silently thought that the master wanted to help her and Brother Deep. "Wait, Senior. I already have a girlfriend, and besides, the position of sect leader is a high one. Giving it to someone like me, an outsider, wouldn't be appropriate." Tuyet Tom smiled and said, "Your girlfriend is not your wife, and you said you would wait until you marry Tianni, so you're no longer an outsider. Now the entire Naami sect will support you, and with your talent, dominating the martial world of Hoa country is not impossible." Hearing this, she guessed that the sect master didn't expect to want her to marry Big Brother Deep. Big Brother Diep might agree, but at this moment I speak up, afraid of disappointing the senior. My girlfriend and I are very close, and I have no intention of becoming the head of the Yingjia Mi sect. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. What I want, I will achieve on my own. I will never rely on anyone's help." She wondered if Diep didn't expect to be rejected, and if he hated her. Tuyet Tom sighed quietly, thinking that if Brother Diep didn't want to, then she wouldn't insist anymore. "Tianni, the master can only help you this much," she asked with frustration. "Diep, does Tianni have any faults? Why didn't you agree to the sect master's suggestion?" Tuyet Tom seemed surprised. "Why are you still here, Tianni?" Diaphan helplessly explained. "Tianni, It's not that she's not good, she's just my girlfriend. She wiped her tears and asked, "Isn't your girlfriend Lang Q? Am I in any way inferior to her?" I cluelessly scratched my head. Lang Q is not my girlfriend. She's just a friend of mine. She couldn't help but think that what she said sounded a bit like B. Tian Ni angrily pointed at Diaphan's face and asked what, if she's not his girlfriend, then why does he do so much for her and even hold her? You have to understand that I treat all my friends of the opposite sex the same way. And if you really want to be with me, you must accept this. Deep down, Diaphan thought that maybe saying this would be enough to make Tian Ni give up hope on him. After hearing that, she angrily turned away. Deep was surprised to realize he's that kind of person. My master was right. All men are the same and evil. When Tian Ni had left, Tam finally spoke. "I'm sorry for making you laugh at me. Tian Ni is a bit childish. I hope you won't mind." Diaphan also didn't mind. "It's okay. Tian Ni is still young and doesn't fully understand love yet. She'll realize on her own when she gets older." She frowned slightly and said seriously, "If Xian Ni has already left Diep, then we can discuss some serious matters. This is related to your eyes." Diaphan wondered and touched his eye. What's wrong with my eyes? A suspicion arose in his heart. The yin-yang eye and all the cultivation techniques he practiced were understood by him only after gaining the power from that strange jade pendant. "How does Tam know I have the yin-yang eye?" She continued. "That's right. This pair of eyes is probably the yin-yang eye, isn't it? The old woman of this humble place has lived until now and knows quite a few secrets of the martial world, including some understanding of its origins." Diaphan listened and then clasped his hands, saying, "I still hope the senior can guide me. I am truly grateful." And then he made a small calculation. "My parents suddenly disappeared that year, leaving only this jade piece. If I could learn about the origin of the yin-yang divine eye, I might find out news about my parents." Tam sighed and said, "This is the tomb of Gaiket Vo Hao from the time of the folk war, and this is also when this story began. I've heard that Jiakat Vo Hao possesses the yin-yang jade pendant, and Vuong Sin Qin and Mo Van are precious treasures that many powerful factions in the country covet, leading to wars over them, including my master." Diaphan immediately exclaimed in shock. "Gaukat Vo Hao," the senior said. "Could it be Gaukat Luong?" He wondered silently. "The name yin-yang jade pendant sounds like it's related to the yin-yang technique eye I possess. Could it be?" She insists she's right. It's actually the ancient Dakat Long of Shu. I've heard that he relied on these three treasures to dominate the region, but I don't know much about the King of the Void and Movan. I've heard my master mention the yin-yang jade pendant a few times before Lin Zhong." Diaphan asked, "What exactly is the origin of the yin-yang jade pendant? Who exactly did it fall into the hands of that year?" Jidra leans on her cane to the ground, her tone full of sorrow. I was not clear who it ended up with, because there were so many forces, and the situation was extremely chaotic at that time. She gazes at her reflection in the water, her voice filled with contemplation. "I only know that the yin-yang jade pendant is said to be a protective talisman of a great yin-yang family. The Ghost Valley Master, from the Spring and Autumn Warring States period, engraved with the words Emperor's Decision and the inheritance of the yin-yang eye technique." You stroke your chin thoughtfully and say, "Kwai Kwai Kok." Two sounds kind of fantastical. I wonder if it has anything to do with my Kwai Kok Y manual. Tam approached Diaphan, and honestly, it was a bit hard to believe. I used to doubt it just like you, but after meeting you, I now believe this legend is real. He quickly clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Senior, for telling me about this." Diaphan was very grateful, and if there is anything difficult in the future, please feel free to talk to Diaphan. He silently sighed, realizing that this trip to the Mountain Ami not only healed Long Chao's illness, but also uncovered the origins of the jade bangle and some information about his parents, making the journey worthwhile. She smiled and said, "I think there's no need to wait until later. If you want to repay your gratitude, you can do it now." Diaphan quickly refused, saying, "I can't agree to other matters if it's about taking Tian Ni, but this one I cannot accept." Tam quickly interrupted to correct him, saying, "It's not about that. I want you to become the supreme elder of the Ngami sect, with authority equal to that of the sect leader. Normally, you wouldn't need to worry about sect affairs, but matters related to the survival and prosperity of Tong Min must be resolved by you." She secretly calculated that whether the Ngami sect could prosper for 100 years depended on Diaphan's abilities. The boy showed a clear look of hesitation, feeling that having me become the supreme elder might not be appropriate. After all, I am just an outsider, and the Miaomi sect is mostly women, and I am a man. Diaphan silently thought, if I agree with Tam, wouldn't I be bearing the responsibility for the survival of an entire sect? This responsibility is too great. Tuyet Tom smiled and waved her hand, saying, I have my own way. Deep, come closer to me. The senior wants it. Before you could finish speaking, she activated the 9-heart lotus seal. Immediately after, Tuyet Tom struck directly at Diaphan's chest. He fell backward with a thud, bewildered. Senior, she is kneeling down, her voice weak. So this is the end. Diaphan pressed further. Senior, why did you attack me? Tuyet Tom quickly warned, don't talk. Immediately sensed the spiritual energy in your body. He then looked around and felt a green aura surrounding him. Looking back, she saw that there was now a mark on Diaphan's stomach and let out a relieved sigh. As expected, it worked. Diaphan can rest assured, this is the inheritance seal of my transformative cultivation, and after you absorb it, it will help you level up your strength without any harm. Diaphan was startled and stood up. Senior, why do you have to do this? This is your lifelong cultivation power. If you want to pass it on, you should pass it to your own disciple from the Ngami sect. Tuyet Tom, feeling discouraged, asked again, do you think I don't want to? She frowned slightly and explained, unfortunately, only those with the same spiritual energy cultivation can receive my inheritance. But people with this kind of spiritual energy are truly very rare. I have waited on Mount Ngami for nearly 100 years, and only now have you arrived. Although you are not a member of our Manhwa sect, you are considered to have a close relationship with Wu Yu and Wu Pai. Diaphan suddenly thought of something and immediately asked, Senior, what about your body after you transfer the spiritual energy to me? She sighed and replied, these old stubborn men have long been exhausted. It's only because of the me sect that I've been in seclusion to buy more time. If I hadn't met you, Diep, I wouldn't have been able to hold on for a few more years. Tuyet Tom took out a yellow token and said earnestly, Diaphan, I don't ask you to care too much about the Ngami sect. I only ask that if one day the Ngami sect faces life and death situations, you can show mercy and help us. This old woman, Diaphan, had no choice but to agree. Since the senior said that, it seems there really is some hardship. Holding the token in hand, he immediately made a vow on the spot. Diaphan, I swear to the heavens and earth here that if one day the Nuoxi sect faces danger, I will do my best to help. In my heart, I silently admire how great Senior Tuyet Tom's feelings truly are. I can only quickly turn away once I know everything is settled. If what Diep said is true, then I am at ease, and this old lady won't bother you and your friends anymore. Having held on for so many years, this old lady can finally rest in peace. Diaphan politely clasped his hands in a bow. Senior, take care. I secretly admire that Senior Zuishin dedicated her entire life to the development of the Ngami sect, living such a tiring life. But someone like her only makes me feel more respectful. At Sunhai Airport, Ling Xiao stuck her head out from behind you, finally home. Diaphan, thank you for helping me so much. She shyly asked, I want to invite you to my house for a meal. Do you know how to come? He happily agreed without much thought. Of course, I'll bring her along then. Donnie and also Zhao and the others will come to your house to eat and drink until we're full. It's been a long time since everyone got together. Lang Qiu hesitantly replied, all right, partying together is also a good thing. She couldn't help but feel a bit sad inside. Diaphan, I actually just want to be alone with you. Suddenly, a red car sped past and stopped in front of them. Nai stepped out of the car happily calling out to Diaphan, and seeing her, Jiang quickly ran over with open arms. Duani, how did you know I would come back today? I miss you so much. She also happily ran over. Diaphan, I miss you very much. But in the next second, Duani pinched his ear and scolded him. You bastard, do you even know how to come back? You must be having a great time out there, huh? Even a call from me, she wouldn't answer today. You won't get away with this, Diaphan said with an innocent look. I'm on Ningami Mountain. The signal is very weak there. I didn't mean to ignore your calls. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. She stood behind, watching the scene before her. The person is her official girlfriend. Lang Qiu, what other dreams are you still holding on to? Suddenly realizing, he quickly said, That's right. Lang Qiu is still here. Don't cause trouble anymore. Duan Ni immediately stopped, but she forgot that there was someone else beside Diaphan. He heaved a sigh of relief, wiping sweat from his brow, finally having escaped a disaster. She frowned angrily. I'll settle the score with you tonight. Diaphan smiled and replied, Well then, I'll wait for you. And secretly he was calculating that now his skills had improved dramatically. Tonight he had to make her call him impressive. That night he hurriedly went out. Dondoan Ni, it's almost dawn. I really have to go home now. She stepped out and shouted, Diaphan, you can't escape. I'll come to your house tomorrow. He casually replied that tomorrow could be dealt with tomorrow. Walking down the street, Diaphan couldn't help but sigh, thinking that with his increased strength this time, he could finally dominate rather than be dominated. But it turns out exhaustion is inevitable, and there's no such thing as endless power. The old saying is true. Looking at his phone, he wondered what was so urgent that Hoa Huang was calling so late, but then Diaphan answered the call. Hoa Huang, is something wrong? She asked comfortably lying in the bathtub. If there's nothing wrong, why can't you call me? What's going on? Are you bothering his happy time with his little girlfriend? The boy quickly changed the subject. If there's something, just say it. Don't bring up unrelated matters, just say it when you're in Hufeng City. All right, the Security Bureau has a new mission for you, since you've been pretty idle lately. The specific documents have been handed over to you. The mission location is Fuckdan University, and you just need to protect the target for 1 month. Diaphan angrily asked, Wait a minute, University of Fuckdan. You didn't tell me I had to take the university entrance exam, right? I haven't even finished high school yet, and now you want me to take the college entrance exam? Are you joking with me? She casually replied, Don't worry, your identity has been taken care of. Just go see the principal. It's that simple. I have to go now. Bye-bye. He looked confused and objected. What do you mean like that? I haven't agreed yet. Hey, I see the phone is off. Diaphan can only sigh and accept it. Forget it. I have to take on this mission to repay the debt of gratitude that Fire Phoenix helped me with back in Yenching. The scene shifts to a few days later at Fuckdan University. Check the information on the phone. This time's target to protect is Han Hien, an exchange student from Huangjiang University studying here. There's no other information, and it seems that Han Hien's background is not simple. Lai Han suddenly stopped Diaphan, standing in his way. What are you doing? Are you a student of our school? Show me your student ID card so I can check. He chuckled and replied, Not yet, but it's coming soon. He then let out a sarcastic laugh. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I don't know what you're trying to do? You just want to come here and admire the beauty, right? You're not the type to look at yourself in the mirror either. None of the students here have a look that's sneaky or shady like yours. If you know what's good for you, get out quickly. Hearing that, Diaphan spoke up, intending to argue. I suddenly remembered. Huang Tiu opened the car door and asked, What's going on? Lai Han grinned flatteringly as he approached. Lady Wang, you're here now. It's nothing serious. Just a brat who doesn't know his place trying to pursue our school's girl. I will send him away immediately. He straightened his back and replied clearly, A toad wanting to eat a swan with someone like him? There's no way he can enter our school. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I promise to complete the task. When you're not being unjustly scolded, you get restless. If I were a frog, I would be dead. Li Han angrily threatens. Damn you. You better get out of here, or do you want me to have to deal with you myself? You sneer, make a call, and hit me. Who hits whom later, we'll see. Hello, is this the principal's office? This is Diaphan. I'm being stopped by your school's security. You're not allowed to enter the school. He immediately mocked. So you're saying you're friends with the principal of this school? Come on, stop pretending. Can you just make a call and have the principal come here? That's a nice dream. The students around also started mocking. That kid is gone. Because he even dragged the principal into it to get into the school, but the principal hasn't been seen for a year. I think he doesn't realize that he overheard that name somewhere, so he's just pretending to impress others. I just want to stay here a little longer to see how embarrassed he will get. Time passes, and the elegant Wang Xiao appears. The dignity of Fuckda School must be preserved. There's no excuse for a brat who behaves badly. I must suggest to the principal to strengthen the security team. At the same time, Principal Chung hurriedly called out and ran out from inside. Wait a moment. I will be there right away. She looked puzzled as she watched him hurriedly run over. Why is Principal Zhang in such a hurry to go somewhere? He quickly explained. Teacher Wang, you're here just in time. A student has been specially transferred to your class. Please come with me to welcome him. What? We need to go pick up a student together? Principal Trung, have you made a mistake? What kind of student has such status that they can make me and you go all the way to pick them up? He just held her hand tightly and pulled her away, saying this can't be talked about. Anyway, it's best if you follow my lead. This new student has a very special background. Wang Xiao still couldn't quite understand. Special background, could it be a research genius or someone who has won many awards both domestically and internationally, but not to the extent that the principal would go to such lengths? At Fuckdan University's gate, those students are still teasing Diaphan. Who is that kid? What are you doing standing there all day? You might not believe it, but that kid said he was waiting here for Dean Zhang himself to come out. Principal Trung personally came out to greet him. Does he think he's a national hero? The clothes he's wearing are probably not worth 300 yuan, so he's probably not from a wealthy family. Could it be he's obsessed with playing the rich kid role? Li Han confidently said, Leon, you're better than this. Stop arguing here. You already called your phone, but the principal didn't notice. I advise you to leave now if you're smart, or I'll have someone come and kick you out. Diaphan calmly looked at the time on his phone. It's been a while. Maybe the person is almost here. At this moment, Principal Chung and Wang Tu arrived. He shouted loudly, "What are you all doing gathered here? Hurry up and go to class now." Lai Han was also a bit surprised. Principal Zhang couldn't help but wonder if they really came here because of this kid. "She saw you were still there and quickly wanted to chase you away. Why is this kid still here? Why didn't the security guard chase him away? Hurry up and get him out of here." Li Han quickly replied clearly, "I will immediately call someone to chase him away." Then he looked back at Diaphan, secretly mocking himself. Teacher Vuong and the principal came together. If it was really because of this kid's phone call, she definitely wouldn't have said it like that. It seems I was just scaring myself. The others saw it and looked down on me even more. When Director Zhang appeared, I was a bit startled, thinking he really came because of him, but I was overthinking. Dean Trung is the dean of Fuckdan University, so how could he know someone so lowly? It seems that Dean Trung's appearance here is just a coincidence. Lai Han clenched his fist in threat. "If your son doesn't leave, don't blame me for using force to remove him." He hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait a moment." Lai Han hurriedly said, "Don't worry about this, Principal. I will deal with this troublemaker right away." The principal directly slapped Li Han and told him to settle his head. The crowd surrounding us was immediately stunned. "We're doomed. I wasn't mistaken, right?" The principal has always been a gentle person, but today he struck someone, and it was a security guard. What exactly is going on? Could this kid really be able to call the principal here? He collapsed on the ground, dazed, rubbing his swollen cheek. "I got hit. What is going on here?" Diaphan sighed beside me. "I called the principal right in front of you and you weren't afraid. Now there's no other way. You're on your own." Vuong Tu was startled when he heard this. Could it be that the person the principal wants him to meet is this kid? Principal Trung smiled flatteringly at Diaphan. "Are you the young man named Deep? Miss Fire Phoenix has already given me a heads up. I am the principal of Fuckdan University. If you have any difficulties at school, you can come to me any time. I will definitely help you solve them." Diaphan immediately took the opportunity to act nonchalant. "No need to be polite. I'm here to carry out my mission and cannot reveal my identity. Many students paying attention would cause a lot of trouble." Hearing that, he immediately burst into loud laughter in response. "Understood." He turned to the crowd of students watching and shouted at the principal. "All right, stop eavesdropping here and get to work. Anyone who doesn't leave won't get high grades this semester." The crowd hurriedly dispersed. Still better to leave quickly. Who knows which wealthy family they belong to? Even the principal had to personally come to the school gate to welcome them. "Don't say anything more. Although he dresses normally, he still looks quite handsome. I'm starting to like it a bit. I spit out materialistic things. I think you clearly like other people's money more. I have a premonition that the days ahead at Fuda University might not be peaceful anymore." Lai Han was terrified to see Diaphan and him so close. Even the principal has to show him respect. "I was about to hit him just now. I'm definitely dead meat." He turned to Diaphan again. "Mr. Diaphan, all the students have already left, and as for this security guard, I didn't expect him to speak disrespectfully to you. I will immediately fire him." The principal kindly waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. I really don't have anything to prove I'm a student here. The security guard stopping me from entering is their duty. There's no need to punish him." He didn't say much and quickly agreed. "All right, if Mr. Diaphan says so, I will let him go this time." Li Han stood up in confusion, his voice filled with disbelief. "Please forgive me." Then his expression turned serious. "Deep, you can rest assured that from now on I will work diligently, serve you carefully, and maintain order at Fuckdan University. Mr. Diaphan, this is our history teacher, Ms. Vuong Tu, and in the future you will be her student." Then he whispered to her, "Ms. Vuong, this is Mr. Diaphan, who will transfer to your class later. Please pay attention and take care of him. And if he has any requests, respond promptly." Vuong Tu immediately bowed her head to apologize. "Sorry, Diaphan, I didn't pay much attention earlier and let it go. It's a small matter, no need to worry. Teacher Vuong, if you have free time, please kindly escort me to the classroom. I don't need any special treatment, just treat me like an ordinary student." She perked up at that and said, "All right, Mr. Deep, please follow me." As she walked, Wang Xiu quietly let out a breath of relief. Luckily, Diaphan is also a friendly person and doesn't hold it against her. But even when meeting the principal, he still had to show him respect like that. What exactly is his status? What is he doing at our school? In the history classroom, he quietly observed her. She was the person he needed to protect this time. Diaphan thought to himself, besides being fair-skinned and pretty, maybe a little taller, there was nothing particularly special about her. Lu Meng sitting behind him teased, "Hey buddy, don't stare so intently at our school's beauty queen. Your eyes are about to pop out." She happily chatted with Diaphan. "Are you a new transfer student? Let's get to know each other. My name is Lu Meng." You smile and reply, "Lu Meng, a good name." "My name is Diaphan. How do you know I am a new transfer student?" He pretends to be knowledgeable and replies, only new students who just transferred, look at Han Nian like that. They don't have a reputation yet after just a few days at our school. Now she has become one of the top beauties in the surrounding schools. The people chasing her are lining up from here all the way to the gate. There's definitely no chance she'll notice you. Diaphan replied, is she really that impressive? That's right, Lu Meng. Could you tell me more details? I'm secretly gathering intelligence related to Huan Nian at the school. He leaned in and whispered that he would ask. Then Lu Meng started to tell. At first, Fudan University had the 4 beauties, but after Han Nihayan arrived, it became 5, each with her own charm, and many pursued her. The most persistent among them was Tian Hux, who was not only handsome and wealthy, but also the heir to the Wu group. Suddenly, Wang Tu slammed her hand on the table in anger. Lu Meng, you're not paying attention in class. What are you rambling about? He was startled and flustered, explaining himself. Teacher Wang, I am listening to the lecture. She seemed even angrier. Is that so? Then tell me, what was the content I just said? Make one mistake, and you have to copy this book 100 times for me. The other students are lively in discussion, but little Lu Meng didn't expect to dare to talk during Ms. Wang's lecture. This time, you're really done. Don't think that because Teacher Wang is pretty, she's easy to deal with. She's the cold-faced type, which is a nickname her students gave her. Liu Mang fears he will have to copy the punishment 100 times this time. He looks terrified and stammers, I remember Teacher Wang just said, it seems to be about a dictatorship war. Wang Tu angrily shouted, I knew you weren't paying attention in class. Write this lesson 100 times so I can hear you clearly. If you make a single mistake and have to copy it 100 times again and can't finish, don't expect to get any grades next semester. Lu Meng's face turned pale as he trembled and begged, Teacher Wang, 100 times is too much. Can I copy fewer? I promise I will study diligently and listen carefully next time. She coldly flipped the book in her hand and said, Stop arguing with me. There are more words to say. I will make you copy it 100 times. He sat down, still looking frightened. It's over. 100 lines of punishment. This arm of mine is probably broken. Diaphan frowned in thought, then remembered that Lu Meng was punished because of him, or was he helping him? Then he immediately voiced his opinion. Teacher Wang, I think your punishment for Lu Meng is too harsh. I just transferred to this class not long ago, and there are still many things I am not used to. He just explained to me the content of today's lesson earlier, so I didn't catch what the teacher was saying, and when Wang Tu heard the noise, he immediately looked up coldly. The students below are whispering excitedly. This new kid really has a death wish, daring to provoke the cold-faced teacher right in front of everyone. The student who argued with Teacher Wang last time had to transfer schools immediately that night and didn't even go back to the dorm to get his things. Looks like we're in for a good show. This kid will definitely be crying and begging Teacher Wang for mercy later. He's worried and advising Diaphan not to get too agitated because he can't handle the consequences of opposing the cold-faced teacher. Diaphan turned back and smiled to comfort him, saying, It's okay, just watch from the side, I'll be fine. She suddenly stepped forward to where Diaphan and Lu Meng were. Seeing Wang Tu getting closer, he nervously hugs his head and thinks, Oh no, Diaphan is definitely doomed. Wang Tu will surely punish him this time, but she only gently places her hand on his shoulder. Student Diaphan, you make a lot of sense. The punishment I gave to Lu Meng was indeed a bit harsh. He sat in the back, stunned. Am I hearing this right? Teacher Wang actually didn't punish Diaphan and even agreed with him. Are the other students just as surprised? What kind of joke is this? Teacher Wang isn't even angry, and she even openly agrees that he's right. Although this student is somewhat handsome, it's not enough to make Teacher Wang change her attitude. Could it be that he's from a wealthy family, so even Teacher Wang doesn't dare to mess with him? Diaphan took the opportunity to ask Teacher Wang about Lu Meng's detention, but Wang Tu closed her eyes and looked for an excuse to brush it off. I'm not someone who lacks understanding either. If the reason for this is clear now, then there's no need to carry out the detention punishment anymore. There will be no next time, Lu Meng. Remember that clearly. He bowed respectfully and replied, I understand, Teacher Wang. I will listen carefully in class from now on. I couldn't help but secretly admire him. Diaphan is so impressive. With just one sentence, he made the teacher change her mind. I must cling to him. I have been in Teacher Wang's class for 2 years now. The first time I met her, I was punished already. What exactly is Diaphan's background? If I could get close to Diaphan, maybe I could avoid getting punished in the future. Suddenly, a voice called out, I believe that a serious attitude towards studying is necessary. Punishing Liu Meng was not wrong. Regardless of his personal reasons, the fact is he disrupted the class. Wang Tu was a bit embarrassed and replied, Your attitude towards studying is very commendable. She waved her hand, making an excuse, but everything must have a proper reason. Liu Meng also didn't listen to the lecture to help the new student, which is a valid reason and can be overlooked. She looked back with a sharp gaze. So, is that right, Lu Mang? I want to ask if you were really teaching the new student just now, or were you gossiping? He secretly thought that this Lu Mang guy was really annoying, talking behind his back, and now he finally had a chance to teach him a lesson. Diaphan crossed his arms and looked at her, amused. Han Hien outwardly appears calm and elegant, but inside he is a petty and scheming person. He lowers his head and stammers, "This is my fault." "Student Han Hien, let's discuss this after class. We should continue with the lesson," Wang Tio said quickly. "I think this matter needs to be addressed now to prevent others from using excuses like Lu Mang to cause disruptions during class." "You're right, aren't you?" She sighed. "I guess what you said makes sense." Then, Wang Tio remembered the instructions from before. When Han Hien enrolled, Principal Trung had specifically told her to pay more attention to her, and Diaphan also had to care, caring for everyone one by one. How could I have time to care about so many people? Being a teacher really isn't easy. The students started gossiping again. It seems like Han Hien was deliberately targeting Lu Mang. No wonder everyone says Lu Mang is trouble. Usually she just talks about Han Hien. She's never liked him from the start. This time, Han Hien used that excuse, and even Teacher Vuong couldn't say anything. Liu Mang probably can't escape punishment. Han Hien's background isn't simple, and Teacher Vuong probably can't help but show her respect. She turns back to look at him with a triumphant smile. "Liu Mang, you can't answer the question I asked. It seems you weren't just teaching your new classmate earlier. Then please continue reading the content of today's American dictatorship war. If you haven't finished your homework, Han Hien will turn around and ask her, 'Teacher Vuong, what other method should I use?'" Vuong Tio had no choice but to agree. "Lu Mang, get up and start reciting." He stood up trembling and started reading. The American Empire's war was constantly making Lu Mang blame himself, wishing he hadn't opposed Han Hien behind her back, as he truly brought this upon himself. At this moment, Diaphan stood up again. "Teacher Vuong, no matter what, Lu Mang didn't listen to the lecture because of me, so could I read the lesson aloud in his place?" He secretly calculated in his mind that helping others must be done thoroughly. Sending the Buddha to the Western Paradise, helping Lu Mang once more, and also a good opportunity to get to know Han Hien. Vuong Tu agreed and then advised him to read the material. "Diaphan, the content of the American imperialist war is very long, and he has only just arrived." Diaphan confidently asserted, "It's okay. I think memorizing is very helpful. If I make a mistake in a word, I will copy it another 100 times. He secretly felt proud, as the yin-yang eye could see through everything. Memorizing a history book was a simple task for him, which made the other students suspicious. Reciting by heart was no different from attending class. This simply couldn't be true. The content of the American authoritarian war is over 10,000 words long. Classmate Diaphan has never even looked at that book. How could he possibly copy it 100 times? I don't think he can do it. He looked at her and asked, "Student Han Hien, if you have no objections, I'll start now." She sneered and replied, "Fine, I'll see what you can do." "I hope you truly understand the content of the entire book." Han Hien secretly sneered in her heart. "Diaphan is just like Lu Mang. I must teach them a lesson." He places the book on the table, his eyes shining with a dangerous gleam. "Then, let's get started." The American Authoritarian War. A minute later, she showed a hint of admiration. "Not bad. The entire previous content is correct." 5 minutes later, Han Hien's face darkened. Surprisingly, not a single word was wrong. It seems this guy might have memorized the content of the book, but the hardest part is yet to come. "There was a time I even read this paragraph aloud. I can't believe he can do it." 10 minutes later, Diaphan calmly said, "The war ends itself." Finally finished reading. "Han Hien, how did I read it? I didn't get it wrong, did I?" She angrily threw the book onto the table. "That's right." Then she hugged her head in confusion. But this is too unreasonable. Han Hien could only grit his teeth and accept it. Everyone around was surprised. This guy didn't expect him to read every word accurately. Truly impressive. At first I thought he was a spoiled rich kid who knew nothing, but it turns out he's a top student. Han Hien has faced a formidable opponent this time. Even Vuong Tu couldn't help but be amazed, not expecting him to pull it off. Lu Mang praised him happily. "Diaphan is so cool, my brother. Thanks to you, I won't have to do the copying punishment this time." Diaphan waved his hand in response. "It's nothing. After all, this is my fault." She clapped her hands in praise and said, "Han Na Hien. Diaphan has already memorized the entire lesson. You don't have any objections now, do you? If not, we will continue with today's lesson." She clenched her teeth in anger, as if to say, "You're good." Then Han Hien reluctantly sat down. "Teacher Wang, I have no opinion." The students started whispering again, and judging by her expression, it's clear Han Hien has a grudge against Diaphan. enough to make the beauty queen angry and leave a deep impression on her. This time I got it right. Next time I'll try to make Han Nian angry too. Bro, we still need Dung Nian's help with this. If you touch Han Nian, she might hit you back. As for Diaphan, he's quietly assessing the progress of the mission and has successfully started to get familiar. The bell rang, and at that moment, Wang Xiao said, "Third year." The students stood up one after another, and Liu Mang hurried over to him. "My brother Diaphan, thank you for helping me earlier. Let me treat you to a meal." University cafeteria. Seeing the dishes criticized on the tray, Diaphan was stunned. "Ayu, you call this a good meal?" he asked while nibbling on the chicken drumstick. "2 chicken thighs and a basket of eggs. Isn't that considered delicious?" "My brother Diaphan, how's your family?" Diaphan awkwardly replied. "That's true. The 2 chicken thighs are indeed pretty good." He breathed a sigh of relief inside, almost forgetting that he was a student and that students should eat at the cafeteria naturally. As he sat down, someone suddenly asked, "Student, may I ask if anyone is sitting next to you?" Diaphan turned around politely and replied, "No one? You." The person approaching was Han Yim, and in his mind he thought this girl is really beautiful. She smiled and asked, "So I can sit here?" In just a second, Liu Mang wiped the chair spotless. "No problem." "Thanks, classmate Ta. Feel free to sit here. I've already cleaned this spot." Diaphan looked at him with disdain. "Liu Mang. This kid, as soon as he sees a beautiful girl, his attitude changes instantly." Han Yim put down his tray and sat next to him, thanking him. "A few boys from afar look envious. This kid is really lucky. I didn't expect him to sit at the same table and even eat with our school's beauty, Han Dim. If I had known this earlier, I should have let the beauty sit first. Maybe I would have left a good impression. So, now, does this kid even have a chance? Are you stupid or what? Don't stare at her like that. Your saliva's all over the table. My brother Diaphan, you're really lucky to have just joined Fukdan and already be eating with our school's beauty, Han Diem. You should know it wasn't easy for her to get to the school cafeteria." Diaphan thought for a moment before looking down at her plate. The school beauty eats so modestly, it seems Han Diem's family background isn't very good. No wonder she's called the common beauty. Without hesitation, he picks up a chicken drumstick and puts it aside. "Han Diem, you're too thin, eat more." Diaphan smiled and said that to do well in studies you need to have a healthy body first. "I haven't touched this chicken leg yet. You go ahead and eat." Han Yim awkwardly refused. "No need. I'm fine with eating these. The chicken drumstick you bought should be for me to eat." Diaphan interrupted her, saying, "Don't refuse so quickly since this meal was paid for by someone else. So consider it as a blessing. And since the chicken drumstick was already in your bowl, you can't pick it out again." Han Yim blushed, turning away shyly and saying, "Fine then. Our popular girl is being fed by that kid, which makes the boys around even more jealous. Based on what, I shouldn't be allowed to. I admire it so much I could die. If it were you, then it really wouldn't be allowed. Our class president isn't someone you can reach. She happily thanks me after finishing her food. I'm done eating. This classmate thanks for the chicken thigh." Seeing Han Yam leave, Liu Mang immediately asked, "Diaphan, you like the common beauty queen now, right?" He warned me and said, "Compared to Han Nian, who is like a wealthy aristocrat, Han Diem is more like a neighbor girl, so she's easier to get close to, and that's why many people at school are pursuing her." Diaphan denied and explained, "You're overthinking. I just genuinely admire a beautiful girl like her. Although Han Yim faces difficulties with her appearance, she will surely have a better life. This is not difficult at all." Remembering her appearance, he slightly admired her, but she chose not to follow that path and instead pursued her own perseverance in a society driven by fame and wealth. There really aren't many girls like her. I hope she can continue to hold on to this ideal and not let the ugliness of society stain her. Liu Mang nodded in agreement. "You're right. No matter how many rich boys in school pursue Han Yim, she always rejects them." He then switched to a love-struck expression as he recounted. Not only that, Han Yim received a scholarship every year, but she also served as the school's ambassador. I heard she sends all her earnings home and only spends about $2 million a month on living expenses, which really makes people feel sorry for her. After picking up the tray, Diaphan said, "All right, I finished my meal. Let's go." Looking at the shadow in the crowd, he thought that if there was a chance, he would try to help Han Yim at least to have a better life in the days to come. Liu Mang also picked up his tray and said, "Let's go. There's no class this afternoon. You just arrived at Fukdan not long ago. I'll show you around the campus. Do you know where Han Nian usually goes when she doesn't have class?" Diaphan thought about the mission, which was to protect Han Nian at Fukdan, and he absolutely couldn't forget this. He chuckled and said, "So you really have an ulterior motive, still hoping for Hwako Lai." The two of them went out together. Liu Mang recounted, "Usually, when there's no class, Hwako Lai likes to go to the library. We could try there and see if luck is on our side." Somewhere, Han Diem is surrounded by a group of boys. Sorry to bother you, I have to go to work or I'll be late and get docked pay. Brother Lu scoffed and said, What money? Isn't it just going to clubs to serve drinks to people? Instead of going out to drink others' alcohol, come with us. I have a few thousand yen, enough to treat you for a month. Beautiful lady, we sincerely invite you. Our boss is still waiting for you. Those boys wanted to help but didn't dare, only able to scold. Damn it, those damn social justice thugs are bothering Han Diem again. That evil bastard Hung can't win her over, so he sends his henchmen to harass her. They're really not good people at all, can't fight back, call the teacher, and they run away. Truly a bunch of villains. Diaphan said nothing and immediately charged forward fiercely. Let's go and see what's going on. Lu Meng quickly ran to stop him. Brother Diaphan, don't get so worked up. Clenching your hand, his face turned fearful. The people of Qiandao society shouldn't be offended. Zheng Hung is one of the top 3 experts in Fukdan. We better call the teachers over. Diaphan forcefully pushed Lu Meng away and said, If the teachers arrive, those bad guys will have already left. If you're scared, step aside and let me handle it. He retorted with determination in his voice. If you're afraid of a monkey, then hit me. I've already been annoyed by these bad guys for a long time. She begged in fear, Please get out of the way. I'm going to be late. Brother Lu provocatively slaps his own cheek, but this isn't her house. Today I just feel like standing here, so what? If you have the guts, hit me then. Diaphan immediately slapped him with a thunderous blow. If you've asked for it, let me help you fulfill your wish. The underlings watched in horror as Lord Lu was pushed against the wall after being beaten. Second brother, you stand in front of them looking down with contempt. You heard everything just now, right? He was the one who volunteered to fight. I was just helping him fulfill his wish. The boys behind are whispering, Who is this guy? He dares to fight someone from the Authority Society. The Authority Society is the ruler of our school. This little brat dares to offend them. He definitely won't have a good ending. But he fought well. I've wanted to teach them a lesson for a while, but I just blame myself for being too cowardly. The gang members quickly helped him up. Luke Say, are you okay? Brother Lu, how do you feel? Those underlings rushed forward obediently and fiercely, daring to attack someone from the Martial Arts Society. You're asking for death. Brothers charge in, beat him up, and we won't let him go. Diaphan furrowed his brows in anger and shouted, Get lost, all of you! How did they get knocked away? There's no way to resist. This guy is too powerful, we're no match for him. Luke Ka gritted his teeth and thought to himself, with so many people, they still can't handle a kid. He stammered, pointing ahead and asking, Who exactly are you? How long have I been in Fukdan and I've never heard of anyone like you before? I, Diaphan, am a friend of Han Diem, and from now on, anyone who dares to bully her shouldn't blame me for being rude. Brother Lu sweat and ran away, still threatening him. Don't just run if you're brave enough. I'll call someone over. If you offend the people of the Justice Society, you're definitely dead this time. The followers quickly run away, leaving only some provocative words behind. You wait there, we'll go call the guild leader. Wait to die. She sincerely thanks you. Classmate Diaphan, thank you for saving me earlier, but the people from the Qiandao are not to be messed with. Maybe you should lay low for a while. Diaphan was unfazed and unconcerned, just a bunch of trash not worth mentioning. He approached Han Yanshu and proposed, I think we are very destined to meet, so why don't we become sworn siblings? Of course you don't need to think about it. I have no other intentions. Lu Meng cheerfully interrupted, So what are you just standing there for, Ta? Diaphan will definitely protect you, and you saw how skilled he was just now. He's amazing. She hesitated and lowered her head in concern. But we just met recently, and I don't want to trouble you. If something happens to you because you're worried about me, I will feel guilty. Han Yim stared at him, lost in thought. Diaphan is different from the people I've met. In his eyes, there's innocence and no desire at all, truly very much like my brother. He also offers reassurance, saying, You don't need to overthink this. I'll handle it myself. I just want to take her as my adopted sister. She just needs to follow her heart and answer me. She shyly agrees. Then that's how it is, Brother Diaphan, Han Yim happily thought to himself. So this is what it feels like to have someone protect you? This feeling is so good. Liu Mang quickly winked and showed off his achievement. Tauta, vuane tao kung dung, rabao vime, helame kung nhantem mot ngoyan hnuadi. Diaphan nuigi andap dao kau aivaquatlo, meng hitao di chumua mo tang mot sao, kun kem teo menua a. She giggled playfully, saying, I have enough with Brother Diaphan. You two are so good to me. I will never forget what you did to help me today. I still have to go to work. Brother Diaphan, classmate Lu Meng, goodbye. The male students outside watch in amazement. Han Yim never expected to take that guy as his adoptive older brother. I should have just gone all out against the people from the Martial Arts Society earlier. Don't hold your breath. If you rush in, you'll just become their punching bag, and you want to become Han Diem's adoptive brother. The people from the Qiandao Society definitely won't let this slide. Later, Diaphan probably will face a big problem. He watched her back and sighed sadly. It's a pity. If I could become Han Yom's older brother, wouldn't that be much more impressive? You don't care too much and just pull Liu Meng along with you. All right, stop muttering there and let's go to the library to find Han Nian. He suddenly stood up angrily, having just taken Han Diem as his adopted sister, and now he wants to find Han Nian. Diaphan, are you B-boy or not? He casually puts his hands in his pockets and protests. Stop messing around, I don't have any feelings for either of them. The scene shifts to a quiet and peaceful space. At Fudan University Library, Lu Meng is here and speaks up. Han Nian is over there. No wonder she's the school's beauty queen. Even just sitting quietly reading a book looks so beautiful. How should Lu Meng handle the book to get the rich lady's response? That's usually how it is, because Han Nian just arrived not long ago and doesn't have any close friends. At this moment, Tien Hook walks over holding flowers, and the nearby female students keep praising him as the hot boy Tien Hooks, saying he looks very handsome today and is holding a rose. Could he be confessing? It seems Tien Hook is trying to confess to Han Nian, and it looks like I really have no chance anymore. What's so good about Han Nian? Isn't she just a little whiter, a little thinner, a little prettier than me? These ugly guys only care about appearances. No matter how beautiful their inner selves are, it's useless. She pouted in confusion. What exactly does Tien Hook want to do? Today is not Valentine's Day, so Han Nian wouldn't bother with a spoiled rich kid like him. Looking again, I can't help but wonder, is this one of the suitors I mentioned who is after Han Nian? What kind of person is this Tian Huo? Diaphan pondered silently. If it's just normal romantic pursuits, I wouldn't interfere, but if it's like Han Yim clinging on and not letting go, then I have to step in, Lu Wutming explained irritably. Don't be fooled by Tien Hook's handsome face. In reality, he's caused some female students to get pregnant, with one even being forced to have an abortion. But because his family's power is too great, this has been kept quiet. This guy really is a scumbag. I ask again, so that's how it is? Let me use the yin-yang eye to investigate this guy and see. On Tien Hook's side, he smiles and offers the bouquet. Of course, this bouquet of roses was picked by me from the garden. I hope you will like it. She angrily said, Tien Hooks, I told you long ago I don't like you. Can't you stop bothering me? You're wasting your time and disturbing me while I read. He started this. Please, Han Nian, give me a chance. I have prepared a big surprise for you at the 5-star hotel. Just this once, if you agree to give me a chance, and if you still don't like me afterward, I swear I won't bother you again. She hesitated a bit after hearing that. Han Hien stood up, her cold eyes looking at him kneeling on the ground. Fine, I will agree this once, but don't bother me again in the future. Tien Hook, holding a bouquet of flowers, happily stands up. Don't worry, Han Hien, this time I will definitely win your love. Watching her back, he slightly curled his lips into a cold smile inside. You bastard, pretending to be noble with me. Wait until she finishes my sedative-laced water, then I will make sure she pays dearly. Sitting right beside her, Diaphan watched every move intently. As expected, there is a problem. Tien Hook's pocket has sleeping pills. This bastard really has bad intentions for Han Nian. He stood up and followed the two people, leaving Lu Meng sitting there, watching with suspicion. Diaphan, where are you going? He smiled menacingly and said, Teach that bastard a lesson. Han Nian, whatever dish you like, I'll have the chef here prepare it for you right away. She replied coldly, It's up to you, I'm not picky. Diaphan suddenly stepped in between the two of them. Sorry to bother you, please, move aside. His hand accidentally touched the pocket of his pants. Seeing the medicine spill out, Tien Hu immediately panicked. It's my medicine, not my pants. I barely managed to get this type of medicine, and this little brat has spilled it all. You brat, are your eyes just for decoration? My pants were custom made in Italy for over 10 million, and you? He took a deep breath and calmly replied. Maybe what senior student Tien Hook was hiding wasn't his pants, but something else, right? Diaphan's hand touched that liquid and lifted it up. Suppose your pants are torn, and you pretend not to know what's inside that container. She quickly covered her nose from behind, unable to bear the smell. Then Han Nian couldn't hold back and shouted directly, Tien Hook, are you hiding something in your pocket? His face turned pale and he nervously explained the reason. This is medicine he carries with him because his health isn't good, and sometimes he might faint, so he needs to take this. After hearing that, he only raised an eyebrow and asked back, So what? Diaphan brought his stained hand in front of him. Senior brother Tien Hook, can you tell me what illness you have? And what is the name of this medicine? What does this have to do with you? This is my personal matter, get out of the way. He walks up to her happily and says, Han Nian, don't mind what he said, let's go. Han Nian ignored him and waved her hand to refuse, saying, Sorry, senior. No, I suddenly feel unwell. Please go back. This guy Tien Hook clearly has bad intentions. That guy from the water is definitely suspicious. Seeing his plan almost succeed but then slipping away, he couldn't help but shout. Han Nian and Diaphan walk over to her side and glance with a smile. Senior Neo, Han Nian has made it clear, why are you still standing there shouting? His face darkened as he couldn't help but threaten fine. Just wait and see what I do to you. Tianhu suddenly turned and walked away, his anger boiling inside him as he muttered nonstop. Diaphan, right? You dare ruin my plans again, I will definitely not spare you. As for Han Nian, one day I will make her kneel and beg me. The people around, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be shocked. Why did Tien Huck suddenly leave? What exactly happened? Does this even need to be said? The medicine in his pocket must be faulty. This evil guy probably has bad intentions towards our beauty. Diaphan is quite bold. I didn't expect him to openly expose Tien Huck's true face in front of everyone. Tianhu will definitely not let this go. After walking a bit further, he speaks up. Han Nian, Tianhu is not a good person. You should stay away from him. She stopped and looked at Diaphan. I also see that he has no good intentions. So what is that purple liquid? He whispered close to Han Nian's ear. It's a powerful aphrodisiac. As soon as she heard that, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. This bastard didn't expect to use such despicable tricks. Diaphan pocketed his hands, shrugged, and warned that some people outside wear elegant clothes but hide savage faces behind them, so Han Nian's classmates should still be careful. Seeing you about to leave, she called out, Wait, why are you helping me? After all, I just attacked you earlier in the classroom. Diaphan didn't stop walking, waving his hand decisively to say that I just dislike the evil Tien Huck. Watching his back, Han Nian felt curious inside. Is that really true? Diaphan, you seem to be hiding quite a few secrets. The classroom became lively at this moment, with the boys buzzing as Diaphan entered. This guy scared Tien Huck into running away without saying a word, but he's also close with Huan Nian, and it seems he even helped the popular girl escape from some bad guys at the cafeteria door this afternoon. Seeing him sit down, the bully immediately whispered to his friends. A new student who just arrived has already become close to both of the big shots. He's not that simple. That guy shook his head. Nothing simple about that monkey. I can see this guy clearly aiming for the beauty queen. Sooner or later, he'll bring trouble on himself. Lu Mang smirked at Diaphan and said, Diaphan, you're really impressive, already resolving the conflict with Han Hien so quickly. Based on how the two are acting, when will they teach me a thing or two? Before finishing, I already slapped the book on his head. Read your book. By the way, I'm not interested in Han Hien. I was just helping her out casually. Liu Mang stroked his head, then glanced over at the other table. I'm not interested in Han Nian, so am I interested in Nash Mong? Just now when he exposed Tien Huck, she didn't take her eyes off him. Hearing that, you looked in the direction he was looking, and Nam Mong saw her turn to look at Diaphan, quickly covering her face with a book and asking who she was. Liu Mang covers his mouth and whispers, Nak Mong is also one of the beauties here. She's lively and outgoing, but her background is very mysterious. You're not that simple. Just arrived at Fukdan and already caught the attention of the 3 top beauties of the school. Now, I'm wondering if you might be from a wealthy family. I specialize in hugging those hot girls. Diaphan's mouth twitched as he reminded them, Don't talk nonsense. I already have a girlfriend. Over here, she still keeps her eyes on your desk, having just accepted Han Yim as her sister and having a suspicious relationship with Li Haoan Nian. Diaphan, I like you more and more. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps burst in from outside the door, led by Han Rui, who crossed his arms and shouted loudly, Who is Diaphan? Standing with his legs apart and full of momentum, he yelled, Get out here now. I'm Diaphan, what do you want with me? He couldn't help but speak up from behind. What do you want to do? This is a library, fighting will get you punished. Han Yue snorted coldly, saying, If you fight someone from our Taidao village, you won't get off easy. He raised his chin, looking full of arrogance. Say 1, follow me to fight my village chief in a duel, or 2, kneel before everyone here and apologize to us now. The gang members following Han Yue cheered loudly. Kneel down. We might not even forgive you. The 6 of them are all useless, and yet a rookie like you beat them badly. I advise you to know your place, or else if we let you go, you'll only end up crippled. There's nothing they can do. In the Tai Kuyen Dao Sha, a few are rich kids who just need not cause too much trouble for Truong to turn a blind eye. Their village chief is Qin Hung, one of the school's top experts. In the past, you broke a student's leg. Diaphan, I think you're doomed this time. Meng Meng smiles as she sits there watching the situation with interest. What will Diaphan choose? He closed his eyes, frowned slightly, snorted coldly, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Diaphan, hands in his pockets, walked up with a cold face, skipping school and only knowing how to fight all day. He pushed through Han Dui's men and said, Forget it. A murderous glint flashed in Diaphan's eyes as a warning. Today I will personally ruin this Chin Hung to show you how powerful I am. Lu Manghoi hurriedly followed behind, adding, "Yes, our boss is invincible in the world." Handu clenched his fists tightly at this arrogant remark. "All right, Diaphan, I'll see how long you can keep acting so arrogant before my village chief beats you to death. Let's go." The students, seeing something interesting, rushed over, not expecting Diaphan to dare challenge the leader of Chin Hyung's martial arts club. "That's the hottest news of the day. What are you still doing reading books?" "Let's go see the excitement. Jung Hong is one of the top 3 experts at the school. I want to treat him to a nice dinner. Diaphan will definitely get beaten badly." Now she stands up and mutters, "Interesting, if Diaphan dared to accept Chin Hung's challenge, she must have backing." Mong Mong's eyes sparkled with interest as she watched, eager to see how powerful Diaphan really was. The scene shifted to the martial arts arena, where a crowd outside buzzed with excitement, gossiping about how a new student dared to challenge their senior. This was going to be a show worth watching. Although Jung Hung has a poor character, his strength is not weak. After all, he is one of the 3 top experts in the school, but I hope this new student will teach Jung Hung a lesson. Although I know this is unlikely to happen, they both look at the person sitting in the first row. Behind Lu Ka, the man whispered, "Village Chief, I didn't expect that little guy Diaphan would actively challenge you. He must have real skill. You need to be careful." Chin Hung smirked, his eyes full of contempt, his fist clenched confidently. "What kind of martial art is that? Just some petty tricks. Our Dakyan Dao is the strongest, and besides us, everyone else is trash. Later, you'll see how I destroy that little brat." With that, Liu Mang and Diaphan stepped inside. As soon as he stepped in, he looked around with a slightly sarcastic tone. The attire of the Taoist Society of the Great Fist is indeed quite impressive. Han Yue followed behind, hands on hips, lifting his chin. Of course, our Kwandao Society is one of the largest groups in Fudan, with over 300 members and influence across the entire school. You, Diaphan, smirked and waved, prolonging your tone, saying this place is really not bad. "Fine. From today on, the name will change from Than Quoc Thuan Quan to the National Martial Arts of China." Hearing this, the students outside were stunned. Diaphan didn't expect him to want to change the name of the Taoist Society. This is like uprooting the grass by the roots. He's got quite the nerve. Who gave him that courage? This new student probably isn't weak in martial arts. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such things. It seems today's commotion will be quite something. Nak Mong, among the crowd, covered her mouth in surprise at the name change of the Martial Arts Society. Diaphan really said that, and Chin Hung's face darkened as he shouted angrily, rallying his followers to back him up. "You think you can change the name of our Kwandao Society? Dream on. Senior, today I will teach this brat a lesson, at least break one of his legs." "What are you doing? Are you trying to gang up on him?" "I already said it's a one-on-one challenge. You can't break the rules." The boy doubts it. "The council." "Thinking of something?" Diaphan thumbs up. "This idea of yours is not bad." "All right then, all of you come at me at once. Today I will fight all of you alone." He widened his eyes in shock and reminded Diaphan, "Why are you inviting more trouble for yourself when you're afraid they'll gang up on you?" Liu Mang leaned in close and whispered, "They're all gangsters. Don't pretend now." Diaphan smiled and patted his shoulder to reassure him, "Don't worry," then turned to them and wagged a finger. "So what? I'm only alone. Are you all afraid too?" They saw themselves being looked down upon and all rushed forward, afraid of nothing. The brothers charged to fight him. "If you want to cause trouble, don't blame us for crushing this arrogant guy." Seeing that, a flash of red appeared in Diaphan's eyes as a bunch of trash hesitated before jumping up to take a run-up. Diaphan, with wind-like speed, clenched his fist and charged forward. Diaphan darted like lightning, swiftly taking them down. He raised his hand, a aura radiating around him with eyes full of sarcasm. "That's all, it's not enough to warm me up." They lie injured on the ground, their eyes rolled back as they stammered. His speed was too fast to see clearly, only the village chief had to rely entirely on him. The students rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they were hallucinating. Diaphan never expected he could fight off all the students of the Martial Arts Society alone. It turns out he wasn't just talking. He really can take on the entire society by himself. Wait a moment, it's Hung himself. He is the real ace of the Martial Arts Society, and the strength of the others can't compare to him. Mak Mong and the crowd's eyes are fixed on him. "Diaphan, can you really do it?" Liu Mang stood beside Hung Fan, cheering. "Diaphan is so powerful, if he can defeat Fash Chin Hung, today we can truly change the name of the Kwayandao village." He angrily stomps his thick foot on the ground, causing it to crack. "Don't compare them to me." Chin Hung released a burst of green aura around him and shouted, "I am the village chief of the Martial Arts Society. and a recognized black belt master by the Global Martial Arts Association. Diaphan was not afraid at all, surrounded by a red aura that sounded very powerful. I wonder how many of my strikes he can withstand. He gritted his teeth and charged forward, kicking with his foot. Die. Chin Hung's henchmen cheered when they saw this ultimate move. This is the chief's secret technique, the Heavenly Sword Clan's wind retreat. Each kick packs 100 caddies of force. If hit, Diaphan would be crippled, and they dare to look down on our martial arts village. This is the price he has to pay. The boy clenched his fist and just smirked, ready to strike. His move was too slow. It looked fierce, but was actually powerless, just a few clawing strikes. Diaphan's punch carried the strength of a tiger, seemingly careless as two forces clashed continuously with explosive force. Chin Hung's pupil shrank, his eyes full of shock, unable to believe it. This can't be happening. Diaphan's strike pierced through the ultimate technique, directly hitting Chin Hung, causing him to crash into the wall and spit blood. The Long Law group stared in shock. Can the village chief really be defeated with just one punch? This can't be true. I didn't expect Diaphan to be this terrifying. His hand pressed against the ground as he coughed violently. Chin Hung frowned tightly, trying to get up. I absolutely cannot lose. Diaphan stepped forward and spoke. Chin Hung, his face gradually changed, clenched his fists, and shouted, Han Diem is my sister, and if you keep bothering her, your punch will hit the wall just like this one. He broke out in cold sweat, tears and snot running down as he trembled. I understand. Then Diaphan casually put his hands in his pockets and walked away, remembering to take down the badge of the Martial Arts Society and rename it the National Arts Society. Suddenly, someone took off their uniform and knelt down respectfully, calling out loudly, Master Deep, I want to learn the national arts. Please accept me as your disciple. Seeing Min Duong's actions, they all followed suit, one after another, removing their uniforms and kneeling down, collectively saying, Master Deep, I also want you to teach me martial arts and law. I want to leave the society now. From now on, you better take care of yourself. I want to apprentice under Diaphan. What kind of martial arts school is this? Turns out our 1,000-year Chinese national techniques are still more powerful. Fai Hung, confused by what was happening behind him, shouted, You guys! And collapsed to the ground in anger. The students witnessing this scene also sighed in amazement. Diaphan, who was once considered useless, is truly too powerful. A group of people are simultaneously requesting to withdraw from the Taekwondo Society, an unprecedented event since the founding of Fudan University. Moreover, after today, the Taekwondo Society, one of the 3 strongest forces in the school, is likely to be completely eradicated. In the crowd, Mong's eyes grew even more interested. That man, you've already succeeded in catching my attention. Thinking that, she gently slipped through the crowd and approached. Nash Meng happily smiled and waved gently. Hello, Diaphan. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. You already brushed past her. What? I don't take disciples, so please leave me alone. They didn't give up, so Nak Meng quickly chased after them. Master, wait for me. Don't let the master run away. She looked stunned, standing still, yet she didn't bother to look at me. Myong clenched her teeth in anger and stomped her foot. Diaphan, just wait for me. The two of them ran outside, gasping for breath. These people are too enthusiastic. Liu Mang, with sweat on his face, looked up and asked, Diaphan, your skills are already incredible. How did you become so powerful? Can you teach me those 2 moves sometime? I also want to become stronger. Diaphan wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, If you want to become stronger too, it's simple. Do 100 push-ups every day, sit-ups 100 times, run 10,000 meters, and you'll naturally become stronger. He straightened up, patted himself awkwardly, and thought maybe I should just leave. With this physique of mine, not even 10 push-ups are possible, let alone 100. While they were having fun, Chi Hung stepped out. You must be Diaphan, right? He happily introduced himself, then pointed to the 2 people beside him. My name is Chi Hung, they are Tu Kwang and Ma Van, we are in the same class, and also your roommates. After finishing, he walks up and pats your shoulder with admiration. Diaphan, we've heard everything about today. You're really impressive, able to take on the entire Tai Dao Quin Sa group alone. He winked at you and said, let's have a hearty meal in the dorm to celebrate. Old man Tranon, is that right? Chi Hung thumbs up, definitely. Then the 4 of them linked arms and left together. Today it's on me, everyone enjoy your feast. Behind, Lu Mang called out, take me with you. The scene shifts to a bar with DJ girls in short dresses dancing to the music. Outside, a remix song is playing and everyone is shouting along. In the end, you became someone else's lover. You also know it's not because of love. Inside the private room, Chi Hung's group raises their glasses and drinks. Come on, come on. He brought the cup in front of you to challenge you. Diaphan, your skills are impressive, but your drinking capacity definitely can't match mine. I've been raised on alcohol since I was a child. You and he raise your glasses and nod in agreement. That's right, Mr. Tran's drinking capacity is very strong. Diaphan, be careful, he's trying to drug you. Don't be afraid, just drink until he gets scared. He happily raised his glass and shouted over the music outside, "Cheers." Then everyone clinked glasses and drank. Diaphan tilted his head back and finished his beer in one gulp. Chi-hung also refused to give up, finishing his beer in one gulp. An hour later, the empty glass was slammed down on the table. He raised an eyebrow with a smile and asked, "Are you still able to drink?" Even though he's completely drunk, he still raised his hand to reply, "Drink up. Tonight we're going until dawn." Kwang and Mavan quickly shook their heads, saying, "We can't drink anymore." "Diaphan, you drink like you're drinking water." "He's truly amazing. I respect Diaphan. From now on, he's going to be the boss of our group." Diaphan also didn't insist and stood up. "Everyone is brothers. No need for these formalities." "All right, let's go. Let me take care of old man Tran." The two nodded. All right. Then the two of them, along with Liu Mang, went outside. These tall, pretty girls aren't bad. He's really interested. Too bad Diaphan already has a girlfriend and can't enjoy this. Standing inside, he took out his phone to check. She left without saying goodbye before. Donni must be very angry. Now he's calling to soothe her a bit. Diaphan casually glanced down and saw Donni. Why is she here? Who is the man next to her? He's holding a rose. Seeing that, he immediately took out his phone and called her. "Dunai, what are you doing right now? I have a new mission these days. I might not be able to come back for a while." Diaphan still watched below as she replied, "It's okay. If you're busy, just do your work. I'm in a meeting. I've had a lot of work lately and might have to stay late. If you're tired, rest well. I'll call you tomorrow." He frowned, said a few words, then hung up. "All right then. Good night." Duan stared intently at her phone, her eyes filled with sadness. Feng Bing saw her standing absent-mindedly and spoke, "Let's go, Nai." She regained her composure and nodded. Diaphan kept his eyes fixed on the departing car, his face darkening as he clenched his fist and muttered, "Donni, what exactly happened? Why did you have to lie to me?" Diaphan sat down on the chair, took a drag from his cigarette, recalling the moment she got into the car. Duan definitely wouldn't lie to me without reason, but who is that man after all? His brows furrowed as he pondered deeply. Why was Duan sitting in his car, and why so late? Diaphan sighed, took the beer bottle and walked away, no longer wanting to think about it. If there was something, Duan would definitely tell me. He gulped down the beer to drown his thoughts. Maybe being drunk was better than being sober. As he was confused, Tuhan suddenly stepped forward and spoke. "Hello. May I ask if anyone is sitting here yet?" Diaphan looked up at her. "Oh." Tuhan smiled and pointed to the other side, explaining, "There's no more space left, only your seat is available." "So hearing that, you didn't feel comfortable refusing and moved aside to sit, as long as you could drink with me? I would invite you." She walked over and sat down, saying, "Of course I'm happy to be invited." Tuhan crossed his legs, tilted his head, and asked, "So, handsome, do you have something on your mind?" Diaphan lazily replied and continued drinking. "Drink up." Tuhan gently shakes his glass and brings it to his lips, saying Ruo is meant to be enjoyed, not to get oneself drunk. After saying that, she looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "Are you handsome? Do you want to get drunk? Could it be heartbreak?" Diaphan remained silent for a long time before picking up his glass. "Heartbreak?" He stared at the glass and asked, "Do you know what that feeling is?" Tuhan shook her head and said, "I've never been heartbroken before." She looked down at the bottom of her glass, her eyes deep. "The man who belongs to me has yet to be born." Hearing that, Diaphan could only laugh and say, "I hope you find your other half soon." Tuhan nodded, thanking him for his well wishes. Then both of them fell silent and clinked glasses. An hour later, both cars hummed softly and then collided. "Wine? Where's the wine? Why is the alcohol gone? There's no more alcohol here." He glanced at her, gently put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Let's go out and find some alcohol." The two of them staggered and left. "All right, no car tonight, no way back." The three others outside each said in admiration, "Diaphan is really impressive. He arrived just a while ago and already managed to leave with a girl. How can we just stand by and watch Diaphan leave? I wonder if something has happened to him. What could have happened? Diaphan was not drunk earlier after drinking so much, but now he's suddenly drunk. What does this prove? We better not ruin his good fortune." The scene shifts to the next day at a hotel, with Diaphan lying there in just his underwear. He slowly opened his eyes, still dazed. "Where am I?" He sat up suddenly, rubbing his head as his eyes scanned the room. "A hotel. Why am I here? Where did the girl from last night go? When you pulled back the blanket, you found a bloodstain on the sheet. This is Diaphan, beginning to dig into his memories. Could it be that he lost himself last night? You hit yourself hard in the forehead, damn it. Why did I do something so reckless? And she's an innocent girl. Alcohol really is the root of all problems. Looking around, Diaphan found a piece of paper. But where did that girl go? Is this the letter she left? The paper only has one line. Let's consider everything between us just a dream. After reading, all you could do was swallow your anger and leave no trace behind. Is this them not wanting to stay in touch with me? Can I consider this a one-night stand? The scene shifts to Sunhai Airport. Han pulls his suitcase and looks up at the sky. It's been 5 years. It's time for me to go back. And that guy's name can be just a dream. Back in front of the hotel lobby, Diaphan was whispering to her. Hello, beautiful. I want to ask, what is the name of the girl in room 503 last night? Sorry, we cannot disclose our customer's personal information. Actually, I'm not a stranger to her either. Yes, we were together last night. She listened and showed a hint of contempt. Well, you've slept with someone and still don't know their name. Then, Xiaoma lowered her head to work, muttering, Looks handsome, but unfortunately he's just a lucky guy. Diaphan impatiently took out a stack of money. I ask once more what her name is, and in an instant, the money in my hand disappears. She takes the money, her eyes shining, as she replies, Dear customer, the guest in room 503 last night was Han, 28 years old. I hope this information will be helpful to you. Receiving the information needed, Diaphan left, thank you. Knowing just the name is useless, it seems impossible to find her. Moreover, if Doan-ni finds out about this, suddenly his steps stop. Thinking of Doan-ni, Diaphan still can't forget last night. What exactly is she hiding from him? After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and dismissed it. Forget it. He would just return to school and carry out his mission first. I believe that something really happened between me and Doan-ni, and she will tell me sooner or later. The scene shifts to the campus of Fuckdon University. As soon as you entered the classroom, the students started to buzz. Diaphan is here. I heard he single-handedly defeated the entire Tai Dao Quan village last night. Truly impressive. Yesterday I didn't notice, but today I realized Diaphan is really handsome. I wonder if he already has a girlfriend. The two female students' eyes are glued to him like hearts. Stop dreaming. Diaphan is not only close to Lai Han Nian, I heard Nakmong has also been checking out news about him. You don't stand a chance. Ignoring the gossip, he went straight to her. Hello, classmate Han Nian. She smiled and moved aside for Diaphan to sit down. Last night when you helped me, I didn't get a chance to thank you. From now on, just call me Han Nian. All right. Han Nian, this girl probably doesn't like me, right? If I don't clearly confirm my mission target, Fire Phoenix definitely won't let me go. Just forget it. She's still curious, resting her chin on her hand as she watches. I heard that yesterday you were at Diaphan Shenwei village and had a close relationship with the famous beauty Ham Deem. Diaphan replied, It's nothing. Just a bunch of insignificant people. Wait a moment, then ask. I feel that Ham Dien is a girl with a tragic fate. If she has no protector, anyone can bully her. Isn't that very pitiful? After receiving the answer, Han Nian stood up, surprised that he was such a kind person. A few steps later, she stopped, turned around and said, Let's go out for a walk and have dinner together tonight. I'm here alone at this celebration with no friends, feeling very lonely. Seeing Han Nian leave, Diaphan hurriedly, Are you just going to leave like that? Not going to class? She waved and smiled. This is self-study time. The teachers won't come. See you at the school gate tonight. Hearing that, you also didn't stop her and nodded. All right then. But since she took the initiative to invite me, I don't want to be the one to tease her. Everything I do is just to complete my mission. The group of male students watching this scene are in tears. I really didn't hear wrong just now, did I? Han Nian actually invited Diaphan to go for a night walk in the city. If Tian Hook finds out about this, he will probably be furious. He has been pursuing Han Nian for almost a month, but she hasn't agreed to go out with him even once. Now Han Nian is the one, Judong Yaoqing Diaphan Di Choi. My goddess, how could you agree to go out with him? This guy already looks like he's not a good person. Lost in thought, she peeked her head in from the door. Mr. Diaphan, you seem suspicious. Han Yum. Diaphan stepped beside her, making her blush. Why are you here? Do you need to see me for something? He smiled and said, It's nothing much. Han Diem brought a small gift box to Diaphan's face. This is for you. Seeing you a bit surprised and about to refuse. A fruit? But thinking about it, Diaphan still reached out and accepted the gift, asking, Today isn't a holiday or anything. Why do you want to give me this fruit? She shyly clasped her hands together and replied, I heard about your situation in Quendao village. Thank you for helping me. This gift was handmade by me. I hope you like it. When he opened the box, it was a scarf. Diaphan took the scarf, touched it a few times, and said, Playing is almost transitioning to autumn, so this gift comes at the right time for me. Thank you. Seeing that he liked it, Han Diem quickly left. As long as he liked it, I still have to go to my part-time job. I'll go ahead first. Watching her hurriedly leave, Diaphan thought that, after all, she was a student at Fukdan University, yet she still had to work part-time at a restaurant. It seems it's time to help Ta Ham Diem find a new job. The scene shifts to the busy streets at night, with people bustling around. Just as you promised to go for a walk outside with Han Nian, walking around the city with me will be very tiring. You won't give up halfway, right? Diaphan smiled. How could I? He flexed his muscles and said, with my physical stamina, even if you walk around the entire city of Sanhai, I won't break a sweat. She waved dismissively and smiled. That's a bit too confident. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. After an hour, Diaphan was holding a bunch of bags, panting heavily. I can't go on, find somewhere to drink water. Han Nian just turned to cover her mouth and laugh. Even so, that wasn't enough. Just now, someone was saying we walked all over Sanhai City together. You plopped down on the ground, sticking out your tongue and panting like a dog. Who would have thought she could walk around for so long? That's even more exhausting than facing 10 masters at the nascent soul stage. She crossed her arms, tilted her face, and pretended to show mercy. All right, this time I'll let you go. Then she casually pointed to a nearby snack stall. Let's go in and take a break while grabbing something to eat. You look over with a bright, cheerful smile and nods. All right. Seeing her quickly step inside, he ran after her from behind, and as Han Nian entered, her expression changed when she saw her. It seems this is her part-time job. It seems she's having trouble. Come have a few drinks with us, and Mr. Zhang, who is a bit drunk, holding hands with Han Yan, such a beautiful girl, and you. Pretty girl. His friends behind him also joined in laughing. It's a pity she has to work as a waitress when she looks so beautiful. Why not stay here and hang out with us? I'll introduce you to a better job. We're all directors of big companies, and the jobs we recommend can definitely help you earn 3 times more in a month than here. She forced an awkward smile and tried to refuse. Sorry, I don't drink alcohol and I don't want to change jobs. Without waiting for Mr. Trung to speak, she waved her hand and said, I have other matters to attend to. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. He suddenly pushed back hard against the edge of the table, defeated. The wine spilled onto the owner Trung, but she didn't want to lose face. The boss angrily pointed at Han Diem's face and shouted, What's wrong with your staff? They've dirtied my clothes. Is there news that just one word from me could make your shop close down? Mrs. Wang hurriedly ran out from inside to mediate. I'm really sorry, really sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, this girl is new and still unfamiliar with the rules. I apologize on her behalf for today's meal, which I will treat you all to. He then leered at her and said, You can join us for drinks, but I want this girl to drink with us too. Or else I just need one phone call to shut your shop down. Han Yim nervously pointed at himself, me. Mrs. Vuong patted her on the shoulder and praised Xiaota, saying she should join them for a drink. Today, I will double your salary. These are all regular customers. That man is the director of a large company with many social connections, so it's better for us not to offend them. Han Yim pushed Mrs. Wang's hand away, tears welling up. Sorry, ma'am, I only work as a server. I don't entertain guests with drinks. I can't agree to this. Mr. Trung ignored her tears and reached out his hand. Today, you have to agree, even if you don't want to, or I will make sure you have no place to do business. Suddenly, a chopstick stabbed straight into his arm, blood spurting out. Mr. Zhang clutched his arm, tears and snot mixing as he shouted, My hand! My hand! His face turned pale as he looked back and cursed, Who the hell did this? Diaphan stood there with a grim expression, clenched his fists. It was me. Seeing this, Han Diem couldn't hold back his tears and burst into tears. Diaphan stepped forward to pat Han Diem's shoulder in comfort. It's okay now, Han Yim. I'm here. I'll handle the rest. He gritted his teeth, grabbing the injured hand. How dare you attack me again? Charge at him, brothers, and take that guy down. Trung's friends rush forward with bottles in hand. Little Toothoy dares to provoke me. He's tired of living. Today I will cripple you. He alone can't fight against us. Kill him. Dipanchi stood there coldly, snorting, a bunch of drunkards. Just kick them in the face a few times and get rid of them. The 3 of them immediately started bleeding from the nose and mouth, screaming loudly. In just a few seconds, they were all on the ground, screaming in pain. It was killing me. It feels like my bones are breaking apart. He was terrified. What? Is this kid really that powerful? How dare you make my sister serve drinks? It seems you've outlived your usefulness. It's just a misunderstanding. Why did a fight suddenly break out? Stop talking. These people are clearly not good folks, and you still forced my sister to serve drinks, so say one more word and I'll hit you. Mrs. Vuong trembled with anger, but still clenched her teeth and held back. Fine, if you think you're so powerful. Mr. Jong still doesn't know whether he's alive or dead, pointing at you and scolding, "Don't act tough. Behind me is the assets of the Ngothi group. If you dare to hit me now, do you believe that with just one word from me, you could end up in prison for life?" Seeing this, she sided with him and flattered him. "Mr. Trung, rest assured, if the police come to gather evidence, I will definitely testify for you and prove that this young man attacked first." Diaphan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Which family does the Ngothi Corporation belong to?" Han Hien stepped forward, hugging his arm and reminding him, "Diaphan, let's stop here for today. The Ngothi Corporation is not someone you can afford to offend." Hearing that, he shouted angrily, "Drop dead, dreamer." Mr. Trung continued to approach and threaten, "Kid, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times immediately, or I will make sure you can't live or die." He lost patience and kicked him with his foot. "Damn you." Mr. Trung collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, clutching his trembling, pained body as he cursed. "Damn it, you dare to hit me." Han, seeing this scene, could only cover her mouth. "Brother Diaphan," she is nearby reminding him. "Diaphan, you're a bit too agitated." Madame Wang is clutching her head with a pale face. "You're crazy. You know the identity of the boss and yet you still dare to hit him." He's really fed up with life. He forced himself to stand up holding his phone. "Kid, I won't let you go today. Just wait and see. I'll call some people over." She, with tears in her eyes, grabbed his arm. "Mr. Diaphan, you have to run now. Today it's my fault. You can't let anything happen to you." He turned to look at Han Diem and gave her a reassuring look, saying, "Don't worry, the heir of the Ngothi Thien Hook group isn't afraid of anything. So how could he be afraid of a dog from the Ngo family? Leave the rest to me." After saying that, Diaphan picked up the phone and smiled. "Aren't you the one who likes to call Chivian?" "I do too." Seeing this, Mr. Trung sneered contemptuously and said, "Kid, who are you calling to deal with me? You're not bringing a bunch of trash, are you?" "You don't care, just call him directly." "Hello, is this Mr. Philip? I am Diaphan, help me with something. In Sunhai City, there is a company called Kim Long Real Estate. I want them to go bankrupt overnight." He on the other end of the line agreed with a smile. "No problem, Diaphan, you're my friend. I can definitely handle this." You asked, "Is there any trouble since the No Group is behind this company?" Kyo chuckled, but confidently said, "If dealing with the No Group is a bit difficult, then handling a subsidiary is as easy as flipping my hand. Give me 3 minutes and you'll answer. Then I'll wait for your good news." After hanging up, Diaphan smiled at the boss Trung. Hearing your arrogant words, he sneered. "Kid, are you crazy? A phone call trying to cause my company to go bankrupt? Who do you think you are?" Han Hien frowned and thought beside her. Diaphan, with his personality, probably wouldn't bluff. That phone call, in the end, he wasn't in a rush, crossing his arms and smiling. Wait and see what happens later. Boss Zhang snorted coldly, thinking that Diaphan was just joking around with his reputation. After a few seconds, his phone rang. Who could be calling? Both girls standing next to Diaphan are surprised. Could it be the phone? Diaphan signaled to Mr. Trung, taunting him. "Answer the phone. Are you afraid to?" Mr. Trung took the call but kept cursing nonstop. "Just answer it if you're going to. You think I'm not brave enough? Kid, you want to scare me, don't you?" "I'm not afraid of him at all." He angrily shouted into the phone, "What's going on?" "I'm eating right now. Why are you calling me in such a rush? What?" "You said our partner wants to withdraw their investment." Mr. Trung's subordinate reports the situation in panic. "Boss, who exactly did you offend? Our phone is about to be bombarded. Not only are the partners demanding to withdraw their investments, but the suppliers are also finding reasons to refuse to continue providing us with goods. What should we do now? If this situation continues, we really can't hold out for even a day." Boss Trung, after hearing this, couldn't help sweating and trembling as he said, "How could this happen? Where is the Ngothi group? Hurry up and call them." My subordinate hesitated to reply. "I just contacted someone from the Ngothi group, and it seems they are having a party afterwards." Then he immediately hung up the phone, and when I called back, they refused to answer. Mr. Trung threw the phone away in anger, cursing out a bunch of bastards. "All those years I risked my life for you, and they don't even bother to care about me." Diaphan sneered, seeing his panicked expression and crossing his arms. "You're just a dog of the Neo Corporation, and you still expect them to save you? Who do you really think you are?" Mr. Trung Nu realizes he has been abandoned, sweating profusely and panic-stricken, speechless. I, Diaphan, stand with my hands on my hips, glaring at the collapsed Mr. Trung, shouting at him to kneel and confess. "You want to be ruined and lose everything to realize your mistake, right?" He kept kowtowing and desperately begged Diaphan. "Grandpa, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me this time. I still have an elderly mother and a young child, and my whole family depends on this company to survive. If this company collapses, we will all starve. Please forgive me." Diaphan pointed at Han Diem, who was stunned, indicating that the person he needed to apologize to was not me but my sister. Mr. Zhang just slapped me across the face and tearfully admitted it was his fault. I am not a person. I shouldn't have forced her to drink, begged her to forgive me. I really can't do this anymore. Han Diem hesitantly replied to him, "What are you doing?" So she grabbed Diaphan's hand, right? Diaphan, you should look at him. Diaphan smiled and turned to remind Han Yen that if she wanted to forgive him, today's matter would end here. If you don't want to, I guarantee he will be begging for food on the street tomorrow. Han Yan frowned and said, "Let it go. Forgive him, after all, I am still safe and sound." Mr. Zhang kept kowtowing, tears and snot streaming down his face, happily saying thank you to my aunt. Diaphan still issued a warning despite that. Death can be forgiven, but the crime of living cannot. If you have that much money, you might as well spend 100 million on a scholarship fund for poor children. Mr. Trung's face instantly turned pale as he tremblingly asked again, 100 million? That is the profit of my company over 3 years. Diaphan turned away, his face darkening as he coldly replied, "Then wait for your company to go bankrupt." Mr. Trung, terrified, quickly reached out and called, "I have the right to contribute. I have the right to contribute." Diaphan chuckled mischievously, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Tomorrow, news of Mr. Nguyen donating to help struggling students will make the front page. Without saying a word, he put his arm around Han Diem's shoulder and turned back. "Let's go." Madame Wang witnessed everything from start to finish and couldn't help but be terrified by Diaphan's actions. Who is this boy anyway? I didn't expect that just one phone call could push Mr. Trung's company to the brink of bankruptcy. The important thing is I just offended him. What should I do now? Diaphan remembered there was something she missed and smiled softly. "Yes, that's right. I noticed this cafe's decor isn't very nice, so maybe we should close for a year to renovate?" Mr. Trung hurriedly replied, I understand. Just leave this matter to me." Mrs. Vuong heard this news and froze like stone. Closing the business for a year made her collapse to the ground, her soul flying away, muttering non-stop, "Oh my God." Diaphan's group turned their backs and walked away, unaware that Mr. Vuong was secretly leaving behind them. He sneaked a look from afar and made a call. "Young Master Ngo, don't hang up just yet. This isn't about my company. I saw Lai Han Hien. Weren't you planning to pursue her? She's on the commercial street." On the busy commercial street, Diaphan gently sets down the heavy bags of Han Yen and Han Diem, wipes his sweat, and exhales slowly. Han Diem looks up, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Diaphan. If it weren't for you, I might not have escaped today." "What are you thanking me for? Aren't I the one taking care of you?" "This is something you should do, so you don't have to thank me again in the future." Han Diem thought of something, lowered her head, and her cheeks gradually flushed. Han Yen suddenly ran up from beside, holding Han Yen's hands tightly and happily saying, "I didn't realize before that you were so beautiful. My name is Li Han Hien. I just arrived not long ago. Can we go out together sometime in the future?" Han Diem blushed and stammered in agreement after hearing Han Hien talk non-stop. "Sure, but I work extra shifts every evening, so I only have some free time in the afternoon." Diaphan advised her with concern. "Han Yen, for now, you should stop doing those part-time jobs. In the near future, I will help you find a more stable job, and you absolutely cannot do dangerous work like today anymore." He secretly thought that Ta Han Yen was a strong girl, and if he directly gave her money, she would definitely refuse, so he just had to adopt a different approach from her. Hearing this, Han Diem smiled innocently. "Yes, Brother Diaphan, I'll listen to you." Han Yen tilted her head and smiled playfully. "All right, it's getting late. Let's call a car to go back to school." As the three of them are about to cross the street, a convertible filled with roses suddenly appears, catching their attention. Tianhu sat in the car, waving to Han Nian with a cool attitude, saying, "I'm here to pick you up." Diaphan couldn't help but be speechless. This guy really can't shake his bad habits, always bothering Li Han Nian. Tianhu takes the bright red bouquet of roses in his hand and approaches where the three of them are standing. Tianhu, today I officially pursue you. Please agree to be my girlfriend. I swear I will only love you for the rest of my life." His underlings also cheered loudly. Just say yes. I've never seen young Master Ngo so sincere before." Li Han Hien will definitely agree with him. Ngo Tio is so handsome. Wealthy background, anyone who stays by his side will live in luxury for life. The crowd around is whispering and gossiping, turning this into a battlefield. These rich kids are causing trouble again. Ngo Thien Hook. I wonder how many girls he has hurt. He's truly wicked. I never expected anyone to say he's faithful. That girl must still be a student. Beautiful, but really unfortunate. Han Nien didn't answer Thien Hook, only crossed her arms and asked with a frown, "What are you making such a fuss over roses for? He quickly flattered, as long as Han Nian liked it, he could give her many roses every day, and they could grow an entire farm together, visiting it every day in the future. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Han Nian threw the bouquet of roses in front of her to the ground, with Tian Hook's surprised gaze, her eyes dark, and her voice cold and sarcastic. "It's a pity. Other people's roses smell good, but yours smell rotten. Sorry, I don't like it." Tian Hook was still stunned and hesitated to ask again. "Han Nian, what do you mean by that?" Diaphan quickly stepped forward to protect Han Nian, fearing Tian Hook's anger might hurt her. "What does this mean? Don't you understand yet?" "Get out of here now," Tian Hook snarled angrily. "Damn it, you poor bastard. How dare you tell me to leave? My shoes are even more expensive than everything you're wearing." Han Nian didn't let him finish, and immediately leaned in to kiss Diaphan on the cheek. Notiu stared in disbelief, eyes wide open. Han Nian saw him like that and smiled. "So what if he is my boyfriend?" As for Diaphan, he was very confused at this moment. "What is she doing?" Tian Hook kept pointing at Diaphan and shouting, "No, you can't believe that this poor bastard is your boyfriend. He's no better than me in any way. This kid must be desperate. In terms of looks, you're not even worthy to be a stepping stone for young Master Ngo. In terms of wealth and background, you'll never surpass young Master Ngo in your entire life. My greatest hatred is for guys with pale faces like you. Kid, I advise you to stay away from Han Nian immediately, or else it won't be hard for us to make you disappear from this world forever." Everyone around was suddenly stirred up, all of them stunned in amazement. Is it real or fake? Judging by this situation, I never expected that kid to be that beauty's boyfriend. God really has no eyes. Even he has a beautiful girlfriend like that. Suddenly I feel more confident about myself. Let's see how that kid plans to deal with Ngo Tian Hook. If that troublemaker succeeds, wouldn't she be the biggest loser? Diaphan looked at Han Nian with a helpless expression. "Are you using me as a shield?" Han Nian asked innocently. "What's wrong? I don't agree. It's an honor for me to serve for the beautiful lady. Now what are you still causing trouble for over there? Are you trying to see me and Han Nian affectionately together?" He pulled out a stack of bank cards from his wallet and arrogantly said, "If you're willing to leave Han Nian, I'll give you 1 million. If that's not enough, 5 million or even 10 million is no problem. As long as you can say it, I, No Tian Hook, will definitely do it. Don't doubt the financial power of our Ngo group." Diaphan simply casually brushed away the pile of cards, sneering. "So, in your heart, Han Nian is only worth that much?" The bank cards fell to the ground in Ngo Tian Hook's stunned gaze. "Sorry, Han Ni is priceless in my heart." He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, and reluctantly said, "Diaphan, do you believe that just one phone call from me can make you lose everything instantly and end up begging on the streets? If you want to fight me, you will definitely die a humiliating death." Han Yam quickly grabbed your arm to stop you. "Please don't argue with him anymore. His power is very strong. I'm afraid something bad might happen to you." Tian Hook, seeing her submissive smile, laughed loudly with a sinister look in his eyes. "Did you hear that? Han Yen even knows I am very powerful, so fighting me won't end well for you. I advise you to obediently listen to her and leave immediately." Diaphan paid no attention to him and just sighed softly. "I originally didn't want to argue with you because it would lower my value, but then I calmly raised my phone as if to call someone, though I didn't want my sister to worry. I should let you see what true strength really looks like. Young Master Duong, I am being provoked on the main street by a nouveau riche. Send a few people over." Tian Hu burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. "Diaphan, what are you pretending at? If you call someone over, do you plan to summon a bunch of beggars to pick up a gang leader like you? You're really making me laugh to death." His followers quickly joined in, mocking him, saying, "This kid probably watches too many movies and thinks he's some big boss commanding everyone around. No matter who you call here, they all have to kneel and call Ngo Thian father. A bunch of poor folks daring to challenge Ngo Theo. I suggest you better go find a hospital to get checked out." Before they could finish, a line of supercars suddenly arrived, stunning everyone. Everyone pointed and whispered excitedly, including a BMD Mach and even a Bugatti. "It's over. Why are there so many supercars? Are all the rich kids in Sunhai City gathering here? Are these really the people this vain guy called here?" Young Master Liu, Young Master Vuong, and Li Thu and Gaongjie walk over as the crowd around them looks on with admiration. Tian Hook was surprised to see them and quickly stepped forward to ask, Lu Xiao, and Vong Xiao, why are you here? Are you gathering or just greeting Diep Xiao?" All three hurriedly bowed to salute Diaphan, and Tian Hook, hearing those two words, felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, his face turning pale and bloodless. Deep this can't be. Did you really call these people here?" Diaphan waved dismissively. "Pretending. I originally wanted to live a normal student life with a normal identity, but now I have to deal with a rotten scoundrel like you. I won't pretend anymore. I'm revealing my hand." Haiban suddenly spoke up, his face showing obvious excitement. "Hansu, do I have your permission to set up this formation?" Bakmak, standing nearby, sneered at him. "The people didn't come just out of respect for you. They're here for Diaphan. Why are you getting so worked up?" Haiban quickly retorted. "If you say that, then Diaphan and I are also brothers, right?" Then he put his hands behind his head, approached Diaphan, and laughed heartily. "Trihan too is just some reckless guy who offended you, so the eldest young master is here to teach him a lesson." Diaphan calmly replied, "That's the guy. He is the young master of the Nyo family group, very domineering." Seeing this scene, Tianhook was so terrified he couldn't speak, trembling all over, mouth agape, eyes wide open. Haiban, upon hearing this name, seemed to remember something. The Nyo family corporation sounded very familiar. "I remember now. A few days ago, their boss came to our house humbly to offer some fruit, as if he wanted to ask my father for something." Haiban angrily said, "I immediately told my father to refuse their request. Daring to offend my close friends, even the Ngo group, the #1 in Sunhai City, would be raised by me." Bakmak gently stroked his chin thoughtfully and then continued. "The Lam family, we also seem to have a few projects cooperating with the Ngo group. I immediately went back and told the people at home to cancel all cooperation with them. The group of Diaphan's followers called in all spoke up one after another. I remember now. The Ngo group wants to open a store in our retail chain. I immediately went home to reject this deal. It seems they also want to buy from us. I immediately went back to tell my father to refuse their offer. What about the Ngo family group? They offended young Master Deep. Let's chase them out of Sunhai City together." Hearing this, Tianhook broke out in a cold sweat and gently swallowed a sip of water. He hesitated and pointed at Diaphan, asking, "Who exactly are you?" Diaphan calmly replied, "I am Diaphan, currently an ordinary university student, and I also know a bit of medicine and martial arts." As soon as his underlings heard this name, they all ran away, screaming in fear of him. Could it really be Diaphan who defeated the Bloodhand sect and even took down the Heavenly Lord Society? I should have known that if it were him, I wouldn't dare to provoke him, even if I were killed. Young Master Ngo, I'm sorry. I suddenly remembered there's soup still boiling at home. I'll take my leave now." At this moment, Hu Tianhook saw his useless followers betray him and run away first, grinding his teeth in fury and snarling, "You bastards dare to—" Before he could finish, a sudden sound from behind made him shiver with fear. "Ngo Tianhook, do you still want to fight me? Your skills, your abilities, or your agility? I will play with you to the end. You, Mr. Diaphan, you're quite something. Today you're lucky." Then he quickly turned and ran away, grinding his teeth and shouting, "We're not done yet." Diaphan smiled kindly and signaled to his followers as those behind cracked their knuckles with excited expressions. "Wait a minute, you still want to drive away? There's no way it could be that simple. Break that car for me." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed forward to smash the expensive car like hungry beasts. "How dare you offend young Master Deep and try to walk away easily? Young Master Deep, out of kindness, only destroyed your car, so you should feel lucky. Don't say I didn't warn you. Breaking a luxury car with your bare hands is truly impressive." When Tianhook saw his beloved car being ruthlessly destroyed, his heart ached like it was being cut, and he could only sit down, head bowed, crying uncontrollably. "My car, this is a limited edition that my father had to work hard to bring back from abroad." Diaphan didn't care about his pathetic appearance, exuding an overwhelming aura, shouting loudly, "Get out of my way." Tianhook crawled away, muttering, "Diaphan, you just wait for me. I will definitely come back." Haiban was extremely angry upon hearing those arrogant words. Does Hansu really let him go that easily? Shouldn't we give him a good beating? Diaphan simply replied calmly, "No need. They're just a bunch of students after all. Not like the Bloodhand sect or the Celestial Templar Society. No need to go too hard." Haiban suddenly took notice of Han Nian and Han Diem hiding in the corner all along, his eyes shining brightly as if he had found treasure. And he cheerfully clapped his hands and asked Han Tu, "Who are these two beauties? Introduce them to me, please." Diaphan also happily introduced the two sides. "This is my adopted daughter Han Yen, and this is my classmate Li Han Nian. Yes, they are Duong Hai Ui and Lamba Mak, both my good brothers." Han Yum gently bowed his head and shyly greeted the two. "Hello, Mr. Duong. Mr. Lam." After hearing the introduction, Han Nian chuckled teasingly. "The Duong and Lam families. Diaphan, you really are deep and inscrutable." Diaphan just shrugged and replied, "I didn't mean to hide my identity, mainly because you didn't ask." Han Hien also stopped joking and waved goodbye. "This time, I'll let you go since you still have a group of people to see off on your side. I'll head back myself." Diaphan also waved goodbye with a helpless smile, walking carefully. After saying that, he softly instructed Ba-Mak to find a shadowy bodyguard to protect Lai Han Nien and ensure she returned safely to school. Ba-Mak immediately agreed, saying, "I will arrange it." Han Yim also turned to say goodbye. "Diaphan, it's getting late now. I should head back." Diaphan gently pats her shoulder and smiles calmly. "I will help you find a better job." So he suddenly turned to Haibin and asked, "Haibin, how is the plan to open the company I talked to you about last time coming along?" He slapped his hand as if remembering something, and even if he didn't say it, I almost forgot. "Damn it, everything has been arranged, and we can start the business next week. Now only one name is left to decide. Diaphan, have you thought of any names yet?" Diaphan stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes half closed as if pondering the name. "I think Chiban called it the Thien Long Group." Haiban held up 2 fingers to agree. "The name sounds really badass." "I like it." Diaphan happily introduces Han Diem. "Han Yen, come to Tien Long Group next week to work. It's my company and no one will dare to bully you." Haiban also smiled brightly and added his words to his sisters. "Don't worry. I will definitely arrange a good position for you." Han Dieng bowed his head, sincerely thanking both of them. "Thank you, Brother Diaphan and Brother Duong." Before she could finish speaking, Haiban hurriedly rushed over to introduce himself in front of her surprised eyes. "I'm Duong Haiban. I may not be good at much, but I always speak with integrity." "That's right. How old is your sister? Where does she live, and how many people are in your family?" "Do you have a boyfriend yet?" Diaphan quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him away, stopping Haiban from rambling on. "All right, stop chatting and listen. I have something to ask you." Haiban, confused, just stroked his head and watched Diaphan light a cigarette, naively asking, "Han Tu, what do you want to ask?" "How has Doan Ni been lately? I haven't seen her for a few days." Haiban softly called out "New," then began to stroke his chin, reminiscing about recent events. Frowning, he replied, "When he mentioned her, I really started to think about something. Recently, there's a guy named Feng who keeps bothering her, and they've been together all the time. I think she's trying to have her cake and eat it too." When Diaphan heard this name, he looked at them coldly. "What is the background of the Feng family? Why haven't I heard of them before?" Haiban crossed his arms and said seriously, "I managed to find out. I heard that the Feng family is one of the most prestigious noble families in the north, and moreover, the current head of the family is the same person who went through hardships with Doan Ni's father. Although the 2 families rarely contacted each other, their relationship was very good." After saying that, he placed his hand on Diaphan's shoulder and gently patted him. Haiban hesitated and revealed his hidden thoughts, "I am afraid, for Doan Ni. There's no need to say it. I believe in the feelings between Doan Ni and me. Tomorrow I will go find her and help her solve this problem." Haiban, worried you might be angry, quickly reached out with a smile to make peace. "I didn't mean it that way. I was just worried that Doan Ni wouldn't be able to handle the pressure from her family. I have met Doan Ni's father before, and from his appearance he seems to be a very traditional person." Diaphan just smiled faintly, his eyes shining with determination. "As long as Doan Ni believes in me, I will definitely convince her family." After saying that, he stubbed out his cigarette and calmly said, "Let's go. Since the important guests from afar came to help me solve this problem, we should at least treat them well." In another place at Pokdan University, the night sparkled as it embraced the sleeping campus. Diaphan strolled with Han Diem under the trees when she suddenly spoke. "Thank you, Diaphan, for stepping in today to help me and for finding me a new job." Diaphan chuckled softly after hearing that, not knowing what to say to this stubborn girl. "Didn't I tell you not to thank me? I am your older brother. Aren't these things just what I should do?" Han Yim mumbled, lowering his head, his face flushing like a tomato. "You're not my biological brother. Luckily, you're not my biological brother." Diaphan didn't catch what she said clearly and scratched his head, asking again what she said. "I can't hear clearly." Han Diem quickly waved his hand and replied, "Nothing?" "Diaphan, can you close your eyes? I have a gift for you." "Another one." He closed his eyes, his voice full of anticipation. "What kind of gift is this time? So mysterious." Han Diem gently tiptoed and quickly kissed your cheek. Diaphan covered his face, blushing with embarrassment, unable to speak. "Han Yen, sister." Han Yuan also feels shy about her actions. She quickly runs away holding her head, leaving Diaphan confused behind. "Diaphan says goodbye to you. You go ahead first." Diaphan looked at the embarrassed figure gradually disappearing into the distance, smiled and sighed. "First it was Lai Han Yen, now it's Ta Han Yen. But I already have a girlfriend." As he was lamenting, suddenly something flew towards him. It turns out that at this moment, Diaphan is standing where everyone is gathering to play basketball, when suddenly the ball, flying with force, heads straight for him. The people around seeing this all shout in panic. "Hey, be careful! The ball is coming at high speed, but it's okay. It won't hurt me." The whole court went silent for a few seconds before erupting in amazement. Wow, he didn't even bother to turn around and still caught the ball. The ball just now was flying with such force, but he caught it with one hand easily. Duongnin scratched his head, forced a smile, and then asked for a favor. "Sorry, can you throw the ball back to me?" Diaphan tossed the ball back. "All right, here you go." The ball immediately shot straight like a machine into the basket far away. Duongnin stands there in shock, able to hit the basket from that far away. Is it just a coincidence that a classmate nearby doubts it? Even Captain Vuong couldn't do this. Others immediately objected. "Lucky my ass. I think he's truly a talent, but I forgot to ask what his name is." Someone interrupted. "I know his name is Diaphan. Yesterday he single-handedly took down the entire social martial arts team. I was just standing by watching the fun. Yangjang has always been the best basketball player at Fudan University. It seems he's faced a tough opponent this time." The next day, Dong-ni was sitting in her office flipping through documents when there was a knock on the door. "Does Director Chu have time?" Donnie looked up and replied coldly, "I don't have time. I'm busy." But as soon as she saw the person who just entered, she stood up, her eyes shining. "Diaphan, why are you here? Did you hear Duong Haiban say you're studying at a university?" Diaphan closed the door playfully. "Isn't he trying to surprise you on purpose?" He stepped closer, gently lifting her chin. "Have you missed me lately?" Dan Ni nuzzles into his chest, but still pretends to be angry. "Who would care about that evil guy of yours? You ran away last time. Are you really that scary?" Diaphan gazed down at her gently. "My Doan Ni is so adorable. How can she be scary?" Then they pulled each other closer and shared a familiar kiss. Just then, the door was pushed open. Fungbing walks in holding a bouquet of flowers. Doan Ni. Doan Ni was startled and stepped back, hiding behind Diaphan, and angrily shouted, "Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Feng Bin looked at the strange man beside her, frowning as he asked directly, "Doan Ni, this is Diaphan. I am Doan Ni's boyfriend, Diaphan. You must be from the Feng family, right? I heard you've been bothering Doan Ni lately." Feng Bin put the bouquet down on the table and calmly replied, "Diaphan, I know you're just a lucky guy." He smirked as if it were obvious. "And it's not that I was chasing after Doan Ni. She's currently single, and we are childhood sweethearts. I am actually proposing to Doan Ni." Hearing that, Doan Ni quickly turned back to explain, "Diaphan, don't misunderstand. I have no relation with him. I only agreed to meet him a few times out of respect for my father." Then he slowly stepped forward, his voice lowering. "I will talk to Doan Ni's father about the marriage later." Immediately, he waved his hand and shouted loudly, "If you're sensible, get out of here quickly." Fuming with rage, Feng Bin said, "I just told you to get lost, but I doubt you have the strength for that." Diaphan replied coldly, unshaken, "Don't force me to fight. I want to see just how much strength you really have." He said nothing more, and immediately unleashed a support primordial strike. Diaphan did not dodge, channeling all his energy into his fist. He truly underestimated himself. With a single punch, the Three Kings cannon shattered all of his opponent's weak defenses. Fungbin was caught off guard as Chuthuk struck him directly in the chest, his eyes filled with shock. What? His whole body was thrown out of the door and slammed hard onto the ground. Diaphan leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, a smug smile on his lips. "Do you still want to fight?" Fungbin struggled to his feet, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, but still clenched his teeth in defiance. "I didn't expect your skills to have reached this level. Diaphan, I admit you are worthy of being my opponent, but I haven't lost to anyone yet." Diaphan didn't reply, his serious gaze assessing the man before him. "He took my punch without being seriously hurt. This Fungbin is truly no weakling." At that moment, Doan Ni stepped forward and blocked the guard's path. "That's enough, Fungbin. Don't fight with Diaphan anymore." Fungbin was stunned, his eyes full of doubt. "Doan Ni, why are you stopping me?" Doan Ni did not flinch and clearly stated each word as if drawing a line in the sand. "Fungbin, I am telling you clearly today once again. The person I like has always been Diaphan. Don't waste your time on me, there's no future for us." Fungbin couldn't accept it and questioned, but Doan Ni had already given you a chance before. She coldly replied to Fungbin that the opportunity I mentioned was for us to figure out how to deal with that absurd marriage alliance, not for him to pursue me. You're overthinking it. Chudoan Nai passionately declares, while leaning on Diaphan, "I have only ever liked one man in my life, and that man is Diaphan." Seeing that, Diaphan became even more proud. "Doan Ni has made it very clear, so why don't you hurry up and get out of here instead of just standing there?" Fungbin, despite his bitterness, could do nothing but point his finger and threaten, "Diaphan, we're not finished yet, just wait and see." When he left, Doan Ni let out a soft sigh. her voice gentle with a hint of guilt. "The reason I met with Feng Bin before was to resolve this peacefully and not drag you into trouble, but it seems I still have to." Diaphan saw through her mood, and his voice grew serious. "I've looked into the Feng family. They do have some money from their business, but that's all. They're not even on the same level as the Bloodhand Hall. Doan-hee, what are you worried about? You still have things you don't know. Feng Bin's godfather is Thao Nguyen Vuong, who is said to be very powerful, and few dare to offend him. In the north, Diaphan isn't surprised by this name. Thao Nguyen Vuong. I think I've heard of him before. They say he's a king of a northern border region with about 13 very powerful adopted children under his command. Feng Bin might be one of them." Suddenly, Doan-ni tightly grasped his hand and begged, "Diaphan, maybe you should go ask your father to explain this." Diaphan gently embraces her to comfort her. "It's okay, Doan-ni. If the sky falls, I'll carry the burden. You don't need to worry. Maybe we should find a chance to meet your father, or else my son-in-law title won't be official and proper." Doan-ni blushes shyly, but still pats her cheek, pretending to scold. "So you just found out now?" Diaphan suddenly lifted her into his arms, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Doan-ni, it's been several days since we last saw each other. I miss you so much." "Diaphan, what are you doing?" She nervously looked outside. This is the office, the door, and it's not even closed. Diaphan places her on the table, a mischievous smile curling his lips before closing it. Then he raises his hand with concentrated strength, and the door slams shut. Doan-ni softly called out, her voice sweet as honey, "Take it slow, please." The scene shifts to Fudan University, where crowds are bustling. Diaphan quietly smiles to himself, thinking that, after all, he has temporarily settled Doan-ni's matter. Just then, Lu Meng ran over from afar, waving his hand and shouting loudly, "Diaphan, you're finally back!" He was panting heavily, his voice urgent as if carrying important news. Duong Trang, the captain of the school basketball team, announced to the entire school that he wanted to challenge him. Hearing that, Diaphan scratched his head in confusion. "Who is Duong Trang? Why does he want to challenge me? It seems we haven't had any conflicts before." Liu Mang quickly explained that Duong Trang is one of the 3 top experts in our school. Extremely powerful, a great basketball player, known as the Basketball King, but I also don't know why he wants to challenge you. He paused for a moment, then spoke confidently. "But now that he's told the whole school now knows about this. Everyone is looking forward to the basketball game between you and Duong Trang. Diaphan, you can't back down." Diaphan laughs confidently. "It's not in my dictionary to back down. You walk away confidently. Where is Yangchang? Take me there." Lu Meng immediately turned around, waved to lead the way. "They are at the basketball court, and quite a few people have gathered now. Let's go. I'll take you there." Right now at the basketball court, Duong Trang stands proudly in Vu's encirclement, his eyes closed as if resting and waiting for his opponent. Around the group of students there was lively chatter, and I heard that our school's basketball king, Duong Trang, wanted to challenge Diaphan. Could they possibly have some past grudge against each other? It seems that Diaphan has left a gap in his basketball skills, and he's being hyped up as a new generation idol. Duong Trang felt he couldn't accept this threat, so he challenged Diaphan. Not long ago, Diaphan had crushed the entire martial arts community, and now he's playing against Duong Trang. Looks like there's more excitement ahead. The sound of footsteps grew closer. Diaphan approached, hands casually in his pockets. "Are you Duong Trang? I heard you want to challenge me." You agreed without hesitation. "How do you want to compete? Are we doing one-on-one or team matches?" Duong Trang frowned, not wanting to waste time. "Team matches are too complicated. Let's do one-on-one. In half an hour, whoever scores the most baskets wins," Diaphan replied calmly with his arms crossed. "No problem. I happen to be free this afternoon too. Playing basketball to kill time isn't a bad idea." Duong Trang snorted coldly, hoping he won't be badly defeated by me later. The crowd around them also cheered loudly, the shouting echoing as if challenging one another. The gunpowder smell between the two is strong. Diaphan's martial arts skills are very impressive. I wonder how he would play basketball. "You have to know that the king of basketball at our school truly deserves that title," Liu Meng shouted loudly to cheer. "Diaphan, keep going." Yang Zhang passes the ball to Diaphan. "Here's the ball for you. I'll let you attack first." "I am defending." Diaphan raises his hand to catch it. "Okay." But just as the ball touched your hand, it suddenly veered off and unexpectedly hit Liu Meng's head, making him cry out in pain. Everyone watched the ball roll wildly on the ground and froze in place. Diaphan didn't expect to miss even the ball. "What are you still fighting for? Does that mean Diaphan really doesn't know how to play ball?" Liu Meng rubbed his sore chin in shock. "Diaphan, you're not really that bad at playing football, are you? So what's the point of pretending to be so powerful?" Diaphan awkwardly bent down to pick up the ball. It was just an accident. Are you okay? Yang Cheng watched this scene with suspicion. Even his own shadow couldn't catch. Could I have mistaken the opponent for someone else? Or is this guy deliberately trying to deceive me? Immediately after, Diaphan quickly assumed a serious stance and started hitting the ball continuously. All right, I'm here. Yang Chengjiang, with a broad and alert body, says, "Go ahead and let me see how strong you are." He ran while dribbling the ball, took 3 steps up, and the students started shouting again. Diaphan is here. He looks pretty good. His earlier mistake was just a fake, after all. Did Duong Trang succeed in defending? Before Diaphan could get close, Duong Trang suddenly swung his hand to knock the ball away, leaving him stunned for a few seconds in disbelief. Everyone around was also stunned with their mouths agape, and Liu Mang could only awkwardly force a smile at the awkward scene. A moment later, the crowd immediately started criticizing. Unable to even reach the ball, their skills are just too poor. Let's go. It's a pity for those who bet on him. Duong Trang bent down to pick up the ball and then spoke indifferently. I thought you had some skill, but it seems I am disappointed. Maybe we should just end this match here. But Diaphan still walks back to his position, his voice surprisingly calm. I haven't lost yet. You immediately lower your center of gravity, spread your stance, and prepare to continue. Yang Cheng looks at you with even more disdain, underestimating your strength. After saying that, he immediately moved past you with such speed that only a blur remained. Then I will make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Seeing that, the crowd immediately became excited. Here it is, Duong Trang's incredible dribbling skills. He jumps high, ready to slam the ball into the basket amid the growing cheers. But Diaphan indeed cannot stop Duong Trang from reaching the hoop. At that moment, Diaphan suddenly leapt off the ground with a furious growl. Damn this bastard. He rushed forward at full speed, raising his hand to strike the ball and block the final shot. Duong Trang turned his head back, unable to hide his amazement as he exclaimed, "What?" The crowd suddenly started gossiping again. Is it real or fake? Did Duong Trang's shot get blocked? Maybe it's just luck. I don't believe this kid can block Duong Trang's shadow. I don't think it's just luck. Look at how powerful Diaphan's energy is, isn't it? Liu Mang also became more excited. Diaphan, I knew you could do it. Quickly show your true strength to let Duong Trang know how powerful you really are. Duong Trang, though surprised, didn't panic. He immediately stepped back and took a defensive stance. Diaphan, I didn't expect you to have some skill after all, but it was my mistake. From now on, I won't let you score a single point from me. Diaphan spins the ball on his fingertip casually as if teasing him. Duong Trang, I advise you not to talk too loudly or you'll hurt yourself and others. Duong Trang impatiently shouted, Stop talking so much and start already. This time I will definitely make you lose. But before he could react, Diaphan dashed past him like a gust of wind. You can't stop me. Then you jump high and slam the ball straight into the hoop, returning the last shot. Yang Cheng turned around, visibly stunned. What? How can your speed be so fast? At that moment, the crowd looked at Diaphan with completely different eyes. That last scoring move by Diaphan was so cool. Just now, Duong Trang couldn't even react, and in front of his arrogance, Diaphan made him suffer both himself painfully. Liu Mang jumps up happily. Diaphan, you're so amazing. Diaphan throws the ball back to Duong Trang with a challenging look in his eyes. So what? Still want to play? Duong Trang grits his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. Of course I'm playing. I don't believe I'll lose to you. The game continues as Diaphan keeps jumping high to block shots and then scores a beautiful basket, making the audience cheer non-stop. In the next round, you didn't even need to look at the basket, just turned and threw the ball neatly back as if you had never aimed before. For the final move, Diaphan ran up again and confidently said, This last shot will show you how powerful I am. You jumped as high as you could, then slammed the ball straight into the hoop with precision. Duong Trang stared in shock at the result, sitting down from the three-point area before jumping up to shoot again. With such a high level of skill, I never expected he could do it. Even professional basketball players can't perform moves as smooth and effortless as his. The crowd around him was also stunned and erupted into loud cheers. Wow, with such a high difficulty move, even in a national basketball game it's hard to see it executed. Diaphan is truly a different person compared to his previous performance. Could it be that he was just pretending to fool others before? Diaphan dribbled the ball, lowered his eyes, and glanced down calmly. So what? Now that you've seen my true strength, do you still want to compete with me? Yang Cheng trembled, raising his hands in surrender. No, I can't. I admit defeat. You really are a superhuman to be able to record such high-level matches in a row without even getting tired. I can't compete with you. Everyone around immediately marveled non-stop, and Duong Trang was directly defeated and convinced. Losing so badly. Diaphan is really too powerful. I'm about to become his fan. First, flatten the local martial arts association, then win people over through basketball competitions. Diaphan has only been here for a short time, but he's already accomplished so many impressive things. Diaphan chuckled and patted Yang Chang on the shoulder. You're pretty good at playing basketball. Let's stop here for today, and next time we have time, we can play together again. But Dong Trang immediately panicked and ran away, not wanting me to ever play basketball with him again. Seeing that, Diaphan could only scratch his head in regret. As the phone in his pocket suddenly rang loudly, what was meant to be just killing time and boredom ended up casting a shadow over Duong Trang's heart. Hopefully, he won't become pessimistic in the future. You pick it up and see Haiban's name clearly on the screen. Diaphan immediately answers, in a calm voice, "Young Master Duong, what's wrong?" On the other end, Haiban reported seriously, "Hanzi, I heard that the Modong family plans to establish some kind of business alliance in the south. You should come back and check it out." Hearing that, Diaphan's tone gradually grew more serious. "I only know about the Northern Business Alliance. What the hell is the Southern Business Alliance?" he explained clearly. Just like the Northern Business Alliance, the Southern Trade Alliance is a coalition of major Southern corporations, but it has many members and is spread out widely. Although the Southern Trade Alliance has not yet been officially established, it has only been a few days since its inception, but it already has a large number of commercial members. His gaze gradually became sharper. The Southern Trade Alliance is not just an ordinary organization. Haiban immediately added, "You are behind the Southern Trade Alliance called Modong Kithien. He is the older brother of Modong Quang and has always been dedicated to cultivation. After Modong Thien Quang's death, he became the new leader of the Southern faction." "I see. In that case, I will immediately fly back to the city. Also, at Fudan University, keep an eye out for me and help assign someone to protect Lai Han Nian and Ta Han Yen." Haiban reassures her, "Don't worry, leave this to me." At Fudan University Library, Diaphan scratched his head nervously and spoke to Han Nian. "I have to leave the school for a while. If you want to leave, just go. There's no need to tell me. I'm serious, Han Nian. When I'm not on campus, try not to leave the school grounds to avoid danger." Then he handed her a card and told her if Ingo Thienhut came to cause trouble again, she should call my brother Duong Haiban. "Here's his number. He will help you." Han Nian smiled and took it. "Don't worry. Last time you made Ngo Thienhuk look foolish in front of everyone. Ngo Thienhuk couldn't stand Dam Tiu dropping out. I heard he went to Chao City, so he's not here, and no one will bother me." Hearing that, Diaphan's eyes lit up noticeably. Ngo Thienhuk actually dropped out, and he happily turned around and left. "I didn't expect Ngo Thienhuk to be so weak, but that's for the best. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself." At this moment, he felt a weight lifted from his heart, as if a huge stone had been removed. That's for the best. I can now go to Chengzhou with peace of mind. And Han Hien, propping her chin, watched the figure's back gradually disappear, feeling an inexplicable emptiness inside as she saw Diaphan leave. Returning to Chengzhou with its skyscrapers, inside Diaphan's villa, Tu Xich pushed open the door and politely said, "Diep Thieu, I am a friend of Duong Thieu. He called me here. He introduced himself proactively, and you called me Tu Xich." "All right, then." Diaphan patted him lightly on the shoulder with a friendly tone. "Don't be polite. Since we're friends, just call me Diaphan. Or talk to me about the Southern Trade Alliance first." Tu Xich smiled and replied, "All right." Then he began to explain. "The Southern Commerce Alliance will be established and organized in front of many people in the South. The main event is tomorrow evening when the major clans in the South will all attend." At this point, Tu Xich revealed his concern. "Diaphan, when you killed Modong Thienquang before, I was worried that the Modong family would cause trouble for you." Diaphan smiled, "Not worried. If they dare to attack me, only they will suffer the loss. Tomorrow, I will go with you." Tu Xich sighed in relief. "By the way, before we go there, are you interested in joining the race? This race is organized by the wealthy families in the South. We might as well gather some intelligence on the opponents." "You're so excited about something so interesting, I definitely have to go." Last night at the mountain circuit, everyone had already gathered and started racing. A racing car streaked through the night with a sharp roar. As Xich stepped out of the car, he heard everyone shouting, "Why are you all so late? Don't you have any sense of time? Do you really want to compete or not? If not, then get out immediately. Aren't you just pretending to be late because you're afraid?" He shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Each of us sends someone to run around this mountain, and whoever returns first wins." A mocking voice slowly interrupted. "Hold on. Everyone move aside for the man to come out. This kind of competition is boring. Let's make it more exciting." Diaphan frowned as he looked toward the source of the sound, and when he turned back, he was a bit surprised. Ngo Thienhuk thought to himself, "I didn't expect that after leaving Fudan University, Ngo Thienhuk would come here to show off, and it seems he's even the leader of a group." Xich stepped forward and said, "Less nonsense. How do you want to compete?" Tianhuk snorted coldly. It's simple. Run around the mountain but not clockwise, run counterclockwise. Whoever arrives first is considered the winner. Of course, if they compete, there will be a reward. Each participant prepares 100 million and wonders how to give it to the winner. Everyone was momentarily confused. Running backwards, are they crazy? This mountain is treacherous and the sky is dark. If something goes wrong and you fall into the abyss, you could lose your life. This competition is too dangerous and this guy definitely has no good intentions. This isn't a competition, it's a game with lives at stake. Qin Vian mockingly sneers at the useless crowd. If you're afraid, go back and suck your mother's milk. Diaphan, hearing that, stepped forward and said, I'll play with you for just 100 million. A small matter, Tianhuk is proud. Do you dare to refuse as well? The man from the 2C group challenged. And to let me go up. He's determined not to, even if I admit defeat in this match. I won't joke with the lives of my brothers. Sorry, we're withdrawing from this match, players. Go ahead. The others all shouted in unison. This isn't a place where you can do as you please. If you don't want to fight us, you're looking down on us, right? A bunch of trash afraid of death with so many people. Not a single one dares to step forward to fight. Truly useless. Who says there's no one? Let me do it. Tianhuk suddenly looked at him, his eyebrows unconsciously furrowing. Diaphan. Everyone was stunned. It's Diaphan. I didn't expect him to personally join the fight. Is it safe for Diaphan? This competition is very dangerous. Even experts wouldn't guarantee nothing will happen. He decisively stopped him. Young Master Deep, don't be provoked. With your status, there's no need to compete with them. Diaphan, this match is too dangerous. I know you're capable, but if something happens, stay calm and trust me. Tianhu roared. Diaphan, I didn't expect to see you here this time. You embarrassed me last time. This time, I will definitely show you my strength. Ngotihuk. No matter how many times we compete, you will never beat me. He angrily turns and walks away. Let's wait and see. His eyes flash with cunning. Driving against traffic on this dark mountain road, even if something unexpected happens to Diaphan, it could be possible, right? Do you have another car? I can't race this one. The man just now said, Young Master Deep, my car has been upgraded and is just as good as their race cars. Diaphan nodded and smiled as he accepted it. All right, thanks. The others on the other side are all sneering. What's going on? The person facing us isn't even using the racing car to race. It seems he's an amateur, so soon you'll see him being quickly overtaken by others. A moment later, the racing team also reached the starting line. Zhao Nian stepped forward to wave the flag. 2-1, she waved her hand and shouted loudly. Start! The entire racing team roared as they sped off. The engine roared like thunder, and a drone camera was broadcasting a live feed of the mountain road from above. Currently, Diaphan was in the lead, followed closely by Diaphan, with Ingo Tianhuk driving slowly in the back. She pressed close and said, Kid, you're not bad, but you're still no match for me. Diaphan sneered, steering the wheel. Your car's worse, but I don't see it that way. You gently press the accelerator and the racing car smoothly maneuvers to hug the upcoming turn. Diaphan is amazed. 90-degree turn here? How is that possible? Zeech watched excitedly on the screen and shouted, Young Master Deep is really impressive. I didn't expect Young Master Deep to be so skilled at racing. Everyone is excited. He might surpass the big sister and take second place, showing some skill, but that kid still can't beat 5th Young Master. 5th Young Master is not only skilled, but also has the best car features. He will definitely win. The engines roared as the two cars pressed close together at the edge of the tight turn. From the windshield, Diaphan saw Tianhuk trying to overtake, and he smirked coldly. I will pass you very soon. He remembered the person in front, squinting his eyes, and said, The opportunity has come. With that, Tianhuk pressed the gas pedal hard and laughed triumphantly. Diaphan, if you want to die, then I'll make it happen for you at the same time. Diaphan's car suddenly slowed down sharply, the screech of tires on the road echoing loudly. You sneer, already expecting you would have this trick. Diaphan sharply turns the steering wheel, quickly hits the brake and shifts into reverse, precisely backing up towards Tianhuk's car. He was panicking. What? What? If you want to hit me, you're far from good enough. Tianhu was extremely panicked now. Oh no, stop quickly. The car crashed straight into the cliff, the impact and explosion echoing loudly. Everyone stared in shock. Diaphan can do a 180-degree turn on the spot. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Incredible skill. Even professional racers couldn't handle driving against traffic. Performing such a difficult stunt, that fool No Tianhuk tried to hit Diaphan, but ended up crashing into a mountain himself. Serves you right for not stopping to mock him. No Tianhuk, it looks like I'll win this race again, and you'll probably be last. Without waiting for Hung-Huk to react, Diaphan pressed the accelerator firmly, and the car sped through the night. Well done. At this moment, he struggled to push the car door open, dragging himself out heavily. Tianhuk gritted his teeth in anger. Diaphan, just wait and see. We're not done yet. The silver moonlight shines on the mountain road as Diaphan speeds past the finish line, the car gleaming with glory. Everyone cheers and jumps with joy. Han Young Master's car has already reached the finish line. The others still haven't shown up. Truly impressive. Now the people across know who the real fool is. Who is truly talented now. Ngo Thien. Hook is useless and still wants to mess around. He deserves to suffer the consequences himself. The little followers of Teen Hook stared in shock. They couldn't believe how skilled Diaphan's driving was. His driving skills are incredible enough to win even a life-threatening race. The fifth young master and he are simply not on the same level. The other cars also sped through the final turn to reach the finish line. As soon as everyone got out of the car, they sighed in relief. Looks like this kid has won. What can we do? If your skills aren't as good as theirs, you just have to accept it. Everyone keeps their word and hands over the check. Everyone pays their share. We won't run away from our debts if we lose. I don't want to lose face. Diaphan smiled broadly. Real money is really easy to earn. Diaphan stepped forward to intervene. Kid, you're pretty good. Are you interested in joining our racing club? I wave my hand and say, actually, my driving skills are just average. Just a bit quicker in reaction and speed than others, so there's no need for me to join a racing club. She chuckled and said, your driving skills are so average that our level is just like beginners with a license, but I won't force you if you don't want to join. Qin Vian gave a thumbs up and said, you're very talented. I'm impressed. Just call me if you need help in the future. A limping figure approaches, voice filled with anger. Diaphan Thien Huch shouts in fury, you almost killed me with your tricks on the racetrack just now. This match doesn't count. You're not worthy of first place. Diaphan puffs out his chest and says to Ngo Thien Huc, I think everyone saw what happened here. My car never hit yours, so where do you say I hit you? Everyone chimed in together. Ngo Thien Hucs, you really are too shameful. It's obvious you wanted to hit Diaphan but failed and ended up crashing into the mountain. Now you're trying to shift the blame. That's right, we all watched the live feed through the drone camera. You lost but refused to admit it. Ngo Thien Huc, do you even consider yourself a man? If Diaphan, you are ruthless enough, staying won't solve anything. Thien Huc firmly turned around. Let's go. Diaphan grabbed him back. Wait a moment. Are you forgetting something? Tien Hu is annoyed. It's just $1 billion. Do you think I care about that? Sooner or later, I will get everything back. Diaphan, wait and see. All debts old and new, I will settle with you one day. Please tell from Sheesh to help me transfer the money from this check to my account. The Thien Long group is newly established and needs this amount. He nodded. I understand. That's right, Diaphan. Don't forget the dinner party tomorrow night. The next day, at a luxurious party filled with lively laughter and chatter, Tu Sheesh walked around introducing himself. This hall hosts all the wealthy people from the south, and just by stepping in, it causes a stir throughout the entire southern business circle. Diaphan, your Tianlong group has just started. With their help, everything will go smoothly. Diaphan nodded. That makes sense. More friends, more paths. A beautiful and charming girl slowly approaches and softly calls out, Diaphan, you didn't expect to see me here. Diaphan scratched his head and said, Sorry, may I ask who you are? She put down her glass and said, Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Momo, also a student at Fudan University, so I am your senior. Diaphan smiled and shook hands upon hearing this. So it's senior, Sister Zhang. I secretly thought that Zhang Momo is one of the beauties of Fudan University. Rumored to have a mysterious background, but seeing her here suggests her family background is not simple. Mong Mong laughed. You're a well-known figure at school and can attend the Southern Alliance's business banquet outside. It seems your background isn't simple. I'm just here with friends to broaden my horizons. Unlike you, older sister, why are you here? You're dressed so provocatively, aren't you worried about being harassed? She excitedly strikes a pose and asks, Do I look very sexy? Then she moved closer, wrapping her arms around his neck and asking if the junior wanted to come bother her, catching him off guard and blushing, while Diaphan awkwardly swallowed a sip of water. Diaphan took a step back, nervously waving his hands and saying, Senior sister, you're joking, I wouldn't dare. Miao Ming smiled, just joking to have fun. Look at how worried you are. From Sich Jiansao nudged your shoulder and whispered, Diaphan? Behind Truong Hachmong is the Truong family, a powerful, noble family of Dai Ma Kwok. If you can get her help, it would be incredibly advantageous. Keep going and seize the opportunity. He glanced and said, Don't talk nonsense. I just met her today. Suddenly, Mo Dong Kai Thien's voice echoed from the stage. Thank you all for taking the time to attend this banquet, Mong said indifferently. The organizer of this party, Mo Dong Kai Thien, has appeared. Everyone is also excitedly discussing. Is Modung Kai Lain the representative chosen by the Modung family? He was just selected and already organized a Southern Business Alliance banquet. It seems his ambition is not small at all. Modung Ki Thien is young and handsome. I wonder if he already has a girlfriend. Diaphan pondered. Modung Kai Thien, his younger brother Modung Thien Quang, was killed by him, and in the future he would definitely become his enemy, so I should prepare early. He continued on stage, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Southern business community has always been fragmented, ununited, with overly ambitious minds. This is what sets them apart from the Northern merchants. But starting today, with the establishment of the Southern Trade Alliance, everything will improve." Tianqi expressed his determination, hoping that from now on we will work together to create the future. Everyone clapped in agreement. Modung Kai Thien said very correctly, if the Southern Trade Alliance is as he described, joining wouldn't be an issue. With the Modung family backing us, there shouldn't be any major problems. He waved his hand, finally hoping everyone would have a joyful evening tonight. "Play the music. Let's dance." The gentle music begins to play as couples step onto the dance floor. Mungmo gestures and asks, as a senior, "Can I invite you to dance with me?" Diaphan was a bit surprised, but still reached out his hand. "I am honored." "You're nervous. Dancing isn't my strong suit. The senior has helped me a lot." "Then hold me tightly around the waist. With so many people watching, it's not good to make mistakes. This is Zhang Haochen, Zhang Hammong's father." He stood aside, watching angrily and gritting his teeth, saying, "Disgraceful. I brought the girl here so she and Modung Kai Thien could get closer. I didn't expect her to dare dance intimately with another man at the party. Could she have forgotten her engagement with Modung Ki Thien? Uncle Truong Ki Thien smiles happily today, so why does he look so upset? Who made him unhappy?" He looked in Hao Tian's direction and saw Hammong dancing with Diaphan. Kai Thien frowned. "Is that Nak Mong?" The man dancing with her explains, "Modung Kai Thien was poorly managed by me, which made you laugh, but rest assured, I will give you a proper explanation." He pursed his lips, thinking that with the support of the Zhang family, it wouldn't matter who he took, but no one was allowed to touch his belongings. Diaphan released her and reminded her, "Senior sister, it seems like someone is coming for you." "Huh?" Nak Mong lowered her head. "Dad, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Hao Tian snorted coldly. "You still remember I am your father." He shouted loudly, 2 years without coming home. Today I'm not forcing you to attend the party. Do you plan to never see me again in your life?" Nak Mong stared in shock, her lips trembling. "Dad and I?" Hao Tian interrupted. "All right, I don't want to hear any more of your nonsense. Later, you and Kai Thien will go out for a meal to strengthen your relationship and discuss your marriage." He is implying that you should stay away from other men. What are they planning to do to you? "I know better than anyone else. Not listening to me only harms yourself." Diaphan absent-mindedly scratched his nose, thinking how he just met Truong Hakmong today. So why does it seem like he has intentions toward her already? "Music Mong, it's been many years. Sorry, I've been so busy and never had time to see you. Let's go over there and talk for a bit. The engagement doesn't have to be rushed. We can wait until you've finished studying before discussing it." The strength of the Zhang family is very powerful, the richest in the country, while the Modung family is the top in martial arts in the south. Together they are considered the strongest, truly a perfect match, and standing side by side, they look very beautiful. His hand remained still, waiting for Namong to take it, but she hesitated. "Kai Thien, I'm sorry, I can't keep backing away this time." He furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you mean, Nak Mong?" My lips pressed tightly. "I'm sorry, Kai Thien." "I don't like you at all," Nak Mong firmly said. "Our engagement doesn't need to be discussed. I already have someone I like." Hao Tian growled in anger. What are you talking about, Truong Hak Mong?" She said with frustration, "Dad, everything I said is the truth. I don't like Modung Chi Tian. I don't want to marry him." Anger erupted, and he swung his hand down with a slap. Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that Truong Nak Mong would refuse to marry Modung Ki Tian? This really was beyond everyone's expectations. Having his daughter break off the engagement in front of everyone today, Zhang Haochen is utterly humiliated. "So, Modung Chi Tian must have been cheated on, right? What a great show." He shouted angrily, "Zhang Haochen, get out of my sight. I don't have a daughter like you. Go away. Get out." Diaphan stepped forward to support her. "Are you okay, Dantry?" Mong Mong shook her head and said, "I'm fine." She smiled and added, "That's good. Anyway, I have nothing to hold on to in that house. I'm leaving now. At least I can find my own way." You nodded in response. "Dantry, let me take her away." Hao Dingquen won't let go, grabbing Diaphan. "Damn it, are you the one seducing my daughter? I won't forgive you." Diaphan frowned and firmly pulled his hand away. "Get out." You shout, "Look at yourself now. Do you really deserve to be a father?" Momanga stepped forward to intervene. "Dad, can't you just stop causing trouble?" "None of this has anything to do with Diaphan. Hearing that name, Kai Thien was a bit surprised. Diaphan, he grits his teeth and walks over. You're the one who killed my brother Mo Dung Thien Quang. You really have some nerve. You dare to appear before me after killing someone from the Mo Dung family? He smiled. Yes, it was I who killed Mo Dung Thien Quang. Kai Thien shouted, I openly killed Mo Dung Thien Quang in the arena. What is there to be afraid of showing up? All right, then let's settle both old and new debts together. Where are the Mo Dung family guards? Come here and kill him. The henchmen suddenly appeared and surrounded him from all sides. Is everyone whispering that Mo Dung Ki Thien has gone crazy? How dare he kill someone in front of so many people like this? I used to think highly of him, but now he's too impulsive. We absolutely can't let him have full control of the Southern Trade Alliance, or else something big might happen. Ning Thien shook his head. This is dangerous. Don't joke around. Diaphan is a very determined person and could wipe out the blood prison. Mo Dung Kai Thien wants to show off, but I don't know who would win or lose. Diaphan smirked and said, Mo Dung Kai Thien, you're not planning to rely on these useless guys to kill me, are you? He roared and kept talking. The Mo Dung guards follow the orders and attack, secretly judging the useless younger brother. Mo Dung Thien Quang may be dull-witted, but his skills are not bad. If Diaphan can face him directly and kill him, his strength must be quite good. Today is the perfect chance to see his true strength. The subordinates received the order and charged forward. If you dare to kill someone from the Mo Dung family, you're dead for sure. Today, no matter what, I won't let you leave this hall. Young master already said, brothers don't need to hold back. Just beat him to death. He glances at the trash that dares to attack me. Diaphan gently waved his hand and released his power, causing them all to fall to the ground in pain. Too strong. What kind of move is this? Kai Thien frowned. Ho, Tiu, Quyen. It seems Diaphan follows the Hin Wai Quyen style. Could he be a member of Hin Wai Mon? But I've never heard of anyone from Hin Wai Mon like that. Diaphan sighed a bit and said, an army's failure is only because of a single general's failure, and that will affect the entire army. Mo Dung Ki Thien. Your subordinates are all rubbish, so I guess you're not much better. You mock me, thinking you can kill me on your own, but I see you'll end up down there with your brother sooner or later. He is confident in Diaphan, so if you are that sure, I will come meet you in person. Kai Thien gathered his strength, causing the ground beneath his feet to sink as he clenched his fists and concentrated his spiritual power. Death Swordsman. Diaphan smiled confidently, energy swirling around him. Perfect timing. I also want to see how much stronger you are compared to Mo Dung Thien Quang. The head of the sect gathers a brilliant, powerful energy and unleashes it, causing the two sides' spiritual forces to surge and create thunderous shockwaves. Everyone watching must step back. Their strength is too overwhelming. Could this be the battle between the two strongest young fighters in Hoa country? In the end, who will win and who will lose? The collision exploded in a blast, and both Thien Ki and Diaphan simultaneously leapt back. He sneered and said, Mo Dung Kai Thien. You're indeed a bit stronger than Mo Dung Thien Xuang, but just a little. He smirked and added, Diaphan, I didn't expect you to have some talent, too. Thien Ki clenched his fists, flames reigniting, but earlier was just a joke. Now I will show my true strength. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. All right, that's enough. The person coming is Elder Nan. Today is the founding day of the Southern Trade Alliance. Could the two young heroes kindly show some respect and temporarily stop fighting with us old folks? Everyone stared in surprise. Mom, isn't that Nan Lao? I didn't expect him to come in person. He has been retired from the business world for a long time, and in recent years he has been traveling all over the Huago continent. I didn't expect to come here. Mo Dung Ki Thien still isn't capable of inviting him himself. It seems Nan Lao only came because he was personally interested. Kai Thien bowed and said, Nan Lao was joking. If you've already said so, then let's leave it at that today. Diaphan frowned and observed, Mo Dung Kai Thien can be so respectful to this old man. Who exactly is he? He was walking with a cane when he suddenly stopped and slightly turned his toes. Nan Lao stepped forward with a smile. You must be Diaphan. I finally get to see you in person, and you look quite handsome. Not bad at all. You blink your hand and ask, Sir, what brings you here today? He laughs and says, Nothing special, just wanted to see you. Old man Nan raised an eyebrow and asked, That's right, my grandniece's name is Nan Tu Ham. Do you know her? Yehan was stunned to remember. Was Nan Tu Ham the imperial consort who drank with him in a drunken sleep? He nodded, seeming to realize you remembered. My granddaughter is beautiful, isn't she? I heard the two of you drank together. He nervously scratched his head. Yes, your drinking capacity is indeed impressive. He's screaming inside. It's over. If Nan Lao knew that after drinking he had slept with his granddaughter, he would have killed me. He smiled and patted your shoulder. Don't be tense. I'm just here to check on you. I'm old now. I don't want to get involved in my junior's affairs, nor do I want to interfere. Old man Nan paused briefly, only realizing after meeting you that you resemble someone. Diaphan looked puzzled and asked, "Who do I resemble?" Old man Nan smiled kindly. "Just an old acquaintance. Forget about it. I must be overthinking." He waved his hand and turned to leave. "The viewer has finished watching. There's no point in staying here. I will take my leave now." Old Nan silently decided that Diaphan looks too much like his brother. I must send someone to thoroughly investigate Diaphan's background. You breathe a sigh of relief, glad that Elder Nan has improved and didn't pursue the matter of you sleeping with his granddaughter. Murmurs and whispers fill the hall. The old master just now was talking to Diaphan in a very familiar manner. What is their relationship? It seems that Nahalao came specifically to find Diaphan. If he is a supporter of Diaphan, then Diaphan and Modung Thien can also be considered equals in strength and status. I've decided to establish a good relationship with Diaphan immediately. Isn't there a Thienlong corporation under his control? Tomorrow I will go to establish the partnership with them, Kai Thien challenged. Diaphan, today your luck is really good. You managed to escape a disaster. Next time, your luck might not be so fortunate. Feeling secretly resentful and furious, Nanlao has connections with Diaphan, so I can't attack him directly. I need to find another way to eliminate him. Hearing this, Diaphan shrugged and said, "You never know whose luck will run out next time we meet. It might be your last." Music Dream waved her hand and said, "Let's go. I don't want to stay here anymore." Suddenly, he grabbed her shoulder and smiled cunningly. "All right, leader, let's go." Seconds later, Diaphan directly lifted Nachmong into his arms with a triumphant laugh. "Maodung Kai Thien, your fiancée is now my woman." The whole hall gasped in surprise. Maodung Kai Thien originally planned to stop Diaphan to assert his authority, but unexpectedly, Nan Lao appeared halfway, and he lost everything. Now, in front of everyone, his fiancée was taken away, and from now on, Maodung Kai Thien fears he will become a laughingstock in the South. Serves him right for being so arrogant and trying to control the Southern business network. He's been slapped in the face. He grits his teeth in fury and vows that one day he will tear Diaphan apart. Hao Tian looked serious, surprised that Diaphan had a connection with Nan Lao. Going with Nakmong might not be a bad idea. Maybe it could even help him establish a link with Nan Lao. A moment later, outside the hotel entrance, Diaphan dropped Nachmong off and explained, "Sorry, sister. I just said those words to Modung Kai Thien earlier. I hope you don't mind." She blushed and said, "It's okay." "I don't mind at all." Ningmong glanced and suddenly left that house. I didn't know where to go for a moment. Diaphan patted her shoulder and said, "The world is vast. There will definitely be a place for you to go. Breaking free from the constraints on her is a good thing. At least now she can search for what belongs to her and no longer live in a glass cage." Phew. Meow Meow smiled and said, "You're right, I've made my decision. First, I will go back to Sunhai City and start over from there. You better not forget what you promised in front of everyone today, little brother. From now on, I am your woman, you know." Diaphan blushed nervously. "Huh, senior sister? I was just joking." Mongnak ignored you and happily turned around. "I'm leaving now. Junior, see you next time." Diaphan felt frustrated, unable to cut ties or figure out what to do. "Let her go," Two-Seach reminds. "Diaphan, this time you've really made a mark in front of the big bosses in the southern business circles, but you need to be careful of Modung Kai Thien's revenge. That guy is not someone to mess with." You reassure him, saying no problem. "Modung Kai Thien is no more capable than Modung Thien Quang. If he dares to come for revenge, I will make him understand what it means to be unable to enjoy it. Besides, I borrowed Nan Lao Fat's lake to play chess this time. Modung Kai Thien is very suspicious. Until he clarifies our relationship, he won't act recklessly." He nodded, understanding it himself. Suddenly the phone rang, interrupting the conversation. Diaphan frowned. "Duong Treng, the captain of Pukdown High School basketball team, what does he want with me?" I answered the phone. "This is Diaphan, what do you need?" He hesitated and said, "Diaphan, I heard you're in Trietjiang now. I have a favor to ask of you." "I am indeed in Zhejiang, just tell me what you need." Yang Zhang explained it like this. "In a few days, our school will have a friendly match against Zhejiang University's basketball team. Given the reputation of our Pukdan basketball team, your skills are excellent, so I want to invite you to help dominate the game." You tilt your head slightly, appearing thoughtful. "Playing basketball now?" After a moment of silence, Diaphan smiled. "Sure. Since I've finished my work here, just tell me the time then, and I'll come to Zhejiang University to watch." He nodded excitedly. "All right, see you at Zhejiang University then." 3 days later, at the Zhejiang University Gymnasium, the friendly basketball game between Titjiang University and Fudan University was about to begin. Last time we lost to them, This time we must win. Everyone was talking excitedly. Don't worry. This time the captain has a new player who is extremely talented, named Diaphan, who has only been here a year but has already made the team members respect him. With him, we can definitely win. But don't be so sure. Fudan University is an experienced and strong team, and their captain Duongtrang's main player is no pushover. He has been waiting since early on. Diaphan, you finally arrived. Duongtrang introduced, "This is our coach, Huang Van Vien." He smiled and shook hands. "Hello." Yang Chang said, "Your basketball skills are impressive. Later, use a few moves to help us out." Diaphan politely replied, "Having Yang Bai is enough, and I'm just here to watch the fun." The female cheerleaders are cheering excitedly. Everyone is watching Diaphan warming up. He's so handsome, not only good-looking but also very skilled at basketball. Truly the ideal boyfriend. You look curious as you glance toward the shouting, where on the court, a young man is gracefully dribbling the ball. Diaphan gently leans back and executes a perfectly accurate dunk. Diaphan raises an eyebrow, surprised to find a martial artist at the Zhejiang University team, who is also a Boi Nguyen stage practitioner, with a body technique reminiscent of Xingyi Quan. Could he be a member of the Xingyi sect? That kid is the ace of Zhejiang University, Diaphan. Yeah, I watched him play. His speed is very fast. His technique is very strong. I only invited you to suppress the match because of him. You smile and warn, I know. You guys fight first. If it really gets out of hand, I will step in. He nodded. All right. Yang Chang stepped out with his teammates. I'm going on the field now. Tu Siege, already seated, was immediately captivated by the girls. Wow. This one has white skin, and that one has an amazing figure. He looks pleased. Her long legs are too much. Diaphan is speechless. Can you please hold back a little? It's not like you've never been out in society. Do you really need to be like this? Tu Siege smiled slyly. Students and outsiders are different. Haven't you ever heard of college life? He pushed him away. All right, you can be quiet now. Referee Lam stepped onto the field and blew the whistle. The match began. The ball soared out of the referee's hands as two figures immediately leapt to compete for it, and Diaphan temporarily gained the upper hand, knocking the ball back towards himself. He smirked and said, "If you want to steal the ball from me, you're still a long way off." Yang Gentian gritted his teeth in frustration as his feet touched the ground. "Damn it," he shouted loudly. "Hurry up and defend. Don't let Diaphan break through." Teammates quickly move in to surround him. "Not letting you pass? Cooperate with me to steal the ball." He is smug, thinking that just a few pawns are enough to stop me. Diaphan dribbles smoothly past the opponents. What? Not good. The whole team was stunned. The speed was too fast. I couldn't react in time. Is this the true strength of the university's ace player? He leapt forward, gripping the ball tightly and slamming it straight into the hoop, scoring 2 points. The girls cheered. "Go Diaphan, you're too awesome." "And go Diaphan, I love you. Our Diaphan is the best. You guys are definitely going to lose." Diaphan gazed quietly. That incredible movement just now was the Hin Hui the Tin Buok, a secret technique of the Hin Hui sect, not something an ordinary disciple could learn. The person behind Diaphan is not simple. He mocked, "Your skills are too outdated. I alone can crush you all." Yang Zheng looked serious. The game had just started. Let's wait and see. Diaphan sneered. "For me, the game is already over." Then he powerfully slammed the ball through the hoop, followed by a precise outside shot from beyond the line, scoring 3 points. He calmly showcased himself, continuously adding to the score. It's too simple now. The score is 57 for Zhejiang University and 32 for Fudan University. Referee Diao Zhongchai announces the start of the third round, and Duongtrang's team is almost entirely focused on defending against Diaphan. He instructed, "When Diaphan gets the ball later, we go together. No matter what, we have to stop him, or we'll definitely lose." Teammates nodded. He's smugly dribbling past these amateurs. Playing basketball is just about showing off. It's too simple. Everyone was filled with determination. Diaphan's game ends here. This ball must not go in. This time I will definitely stop you. He sneered, as if this could stop me. Diaphan stomped his foot hard to jump up, his strength surging as he shouted, "Get out of the way." Everyone was stunned and knocked back. What? Diaphan clearly didn't touch us. Why do I feel like I was bumped by someone else? He grabs the ball and charges forward, trembling with intense energy. "You can't stop me." A teammate grimaces in pain, clutching his leg. "Damn it, I think my leg is broken." Referee Lam blows the whistle to signal a pause. Someone from Fudan University is injured and the match is temporarily halted. Diaphan jumps to his feet, daring to use his body to unleash energy to fight an ordinary person. Diaphan is going too far. Yang Cheng grits his teeth. Damn it, Ngo Fong must be cheating now, or else Bang Tu wouldn't have fallen so badly. Van Vien pondered silently. Bang Tu is injured and can only be replaced by a substitute, but now the score gap is too large, and if this continues, there's basically no chance to turn the game around. He puts on his jersey and smiles as he steps forward, saying, "I'll go on the field and handle Ngo Fong." He nodded and said, "Well, there's no other way now. Then you go on the court. Duong Trang was asking for help. Diaphan relies on you." Lam Chong Tai waved his hand to signal the start of the game. This time Diaphan was dribbling the ball close to the basket, looking proud, as if no one else on the court could match him. "On this basketball court, I am the ruler." Fong reached out to grab the ball and said, "You're too confident too soon." Before he could celebrate too long, Diaphan swiftly dribbled past and rushed forward. Fong stared in shock, unable to speak. What kind of footwork is this? Diaphan tilted his head back slightly, flicking his wrist to send the ball straight into the hoop. "You smugly point and counterattack from now on." Fudan University cheers as the shot goes perfectly into the net. Diaphan unexpectedly broke through Ngo Fong's defense to score. His basketball skills are indeed impressive, and from now on, the ball will be passed to Diaphan more often. Whether he can turn the tide or not all depends on him. Meanwhile, the Zhejiang University team is furious as the new player from Fudan is quite skilled and unexpectedly scored against Ngo Fong. That kid is just a blind cat catching a fish cake. Our Dat Fong is the strongest, and for now, we are still leading by a large margin. With little time left, no matter how powerful this kid is, it won't change the outcome. Ngo Dat Fong Hume, Kong Yo Trong Dui Bong Suo Puts Dan Sung Sung Goi Luyenvo, Sao Tatora Hung Thu Thu Vide. Next, I will play with you. Diaphan blinked. I didn't want to go on the field in the first place. He shouted, "But you dare to use martial arts techniques against ordinary people, that's going too far." Dat Fong, hearing this, clenched his teeth in anger and tightened his fists into fists. He dribbled the ball forward and said, "You're not qualified to teach me a lesson yet." In just 1 second, he dodged past him, and after I used the Jingyi Shiting Bu, I easily got past him. This little brat is only at this level. Everyone is very excited. Look, Ngo Fong has successfully broken through that young guy. With Ngo Fong here, we will definitely win this match. I thought this kid was talented, but it turns out he's only at this level. Van Vien loudly ordered, "Quickly defend and stop Ngo Fong." Seeing the basket right in front of him, he was smug and wanted to keep dreaming, but I was sure to get these 2 points. Suddenly, a figure leapt up. "Sorry, you're celebrating too soon." Dat Fong was stunned. "What?" Diaphan easily breaks the pass. "You can't take these 2 points." Everyone was stunned with their mouths open. Oh my god. Ngo Fong unexpectedly got caught off guard by that little brat's block. How is this possible? I always watch the matches with Ngo Fong. He's always the one blocking others. Is there really anyone who can block him? I suddenly have a bad premonition. Fuck Dan can't possibly turn the game around and win, right? Watching the ball roll across the court, Diaphan shouted loudly, "Hurry up and steal the ball." Dat Fong said sternly, "That was just a test from me earlier, but this time I will definitely win." Diaphan sneered, "I can only be the winner no matter how many times we play." Both of them simultaneously reached out with their hands, releasing their spiritual energy toward the ball. The ball suddenly burst into pieces on the court, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Damn it, how is his strength so much greater than mine? Diaphan felt a bit flustered, forgetting that this was just an ordinary ball and couldn't withstand the power of the 2 of us. Wow, I've watched a lot of basketball games, but I've never seen anyone break a basketball like that. These 2 are too twisted, but honestly, if the ball hadn't burst, that little brat would probably have won. He's still standing, while Ngo Fong has fallen. Lam Chong Tai blew the whistle to signal the ball was broken and the game was paused. He was furious. "You are definitely not an ordinary martial artist. Which sect do you ultimately belong to?" "Who is my master?" Diaphan calmly replied, "You're overthinking it. I have no sect and no master." He waved his hand and said, "I'm Diaphan, just an ordinary student." Dat Fong was speechless. So strong, but still claiming to be average, this guy's face is really thick. After cleaning up and preparing the court, referee Lin approached again to announce the start. The 4th match begins. This time, Diaphan completely took the lead, first with an elegant dunk, then a long-range shot for 3 points, causing Tiet Fong to fume with annoyance and disgust, and finally ending with the most precise and majestic dunk. Everyone watched the scoreboard, now leading by 1 point as the tide turned. Diaphan looks so cool. He can almost dominate Zhejiang all by himself. That Ngo Fong guy is simply no match for Diaphan. Zhejiang University has been in despair. Ever since Diaphan stepped onto the court, we barely scored any points. That guy's really terrifying. Before the match, I wouldn't have believed that Ngo Fong could be beaten so brutally. Big brother Dat Fong clearly tried his best. Can't you all let him have some respect? Diaphan, you have no heart. The whole team is a bit worried. Captain, we basically can't stop Diaphan. What should we do now? There isn't much time left. If we keep going like this, we will lose. Diaphan shouted angrily. Shut up, all of you. We will definitely not lose. Stay firm, pass me the ball later, and I'll handle that Diaphan. Only Diaphan can score on the other side. As long as we find a way to eliminate him, we will definitely win. The whole team looked at each other and nodded decisively. Dongtan responds clearly. Dongtrang reminds him. Diaphan, be careful. That Ngo Fong is looking at you strangely. He might be planning something sneaky. Stay calm and don't worry. Diaphan is wise enough that if he dares to play dirty, he will definitely suffer the most. Just as discussed, when entering the match, his teammates still pass the ball to Fong, and the captain takes it. He excitedly led the ball rushing toward him. Diaphan, if you have the skill, defend against this shot of mine. She smiles and defends herself, but now I will show you what despair truly is. Fong sneers proudly. Stupid, you've fallen right into my trap. He stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum and leapt forward, with Fong unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Ho Hin Tuai Sun, Duong Trang shouted loudly. You bastard, you're breaking the rules. Diaphan, get out of the way quickly. Van Vien stood up. This is bad, we're definitely in trouble. Diaphan might get seriously injured. He clenched the ball tightly in his hand and sneered mockingly, Diaphan, you're doomed. Diaphan calmly opened the barrier, unaware of his own limits. Ngo Fong, this is what you brought upon yourself. Luongngui gently pointed and extended her hand, releasing an invisible energy wave, causing the tiger-shaped attack to suddenly halt. A second later, Jie Sao was violently pushed back with a burst of wind. He was stunned. How could this be possible? My tiger form failed again. Diaphan was indifferent. We learn martial arts to strengthen ourselves and protect those we care about, not to bully ordinary people. You lost. The sound of the referee's whistle has already sounded. The match is over. Fuckdan University wins. The whole team excitedly hugs him. Diaphan, we won, all thanks to you. Turning defeat into victory feels amazing. Fong turns and walks away. Diaphan, just wait and see. The power behind me is bigger than you can imagine. We will definitely meet again soon. Yangjang excitedly hugged him. Diaphan, today you are the great hero for defeating Captain Thiet Jiang in battle. Tonight let's go to the karaoke to celebrate. You smile and say, I still have some things to handle. I have to return to Songhai City tonight, but next time we'll celebrate together. Thinking that I still have the duty to protect Li Han Nian, I should return sooner. The next day in the city center, Diaphan considered and said, To Sich, I want to establish a business guild in Hangcheng. Why set up a club? You're not short of money. He shook his head and said, My goal is not to make money. Diaphan clearly expressed his intention. The business world and the underground world are not the same, and relationships cannot be gained through violence. It must be done step by step. Only then can a network of relationships be established. I need to use this club to build connections in all areas to deal with Modung Ki Thien. From Sich's eyes sparkled, I think this idea is great. I support you. Do you need any help? Diaphan took out a stack of money and said, I won't stay long in the city, so I want to entrust this club to you. I also gave you the 5 billion winnings from the last race. Whatever you decide, it's up to you. How about it? From Zich smiles. Communication is my forte. Hansu, you can rest assured I will definitely help this club develop well. At the same time, in Modung Kai Thien's office, tonight's meeting is to assign you tasks. Wu Shiheng looked serious. What's the matter? Ondao smiles. Do you have something that young Master Modung can't handle? He takes a puff of his cigarette, slowly exhales the smoke, and confronts Diaphan. Both suddenly shout in unison. What? Deal with Diaphan. What? Is there a problem? He looked confused. Diaphan's current situation is very favorable, so it might be a bit difficult to target him. He waved his hand and said, Diaphan has Nan Lao backing him up. He's someone we can't touch. He smiled coldly. It's not appropriate to attack him directly, so should we not consider stabbing him in the back elsewhere? Kai Thien frowned and said, We should target the people around him. Doesn't Diaphan's girlfriend have a company in Songhai City? Both of them hesitated awkwardly. This is young Master Modung, or perhaps you should find someone else. He threw out a stack of documents. These are the provisional documents for the members of the South Commercial Alliance Management Committee. As long as you agree to help me, I can add your names in. This time, the Southern Trade Alliance has 80% full authority to open the door for you. Ondao gasped in shock. The Supreme Commander of the Gate, is this true, young Master Modung? Kai Thien smiled slyly. I've never known how to joke. He hesitated. Hero, this is a good opportunity. Maybe we should think it over. The Hung gritted his teeth. Fine, we'll help. Kai Thien nodded and said, Very good. Only those who seize the opportunity are Trang Tuan Kiet. He suddenly coldly added, But I warn you, if things go wrong, you know the consequences. The Hung patted his chest confidently and said, "Young Master Modung, rest assured, this will definitely not fail. Just watch us handle it." The next day at Ni's office, Yehan excitedly said, "Ni, I'm back." Just then, he saw the entire room in chaos, with stock prices still plummeting, already down by more than 10 yuan. "If this keeps up, how can we explain ourselves to the board of directors? Are you confused? What is happening to Doan Ni's company? An employee is crying out to Chu, but the other side is still selling off stocks. What should we do now? Doan Ni is furious and buying. The more they sell off, the more we buy back." A colleague reminds us, "Manager Chu, we don't have much capital left." She angrily slammed the table. "Damn it. Who is secretly attacking me?" Diaphan quickly stepped forward. "Doan Ni, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the company's stock?" Seeing the newcomer, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Diaphan quickly embraced her. "Someone is trying to short-sell my company. If you don't come now, I won't be able to hold on much longer." Diaphan's face turned cold at that. Who dares to bully his people like this? Doan Ni's tears rolled down as she said, "I don't know either. They've been doing this since yesterday. Don't worry, I'll handle the company issue and make the mastermind behind it and pay the price." A mocking voice sneered, "Even an outsider like you can solve the stock market problem." He just walked in and raised his voice. "Donnie, you absolutely must not listen to him." She frowned, her tone firm. "Fungbin, what are you doing here?" he seems to imply. "Doan Hui, I've heard about your company's situation. Just rely on connections to invite a famous foreign stock expert to help you." The blonde man steps forward. "Me fight. With him here, he can definitely solve your company's problems." Everyone gasped in surprise. "Oh my God, it's the Melphite Stock King." It is said that in the past, Melphite once said one sentence that caused the stocks of a large company on the verge of bankruptcy to soar for many consecutive days, directly leading to a bailout. If he steps in, the company can definitely turn danger into safety. He smiled and said, "Chu Doan Ni, I've looked into your company's situation, and I can resolve it in at most 10 minutes if I step in." She frowned and replied, "Fungbin, I don't need you to worry about my company's affairs." Ni hugged his arm, and Diaphan said he would handle it well. Fungbin chuckled, thinking that professional matters should be left to the experts, feeling secretly proud. "As long as I help Doan Ni's company overcome this crisis, even if she still refuses me, at least she will feel guilty inside. MF orders, with me taking action, you just watch from the side. Step aside." The female employee smiled flatteringly and said, "Stock King, please take a seat." Doan Ni looked at Cao Diaphan with confusion and embarrassment. He smiled. "Vu's sneak attack in business isn't simple. If I'm right, the mastermind behind it is likely someone from the Southern Business Alliance. People like Fungbin can't handle this. Let's let these two clowns dance around for a bit first. MF is proud. Solving this crisis is too easy for me." Everyone watched in amazement as the stocks were rapidly sold off. True to being the Stock King, impressive. The company is saved. The Stock King is truly our savior. At the same time, on the Ondao side, the enemy has summoned experts, so they can't sell off their stocks anymore. What is the Hung angry about? A bunch of good-for-nothings. They can't even handle a little thing like this. He stepped forward to reassure, "Don't be angry. There's only one opponent. I called in dozens of experts to deal with him. No problem making him fall." Melfi excitedly said, "It's done, Miss Chu. Your company is about to escape the crisis, and with my tactics, the stock will surge again." Fungbin smugly said, "Donnie, have you seen? Men really can help me shield from the rain and wind." He glanced with a meaningful look. "Unlike someone, when something happened to my company, all you could do was say pretty words with no effect at all." She calmly replied, "Fungbin, you helped me. I appreciate it. But that doesn't mean I will fall into your arms. Doan Ni doesn't need to pay any fee. Look at the stock prices. Everyone is staring in disbelief. What is going on? Why are the stock prices starting to plummet? Could even the Melphile Stock King be helpless to save it? If this keeps up, the company will go under." "Mr. Melphi, what's going on here? Didn't you say you had already taken care of it?" How could he be confused about this? Suddenly, a bunch of gamblers jumped into the attack. I just couldn't control it anymore. Doan Ni was so panicked that even the Stock King has no solution. Could it be that the company is really going to go bankrupt today because of me? Don't worry, I just told you earlier, everything will be fine with your company. Seeing the two holding hands affectionately, Fungbin was furious. "Diaphan, don't talk big like that. If even the Stock King Melphite failed, what kind of solution do you have?" He shrugged. "If the Stock King can't handle it, then let the Stock God do it." Diaphan makes a call. "Hello, Philip, you're in Shanghai City, right? Could I trouble you to come here and help with something?" He replied, "No problem. Send me your location. I'll be there right away." You nod. "All right," Melf was stunned. K.O. Philip, the man known as the stock god. You just called him. Diaphan laughed. Come to think of it, there probably isn't anyone else in the world named stock god Philip, right? Fungbin scoffs. Diaphan, you're exaggerating too much. In the West, Philip is the man who can cause a market gendong just by raising his hand. There's no way you can call, and he will come immediately. He agrees. That's right. As far as I know, Mr. Philip is attending an important conference. He can't possibly come here right now. Everyone is whispering and gossiping. This guy is talking too much nonsense. If you can't help, then just leave. Stop causing trouble here. Our boss is obviously so outstanding, so why did they choose a boyfriend like this? The door to the room was knocked and a man hurriedly ran in. Diaphan, I hope I'm not too late. Please come forward. Your old friend arrived just in time. Everyone was speechless at that. I'm not seeing things, right? It's stock god Philip. So it turns out Diaphan really isn't bragging. It's just that I was sitting in a well. I didn't expect Diaphan's network to be that incredible. The boss really has good judgment. It's hard to find such an outstanding man even with a spotlight. Feng Bing grits his teeth. How is that possible? How could that kid Diaphan know such an important figure? He's worried. Damn it, if the ancient stock god can resolve this ambush, then everything I just did isn't just a stepping stone for Diaphan. Philip smiles. Diaphan, I specifically postponed all meetings and invitations to come here urgently. He calmly asked, what do you want me to do? Feel free to speak openly between us. No need for politeness. Diaphan explains the situation like this. Someone is trying to short sell my girlfriend's company. I need you to help me defuse this attack. By the way, bring the person behind this out for me. Philip, rest assured. As long as it's a stock market issue, it's just a small case to me. I can handle it in 2 minutes. He sighs. It seems I underestimated this guy. It only took a minute to finish, and Philip also figured out who was behind it. Onsu Group and Wu International. And I also took the opportunity to acquire 60% of the Onsu Group, which means we now control the Onsu Group. You smile and say, well done, Philip, I will remember this favor. He chuckled and said, it's a small matter. Philip hesitated. But how do you plan to handle the Onsu Group and Wu International? This is clearly a premeditated attack. Diaphan pondered silently. I have no grudges or enmity with them. It's definitely Mo Dongkai the Yan who's behind this provocation. If he dares to attack someone important to my family, I will make him pay the corresponding price. At the same time, at Mo Dongkai Thian's house, the Ondao group was panicking. Mo Dong, young master, I lost my own company trying to help you. Look at this. He smirked and reassured him. I've investigated and found no connection between Diaphan and Laonan. Once I deal with Diaphan, you won't just get your company back, but also be able to swallow your friend's company. He asked with some doubt. Is that really true? Kai Thian snorted coldly. As the head of the Modong family, do I need to lie to you? Ondao nervously said, this young master. Modong definitely didn't lie to me. From now on, everything depends on you, the Hung calculated. But Diaphan has already investigated us, and with his personality, I'm afraid he'll come straight to our door. We should act sooner, rather than later. He's just a kid, but if he dares to come after me, I'll make sure he comes and doesn't go back. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was kicked open, leaving no way back for me. Madung Thien, your tone is a bit too big, isn't it? The three of them were momentarily stunned. Diaphan Ondao looked panicked. How is Diaphan so fast? He's already at the door. The Hung reassured him, don't be afraid, Master Modung is here. Diaphan coming here is just seeking his own death. Kai Thien smirked and said, Diaphan, you truly exceeded my expectations, but without Elder Nan backing you up, you're just an ant. I can do whatever I want to him who is who in the end. Only when he made his move did he realize that he was indeed angered, throwing a punch and rushing forward. This little brat dares to be arrogant in front of me. Clenching both fists with overwhelming power, he suddenly burst out, if you want to die, I'll send you to meet the King of Hell. Shu Tianting fights with fists. Diaphan casually waves his hand, thinking this little trick is enough to kill me. Today, I don't think you'll escape this disaster. An invisible force shot through him, a deadly strike of intent and power, causing Qi Tian to vomit blood directly. How could I possibly lose? The two of them look pale with fright. What? Mudong Thien just died like that. How is that possible? You just glanced, do you still want to deal with me? Both of them knelt down together. Han, the Han family, I can't do this anymore. Please don't kill me. I will give you my company. Han family, I know I was wrong. I still have an elderly mother and a young child. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Diaphan coldly said, you were forced by Mo Dong Kai Thien. This time I will spare your lives. Be careful from now on. He sighed, never expecting Diaphan's methods to be so formidable. From then on, Diaphan's rise was already predetermined. How could you stop him? After that, Diaphan unified the underground forces of China and became the unchallenged king of China. Shangguan Yun sat leisurely smoking. That useless Mo Dongqi Thien, who claimed to avenge his brother, ended up being killed by Diaphan, wasting so many resources of our Shangguan family on Mo Dong. On Dao flattered. Young Master Shangguan, this Diaphan is too formidable. I'm afraid only you can personally deal with him. He calmly replied, for certain reasons, my Shangguan family cannot appear in person, so I need you to handle him on our behalf. He was in a difficult position. As the Thuong Quan son, Lao Nu, and I are all weak and alone, we're about to pay the price to Diaphan at the company. We're no match for him. The Hung added, that's right, even Mo Dongqi Thien was beaten to death by Diaphan right in front of us. We really don't dare to oppose him. Quan Van looked grim and dared not oppose Diaphan, so the An family and the Fifth family wanted to go against us. The two quickly bowed their heads. Young Master Shangguan spared us. We are truly no match for Diaphan. Please be gentle when dealing with Shangguan. He smiled and said, don't worry. I won't let you fight alone. As long as you agree to deal with Diaphan, the Shangguan family will support you like Modong family, and even help you more. At that time, all of central China belonged to you, and the two of them looked at each other with reluctant expressions. This is the official threatening loudly. Now you only have two choices. Either become enemies of the Thuong Quan family and your family will cease to exist tomorrow, or become the spokesperson for the Thuong Quan family, go against Diaphan, and from now on enjoy endless wealth and glory. You guys think it over. The Hung is following Old On's lead, but I really can't accept submitting to that kid Diaphan. Now, with the Thuong Quan family backing us, it's a great chance for us to turn the tables. Hearing him say that, Ondao also showed determination. Fine, then let's do it. Both of them clasped their hands and declared that the Wu International would now only obey the Shangguan family, and the An family would only obey the Shangguan family from now on. Only then did he smile and say, a timely person is a talented person. You will thank yourselves for your wise choice today. Quan Van ordered, you can leave now. Someone from the Gu clan will come to find you and tell you what to do next. The two bowed respectfully and responded confidently and loudly. Yes. He clenched his fist and said, Diaphan, I didn't want to pay attention to you before. That's why I let you be arrogant. This time, just watch and see how I deal with you. At the same time, at Chudoan Ni's company, Diaphan, last time Philip took the opportunity to help us acquire 60% of Onsu's shares. It can be said that we are now the real controllers of the Onsu group. Such a big cake, we can't just watch it. You calculate, I also understand the benefits, but the key is that we don't have enough manpower right now to assign someone to manage the Onsu group. She frowned, saying, who said there's no one? I heard that someone at Fudan University took in a younger sister. Isn't that the current key person? Diaphan quickly explained. Yes, that's true, but Ta Han Diem is only my adopted sister. Doani, don't overthink it. Are you two having some kind of misunderstanding? He looked serious and said I was afraid Doani would misunderstand. I swear she is just my adopted sister. Absolutely no other relationship. She chuckled and nodded, saying, Okay. I was just joking last time I visited Tianlong Group. I observed that your foster sister is truly talented. I think she could manage the Onsu group. Diaphan hesitated. I trust Han Diem's abilities, but I'm worried she might struggle alone in an unfamiliar environment. Doan Ni pinched his ear. You're so silly, aren't you, at Fudan University right now? There are plenty of talented people there. Recruiting a bunch of good ones and arranging for Han Diem to join Onsu is just right. Diaphan waved his hand and said, yes, in 2 days is the Fudan University recruitment fair. I'm going to prepare right away and make sure to recruit top talent for you. A few days later, at the Fudan University recruitment event, everyone was abuzz. Lu Meng, go and announce it. The Thien Long Group is recruiting talents with a salary of 100,000 once accepted. Everyone whispered and gossiped, never having heard of the Thien Long Group, looking so shabby but claiming a salary of hundreds of thousands, probably a scam. Someone seemed to recognize the guy in the sunglasses as Diaphan. In the school grounds, Yang Zhang was surprised to see Diaphan setting up a recruitment booth. He asked in amazement, Diaphan, it's been a few days since we last met, and you're organizing a recruitment now? Isn't the company short-staffed right now? Do you want to try applying? Yes, 6 types of insurance and 2 funds, full year-end bonuses, and free accommodation too. He shrugged, scratched his head, looking helpless as if he's used to this kind of thing. Never mind, my mind is only good for playing basketball. Duongtrong looked around and saw that all the basketball club members were gathered nearby, but today everyone was here. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he said excitedly, let me ask them. That's great, that would be perfect. Shalong, Erhua, Damao, you're about to graduate, right? Diaphan's company is hiring, you should give it a try. A few minutes later, a group of female students gathered around Diaphan, curious and lively with a flurry of questions. Diaphan, what industry does your company operate in? The benefits and salary are quite good, huh? Are these recruitment details real, Diaphan? Can I have your phone number, Diaphan? Diaphan, can I invite you to the movies tonight? I know a really good private theater. Under the watchful eyes of the group of female students, Diaphan only offered a polite smile, trying to maintain professionalism amid the storm. Rest assured, the recruitment information here is accurate and genuine. As for going to the movies, I'm very busy and have no time. Lu Mang, standing nearby, saw himself as invisible and quickly squeezed in, hoping for a little spotlight. Ladies, look at me. I'm free tonight. Maybe you can consider giving me a chance. But no one paid any attention. The female students immediately started chatting among themselves as if they hadn't heard anything. I'll tell you this. The bubble tea shop owner at the gate also has a relationship with an employee. And that employee is a guy. Where do you get your nails done? So beautiful. Why do I feel so ignored? My period is coming these days. I'm so uncomfortable I can't even drink cold drinks anymore. Amidst the noisy schoolyard, a gentle female voice echoes as senior sister Nach Mong, renowned for her beauty and mature aura, steps forward, drawing everyone's attention. Is Diaphan recruiting people here because it's so lively? Diaphan immediately notices the change in attitude, becoming more polite and respectful. It turns out it's senior brother Zhang. Our company is in need of talented people like you, so if you're interested, you can give it a try. Just call me Nhachmong. Calling me senior feels too distant. I'm currently looking for a job, so I thought I'd give it a try since you're short of people. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes as a flashy, wealthy man rushes over, his face full of regret. Miao Meng, you're looking for a job but didn't tell me? He puffed out his chest proudly. Mr. Qian, just say the word and I can get you a job as an office worker at the Ansu Group. Diaphan added, why bother going to this small, unknown company? Then he turned to her and asked about this man. Namong, who is this person? Recently, there's a wealthy young master who's been pestering my sister. His father is a senior executive at Ansu Group, relying on some family money to juggle 7 or 8 relationships at once, which is extremely annoying. Hearing the name Ansu, he briefly thought, Ansu Group? Huh. Interesting. If the wealthy young master knew I was the largest shareholder of Ansu Group, I wonder how he would react. Daifu stepped forward arrogantly and said, what do you think, Mong? If you agree to go on a date tonight, I'll call my father right away. I can still find a suitable job through my own abilities. Then she turned to him and said, Diaphan, give me an application form for your company so I can fill it out. Daifu quickly interrupted, and he snapped back, wait a minute. He's starting to slander, his tone full of sarcasm. Mong Tianlong Group is just a small, unknown company. Someday it might go bankrupt. As for claims like millions in salary per year and free accommodation, they are just tricks to deceive people. If she joins their company, she'll definitely be tricked. Lu Mang couldn't stand it and stepped up to protest, his face flushed with anger. What are you talking nonsense? Diaphan's Tianlong Group is a legitimate company with all proper documentation, certifications, and verifiable recruitment information. Diaphan waved his hand, telling him there's no need to waste words. All right, Lu Mang, don't worry about those jealous people. Just focus on hiring your own. Daifu's face paled with anger, his teeth clenched as he still wanted to recruit. Do you believe it? Just one word from me, and today no one will be hired except Zhang Niaoming. It seems they see each other as rivals, neither willing to give way. Amid the whispers of students, Diaphan breathes softly and responds to the challenge from the wealthy man with a look full of confidence. You want to make it so I can't hire anyone? Just try it, and I dare say the one who ends up unlucky will definitely be you. He sneered and, with an arrogant look, responded fearlessly, Fine, just wait for me. Daifu turned to the group of students, speaking loudly as if delivering a speech, trying to attract their attention. Students, currently the Ansu Corporation is desperately short of talent. Just register with me, and you can get special admission directly into Ansu Corporation for an internship. The crowd immediately started to stir, and seeing the obvious effect, he spoke more passionately, gesturing dramatically and raising his voice to drown out the square. Ansu Group is one of the top 10 companies in Songhai City, with great salaries, benefits, and perks. Just signing up is enough to get into Ansu? You're not trying to fool us, are you? Daifu confidently assured, using his father as a guarantee. Of course it's true. My father is the HR director of the Ansu Group. Just one word from him is enough. To make sure everyone is equally convinced, he lowered his voice and deliberately created a sense of internal secrecy. But there's one condition to get in. You must register with me at Ansu Corporation, and not bother registering at that trash company, Tianlong. A dark plan flickered in his mind, and a cunning smile curled on his lips. Just fool these students for now. Crush Diaphan first, then find a reason to kick them out later. A moment later, the hesitant students all rushed toward the wealthy benefactor. Pushing forward, raising my hand to register as if this is the only chance to change my life. I'll go first, and register for myself. Compared to Tianlong, joining Onsu Corporation is obviously much better. I'll sign up. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I'm registering too. Lu Meng hurriedly tried to call everyone to stop, his voice full of worry. Don't go. We are not inferior to the Onsu group. But hardly anyone listened to the call. Liu Meng turned to Diaphan, his face full of disappointment as if he had seen the recruitment today fail completely. How annoying. What should Diaphan do now? If things keep going like this, we really won't be able to recruit anyone today. Watching the scene, Meng felt guilty and softly said, Diaphan, I'm sorry. It's my fault that the rich kid caused trouble here and disturbed you. It's okay, everyone don't worry, I will handle this. Seeing the smug look on the wealthy man's face, it seems his father has used power for profit many times. A thorough investigation is necessary. The wealthy man then chuckled loudly, slowly approaching Diaphan like a victor with a triumphant expression firmly on his face. See, kid, I told you today you wouldn't be able to recruit anyone except for Zhang Meng, and I meant it. Nang Meng angrily retorted directly to his face. You shameless rich kid. But he didn't care. His eyes fixed intently on her, his voice gradually turning hoarse with lust and dirty scheming. Meng, if you agree to go on a date with me, I won't interfere with his recruitment anymore. What do you say? If I don't do it every day, I will come to disrupt Diaphan's place. As soon as the words finished, Diaphan couldn't hold back anymore and slapped the rich man across the face. Get out! The whole school fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting with panic. Oh my God! How dare Diaphan hit the wealthy boss? Daring to attack the wealthy boss, does Diaphan not fear retaliation? Diaphan must be backed into a corner now. He covers his face, both in pain and anger, shouting, You bastard, how dare you hit me? Dafu roared, staggering but still threatening. Diaphan, let me tell you, you and your company are doomed. My dad knows all the HR directors of major corporations in Songhai and has connections above them. As long as he says the word, your company in Songhai won't be able to hire anyone. You just chuckled mockingly, eyes full of sarcasm. Your company can just wait to go bankrupt. Really? Your father is so powerful, but if he's serving time, does he still have those connections? The tycoon blinked, still not understanding. What do you mean? You casually open your phone, and I mean once I send this message, your dad will probably be eating his meal at home soon. He bursts out laughing as if he's just heard the funniest joke in the world. Who do you think you are? Sending a message won't make my father end up in a mental hospital for fun. The voice of the wealthy man is full of mockery. I really think there's something wrong with your mind. Just when I happen to know some young masters from families that run mental hospitals, do you need me to introduce you? The crowd is buzzing again about a message that put the wealthy father in jail. Is Diaphan telling the truth or just joking? How is that possible? Diaphan is just a student. There's no way he has that kind of guts. I think Diaphan was so angry that he started talking nonsense. Diaphan didn't bother to explain. After sending the message, you just lightly emphasize each word. I've sent the message. Just wait and see. Duan Ni immediately suspends the HR director of the Onsu group for investigation. He shows signs of serious abuse of power. Remember to tell him to thank his son for the help. Daifu rolled his eyes and sneered. You're quite the actor too. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. Don't run away crying if you can't handle it later. Just as the tension reached its peak, Daifu's phone suddenly rang out loud. He confidently tilted his chin and decided to turn on the speaker to prove he wasn't lying. Just when my dad called, I turned on the speaker so everyone could hear if he had gone to prison for eating, and he confidently, smugly listened. Hello? Oh, but the voice on the other end of the line suddenly rang out full of anger and panic, leaving everyone stunned. You disrespectful brat with no eyes, what kind of great figure are you provoking outside? You caused my investigation to be suspended. You damn troublemaker. Why didn't I just throw you against the wall back then? Daifu's face instantly drained of color. He froze in silence, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he just heard. All his arrogance collapsed in an instant. How is this possible? I advise you to go home and prepare clothes for your family dinner with your father, then take them straight to the detention center and give them to him. Daifu trembled, terrified, and asked in despair, a message that caused my father to be temporarily suspended and investigated. Who exactly are you? He replied softly, but each word struck like a hammer into his final thoughts. I'm just a minor shareholder of the Onsu Group holding only 60% of the shares. That's right, and by the way, the Onsu Group is about to be merged into the Tianlong Group, so from now on, the Onsu Group will no longer exist. You said that only the subsidiary company on CAO belongs to the Tianlong Group. What is that? The crowd of students gasped in surprise and whispered among themselves. Does Diaphan really own 60% of the Onsu Group? Is that true? A message that caused the wealthy father to be investigated must be real. Diaphan is incredible. While we're still worried about finding jobs after graduation, he's already the boss of a big corporation. Over there, Liu Mang smugly gestures with his chin, telling the young master to dare to look down on Diaphan's Tianlong Corporation. Wow! Diaphan, I didn't even realize you are the biggest shareholder of Onsu Corporation. No wonder you said let me handle it. The truth is, Wu Fang completely shattered the wealthy man. He knelt down and crawled to Diaphan's front with no sense of dignity left. Sorry, Mr. Deep, I was blind and looked down on others. I was stupid. I was blinded by greed. Please forgive me. But Diaphan only glanced lightly down, as if Dai Fu was not worth his attention at all. The person you offended is Nak Mong. See if she wants to forgive you or not. Hearing that, he immediately turned to her, almost collapsing. Jiang Meng, I was wrong. I will never bother you again. From now on, you are my aunt. Please forgive me. Does she forgive him? Ask the girls he hurt so badly they had to drop out or even jump off buildings if they agree. She slapped him square in the face like thunder. Get out, you trash. After hearing that, Dai Fu trembled as if he had lost his soul. It's over. It's all over. I'm doomed. But before I could stand up, another wave hit, and students rushed towards Diaphan. Pushing and shoving like a job fair. Diaphan, I ranked third in finance. I want to apply to your company. What's the big deal about third place? I'm the champion of Kukyu Qian in Songhai City, President Diep. Choose me. I once ranked fourth in the Southeast Asia modeling competition. I also know how to dance and speak cleverly without trouble. Diaphan, can I be your secretary? The chaos is intense. You have to use all your strength to keep order. Everyone, don't push. If you want to register, fill out the application first. Fill out the form and submit it with my visa. Don't be picky. Just give me one sheet with these little brats. The scene shifts to the Tianlong Group office. Han Diem stepped out to greet her happily. Big brother Diaphan, what brings you here to see me? Diaphan placed the file on the table, his voice steady. It's like this. Onsu Corporation is now yours. I want to assign it to you for management. Do you agree? Diaphan Han Diem did not hesitate. As long as it was entrusted to him, he would do anything. He nodded and handed over the stack of outstanding student files. Good, these are the files. All top students from Fukdan School. Pick a group and come with me to Onsu Corporation. She took it, her eyes serious and rare. Diaphan, I will select the most talented individuals. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded from the door, serious and not joking. Hope I'm not interrupting your date. Oh no, it's just a meeting, right? Han Yim blushed and quickly denied. Brother Duong, what are you talking about? Diaphan and I are just discussing work. Haibin burst out laughing then. Diaphan turned serious and said, if there's something to discuss, just say it. No need for nonsense, I was just joking. Then he reported seriously, with a warning tone, Han Tzu Tzu Shi announced that there was some trouble at the Heavenly Dragon Guild, apparently related to the Form Sect, and needed you to go there. Diaphan stood up, his eyes turning cold. No problem, I'll go right now. Then he softly said to himself, could the Hinwai Mon be connected to the young man Hinyang Fong who was encountered at the basketball tournament? Before leaving, Diaphan looked at Han Diem with a trusting gaze, placing his confidence in her. Han Diem, I'm leaving now. Do your best. I believe in you. Yes, I will do my best to complete everything Lord Diep entrusted to me. Then Diaphan turned to Haiban, the person he always trusted, and said seriously, Haiban, after I leave, you must assign someone to protect Han Diem and Lai Han Nian well. Haiban replied immediately, his voice firm, I will take care of it. The scene shifts to the Tianlong Hall with Lai Truong Fong and Niu Fong. From Jich sitting opposite Dap Fong and Truong Fong, his voice calm but firm. I told you yesterday when you came, the person you're looking for isn't here, so why are you coming again today? Elder Hin of the Wai Monur Lai Truong Fong and Ngo Fong said with a bitter tone and eyes full of hatred. I have already had someone investigate thoroughly. Mr. Deep is the one behind your guild. Don't even think about fooling me, he continued. That bastard dared to use sneaky tricks to injure me during the basketball game. I must take revenge. His aura seems ready to strike at any moment. Next to Dot Fong, Truong Fong also spoke coldly, exuding the pressure of a seasoned martial artist accustomed to standing above others. Boy, call out the name of the one who injured my disciple. I have no patience to waste time here with you. Tu Sich remained remarkably calm, his voice steady and unwavering as a nail driven into wood. I told you, he's not here. If you don't want to wait, just go back first. When he arrives, I will inform both of you. Diaphan sneered, his voice full of suspicion, as if trying to make us believe in a daydream. Tusic sighed softly and said, "You have tried your best. There are no other options if you refuse to listen. I can only ask you to leave by force." Then Tucci shouted loudly, "Everyone see them out," and the staff of the guild immediately lined up, their spirits rising together. "Understood, I suggest you leave on your own. If we intervene, I'm afraid you might get hurt," Diaphan said with a faint smile, his tone full of disdain. "We are not on the same level. Next, I will show you." But just as the staff are about to rush in, Truong gestures lightly. "Wait a moment." Diaphan stepped back and said, "My master hasn't fought in a long time, so it's a good opportunity to get them to stretch their muscles." He bowed his head, speaking respectfully. "Yes, master." He clasped his hands behind his back, slightly lifting his chin arrogantly. "Everyone, attack now. If you can force me to retreat even a step, I will leave immediately. This challenge is a slap to the honor of the guild, and everyone grits their teeth. There is no way out." "Fine, it's up to you to find him yourself. Just hold him tight and don't seriously hurt him. He probably thinks he's a martial arts master." But in just a moment, Truong delivered a powerful blow that knocked everyone at the guild hall to the ground. His voice was cold. "Get out." Siege was stunned, his eyes as if they were about to fall out. "How can this be? Now do you understand how vast the world really is?" He shook his head in disappointment, saying, "It's really boring. My body still hasn't warmed up. Diaphan, I leave the rest to you." Diaphan bowed his head, his voice commanding, "Yes, master." He stepped forward, his voice full of threat. "For a moment, name and surname Diep, or don't blame me for being rude." Even though Chisich was completely overwhelmed, he refused to bow his head. "Even if you kill me, he is not here." Diaphan clenched his fists and stepped forward to strike. "Fine. I'll make it happen for you." He sensed the murderous aura approaching, knowing he wouldn't hold on much longer. "Han Su, I can only hold out until here." At that moment, a deep voice echoed from the door, silencing the entire hall. "Stop! If you dare to touch my brothers, do you want to die?" Tusic heaved a sigh of relief as if pulled out of a deep abyss. Han Diaphan turned around abruptly, his face changing color. "What do you mean?" The atmosphere in the guild hall was tense as a drawn string. Without asking anything further, Diaphan approached directly, his voice deep but full of concern. "Tusic, are you okay?" "It's okay. Luckily, you arrived in time." From another corner, Truong hurried over to support Diaphan, his voice anxious. "Are you all right, my disciple, my child?" "Master, my arm is broken." His voice was full of pain and resentment. "He is the one who hurt my son last time. My master must help me take revenge." Truong frowned, his hand gripping his disciple's shoulder tightly as if to comfort him. "Don't worry." My voice lowered like a vow. "I will definitely not forgive this brat." As Ngo Diaphan's master, you must also know about him using martial arts to fight ordinary people during the football match. He couldn't be bothered, looking at Diaphan with contempt as if all the faults were his. Ngo Din only broke that guy's leg. What's the big deal? But he dared to hit him and hurt him. That's a crime that can't be forgiven. Diaphan sighed in frustration. This blind protection was truly beyond the limit. He clenched his fists tighter, his gaze growing colder. "If I didn't teach you, it's my fault. If I didn't teach strictly, it's my master's fault. Since you're my master, you don't know how to teach your disciple, so today, let me teach you properly." Truong sneered contemptuously, looking at Diaphan as if he were a reckless fool who doesn't know his limits. "Teaching me. Are you also feeling lucky?" The atmosphere suddenly tensed as he stepped forward, unleashing the aura of a seasoned expert. Truong pointed directly at him and threatened, "I will give you a chance now. If you kneel and apologize, I might spare your life." Immediately, Diaphan interjected, with hatred and absolute confidence in his master. "Master, I am an elder of Hin Wai Mon, and I have also reached the peak realm of Nam Dok." He looked confident and proud, but he was no match for him. Diaphan smirked, his tone casual yet full of challenge. "I also want to see how powerful the elder of the formless sect really is." Truong gritted his teeth and raised his hand to attack, saying, "If you want to seek death, I will make it happen for you." He charged forward like a fierce tiger. But Diaphan was even faster. With a simple movement, the fierce energy of the Hin Wai Qian erupted from him. Let me show you what the true form of the Hin Wai Quan is. In just one move, Truong was knocked back, his body tilting. Diaphang's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening before him. "What? Master was defeated by Diaphan with just one move? How is that possible?" Siege looked at him with amazement and admiration. "Well done." "Diaphan." Zhengfeng supports himself on the ground and struggles to stand up. He looked at you with a mixture of caution and amazement. You also know the shape intent technique. Who are you, really? Someone capable of mastering the shape-shifting martial art to this extent cannot be an unknown person. Diaphan crossed his arms and tilted his head to look at Fong. Before causing trouble, didn't your obedient disciple of Fong tell you who I am? Fong frowned and asked urgently, Son, who exactly is he? He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, What? You are Diaphan, the one who killed Mo Dung Thien Quang and also beheaded Naplan Diet Thias. He chuckled softly, as calm as if that was nothing worth mentioning. I dare not. That person is me. Truong Fong slapped Dat Fong fiercely, his face full of anger. You little troublemaker, how dare you cause trouble with such a great figure for me? Dat Fong sat with his face in his hands, hurriedly explaining I couldn't be blamed for this. Who would have thought such a formidable character would play basketball with me? Truong Fong gritted his teeth, his voice awkward. You? Diaphan tilted his chin, his tone calm but full of menace. Enough. I won't fall for these tricks anymore. Now how do you plan to handle this? The tension forced Truong Fong to bow and admit fault, trying to preserve what little dignity he had left. The previous matter was due to not knowing Mr. Deep was here. I apologize for my offense. I will now take this rebellious item and leave. You smirk, outright deny, cause trouble and then plan to walk away. Nothing in this world is that easy. Do you know what young Master Dai wants? Diaphan's eyes darkened as he listed a series of unbelievable damages with a very serious tone, leaving everyone in shock. Many guards were injured by him, so the treatment costs must be compensated, plus the 1,000-year silkworm screen, the Jiaki lawn sofa, the Hanbok jadestone pillars, and our emotional damages. Truong Fong almost fainted, quickly waving his hand to stop him. All right, that's enough, Mr. Deep, so how much do you want in total compensation? He slowly calculated, as if reading an actual price list, totaling 3,189,000 yuan in compensation. Let me round it down to 3 billion for you. He widened his eyes and stammered, What? 3,300,000,000. From Shich standing nearby, he silently thought Han Tzu was too cruel this time. All these things together are worth at most 180 million. Dat Fong desperately tried to object. You're clearly extorting money here, claiming to be heavily guarded when in reality you're only lightly injured, and there's no such thing as a 1,000-year cold silkworm or a unicorn. Diaphan emphasized each word. I say it's true, so it's true. Do you have any objections? Truong Fong and Dat Fong's bodies turned icy cold. No, it can't be. 10 minutes later, the sound of the bank transfer notification rang out, and immediately, screams and heavy beating echoed through the yard. You bastard, who told you to provoke him? Now not only will you be beaten, but you've also lost 3 billion. Today I will kill you for good. Master, I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. Diaphan looked at the money just received, his voice full of satisfaction. 3 billion in hand, it's really too easy to earn. Shesh, standing nearby, still couldn't believe it. Never expected Han Tzu to be the one who earned the club's income. Diaphan turned around, his voice calm but calculating. Let's go. We've arrived at the city. It's time to discuss the next development plan for the Heavenly Dragon Club. Ansu Group is now in my hands. Do you think we need to mobilize related resources? Diaphan is really too much. Sending some kids who haven't even graduated from college to take over the Ansu Group, does he think I don't exist? The Hung sitting opposite also doubts. Isn't young Master Thuong Quan supposed to have someone from the Ko clan come to guide the next steps? It's been a few days, and no one has shown up. Ondao frowns with a worried look. Could it be that young Master Shangguan is deceiving us? Where is that voice coming from? I wouldn't really suspect young Master Shangguan to be that bad. Suddenly, a noise comes from outside the door. Ondao and the Hung shouted in panic. Someone has broken in. Come quickly. A figure appears. His voice is deep and cold. The ancient clan of Huang Wuliang, no need to call anymore. They won't wake up for now. Wuliang smiled softly. I don't like having many people see me, so I put them into a trance to make them sleep. Ondao immediately turned pale. What? My subordinates are all elite foreign mercenaries, yet they didn't react and were defeated instantly. The Hung immediately realized, Miko, could it be that you are a master of the ancient clan sent by young Master Thuong Quan? Voluang nodded, confirming his words. Yes, I was delayed a few days because I caught an ancient insect on the way. Now tell me what is the current situation. The Hung hurriedly recounted with a tone full of frustration. Finally, you have arrived, sir. Diaphan sent his adopted sister and some inexperienced students to take over the Ansu Corporation. If you don't come, I will be kicked out of the center of power. So Diaphan's adopted sister. Then it makes the most sense to start with her. I will go to the company with you tomorrow. He then pointed and said, "Follow my instructions. First have the two of them bow their heads and obey obediently. Yes, we understand." 2 days later, at the Qianlong headquarters, Old Cool 3 praised. "Hanzi, after chatting with you for a few days, I see that Tianlong's future is limitless." Diaphan was unreserved, which is only natural. At that moment, the phone rang, and he immediately answered. "Big Brother Duong, what's going on?" Dong Haibin's voice hurriedly rang out, "Hanzi, Han Yim is in trouble," which made Diaphan panic. "What? You raised your voice. What's going on? Aren't you sending someone to protect her?" On the other end, Dong Haiban was sweating nervously, unsure how this situation would unfold. "In short, Hanzi, you should return quickly." Diaphan hurriedly hung up. "Okay. I will return to Sunhai City immediately. Please inform Q Lao Tam that there is an urgent matter in Sunhai City and I need to go back right away." "This part is assigned to you now." Q Lao Tam agreed. "All right, go now, don't delay." As soon as the words are spoken, Diaphan kicks the door and rushes out. In Sunhai City, Diaphan shouted loudly as he entered. "Hi Ban, what exactly is going on?" In front of you is Ta Han Diem lying on the bed, face flushed, breathing weakly. You whisper worriedly, "How did Han Diem end up like this?" "Duong hu an ai da. Kailangan ngay home sao ki ta Han Diem dan ngoy tiep kwan tap duwa. Onsiu tu kong tiven ha. Kwai noi min hong hue roi sao do tronen hu by Gio." He is extremely remorseful. "Sorry, Diaphan, I didn't protect her well." Diaphan places a hand on Duong Haiban's shoulder and says seriously, "We don't need to talk about that now. First, we must find out why Han Diem ended up like this." He then turns to ask Nachmong, "Did you and Han Diem go to Onsu Corporation and notice anything unusual?" Zhang Nao Miao frowned thoughtfully. "Let me think again. I remember now. That day, Ondao brought a middle-aged man to see Han Ye during lunch break." Diaphan clenched his fists. "Ondao, it seems this matter can't be separated from him. After I finish healing Han Ye, I will go see him and settle the score." Zhang Naomeng asked nervously. "Diaphan, do you really think you can cure Han Diem?" She continued. "We've taken Han Diem to see many famous doctors, but it hasn't helped. Don't worry. Stay calm and answer. I am here. Han Yum will definitely be fine." Then he raised his hand to form a seal. The yin-yang eye opens instantly, and a flash of light reveals a crawling ancient insect inside Ta Han Diem's stomach. Diaphan gritted his teeth and said, "So it was a mixed-up, ancient insect curse. No matter who you are, if you dare to curse Han Diem, I will definitely not forgive you." Truong Nhak Mok and Duong Hai Ban were extremely shocked when they heard this. "Oh my God, how could someone put a curse on Han Yum? Diaphan, can you save Han Yum?" Diaphan carefully reminds you, "Don't worry, I will handle it. Hai Ban, Nachmong, go outside first. I need to treat Han Diem's wounds and can't be disturbed." Both of them shouted in unison, "Yes." With eyes full of admiration and complete trust in Diaphan after everyone left, Diaphan awkwardly spoke up. "Han Diem, I need to treat your acupuncture, so you have to take off your shirt. I'm calculating in my mind I must be very careful the first time dealing with the cursed worm." Ta Han Diem had no doubt and immediately agreed. "All right then." She propped herself up with her hand and shyly asked, "Do I need to take everything off?" Diaphan blushed and waved his hands quickly. No, just unbutton your top to reveal your back." Ta Han Diem obediently followed orders. "All right then, that's fine." She turned her face back and gently said, "Deep Big Brother, please, turn away. I'm about to take off my shirt." Diaphan shyly turned away. Okay, I'll just keep it in my heart like a prayer, only to make her love me, and I absolutely won't look around later." Ta Han Diem's call brought him back to reality. "Big Brother Diep, I'm done." What caught Diaphan's eye was the white shoulders and the soft back so delicate, it almost made his nose bleed. Ta Han Diem whispered, "Big Brother Diep, is this okay?" Diaphan raised his index finger, trying to stay calm, and said softly, "Of course it's fine." Then he gently reassured him, "Han Yim, it might hurt a little. You'll have to endure it, but your mind is racing. With such pure white energy, it would be a waste not to use it." Even though scared, Ta Han Diem closed his eyes bravely and said, "Big Brother Deep, just do it." He nodded and said, "Then I'll start." His fingers formed a seal, the needle pierced the meridian, and a gentle glow and warm spiritual energy flowed into Ta Han Diem's back. Outside the door, Zhang Yumou and Tang Haibin pressed their faces to listen, each lost in thought, thinking, "Oh my God, is Hanzi really healing Han Yan? Why does it sound so weird? I'm so embarrassed." Suddenly the door swung open, causing both of them to jump back in shock. Diaphan, with a grim face, asked in a deep voice, "What are you two doing hiding here?" Duong Haiban denied outright, I have nothing. Hanzi, do you need me to find some herbal medicine for you?" Before he finished speaking, Diaphan pushed him aside. Get out of here. I'm healing Han Diem. What are you thinking? Zhuang Yuemu asked hurriedly. Diaphan, how is Han Diem doing? Han Diem is fine now. He just needs a few days to rest. He turned to instruct the two of them. Mong, you and Haiban stay to take care of Han Diem. I'll be out for a bit. Zhang Na Mok asked as he followed. Where are you going? Diaphan coldly turned and went to the An family to settle the score. At this moment, Huangvo Luong was deep in thought, while An Dao was standing beside, praising. Master, truly formidable. Ta Han Diem hasn't appeared for several days now and probably won't live much longer. Nu the Hung is also flattering, and with the great master taking action against Diaphan, it should be an easy win. Hearing this, Huangvo Luong felt extremely pleased and confident, thinking that Diaphan could never defeat him. But at that moment, a severe pain struck his chest, and he turned pale. Not good, my neckworm. An Dao and Wu Shihong help Huang Wu Liang up, anxiously asking, Are you all right, sir? Sir, what's wrong? My parasitic worm in Ta Han Diem has been destroyed. Is Diaphan that powerful now? And Ningu the Hung is confused, so what should we do next? Only Huang Vo Luong calmly waved his hand and said, No problem. My throat still has plenty of venom. Just take your time playing with Diaphan. Before he finished speaking, the door was kicked open with a loud bang shattering into pieces. Diaphan charged in with his sword, exuding deadly intent, and said, Sorry, I don't have time to play with you, so you'd better go see the King of Hell soon. The crowd stared in shock. It's Diaphan, this is bad. He's here. Huangvo Luong shouted angrily. What are you afraid of with me here? Diaphan, I was planning to let you live a few more days, but I didn't expect you to walk right into the trap yourself. You're asking for death. Diaphan, losing patience, swung his sword and pointed at the group, saying, You dare to harm Han Yen, today you all must die. I don't take you seriously. Huangvo Luong sneered arrogantly. Young and reckless Diaphan. From the moment you entered this villa, you've already become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I have set a trap with countless worms throughout the villa. Diaphan, you are surely dead. Diaphan replied with contempt, Relying only on your little worms? You won't be able to kill me. The yin-yang divine eyes open. When the divine eyes are revealed, countless ancient worms appear clearly surrounding him. Diaphan snorted coldly. So this is what you rely on. Unfortunately, you can't hide it from me. Huangvo Luong raised his hand to the sky and shouted, I will send you to hell if you want to die. The ancient bugs emerged. Following the command of their master, all the ancient bugs glowed with murderous intent and launched their attack on Diaphan. Behind Diaphan, an overwhelming force erupted. Unfortunately, I have long seen through your arrangement. The great freedom sword technique, the infinite sword array, hundreds of sword energies sweeping across, shattering the skeleton, blood and flesh splattering, Huangvo Luong is shocked. What? How could you know my battle formation? Diaphan quickly charged down to hell like lightning and asked, his sword grazing his neck, breaking his necklace, and him clutching his neck in pain as he collapsed. The dying breath flickering, Huangvo Luong grits his teeth and says to Diaphan, the Ko clan will not forgive you. An Dao and Wu Shuhong tremble uncontrollably. Oh my God, Lord Huang died so easily, how can this be? Diaphan turned his sword and looked directly at them. Then it was their turn. They knelt and stammered, begging Diaphan to forgive them, saying they were wrong, pleading for their lives, claiming they were also forced into it. Please have mercy on us, Diaphan frowned. So, tell me, who forced you? An Dao, nervously pulling her hair, revealed it was Shangguan Yun. He said that as long as we deal with you, he will help us unify the peace. Diaphan listened and fell into deep thought. The hidden power of the Shangguan family in Hoa Quoc has long been concealed, but most of the underground forces are in their hands. I didn't expect they would target us now. An Doi, shameless, stood up hurriedly. Diaphan, we've said everything we need to. Can you forgive us? Diaphan chuckled softly, which naturally made the other party rejoice. That's great, we're alive. Before the words finished, Diaphan swept his sword and finished off the remaining two. You immediately deny it. A sword cuts across, they fall down, their eyes still not closed, their legs twitching. How could I have been so reckless to cross paths with Diaphan? After taking revenge, Diaphan turned and walked away with a cold expression. This time, since he eliminated members of the Ko clan, they would surely seek revenge, so I must return and prepare thoroughly. Duong Haiban hurriedly ran over. Hantu, you called me so urgently. Is there something important? Diaphan Sirius, the person from the Hako Han Diem, is a member of the Ko clan. I have already dealt with him. He frowns. But after the Ko clan finds out, they will surely seek revenge, so I need your help with something. Duong Haiban immediately patted his chest and said, Hanzi, just tell me what I can do to help. Diaphan ordered, and he quickly took Doan Ni and Han Diem out of Son Haithi, ensuring their safety. He secretly instructed further, help me buy some medicinal herbs. The older the better, I will send the list later. Before he finished, Duong Haiban had already spun around and dashed away. All right, I understand. I will go do it now. The plan is proceeding as intended. Diaphan subtly smirked, and after everything was arranged, only waiting for the ancient clan to appear. In the main hall of the clan, two serious figures discussed important matters. Clan leader Huang Wuta looked at the centipede in his hand. His voice grew serious. Wu Lung's heart has lost contact with me. He's probably in trouble. He slammed his fist on the table and said angrily, this revenge must be paid, or the world will see our clan as easy prey. Huang Wuta softly reminded him. The ancestral rules still stand. We cannot act recklessly. After a moment, he decided I will personally go this time to catch the one who killed Vo Luong. Huang Vothian responded without hesitation. I will go. Suddenly a clear voice rang out. Can I go with second uncle when he goes out, Dad? Ngeth Huang, second uncle, you're going out for official business. Why are you bringing her along? Dad, I've lived in the ancient clan all my life and have never been outside. Let me go with second uncle to broaden my horizons. Big brother. Ngeth Huang is the top genius of the clan. It's time for her to go out and train. Huang Ngeth Huang looked at her father with shining eyes, confident that with me there, Ngeth Huang would definitely be safe. Seeing his daughter so excited, Huang Vota sighed and reluctantly agreed. Fine, Ngeth Huang, your father will let you go out, but once outside, you must listen to your second uncle. And also, the yin-yang harmony spell must not be used casually, understand? Before he finished speaking, Huang Ngeth Huang had already run off excitedly. All right, I will definitely listen to second uncle, Huang Vota ordered helplessly. Vo Tien Ngeth Huang asked his brother to watch over her and make sure she stays safe. Huang Vo Tien firmly said, Big brother, rest assured, and as for you, kill Vo Luong. No matter who he is, I will bring him back. 2 days later, at Diaphan's villa, he was playing a game when suddenly a sharp sound burst through. Diaphan turned angrily and shouted, Drop dead. He grabbed a fruit knife and threw it straight, pinning it into the ground. Diaphan turned around and stood up, his eyes cold. At last, the people of the ancient clan have arrived. Huang Heithong clenched her teeth. Second uncle. My ancestral bugs have sent a message. The culprit is inside. Let's go in quickly. The door was kicked open, and hundreds of ancient bugs charged into the room, following the familiar scent. Second uncle. He has the aura of Uncle Wuliang on him. The one who killed Uncle is him. Diaphan has been waiting for a long time, his cold eyes sweeping over them. You came to avenge Huang Wuliang, Huang Wutian angrily replied. That's right. Since you know our purpose here, you'd better obediently come with us. Diaphan disdainfully stood up and said, If you don't bring a little blonde girl with you and still try to capture me, you're dreaming. He coldly added, Insulted. Huang Ngeth Huang trembled and said, How dare you look down on me? I will show you my power. The blood-ink garment was overwhelmed by ancient bugs rushing forward. Diaphan snorted coldly. Do you think I haven't prepared anything these past 2 days? He waved his hand, a layer of mist covering the entire room. Behold, the supreme invincible disinfectant powder. The ancient insects inhaling it immediately fell like rain. Huang He Thuong was stunned. What? She shouted arrogantly. What kind of powder are you using? You can even kill all my ancient bugs in the blink of an eye? Diaphan smirked. This is the super insecticide powder he painstakingly crafted. Diaphan calmly explained how he crafted it, using 81 kinds of spiritual herbs over 49 days, effective against all kinds of poisons and bugs. Seeing this, Huang Ngethong was so angry he couldn't speak. Damn you! At this moment, Huang Wuqian finally stepped forward. Enough, Ngethong. He pointed at Diaphan. Kid, if you think you can beat us just with that powder, you're truly delusional. Yehan drew his sword without hesitation, while Guzhong used it to disinfect and treat. As for the two of you, let me take care of it. A cold flash of steel from the sword slashed straight at them. Wang Wutian shouted loudly and arrogantly, Today, I will show you the power of the ancient clan. The Heavenly Snake clan appears. Huang Gear also joined in. Little thief, surrender your life. Heavenly Silkworm, ancient heavenly tribulation. Seeing the opponent quickly attack, Diaphan sneered coldly and mocked, Is that all you've got? He swiftly spun his sword, knocking away anything that came at him, nearly hitting a celestial snake fossil, which he pushed aside, and shouted, Get out! Taking advantage of Diaphan's momentary distraction, both of them simultaneously unleash their ancient poison, divine staff. Diaphan chuckles softly. Good, come on. His foot remained steady. A blazing golden aura surged up, forming a powerful swirling formation beneath his feet. The Tai Chi monster trapping formation erupted with two forces, sending both of them flying into the air. Huang He-thuong and Huang Vo-thien only managed to shout in alarm, "Too strong," aiming the sharp sword at them. Diaphan Duong, with a deep voice, "Have you fought enough? Now it's my turn." The sword swings, aiming straight at Huang He-thuong. "Die already," Huang Vo-thien shouted in panic. He-thuong, get out of the way. "No!" Diaphan rushed forward, his sword only a finger's breadth from Huang He-thuong when a flash of light struck, deflecting his blade aside. Suddenly, a burst of fire shot straight into his chest. Diaphan was pushed back, then managed to stand up with his hands on the ground. Damn it, what was that just now? Why did it fly into my body? Vo-thien quickly helped He-thuong to her feet. "Are you all right, He-thuong?" Huang He-thuong replied, "I'm fine." She sobbed. Just when Diaphan was about to kill her, the yin-yang harmony ancient charm inside her sensed danger and automatically flew out to protect her. But for some reason, it ended up entering his body. Huang Vo-thien's face changed. How could this be? Something's wrong. Diaphan immediately asked, "What is the yin-yang harmony?" "Ancient." Huang He-thuong blushed and replied, "The yin-yang harmony ancient is a rare relic that our clan spent over 10 years forging, prepared specifically for me and my future husband, and once we are both consummated, our strength will increase several levels." Wait a moment, Yuanfang, why does this story suddenly turn into something so strange? She shyly placed her hand on her chest and whispered, "Now it has entered your body, which means our lives are linked together." Hearing this, Diaphan was embarrassed and said, "It was an accident. I really didn't mean for it to happen." Huang Vo-thien angrily slapped the boy. "Stop talking nonsense. I give you a chance. Now immediately follow us back to the ancient clan to marry He-thuong." Diaphan immediately objected. "I can't. I already have a girlfriend, and I was rejected outright." Huang He-thuong blushed and explained, "Diaphan, you have no right to refuse, as you have been bound by the yin-yang harmony cursed seal, and within 3 days you must go to the cursed clan to receive the divine water blessing, or both of us will die." Then she turned away in shame, saying, "Enough is enough, second uncle. Let's go home." Before leaving, Huang Vo-thien pointed at Diaphan, warning him, "Behave well, or the ancient clan will make your life worse than death." Both of them left, leaving Diaphan standing alone in the empty room, his mind in chaos. Trouble after trouble keeps coming. After thinking for a moment, he sighed. He-thuong didn't seem to be lying, so maybe he really had to go to the Kotak. He took a deep breath to steady himself. This trip to the Kotak definitely wouldn't be peaceful, so he had to prepare carefully. One day later at the Cursed Clan, Diaphan looked at the majestic scenery before him, finally arriving. "Is this the Cursed Clan?" A disciple spotted the stranger and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Diaphan politely bows and reports to your clan leader that he has come to pay his respects. Wang Man steps forward and says, "You are Diaphan, that kid who dared to show his face at our clan." His words caused an uproar among everyone. He is the one who killed Voluang King and stole the yin-yang harmony, ancient of Missing He-thuong. Truly bold. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Could it be that your ancient clan is some kind of dragon trap or tiger's den? Huang Man stepped forward and said, "If you want to intimidate us, my clan is not a place where anyone can just walk in. If you want to enter, first fight me." Actually, deep down, I think differently. He dares to steal the yin-yang harmony relic and ruin Brother Tian Kai's plans. I must teach him a lesson on behalf of Brother Tian Kai. Diaphan chuckled and agreed. "Do you want to compete?" But immediately inside, you become alert, causing trouble before even entering the door. Looks like I need to give them a warning first. Huang Man clapped his hands to signal. "Bring the crown here." 4 strong young men carry it heavily, and as they set it down, the ground trembles with a loud roar, dust billowing up. Huang Man points to the summit and loudly announces the rules. "This peak weighs 1,000 jin, and we will see who can lift it." He volunteered to go first, his classmates surrounding him and cheering, "Huang Man, you're the strongest. Show that outsider what real strength is." He gritted his teeth and used both hands to lift the heavy crown, roaring loudly, "Up with it." The summit was truly lifted above his head. The crowd was excited. Huang Man was too strong. Everyone around was buzzing, truly deserving of being the strongest warrior of our tribe. Competing in strength, perhaps no one in the world could surpass him. After holding it long enough, Huang Man threw the summit to the ground and challenged, "Diaphan, now it's your turn." "Can I change to a different pillar?" Huang Man smirked and said, "How about it?" "Too heavy to lift, so you'd better retreat." The crowd also mocked him, really pathetic. Does he dare to change to another one? Even if it's lighter, you'll still lose. Get out of here, useless thing. Diaphan shook his head and said, I don't think you understand what I mean. He shrugged and added, This is too light. It's not interesting at all. Bring something heavier. A statement that left the crowd stunned. Does he even know what he's saying? This kid must be crazy. Huangman, big brother, let him have his way for now and see how embarrassed he'll be later. Huangman agreed. Fine, since you said so. Don't blame me if you lose. He turned around and ordered to bring the heaviest totem of the clan here. 4 people responded, yes. A moment later, they returned with the new altar. Huangman, big brother, the altar has arrived. This time it will take 8 people to carry it. The new altar had to be twice as large as the old one. Huangman tapped on the altar. Kid, this throne weighs 3,000 pounds. Do you think it's okay? Diaphan assessed it and thought it was not bad, somewhat acceptable. No one believes you can do it. Everyone is whispering, this kid still knows how to act cool. If he can lift just one leg, I'll admit defeat. Wait for him to fail and see how I laugh at him. At this moment, Diaphan sat down, opened his eyes wide, and looked on silently. If you want to compete with me, let me show you what true strength really is. Surrounded by everyone's amazement, he shouted loudly. The crowd erupted as if they were about to explode. Am I seeing things? Oh my God, he lifted a 3,000-pound crown with one hand. Where did this monster come from? Huangman stood to one side, his mouth almost dropping open. How is that possible? Even among the elders of the clan, few could lift this peak. Diaphan lightly pushed it, and the 2,000-pound summit sank into a deep hole. He said firmly, So what? Now I am qualified to enter and make Huangman stammer. Yes, I have the qualification. Master Huang, leaning on his cane, stepped forward to lead the way. Who is Diaphan? Follow me. The clan leader and elders are already waiting in the council hall. Diaphan replied softly. All right. You turn and follow, leaving behind the lingering whispers of discussion. This kid is really strong. It seems Hoang Thien Kai has a rival. Hoang Thien Kai remains the #1 genius of the Ko clan. I believe he will defeat Diaphan. Originally, Hoang Thien Kai and Misenghe Thuong were a perfect match, but unexpectedly, Diaphan appeared in the council hall. The ancient clan, everyone is already seated and waiting for you. Beside the clan leader, Huang Voda, is the senior elder Huang Tiantu. Diaphan bows his head and pays his respects to the elders of the ancient clan. Huang Vo Ta speaks. Diaphan, you should already know the reason you were summoned here. Of course I know. It's probably about the harmony of yin and yang of the ancient and the matter of Huang Wu Liang. Suddenly a voice interrupted. Talk Truong. Why bother discussing it? Second elder Huang Hu Tai stood up and said, This kid killed members of our Kotok and stole their treasure. He should be executed on the spot to set an example for all. Huang Vo, Ta sternly said, Voli, did the second elder forget that if Diaphan dies, Nge Thuong will die too, or did he never want the girl to live? His words left Huang Hu Tai speechless. The old man accidentally spoke out, hoping the clan leader would forgive him. He still wouldn't give up, but in my opinion, even if I can't kill Diaphan, I must capture him so he can taste the full punishment of the Ko clan. Hearing that, Diaphan coldly said, I came here to settle the issue, not to be treated like a criminal. Is this the attitude of the Ko clan? Huang Hu Tai replied arrogantly, If you have entered our Ko clan's territory, you have no right to negotiate. Seeing his arrogance, Huang Vo Ta slammed the table in anger. Second elder, don't be reckless, I am the clan leader. Huang Vo, Ta stands up and says, Today with me here. No one is allowed to touch Diaphan. He is worried because my daughter's life, Nge Thuong, is linked to him. I absolutely will not let anything happen to him. Huang Hu Tai loudly questions, Is the clan leader trying to cover for outsiders? In the tense atmosphere, Huang Tianthu's voice rings out. Enough. The entire hall fell silent. Diaphan secretly thought just a gentle hand on the table was enough to shake the entire hall. Too powerful. Huang Tianthu calmly stands up and says, Everyone stop arguing and listen to how Diep, little friend, explains these two matters. Diaphan agreed, saying, All right, first let's talk about why Huang Wuliang died. Huang Wuliang was acting under someone else's orders, using cruel methods to harm my friend, an innocent ordinary person. Killing him was only natural. Huang Huotai objected, speaking nonsense. Even though Huang Wuliang left the clan years ago, he still belongs to the Ko clan. Who could possibly give him orders? Before he could finish speaking, Diaphan said coldly, almost word for word. The hall erupted in arguments over Shangguan Yun. What? The Thuong Quan family? Is this really true? Since when did Vo Luong get entangled with the Thuong Quan family? Huang Hu Tai gritted his teeth, thinking that Diaphan had discovered the person behind Vo Luong. This is troublesome. Hearing that, Huang Tianthu fell into deep thought, recalling that Vo Luong had been exiled for having an overly close relationship with the Thuong Quan family and had not shown any remorse. Diaphan added, "As for the yin-yang harmony relic, I didn't seize it. It entered my body on its own. You can ask Lady Nghe Thuong about this." Huang Vo. "Ta confirmed that Nghe Thuong has told me about this." "That's right," Huang Tianthu concluded. "If so, this can't be blamed on Diep Tu Hu, but the yin-yang harmony relic has entered your body, and you must take responsibility and marry Nghe Thuong." Diaphan angrily refused. "That's impossible. I already have someone I love, and I've only met Miss Huang once, and she asked me to marry her. It's ridiculous." Seeing this, Huang Vota hurriedly stepped forward. "Diaphan, if you don't marry Nghe Thuong, you won't be able to receive the 4 blessings of divine water. At that point, both of you will die. If you agree, you will become a son-in-law of the Ko clan." "What's so bad about that?" Huang Hutai added fuel to the fire. "Clan leader, seeing that this young man is unruly, why ask so many questions? Our Ko clan has thousands of secret techniques. Surely we have a way to protect Nghe Thuong's life." This time, Huang Vo couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Shut up! This isn't your business. You're making him angry and choking." Huang Tianthu has to step up and take the blame. "Enough already with all this noise. What are you trying to prove?" Master looked at Diaphan and softly advised, "Don't refuse so quickly. After all, you can stay at the ancient camp for 2 more days. Spending 2 days here is also good. Maybe we can find a way to resolve the yin-yang fire and the ancient trap." Seeing that, Huang Tianthu gently pats your shoulder in satisfaction. "All right. Let Nghe Thuong show you around the ancient camp for these 2 days. If no one has any other objections, we can disband." Suddenly, Huang Tiankai pushed open the door and rushed in. "I have an opinion." Everyone in the room sighed silently. Tiankai still came. He should have been Nghe Thuong's true confidant. It's such a pity. Fate plays tricks on people who would have expected this. Diaphan silently assessed. It seems another troublemaker has arrived, and a fight is probably unavoidable. Huang Tianthu sternly asked, "Tiankai, do you have any objections?" "Try saying it." He clasped his hands but felt resentful inside. "Great Elder, Diaphan is not a member of the Ko race. How can he be with Nghe Thuong?" Long Emperor Tiankai's anger flared up. "I am clearly the best choice to be Nghe Thuong's husband, and now a foreign youth has taken her away. I absolutely cannot accept this." Huang Tianthu spoke solemnly. The yin-yang harmony of the ancient art had entered Diaphan's body, so Diaphan has the right. Seeing he was still stubborn and wanted to continue, he waved his hand and said, "You have no right to interfere in this. Step back." Huang Tiankai remained stubborn. The elder, Nghe Thuong's husband, must have enough strength, or how can he protect her? Tiankai dares to challenge Diaphan to a duel to see if he has enough strength to protect Nghe Thuong. Everyone around whispers, it seems Huang Tiankai is truly desperate now, and no one blames him for being unable to handle this situation, only worried that the child might be affected emotionally by all this. Huang Tianthu looked at Diaphan, hesitating slightly, and then Huang Vota shouted loudly, "You are crossing the line, Huang Tiankai." Huang Yukai immediately interjected, "I also find what Tiankai said reasonable." Hearing that, Huang Tiankai became even more arrogant. "Deep Han, if you are still a man, fight me and prove yourself." Diaphan turns around and willingly offers his face for me to hit. I can't refuse either. You look him straight in the eye and accept the challenge. Inside, you think to yourself, I came here to avoid trouble, but now's the chance to show off and prove to the ancient clan that I'm not someone to be messed with. The whole room is lively, and Diaphan agrees again. Is he crazy? Diaphan is only in his 5th century, while Huang Tiankai is at the peak of his 5th century. Huang Tiankai is a genius of the ancient clan, and we have trained him wholeheartedly. Diaphan cannot win. Huang Vota anxiously advises, "Diaphan, don't rush." Tiankai's strength is even greater than Votien, and unexpectedly Huang Hutai stood up to cause trouble. Diaphan has agreed, the clan leader better not interfere. The situation is getting out of control. Huang Vota turned to Huang Tianthu and said, "Elder, look at him cutting in. Enough, don't say more, since both sides agree, then let's fight." He secretly thought that the harmony of yin and yang willingly entered his body. Diaphan was definitely not simple, and he took this opportunity to test his true strength. What has been said cannot be taken back. Huang Vota can only grit his teeth and obey. Yes. Outside the main hall, Huang Tiankai roared in fury. "Diaphan, today I will make everyone see that only I, Huang Tiankai, am worthy to be Nghe Thuong's husband." He clenched his fist tightly. "While you, Diaphan, are just an incompetent who relies on luck." Diaphan smirked arrogantly and replied, "Someone like you, I can handle 100 of you alone." Hearing that, Huang Tiankai immediately launched a reckless move. Today I will show you how big the gap is between us. The light from his hand spread across his body. Huang Tiankai shouted, the green snake neck, increasing speed. He shifted one foot and charged forward like a gust of wind. Diaphan stood firm, silently assessing that in the martial world, only speed is unstoppable. Huang Tiankai unexpectedly used his life-threatening move, seemingly aiming to end the fight with one strike. The senior elders all changed color as the venomous snake neck accelerated, doubling the power of this move. It was surprising that Huang Tiankai went all out from the start. This time, Diaphan is in real danger. Huang Hutai sneers. Even I have to stay 3 meters away when facing this move. Diaphan is doomed. On this side, Huang Vota is anxious. This isn't good. Tiankai's move is powerful enough to reach the peak of the Three Flowers gathering. I have to prepare to save Diaphan. Contrary to everyone else, Huang Tianthu stared intently at the young man in the middle of the arena, silently evaluating him. But Diaphan faced this move without panic. Does he have some hidden trick? As he guessed, Diaphan smiled confidently. For in the face of absolute power, all tricks are just illusions. You strike out with a palm, the immense power of the golden Vajra staff clashing directly against Huang Tiankai's heavenly poison head. The two powerful inner energies collide with a thunderous explosion, surging waves of air forcefully pushing everyone back, dirt and rocks flying everywhere, the force truly terrifying. How could Diaphan be on par with Huang Tiankai, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage? Who actually won this fight? Just as the dust hadn't settled, a scream tore through the smoke. Huang Tiankai was blasted into the air, falling heavily to the ground, coughing blood, trembling from his severe injuries, shocking everyone. How is this possible? Diaphan defeated Huang Tiankai. He is just a casual cultivator, yet with a lower cultivation level he managed to beat a genius of the Ko clan. Just starting as a commander and already defeating Huang Tiankai at the peak of the commander stage. This talent is truly extraordinary. Seeing this, Huang Vota smiled with satisfaction and said, no wonder he's my future son-in-law, truly remarkable. Huang Hutai is furious and resentful, damn him. Huang Tiankai is truly useless, even someone like Diaphan can't be defeated by him. At this moment, Diaphan gently turned around and declared, it seems I have won. Huang Tiankai struggled to stand up, his eyes bloodshot. No, I won't accept this, but the battle has already been decided. Huang Tianshu reminds him in a deep voice, if Tiankai has lost, step down and don't let others mock you. He grits his teeth and replies, yes. Does anyone else have any opinions? Just say it, everyone said in unison. We have no objections, so let's follow the elder's advice. If everyone agrees, then this matter is settled. In the coming days, Nke Thuong will take Diaphan for a walk around the clan. Diaphan clasped his hands and said, thank you, senior. As the crowd dispersed, Huang Hutai gritted his teeth and cursed, Diaphan, you will definitely die. Early the next morning, amidst the blue sky and bustling streets, the young friends strolled together. Nke Thuong asked, why won't you stay and marry me? Is it because I am not good enough looking? Diaphan was a bit stunned, then gently shook his head with his eyes closed. No, you're very beautiful. You explained, but being together is not just about appearance. What's more important is the harmony from within the soul. Moreover, I already have someone I like, so I can't marry you naturally. She said, but if you don't marry me, you'll die from the ancient yin-yang harmony. Aren't you afraid? He replied grimly. I am afraid of death just like anyone else. Diaphan turned his head softly and said, but I won't marry a stranger just because I'm afraid of dying. That would be irresponsible for both of us. Hearing this, Nke Thuong understood that Diaphan was right. She felt a bit regretful and could only say such words. Diaphan truly is someone who could dedicate his whole life, but unfortunately, his heart belongs to someone else. The two of them arrive in front of an old building with towering mountains behind it. Diaphan suddenly felt faint, his eyes gradually blurred, clutching his chest in discomfort as Nke Thuong worriedly supported him. Diaphan hurriedly waved his hand and replied, I'm fine. You think that just now I suddenly felt inspired, as if something inside that stone tower was calling me, so I used my yin-yang eyes to check. Diaphan's eyes turn red, and everything before him becomes clear. The yin-yang eye opens and red beams of light emanate from the wall of the ancient building. The thing that attracts me must be that red light, but what is it? Does it have anything to do with the ancient clan? Inge asked nervously. Diaphan, what's wrong with you? Suddenly standing still and staring at the stone tower. Diaphan chuckled and scratched his head nervously, just looking to see. He asked cautiously, oh, right, Nke Thuong. Where is that stone tower? She replied, that is the sacred site of our ancient tribe. Except for the annual ritual, no one is allowed to enter at any other time. Anyone who sneaks in will face the harshest punishment. Not even I am an exception, Diaphan said. I see. Since it's a sacred site, we shouldn't get too close. Let's find another place to explore. The fierce glow at the foot of the tower is definitely not simple and might resonate with me. Perhaps it is the thing that can help me resolve the ancient yin-yang harmony. Nghe Thuong excitedly grabbed his hand and pulled him along. All right, then let me take you to see where we raise the ancient insects daily. At Diaphan's residence, dense trees surround the small room completely. He is quietly sitting on the bed, focusing on practicing his internal energy. A voice came through. Voda really favors Diaphan too much, arranging such a peaceful place for him, truly a thoughtful treatment for the future son-in-law. Hu Tai hid behind the tree, but that only made it easier for me to strike. Today, I must kill Diaphan and take the ancient yin-yang harmony artifact. He quietly enters through the window, step by step into the room. Hu Tai took out a vial of poison. This is a toxin I refined from 49 types of venomous insects, simmered for 81 days, just need to add it to his water for him to drink, and he will definitely die. Hu Tai pours the poison into the glass of water on the table. This is a good opportunity. At this moment, Diaphan isn't looking, so the poison will be just right. Diaphan in the room at this moment stretches. Truly worthy of being the ancient hidden noble clan, the spiritual energy here is really abundant, training for so long almost to death. Just a sip of water to finish? He walks to the table beside the window, gently picks up the cup of water and prepares to drink. Hu Tai happily thought to himself, this sip will be so good it'll kill him. Diaphan looked at the glass with regret and said, why is there a mosquito in the cup? He forcefully poured the water out the window. No, this water isn't clean. Drinking it would give a stomach ache. I'll pour another glass instead. The water was poured directly onto Hu Tai, hiding outside the window, leaving no drop behind. Did I go through all that trouble to poison him just to have it all washed away? This isn't good. The poison is taking effect. Antidote. Where is the antidote? Luckily, I brought the antidote or I would be dead. Hu Tai finishes the antidote and mutters to himself, luckily I have the antidote or I would be dead for sure. He hides behind a tree and curses quietly. Diaphan is annoying. You got lucky this time, but I still have a second move. Hu Tai chuckled silently, knowing this venomous needle from Diaphan was deadly, and as toxic as the poison earlier, this time surely to kill. He took out a tube, brought it to his mouth, and gently blew. A needle shot out from the tube. Go to hell. The needle shot towards Diaphan. You are now holding the teapot to pour water when the poisoned needle is blocked by the teapot. You open the lid to check. Could there also be mosquitoes in this water bottle? The needle hits the edge of the kettle and bounces back, stabbing into Hu Tai's shoulder. He is in pain. Again. Hu Tai hurriedly threw away the tube, continuously pouring the medicine into his mouth. Come on, quick! He muttered curses. Damn it. How is Diaphan so lucky? Or should I leave it to luck? Hu Tai still refuses to give up, jumps out of the tree and moves to the other side of the room or try switching to the other side. He gloated. Diaphan, if you can still avoid my poison this time, I will follow your trail forever. He took a deep breath, bringing the pipe close to his mouth to blow. Diaphan threw open the window and hit him in the face, the air in the room feeling stuffy. Open all the windows to let in some fresh air. Hu Tai rolls down the cliff, unwilling, shouting loudly, why am I always the one getting hurt? Diaphan was panicked. Where is that sound coming from? Strange, I clearly don't see anyone. At the foot of the mountain, Hu Tai rolled like a ball from the top down. He struggled to crawl and stand up. Damn it, Diaphan, I will destroy you sooner or later. Suddenly, Hu Tai heard a voice, and Diaphan was disgusting, daring to challenge me. He was curious. What was that sound? It turns out Tien Kai is a little angry at the tree. I must kill you, he thought. An enemy of my enemy is a friend. Tien Kai can make use of this. Hu Tai approaches friendly and says, Tien Kai, I also want to deal with Diaphan. Your words really suit me. Tien Kai, seeing his appearance, was immediately alarmed. What kind of monster dares to intrude into our ancient clan? Hu Tai quickly brushed off the dirt and hurriedly said, Wait a moment. When he speaks, he is our second elder. He was stunned and cleared his throat. Second elder? It's him. It's nothing. I just tripped while taking a walk earlier. He thought to himself, only a fool would believe that falling like this happened by accident. Hu Tai said, let's put that aside for now, Tien Kai. You must also be very dissatisfied with Diaphan, right? Honestly, I also feel that someone from outside the clan like him is completely unworthy of Nghe Thuong. The one who truly suits Nghe Thuong should be you. Tien Kai gritted his teeth in anger and said, what good does it do if you and he think that? The clan leader and the senior elders all sided with Diaphan. He continued to brainwash. The clan leader and the senior elders are too conservative, clinging to old customs, believing that Diaphan, with his ancient yin-yang harmony, must naturally become Nge Thuong's only husband. Not only that, our ancient clan clearly possesses incredible strength, yet those two old men cling to tradition and force the entire clan to shrink back in this mountain. It's truly sad. Tian Kai agrees. The second elder says yes, if I were in the highest position, I would never allow an outsider like Diaphan to marry Nge Thuong. I also want to lead the ancient clan to dominate the world. He encouraged me. Your idea truly aligns with my plans. The clan leader and the senior elder are the biggest obstacles on the path to the rise of the ancient clan. Instead of tempting Hu Tai, how about the two of us join forces to replace them? He secretly rejoiced as Tian Kai is the leading figure among the younger generation in the clan. With his support, my plan will go much more smoothly. Tian Kai hesitated slightly and was unsure. What? Replacing them? He's still trying to persuade me about this. If you help me become the clan leader, your status in the ancient clan will be above 10,000 people. At that time, I will not only marry Nge Thuong to you, but also Diaphan, and you can deal with them as you wish. Nge Thuong's figure appeared in Tian Kai's mind, and he was somewhat hesitant at this moment. Nge Thuong, he finally agreed. All right, I agree. Second elder, what do you want me to do? Just say it. He approached and put his arm around Tian Kai's shoulder to discuss in detail. By that time, it was midnight outside Diaphan's room, and he stood under a tree, gazing downward. Below the mountain were closely packed houses, and in the ancient clan there were always powerful ancient insects with such a strong aura. They are clearly so powerful, why did they choose to live in seclusion? A voice from afar suddenly sounded, and Diep Tio Hu seemed quite interested. The strength of the ancient clan is unfathomable, making others admire them, but I just don't understand why the ancient clan has to live in seclusion here. This is a long story. Our ancient clan has been passed down since the time when Sai and his 80 brothers were invincible with their united bodies, thanks to the blessing of the ancient bloodline, but a few hundred years ago, a clan leader's greed sparked a great war that plunged the world into chaos. The Kotok suffered heavy losses during that chaos, their vital energy severely damaged, and their previous leader was killed. The new leader then destroyed all those secret techniques and led the clan into hiding. Since then, they have been bound by the ancestral rule not to leave the mountain, a rule Vota and I have always followed just to prevent the tragedy from happening again. Diaphan realized, so that's how it is. I didn't expect the legacy of the old clan to be so ancient. He smiled just as he had a spiritual ancient creature passed down from 1,000 years ago in his hand. I wonder if the young one is interested. The box is opened, and upon seeing the creature inside, Diaphan is slightly surprised. It is a silkworm chrysalis. Tianyu spoke up. It's called Spirit Silkworm Cocoon. Once it accepts a master, it will break out of its cocoon. Not only can it absorb spiritual energy to aid in cultivation, but also possesses mysterious and unpredictable abilities. Diaphan was amazed as he absorbed spiritual energy himself. He quietly thought, I cultivate spiritual energy. If I have this ancient cocoon, then Tianshu would turn away and walk away. Then slowly said, yes, the divine and mysterious spirit cocoon is like that. He gently stroked his beard. But the spirit cocoon is extremely difficult to accept as a master. If young Master Diep is willing to stay in the ancient clan and marry Nge Thuong, then our entire clan will do everything to help you make the spirit ancient accept you as its master. What do you think? Tianyu secretly rejoiced. If I'm not mistaken, that kid Diaphan must be from an ancient alchemist lineage. He definitely can't resist the allure of the spirit fossil. At this moment, Diaphan calmly asked, is it really that hard for the spirit fossil to accept a master? He quickly turned around and replied, of course. No one has been accepted by it in 1,000 years. I just recently happened to find the method in an ancient book. If you agree to my condition, I will teach you that method. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them froze in place because of the transformation of the spirit silkworm ancient. Tianyu couldn't believe his eyes and stammered, what is this? He was amazed. How did you do this? I've tried countless times and never succeeded. Maybe it's because I'm more handsome. He secretly thought that the spirit bone already contained a stream of spiritual energy. And since I just infused a little into it, that's probably why it accepted me as its owner. Thousands of tangled thoughts. Could our clan's 1,000-year-old spiritual hardship be so easily overcome? First, the yin and yang harmony ancient script offers itself. Now the spiritual relic. This guy is really too powerful. Does this mean I've lost both my skill and my treasure? Senior, so this spiritual relic of mine. Tianthu quietly wiped his tears and said, if the spirit bone accepts you, then it naturally belongs to you. He staggered as he walked away, and tomorrow morning we will discuss your matter with Ngi Thuong in the council hall. Remember to think carefully tonight. Are you asking about tomorrow? I think about it carefully. Last time Hu Tai targeted me, there must be a problem. I need to be careful tomorrow. At midnight in the forest outside the ancient clan, Hu Tai was thinking that Angu Thien Kai is really easy to deceive. Just a few words and he agreed to rebel with me. Now I must meet someone from Lord Thuong Quan. With their support, this major matter will surely succeed. He releases his hand, a butterfly follows the smoke and flies away, leading the spy out into the forest. But suddenly a hand reaches out without hesitation and crushes it. A group of people in black robes approached, and the leader spoke. Hu Tai clasped his hands and asked, "Indeed, I was unaware of the arrival of such a master. May I ask your esteemed self to introduce yourself?" "Elder Huang, you finally arrived. I thought you had forgotten the promise with our young master. I am the third commander under young master Thuong Quan. This time I am here to assist Elder Huang on the order." He stroked his chin and smiled. "Tam, Commander, you are overthinking. I would never forget my promise. As long as the young master helps me seize the clan leader position, I will gladly hand over the ancient Sioux spirit." Hu Tai glanced around and said, "You're only bringing this many people. It might not be enough. After all, the ancient clan is a long-standing hidden power with formidable strength." The commander waved his hand and smiled. "Not enough? Then take a look at this first." A zombie crawled out from beneath the ground, its body pale but appearing very sturdy. Hu Tai was amazed. This is a corpse soldier. Just one of these is enough to deal with many experts of the ancient clan. He dismissively waved his hand and ordered, "Whether it's strong or not, we'll see." Silver first, Hu Tai launched his attack. "All right, let me see how strong this spirit skeleton really is." The two rush at each other, quickly exchanging blows with the heavenly insight enhancing their power. Two mighty forces clash, illuminating the entire sky. The two quickly separated, the dust gradually settling to the sides, and Hu Tai looked at his injured hand in panic. "What is going on? This clone's power is even stronger than when I used the heavenly sight to think of a plan?" The commander now proudly said, "This demon corpse was forged from a powerful expert at the peak of the Three Flowers gathering stage, so its strength is naturally extraordinary. I still have 3 more sets of these corpses. Helping you eliminate all the mutants in the ancient clan is as easy as flipping a hand," he said happily. "All right, if the third commander has this strength, our major plan will surely succeed. I have everything arranged, just waiting for tomorrow." The next day everyone had already gathered early in the ancestral hall. Tian Yu spoke first, saying, "Young Master Diep, after several days of thinking, do you agree to marry Ngi Thuong?" Diaphan Then hurriedly replied, "Sorry, Senior, I still cannot accept this. You think that yesterday you discovered that the yin-yang harmony ancient bone is related to the light group under the stone pagoda. If you find it, maybe you can solve the problem of the yin-yang harmony ancient bone." A loud bang on the table startled everyone in the hall, and Vota demanded, "Diaphan, do you want to die? If you refuse to marry, both you and Ngi Thuong will have no choice but to die." Ngi Thuong sadly thought, "Diaphan, do you prefer to die rather than stay with me?" Vota shouted threateningly, "I tell you, Ngoy Thuong is my only daughter. I will never let her walk to her death. Today, you two must get married. If you dare to refuse again, don't blame me for being rude." Hu Tai took the opportunity to stand up and object amid the chaos, saying the clan leader was wrong. He pretends to understand the situation. Guests are guests. Diaphan is already one of our guests, and if he doesn't want to, how could we force him? An elder wondered, strange indeed, why the second elder suddenly spoke up for Diaphan just the day before he was tense as a drawn string. Tian Yu also found it strange. Just 2 days ago they seemed ready to fight, now they've changed completely. Could it be that Diaphan bribed him? Vota angrily said, "Hu Tai, what do you mean? Ngi Thuong is the most qualified person to become the next clan leader. If it dies, who else in the ancient clan can take on this important responsibility?" He waved his hand and said, "Troop leader, don't be angry. I also worry about Ngi Thuong's safety. So I've been pondering for days and finally thought of a way. Maybe we can try it." Vota asked seriously, "What way?" "Tell me what you think," Hu Tai said. Hu Tai calmly replied, "Our ancient clan has inherited the ancient god Siu, who possesses miraculous divine power. We can perform a ritual to communicate with the strength of the ancient god Siu, which may help resolve the harmony of yin and yang." He thought to himself, "The entrance to the sacred land beneath the stone pagoda can only be opened with a ritual. And if I bring all of you there, it will be easiest to wipe out the entire tomb." The elders discussed, "Siviu, the ancient god, that is the treasure of our ancient clan, maybe it can really be done. But since Viu's time, no one has been recognized by the ancient gods anymore. We might as well try to save ourselves. Besides this, we can't think of any other way." Diaphan thought to himself, Sivuthan Ko, could it really be the spirit I saw under the stone tower yesterday? Hutai can do whatever he wants, as long as it suits my plan. But this old man is naturally at odds with me. Now suddenly helping out, he must have a scheme. I need to be careful. Tianyu spoke up. Even if it's difficult, this way isn't impossible. We can give it a try. Wuda Dede replied a bit tiredly, All right, I will have someone prepare the offering. At the sacred site of the ancient clan, everyone had gathered together, and the chatter grew louder. Do you think today's ritual can communicate with Sivu Thanko? It's difficult. Sivu Thanko hasn't responded to us for hundreds of years. This is Nhe Thuong's last hope, and no matter how hard it is, we must succeed. Nhe Thuong felt uneasy and whispered, Diaphan, if this method also fails. Diaphan confidently replied, Don't worry, we will succeed. Even if we fail, I won't let you die because of me. He thought to himself, even though there is no way to resolve the ancient yin-yang harmony in the ghost cave, there are still methods to preserve the original body's life. Tianyu begins the ritual, the Yuini ancient tribe, eternal through 1,000 years, body fire illuminating the world, unextinguished through countless ages, summon the divine fire. The pure flame takes a torch and walks into the crowd, and as the divine fire arrives, everyone starts to discuss. This divine fire has been passed down together with the super divine ancient, never once in thousands of years. It is said that a clan leader once speculated that this flame might actually be the South Bright Lai fire. Really? The Nam Ming Lai Hoa is said to be the true fire of the vermilion bird's destiny in legend. Why does our ancient clan possess that? The blazing divine fire burns fiercely with great energy. The divine fire burns, and the sacred gate opens. Flames spread across the frame, and the door begins to tremble gently. Hudai quietly chuckled among the crowd. The stone tower door was about to open, and the show was about to begin. The tower door opened, and a beam of light shone out from inside. Everyone was amazed. The door has opened, and we might finally find out if we can communicate with the power of the ancient super god. Please don't let us down. Whether Nhe Thuong's life can be saved depends entirely on this. Tian Kai suddenly rushes over from somewhere, panic in his voice. It's not good, clan leader elder. Something major has happened. Tianyu quickly asked, What's wrong with Tian Kai? Why are you covered in wounds like this? He knelt down to salute. Senior elder, our camp has been attacked and countless outsiders have died tragically. He was shocked. What do you mean? Tianthu widened his eyes and questioned, his whole body now tense. Who did this? Tian Kai's face flickered with a strange expression, and he slowly replied, They are Diaphan and his people who rushed forward to intervene. Senior, be careful. Tian Kai has a problem. He attacked him quickly. It's too late now, old man. Go die. Tianthu was surprised. What? He clenched his pain, gathered his strength, and shouted angrily, Damn it! Tian Kai was knocked down. Everyone was confused. What's going on? Why did Tian Kai secretly attack the senior elder? Is he crazy? Diaphan hurriedly asked. Are you all right, senior? Nhe Thuong also stepped forward worriedly. Sir, are you okay? Tianyu replies, I haven't died yet, but my injuries are severe, and my strength is now only a fraction of what it was. Wu Ta angrily rushes forward and grabs his collar. You bastard Tian Kai, how dare you attempt to assassinate the elder in the middle of the clear sky white sun? Are you trying to betray the clan? Tian Kai sneered. I am just helping the ancient clan get rid of the pests. Suddenly, a haughty voice rang out among the crowd. Well said, Tian Kai. Hudai steps forward and says that only after clearing out Huang Tiantu and Vota can our ancient clan restore the glory of the past. Vota angrily shouts, Hutai, I knew from the start that your proposal for the sacrifice was suspicious, so you're the one behind it. But relying on just the two of you, I alone am enough to suppress you. Tianshu said, Hutai, with just the two of you, you'll never accomplish anything. Where are the others? He smiled in admiration. As expected, the chief elder saw through everything. Let's go, everyone. A group of strange people gradually appeared, all seemingly familiar members of the clan. Vota shouted in shock, What? Fourth elder? Fifth elder? Seventh elder? You guys. The elder spoke. Vota, Hutai is right. Under your and the great elder's management, the Kotak is only declining more and more. Our Kotak, a great clan of Hoaha, cannot forever remain hidden in the deep forests and mountains. For the future of the Ko clan, we have no choice but to sacrifice you. Vota shouted angrily. Damn it, do you want to repeat the tragedy of 100 years ago for the Ko clan? Tianyu spoke up. Vota, stop talking. If our paths are different, we can't walk together. Diaphan loudly said, Elder, clan leader, rest assured, this matter concerns me as well. I will definitely not stand by and watch. Hutai sneered, I know your strength is very powerful, so I specially invited experts to deal with you. The group in black appeared. You are Diaphan. My lord has missed you so much he can't sleep. Diaphan furrowed his brow and asked, That is a truly sinister aura. Who are you? I am the third commander of the Fengyun Guard of the Shangguan family, sent this time by the young master to assist the elder Hutai in seizing the position of clan leader of the Ko clan. By the way, his face is full of murderous intent, his eyes wide with ferocity. I'll destroy you. You say you'll destroy me, but you can't do it. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to meet someone from the Shangguan family in the ancient clan. What a small world. He casually gave the order. Whether it can be done or not, we'll see. Fengyun Weiganyi Lieds. Yukai also rushes forward to capture Vota and Tienthu. Under our guidance, the Ko clan will restore the glorious past. Vota leads the others. The elders follow me to wipe out the rebels. Everyone charged forward with full momentum, determined to kill and eliminate them all. Nganat stepped forward and knocked everyone back into the air. Too powerful? Vota angrily launches a support move for his comrades. Damn it, get lost. The two face each other directly, and the contrast of their powerful forces wipes out everything around them. In the end, Vota couldn't defeat Nganat. It truly possessed an overwhelming power. The elders anxiously asked, What's going on? Even the clan leader has lost. Is today really the day Hutai and the others get their way? Thousands of years of inheritance from the ancient clan are about to be destroyed by these greedy wolves. Tonglin sneers contemptuously. As the clan leader of the ancient clan, he simply commands, and Thikoi and Notnot follow orders to attack, killing Nganat. Powerless and defeated, he lies on the ground, ready to accept Thikoi's punch. It's over. Diaphan now charges forward, blocking him with punches that send Nganat flying. Get out of here. Khan Thikoi was knocked back 100 meters by your punch. Thonglin was stunned. Diaphan, I didn't expect you to be able to push back my silver armor. You do have some skill. Diaphan said, I not only pushed it back, but can also destroy it. He shouted, showing no regard for the heavens or the earth. Thonglin ordered again, and Thikoi struggled to get back up. Ngankoi, use all your strength to kill him. Diaphan shouted loudly, at the perfect moment, his sword aura sweeping 30,000 miles, a single sword of cold light illuminating 19 continents. The 5 swords converge and pierce through Thikoi's body, who stands motionless, enduring the attack. Nganat, exhausted and limp, is knocked down by Diaphan's kick. Everyone cheered. Diaphan defeated Ngankoi once again, proving how powerful he is. With Diaphan here, Hutai and the others are sure to lose. Great, our Ko clan has been saved, Hutai exclaimed in panic. What? Even Yenkoi isn't his match. How is that possible? At this moment, the commander was just as furious. Damn it, killing Yehan seemed to be the only way. And amidst the chaos, Yehan tried to keep his voice calm to reassure everyone. Everyone, rest assured, with me here today, the cursed clan will definitely not have any problems. But as soon as I finished speaking, my eyes suddenly shrank, and my face turned pale. Immediately after, Tianshu was panic-stricken as he realized the situation was serious. This is not good. The 3 days deadline is approaching, and the power of the yin-yang harmony within their bodies is about to erupt. The members of the ancient clan looked pale, and their voices were full of despair. What? How can this be? I finally saw a glimmer of hope. So I immediately fall into despair again? Is this the heavens trying to destroy our ancient clan? A smug, mocking laugh echoes from Hutai's cold and sarcastic voice. Truly, heaven is helping me. Without Diaphan, just relying on you old men, how can you stop me? The high priest clenched his fists, his voice firm as if making a final decision. At this point, only risking everything remains. He loudly said that finding the little Diepnge Thuong Sivu divine fossil in the holy tower to resolve the yin-yang harmony, ancient power, was our last chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Hutai hurriedly gave the order. Not good, Commander Tam. Stop Diaphan immediately. Do not let them into the tower. Once they go inside, the tower door will close completely. If they really find the super divine ancient, a variable could occur, and even the divine ancient Sai Vu will be hard to keep. What? Greed and chaos intertwined. Damn it. The Sivu divine relic belongs to our Thuong Quan family. You are not allowed to touch it. He immediately used his technique, his voice full of deadly intent. Do not even think about coming closer. The 6th destruction heavenly pillar and the heavenly earth net. The commander shouted in anger, Damn it! The members of the ancient clan look at each other with determined eyes, and his voice rings out like a vow of death. We have no way back now. Facing the enemy, the brave will prevail. We risk everything. With a gaze filled with the will to fight to the death, I will kill you, rebels, and accept death. I'll risk everything with you. The commander sneered coldly and ordered his subordinates. You are truly seeking your own death. Feng Vanwei, kill them for me. Inside the holy tower, Diaphan and Thuong looked out the door and saw the fierce battle. Thuong burst into tears, her voice trembling. Father, the elder, the chief elder. But then Diaphan took a deep breath and urged, crying, now is useless. We must find the Sivu divine bone quickly so we can go out and help them. She wiped her tears and agreed. Diaphan, you're right. Say it and go find it quickly. As he was about to leave, Thuong's body trembled, her breathing becoming rapid. Thuong suddenly collapsed to the ground. This isn't good. The power of the ancient yin-yang harmony is growing stronger and is already starting to affect my mind. Suddenly she tightly embraces Diaphan, her face flushed and losing control. Diaphan, I'm too hot. I feel so uncomfortable. Help me. An unusual surge of heat from her body directly into him makes Diaphan grit his teeth, face flushing, breathing unsteady. Damn it, if Huang He Thuong keeps like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress my desires anymore. I have to find a way to suppress it. I grip her shoulders tightly, trying to keep my voice steady. He Thuong endures a little longer. Inside the sacred tower, her rapid, trembling breath still echoes with each beat, the tension in her body like a blazing fire burning her will. She gritted her teeth, trying to hold on to her last bit of clarity, her voice trembling. How much longer do you have? Almost done. Hang in there a little longer. I can't take it anymore. A final surge of hot air is suppressed. Diaphan withdraws his hand, his tense expression gradually relaxing. All right. Thuong let out a soft sigh, her face flushed, but her eyes calming, her voice gentle. Diaphan, thank you. He shook his head lightly. It's nothing, just a small matter. I only rely on medical techniques to temporarily suppress the power of the ancient yin-yang harmony, treating only the symptoms, not the root cause. Diaphan's eyes became serious, determined to find the ancient god Sio quickly, so they could resolve the issue completely. Hearing that, she calmly led you deeper into the main hall. Let's go see over there. According to the clan's records, the ancient god Sio is sleeping inside that great cauldron. Diaphan nodded. All right. As they approached, both looked inside but found only emptiness. How can this be? The ancient god Sio isn't inside here? And hearing that, He Thuong's face turned pale and her legs almost gave way. No wonder our clan has never received a response from the ancient god Sio Sao for hundreds of years. It turns out it disappeared long ago. Her voice broke with despair. Father, the elder patriarch He Thuong, helpless, unable to save everyone anymore. Diaphan frowned, recalling the previous observation. He analyzed that if he remembered correctly, yesterday he saw a red glow at the bottom of the tower, and there might be other secrets hidden there. Diaphan immediately activated his divine eye, his voice ringing like an order. Use the yin-yang divine eye to check. Open the yin-yang divine eye. Two streams of light intertwine and pierce through the stone foundation, just as I thought. Open up for me. He Thuong widened her eyes, panicked. Diaphan, what are you doing? This is the sacred tower. How could they mess around like that? But the base of the tower trembled slightly, and a hidden passage appeared beneath the stone, as if it had never existed. Don't worry, the ancient god Sai is not gone. I sensed it below. What? Are you serious? Keep holding me tight and I'll take you down to see. Before she could react, her body was already embraced by Diaphan, and the two of them gently glided down into the deep, dark abyss. We have arrived. He Thuong was stunned when she saw the vast space larger than the hall above, illuminated by faint light from ancient patterns. Oh my god, there's such a large space at the bottom of the tower. Diaphan, how do you know more than our demon clan? Diaphan chuckled softly. You're humble. Maybe I'm just lucky. In front of them, an enormous figure emanated an ancient aura. Diaphan looked intently and asked, Is this the ancient god Si? He Thuong, do you know how to communicate with the ancient god Si? He Thuong shook her head worriedly and said, I've never seen this before, so I don't know what to do. Diaphan, what should we do? Diaphan takes a deep breath and makes a decision. We can't just stand here anymore. There are still many people outside waiting for us to save. Let me try to see if the yin-yang harmony ancient is related to the spirit ancient Siu and see if it has any effect. Then he stepped forward, activating his cultivation technique, and the yin and yang returned to perfect harmony. Immediately, the ancient god Siu emitted a deep rumbling sound, startling He Thuong. The ancient god Siu spoke again, and the two were panicked. What does this mean? Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the ancient spirit. What just flew out? Diaphan looked at the glowing object with a deep gaze. If I'm not mistaken, that must be the yin-yang harmony ancient. Inside the space of the sacred tower, Diaphan narrowed his eyes and observed carefully as the yin and yang returned to completeness. He focused on the ancient bug that just flew out, his eyes shining as if he had understood something. The voice sounds confident. I understand now. The harmony of yin and yang must be part of the ancient god Siu. Without this part, the ancient god Siu cannot be complete. Diaphan explains to Nha Thuong that for all these years, your ancient clan has never received a response from the ancient god Siu. Maybe that's why it couldn't respond to you, because it wasn't complete. I see now. She nodded slightly, her eyes filled with both surprise and admiration. That's exactly right. As soon as the ancient trap was triggered, the aura in the space changed violently, and the ancient god suddenly transformed into a blazing image of the vermilion bird, with a voice echoing from ancient times. The fake inheritor of the soul of Juku. At last you have arrived. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Fake inheritance. What does that mean? Is this the vermilion bird? Could it be that the ancient divine being is actually the vermilion bird? But Chutuok didn't let him ask further, its surrounding flames blazing fiercely as if about to extinguish. The ancient yin-yang harmony has returned, and I am about to fall into a deep sleep to restore my strength. There's no more time for explanations, just trust in my power, and some things will become clear on their own. Diaphan was immediately swept away by the inherited energy, his body trembling violently, his voice choked with discomfort as if his body was about to explode. Nha Thuong rushes over, her face pale. Are you okay, Diaphan? She urges him to wake up. Chutuok speaks in a deep voice, looking at Diaphan as if he were a child not yet capable of bearing the responsibility. Although it is a false heir determined by fate, my power is too overwhelming. With my current level, I cannot endure it. It requests her, and now only one way to help it remains, using her bloodline to neutralize. Is she willing? Nha Thuong bites her lip, not hesitating for even half a beat. I am willing. What must I do? Chutuok's spiritual aura touched her forehead, warm and sacred. Good girl. I will transmit my spiritual energy to you. Its voice softened. The future of the ancient clan is entrusted to you two. Nha Thuong closed her eyes, sensing the Zhonghe bloodline method. Does the Zhonghe bloodline really have to resort to such shameful means? Her voice trembled softly, but still revealed her hidden feelings. Diaphan, do you know? Even if you don't love me, I loved you with all my heart. Luckily, fate has mercy and gave me a chance to hold a place in your heart. In the end, we will finally be one. Outside the holy tower, Tong Ling was overpowering the Grand Elder and the others of the ancient clan. His voice full of arrogance. Old man, you're holding up well. It seems I have already taken even your ancestral soul. Let's see if you can still resist. Thien Thu, though gasping, still stood firm like a pillar of stone in a storm. As long as I still have a breath, I will never let your schemes succeed. Hutai sneered, his killing intent erupting. Then I will erase that final breath, and you can go to hell. At the critical moment, the tower door suddenly opened, and a bright light shone through. Diaphan steps forward with renewed confidence, his voice resounding, Get out of here, Ta. Nha Thuong follows closely behind. The ancient clan members cheer with emotion. It's Diaphan, he's out with Nha Thuong. Thien Thu ran over, almost crying with joy. Diaphan, you have found the spirit ancient, living up to everyone's expectations. Nha Thuong continued proudly. Not only did the great elder find the spirit ancient Siu, but Diaphan also became its master. But before the joy could spread, murmurs of dissatisfaction arose from the members of the ancient clan. What is that? The ancient god Siu has accepted Diaphan as its master. The ancient god Siu is a sacred relic of our clan. How could it be taken by an outsider? What the hell are you talking about? Which outsider? Ancient god Siu has acknowledged that Diaphan is indeed from the ancient clan, but contrasting that powerful aura, he instead smiles greedily at Diaphan. I didn't expect you to seize the ancient god Sai, but that's good. As long as I kill you, I will hit 2 targets with 1 arrow and take the ancient god Sai. Diaphan shows no sign of fear, his murderous intent rising sharply. An invisible flame seems to be burning fiercely in his eyes. You think you can kill me? You don't know your limits. Today, between you and me, only one will survive. Either you die or I do. Tong Lin laughed mockingly, his voice echoing everywhere. He doesn't know his limits. Let me show you. The inexperienced one who doesn't know their place. The true power of my evil spirit. The deadly evil spirit's chilling wind that turns the eternal tower pale, raising my hand to push everyone back. It's fine. It's the evil death aura. Everyone back away. Don't get close to Diaphan. Be careful of the evil energy on the demon spirit. The evil energy rushes straight at Diaphan like a swarm of poisonous snakes, and the leader immediately laughs triumphantly. It's too late. Diaphan has been infected by evil energy. The Ko-clan is panicking. This is bad. It's over. Not Diaphan. He still gloats. Diaphan, even if you have unmatched talent and extraordinary luck, so what? In the end, you will still die at my hands for daring to oppose the Shangguan family. There is only one way to die. Diaphan slightly smirked, his voice full of contempt. You're celebrating too early. The commander gaped, stunned. What? The aura of the vermilion bird erupts around Diaphan, yet he dares to kill me with that faint aura of darkness. Dreaming in broad daylight, Chutuok's Nam Min Li Hoa carries an extremely strong vitality, making it the greatest nemesis of these evil spirits. He appears struck by lightning under the clear sky, trembling. How is that possible? Why is the deadly yin curse completely useless against you? Even the top expert of the Three Flowers Gathering Peak, when corroded by yin-killing aura, only has the path to death. The young swordmaster's Nam Min Li Hoa gathers into a pillar of scorching light that distorts the surrounding air. Go to hell and ask there. The Nam Min Lai fire sword comes to a halt. Commander, in panic, trying to threaten, Diaphan, don't mess around and kill me. The Thuongquan family won't forgive you. I and the Shangguan family are fundamentally incompatible. What do I have to fear? Die. He shouted one last time, full of resentment. I won't accept this. As soon as the commander fell, all his subordinates immediately lost their composure. Their faces turned pale, their hands and feet trembling. They are doomed. Even the third commander was killed by Diaphan. What do you mean us? No, I don't want to die. I'm still young. With such high talent, as long as I serve, the elder will definitely spare me. Diaphan turned around, his cold gaze freezing the air. Now it's your turn. Thikai and Hutai hurriedly made excuses, trembling as they spoke. Diaphan, I was also forced by Thuongquan. I absolutely do not want to seize the throne. I am under a spell. I have never intended to betray the old clan. Please, elder, senior, these two treasonous traitors deserve no mercy. Little friend, just deal with them now. The two traitors scream but cannot escape their fate. No, I don't want to die. Save me. Diaphan waved his hand. Die. No. After the battle, the sky gradually brightened, and all the members of the Kotok looked towards Diaphan. The one who just saved the entire clan from destruction, the elder stepped forward. Everyone, according to the ancestral teachings of the old clan, whoever attains the old spirit god will become the saint of the old clan. Today, Diaphan has not only been recognized by the old spirit god, but also saved our clan from peril. His voice resonated solemnly throughout, so I hereby declare that from today onwards, Diaphan is the saint son of the ancient clan. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. Saint son, Saint son. Diaphan. Diaphan. The next morning, in front of the ancient clan's gate, Diaphan stood facing the elders, the atmosphere solemn yet filled with reluctance. The chief elder placed his hands behind his back, his gaze serious. He advised you, Diaphan, now you are the saint of our ancient clan, and the clan will be a solid support for you. If you encounter trouble outside, just send someone to inform us. Diaphan replied, Thank you, senior. I will definitely remember. Ningeth Thuong stepped closer, her eyes filled with tears, reluctant to part. Diaphan, will you come back again? He smiled softly. Don't worry, I am the sacred heir of the ancient clan. The ancient clan is another home of yours, and you will occasionally return. Ningeth Thuong still kept her head down, looking sad, because you are the saint's son, but what about me? Diaphan placed his hand on Ningeth Thuong's shoulder and said firmly, Don't worry, I'm not irresponsible. I definitely won't let you down, but here comes another mess. Back at the villa, Diaphan just stepped in and saw Ni waiting. He sighed, with a hint of surprise in his voice. Finally back. This trip was really exhausting. I feel like I could die. You keep talking, Don Ni. When did you get back? She teased. I've been back since yesterday and was waiting here just for you. Diaphan felt touched upon seeing that. Really? Doan Ni, I am so touched. Of course it's fake. You damn idiot. I haven't seen your face for days and you've been out fooling around somewhere, huh? It hurts. Let go. I really have urgent matters to deal with. I definitely didn't go out to have fun. She grabbed Diaphan's ear, looking at him with obvious suspicion. Diaphan nervously explained, avoiding any mention of Ninghe Thuong. Really? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask Haiban. That time with Hwanghae Thuong, I fainted and knew nothing. That doesn't count as going to cause trouble. After hearing that, Don Ni snorted softly, but her expression softened. She casually made an important request. All right, I'll trust you for now. Tomorrow is my mom's birthday, so I'll go home with you. Diaphan chuckled happily. Going to Doan Ni's house, isn't this like meeting the in-laws? Oh, perfect. Doan Ni glared at him and warned, Be smooth-tongued, you have to do well tomorrow. Diaphan nodded firmly. Don't worry. Tomorrow I will definitely make your parents happy. The next day, before Diaphan arrived, Feng Bin was already at Doan Ni's villa. The person sitting there was Chu Kai Kwak, Chu Doan Ni's father. Little Bin, you're here? He stepped in politely and asked, Chu, what is today's birthday? My father is too weak to come, so he asked me to come and send his congratulations. He nodded gently, very grateful, and said, "Your father is very kind. It was all because of you that things turned out this way back then." Feng Bin hurriedly comforted him gently. "Come on, Uncle Chu. What happened back then was my father's choice. You don't need to feel guilty. Oh, by the way, has Doan Ni returned yet? What did it tell you yesterday? And today it's bringing your boyfriend over, probably soon." Hearing about the boyfriend, Kai Kwok immediately frowned, his tone revealing his discomfort. What boyfriend? Those outsiders are all untrustworthy. Approaching Doan Ni might not be with good intentions. It's better if Xiaobin knows him well. He pretended to be modest but didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. "Don't be angry. Doan Ni's boyfriend is someone I've met before. He's quite capable and treats Doan Ni well, but he's a bit possessive. The last time, he only exchanged a few words with Doan Ni and was beaten up by him." He slammed his hand on the table, veins bulging with anger. "He's so arrogant, relying on a little skill to lay hands on my nephew. Rest assured, Tiu Bin, your uncle and your father are close brothers. Today, I will definitely avenge you. Uncle, it's better to let it go. After all, Diaphan is Doan Ni's boyfriend, and if things get too embarrassing, I'm afraid Doan Ni will be upset." Kai Kwok grew more and more angry, determined to teach Diaphan a lesson. "Tiu Bin, no need to persuade anymore. If you want to be Doan Ni's boyfriend, you have to get past me first." He was annoyed and asked, "Where is everyone?" While Kai Kwok was about to cause trouble, he stood beside him, a smug smile on his lips. "Diaphan, as long as you don't agree to let us be together, Doan Ni will belong to me, sooner or later." Feng Bin is standing there with an unreadable expression. She puts her arm around him and softly says, "Diaphan, I've come to your house." Just then, Feng Bin appeared, forcing a fake cheerful smile as he loudly called out, "Doan Ni, Diaphan, you two are here." As he greeted them, Doan Ni interjected with a hint of sarcasm. "Feng Bin, why are you at my house? Are you here just to wish me a happy birthday?" You frowned sharply. "Happy birthday, I think you're just like a fox trying to trick a chicken, with no good intentions at all." The atmosphere was a bit tense, and Diaphan spoke in a conciliatory tone. "Come on, Doan Ni. Guests are guests." She looked at him. "All right, Diaphan, let's go inside." But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly raised his hand to stop him, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Wait a moment. Doan Ni can come in, but if Diaphan wants to enter, he has to defeat the guards behind me first." "Captain Feng, what do you mean? This is my house. On what basis are you making things difficult for Diaphan?" "He is pretending to be innocent. Doan Ni, you misunderstood. This is Uncle Chu's decision. It has nothing to do with you. I even advised him not to make things difficult for Diaphan, but he insisted like that, so I really have no other choice." She angrily saw through Feng Bing's intentions and stopped pretending. "He definitely instigated my father." Then she took Diaphan's hand, trying to pull him away. "Diaphan, don't mind them. Let's go, with me here. Who dares to touch us?" Diaphan gently takes Doan Ni's hand, his voice calm but firm. "Doan Ni, wait a moment." Diaphan smiled reassuringly. "This is a test from my future father-in-law for me. How could I let him down?" He continued, "If I can't even handle these bodyguards, how can my father trust me with his daughter?" But his eyes turned sharp and he said, "Don't worry, your man is very strong." Feng Bin, standing beside him, looked worried, but his words were full of sarcasm. "Diaphan, be careful with your fists. These bodyguards are all carefully selected experts. You'd best break Diaphan's arms and legs." Diaphan responded with a cold smile. "Don't worry, I will definitely earn my future father-in-law Doan Ni's approval." He snorted and said, "Well then, let me see what you can do." Kai Kwok also spoke from inside. "Kid, becoming my son-in-law won't be that easy." Immediately, the group of bodyguards formed a neat formation with a serious presence. Diaphan observed them silently, thinking to himself that their coordinated movements and formidable aura suggested that his future father-in-law's status was not to be underestimated. "Stay calm, brothers, to save time." Everyone attacked together. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards all became angry, really brave to try fighting us all at once, truly arrogant. "Today, we will teach you a lesson." His voice echoed as they charged forward like a powerful wave, but Diaphan merely tilted his body slightly to dodge. His swift and precise kick sent one flying far away, and within moments the sound of people falling one after another echoed continuously. The bodyguards couldn't even touch the corner of his shirt. One person exclaimed in amazement, "He's too strong, he's no match at all." In less than a minute, they were all groaning on the ground. Diaphan dusts off his hands and says to Doan Ni's parents, "I won." Feng Bin stands frozen, eyes wide with disbelief at what he's witnessing. "But what? They are all elites under Uncle Chu's command, and they were defeated so easily by Diaphan?" After the debut match, the atmosphere in front of the Chu family villa has significantly calmed down. Kaiguo cannot deny Diaphan's strength. His voice grew deeper but still carried a hint of surprise. This kid is really impressive. To think he could easily defeat everyone under my command. You're quite capable for a kid. Though I say that, I still keep a tough face, as if I don't want to reveal that I'm more than half convinced. Kai Kwok let out a small sigh, pretending to criticize. What about you? Your daughter doesn't look bad either, right? She's just okay. Huenu glanced at him from the side, clearly seeing that he was just saving face. She smiled contentedly as she looked at Diaphan, her voice tinged with a cheerful tone she tried to hide. He may act tough, but he's actually soft inside. I actually quite like this kid. I need to have a serious talk with him later. Dunai hugs you tightly, her eyes shining as if she wants to show you off to the world. Diaphan, you're so amazing. Let's see what your father still has to say. Hopefully your future father-in-law will be pleased. Smile and tell him to go inside. Let's go in. Behind Feng Bin, his face darkened as he clenched his teeth in suppressed anger, but he still tried to appear calm. Diaphan, this time you've shown some guts, but I won't give up easily. Tonight, I will definitely make you lose face in front of Uncle Chi. Huenu then told everyone to go inside. Come on, go in quickly. Step into the main hall where the crystal chandelier's light makes the scene even more luxurious. Before she could stand still, Doan Ni ran quickly to her mother, holding her hand like a child long overdue for affection. Mom, I miss you so much. Huenu gently pats her daughter's hand, but her gaze immediately shifts to Diaphan, standing behind. She observes him from head to toe. Little child, what's your name? How many people are in your family? A little taken aback by the sudden questions, he still politely replied, Auntie, my name is Diaphan. What? You can call me Little Han. My family only has 2 sisters. As soon as I finished speaking, Doan Ni, standing nearby, widened her eyes, hands on her hips as if betrayed. Where is this? Isn't this our home? Isn't that my mother? She pretends to be heartbroken. Mom, why don't you pay attention to me? Am I still your child? Huenu laughed suddenly, then quickly played along to tease her daughter. I didn't expect you to know this secret. To be honest, I actually picked you up myself. I went all the way back to wish my mother a happy birthday, but she treated me like that and it hurt me so much. If you're upset, go over there and be upset. Don't bother me talking to Xiaohan. Diaphan stood between his mother and Ni, unsure whether to smile or step aside, then softly said, Doan Ni, I'll go inside first. She had to gesture for him to hurry up before their mother took him away. As Diaphan stepped away, she smiled softly, secretly feeling happy. Seeing this attitude, my mother probably accepts Diaphan already. If Diaphan tries a little harder at tonight's party, maybe my father will accept him too. The main party begins, everyone raises their glasses to toast and celebrate the birthday. Huenu smiles softly and thanks them. Feng Bin was the first to give a birthday gift, holding a luxurious wooden box in his hand. Aunt Tu, is this a gift you prepared for someone? I hope you like it. He opens the box to show off the gift. This Buddhist prayer bead strand was very expensive. Blessed by a high monk, and the golden glow it emits is the Buddha's light, bringing peace to the wearer. Huenu smiled and nodded, thanking Tiu Bin. You're very thoughtful. That's good. You have a kind heart. Just as Feng Bin was proudly lifting his chin, Doan Ni lowered her head and whispered into Diaphan's ear. Doan Ni, don't worry. I've prepared everything. My eyes immediately scan the string of beads on the table, and my voice lowers. This string of beads doesn't seem quite right. Then he gently closed his eyes and used the yin-yang eye technique to try it out. The yin-yang eye opened, and immediately the hidden things inside became clear in Diaphan's mind. Inside there is a light bulb. He smirked, surprised that Xiaobin bought a fake expensive item and still gave it as a gift. It seems you sensed my gaze. Feng Bin shot a challenging look. Since Diaphan is Doan Ni's boyfriend, the gift he prepared must be better than mine, right? Diaphan chuckled softly, responding with a hint of inferiority, saying it was only slightly better. In the warm atmosphere of the birthday party, everyone turned to look as Diaphan stepped forward and opened the box to reveal a jade pendant. Although the gift isn't flashy, the way Diaphan cherishes it draws everyone's attention. This jade pendant is the gift he prepared for Aunt Tu. But as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Bin raised an eyebrow in disdain, glancing at the jade pendant with a mocking look, as if trying to prove he knew better. Diaphan, is this the better one you mentioned? Your jade pendant looks just like those cheap trinkets sold at the roadside stalls. What's the difference? He immediately sneered mockingly. Diaphan, what birthday is it today? So, you casually bought a cheap piece of jade and treated it as a gift with no sincerity at all. What do you look down on? Danny hurriedly stepped in, trying to explain so her parents wouldn't misunderstand. Mom, Dad, It's not what everyone thinks. Diaphan, he must have a reason for giving this gift. Diaphan remains unmoved, then gently turns to Huinu with a calm but clear voice. What? Although this piece of jade looks ordinary, it has a small array inscribed inside, making it a magical tool. Wearing it not only improves health, but can also save your life in dangerous situations. Feng Bing raised an eyebrow and chuckled as if hearing a joke. This ordinary jade pendant, and you dare call it a magic tool. Diaphan, do you think we're fools? Diaphan didn't argue, only showed the jade pendant to Huinu. If you don't believe it, try it yourself and you'll see. But before he could touch it, he rushed forward. Today, I will expose your true face. Break it for me. Just as Feng Bin finished speaking, he forcefully slammed the jade piece onto the table. A sharp sound rang out, but instead of shattering as he expected, the jade remained intact and unscathed, knocking Feng Bin to the ground. So what? Do you believe it now? He turned pale. Don't get too cocky, Diaphan. Feng Bin tried to defend himself by lifting the Buddhist prayer beads, pretending to be completely confident in the gift he gave. So what if your jade pendant is a magic tool? Compared to the Buddha beads I had consecrated by a high monk, yours are still far inferior. Diaphan looked straight at him, his voice cold. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. That bead necklace of yours is fake, worth at most 15,000 or 15 wen. Feng Bin jumped up, his voice trembling with anger and fear of embarrassment. Diaphan, don't talk nonsense. That's a gift I spent a lot of money to receive from a master. How could it be fake? Diaphan didn't argue. He reached out and took the string of beads, not believing. Then let me prove it right now. He was panicked. Diaphan, what are you trying to do? Put down the prayer beads now. But Diaphan used his strength to break it open and showed everyone look-see. The beads fell down, revealing plastic core and wires inside. Everyone was stunned. What is this? Meanwhile, Feng Bin's face turned pale, his lips trembling as if he couldn't believe his eyes. How is that possible? Min really spent a lot of money to buy fake goods, and what's more, Diaphan saw through it. Duan He crossed her arms and criticized directly. Feng Bin, this is my mother's birthday and you brought something worse than street vendor trash. Who do you think you're fooling? Kai Kwok saw the situation was tense and hurriedly tried to smooth things over, trying to save some face for Feng Bin. All right, Duan Ni. Xiaobin was just momentarily careless and was tricked. It's nothing serious, don't overreact. Huinu also spoke up saying, yes, Duan Ni, Xiaobin means well, don't blame him anymore. But Feng Bin had no face left to stay. He bowed his head to thank Lei and hurriedly looked for an excuse to leave. Thank you, Uncle Chu and Aunt Tu, for your generosity. I truly appreciate it, but I just remembered I have some family matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. He muttered as he walked away. Annoying, so embarrassing. Staying is useless. Better to slip away. After Diaphan proved his strength and exposed Feng Bin, Kai Kwok changed his attitude. He glanced at Diaphan, who still stood calm as if everything was under control. That composure made him look at him differently. Just a small provocation was enough to break him, his temperament truly poor. The old man continued, You do have some skill, kid. Diaphan gently lowered his head, modestly downplaying it as just a small trick, not worth mentioning. Seeing Diaphan's attitude, Kai Kwok couldn't help but laugh, his rare, gentle gaze softening. All right, no more humility. Since you're home for a rare visit, stay a few more days. His tone is warm as he says, Tomorrow take Diaphan to meet Uncle Lai's children and get to know Uncle Tan and Uncle Trung. Wenu smiled contentedly. She urged Doni, you silly girl, what are you waiting for? Go thank your father now. She paused for a moment before understanding, her eyes shining like lights. Thank you, Dad. I understand. It seems that father has also somewhat accepted Diaphan. The atmosphere at the meal became much warmer. Huinu picks up some food, speaking softly. All right, stop talking, let's eat. Little Han, try this. I made it myself, no need to thank me. The next morning, a group of young friends of Duan Ni gathered in the spacious garden behind the Chu family house. Among them, a tall, muscular young man stood out. When hearing the story of Diaphan defeating Kai Kwok's bodyguards, Hung Tu immediately frowned in disbelief. Is this guy really Duan Ni's boyfriend? I heard he took down all of Chuju's bodyguards, but his legs are no thicker than my arm. I don't believe he's that powerful. Dongzi added. I guess he can only beat 2 or 3 people at most. Hung Tu, feeling proud, wants to see Diaphan's true strength to tell real from fake. If he tests it, won't the truth be clear? Dong Tu speaks up to stop him. Hung Tu, don't get excited. After all, he's Duan He's boyfriend. Fighting right away on first meeting isn't proper. Le Man has no intention of stopping him. It's okay. Hung Tu knows his limits. She just wants to see how strong Diaphan really is, and I also want to see what kind of person can tame Doan Ni. Hung-tu stepped forward, challenging tone. Hey, newcomer, I heard you're pretty strong. Let's try a few moves. Diaphan crossed his arms and said calmly, No need, you're not my match. His calm words, like a gentle breeze, felt like a slap in the face for Hung-tu. Diaphan thought to himself, they must be childhood friends that Doan Ni mentioned last night. Veins on his neck bulge, his face slightly red from the insult. Big words, let's see if you're truly skilled or just all talk. Hung-tu charged forward, but Diaphan only slightly tilted his body to dodge, moving as lightly as the wind. His speed was impressive, but I don't believe he can keep escaping forever. His movements are precise, smooth, and so relaxed that Dong-tsu and Li-min are stunned. Diaphan's agility is really flexible. Hung-tu can't even touch him. Not only that, I think Diaphan is actually just teasing him. After a few failed attacks, Hung-tu's face started to change. He asked directly, Do you still want to continue? Hung-tsu gritted his teeth, turned around and called Dong-min. Come on, Dong-tsu, join me. This guy's dodging too well, I can't handle him alone. Li-man urged him to go in. Dong-tu, you go in too. He agrees as well. Fine. I don't believe the two of us charging in together will work. Diaphan still remains so relaxed. Both of them cornered him from opposite sides, their aura fierce as if to force Diaphan into a dead end. Kid, this time where do you think you can run? Surrender now would be best. After 5 minutes of continuous fighting, Hung-tsu and Dong-tsu are exhausted, sweating profusely but still unable to touch Diaphan. Hung-tsu slumps to the ground, hopelessly asking, Do we keep fighting for 5 more minutes? I give up. I've pushed myself to the limit and I'm exhausted. I can't even touch him. He's way out of our league. Li-min couldn't hide her amazement. Hung-tu and Dong-tu are considered rare experts among us. Normally 5 or 6 people can't get close, but even when they both charged forward, they still couldn't touch Diaphan. Who exactly is he? A god or something? Just as the atmosphere was tense, Doan Ni stepped out. Hung-tu, Dong-tu, what are you two doing? She crossed her arms and looked at her battered friends, frowning and scolding. Why is your bed so uncomfortable that you have to go outside to experience nature? Hung-tu and Dong-tu scratched their heads, feeling both embarrassed and amused. Actually, we just had a sparring match with your boyfriend. Miss Doan Ni, your boyfriend was too aggressive. Look at what state we're in now. Doan Ni shot a sharp glance and said, Don't lie. I don't really know what you guys are like, but I'm sure you started the trouble first. Dong-tu immediately forced a smile. As expected, she couldn't fool Doan Ni. Li-man added, Doan Ni, don't blame them. They didn't mean any harm. They just want to see how impressive you think your boyfriend is. The two guys eagerly said, Sister Doan Ni, let your boyfriend show us a little. I heard he single-handedly took down more than 100 people. That's right. Let us broaden our horizons since you and Dong-tu have been fighting all morning and haven't even come close to touching his coat. All right then, since you're so sincere, I reluctantly agree. She laughed confidently, showing them a little demonstration to prove how sharp her eye for people really was. He nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll perform a little. Diaphan placed his hand on a large rock and then withdrew it, softly saying, It's done. Hung-tsu and Dong-tsu looked at each other in confusion. Is it done? Why do I feel like the stone hasn't changed at all? Li-man also suspects something. Diaphan, you. Diaphan didn't explain, just told him to try touching the stone with his hand. She agreed to place it on. Li-man hesitated, then stepped forward, and as soon as she touched the surface of the stone, her whole body trembled. All 3 of them were shocked. What the heck, this is too awesome, Doan Ni said proudly, as if she had just displayed a family heirloom. How about that? My boyfriend is impressive, right? Hung-tsu and Dong-tsu look radiant. Now they have no arrogance left. He's not just impressive, he's truly formidable. Brother Deep, Dooney and I have been friends since childhood. Can you teach us a few tricks? This isn't something you learn overnight. Li-man, the only one still maintaining her elegant demeanor, crossed her arms and interjected, half annoyed and half amused. Come on, we haven't seen Doan Ni in a long time, and you guys just arrived and are all over her boyfriend. What kind of behavior is that? She continued. It's getting late. Let's go to Quan Viet Hotel to eat, after which we can go up to the rooftop pizza place to chat and have fun. Dooney smiled brightly and suggested, All right, let me invite everyone. No one should compete. Of course. Today I have to give this little rich lady a good lesson. At the Quan Viet Hotel, after dinner, everyone went up to Tan Thuong's room. Li-man swings with a very professional stance, delivering a precise hit. Hei Hung-tu scratches his head. Sister Two-man's skills are still so impressive, I admit defeat. She turned to look at Diaphan, a sly smile on her lips. Diaphan, do you want to give it a try? But he just waved his hand and shook his head, saying, no, I've never played pizza. After lunch, the five of them went to the rooftop room. Lai Man at this moment didn't give Diaphan a chance to refuse. She threw the beer can at him and said, this is very simple. Let me show you. Dongtu and Hungtu, standing outside, also chimed in. Hungtu, leaning his beer stick under his chin, said, Diaphan, give it a try, it's really easy. Dongtu also chuckled. I just performed a demonstration earlier. Now it's your turn, little man. No longer refusing the three of them, Diaphan happily took the cue stick and replied, all right, let me try. He positioned the cue on the billiard table, aimed precisely at the white ball, and struck with force. With just one shot, all the remaining balls on the table were cleared in one go. Even a single shot from someone who claims not to know how to play, like Diaphan, leaves the crowd of Hung Tuai stunned. This is his first time playing, and he clears the table in one go. Dongsu is also very impressed. It would take me another 10 years of practice to match this skill. Diaphan waved his hand, forcing an awkward smile. It's really my first time playing. Why doesn't everyone believe? Inside, you're secretly proud, thinking I have the yin-yang eye as well. Even with my eyes closed, I can still hit the target. Seeing this, Lai Min also felt embarrassed and spoke up. Forget it, no more waiting. She led the person towards Doan Ni with a teasing tone as her father asked, Doan Ni, where did you find such an amazing boyfriend? Truly versatile, I'm impressed. Doan Ni put her arm around Diaphan and cheerfully said, Miss Man is too kind. She looked at Diaphan with a loving gaze and continued, Diaphan isn't that impressive. He's just an ordinary person who's a bit better than average. Suddenly, their private room door was kicked open, and it turned out that this guy was Liu Zhuwen. He and a group of people behind him barged in while cursing. Damn it, I've been so bored at home lately that I'm about to grow mushrooms. Have you seen any good stuff at the hotel recently? Let me take a shot. A guy wearing glasses stepped forward, pointing at Chu Duanni's group. He spoke seductively. Young Master Liu, what do you think of that girl? Liu Zhuwen, holding a cigarette in his hand, looked at Li Mian with a mischievous gaze and said, Not bad, just my type. He gestured for his followers with a smug look. Looks like tonight will be a relaxing one. Lai Man and Diaphan's group were about to leave when she picked up her phone, looked at everyone, and said, Let's go home. It's late. See you tomorrow. Diaphan and Do Ni agreed. No, it's too late. We have to go home. You're leaving so soon. The night is just beginning. Beautiful, let me take you out for a little fun. Hung Tu rushed over and punched him in the chest, causing him to cough up blood and scream out. Hung Tu shouted loudly, Go to hell! Stand in front of Lai Min and loudly say, if you want pleasure, find a pigsty to enjoy it. If you lay a hand or foot on her, don't blame me for being rude. The group of glasses-wearing people rushed to support Liu Qivan after he was pushed away. Young Master Liu, are you okay? He stands firm, raises his hand to signal to the crowd. I'm fine. Liu Zhuwen looked at Hongzi and Li Min with a teasing tone. This is interesting. Daring to mess with me right here at the Quan Viet Hotel, you guys are the first. Today's going to be fun. Stop right there and call in the gang with weapons to surround Diaphan's group. Where are they? People passing by the hotel started to talk about what they saw. What the hell is that damn Liu Qivan doing now? Look at that. What else is there? Is it because of women again? That bastard Liu Qivan always bullying women everywhere? Is there no one who can stand up to him? Miss Liu Qivan, don't forget that her father is Liu Daoba. Anyone who dares to mess with those people is asking for trouble. If he notices, you're done. Hung Tu shouted, Are you planning to take Dong to bully yet? Liu Zhuwen pointed at Li Min and said, No. I am a very reasonable person. How about this? I give you a chance. As long as this girl spends a night with me, I will forget about what happened earlier. As Hung Tu swung the stick toward Liu Qivan, he shouted, I'll ruin you first. But before he could hit, someone jumped out and grabbed his stick, holding it tightly. Hung Tu couldn't pull back the stick. He was a bit surprised. What? He also secretly thought to himself that this guy was incredibly strong and couldn't pull out the cue stick at all. Dong Tzu rushed from behind, holding a chair in his hand. Hung Tu, let me help you. That guy only used one move to knock down both Hung Tu and Dong Tu, so annoying. Step back. Liu Qiwen laughed triumphantly, unaware of his own limits. Along as a master at the peak of the realm, you useless trash. Don't even think about hurting him or even touching a single hair, Liu Qivan said. Then he ordered Along again. Along, go catch that girl for me. I need to teach her a good lesson tonight. Yes. Along stepped in front of Lai Min, his tall figure causing Lai Min to step back several paces. Young Master Liu has ordered you to follow me. Dongzi and Hungzi are on the ground, looking extremely worried, shouting loudly, This is bad, Miss Man, run quickly. Diaphan suddenly appeared in front of Along, kicked him away, and with Han Tu's strike, Along was sent flying, crashing into a table that shattered into pieces. The people passing by and watching in the hotel were also stunned. Did Along just get kicked away by someone? What the hell is that? He's a master at the Armor Origin realm. How can this be happening? Seeing Hungtu and Dongtu approaching, Diaphan immediately asked, "Are you both okay?" "We're fine, Diaphan. You have to get justice for us." "Don't worry. Today they won't be leaving this place on their feet." "Duanhe, do you think Diaphan can handle so many people? Especially, it seems like there are even martial artists among them, so I might call someone to help." Duanhe winked and smiled, waving her hand dismissively, confidently telling Lai Man, "Don't worry, man. Just sit back and enjoy the show here." Along was knocked back, sitting up with blood at the corner of his mouth, furious as he said, "Damn it, you bastard! You dared to ambush me without knowing what Wu Day is?" Diaphan crossed his arms and responded, "Dealing with scum like you, there's no need to talk about honor or brotherhood. Judging by your appearance just now, you've probably hurt quite a few innocent girls, right? Today, I will stand in for them and seek justice." Liu Qivan still doesn't know what fear is, still laughing loudly with a smug smile. "Those women were lucky to have me play with them. As for you, later I'll break your arms and legs so you'll wish you were dead for the rest of your life." He finished speaking and then waved his hand, ordering the crowd to attack. "Everyone, go for me." All the black-clad men, following Liu Qivan's orders, charged at Diaphan. "Understood. Daring to face young Master Liu, you're seeking death yourself. Kill this brat and break his third leg." Diaphan charged in with contempt. "A bunch of useless dogs." He fought and beat the black-clad men until they couldn't resist, and they only managed to cry out for help. "Too strong. Save me." After dealing with the black-clad group, Diaphan stood in front of Liu Qivan and Along. These two still don't know. Looking at the people lying on the ground, Liu Qivan was stunned. Is this guy really that strong? Along also hurriedly said, "If my combat power is 100, then this guy's at least 1,000. Diaphan looked at the two of them standing there and said, "Your turn next." Liu Qivan only then realized he was hiding behind Along, sweating with fear on his forehead. Along quickly blocked him. Along immediately tore his shirt to reveal his muscular body and said, "Don't worry, young Master Liu. Even if I have to die, I will stop him." Liu Qiwen still confidently clenched his fist and praised Along. "All right, Along. I will tell my father to give you a raise." Diaphan slowly approaches, stepping on the tiles that crack beneath his foot, his voice turning angry. Damn it, seeing this scene, Along also started crying and ran away quickly, saying as he fled, "I'm sorry, young Master Liu, I can't handle this. I quit." Liu Jiwen saw Along run away and immediately didn't know what to do, just stood there, frozen in fear. "What?" Liu Qivan saw Along run away. Furious, he shouted, "Damn it, you bastard! Come back here for me or I'll let my father deal with you to death." Just as he was about to run, Diaphan grabbed his shoulder from behind, making Liu Qivan's face turn pale. "Lao, young master, you should think about yourself first." Liu Qivan struggles free, terrified but still trying to threaten him. "What are you planning to do?" "Let me tell you, my father is Liu Daoba, a notorious figure in the underworld. If you dare to hurt me, you're dead for sure." Before he could finish his sentence, Diaphan punched him in the nose, causing him to bleed and fall down. "Even if your father is the Jade Emperor, it's useless." Then Diaphan beat him up while scolding, "I'll keep fighting until even your mother wouldn't recognize you anymore." "You bastard!" Liu Qivan still dares to act tough and asks, "Do you really dare to hit me?" He was beaten so badly his face was swollen, and he could only beg for mercy. "Please, don't hit my face anymore." Everyone passing by could only gape in amazement and talk. "This kid dares to hit Liu Qivan. Too bold. I've wanted to do that for a long time. Too impulsive. Even if he has some skills, he can't withstand Liu Daoba's revenge." A girl from the Quan Viet Hotel management office rushes in and calls out, "Manager, we're in trouble. Liu Qivan, Liu Daoba's son, is fighting on the rooftop." Manager Q Tam was also alarmed after hearing this. "What? Who did this?" She replied to him, not recognizing the unfamiliar face who had never been here before. What should she do now? "If Liu Daoba finds out his son was beaten at our hotel, Chu-san will immediately order all the security to gather on the rooftop and catch that kid, then call Liu Daoba." The girl hears this and hurriedly turns to run away, leaving only Chu-san in the room, who frowns and says, "Kid, don't blame me. It's because you dared to offend Liu Daoba's son." On the hotel rooftop, Diaphan beat Liu Qivan until he was sprawled on the ground, then dusted his hands off, smiled contentedly, and tidied up. Dongtu approached Diaphan, continuously praising him. "You look good, Diaphan." Hungtu also kicked Liu Qivan and said, "Just trashing that useless guy, consider it a mercy." Lai Man also came over. She raised her hand to stop Hung Tu and said, "Come on, don't bother with that trash. It's too late now. Let's go home." Yeah, they haven't even reached the door when a group of security guards appears and blocks the entrance. One of them says, "Manager Q's orders, the rooftop is sealed. No one is allowed to leave." Dong Tzu and Hung Tzu look out the door and see the guards, also feeling puzzled. What's going on? Why is the top floor sealed off? Diaphan, with a murderous look in his eyes, warned, "Watch out. If I'm right, they came for Lu Chivan's sake." Manager Q Tom suddenly rushed over and pushed aside the security guards. He hurriedly ran over to Lu Chivan, saw him lying unconscious on the ground, and then took out a handkerchief, pretending to cry crocodile tears. "My young Master Lu, how badly are you hurt? It's all because Manager Q arrived too late and caused you suffering." Diaphan then told him, "Stop complaining. Your young master probably can't hear anything now." Manager Q then finally noticed Lu Chivan and looked at him. "How is young Master Liu doing?" Diaphan casually replied, "He's been crippled by me, and for the rest of his life, he'll probably only be able to stay in bed." Q-Tom angry pointed at Diaphan and said, "How dare you? You know who he is. He's the son of Lu Daoba." Hansu narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "You're the manager here, right? Just now, Liu Jiwen caused chaos in the hotel, and you didn't intervene. We were defending ourselves. Now you come out. I want to ask you what kind of manager you are." Q-Tam, furious, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, said, "Damn it! This brat dares to question me. Today I will show you how a manager is supposed to behave." He then waved his hand and ordered the security team to attack, saying if they had to kill, so be it, he would accept the consequences. The security team responded clearly after hearing his command. In his mind, he was thinking that when Liu Daoba arrived and saw his son in such a miserable state, he would surely be furious, and he needed to kill them all first to atone for his sins. The security guards surrounded Diaphan, and one of them shouted loudly, "Kid, accept your fate. Daring to offend young Master Liu, you're asking for death." Diaphan said nothing. He fought off the security guards and kept shouting, "Get out of my sight, you trash!" One of the guards recognized him immediately and spoke up. He's a martial artist, and the others just stood there speechless. Too strong. Manager Q saw his men defeated by Diaphan and was also terrified. What? How can this be? Q-Tom saw Diaphan approaching and sat down on the ground in fear. Diaphan, full of anger, said, "If you only worry about offending Lu Daoba and face a tragic end, have you ever thought about what happens if you offend me? The consequences are even worse." Q-Tom was sweating nervously, just about to run away and beg for mercy, saying, "Big brother, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and didn't realize how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Please forgive me. It's all because of that Lu Daoba. You should go find him." Suddenly someone appeared. It was Lu Daoba, followed by a group of bodyguards. He entered with a commanding voice, "Who is looking for me?" Seeing Lu Daoba, Q-Tom for a moment seemed to see a lifeline. As he drew his sword, the onlookers outside began to whisper and speculate. Lu Daoba came in person again. "Today's matter is serious. Lu Daoba is the underground boss in this area. He has thousands of men under his command. Just a stomp from him would make the city tremble 3 times. Those kids are doomed." Seeing his son lying on the ground, beaten to the point of not recognizing him, he was worried. "Chivan, what happened?" Q-Tom knelt at his feet and explained that they were the ones who did all the damage. He then pointed to Diaphan, Hungtu, and Dongtu and said, "They are ruthless and have crippled young Master Lu. I want to avenge young Master, but I am no match for them." Lu Daoba glared at Manager Q, implying that my son was crippled right on his turf. Under Lu Daoba's stern gaze, Q-Tam broke out in a cold sweat and could only stammer, "The blade is out, I can't be blamed for this." Lu Daoba, hearing that, angrily kicked him and said, "If you can't protect yourself, then go die." After being kicked, Q-Tom coughed up blood and shouted, "I can't accept this." The onlookers who had been watching the scene started to whisper and discuss. Q-Tom has been killed again. Q-Tom is the general director of Quan Viet Hotel, with some reputation even in the underground world, but Lu Daoba says kill and kills. Lu Daoba is furious. It seems those young men are reckless. After Lu Daoba finishes, Chao Tam immediately orders his men, "Where is everyone?" As Chivan was carried away for treatment, the two immediately responded. After they finished, the bodyguards placed Lu Chivan on a stretcher and took him away, while also dragging Q-Tom's body down. He stepped forward and said, "The other matters are settled. Now it's time for us to settle the score." Diaphan looked at him coldly and replied, "How do you want to settle it?" Liu Daoba threw a dagger in front of you and said, "Kid, you do have some courage. Da Liu Daoba can give you a death that preserves your dignity. You can handle this knife yourself. I won't torment the others. Let them leave peacefully." Diaphan crossed his arms and replied, "I will return these words to you as well. Lu Daoba respects you as a notable figure. If you cut off your own limbs and kneel to admit your mistake, I will let you keep some face. If not, I'll help you save what's left of it. Are you kidding me? I can't believe what I'm hearing. That kid dares to say that Dao Jia should keep face. I don't know whether to call him a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, or if he's just asking for death. Well, at least there's a good show to watch. Lu Daoba responded coldly. I will cut off my own limbs, kid. Your tone is quite bold. The guards following him also started to speak up. Poison medicine. How dare you be rude to the Dao family? Do you want to die? Kid, I think you're tired of living. The Dao family only needs your order, and we 4 great golden kangs will cut this brat into minced meat. Transitioning scenes, Dongzi and Hongzi run to Diaphan, continuously praising him. Diaphan is really impressive. That was a great move. The 3 of them walked towards the door, arm in arm. Lai Man watched their figures fade away and thought that Diaphan was truly an extraordinary talent of his generation, but unfortunately, he belonged to Duanni now. Lu Daoba, seeing how strong Diaphan was, also spoke up, surprised that he had defeated the 4 great gold kings with just 1 move. Kid, it seems I underestimated you. I think you overestimate yourself. You all go together. Save me some time, Lu Daoba said as he took off his coat. They are all ordinary people. Dealing with someone like you who trains is useless. Better for me to go myself. He threw his coat aside and continued. Today I haven't fought in a long time. I'll use you to loosen up my muscles. The onlookers outside, hearing that he was about to take action himself, started to discuss, saying the Dao family wanted to fight personally. Since 10 years ago, when I single-handedly stormed the Long Vuong headquarters and killed the Long Vuong, unifying all the underground forces, the Dao family has never taken action again. If the Dao family intervenes, that guy's definitely dead. The man snorted, bent down to pick up the sword on the ground, and holding the 2 swords from Lu Daoba's hands, he tilted his chin and asked Diaphan, Kid, how do you want to die? Diaphan sighed and said, It took me a lot of effort to get away from those troubles. I was planning to relax for a few days, but why do some blind fools keep coming to seek death? Lu Daoba immediately raised his sword and charged at you, still talking back at the moment of death, kid. I'll send you off right now. Lu Daoba unleashed his move, Tiandao Van Qua. The people following him also spoke up when they saw this move. It's a secret technique of the Dao family, and I never thought I'd see it in this lifetime. Just stepping into the range of this move, even a fly would be cut into 8 pieces. That kid is about to taste the power of my spear. Diaphan watched the blade swinging toward him, standing still with a slight smirk, showing off uselessly. Then he charged forward. Liu Daoba was suspicious when he saw you use only your hands. Dare to catch my sword with your bare hands? The 2 swords strike down at the same time, and Lu Daoba smugly thinks to himself, Kid, you're just asking for death. I never expected Diaphan to pin both blades with just 2 fingers and hold them back. Lu Daoba stood there speechless, only able to say 2 words. What? The crowd was discussing how Diaphan Tai Kong caught Lu Jia's sword, and that the young kid had used his hand to block the Dao of the Dao family. Using just his hand to catch the sword like that means Diaphan's strength is not just a level above the sword. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. Dongzu and Hongzi were also stunned by the scene, their mouths agape in amazement. Hongzi covered his mouth with his hand and said, I knew Diaphan was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Dongzi also added, It's ridiculous we used to want to test his strength. Maybe in Diaphan's eyes, our moves are just like kids playing house. Lu Daoba, furious, clenched his teeth and thought, Why is this guy so strong? I can't even pull out my sword. Diaphan, as if guessing his intention, said, I will help you withdraw your sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword shattered into pieces with great force, knocking Lu Daoba away. Diaphan, still holding a sword between his fingers, slowly said, If you claim to be a swordmaster, then let yourself die by your own sword and save some face. Lu Daoba was now terrified and issued a threat. No, you can't kill me. I am protected by Hok Thien Ton. If you kill me, Hok Thien Ton won't forgive you. Hearing the name Hok Thien Ton, Diaphan repeated the 3 words with a hint of doubt. Hok Thien Ton. You put your hand to your chin and realize that the Black Fruit Woman and the angry Buddha who attacked me before were all people of Hok Thien Ton. I almost forgot about this. Lu Daoba stood up and smiled, thinking that Diaphan was scared. When he heard this name, he continued saying, So you are afraid now, right? Hok Thien Ton is the true king of the underground world in this area. It's best to let me go. If you provoke him, not only you, but everyone connected to you will die without a complete body. Afraid? Sorry, but in my death record, Diaphan has never existed the word fear. Die. Lu Daoba couldn't believe he was going to die at the hands of a young man and kept muttering before he died, How could I die like this? The bodyguards following Lu Daoba saw that he was dead and turned to run away. They ran while shouting, "It's over! Dao is dead! Run quickly!" That kid is really unlucky. I don't want to die first. Doan Ni walks up from behind, takes Diaphan's arm, and says, "Diaphan, just now I heard Lu Daoba say that his boss is Hoke Tiantan. Hoke Tiantan is not someone to be taken lightly. This is his territory, or should we head back to Songhai City first?" Lai Man, hearing Ni's words, also spoke up. "Diaphan, you can rest assured. In the end, this is also your doing for helping us. We won't let you bear it alone." Dongzi and Hongzi also spoke up one after another. "That's right, Diaphan. If something happens, we face it together. Hoke Tiantan may be strong, but our family is no pushover either. Don't worry, with my current strength, Hoke Tiantan isn't a threat. Just do your work and don't let him ruin the mood." Everyone laughed and talked. At this moment, Diaphan slightly narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that Black Widow and the angry Buddha, whom he had killed earlier, would definitely not let this go, now that Hoke Tiantan had just come out of seclusion. So he decided to settle everything once and for all. The scene shifts to the Nuo Ri at the headquarters of Hoak Tianton, where a Taoist master is sitting on a chair. This person is the Nuo Mi Daon Han, who speaks. "You say Lu Daoba was destroyed by Diaphan yesterday?" "That's right. I heard it was because Lu Daoba's son provoked Diaphan, so the No Mi Daon Han closed his eyes, sighed, and said, 'I understand.' He didn't expect Diaphan to come all the way here. This is a bit complicated." The young man kneeling on the ground grows impatient and continues, "Master, previously the Black Widow and the Furious Buddha were killed by Diaphan, and now Lu Daoba has been slain by him as well. If we keep ignoring it like this, those below will be uneasy." The Nuomi Daoren also just sighed and replied, but there was nothing more he could do. He stood up from his seat and said, "Diaphan is not an ordinary person. It's difficult for us to deal with him alone. Everything will be decided after Lord Tiantan comes out of seclusion." Suddenly a figure burst into the room. This man was Hoke Tiantan. As soon as he appeared, he said, "No need to wait any more. I have come out of seclusion." No Mi Dao Nun and the young man beside him saw him and immediately bowed respectfully. The subordinate saluted Lord Tiantan. Hoak Tiantan looked a bit angry, clenched his fists, and said, "I now understand everything about the Black Widow and the angry Buddha. This time I will make Diaphan pay the price." On this side, Diaphan's group had just finished shopping, and each of the three, Diaphan, Dongtu, and Hungtu, were carrying large and small bags, big and small boxes. Doani and Lyman walk ahead of them. Diaphan calls out to her, "Doani, your house already has a lot of stuff. Why buy more?" Hungtu, exhausted from carrying all the boxes, sweat on his forehead, said, "Miss Man, didn't you just buy a bunch of stuff the other day?" Dongtu also looked worried and said, "That's right, with so many clothes, how can you wear them all?" Doani and Lyman looked at each other and smiled before Doani spoke. "The best outfit for women is always the next one." Lyman also covered her mouth and whispered along. Doani was right. The three men could only sigh and say, "We men are truly unfortunate," when suddenly a figure jumped out from nowhere and blocked their path. "I am the Nomidao character, holding a fan in my hand. May I ask if Diaphan is here?" Upon hearing that, Diaphan raised his hand to block in front of Dongtu and Hungtu. "I am Diaphan." "Who are you?" The Nomidaoist clasped his hands in front of his chest and introduced himself. "I am the Nomidaoist of Hoak Tianton. Today we are here because Lord Tien has heard that Master Dai has arrived and has prepared a banquet to warmly welcome him, hoping Master Dai will honor us with his presence." Seeing Diaphan approach him, Doani hurriedly followed, wanting to stop him. "Diaphan, don't go. This is clearly a Red Chamber banquet, and it's very dangerous this time. Diaphan, don't fall into the trap." Hearing Doani's words, Nomidaonan immediately threw a punch at them, his voice slightly threatening. "Honored guests, Lord Tianton invites Master Diep. Please don't interfere too much." Diaphan also blocked a punch from Nomi, stomping his foot and then striking towards Moni, his hands clasped behind his back, his voice filled with anger. "Nomi, they are my friends. You are being a bit too strict." Just a stomp from Diaphan caused a shockwave. The ground cracked and Nomi was thrown back. Thrown back by Diaphan's stomp, Nomi staggered and struggled to stand, beads of sweat on his forehead. I never expected that. At first I thought even if I couldn't match Diaphan, my death wouldn't be too tragic, but that strike just now made me realize how wide the gap between us truly is. Nomidao Ren quickly regained his composure, clasping his hands together and speaking in a gentle tone. "Lord Diep, please forgive me. What just happened was a provocation on my part." Diaphan waved his hand, his cold gaze fixed on him. "That's acceptable for now." Duan Ni nervously raised her hand to call him, but before she could finish, Diaphan told Nomi to go ahead and lead the way. Diaphan turned back, looked at Doan Ni and gently said, "Don't worry, I will be fine." Besides, the feud between me and the heavenly sect will have to be settled sooner or later. You go to Nomi and say we can leave now. Nomi Daonan also calmly says, please follow me, Mr. Deep. Doani, seeing Diaphan follow Nomi, looks worried. No, I can't let Diaphan go alone. I need to find my father for help. Dongsu nodded in agreement. We also have to go find our family for support. We definitely can't let anything happen to Diaphan. Transition to a courtyard of a small residence. Hawk Tianton sitting in a pavilion. Nomi approaching respectfully and saying, Master Tianton, Diaphan has arrived. He was sitting at a table full of food, only nodding slightly, and upon seeing the young man appear before him, he probed, Diaphan, you also responded to him, it's me. You are Hawk Tianton. He gestured for you to sit down, that's right, take a seat. Diaphan sat down at the table opposite Hawk Tianton. At this moment, he ordered Nomi to leave. Step back. Without my command, do not come near. Nomi Daoren respectfully replied, yes. After Nomi left, Hawk Tianton looked at Diaphan and spoke, I have carefully examined everything related to you. Since you appeared, you've offended many people in factions, but you still managed to sit here peacefully. That clearly shows your strength. Diaphan slightly lost patience and replied, just say it straight. I don't like beating around the bush. Hawk Tianton, hearing this, raised his cup and said, all right, I'll be direct. Diaphan, I want to invite you to join the Heavenly Lord Society. You want me to join the Heavenly Sovereign Society? Hawk Tianton happily raised his hand and continued, yes, Diaphan, as long as you agree, you'll immediately become the vice president besides me, and you won't have to follow anyone else's orders. Everyone in the club obeys your orders in the Heavenly Sovereign Society. No one in this entire South China region dares to disobey. Diaphan also raised his glass slowly and said, Hak Kwa Fu and no fat died at my hands. If you don't seek revenge, that's fine, but you're giving me so many benefits. Aren't you afraid of discontent among your subordinates? Since ancient times, the victor becomes the king and the loser the bandit. Their destruction proves their weakness. I also believe your abilities are enough to suppress all dissenters. So my sincerity is already clear enough, right? Diaphan heard him finish and simply replied, the chairman Hawk's sincerity is obvious, but unfortunately I must decline. You stand up from the dining table, clasp your hands behind your back and say, only those who follow me have ever been worthy of me following them, so I apologize. Hearing this, Hawk Tianton stands up angrily and slams his hand down on the table. If you're not my friend, then you're my enemy, and enemies of mine only have one way to die. Facing him, Diaphan calmly replied, then I apologize, but I will definitely break that tradition of yours. Hao Tianton suddenly became furious and drew his sword. His sword is called the Huangquan sword. Seeing him turn hostile, Diaphan also drew his own sword, Lady Long Lan. The two of them quickly clashed in a fierce fight. Hearing the commotion from Master Hawk Tianton and Diaphan, Nomi involuntarily said, Master Tianton and Diaphan are fighting. The two guards below also spoke up. Master Nomi, who do you say will win? Another person interjected. Do you even need to ask? Of course it's the hall leader. Nomi Daoren clasped his hands behind his back, his voice full of confidence. That's right. The guild leader will definitely win. During this closed-door training, Lord Tianton has reached the peak of the human realm. While Diaphan is still one small realm below, he will surely lose. They turned back to Hawk Tianton and Diaphan, who had now moved to the edge of the lake, standing on its surface, both glaring at each other with murderous intent. Hawk Tianton pointed his sword at Diaphan, threatening him. If your strength is only this, my next move will send you on your way. This is my last question. Are you willing to join my Heavenly Lord Society? Diaphan wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. He laughed loudly and replied to him, no matter how many times you ask, my answer is still no. Still want to kill me? Sorry, you can't do it. Hawk Tianton, hearing this, immediately became angry and swung his sword at him. He said, if you're seeking death, I will grant your wish. The sword swung out, forming a blazing red flame. This move is called the Yellow Spring Hellfire Slash. Diaphan also arrives with great momentum. He raises two fingers and a beam of golden light bursts forth. Nam Min Li Hua sword. A massive explosion shook the entire surface of the lake, and as it ended, smoke rose thickly from the water. On this side, the Nomi Daoren and his two fellow disciples heard the explosion and cheered. Nomi quickly guessed, it's over. The two fellow disciples standing there also spoke one after another. Lord Heavenly Sovereign must have won. How could a small Diaphan be a match for Lord Heavenly Sovereign? As soon as the three of them finished speaking, a group of people in black suits appeared in front of them, startling all three. What's going on? Why are so many people suddenly appearing? Senior Nomi, it seems these people don't have good intentions. Maybe we should inform Lord Tianton? No. Mi waved her hand and said to him, "No need. I don't believe there is anyone in Hoanam daring to attack our Tiantan sect." From among the crowd, Chu Kai-go stepped out, followed by Doan Ni and Lai Man. He muttered as he walked, "Why is this Diaphan guy always making others worry? Even the Heavenly Lord Society dares to provoke, so how can I be at ease entrusting Doan Ni to him now?" Hung Tu and Dong Tu also appeared behind. Hung Tu scratched his head and said, "Yes, Uncle Chu, you can scold us all you want, just please don't blame Diaphan." Dong Tu also shyly smiled and said, "Everything is our fault, it has nothing to do with Diaphan." Doan Ni also came over, hugging her father's arm and acting cute. "Dad, I beg you." All right, these old hands and feet will work one more time, but remember, this is the last." Doan Ni happily replied, "Thank you, Dad." Nomi Dao and Han, wielding a fan, walks towards them. The person stops. This is the territory of the Heavenly Sovereign Society. Chu Kai-guo then turned and pointed in his face, shouting, "The territory of the Heavenly Lord Society is in Hoa country. What is a small Heavenly Lord Society?" He angrily crossed his arms and shouted, "Believe it or not, just one word from me. From now on, your Heavenly Lord Society will not be able to develop peacefully in South Ho." Hearing that, for a moment, Nomi could only hold his breath. After regaining his composure, he clasped his hands in front of him and asked, "May I ask who you are?" Doan Ni's father immediately replied, "I am Chu Kai-kwok." Chu Kai-kwok, I often see this name on the news, so why is Diaphan involved with someone of this caliber? Nomi's expression changed after hearing this, and he thought that if Diaphan was connected to Chu Kai-kwok, it would indeed be troublesome. He changed to a flattering tone and said, "Lord Chu, we have never detained anyone. Diaphan came here voluntarily, and relying solely on you, I'm afraid it's difficult to sway our Heavenly Tone Society." Chu Kai-kwok, hearing this, clenched his teeth in anger and spat out a single word. "Mommy, Diaphan has been inside for a long time. I'm worried if we wait any longer. Doan Ni, don't worry. If they don't release him, I will personally take him out." "Everyone, where are they?" The group of black-clad guards behind them responded in unison. "Yes," Nomi also signaled with a wave, "my Heavenly Lord Society is not to be underestimated." "Where is everyone?" The two sides face each other with fierce hostility. Suddenly Diaphan stepped out and spoke. "What are you doing?" Doan Ni saw him step out and happily called to him, "Diaphan." Lai Man also spoke up. "That's good, you're okay." Nomi, terrified, pointed at you and said, "Diaphan, how could you be unharmed?" Diaphan looked at him and smiled, saying, "Why should I be hurt?" Nomi the dagger user looked around and said, "But I clearly heard a fight inside earlier." He immediately threw down his fan and hurried towards the courtyard. Panicked, could it be Lord Tiantan? "Sorry, Uncle Chu, I had to trouble you to come in person for such a small matter." Diaphan glanced towards the backyard and said, "He's probably just recovering from his injuries." Hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. Old Chu stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Well done. Let's discuss setting the wedding date with Nai now." Everyone was stunned to hear him say that. Diaphan was also a bit surprised. Wedding soon, already that quick. Doan Ni also felt shy. Her cheeks flushed as she said to her father, "What are you talking about?" "You're still young." Chu Lao stepped forward and raised his hand loudly, saying, "Marry early and have children early. Your parents are still waiting to hold their grandchild." Doan Ni felt even more embarrassed after hearing her father say that. "Dad, stop talking about that. Hoa Tiantan is standing quietly in the yard right now." Nuomi ran in and asked, "Great Lord Tiantan, how are you? I saw Diaphan go out earlier." Hoa Tiantan turned to look at him, waved his hand, and replied, "I am fine. And for now, don't pay attention to Diaphan." When Nomi heard this, he hesitated for a moment and asked again, not paying attention. But Hoa Tiantan still had some small wounds on his face, and he continued, "Diaphan's strength is very powerful. I can't kill him now. I need to wait for the right moment." Nomi, hearing this, respectfully replied, "Yes, he was suddenly frightened. Even the Heavenly Templar couldn't do anything to Diaphan. Could it be that the underground world of flower boys is really about to change hands?" The scene shifts to Nam Hai, on a large blue beach where everyone is swimming, and suddenly a voice rings out. Nam Hai really is a paradise for relaxation. Life here is so comfortable. Diaphan is lying on a sunbed, wearing sunglasses and gazing into the distance, thinking that girl has such a beautiful figure. Suddenly, Nai stands in front of him, blocking his view. With one hand on her hip, she says, "Diaphan, we came to Namhai to investigate the Luthi Jewelry Company and see if we can acquire them. Did you really think this was just a vacation? And I also heard that Huangjiang Group sent people here too. Maybe their goal is just like ours," pinching Diaphan's cheek and making him shout out loud. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Diaphan stood up, took off his glasses, and said with a smile, "I know now, Doan Ni." I'm trying to negotiate with Liu Ti. Doan Ni, as if she knew what he was thinking, frowned and thought about his head. Just now he was clearly looking at a pretty girl, so she had to stand there and wait. Doan Ni, you have to trust me. Suddenly, Diaphan saw a familiar figure and immediately looked at his back. Diaphan looked towards the two men standing there. They were Quach Van Tiu and Liu Nu Long. In his mind, he thought, isn't that the young master of Huangyang Group? Quach Van Tiu? Is he also here? Really? Doan Ni, seeing that Diaphan was ignoring her, angrily shouted, Diaphan, did you hear what I said? Diaphan then pointed at the two men standing near the shoreline and said, Doan Ni, you really misunderstood me. Look, I even found the young master of Huangyang Group. Doan Ni turned to look at them, and Quach Van Tiu said, he's here too. Diaphan took Doan Ni's hand and pulled her away, then said, this guy's the type who never wakes up early if there's no benefit. Let's go see what's going on over there. Diaphan walked over to them and waved cheerfully, young Master Quach, long time no see. For a moment, Quach Van Tiu's face darkened. Diaphan, why are you here? Liu Nu Long, standing next to him, looked at Doan Ni and drooled. She's so beautiful. Young Master Quach traveled all the way from Huangjiang to come here, so why can't I? Besides, what is the purpose of your visit? Quach Van Tiu, with an angry face, turned away and left. What does my coming here have to do with you? Young Master Liu, let's go. Liu Nu Long immediately stepped in front of him. Wait a minute, young Master Quach, do you know the beautiful girl next to that guy? Introduce her to me. Quach Van Tiu looked at him, smirking as he replied. While inside, he was already planning how to introduce him. Diaphan and Chu Doan Ni are definitely here to buy out Liu Jewelry Group. Liu Rulong is the young master of Liu Group, and if he can create a conflict with Diaphan, he would whisper to Liu Rulong, young Master Liu, let me tell you. Liu Nu Long, hearing this, became excited and thought it was easy to get her now. He ran up to Doan Ni, looking lecherous as he held out a card. Beautiful lady, I'll give you 100,000. I've already offered much more than that kid. What do you say? What do you mean? Liu Nu Long thought you thought it wasn't enough. Holding a cigarette in one hand while shaking the card in the other, he said, so 100,000 still isn't enough. This money is enough to hire a third-rate female star. If you want more, that's really too much. Diaphan, with good intentions, warned him, you're done for. Liu Rulong still didn't know what was going on and kept talking on and on. What do you mean by spending? Since I was young, no one has ever dared to insult me like this. I absolutely cannot tolerate it. She rushed forward and slapped Liu Rulong so quickly he couldn't react, causing the card in his hand to fall to the ground. You thug! Get out now! Liu Rulong was knocked down onto the sand by Doan Ni's powerful slap. He clutched his swollen cheek, staggered to his feet, and shouted, you bitch, how dare you hit me? He pointed at Doan Ni's face and continued, do you know who I am? She calmly approached. I don't care. If you dare insult me, you deserve a beating. Doan Ni pounded Liu Nu Long fiercely, scolding and hitting her at the same time. A toad wanting to eat a swan. After being beaten, Liu Nu Long could only scream, bastard, you still dare to hit me, I'll kill you. Doan Ni fought even more fiercely. Today, I will break your third leg, Liu Nu Long begged in fear. Stop hitting there, I was wrong. Quach Van Tiu, watching this scene from outside, was also panicked. You guys are a bit too rough. Diaphan walks over and stands in front of him, cracking his fingers. Who he is doesn't matter, and you were the one who encouraged him to cause trouble earlier, right? Quach Van Tiu backed away in fear and asked, Diaphan, what are you planning to do? I warn you, this is Nam Hai, the territory of the Heavenly Lord Society, not a place where you can do whatever you want. After being slapped by Diaphan and falling to the ground, he still shouted, do you dare hit me? Diaphan looked at him lying on the ground and said, you two are arguing, and getting hit is deserved. Diaphan said and charged at Tan, giving Quach Van Tiu a beating. He scolded him, thinking his tiny brain was as small as a walnut, and yet he still wanted to learn from others to reap the benefits. Are you skilled enough? Quach Van Tiu shouted angrily. I won't forgive you. Just wait and see. Hearing him say that, Diaphan hit even harder. Seems like the last time wasn't enough, huh? Then let me give you another taste of it. Quach Van Tiu could only cry and beg, don't hit me anymore, I was wrong. After the fight, Diaphan and Doan Ni looked at the two others, flicked their fingers in disapproval, and said together, stop after the fight. The troublesome mosquito is finally dead. Doan Ni, let's go. Can you answer him? Liu Nu Long was exhausted, cursing angrily. You damn bitch and that bastard, I will definitely not spare them. Young Master Liu, if you want to deal with them, it's best to find a real expert. That guy fights pretty well. Don't let your money go to waste. Liu Nu Long took out his phone to call for reinforcements. Don't worry, Namhai province is under our Lu family's control. Afai, I got beaten up by someone. Yes, a young couple was at the Shenyuanbei beach. Go get help quickly. Just then, Chu Duan-ni felt uneasy and gently grabbed Diaphan's arm. Diaphan, I feel like something's not right. That guy was so arrogant earlier and he's with Quash Van Tiu. Could he be from the Lu family? Diaphan calmly replied, if he's from the Lu family, so what? She worried that if he was from the Liu family, it would affect our jewelry business, but Diaphan patted her shoulder reassuringly and said, don't worry, I've got everything under control. Where can Liu jewelry go to escape? Suddenly, the two of them were blocked by a group of young men. You kids are so in love. Just when my brothers and I are single, let us join in the fun. They look at Chu Duan-ni like hungry beasts. This girl is pretty. Those legs could last a year. I like this kid. You look so thin like a stick. Probably not good for business, huh? Maybe our brothers Diaphan and 2B can help you out. Diaphan stepped forward to block her, his eyes cold. Interesting, so it was that idiot who sent you guys earlier, right? Afai said arrogantly. That has nothing to do with you. If you dare to touch Liu Xiao and Nanhai, you're really tired of living. Cut off your own limbs and hand over that girl, maybe you'll still have a chance to live. Diaphan smirked and said, what if I refuse then? Afai immediately waved his hand and ordered his men. No way, that's easy, we'll do it for you. Brothers, attack and break all its limbs. They all reply in unison. Kid, you'd better stay obedient and wait for death. We'll take care of your woman for you. But just as they charged in, Diaphan shouted loudly, get out of here, all of you. Your internal strength hits hard, smashing the whole bunch away. They were terrified. What is this? Too strong. Afai's face turned pale. Turns out they are martial artists. Why didn't Liu like Longangu say this earlier? Diaphan looked over, rubbed his hands and said, next, it's your turn. He stepped back, revealing his intentions before fighting. Wait a moment, big brother. I am the undercover boss of Nanhai Ko Long Dao. Before he could finish speaking, Diaphan delivered a strike that sent him flying away. Even if your boss is a heavenly king, it's useless. He hugged Chu Duan-ni and left, leaving behind a sentence. If no one takes responsibility for this by noon tomorrow, then the so-called Ko Long Dao and everyone involved can all disappear. The group struggled to get up. This guy's arrogant, daring to tell Ko Long Dao to disappear. Does he think he's got some skills and is just looking for death? Who does he think he is? Without backing, even if you're a good fighter, you're just a little kid. With a reputation. Afai wiped the blood and thought, how dare he threaten Ko Long Dao? This guy must be crazy. Diaphan turned around. Oh, right, my name is Diaphan. They all looked at each other. Who is Diaphan? Never heard of him before. What about Diaphan? I am still Diaphan. Afai suddenly lost his temper, telling everyone to shut up, leaving everyone stunned. Oh, what's going on? He stood up, bowing tremblingly. Lord Deep, rest assured, I will definitely convey your message. Diaphan nodded. The underlings rushed forward. Big brother, who is Diaphan? He just fought us earlier, so why does the boss respect him so much? Afai asked again, killing brother Mo Dung Thien Quang, Nap Lan, Diet Thien, destroying the Iron Hand clan. Who do you think he is? Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Who is he? He is the new underground king rising in East China. Diaphan, I can't believe Diaphan came to Nanhai. I was beaten by him and still alive. Who would believe this story? Afai immediately made a call. Master, something big has happened. In the office, Guo Longtu was leisurely enjoying the view. Hearing the news reported by Quang, he changed his expression and asked, Quang, are you sure that person is Diaphan? Quang swallowed hard and said, I don't know, but I bet no one dares to impersonate Diaphan. Now, Longhead, what should we do? Ko Long Dao's face darkened as he pulled out his phone, saying, the dragon crossing the river is too powerful. I can't handle it alone. Now I have to call the Heavenly Templar Society for help. Quang's eyes lit up. That's right. There's also the Heavenly Templar Society. I hear that Master Hoke Tauntaun has recently come out of seclusion, and as long as he speaks, Diaphan definitely won't dare to interfere. Ko Long Dao cautiously calls out, is this Master No Me? I want to speak with Lord Tien. Yes, I've offended Diaphan, so after talking for a while he hung up, then turned to Quang and said, go call my son. Afai, bring him over here. Quang hurriedly. Yes, Long Dao, is the Heavenly Lord Society finally stepping in? Has Diaphan's matter been resolved? Ko Long Dao slammed the table and dealt with that nonsense. The Heavenly Templar Society says if you want to keep your life, you have to listen to Diaphan. Even the Heavenly Templar can't handle Diaphan. Hearing that, Quang gaped. What? He was extremely afraid. Even the great Celestial Lord couldn't do anything to him. So what should we do now? Ko Long Dao sighed and said, if we don't handle this carefully, our Dragon King Society might be wiped out entirely. Do you think I brought Afai here just to have him apologize? The only way now is to bring a gift and hope Diaphan will forgive Afai for the sake of this old man. A Kwang whispered in his ear, "Long head, young master. Afai was only involved because of Liu Rulong. We can't bear the burden alone." He emphasized each word. "Don't worry. The Liu family of Liu Tanghong will stay out of this." The next day at a luxurious seafood restaurant, Chudoni softly asked, "Diaphan, are those people coming or not? It's almost noon and you're still calmly cutting a big piece of steak. Don't worry, they will definitely arrive unless Ko Long Dao no longer wants to live in the south." Suddenly the door opened, a couple walked in arm in arm. A Jew shouted loudly, "Serve me the best seat and bring out all the specialty dishes of the restaurant, one of each." "Polite service. Yes, please follow me this way." Passing by Diaphan's table, Lam Vu Yen glanced and immediately brightened her eyes. "Lin, I want to sit there. It's the most beautiful spot." "Shubat Korthobi?" Okay, baby, whatever you want, I'll make sure to treat you well tonight." Lam Vu Yen then pouted shyly, blushing. "Oh my, so many people, Lin is so handsome." "Hey buddy, my girlfriend has her eye on this spot, so please give way a little." Diaphan raised an eyebrow and said, "You told me to give up my seat for you." The two arrogant guys said, "That's right, but don't worry, I won't let you have it easily. Here's 10,000 yuan as a reservation fee. Move aside, I'm hungry." Hearing that, Diaphan wiped his mouth with a napkin and threw it straight at his face. "Get lost," a Jew shouted. "That hurts." He clutching his nose and shouting, "How dare you hit me?" "Do you know who I am?" Diaphan smirked. "So who are you?" "My lover is the general director of Lu Jewelry. Do you know Lu Jewelry? It's the biggest jewelry company in South Sea, you country bumpkin." A Chu puffed up even more, saying, "Yes, and my cousin is the Kim Bai assassin of the Long Vuong Society, the largest underground force in South Sea. Dare to provoke me, and I'll make sure you leave here." Contrary to his clumsy appearance, Diaphan casually continued eating, only leaving the words, "stupid." Seeing himself so contemptuously looked down upon, a Chu's face turned red with anger. "Damn it! Gulongto suddenly appears. Where is Diaphan?" A Kwang points toward the window. "Long Dao, Diaphan is right over there." He immediately strides over. "All right, let's go over there quickly." A Chu's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the two of them. "Why are you here, cousin?" "But you're just in time. There's a kid who dared to hit me. Help me teach him a lesson." Before he could finish speaking, a Kwang stopped him and stepped aside. "Today I came here with Long Dao to handle the main matter, making him feel awkward." "Exactly." A Chu pointed at Ko Long Dao and kept bragging. "See? The person standing next to my cousin is the president of the Long Vuong Society. Ko Long Dao, he's a figure who commands the wind and rain." Lam Vu Yen shyly smiled. So that was Ko Long Dao Luong Lei. This was the first time I met him. Her outward appearance seems noble, but inside she's already scheming. Although Ko Long Dao is a bit older, his power is overwhelming. If I could get in good with him, that would be so great. I wonder if Ko Long Dao likes someone like me. A Chu wonders what Ko Long Dao is doing with that country bumpkin. Lam Vu Yen guessed randomly. Could it be that he offended Ko Long Dao? But at that moment, Ko Long Dao and a Kwang both bowed deeply. Long Vuong Hoi's Ko Hien respectfully saluted Diep Thieu, leaving a Chu and Lam Vu Yen stunned. "What?" Diaphan calmly wipes his mouth. "Ko Hien Do, you are Ko Long Dao of the Dragon King Society, right? Ko Long Dao, you're too polite. I dare not." "Young Master Deep. Just call me Old Ko. I didn't mean to be rude to young Master Deep and Lam that." He turned around and signaled to the waiter. "Serve Diep Thieu's table so I can settle the bill." Diaphan immediately waved his hand and said no need to bother, and then pointed directly at Chu and Lin Wuyan. "But earlier there were two pretty annoying flies. I think they know you guys." Ko Long Dao turned and said, "Know us, know us." A Kwang looked pale. "That fly isn't my cousin, is it? Brother, why is Long Dao looking at us like that? I suddenly have a bad feeling about this." Ko Long Dao clasped his hands. "Don't worry, Mr. Deep, I will get rid of those flies immediately." "Mr. he sternly reminded him, "Kwang, if the trouble was caused by your people, you have to handle it yourself and make sure Mr. Deep is satisfied." Kwang responded clearly. He approached, causing Aju to tremble uncontrollably. Then, unexpectedly, my cousin Ah Kwang punched him so hard he flew straight into the sky. "Shut your mouth, you idiot." Lin Vu Yen was terrified. "He's your cousin, so why did A Kwang land an extra kick? Isn't it because you offended Diep Thieu?" Both of them were beaten until they were dazed and couldn't even make a sound. "If you dare to offend Mr. Deep, today I will ruin you all. Cousin, stop hitting them. I know I was wrong. My newly enlarged chest is about to be flattened by you." After a moment, a Kwang returned and said, "Longhead, it's done." Ko Long Dao respectfully says, "Diep Thieu, the maggots have been cleared out." Diaphan casually responds, "And then what?" Ko Long Dao gritted his teeth. "Take a Phi up here." A Kwang received the order clearly. A Phi was dragged over, face swollen like a bun. Young Master Diep, I truly did not know it was you. That Liu Rulong told me to help him discipline a young punk named Ming. I was tricked by that bastard. He knelt down trembling and begged, I don't have the courage of a tiger or a wolf to attack you. Please be merciful and spare my life. Guolong, furious, said, Shut up. How dare you ask Diep Tu for forgiveness? This old man's face is all messed up because of you. Even if Diep Tu forgives today, I will still kill you when I get back. After the beating, he bowed respectfully. Young Master Deep, Afai leaves the matter to you, even if you kill him on the spot. I also refuse to frown. I silently pray that I have done everything I can. Now it depends on Diep Tu's decision. Diaphan said, Okay, no need to pretend anymore about family loyalty in front of me. Since Afai is not the mastermind and you're showing him such respect, just cut off his arm. Unexpectedly, Kulong Dao hurriedly accepted and said, Thank you, Mr. Deep. A Kwong followed Mr. Deep's orders, and a Kwong responded nervously. He turned seriously to Afai and said, Fai, young master, endure a little longer. A Kwong struck with force, destroying Afai's right arm, and a scream tore through the room. Diaphan didn't bother to look, only he came here. Where are the people from the Liu family? Yes, sir, I already informed the Liu family before I arrived. I don't know why they haven't shown up yet. He secretly cursed in his heart that the Liu family probably didn't have the guts to betray young Master Diep. I guess they were delayed due to some matter. The Liu family deserves to die, not because of them, but because I offended Diaphan. Now I should try even harder to cover for them, and their image in Diaphan's eyes will only get worse. Just wait and see. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Liu Guangtong entered with a cane. Little Diep, it's been a while. I have a reason for being late this time. He shouted sternly and brought the person here. Two young men are dragged in, their arms tied and looking miserable. Diaphan frowns as Liu Nu Long and Quach Van Tiu sweep their legs with a kick, forcing both to kneel on the ground. What a coincidence. I didn't expect Kulong Dao to be here too. He respectfully said to Diaphan, I have already begged for Diep Tu's forgiveness. Liu family master, from now on I can only wish you good luck. Liu Guangtong snorted softly. I know how to handle this matter myself. No need for Long Dao to worry. He said that, but his heart was bitter. When he first met Diaphan, he was just a young boy just starting out, and yet after a short time apart, he had become a figure who shook the entire region. Seeing Diaphan sitting high above, a faint sigh escaped his heart. Diaphan and Nu Long are clearly around the same age, yet now one sits while the other kneels, their statuses worlds apart. Truly remarkable. Master Liu, I am Liu. Guangtong bowing my head. I have investigated thoroughly, and everything was orchestrated by Quach Van Tiu behind the scenes, while Nu Long was unaware of Diep Tu's identity and made a serious mistake. Today, I bring these two here to atone, hoping that Diaphan will show mercy and be lenient with Nu Long. Nu Long trembled and knelt on the ground. Young Master Deep, I was wrong. Please forgive me for my mistake. As long as I can keep my life, I will do anything you ask. Diaphan chuckled lightly and said, Liu, old man, you're too polite. We also met once during the Thongcheng era. Normally, I should show you some respect. But if Rulong offends, it's offending Doan Ni. Whether to forgive or not is up to Doan Ni to decide, he said, turning his hand to Chu Doan Ni, who was sitting coldly beside him. Are you two communicating telepathically? Isn't it true that you want to buy the Liu Shi pearl? Now the opportunity has come. I understand now. Lu Guangtang immediately tried to curry favor. Miss Chu, the old man has a set of precious jewelry made from top-quality ice-type jade, but I doubt it can buy my forgiveness for Nu Long. Chu Doan Ni sneered. A set of jewelry won't make me forgive him. The proud one continued. I have never suffered such humiliation before. He must pay a heavy price. Lo Guangtong looked to Diaphan for help, saying, This is your call. Diaphan pretended to persuade her. Doan Ni. Liu Lao once helped us a bit when he was in the same situation. Can you show some respect to him? She shook her head in annoyance. Not forcing Liu Nu Long to die is already showing respect to Liu Lao. So what do I have to do for you to let Liu Lao's grandson go? Chu Dan Ni pondered and said, I heard that recently the Huangjiang group wants to acquire the Liu group's Chao Bao. She turned to suggest, well, since it will be bought anyway, why not let our Chu group acquire Liu Lao? What do you think? Lu Guangtong was stunned. Miss Chu, you must be mistaken, right? Liu Ti Chao told us they never said they would sell to Huangjiang group. She doesn't give up, pointing at the person kneeling next to Liu Nu Long. So, why is Quach Van Tu here? His words caught Liu Guangtong off guard. Quach Van Tu is just here for leisure. Nai chuckled and said, Liu Lao can say whatever he wants, but I only believe what I see myself, which made Liu Guangtong feel a bit awkward. After thinking for a moment, he asked directly, I understand now, Miss Chu Diep Tu. If I'm not mistaken, your and Mr. Diep's purpose for coming to Nam Hai is to acquire Lu's jewelry, right? Diaphan stood up. Since it's come to this, I won't hide it anymore. You make your decision, Lu Lao. Now you have two options. First, let Lu Thi Chaobao merge into our Chao Thi Chaobao, and I will spare Lu Nu Long. Hearing this, Lu Rulong's face went pale. He calmly continued, If you refuse, I will kill Lu Rulong. The Lu family will also become my enemies. I will lead Chao Thi Quang Min to openly defeat Liu Thi Chaobao. Liu Quang Tong's face turned pale. Diaphan urges. Liu Lao, make your choice. Liu Quang Tong trembles uncertainly. The Lu family's Chaobao was already in decline. How could they be a match for the Chao family? Moreover, if we oppose Diaphan, our Lu family might be wiped out. Just as he hesitated, Nian Yi gently paved the way. Old Liu Lu, rest assured, our Chao family won't take the 400 billion for free, plus 10% of the shares. That's enough for the Lu family to live well. There's no way out now, he sighed and accepted. Fine. The business world is like a battlefield. This time the old man has lost. Seeing Liu Guangtong quickly make a decision, everyone in the hall was stunned. Diaphan only said a few words, yet the Liu family's century-old inheritance was lost. Truly shocking. If I could latch onto this opportunity, Diaphan would agree. Very well, Mr. Lu Liu, you will see that today's decision was wise. As long as I, Diaphan, remain standing, no one in Nam Hai can touch the Liu family. He might not necessarily be on a bad path. He continues, What should I do with him? Then, let Liu Lao handle it. I wonder if this is their way of showing loyalty. Liu Guangtong immediately turned around and shouted, Fine things should be settled once and for all. Where is he? Take Quach Van Tu to the coast, throw him into the sea, and have a yacht follow behind so he can see himself swimming back to Huangjiang. Quach Van Tu shouted loudly, What? Swimming back from the South Sea to Huangjiang. Lao Liu, don't joke around. This isn't funny at all. He looked down silently. If he doesn't want to swim, just let him drift away. Take him away. A Quang received the order clearly and pulled Le Quach Van Tu out, despite his continuous shouting. Damn old dog, Lu, I won't lose to you. Diaphan smiles pleasantly. Liu Guangtong quietly observes his expression, saying he's doing well but still hasn't opened his eyes, meaning he's still not satisfied. He turned around and continued speaking. Liu Nulong's stubborn nature makes him unfit for the responsibility. Now, as the head of the Liu clan, I officially take over his inheritance and go to the countryside to raise pigs. Did he shout and cry? I don't want to raise pigs. Tears streaming down my face, I beg in a hoarse voice. Father, I was wrong, please forgive me, Liu Guangtong growled. I won't drag you away. Understood. Diaphan nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Doan Ni. The matter in Nam Hai is nearly settled. We should head back now. Fadan Ni happily grabbed his hand. Yes. The couple turned their backs and left, leaving everything in the hall behind, all bowing their heads to see off young Master Diep. Ko Long looked down thoughtfully and said, Young Master Diep is about to leave. This might be the only chance in his life. He must seize it. He hurriedly stopped him. Young Master Diep, please wait. Diaphan looked over. What's wrong? Unexpectedly, Ko Long Dao suddenly knelt down with a thud. Young Master Diep, I want to follow you and experience everything with you. Diaphan was also a bit surprised. Why? Ko Long Dao respectfully said with a trembling voice, Today's display of your skills and abilities makes me believe that one day you will surely become the leader of the martial arts world in Hoa country. I vow to follow behind you and witness the creation of that glorious era. Diaphan narrowed his eyes. That's quite flattering. But why should I accept you? From today onwards, anyone from the Diep family of the Nam Hai underworld who dares to enter Nam Hai will be killed without mercy. Yehan was unbothered, wrapping his arms around Chu Doan Ni and turning to leave. That's interesting. Kuolongda watched as the dragon fell to the bottom of the abyss. Did I fail? To my surprise, Diaphan laughed and agreed. All right, old Long, I accept. Seeing this, he kept kowtowing repeatedly. Thank you, young Master Diep, at the Sunhai City at Diaphan's villa. You softly say, finally back. Diaphan stretches and says, Relaxed, as soon as I got back, Do Ni was already busy at the company, and I can finally rest for a bit. Suddenly, Lan Vo Fi's voice rang out behind him. Diaphan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Diaphan turned around in surprise. Mr. Lan, did you wait for me because there's something urgent? He nodded and said yes. The Southern martial arts overlord Mo Dung Ha Do has come out of seclusion. He handed over a piece of paper, which was a widely distributed invitation to martial artists for the gathering, and this is your invitation. Diaphan silently thought that Mo Dung Ha Do and the Mo Dung family members like Mo Dung Tien Do and Mo Dung Tien Quang had all died at his hands, so this upcoming gathering would surely be more complicated than it seems. Lan Vo Fi kindly reminded him, Diaphan, this time those attending probably don't have good intentions. I advise you to stay away first. But Diaphan thought differently. Avoiding it temporarily is one thing. Avoiding it for a lifetime is another. Modung Ha-do will face us sooner or later, and fleeing only makes martial artists across Hoa country look down on me. Lan Vo Fi clasped his hands together and said, Fine, you've made your decision, so I will follow you to the end, which made Diaphan feel embarrassed. Big brother Lan, you don't need to be like that. I, Lan Vo Fi, straighten your collar with a determined look. Diaphan, do we still need to be polite between us? Without you, I would still be lost in longing and unable to reunite with the one I love. Seeing Lan Vo Fi's unwavering resolve, Diaphan had no choice but to agree. All right, then please accompany me to see Mo Dung. I'll go prepare some things and we can leave together when the time comes. Then the two of them parted ways. Diaphan stood alone in silence. Maodong Ha-do, I want to see what you are really planning. He picks up the phone. Who is this? How do you know my number? Hello, who is this? A strange voice sounded on the other end of the line. Gia-cat Ban-na's cousin, Gia-cat Fu-do, has gone south. You killed Gia-cat Ban-na and Naplan Diet-thien. Be careful. Diaphan frowned. Gia-cat Ban-na's sister. Gai-cat Fu-do, who are you? Why tell me? He replied, You don't need to know who I am. We will meet naturally in the future. Then you will understand, he continued. Gia-cat Fu-do is not an ordinary person. Nalan Diet-thien used to have a powerful influence in the north, all orchestrated by her behind 7 schemes. If you can win her over, the world will be at your feet. Diaphan softly said, Thank you for the information. No need to thank me, it's originally your debt. If you encounter trouble later, call this number. Then there was silence, and Diaphan shouted loudly, Who are you? Hello? Staring at the phone number, Diaphan couldn't find any clues. The call had ended. So who was this person? In the capital, the man put down the phone, and old Nan's eyes were red. Diaphan, I am sorry for you all these years. Little Tzu stepped forward concernfully and asked, Nan family, why are you crying? Nan Lao immediately got angry. Get out! Which of your eyes saw me cry? It's just dust blown into your eyes. Dong Tzu, confused, hands him a cloth, and the ground is so clean it can be reflected in a mirror. Where did the sand come from? I say it is so. The strike like thunder made due to cover his head and admit defeat. All right, you're old. You're right about everything. 3 days later at Moundung Garden in Jiang City, Diaphan stands in front of the gate, arms crossed, thinking to himself, Where is Leader Lan, who told us to wait here? Lan Vo Fi waves from afar. Diaphan, he is leading 2 people. These are the Tran brothers, renowned experts in the community. They are my close friends. I can trust them. Diaphan politely clasped his hands and said, You are Lan Vo Fi's friends, so you are my friends. Tran Thien Han and Tran Thien Kong also hurriedly returned the greeting, having admired him for a long time. Brother Diep is young, but has already defeated Zhang and Goch Duong. My brother and I are impressed. Ling Wufi leads the way. Let's go, everyone in. The group entered the large estate where the banquet was about to begin, with 2 long tables filled with delicacies. Ling Wufei whispered to the side, where the Bloodblade King, Poison Maiden, Steel Man, and Mudung Hatu had almost invited all the top experts, revealing his grand ambitions as everyone appeared to be chatting happily, but in truth each person had their own secret intentions. Suddenly the entire hall stood up respectfully as Hoke Thien Ton arrived to pay his respects to the Heavenly Ton. After so many years apart, the Heavenly Ton's presence is even more imposing. Flattering words keep ringing out. After secluding himself, Hoke Thien Ton's strength has increased again. Meanwhile, Lord Hoke sat down leisurely. I thank you all for your concern. He turned to ask the Iron Fleshstone prison, How far has your Iron Bump Sam cultivated in the layers? He didn't bother to look, only lifting his teacup. Hoke Thien Ton, do you want to try? That year, in the Tiger and Dragon battle, I only lost to you, Zhang Yudong, and Mudung Hatu. He arrogantly said, After all these years of seclusion, my strength has greatly increased. I am confident I am no longer inferior to you. Hoak Thien Ton gave a faint smile. We are not in a hurry. A year later, at the Long Ho ranking match, we fought for supremacy. Honestly, back then, you were even more formidable than Zhang Yuedong. What a pity. Thachkin Nuch sighed. I really regret it. I didn't expect Zhang Yuedong to be gone. I hadn't yet had the chance to defeat him to avenge my shame. Hoak Thien Ton looked at Diaphan sitting opposite and said, Who says there's no chance? The one who defeated Zhang Ngoch Duong, Diaphan is right there. If you can beat him, it's like beating Zhang Ngoch Duong. A scheme flashed through his mind. That kid Diaphan went to Nam Hai and took all my subordinates. Ko Hiento, he will definitely bring disaster in the future. We must eliminate him if we get the chance. Thachkin Ningush frowned upon hearing that. What? He pondered. Clearly, Hoak Thien Ton is deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the table, and the Bloodguard King exuded a fierce aura. I think Hoak Thien Ton's suggestion isn't bad. The crowd buzzed with talk, saying the Bloodblade King and us here are all renowned talents on the ranking list, while this kid Diaphan is just a naive boy and has no right to sit on the same level as us. Someone whispered that the Bloodblade King used to have a good relationship with Zhang Yudao, so he's probably acting on his behalf now. But Diaphan already killed Zhang Yudao, so where does the Bloodblade King get the courage to provoke? You don't want to live anymore? There are rumors that back then, Diaphan killed Jiangnox Duang with the help of the Heavenly Dragon Guard, and he's not that strong himself. Some agree that it makes sense. Diaphan is too cunning. Lan Vo-Fi got angry and asked what the Bloodblade King meant by that. He replied with sarcasm that he had no particular intention, just felt that some people shouldn't be sitting here. Diaphan also looked cold and said, "It's not up to you to decide if I have the right to sit here, and I also think this old man doesn't deserve to stand on equal footing with me." The Bloodsaber King angrily drew his sword. "Dare Dan insult me? Do you believe I can cut you down?" Diaphan smirked, not believing. "If you have the skill, then go ahead and cut." He roared in fury and charged forward with his sword. "All right, if you want to die, I'll make sure it happens." Diaphan subtly pulls out a dagger from his sleeve, smiling softly. "Come on, then." The two weapons clashed, sparks flying, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the sky. The Bloodguard Sword King was pushed back a few steps and struggled to hold his ground. "Damn it, why is this kid so strong?" Diaphan gently lands and mocks his opponent. "Bloodsaber King, your sword is too soft." I think it would be better to rename him to Soft Sword King later on. He's like a dog stepping on its tail, barking loudly, while the kid looks like he's given up on life. As he swung his sword again, a deep commanding voice rang out. "Bloodfist Blade King, what has made you so angry?" The atmosphere instantly tensed. What are they all shouting about? It's been a while since we last met. Why do I feel that Modung Hado's aura is even stronger than before? Just one glance almost made me shiver all over. No wonder he's the strongest lord of the South. Modung Hadu steps forward. "Today is the gathering I organized. I wonder if the Bloodguard Sword King can show some respect and refrain from attacking." The Bloodguard Sword King reluctantly sheathes his sword. Master Mo Dongmin spoke seriously, then bowed slightly with clasped hands. "I was just joking with a kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky." Mo Dung Hadao also patted his shoulder without politeness. "Joking is fine, but don't go too far." Mudung Hado reminds sternly that since today is the gathering I called, I don't want anyone to ruin it. The Bloodblade King hesitates. "Yes, I understand." Mudung Hado turned around and asked, "Are you Diaphan?" He replied, "Yes, I wonder what advice Senior Modung has for me." He left with a knowing smile, offering no guidance at all. It's good for young people to have such spirit, very good. Everyone nearby was suspicious and confused. What secret signal are Modung Hado and Diaphan exchanging? I don't understand a thing. Don't you know yet? Diaphan once killed Modung Hado's son. Damn, is Diaphan really that tough? But he won't be tough for much longer. I don't think he'll leave Modung's son Trang alive today. Lan Vo-Fi rushed over worriedly. "Diaphan, are you all right?" Diaphan calmly replied, "Lan, elder brother, don't worry, I'm fine." He silently assessed that the Southern martial arts leader truly lives up to his reputation. His aura is the strongest he's ever encountered, making a real fight quite challenging. At this moment, Mudung Hatu announced loudly from the main hall, "All right, everyone is here, so the Ming Society meeting officially begins." Hoak Tien Ton, sharp-eyed, asks Modung, the leader of the Min, what is the real reason for calling this meeting, since I hear nothing major has happened in the South lately. Everyone else also chimed in. "Yes, Lord Mudung, just tell us what's going on. We came from afar, is it just for a gathering? Or we can just fight it out. I haven't fought in a long time. What are you waiting for?" Mudung Hato calmed everyone down and said, "Don't worry, today everyone is gathered here for one reason." He gestured and said, "Chulong, come here." A young man's voice echoes from the crowd, saying, "Yes, father. My apologies, but I can't provide the translation for that line." The heroes burst into laughter. The young Master Modung is so modest. The leader is too humble. Young Master Modung, despite your age, having broken through the conduit channel, your talent is not only impressive, but truly a rare genius from ancient times. That's right. With the talent of the young master, he will surely become a supreme powerhouse in the future, dominating the South and maybe even unifying the entire country. Diaphan whispered, "Lan, elder brother, does the Modung Hadu have many children? Why is there another Modung Kulong popping up?" Lan Vo-Fi whispered softly, "Diaphan, there's something you don't know." The Modong family loves having children, with each generation of the head of the family having many descendants, supposedly to expand the bloodline, but actually to select for superior genetics to keep the family strong. Their family bonds are weak, and as long as they are powerful, they hold status. But if weak, they are sometimes even below servants. He continued, Modong Sulang is probably the youngest son, the most talented, and the one Modong Hatsu values the most. Diaphan smirked, understanding why he didn't mind killing Modong Hatsu's 2 children. It turns out I haven't touched his true weakness yet. At this moment, Modong Hado loudly announced, I also find what you all said very reasonable. Therefore, I have decided that from today onward, all affairs of the Modong family will be managed by Julong. I, Modong Hadu, hope everyone can assist my son, Modong Julong, in uniting the underground world in the south. Before the words could be finished, the entire estate suddenly exploded. What? The crowd started to discuss. Assistant to Modong Kulong. What are you joking about? I was just flattering Modong Hadu out of respect earlier. Does he really believe that? A little kid with milk on his breath thinks he can win us over. Dream on. Thachkin Noosh was the first to speak. Sorry, I do not agree. Demon Lord Modong, I have never been involved in the underground world. I apologize. You're dead. As he turned around, Modong Ha's voice grew cold. Thachkin Ninguk, inner strength surging like rolling waves. He gritted his teeth and said, You sure want to leave? Thachkin Ningsh also began to unleash his fury. Why, Lord of the Spirit Realm Modong, do you still want to kill me? What's going on? Looks like Modong Hado and Thachkin Nuk are about to fight. I support Thachkin Nguch. I don't want to assist that little kid who hasn't grown up yet. Thachkin Nguch probably isn't a match for Modong Hado, but I hope he can force him to reveal his true strength. Modong Hado stepped forward and said, Thachkin Nuch, it seems you want to challenge me, so I will grant your wish. He challenged, Today, if you can withstand one of my moves without falling, I will let you leave Modong Suntrang alive. Lan Vo Phai listened nervously to Modong Hado's tone, wondering if he would really slaughter us if we refused. Tran Thian Han and Tran Thian Kong whispered behind, This guy is truly domineering. I also want to see how strong Modong Hado really is. Diaphan softly warned everyone to be careful, since if he dared to do that, he must have something to rely on. At this moment, Thachkin Nuch was ready to fight. Good. I also want to see the master's top skills. The entire estate is in chaos. Thachkin Nguch is practicing both the fiery metal and iron burette techniques, 2 extremely powerful external skills combined, making their power greater than the sum of their parts. Even if Modong Hadu defeats him, he will likely pay a heavy price. Modong Hadu looks indifferent. Thachkin Nuch, your external martial arts have indeed been cultivated to a certain level. Unfortunately, it's still not enough in my eyes. Before he could finish speaking, a blast of fist energy exploded. Thachkin Nuk was sent flying into the air, a large hole torn through his chest, and he fell to the ground like a sack of sand, completely motionless. The atmosphere grew tense, and everyone there changed color. A move to kill in 1 strike. Are you joking? Thachkin Nuit used to be ranked 4th among the top talents, but after a few more years of cultivation, he's falling further behind Modong Hado. Modong Hado is too powerful. Is there anyone here who can stand up to him? Modong Hatu looks as dark as a night demon. I wonder if anyone still has objections to my proposal now. The heroes' faces turned pale, everyone avoiding his gaze. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I won't agree. But he couldn't fight against Modong Hado, only able to silently oppose and resist negatively. Suddenly, Modong Hado pointed and asked, Bloodhand Saber King, what is your opinion? He looked panicked and miserable. Why is today so unlucky? The Bloodhand Blade King stammered, So, this was really my idea? Modong Hado shouted loudly, Why do you also want to oppose? Causing the Bloodhand Saber King to look around nervously. No, if I don't think of a way, I might die here. Suddenly he saw Diaphan as a drowning man grabbing a straw. There's a way. He changed his tone to a cunning one. Modong Min Chu, if you want us to assist Modong Kong Tu, at least let us know his true strength, right? He pointed at Diaphan and said, Here we happen to have a genius recognized by everyone. If young Master Modong can defeat him, I, the Bloodblade King, will naturally be willing to assist. Young Master Modong, everyone's side. This Bloodblade King is really sinister. Just throw the pot to Diaphan as long as it doesn't spill on my head. I wonder if Diaphan can handle the pressure. He's one of the few outstanding juniors in recent years. Lan Vo Phai gritted his teeth. This damn Bloodblade King, Diaphan, what should I do now? But Diaphan only spoke calmly. It's okay, I can handle it. Right now, Modong Hado extended his hand. Diaphan, I've heard of your reputation. You're not bad. Now I'll give you a choice as long as you serve my son. I can overlook the grudges between you and Modung. So what? Who would have thought that Diaphan would sneer and say he would serve Modung Kulong? Modung Hado, I'm afraid you're dreaming. You laugh loudly. Modung Kulong is not worthy at all. The entire hall explodes. Does Diaphan want to die? How dare you talk to Modung Hadu like that? Even if you don't want to support Modung Kulong, you shouldn't flatly deny him like that. It's over. It's over. Diaphan probably won't leave the mountain estate today. Modung Hado, suppressing his anger, said, Diaphan, your courage is truly great to refuse my proposal. His entire body was erupting with fierce killing intent. Lan Vo-Fai stepped forward to advise him. Modung Hado, it's best you don't cause trouble and anger us. The Modung family might be wiped out from the south. He burst out laughing loudly, thinking that just relying on you all was enough to erase the name Modung from the south, then suddenly turned cold again and said, That day is still a long way off. Diaphan folded his arms and calmly added, We are not the only ones who want to eliminate the Modung family. Take your time. I believe that as long as we oppose you, others will gladly join in because who would want to serve as an assistant to your rebellious son? That remark made Modung Hadu furious with rage. Damn it, Hok Thien Ton also spoke up. Modung clan leader, I think that to make others submit, it's best to rely on oneself. Relying on others' strength isn't really a skill. He is calculating that now Modung Hatu's power is strong, and I can only save myself by helping Diaphan. Unexpectedly, Hok Thien Ton happily agrees from behind, and his words make sense. Diaphan, aren't you very talented? Today I will fight you openly and honestly to see who is the true genius. Mulong Hatu shook his head to signal. Kulong, don't be impatient. This Diaphan is not simple, but Tri has already set the difficulty too high to turn around. Maodung Jolong said firmly, Father, don't worry. He's not simple, but I'm not someone who backs down either. Only by defeating him here can I control them and conquer the entire southern underground world. Diaphan smirked. If you can beat me, it's not that I look down on you, but with someone like you, a delicate flower in a greenhouse, you can't even withstand a single punch from me. Morning Dung is furious, gathering energy to strike. I will show you my true power today. Kulong Beach activates. He threw a punch and a kick, but Diaphan didn't dodge at all. Only Tran Tin looked straight into his eyes. Kulong's attack caused a massive explosion, sending debris flying everywhere and dust filling the air, making everyone around keep their distance. He thought he had defeated Diaphan, and immediately raised his hand in celebration. Diaphan, you're dead for sure. No one can survive my 9-dragon bitch strike. I am the #1 genius in this realm. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes through the mist. You're celebrating a bit too early. With just these superficial moves, you think you can hurt me? That's a dream. Kulong couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, panic-stricken as he saw Diaphan still unharmed. How come you're not hurt at all? How is that possible? Diaphan ignored Kulong's panic, cracking his knuckles and preparing to strike back. You hit me with a palm strike. Now it's my turn to punch back. With that, Diaphan threw a punch at Kulong. Watch my normal punch. The quick attack made him raise his arm to block in front of his chest. A heavy blow sent Kulong flying more than a meter, dragging a long trail on the ground, and he sat down heavily amid Hado Kulong's frantic screams. He hurried over to ask Han Kulong, despite the crowd laughing and mocking them, to endure even a single punch from Diaphan and still want me to submit. It's just a dream. Someone as useless as him dares to compare himself to Diaphan, who was truly born from a mountain of corpses and seas of blood, while he is nothing. Today, the Modung family has truly lost all face. Seeing his dejected appearance after losing, Diaphan couldn't help but laugh. Mudung Hado, this is the genius you want us to support. I really think the Mudung family is out of people. Hado's face immediately darkened, and his eyes radiated killing intent as he softly gritted his teeth at Diaphan. A massive surge of energy radiates from Hado's body, with such overwhelming pressure that the ground cracks open as he mutters like he's cursing. Today, I will personally see you off. Old Lamb couldn't hold back and stepped in to stop him. Mao Dong. How do you really want to be stubborn to the end? Are you planning to oppose the entire southern underground world? Hado dismissively ignores Lao Lam and laughs arrogantly. So what if I resist? I want to kill him. Can you stop me? A mysterious figure suddenly stepped out and interrupted him. What if I add myself too? Make sure you see who is coming. Hado's face immediately twisted, as if he had encountered a lifelong enemy. He gritted his teeth and called out to Hok Thien Ton. The crowd around cheers and celebrates. That's great. Hoak Thien Ton has also stepped forward. He is a master on the Dragon and Tiger list, only ranked below Modung Hado. With his help, Modung Hado won't easily make us submit. I didn't expect Hoak Thien Ton to side with Diaphan. It was all because Modung Hado forced him. Ignoring the noisy sounds around, Hado Chi calmly looked directly at Hao Tianzun and softly said, "In the end, you have finally stood against me." Hoak Thien Ton remains calm, crossing his arms and replying indifferently, "Mo Dung Ha Do, everything was forced by you today. You hold this Red Gate banquet to eliminate anomalies and unify the underground world of the South." Sorry, I don't agree. Diaphan, regardless of past grudges between us, everything must be put aside for now. Modung Hado dares to set up this situation, so his strength must have broken through. Only by uniting can we fight back. After hearing this suggestion, Diaphan immediately agreed, prioritizing dealing with Modung Hado first. Other matters can wait. On the surface, I say that, but deep down I think Hoak Thien Ton is untrustworthy. Yet right now, we are like ants on the same string, forced to unite against a common enemy. From Diaphan's group, Hoak Thien Ton, Lao Lam, Ta Shuyen, and Go Wai burst out with a tremendous power equal to Hado's. Everyone's face is filled with fierce determination, their eyes sharp like blades. The crowd watching this terrifying scene quickly retreated in panic. It's about to become a big fight, better stay back. This level of combat is beyond us. I hope Diaphan and his team win. Hado suddenly strikes first, rushing forward with a fireball gathered in his hand. Very well, if you have chosen to unite against me, then all of you will die. After finishing, he continued attacking, while Diaphan's group was unafraid and shouted together, "Kill Modung Hado. Today is your death day. Hado alone can handle the entire team, but is not at a disadvantage." Each kick and blood strike was easily countered, and the surrounding onlookers started to chatter. "Oh my god, Modung Hado alone fights 5 people without falling behind, and I even feel like he's suppressing Diaphan and his group. Modung Hado is too powerful. Can Diaphan and the others really win?" Hado suddenly smiled a sinister smile, making his face look even more dangerous. "No more playing. Next you will taste the ultimate killing move I have mastered during this closed-door cultivation." With that, he waved his hand, dozens of missiles rushing towards Diaphan's group. Hoak Thien Ton quickly shouted that it was not good, and the others hurriedly called for everyone to retreat. Diaphan frowned and immediately signaled his teammates to stop him. A massive explosion erupts. Smoke and dust fill the sky, blocking the view. Rocks and debris fly everywhere. Sparks light up the sky, and the terrifying shockwave forces the Diaphan group to retreat, with people clutching their chest, kneeling, coughing blood. Damn, he's too powerful. Seeing their battered appearance, Hado laughed heartily and said, "You can be proud that you managed to die from my first move." Without giving them a chance to react, he swung his spear again, and his right hand grew enormous. But with the second move, how many of you can withstand it? Wind Demon Kick, Huang Taoyan, Bitchlock Fist, Hanbing grows. Facing the giant hand rushing toward them, Ta Xuan, He Tien Ton, and Lao Lam used all their skills, attacking continuously to weaken its force, as their powers collided in a fierce explosion that caused a massive shockwave and a deadly strike on the already cracked ground. As the smoke gradually clears, 4 shadowy figures emerge amidst the wreckage and chaos. The entire Diaphan group is wounded from the previous attack. Damn it, Modung Hado is too strong. Hoak Thien Ton wipes the blood from his mouth and frowns, saying, "How can we withstand his final move?" Everyone around was also filled with confusion and fear. We are doomed. Even the 5 of Diaphan together are no match for Modung Hado. Modung Hado is so powerful that we're left hopeless. Are we really only able to submit to his threats? Hado glances at the noisy crowd in the distance and sneers warningly. Hoak Thien Ton Diaphan, if you two agree to accept my son as the master now, I can still spare your lives. As for the others, you'd better end yourselves so you don't have to suffer. Seeing his arrogant attitude, Hoak Thien Ton gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Suddenly, Diaphan stood up and interrupted everyone's thoughts. Please hold Modung Hado back and give me a chance. I have a way to deal with him. Hoak Thien Ton suddenly remembered something and asked unexpectedly, "Are you talking about the fire technique from our last battle?" Diaphan nodded affirmatively. "That's right. I believe that even Modung Hado can't ignore this move." Old Lamb happily agreed. All right, Diaphan." Hoak Thien Ton gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. "We trust you." Finally taking a risk, Hado sneered as he asked the group who had just conferred, "Are you really trying to deny it?" Diaphan stepped forward to face him directly and simply smiled in response. "We are just thinking of a more reasonable way for you to die." Everyone, if you don't want to submit to Modung Hadu, follow me and charge forward. The trembling people suddenly seemed to gain strength, and those behind pushed forward to attack Hado continuously. Just risking everything, I might as well fight to the death rather than help that inexperienced kid. Modung Hadu, I want to see how strong you really are. This southern underground world is not a place where you can decide alone. Hado, angered by these people, has a malicious look in his eyes and grits his teeth. He easily takes down anyone in his way, moving like a flash. Get rid of all those useless dogs and chickens. Everyone is badly injured, only able to groan and scream. Damn, he's too strong. Suddenly, Hok Thienton launched a surprise attack from behind, startling Hado. Hok Thienton's arms tightly embraced his body, shouting loudly to signal. Right now, hold him tight. Hok Thienton is gripping Hado's back, while Ta Suyen and Ngo Wai each hold one of his arms, preventing him from moving. Modung Hado, don't even think about struggling. Old Master Lamb sitting in front doesn't care about appearances and holds his leg tightly, risking everything. Even in this situation, Hafeng Hatu remains calm and coldly laughs, just relying on you to try to bind me. Dream on. As he finished speaking, he unleashed his power and threw those holding him away, causing everyone to spit blood and fly several meters. Get out of my sight. So this is your final struggle before falling? Unfortunately, it's useless now. Old Man Lamb wiped the blood from the corner of Wang's mouth, still trying to fight back despite his injuries. Maodong Hado, you are too happy too soon. Is the real assassin actually Diaphan? Hearing Lao Lam say that, Hado also couldn't help but be startled. Did he unconsciously say something? Before he could react, Diaphan appeared behind Hado like a gust of wind, his body vanishing instantly. He focused his strength into both hands, ready to strike, and said, Modong Hado, prepare to die. Hado immediately spun around and swung his hand to counterattack, not panicking despite the surprise attack, dreaming of killing me. A giant phoenix appeared behind Diaphan, its enormous wings covering the sky, and he shouted loudly to signal the phoenix to attack, Chu Tuak Lin Hoa. Go. The clash of two powers created a deafening explosion, blinding light obscuring the battle, and the dust made it impossible to tell who was winning. Diaphan must not lose. Diaphan suddenly jumps out of the smoke, kneels on one knee, and quickly informs Lao Lam that Modung Hadu has been seriously wounded, and they should retreat immediately. Old Man Lam immediately agreed. Then Diaphan said, Lao Lam Ta Shuyen. Ngo Wai hurriedly ran back, just as planned. Hok Thienton also used lightness skill to jump down the mountain, still not forgetting to say goodbye. Modung Hado, see you another day. The surrounding crowd also started fleeing. Great, Modung Hado is badly wounded. Run quickly. Diaphan did well. We're leaving now no matter where you want to go. Only Hado remains, roaring in fury amidst the wreckage. Diaphan, you ruined my plan. I will definitely kill you. On the other side, Diaphan's group finally managed to shake off Hado for the time being. The four of them sat down to rest by the lake. Ta Suyen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, finally free from pursuit. Murong Hatu is too powerful, but luckily we have Diaphan. Diaphan still remains cautious, frowning as he replies, the danger is not fully eliminated yet, and this time Murong Hatu will definitely see us as a threat. We must prepare a countermeasure early. Lam also nodded in agreement, saying Diaphan was right and that they needed to prepare a trap to prevent him from counterattacking. The ringtone from Diaphan's pocket suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Diaphan picks up the phone and asks Big Brother Tonbat Diet what's going on. His sudden shout makes everyone startle. What's going on with the Heavenly Dragon Guard? Diaphan, Lao Lam? Ngo Wai hurried back to the mansion's main hall, and as he opened the door, he loudly asked Big Brother Tun what exactly had happened. Bat Diet lowered his head dejectedly and replied, I'm sorry, Diaphan. We were ambushed by the Kosu clan. Only I managed to escape. The others were all captured. Diaphan quickly asked, the Kosu clan, strange. Why did they attack the Tien Longve? Bat Diet still lowered his head and replied, there must be someone behind it guiding them, otherwise they wouldn't suddenly strike at us. But who is the mastermind behind all this? Murong Hado will soon come to seek revenge. We must save the Heavenly Dragon Guard immediately. Bet Deep didn't know how to handle this situation, so he hurriedly asked, what should Diaphan do now? The longer it drags on, the worse it gets. The Heavenly Dragon Guard is becoming more dangerous. He gently stroked his chin and calmly replied, let me think. Diaphan frowned in thought, his eyes sharp as a blade. The other side has been planning against us all along, and investigating in secret will be very difficult. But what if a third force intervenes? Diaphan suddenly thought of something and exclaimed with excitement, I got it. Bat Diet turned around in surprise and asked, what? Diaphan didn't answer. Are you calling Hoak Thien Ton to see if he's interested in collaborating with me again? Hoak Thien Ton annoyedly replied. Another partnership? Diaphan, our relationship isn't that good. In the South Sea, you broke into our house. I haven't settled that score with you yet. Diaphan continued to speak calmly. That can be dealt with whenever you want, but right now, Mo Dung Hado's revenge is about to strike. Neither you nor I can handle him alone at this moment. Hoak Thien Ton still remains unmoved, his territory even closer to Mo Dung Hado. If he seeks revenge, the first person he will come after is definitely you. Diaphan knew convincing him wouldn't be easy, so he calmly said, "So after he finishes dealing with me, do you really think he will spare you? The logic of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. Doesn't he understand that?" He listened silently for a moment, perhaps weighing something in his mind. Seeing that he no longer sneered at me, Diaphan thought to himself, Hoak Thien Ton would definitely agree. Just as you guessed, after a moment of thought, Hoak Thien Ton agreed to cooperate with you. However, the cooperation is only limited to dealing with Mo Dung Hado. Diaphan immediately agreed without any problem. Next, I need him to help me gather information about the Khan Thi Tak. Hoak Thien Ton agreed to this request. I will inform you if there is any news. After hanging up, Diaphan happily turned to inform everyone that it was done. Now we just need to wait for Hoak Thien Ton's news. Old Lamb still feels a bit worried, asking if Hoak Thien Ton might be deceiving us with false information. Diaphan still believes in his decision. No, unless he wants to face Mo Dung Hado alone, cheating now wouldn't benefit him at all. After a while, the phone rang again. Diaphan picked it up and answered. "Did you find any information?" Hoak Thien Ton replied. "I found some. Their hiding place is within 3 miles of your location. That's where I sent the message to you." With the information he provided, Diaphan waved his hand to call everyone to prepare to leave. "Let's go meet the Khan Thi clan, and the one behind them. Is the Heavenly Dragon Guard already arranged?" For a moment, he couldn't regain consciousness. Fudo gently sipped his tea and said, "Thank you, Mr. Kong Duong." With Diaphan losing his strongest force, the Heavenly Dragon Guard, all that remains is to set up one more plan to deal with him. "Are you seeking revenge for her because of Banna, the young lady?" "That's impossible. Banna may be my cousin, but in our family she's a rival. Her death was her own fault for being useless. My confrontation with Diaphan is to prove my strength to the family and earn more glory on my path to becoming the future head." Kong Duong suddenly understood something, frowning as he said, "I see." Suddenly, Diaphan's group appeared out of nowhere in front of both of them, interrupting their conversation. "You mockingly say, 'Dealing with me?' You're not even qualified yet." Gongyang exclaimed in surprise at Diaphan. Pudo stood up suddenly, and she was just as surprised. "How is that possible? How did you find this place?" "Our information is kept under very strict lock and key." Diaphan replied calmly, "It's simple, because I am working with Hoak Thien Ton." "So you're collaborating with Hoak Thien Ton?" "I see, that's indeed a clever way to break the deadlock." "Diaphan, I've already checked you out." Diaphan didn't want to hear her nonsense anymore and cut her off. "Who are you? Why are you targeting me?" "Where is the Heavenly Dragon Guard?" Futu calmly replied. "I am Jiatang Futu. Now tell me how I managed to defeat Mr. Kong Yang." After finishing, she stepped back to let Kong Duong face the enemy, who spoke with a condescending tone. "Diaphan, you know where we are hiding, but you only bring this many people. I really don't know whether to call you confident or arrogant." Standing in the enemy's lair, only 5 of Diaphan's group are present, but they remain calm and composed, not showing any fear. Diaphan responds casually, "Dealing with sneaky rats like you, 5 people are enough for us." Kong Duong angrily gestured and shouted, "Where are you?" Kwang Vong 5 purple streaks suddenly appeared surrounding Diaphan's group, ready to set up the soul-refining formation. Bat Diet saw the situation and quickly warned that Diaphan should be careful, as this formation can control consciousness. If caught in it, it will be very difficult to escape. The Heavenly Dragon Guard has already fallen into this trap. Old Lamb also grabbed your shoulder and quickly urged Diaphan. "While the great formation is still not complete, let's leave here quickly." You remain calm and reply, "No. I want to see whether the soul cultivation grand formation of your demon-capturing clan is more powerful, or my innate divine fire. I secretly think that since the last battle with Mo Dung Hado, my control over my innate divine fire has improved significantly." Gong Yang sneered at Diaphan's arrogant words, thinking this Diaphan truly doesn't know his limits. Fudu, standing nearby, also joined in. "I thought he was a proud hero, but upon closer inspection he's just a reckless fool who will die at his hands. It's truly a pity." Kong Duong raised his hand to form a purple energy sphere. "Charge first and attack. I will kill him right now. Soul cultivation, heaven mysterious." The purple sphere turns into a thick black smoke that surrounds Diaphan's group. Old Lam quickly covers his nose and creates a shield with his hand, still signaling his teammates. Stop it quickly. But unexpectedly, Lam's shield still couldn't slow down the approaching smoke. He exclaimed in shock, "No effect. How is that possible?" Kong Duong saw the panic on their faces and chuckled with satisfaction. If you can stop the soul cultivation grand formation of the Kanthi clan, then all these years our clan has lived in vain. Diaphan furrowed his brow, beginning to gather power in his hand, the flickering light dazzling and igniting like flames. Then he raised his arm high, unleashing a blazing fire that dispersed the thick black smoke. Fang shouted out in destruction. Futu was stunned and exclaimed something in shock. Kong Duong was so shocked to see his move easily broken that he couldn't help but panic. Before the opponent could react, Diaphan struck again with a new punch. The vermilion bird spirit fire burns. 5 people in black surround. Diaphan's group is engulfed in flames, screaming and begging for help. Seeing the 5 people burned to a pile, Old Lam also had to praise them. Truly formidable. Does Diaphan Bat Diet's fire control ability really reach such a level? Diaphan immediately rushes forward in front of Kong Duong. He clenched his fist in front of his surprised eyes. Then it was your turn. Prepare to die. Kong Duong refused to sit and wait for death. His eyes flashed with fury as he growled. Dream on if you think you can kill me. Soul control prodigy. Pudo happily said, Nippon Thendong is a controlling skill even more advanced than the soul refining grand formation. As long as we control Diaphan, we can turn the tide. Diaphan, hearing this, did not show fear. His eyes also flashed with a bright light. Face me if you dare, and seek your own death. Yin-yang eye technique. Gongduong's eyes were struck with a heavy blow, and he hurriedly covered them with his hands, screaming in agony. My eyes. Diaphan then unleashed a flame toward Gongduong to kill him. He roared in fury, unwilling to accept defeat. In the end, only a handful of Gongduong's body remained, just like his guards, with no one left to protect him. Fudo was already ready to attack. Diaphan looked at her and then smiled softly. Now only she was left. Fudo still tried to appear calm, but her eyes betrayed her panic. Diaphan, don't be provoked. Killing me will bring you no benefit. I can offer you a plan. With my strategy and your strength, we can quickly unify the entire underground world. Old Lam also stepped in to advise. Indeed, the Geocat family is famous for their unmatched cunning. Diaphan, if you can win over Geocat Fudo, it will definitely be a great benefit. Is Diaphan truly pondering this? Seeing that you seem to relax, Fudo hurriedly tried to persuade by proving the benefits he could bring. Yes, not only that, I am also skilled in formations. Aren't you planning to deal with Modong Hado? I can also help train your heavenly dragon guards. So you're actually so useful, why didn't you say so earlier? Seeing that you're no longer threatening me? Fudo secretly sneered inside. This Diaphan guy is no good either. He was fooled by just a few words of mine. Once I understand his group's situation completely, I will deliver a fatal blow to them. Suddenly, Diaphan's face darkened, his brows furrowed, and his eyes sharp as a blade. Lam laukin nget thot len, but diet kongino nyang kongkem. This is the servant who was seriously injured, trembling on the ground, still biting his teeth and asking why. Faced with her accusations, Tom Diaphan calmly replied, I will never forgive you for using dirty tricks against my brother, no matter how clever your schemes are. Wu Yi unexpectedly spoke up in support of him. I think what Diaphan did was right. This way, it gives the Heavenly Dragon Guard an explanation, and they will be more loyal and obedient to Diaphan. Bat Diet stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, That's very true. If ruling the entire underworld in the country only depended on clever strategists, the Chukat family would have been undefeated long ago. Diaphan quietly picked up the spellbook he dropped when he fell, smiled softly and said, This spellbook is quite good. It can be used for the Heavenly Dragon Guard's training. Bat Diet quickly reached out to stop him. Diaphan's profound and vast array of formations is complex. If you're not proficient, it's best to let the experts handle it, or you risk injury or even death. He quickly flips through the book, and the universe and blessing formations glow with a golden hue, then calmly replies, I can understand it. After a moment, he closes the book and happily says, It's done. Everyone's eyes are now on Diaphan. Old Man Lam asked curiously what that meant, and Ta Suyan also wondered if Diaphan had mastered the art of formations in such a short time. Bat Diet softly sighed. If that's true, then Diaphan is no different from a deity. He didn't rush to answer, but waved his hand to activate the formation to clear everyone's doubts. Look carefully. When the formation was activated, Bat Diet was amazed by Diaphan's actions and exclaimed, What are you opening? Are you joking? Could this be some kind of illusion technique? I must be dreaming. A beam of white light surrounds us and lifts the whole group up. Diaphan gently signaled Fong Van to bind him. Tajuyen marveled, "Is this really a formation?" Lao Lam also praised him without holding back. "Diaphan, you're amazing. Only Bat Diet is shouting to get down, hurry up and let us go." I'm truly impressed. Finally, Diaphan has brought the group back to the ground, and he softly gives the order to disperse. Immortal exclaimed happily, "Now that we have the formation, we are even more confident in dealing with Modung Hadu." Old Lamb also happily chimed in. "Maodung Hado is coming soon. We must quickly train the Heavenly Dragon Guard." Diaphan led the way. "Let's go. First rescue the Heavenly Dragon Guard." 3 days later, in a certain forest, the Heavenly Dragon Guard was diligently training in formation. Diaphan nodded in praise, seeing everyone working so hard. Although it was only 3 days, the Heavenly Dragon Guard had already become quite proficient in formation training. Bat Diet is also quite pleased. The Heavenly Dragon Guard is full of talented individuals, so of course they learn quickly. Old Man Lamb still carefully reminded them that according to reports from the front, Mudung Hado would arrive within a day, and we must be prepared. Suddenly, Hoke Thien Ton, covered in wounds, appeared unexpectedly before the three of them. Immortal exclaimed in horror, "Hoke Thien Ton!" Lao Lam also looked surprised and asked, "What's going on?" Diaphan stepped forward to support him, frowning as he asked, "Who hurt Hoke Thien Ton? What happened?" Hoke Thien Ton collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, mouth trembling as he muttered, making Modung take revenge. "Diaphan, your first alliance with Hoke Thien Ton was a mistake on my part, but now I am fully alert. Hoke Thien Ton is now dead, so tell me who else you can form alliances with." Old Lamb rushed forward, standing in front of Diaphan, ready to defend. "Maodung Haddo, why are you here? Biet Deep is also supporting you. According to our information, you still have a day to arrive." Hadu sneers and cracks his knuckles, ready to strike. Deception is everywhere. "Do you really think you're the only clever ones in the world? When I was ruling the world, you were still wearing your pants inside out. Today, you only have one way to die."